stage. Only then did Virgil take out the ingredients for the nascent soul pill and start refining it. A month later, the nascent soul pill was successfully refined. Nascent soul. Virgil remained indifferent, adjusting himself to peak condition before swallowing the nascent soul pill and starting the nascent soul formation. Forming a nascent soul first required shattering the golden core, then condensing a miniature version of oneself inside the body. That was the nascent soul. As long as the nascent soul survived, a nascent soul cultivator could possess another body and be reborn. They also gained a lifespan of 700 years. His divine sense was already at early stage nascent soul, and he had cultivated the grand supreme immortal scripture to its peak 4th level. Combined with the nascent soul pill, forming a nascent soul was almost guaranteed. Shatter the core. Calm as ever, Virgil pointed at his abdomen, shattering the golden core in his body, which turned into countless ethereal gases like a large cloud of white mist, obscuring everything. Virgil's face turned deathly pale, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. For a cultivator, shattering the golden core was a severe injury, even life-threatening. But his gaze remained resolute. Following the methods described in the Grand Supreme Immortal Scripture, he quickly gathered the dispersed white mist using his magic power, shaping it into a miniaturized version of himself. Several months later, a tiny figure sat inside him with closed eyes. Using his divine sense, he found the little figure almost identical to himself. Nascent soul formation was successful. In the next moment, 2 loud explosions echoed within him, releasing a terrifying aura. Middle stage nascent soul. Virgil's expression remained indifferent as he slowly opened his eyes. With my current strength and immortal prohibitions, I can now stand against late-stage nascent soul cultivators. He felt dazed for a moment, remembering how far he had come, but soon regained composure. There was still much to do, and reaching middle-stage nascent soul was no reason for pride. Closing his eyes again, Virgil began consolidating his cultivation. 3 years later, he slowly opened his eyes and took out several dozen medicinal herbs, carefully throwing them into the alchemy furnace. These herbs were all mid-4th grade, used for refining earthjan pills, mostly obtained from the Haley insect. As for the storage bags of those dead cultivators, Darby had collected them for him, but they contained few medicinal herbs. This made sense, as non-alchemists generally wouldn't carry many medicinal herbs on them. The reason he only started refining these earthjan pills now was that his divine sense had only been at early stage nascent soul. Now that he had broken through to middle stage nascent soul, his divine sense expanded to 2,700 zhang, making it feasible to refine mid-4th grade pills. Several years later, Virgil had refined all the herbs for the earthjan pills into pills. He then spent 10 million spirit stones to purchase more, ultimately refining 15 batches. 58 earthjan pills in total. Virgil refined them all, causing his magic power to soar to 397 units. He was now very close to the late-stage nascent soul. Taking a deep breath, Virgil ended this session of seclusion, not rushing to leave the isolated world tower. Instead, he checked everything he had with him. Finally, a string of pendants lay before him. Chapter 243. Upgrading the Merit Umbrella. This pendant had come from the Noel and White, Madeline, during the Qi state era. At the time, he couldn't discern its origins clearly, and with many subsequent events, he had forgotten about it. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he still found the pendant incomprehensibly profound. The carved Noel on the pendant gave him an unsettling feeling. He couldn't even penetrate it with his divine sense, only vaguely sensing a wisp of energy inside. Could this be the key that the pseudo-immortal was looking for? It's a pity the Franz is no longer around. Otherwise, he might have known the origin of this item. Virgil murmured as he held the pendant in his hand, examining it repeatedly. He even pressed it with his palm. With his current strength, even an infant treasure would not remain unscathed under such force. Yet, this pendant remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing not a single crack. The material of the pendant was simply terrifying. Finally, Virgil sighed deeply, put away the pendant with a complicated expression, and took out the Merit Umbrella from his storage bag. Now that his cultivation was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he could no longer enhance his cultivation, but he could strengthen other aspects to bolster his power, like the Merit Umbrella. Previously, the Franz had taught him how to repair the Merit Umbrella and how to lift Darby's demonic restrictions, though the latter could only be done once he reached the transformation of Spirit Realm. Taking a deep breath, Virgil placed the Merit Umbrella in front of him. With 8 million spirit stones left, he planned to restore the umbrella to the level of an upper-grade infant treasure. Holding the Merit Umbrella in one hand and a spirit stone in the other, he muttered incantations. Bujo, Bujo, gather the luck, converge the merit, imbue the umbrella, protect the heavens and earth, free from samsara. The spirit stones dissipated, their essence entering the Merit Umbrella, increasing its power slightly. Virgil continued this process for 10 years, using 3.1 million spirit stones, finally restoring the Merit Umbrella to the upper-grade infant treasure level. Feeling the enhanced power, he smiled, a rare smile, and gently stroked the umbrella ribs. This umbrella had accompanied him for quite some time, from Qi state to Dejin, becoming one of his most cherished treasures among many. With his current spirit stones, he could restore it to a divine artifact level, but there was no need. After putting the Merit Umbrella away, Virgil practiced some spells to boost his strength, including the Sky Deception Sect spell, the Great Non-Form technique, which could steal others' magic treasures and make them his own. After 5 years, he achieved minor mastery in this technique before exiting the Lost World Pagoda, where summer was almost upon him. Cicadas chirped outside the window, composing a symphony for the summer night. Entering the Qing Pearl, over 50 years had passed since he last entered the Lost World Pagoda. His face now appeared more weathered and lonelier. The Franzly man from the Zion family, who had been confined within the Pearl, had been released when he went to Li State. Now, only one figure remained inside the Pearl. He gazed at the lying blue-clothed Noelle, her unchanged appearance even after 6 months of death, still untouched by dust. making people feel ashamed in comparison. Virgil watched her from afar, sitting beside her for 3 days before exiting the pearl, stepping into the courtyard. He looked up at the stars, murmuring, "Maureen, the moon has risen." Light footsteps approached from behind. Without turning, Virgil knew who it was, just as when they were on the cloud boat practicing together and then meeting on deck after practice. "Has your cultivation broken through to the nascent soul realm?" Darby stood beside him, sensing his aura, her tone inexplicably complex. "Mid-stage of the nascent soul realm," Virgil replied coolly. Darby's eyes filled with complexity. Back when she was at the peak golden core stage, Virgil was only at the foundation establishment stage. Now he surpassed her, no longer needing her protection. She felt a mix of relief and melancholy. Virgil turned to her, saying frankly, "I can only lift the demonic restriction on you after I break through to the transformation of spirit realm. Once it's lifted, you should leave." "You want to drive me away?" Darby's eyes widened. "This is for your own good. I have many enemies, including the pseudo-immortal. Following me could endanger your life. Besides, your cultivation no longer benefits me much." Virgil spoke candidly, his gaze unwavering. Darby fell silent, her face pale, never imagining Virgil would ask her to leave. Remembering when she was forced into servitude, she had felt unwilling. Now it was the same. "All right, I understand. I won't bother you after the demonic restriction is lifted." She sniffled, a pang of sorrow piercing her heart, feeling wronged yet unable to express herself, coldly turning back into the house. They were strangers all along, merely utilizing each other. Only she harbored inappropriate feelings. Virgil watched her go, touching his cheek, whispering to himself, "Maureen, am I doing the right thing?" Back then, Darby had spent many times with him, accompanying him from Qi state to the Jing. Hence, his emotions towards her were complex. He did not wish her harm and feared any mishaps befalling her. A cold wind blew, rustling his robes. Virgil sighed softly, his divine sense moving to send a telepathic message to the remaining late-stage golden core Franzes of the Haley sect. Palamaints later, he sat by a stone table, stern-faced, looking at the 3 Franzli men of the Haley sect standing before him, one of whom was a half-step nascent soul cultivator. They did not know why this great personage had summoned them late at night, but were respectfully respectful. "I called you here to give you something. I will be leaving the Haley sect. From now on, you must rely on yourselves," Virgil slowly said. The 3 Franzes remained silent, not daring to speak. Without Virgil's protection, the Haley sect would likely vanish from Dejin soon. "I have 3 infant forming pills here. Whether you succeed in breaking through to the nascent soul realm depends on fate." Virgil waved his hand, sending 3 jade bottles wrapped in luminous white mana into their hands. "Thank you, sir." Feeling the essence within, they knelt and bowed in gratitude. Even during the Haley sect's prime, they might not receive infant forming pills from the sect, yet Virgil generously provided one each. "Get up." Virgil waved again, a stream of mana stopping their actions. 3 streams of light enveloped 3 magic treasures, floating to the Franzes, adding, "These are 3 infant treasures. How the Haley sect fares depends on you from now on. Leave." "Yes, sir." Once they left, Virgil pondered silently. Among the 3, the most talented was not the half-step nascent soul Franz, but a peak golden core cultivator. With the infant forming pills assistance, breaking through to the nascent soul realm should not be difficult, giving the Haley sect a chance to revive, thus honoring his promise to Izzy. At this moment, his divine sense detected an aura outside the valley. With swift movements, he reappeared outside. Translation note *. Chapter 243. Upgrading the Umbrella of Merit. The origin of this pendant dates back to when he was in the state of Qi. It belonged to Madeline, the Noelle in white. At the time, he couldn't discern its true nature, and with many subsequent events, he eventually forgot about it. Now, after advancing to the mid-nascent soul stage, he still finds the pendant unfathomable. The carved Noelle on the pendant gives him an eerie feeling, and his divine sense cannot penetrate it. There is only a faint trace of energy inside. Could this be the key that the false immortal was looking for? If only the Franz were still around, perhaps he would know the origins of this item. Virgil muttered to himself, repeatedly examining the pendant. He even slapped it with his palm, but with his current strength, even a nascent treasure should not remain unscathed from such an attack. Yet, the pendant remained as steadfast as a mountain, without a single crack. The material of this pendant is simply terrifying. Finally, Virgil sighed deeply, put the pendant away with a complex expression, and took out the Umbrella of Merit from his storage bag. Now that he had reached the mid-nascent soul stage and could no longer improve his cultivation at this level, he could enhance other items to boost his overall power. For instance, the Umbrella of Merit. Previously, the Franz had taught him how to repair the Umbrella of Merit and the method to lift Darby's demonic seal, though the latter could only be done once he reached the alchemy god stage. Taking a deep breath, Virgil placed the Umbrella of Merit before him. He still had 8 million spirit stones and planned to restore the umbrella to the level of a high-grade nascent treasure. Holding the umbrella in one hand and spirit stones in the other, he recited an incantation. Incompletely gathered, fortune condenses, power of merit converges on the umbrella body, protecting heaven and earth, unpolluted by the cycle of reincarnation. As the spirit stones dispersed, their spiritual energy entered the Umbrella of Merit, enhancing its power incrementally. Virgil repeated this action over 10 years, spending 3.1 million spirit stones, finally restoring the Umbrella of Merit to a high-grade nascent treasure. Sensing its enhanced power, a rare smile appeared on his face as he gently stroked the ribs of the umbrella. This umbrella had accompanied him for a long time, from the state of Qi to the Great Jin, making it one of his most cherished treasures among all the magical artifacts. With his current wealth of spirit stones, he could restore the Umbrella of Merit to the level of a divine artifact, but that was unnecessary. Putting the Umbrella of Merit away, Virgil practiced some spells to enhance his strength, including the Sky Deception sect's Grand Illusory technique, which allowed him to steal others' magical artifacts and adapt them for his use. After 5 more years, having mastered the technique to a lesser extent, Virgil left the Forgotten World Tower. Outside, summer was nearly upon them. The cicadas singing outside his window, forming a symphony of summer nights. Entering the donghua pearl, decades had passed in the Forgotten World Tower. His face looked even more weathered and lonelier than before. The Franz from the Zion family, who had been kept within the donghua pearl, had been released long ago. Inside the donghua pearl, only one figure remained. He gazed at the green-robed Noelle lying on the ground. Despite being dead for half a year, she remained unchanged, still pristine and untainted, evoking a sense of humility in him. From afar, Virgil watched her, staying beside her for 3 days before leaving the donghua pearl and returning to the courtyard. Looking up at the starry sky, he murmured, "Maureen, the moon has risen." Behind him, soft footsteps approached. Without turning, Virgil knew who it was, just as during those times on the cloud boat, when he used to come to the deck after cultivation sessions. "Have you advanced to the nascent soul stage?" Darby asked, standing beside him, sensing his aura, her tone indescribable. "Mid-nascent soul stage," Virgil replied calmly. Darby's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Back then, she was at the peak golden core stage while Virgil was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Now, he surpassed her, no longer needing her protection. This brought her both comfort and loneliness. Virgil turned to her and said, "Your demonic seal can only be lifted after I reach the alchemy god stage. Once it's removed, you should leave. You want to chase me away." Darby's eyes widened in shock. "I'm doing this for your own good. I have many enemies, including the false immortal. Following me puts you in danger. Besides, your cultivation level is no longer beneficial to me," Virgil stated bluntly. Darby fell silent, her face pale. She never thought Virgil would ask her to leave. When she was forced into servitude, she was unwilling, and now she felt similarly. "All right, I understand. After the demonic seal is removed, I won't cling to you anymore." She sniffled, feeling a pang of sadness and grievance, but unsure how to express it. Coldly uttering these words, she turned and went back to her room. They had no blood relation, always using each other. But somehow, she developed feelings that shouldn't exist. Virgil watched her retreating figure, touched his cheek, and whispered to himself, "Maureen, was what I did, right?" Back then, Darby had spent much time with him, accompanying him from the state of Qi to the Great Qing. So, his feelings toward her were complex. He didn't want her to be hurt, seeing her in unexpected danger. A cold wind blew, making his robes ripple. Virgil sighed lightly, his divine sense moved, sending a message to the remaining few late-stage golden core cultivators of the Haley sect. Palamanes later, sitting by the stone table, he regarded the 3 Franzes of the Haley sect, including the quasi-nascent soul cultivator, with a stern look. They respectfully waited, uncertain why he summoned them. "I called you here because I have something for you. I will leave the Haley sect, and its future rests solely on your shoulders," Virgil said slowly. The 3 remained silent, not daring to speak, knowing that without Virgil's protection, the Haley sect would soon vanish in the Great Qing. "I have 3 essence condensation pills. Whether or not you succeed in breaking through to the nascent soul stage is up to fate." Virgil waved his hand, and 3 jade bottles enveloped in luminescent white spiritual power appeared in their hands. "Thank you, sir." Sensing the aura within, they knelt down and thanked him profusely. Even at the height of the Haley sect's prosperity, they might not have received such pills, but Virgil generously gave each one a pill. "Stand up." Virgil waved his hand, using spiritual power to stop them from kneeling further. Then, 3 beams of light carrying 3 nascent treasures floated to them. "Here are 3 nascent treasures. The future of the Haley sect is now in your hands. You may leave." "Yes, sir." Once they left, Virgil pondered silently. Among the 3, the one with the highest talent was not the quasi-nascent soul cultivator but the peak golden core cultivator. With the help of the essence condensation pill, this person should break through to the nascent soul stage without issues, giving the Haley sect a chance for revival. He could thus honor Izzy. At this moment, his divine sense detected a presence outside the valley. In an instant, he teleported there. This edited translation maintains consistency in terminology and style, ensuring readability and faithfulness to the original text while providing a natural flow in English. ####Chapter 244, The Heaven-Avoiding Coffin. A mid-infant stage cultivator can teleport about 200 zhong at a time, and with his mana reaching 397 jia, his teleportation distance was nearly 400 zhong. In just a few breaths, he appeared outside the valley, staring at the golden branch jade leaf, clad in a long red gown trailing on the ground. "You actually broke through to mid-infant stage." Adria looked at him, somewhat surprised. Virgil remained silent. Even after breaking through to mid-infant stage, he still couldn't clearly discern her cultivation level. He retracted his gaze and said, "The heaven-avoiding coffin." Adria didn't dither and directly tossed him a storage bag, saying, "It's inside. Remember our deal. When you break through to quasi-immortal, accompany me on a trip." Virgil nodded and released his divine sense into the bag. Inside was indeed a golden coffin, seemingly made of gold. He moved and disappeared from the spot, re-entering the heavenly earth bead right in front of Adria. Subsequently, he took out the storage bag given by Adria, wiped away the imprint with his divine sense, and retrieved its contents. This coffin was surrounded by flames that weren't tangible. It emitted information that could shield one from heavenly Tao's perception. By placing someone inside, it could preserve the body from decay and had an even more bizarre effect. It could isolate heavenly machinations and block heaven and earth. Those Franzly monsters nearing the end of their lifespan often liked hiding in the heaven-avoiding coffin. Virgil waved his hand, causing Sister Roberta to float automatically, then placed her inside the heaven-avoiding coffin. He stood beside the coffin, gazing at the serene Sister Roberta for a long while before coming back to his senses, closing the lid, and then desolately exiting the heavenly earth bead. Adria still hadn't left, her authoritative phoenix eyes landing on the heavenly earth bead. She, with her exceptional insight, naturally recognized this as a cave heaven magic treasure. Such things weren't rare to her. She herself owned dozens of them, even higher-grade small thousand worlds. Those places were truly worlds with birds singing and flowers fragrant, filled with various species. What are your plans next? Seeing Virgil come out, her gaze fell upon him. Do you have any wine? Virgil asked. Audrey paused momentarily, then threw him a wine pot. Virgil wasn't afraid of her poisoning it. He pulled out the stopper and gulped down a large mouthful. The wine wasn't spicy but mild, more suitable for women. He answered, cultivate and kill that quasi-immortal. Resurrect Sister Roberta? Hearing this response, Audrey curiously asked, how did you drive him off at that moment? It wasn't me. Virgil only shook his head, his gaze distant without offering more explanation. Audrey vaguely guessed, did Benita act? Virgil remained silent, drinking another mouthful without confirming or denying. Seeing his reaction, Audrey knew she wouldn't get anything more out of him and lost interest, saying, boring. This palace is leaving. Remember to live well. Even true immortals find the heaven-avoiding coffin hard to obtain. Don't let this palace down. Thank you. Just a bottle of wine. Oh, right. I should tell you something you might find interesting. There seems to be a relic discovered deep in the endless sea, causing quite a stir. Audrey paused, hinting meaningfully. I heard many people obtained numerous cultivation treasures within, even great blessings. Some found elixirs that could instantly increase 100 jia of mana, and divine artifacts. Increase 100 jia of mana? Endless sea. Virgil's eyes flickered. Currently, at mid-infant stage, he needed 1000 jia to reach transformation spirit stage, which would be extremely slow relying solely on self-cultivation. Even with the assistance of the Lost Tower, it would take countless years. Although he had a long lifespan, he didn't want to wait so long. Using external items like pills could shorten the time, but in the upper cultivation realm of Dejin, the spiritual herbs required for 4th grade pills weren't plentiful, not to mention future 5th grade pills. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the rarer the items for advancement became, explaining why top-tier powerhouses were so few. Therefore, obtaining some divine elixirs capable of increasing 100 jia of mana would allow him to break through to transformation spirit quickly. Thus, the endless sea seemed worth investigating. However, it was billions of miles away. Even an infant stage cultivator would need over a year to reach there. Seemingly sensing his difficulty, Audrey cast a mischievous glance and disappeared, leaving behind a vital piece of information. The endless sea is at the southernmost part of the Rain Wasteland, farther than the southwestern continent. Conveniently, the Juyao sect has a teleportation array that can send you there. Consider this information a free gift. If you need help later, you can find me at the Crystal Pavilion, but it comes with a price. Juyao sect. Hearing this name, Virgil's eyes turned cold. The ambush against him was organized by the Juyao sect. Truly, only enemies reunite. Virgil sneered. Although the Juyao sect lost one late infant stage powerhouse, they likely had 2 more. At his current strength, he wasn't a match for 2 late infant stage cultivators simultaneously. But remember, everyone knew he could suppress late infant stage cultivators by 1 stage. By utilizing this advantage, he didn't need to fight himself to make them beg for surrender. With a flash in his eyes, Virgil had an idea. Without saying anything more, he moved back into the Haleyine sect and told Darby, I'm going out for a bit, we'll be back soon. No way. Darby immediately replied, what if you run away? Seeing her icy expression and resolute attitude, Virgil frowned and said, then come along. At the Juyao sect, as the number 1 sect in Dejin, it had closed its gates since 6 months ago. Disciples and Franzes stayed inside, presenting a scene of desolation. Many infant stage cultivators survived that battle, spreading Virgil's name throughout Dejin. Now, sect leader Dennis and other high-level officials lived in constant fear, terrified that the disaster would suddenly attack. Juyao sect leader, get out here. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the entire Juyao mountain. Hearing this, countless disciples angrily lifted their heads, staring wide-eyed at a man and a Noel in the sky. Who dares to defy us, possessing the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring to cause trouble in our Juyao sect? A middle infant stage giant roared, instantly appearing in the sky. The next moment, the man slapped him with a large hand, turning him into a blood mist before his soul could escape. Causing trouble, what can you do? Virgil reached out, grabbing and storing the dead man's storage bag, his gaze cold as he looked below. Averill. Disciples felt genuine fear seeing the blood scattered in the air. 8 figures rose into the air to confront the duo. Leading them was a robe-clad man, fair-faced and beardless, coldly staring at the 2 intruders, fury in his eyes. Chapter 245, Descent upon Fuhong Sect. At the forefront was none other than Fuhong Sect's current sect leader, Dennis, the instigator of that demon suppression assembly. You may possess demonic arts that can suppress late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators, but this is our Fuhong Sect territory. Daring to come with just 2 people and cause trouble, aren't you overestimating your power? Remember, we vastly outnumber you. Even if you have those terrifying abilities, with merely peak golden core cultivation, you are bound to die. Dennis spoke through clenched teeth, immediately recognizing Virgil. The man had killed his people on Fuhong turf, an unprecedented disgrace for the sect. The others also recognized Virgil, thus none dared make a move. Virgil's reputation from that battle was well known. He had even killed a late-stage Yuan Ing. How could they possibly be his match? Moreover, after the Zion family made their threats clear, no one dared offend this formidable opponent. Virgil sneered, with the likes of you mud skippers and tile rats, I slaughtered you as easily as dogs before reaching Yuan Ing. After breaking through to Yuan Ing, crushing you became as easy as stomping out an ant. Your Fuhong sect still has 2 late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators? Let them come out today, and I'll send you all to your doom. What? He's broken through to Yuan Ing. Everyone's expressions changed, picking up another critical piece of information in his words. Rumors post-battle claimed he was only at peak golden core. Unbelievably, he broke through to Yuan Ying within half a year. Mid-stage Yuan Ying. Dennis released his divine sense, enveloping him, surprised. The opponent's aura did not falter, confirming him as a genuine mid-stage Yuan Ying powerhouse. Humph, even so, with all of us attacking together, it won't be easy for you. But Dennis's words remained defiant. They had 3 mid-stage Yuan Ying cultivators here, not to mention 2 late-stage Yuan Ying ancestors. Huh. Virgil curled his lips, tired of empty talk. With a gesture, a black lantern appeared in his hand. Flames inside roared, releasing 3 dark green fire dragons instantly, rolling heat waves distorting space as they surged towards the 3 mid-stage Yuan Ying cultivators. Early-stage Yuan Ying, retreat. Dennis's gaze was grave, feeling an overwhelming fear from the fire dragons even at his level, risking imminent demise without caution. The 5 early-stage Yuan Ying cultivators understood this battle wasn't theirs. Bodies shimmering, they retreated afar, leaving only the 3 mid-stage Yuan Ying watching the approaching fire dragons. Avril Antonia. Avril he. Dennis slapped his hand, raising a blue bead emitting a gusty wind. A hurricane pearl, capable of releasing fierce gales to slay foes, a superior infant treasure. The remaining 2 drew their treasures. One bare-chested giant wielded a towering thunder banner, summoning lightning when powered by magic, while a Noelle in her 30s held a frosty expression, brandishing a turquoise longsword. Kill. Just as they tried activating their treasures, a terrifying suppression entered their bodies. Sect leader, my cultivation dropped to early-stage Yuan Ying. Mine too. The giant and Noelle were terrified, sensing certain death from the incoming fire dragons. Mine as well. Dennis was equally shocked but forced calm, pushing the bead skyward, where countless gales met the fire dragons, annihilating instantly. We must act too. The other 2 bit their tongues, knowing inaction meant certain death. Using secret techniques boosted their strength by 30%, channeling magic into their banners and swords. Instantly, terrifying lightning bolts and sword light blasted forward, but all were destroyed in moments, the fire dragon's might unyielding, continuing its advance. Not good. As all seemed doomed, Dennis called out in terror, Avril Ancestor, save me. Lao Gui Burton's abyss lamp, intriguing. 2 Franzly figures appeared suddenly in the air. An old Noelle raised a shriveled hand, grabbing forward. Those lethal mid-stage Yuan Ying fire dragons were instantly crushed by immense force. 2 late-stage Yuan Ying. Darby eyed them warily. The 2 stubborn old-timers finally showed themselves, Virgil sneered, unconcerned. He had already sensed the 2 late-stage Yuan Ying presences below. Avril Ancestor. Dennis looked respectfully at the figures. Xiao Xuanzi, why let people attack our doorstep? Who is this person, and why does Lao Gui Burton's abyss lamp belong to him? The 2 usually isolated themselves, seeking breakthroughs to deity transformation, rarely involving themselves unless the sect faced crisis. Thus, they knew nothing of recent events. Dennis recounted the past 6 months, leaving the 2 furrowing brows as they faced Virgil. I understand your grievances against Fu Hong. Can we discuss terms and resolve this peacefully? Enemies can become friends. After all, if you leave now, I can assure future non-interference. The duo chose humility, fearing Virgil's methods and learning from Dennis about the Zion family connection. Just leave? Your Fu Hong dog Gregory tried killing me outside the market to snatch treasures, followed by your sect uniting various forces to besiege me. Virgil, cold-faced, paused then mocked. You expect me to forget this all with mere words? You're dreaming. Silence ensued. Do not spew lies. How could Gregory attempt such? Clearly, you targeted his enlightenment fruit, stole it, and killed him. The mid-stage Yuan Ying Noelle, Gregory's partner, still tried to argue, harboring intense hatred since Virgil's earlier slaying. You're too noisy. Have you any right to speak here? Before she finished, icy eyes turned toward her. Then a silver short sword spanned 100 feet, piercing her brow. Stop. Dennis and the giant erupted in fury, trying to aid, but it was too late. The short sword reached her brow. Panicked, she attempted instantaneous movement, but a mysterious force suppressed her, dropping her cultivation to late-stage golden core. No. Her face showed sheer terror, heart gripped with cold, watching helplessly as the short sword pierced through her brow. Chapter 246, Haley Days. Avril Antonia. Dennis's eyes were wide with rage as he watched the corpse fall from the sky. The small sword had pierced through her third eye, leaving a bloody hole, and had also crushed her nascent soul before obediently returning to Virgil, circling around his fingertip. Only now did everyone see that it was actually a green hairpin, albeit shaped like a sword. Strangely, not a drop of blood marred its surface. What sort of person do you think you are, to make noise in front of me? Virgil put away the small sword, showing no emotion at having just killed a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator with a mere wave of his hand. Ever since he had refined those 2 drops of royal blood, 1 chain could suppress 60% of a peer's strength, while 2 chains could almost reduce their combat power by 90%. In this situation, peers meeting him would only need to run. They were not even worthy of being his enemy. No wonder the senior had once said that almost no technique in the world could match the immortal restriction technique. That statement was not exaggerated at all. Upon hearing his words, Dennis's face fell. Virgil had killed their Franz right in front of him, the sect leader, and was now insulting them. As if mocking that Fuyao sect had no one worth mentioning, but he soon calmed down, not letting anger cloud his judgment. If Virgil could kill Avril Antonia, he could kill them too. His gaze shifted toward the 2 Grand Avrils. The suppression I felt earlier wasn't as terrifying as rumored. It only suppressed me to mid-stage nascent soul. The old Noelle who had broken the fire dragon's attack spoke slowly after exchanging a glance with the other Franz. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly felt her cultivation suppressed, and before she could react, the opponent had already struck. Little Bjorn said the opponent could suppress late-stage nascent souls to late-stage golden core. Now it only suppresses to mid-stage nascent soul. Perhaps this technique has weakened, the remaining Franz speculated. Should we make a move? After a moment's thought, the Franz shook his head. No, this person's relationship with the Zion family is unclear. We'd best not act unless it's absolutely necessary. Moreover, since he dared to come here, he must have some backup plan. He might be intentionally luring us into making a move. Agreed. Though the negotiation seemed long, it took only a breath for them to reach a decision. They addressed Virgil. You've vented your anger. Can we now sit down and talk? This feud between you and Fuyao sect is merely a misunderstanding. We are willing to offer compensation to make up for the previous assassination attempt on you. Dennis's expression darkened upon hearing this, feeling indignant at the actions of the two Grand Admirals. And Franz of their own had been killed, and instead of avenging her, they were offering compensation to the enemy. Compensation? Virgil looked at the two resolute Franzes and sneered. If you want me to let this go, it can be done if you agree to 2 conditions. Otherwise, Fuyao sect will cease to exist today. What conditions? One of them asked. 1. I want 20 sets of materials to refine Earth-Jan pills. All right. After a brief hesitation, one of them nodded slowly, agreeing to the demand. Master, no? Dennis protested. 1 set of Earth-Jan pill materials requires at least 1 million spirit stones. 20 sets mean over 20 million spirit stones. Even emptying Fuyao sect's coffers might not cover it. And what can you do? As you said, he can suppress 2 people's cultivation by 1 major realm. Who can still be his match? The old Noelle glanced at him coldly, her tone sharp. She was the previous sect leader and Dennis's master, but she had retired due to age and focused on refining herself. Dennis fell silent. That's settled then. The Franz added, looking at Virgil. It will take half a month to gather the ingredients. Please give us half a month. Haley days. Virgil's gaze was cold. The stronger he appeared, the more they would fear him. They must not know that the senior was no longer inside him. Fine, the Franz gritted his teeth. Virgil continued, 2. I want to use your sect's teleportation array to go to the Endless Sea. Fine. Each condition demanded a heavy price, but compared to the survival of Fuyao sect, they were nothing. If in 7 days I arrive and it's not ready, Fuyao sect won't exist anymore. Don't even think about running. I'll be watching nearby. Seeing their agreement, Virgil held Darby's waist and left a casual threat before instantly vanishing. Haley days. The Franz sighed, kicking Dennis's bottom irritably. Wasn't it your fault that led to this mess? Stop standing there and send people to gather the 20 sets of Earth-Jan pill materials. Do you expect me and your master to do it ourselves? I will send them immediately, Dennis replied humbly. The old Noelle instructed. Also, calm the disciples and Franzes to prevent them from losing heart. I shielded them from what happened just now. I understand. Meanwhile, Virgil flew with Darby towards the direction of Haley sect. Looking at him, Darby felt an overwhelming sense of complexity. He was growing increasingly powerful. Even late-stage nascent soul cultivators and ancient sects had to bow before him. She had fallen too far behind, the gap between them widening day by day. In her melancholy, they quickly returned to the small courtyard of Haley sect. After landing, Virgil walked straight into the house. With the problem of traveling to the Endless Sea solved, he could handle several matters in these 7 days. One was the subterranean demon fire. The senior had placed it on the 4th level, and Virgil hadn't paid attention before. Now, needing to defend against the pseudo-immortal, he wanted to quickly enhance his strength. Without doubt, subterranean demon fire was powerful. He needed to see if he could tame it. Then there was Bowie, whom he had sealed in the world-abandoning tower's 1st level. During this period, he had ignored Bowie because without the senior, he was not a match for him. After breaking through to nascent soul, he hadn't found time to deal with him. Now, he could spare some time to resolve this matter. He planned that if Fuyao sect refused to comply, he would use Bowie to easily crush them. But now it seemed unnecessary. With a mental command, he appeared in the world-abandoning tower's 1st level. Instantly, a powerful attack came from behind, strong enough to instantly slay a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Virgil sneered, unleashing 4 chains that penetrated his body, followed by a slap. Pooh. Next moment, Bowie flew out and crashed heavily into the wall, his face full of shock. What sort of person are you to dare speak loudly before me? Virgil put away the small sword, showing no emotion over having killed Franz at the nascent soul stage with a single wave of his hand. Since refining the 2 drops of royal essence blood, 1 chain could suppress 60% of an opponent's strength at the same cultivation level, while 2 chains could almost completely incapacitate them. Under such circumstances, cultivators of the same level could only flee from him. They were not even worthy to be his opponents. No wonder the senior had said that there was almost no technique in the world that could match the immortal prohibition technique. There was not a hint of exaggeration in that statement. Hearing this, Dennis and the other felt humiliated. Virgil had not only killed their Franz right in front of their sect leader, but had also mocked them openly. It was as if he was deliberately insulting Fuyao sect for having no strong cultivators. But Dennis soon calmed down, keeping his head clear despite his anger. If Virgil could kill Avril Antonia, he could certainly do the same to them. His only hope lay in the 2 great Avrils. Our cultivation levels were suppressed just now, though not as severely as rumored. It only brought us down to mid-nascent soul. The Franzly Noelle who had dispelled the fire dragon earlier spoke after exchanging glances with her companion. She had wanted to attack just then but felt her power being suppressed suddenly. Before she could react, the enemy had already struck. Little Jordan said he could suppress late-stage nascent souls down to late gold core, but now it seems he can only bring them to mid-nascent soul. Perhaps this technique has lost some of its effectiveness, the remaining Franz speculated. Should we make our move? The Franz pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, the relationship between this man and the Zion family is unclear. We should avoid action until the last possible moment. Besides, if he dared to come here, he must have some reliance. He might be luring us into a trap. Fine. Their discussion, which seemed long, actually took only a breath's time before they reached a decision. Addressing Virgil, they said, "You've vented your anger. Can we now sit down and discuss this properly? Your grudge against Fuyao sect is merely a misunderstanding. We are willing to offer compensation for our earlier assault on you." Hearing this, Dennis felt a pang of frustration. One of their Franzes had died, yet instead of seeking revenge, they were willing to compensate the enemy. Compensation? Virgil looked at the two unyielding old men and sneered. "I will stop pursuing matters if you agree to my two conditions. Otherwise, Fuyao sect will cease to exist today." "What are they?" one of the Franzes asked. 1. I want 20 sets of materials to refine the Earth Jan pill. Agreed. After a brief hesitation, one of the Franzes slowly nodded in agreement. "Master, don't." Dennis protested urgently. "A single set of materials for the Earth Jan pill requires at least 1 million spirit stones. 20 sets would need at least 20 million spirit stones, possibly more than all the resources of Fuyao sect combined. Is there any other way? You yourself said he can suppress 2 large stages of cultivation. Who can stand against him now?" The old Noelle glanced at him coldly. She was the former sect leader and Dennis's master, but had retired due to age. Dennis remained silent. "The matter is settled," the Franz continued, turning to Virgil. "It will take us half a month to prepare the medicinal herbs. Please wait for that time." Haley days, Virgil's gaze was cold. The stronger and more confident he appeared, the more cautious they would become toward him. He could not let anyone know that the senior was no longer inside him. "Fine," the Franz gritted his teeth. Virgil added, "Second, I need to use Fuyao sect's teleportation array to reach the Endless Sea." Agreed. These demands would cost a fortune, but compared to the survival of Fuyao sect, they were negligible. If everything isn't ready by the 7th day, Fuyao sect will no longer exist. Don't even think about escaping. I'll be watching nearby. With that, Virgil grabbed Darby's waist and vanished immediately after delivering his ominous warning. Haley days. The Franz sighed, seeing Dennis's dejected expression, impatiently kicking him in the rear. He said, "Isn't this all your fault as sect leader? What are you standing around for? Get people to prepare the 20 sets of materials for the Earth Jan pill. Do you expect me and your master to do it ourselves?" "I'll get people to prepare immediately," Dennis replied submissively. The old Noelle added, "Also, ensure the disciples and Franzes are reassured. Do not let morale wane. I have shielded them from the conversation just now. I know what to do." On the other side, after parting ways with Fuyao sect, Virgil flew toward the direction of the Haley sect, Darby beside him. Her gaze was filled with complex emotions. With his growing power, even late-stage nascent souls from ancient sects had to yield to him. The gap between them was widening, and she found herself unable to catch up. Amidst her melancholy, they quickly returned to the courtyard of the Haley sect. Landing, Virgil headed straight for the room. The problem of reaching the Endless Sea had been solved, and these 7 days would be perfect for handling some pending issues. First, the Earth Vein Fiery Demon Fire. The senior had mentioned placing it on the 4th level. Initially, he had not cared about it, but now, wary of the false immortal, he needed to boost his strength. Capturing the powerful fiend fire could help significantly. Additionally, there was Bowie, whom he had placed inside the Forgotten Tower. For a long time, he had ignored the dev due to the senior's absence and his own cultivation breakthrough. His consciousness moving, he appeared in the 1st floor of the Forgotten Tower, only to face an immediate attack. Its overwhelming power was enough to instantly obliterate a mid-nascent soul. Virgil smirked coldly, unleashing 4 chains into the attacker's body before striking with a palm. Pooh. Next moment, Bowie was sent flying, smashing violently into the walls, his face filled with shock. Chapter 247, Departure from Qing. Virgil looked at his opponent. After half a year had passed in the Relic Tower, where time flowed 10 times faster, this dev had long since fully recovered from his injuries. How did you become so strong?" Bowie's face was full of fear as he stared at him in disbelief. He could sense that his own cultivation was only suppressed to the level just after breaking through to middle nascent soul. Yet in just a few years, this guy had changed completely. His strength was outrageous. The attack just now was almost as powerful as that of a late nascent soul cultivator. "If it weren't for this magic robe on me, I'd probably be in mortal danger right now. Because I'm not as useless as you," Virgil said coldly and charged at him. "Arrogant. Even if you've broken through to middle nascent soul, as long as you don't suppress me by a major realm, I can still kill you like butchering a dog." Bowie's face was twisted with rage. "Is that all you got, old fool?" 15 minutes later, Virgil grabbed Bowie, who was now like a dead dog. Now, he could use 4 chains. As long as it wasn't a transformation realm expert, he was basically fearless. Dealing with this old fool was naturally no problem at all. "Why aren't you talking now?" Virgil looked down at him with contempt. Initially, they had no grudges. It was these large forces who relied on their strength to try to kill him and take his treasures. After being killed by him in retaliation, these old fools one by one jumped out to avenge their descendants, attempting to assassinate him. Falling into his hands, he certainly wouldn't show mercy. He was neither a good person nor an evil person. He would repay kindness and revenge must be taken. Hearing these mocking words, Bowie spat out a mouthful of blood again. He was now in a state of near death, gasping for breath more than exhaling, utterly listless. Virgil didn't care if he lived or died. He stripped off the clothes on his body, then threw him on the ground and began to examine the robe. The robe was black, made of unknown material, very soft. Inside the robe, faint lines were imprinted, similar to array patterns, but directly engraved on the garment. "Intermediate nascent treasure, capable of withstanding a middle nascent soul attack. It's mine from now on." Virgil put it on without hesitation. He had coveted it before and wasn't shy now. Next, he picked up the dev's storage bag, erased its imprint with his divine sense, and put it away. Surprisingly, there were no elixirs or herbs inside. Only 3 million spirit stones. "Poor dog," Virgil sneered. Bowie, hearing this, coughed violently again. These days, he had used all the elixirs and spirit stones to restore his cultivation, leaving nothing inside. Soul search. Virgil didn't waste any more words. His hand grabbed the dev's head, and a suction force came from it. Soon, the other person's memories flashed through his mind, from Dominic to middle age, then old age. Virgil silently organized the useful information. This man had lived for over 900 years. His experiences were unparalleled, allowing Virgil to gain a lot of knowledge about cultivation after the soul search, bringing clarity to many things. A moment later, Virgil finished the soul search, crushed his throat with force, shattered the escaping nascent soul with a palm strike, then moved his divine sense to appear on the 4th floor of the relic tower. Upon entering here, he felt like he had entered the depths of magma, his skin burning, hair extremely dry. Even though he was now at middle nascent soul, he still felt unbearable heat. Not bad, Earth Pulse Demon Fire. Virgil looked at the black flame in the middle, inwardly surprised. Earth Pulse Demon Fire was a type of flame sought after by all the powerhouses of the 8 Desolates. There were 12 types of it. In Bowie's memory, this fire was named Black Demon Flame, ranking 7th among the 12 Earth Pulse Demon Fires. Its temperature was so high that even a transformation realm powerhouse could instantly turn to ashes. Virgil's magic power formed a barrier around him to protect his body. Looking at the black flame ahead, he frowned and didn't get closer. Even with his current strength, he sensed a deadly threat from this flame. Trying to tame and assimilate it might be unrealistic. I wonder how the ancestor of the Qing sect subdued it back then. He seemed to be only at peak nascent soul, Virgil murmured. With his improved insight, he knew even peak nascent soul cultivators would surely die if they touched this flame. Not to mention, he was only at middle nascent soul now. Taming this flame was simply a dream. Maybe I'll have to wait until peak nascent soul, with the aid of the immortal restriction technique, to give it another try. Ultimately, Virgil only stayed on the 4th floor for a few seconds before regretfully leaving and going to the 3rd floor to cultivate. Now, his life was centered solely around cultivation. During this time, he also asked Darby to buy some materials for the Earthjan pill, but whether it was the pill itself or the ingredients for it, none were available. Virgil had to give up helplessly. Time flew by, 7 days gone. Virgil brought Darby to Fuyao sect once again. My lord, the Grand Admiral instructed me to bring you to the Grand Hall. Dennis had been waiting and led Virgil toward the underground palace where the teleportation array was carved. Walking through Fuyao sect, the disciples and Franzes they encountered showed looks of fear when they saw Virgil. Virgil ignored them. Soon, they arrived at an underground palace. It seemed that both Alfdom and Fuyao sect liked to place their teleportation arrays in underground palaces, for reasons unknown. Inside the underground palace, 2 figures were already waiting. The ingredients for 20 Earthjan pills are ready. Confirm, Dao friend, the Franzly late nascent soul Noelle said, waving her hand. A storage bag automatically flew into his hand. Good. Virgil inspected it with divine sense and nodded, looking at the circular platform ahead. Around this platform, countless strange array patterns floated, numbering in the tens of thousands, intricate and mysterious. Darby followed beside him, muttering, formation level array. She herself was an array master and could feel the power from the array. This array was set up by our sect's ancestors. It can teleport to Endless Sea and Northern Plain, preventing disaster if our sect ever faced a catastrophe. Please step up. The late nascent soul Franz stroked his beard, speaking with pride. Virgil glanced at him, then in a flash appeared on the platform, Darby following closely behind. Once they stood on it, the Franz waved his hand, tossing millions of spirit stones into the slots around the array. The next moment, white light illuminated around them, gradually enveloping them. Maureen, I'm heading to a distant place, Virgil whispered inwardly. Leaving the Great Qing, he felt no reluctance, only suppression. Too many events had happened here, destined to be unforgettable for his lifetime. Thinking back to when he first came to the Great Qing, he was merely a lowly creature not even at Golden Core stage, needing senior cultivators help to challenge nascent soul cultivators. Now he could match an entire sect alone. Nascent soul cultivators were like ants in his eyes, and former enemies had turned into graves, unable to do anything but watch as he advanced unimpeded. But the 2 most important people were not by his side. Light gradually brightened, engulfing their bodies. In the next moment, both vanished from the platform. Chapter 248, The Earth Spirit Bone. The white waves crashed against the rocks, revealing an endless expanse of ocean. Under a uniform sky and sea, several giant birds, as large as humans, swooped down from low altitudes to catch fish and shrimp in their beaks before swallowing them whole. Suddenly, a colossal white shark, hundreds of zhang in length, leaped out of the water. The few birds that had just been diving were too late to escape and were swallowed in one gulp. Plop. When the massive shark returned to the sea, everything resumed its calm, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky, surveying the surroundings. It was a man in a black robe, his black hair casually draped over his shoulders. His face was cold and stern, his gaze piercing enough to make anyone hesitate to approach. Is this the Endless Sea? Virgil withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath, releasing Darby from the Legacy Tower. The teleportation array wasn't an instant blink of an eye. It involved traveling through a long period of darkness, like a spatial tunnel. Such a distant space transfer was very demanding on the body. Even with his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, he felt some discomfort. Is this the Endless Sea? Darby, still unsure why they were here, asked with a puzzled look in her eyes. Virgil hummed in response, sending out his divine sense, but found no nearby islands. He didn't linger but continued flying in one direction with Darby, planning to find an island to inquire about the ancient ruins. Why did you come to the Endless Sea? As they flew above the blue ocean, hearing nothing but the sound of rushing water, Darby hesitantly asked. There's a relic here where someone reportedly obtained a miraculous medicine capable of boosting a cultivator's strength by 100-fold. I plan to try my luck, Virgil replied nonchalantly, his divine sense continuously monitoring the surroundings. Beneath the water's surface, a creature hundreds of zhang in length followed them, deliberating whether to attack. This was a peak golden core fish beast, comparable in size to a whale but with sharp teeth and fins, moving silently through the water. Suddenly, it sensed a terrifying presence and quickly turned to dive into deeper waters. The chill in Virgil's eyes dissipated as he spotted a massive building-like ship sailing ahead, stretching thousands of zhang long. Let's go ask for directions. Finally seeing signs of life, he moved forward, leading Darby towards the ship. The 1,000-zhang-long ship sailed on the tranquil sea. Around the ship glowed a barrier that served two purposes, protecting against attacks and concealing the presence of the people aboard to avoid attracting sea beasts. After all, apart from demonic cultivators, sea beasts were most abundant in the endless sea. These beasts often attacked human cultivators, even killing those at the nascent soul stage. Boom! A terrifying fireball suddenly shot from afar, striking the barrier with a tremendous explosion. Who is it? This dev is from the Arlan family of the Donghua Island. An enraged voice called out from within the ship. A red-robed Franz appeared on deck, accompanied by 7 or 8 golden core cultivators. The red-robed Franz himself was a peak golden core cultivator and served in nascent soul power. With such status, even in the chaotic endless sea where killings and robberies were common, reporting his name usually made others retreat. But unexpectedly, after mentioning the Arlan family, he only received a mocking laugh. The Arlan family? That's exactly who we're looking for. As he spoke, a burly man suddenly appeared before them, holding a small mountain in his hands. With his magic power, the small mountain rapidly grew to thousands of zhang in size, smashing heavily onto the ship. Boom! The massive ship instantly began to sway dangerously on the water. You are Bandit West Sex Axel Laogwai. How have we offended you? The red-robed Franz's face paled as he recognized the mountain. Bandit West Sect was infamous for its brutal practices, making even the endless sea seem tame by comparison. Axel Xingfeng, a nascent soul Franz, was one of the leaders of the sect. Humph! Offended? Your Arlan family stole my earth spirit bone. The burly man sneered, lifting the mountain again to strike the barrier below. The red-robed Franz's heart raced but fortunately, the barrier held. Humph! Let's see how many hits you can take. The man laughed, pouring more magic power into the mountain. The earth spirit bone was discovered by our family. A beautiful Sylvia slowly walked onto the deck. She was stunning, with skin as white as winter snow, wearing a light yellow coat, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears. Though seemingly frail, she faced the nascent soul Franz without fear. Your ancestor stole it, so you must give it back, the burly man sneered, slamming the mountain into the barrier again. Crack! The barrier shattered into countless fine cracks before finally collapsing. Protect Miss Run now, the rest of you come with me. The red-robed Franz, eyes bloodshot, led others toward the burly man. But with just a stomp, the burly man turned everyone into blood mist. Little Sylvia, it's just you now, cartered over the earth spirit bone, and I'll give you a quick death, he sneered at the young lady. Her face pale, she looked at the dead around her, heartbroken. She said, my father and brother will not let you off. Humph, what can your Arlan family do to me? Just as he was about to act, a calm voice came from behind. It seems we've arrived at an inconvenient time. What? Who's there? The burly man, startled by the sudden voice and lack of detectable magical fluctuations, realized he was vastly outmatched. He turned around to see a couple standing not far away. The Noel exuded a nascent soul aura, while the man's aura was concealed. Who are you? The burly man tightly stared at them, feeling a chilling sensation from the man. Just passing travelers, Virgil glanced at the young lady indifferently. The Sylvia, however, saw a glimmer of hope. Please save me, Avril. I will give you the earth spirit bone. It enhances the physical strength of body-refining cultivators. Enhances physical strength? Virgil's interest peaked, refocusing on her. Initially, he only wanted to ask for directions, but now, it seemed he might have an unexpected reward. I am the 5th leader of the Bandit West sect. I advise you not to meddle, the burly man warned. Hashtag chapter 249, Outer Sea. I am the 5th leader of the Zaishibang. I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. The Noel's heart sank abruptly. Are you threatening me? Do you know what irritates me most? People who threaten me. Virgil's eyes turned cold as he gazed at the man and waved his hand. Suddenly, the Noel felt an overwhelming sense of imminent death. Without hesitation, he immediately turned and fled into the distance. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, his body involuntarily flew back towards Virgil. I'm the 5th leader of the Zaishibang. Our chief is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. You'll regret it if you kill me. Humph, Zaishibang? Sounds like nothing good. Darby rolled her eyes. Virgil remained silent, grabbing the man by the head and began searching his soul. A short while later, he opened his eyes and turned the dazed man into a mist of blood. He then organized the information he had obtained, pondering aloud. Outer Sea, Zaishibang. This person was named Axelfeng and was the 5th leader of the Zaishibang, a demonic force known for its ruthlessness. The Zaishibang was highly notorious in the Outer Sea, boasting a peak nascent soul cultivator within their ranks, making them virtually untouchable. Virgil's eyes flickered. A peak nascent soul cultivator meant someone with over 900 Jav mana. Even with his divine prohibition, he wasn't certain he could defeat such a formidable opponent, but he was certainly not afraid. Putting that thought aside, he continued to sift through the man's remaining memories. According to those memories, the Endless Sea consisted of countless islands divided into the Inner Sea and Outer Sea. Among these, the Outer Sea alone boasted several million islands. The strongest powers belonged to 10 major factions, each having a transformation realm cultivator. Axelfeng had come here to seize the Earth Spirit Bone from the young lady to present it to a body cultivator among the top 10 forces in the Outer Sea. The Inner Sea, on the other hand, contained relatively fewer islands, only hundreds of thousands. but they were far more powerful, with 8 dominant forces all reaching the peak of the transformation realm. There were also many transformation realm demon cultivators. Virgil's gaze flickered again as he delved deeper. Soon enough, he found the clue he was looking for. Half a month ago, a vortex appeared in a part of the outer sea. That day, a nearby cultivator mistakenly entered it and managed to escape, bringing out a fruit that could instantly increase one's mana by 100 jia. The news spread like wildfire. Speculations arose that it might be the relic of a pseudo-immortal cultivator, but soon after, the vortex closed. Some experts deduced that it would reopen around mid-month. This mid-month, it's 7 days away. Virgil's eyes sparkled as he learned the name of the sea region from Axelfang's memories, Grand Sea. On the deck of the ship, the young Sylvia looked pale. Watching a nascent soul cultivator die so easily before her very eyes was profoundly shocking. However, she quickly regained her composure, though her true feelings remained hidden. She bowed respectfully to Virgil. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Not bad looking. Should we take her as a concubine, or kill her?" Darby asked indifferently about human lives. Hearing this, the Sylvia paled again, lifting her face pleadingly toward Virgil, appearing utterly pitiful. Her striking beauty only enhanced the appeal, making any man feel sympathetic. But Virgil's eyes remained cold. From Axelfang's memories, he knew the Sylvia was the daughter of a nascent soul sect. "Give me the earth spirit bone you mentioned," he said. This item could benefit body cultivators beyond the Jade Life Realm. With his current body at the intermediate Silver Bone stage, he wondered if it could help him break through to the Jade Life Realm. As soon as the Sylvia presented the object, a 3-inch-long, lotus-like item, he felt a surge of longing from his physical body. This item. His eyes lit up as the earth spirit bone flew into his hand. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner desire, and glanced at the Sylvia. "Senior can keep it." The Sylvia was intelligent enough to see Virgil's interest and smiled politely. Virgil nodded, storing the item in his storage bag. "What's your name?" "My name is Layla, as in at dawn because mother gave birth to me at dawn." The Sylvia replied demurely. "Layla." Virgil paused, just as 2 figures, a Dominic and a middle-aged man, rushed over from afar, both radiating nascent soul energy. "Harold, Big Elio." The Sylvia's eyes lit up upon seeing them. "Release my sister." The Dominic shouted urgently, speeding forward using some forbidden technique and appeared before the Sylvia, slapping towards Virgil. "Big Elio, no?" The Sylvia's face changed in alarm. She had witnessed Virgil effortlessly killing a nascent soul cultivator earlier and feared for her brother's safety. Looking for death. Darby's eyes turned cold, her ancient zither floating in front of her. But Virgil stopped her. "No need." Virgil's gaze remained calm. He raised his hand, and a barrier formed in front of him, stopping the Dominic's palm a few feet away. The Dominic immediately realized the presence of a terrifying expert and retreated swiftly to stand beside the Sylvia, eyeing Virgil cautiously. "Who are you people?" "Elio, they are?" The Sylvia hesitated, but then a derisive laugh interrupted her. "You treat your savior like this?" Embarrassed, the Sylvia blushed and hung her head. "What do you mean, savior?" The Dominic turned to his sister, sensing something was off. "Teresa, are you all right?" At this point, the middle-aged man joined them, concern evident in his eyes. "Harold, I'm fine. This senior saved me. Earlier, Axelfang from the Zaishi Bang wanted the Earth Spirit Bone and killed Uncle Arlen and others. This senior happened to pass by, killed Axelfang, and saved me. Yet Big Elio tried to attack him." She cast a reproachful glance at the Dominic. "Killed Axelfang." Upon hearing this, both the middle-aged man and the Dominic exchanged glances, visibly shocked. They knew Axelfang well. He was a genuine veteran nascent soul cultivator whom even their son couldn't match. Yet this person had slain him. Chapter 250. Less than 200 years. "Thank you, Taoist friend, for saving my daughter." The middle-aged man clasped his fists in salute, suppressing the shock within him. "Don't mention it. I saved her merely for the Earth Spirit Bone." Virgil shook his head. "Earth Spirit Bone?" The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, his expression changing subtly. "Did Teresa already give you the Earth Spirit Bone?" Upon hearing this, the young man beside him felt a jolt in his heart and glanced at his younger sister with a questioning look. "Yes, Senior saved me, so I gave him the Earth Spirit Bone as gratitude," Layla nodded. Upon confirmation, the young man's face turned exceptionally grim. The middle-aged man also sighed. Seeing her father and brother like this, Layla was immediately puzzled. "What's wrong with you two?" Without replying to her, the young man looked at Virgil and clasped his fists in salute. "Can Taoist friend return the Earth Spirit Bone? My family is willing to offer something else to repay you for saving my sister." "Elio, what are you doing? I promised this item to Senior. Now trying to take it back, isn't that breaking your word?" Seeing her brother trying to reclaim what she had given, Layla glared at him. The young man explained, "We can offer something else in return. I don't care. I have already promised this Senior the Earth Spirit Bone. I cannot go back on my word. Is my life not worth this item?" Layla grew angrier. "Teresa, don't make a scene. I am only doing this because I have no choice." The young man sighed, then looked at Virgil pleadingly. "This Earth Spirit Bone is of great importance to our family. Please grant us this favor." "Sorry, it is also very useful to me, and I cannot return it. If there's nothing else, I shall be taking my leave now." Virgil shook his head and prepared to leave with Darby. "Wait." The young man still didn't give up, blocking their path. "My family is willing to trade 10 Earth Jan pills for it." "No." Virgil shook his head again. He had been looking for an opportunity to enhance his physical body. Earth Jan pills could be obtained elsewhere, but missing this chance for the Earth Spirit Bone would mean losing the opportunity forever. "Crosby, come back. Since Teresa has already promised this item to the Taoist friend, let it be." The middle-aged man, who had been silent, looked at Virgil with a gleam in his eyes as if confirming something, then called back the young man. "But we've already promised Skyspan Island to hand over the Earth Spirit Bone. How do we explain this to them?" The young man turned around, confused. Skyspan Island. Virgil's mind flashed as he recalled the sect from Axelfang's memories. It was one of the top 10 forces in the Outer Sea, led not by a core formation cultivator, but one of the 2 body cultivators above Jade Destiny Realm in the entire Outer Sea. Let it be. This matter is decided. The Earth Spirit Bone belongs to this Taoist friend. As for Skyspan Island, I will think of a way. The middle-aged man did not elaborate further, bowing to Virgil. My son has offended you. Please forgive him. If you're not too busy, please come visit our family. That's unnecessary. I have some business to attend to. Virgil politely declined, knowing the time left until the ruins opened was limited, and he needed to hurry. Take your leave then, Taoist friend. The middle-aged man did not insist further, merely nodding in farewell. Farewell. Virgil nodded, holding Darby's waist, disappearing from the spot. Why did you stop me from getting the Earth Spirit Bone back? After they left, the young man turned to his father, puzzled. The middle-aged man looked at him and explained, this person is not ordinary. There's no need to offend him over this matter. The young man was taken aback by the response, unsure of what to say. Seeing his dissatisfaction, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and asked, Crosby, how long did it take you to reach early nascent soul? About 400 years, the young man replied honestly. Do you know his bone age? How much? Even Layla couldn't help but be curious, her eyes filled with intrigue. Less than 200 years, and he's already at middle nascent soul. Sigh. Upon hearing this news, the young man gasped in disbelief. Even among the top 10 talents of the Outer Sea, reaching nascent soul takes about 300 years. Even Maximfeng, ranked first, took 250 years to break through to nascent soul. This person is terrifying indeed. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? If he truly possesses such talent, why have I never heard of him before? He might have come from the inner sea, the middle-aged man speculated. In that case, isn't his age similar to mine? Layla, overhearing this, wasn't as shocked as her brother. Instead, she felt a strange joy. Having cultivated for over 200 years, she had assumed this person was an ancient monster with centuries of cultivation. To find out he was almost her age, especially after he saved her, made her feel closer to him. Aren't you interested in him now? The middle-aged man chuckled, teasing her while patting her head. Dad, what are you saying? The Sylvia blushed, as if she had drunk wine. Ha ha, my daughter has grown up. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on the sea, a bronze chariot flew swiftly through the air. Inside the carriage, Virgil was organizing Axelfang's memories, pinching the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. Noticing his frown, Darby softly asked, What's troubling you? The ruins are far away, even for a middle nascent soul cultivator. It takes more than half a month to reach. But the ruins open in only 7 days? Virgil exhaled, voicing his concerns. Darby pondered and said, I have an idea, but we'll need spatial stones. Spatial stones? What are those? Virgil was baffled, hearing about them for the first time. They're used to set up teleportation arrays. With them, we can set up a teleportation array. If we have enough spatial stones, we should be able to reach the area within 7 days. How do we get these spatial stones? Virgil's eyes lit up. Usually, larger cultivation shops sell them. Then let's head to the nearest island and acquire some spatial stones. Virgil had a plan. Releasing his divine sense, he steered the bronze chariot towards the nearest island. Night had fallen, and a new moon rose slowly above the horizon. What a beautiful sight. Outside the carriage, the gentle breeze rippled across the glittering sea surface. Occasionally, fish leaped out of the water, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Darby sat with her legs hugged, enjoying the sea breeze and gazing at the moon rising from the sea. It was her first time witnessing such a stunning scene. Virgil sensed this moment and quietly retracted his divine sense without disturbing her, sighing inwardly. Are spatial stones so hard to obtain? Chapter 251. Post-apocalyptic Island, Spatial Maximus. Virgil sighed. During the day, he and Darby had visited several islands in succession, but failed to find the so-called spatial stone. He couldn't tell if it was because the spatial stones were too rare, or if those islands were just too barren. We can only try our luck on larger islands, Virgil said helplessly. After taking a sip of wine, his gaze turned to the window. The liquor was warm. It was the flask Lian had given him initially. According to Axelfang's memory, larger islands generally had trading venues like Luli Pavilion, so for the next stop, he planned to head to those bigger islands. Taking another sip of wine, Virgil stared out the window, somewhat absent-minded. Before him, an image of a Noelle in green appeared again, gazing at him gently, and he looked back at her. If Darby were here, she would notice that Virgil's eyes were filled with complex emotions, self-reproach, sorrow, longing, determination, all mixed together. After a while, Virgil shook his head, suppressing his feelings, and his face regained its indifferent expression. He then took out the Earth Spirit Bone from his storage bag. The yearning from his body surged up again. Virgil glanced at it briefly before putting it away. He still needed to drive the carriage and couldn't enter the isolated world tower, or he would have tried to refine the Earth Spirit Bone to see how far he could advance. There were also 20 sets of medicinal ingredients for the Earth Jan pills, which could potentially yield 70 to 80 pills. If refined and absorbed, there might be a chance to break through to the late-stage Yuaning realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't spare the time, and he wasn't in a rush either. A few hours later, as dawn broke and the sun rose, an island appeared ahead. Virgil opened his eyes, his body swayed slightly, and he put away the bronze carriage, flying towards the island with Darby. This island was named Post-apocalyptic Island. It covered several thousand miles and was divided into 3 regions, central, northern, and southern. Each region had a main city with almost millions of cultivators. Additionally, there were Yuan-ing cultivators stationed on the island, making it quite famous in the vicinity, though among the Outer Seas islands, it was only mid-ranked. Sir, what would you like to buy? Our shop sells elixirs, spirit herbs, magical artifacts, and more. Arriving at the main city in the north of Post-apocalyptic Island, they entered a cultivation trade hall. A sweet female voice came from behind. A Noelle in revealing attire, showing her white long legs, gave Virgil a flirtatious glance. Foxy vixen. Darby muttered under her breath. Do you have spatial stones? Virgil glanced at her, his lips twitching slightly, and asked the attendant directly. Spatial stones? The attendant was taken aback. You two esteemed guests, please follow me. At this moment, a plump steward overheard their conversation and approached with a smile. I'm the manager here. Please come with me. Virgil didn't say anything and followed him to the 4th floor of the exchange. Here, the crowd was much thinner, almost all being peak golden core cultivators. There were fewer shelves, and many items were protected by formations, making it impossible for even early-stage Yuaning cultivators to seize them forcefully. The chubby steward carefully picked up a black mineral about the size of a palm from one of the shelves. It was irregularly shaped. This is the spatial stone you're looking for, sir. Upon hearing this, Virgil's gaze fell on it. Not recognizing the spatial stone, he looked at Darby for confirmation. Darby examined the black stone in the steward's hand, nodding after a brief glance. It is indeed a spatial stone. What's the price? 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. 1 million. Darby furrowed her brows, coldly laughing. Such quality of spatial stones usually go for around 800,000 spirit stones. Are you trying to rip us off? The steward coughed dryly, realizing these two knew their stuff, and awkwardly replied, You can bargain. I'm open to negotiation. Just 800,000. Take it or leave it. We'll leave otherwise, Darby snorted, not giving him any leeway. All right, 800,000 it is. Let's consider this a gesture of goodwill. The steward feigned helplessness. Virgil didn't argue further. With a wave of his hand, he took out 800,000 spirit stones and handed them over, then collected the spatial stone. Would you like to look at anything else? The chubby steward happily collected the spirit stones, rubbing his hands together and eyeing the two expectantly. No. Virgil shook his head. They walked straight out of the cultivation shop under the manager's watchful eyes. What a rip-off store, trying to deceive us. Darby's humph sounded in his ear. Virgil didn't engage in this topic and asked instead, Is this one piece enough? This piece should suffice for setting up a teleportation array covering 1 million miles. Darby looked at him. 1 million miles. Virgil pondered. This place was roughly 7 million miles from the Grand Sea. So, they would need about 10 pieces like this. Let's check other places. Soon, they toured all the exchanges within the city, only managing to buy a spatial stone a third smaller, costing another 500,000 spirit stones. Virgil wasn't disappointed and continued visiting the other 2 cities with Darby. After checking all 3 cities, Virgil spent roughly 3 million spirit stones, adding the previous piece to a total of 7 spatial stones. These spatial stones can set up 7 teleportation arrays, each covering about 500,000 miles, Darby stated. 500,000 miles. Virgil's eyes sparkled. That's enough. At my flying speed, I can cover 500,000 miles a day. With the help of spatial stones, we should reach the Grand Sea in 7 days. Then let's go find a quiet place to set up the teleportation array, Darby nodded. Virgil didn't speak, wrapping his arm around her waist, and in a flicker, they appeared in a forest outside the city. This place was home to demonic beasts, rarely trodden by the island's cultivators. The demonic beasts felt a terrifying divine sense sweeping over them, causing them to lie flat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Darby focused intently, busy on an empty patch of land. She first threw down spirit stones, and then traced intricate array patterns on the ground. Need any help? Virgil offered. No. Darby didn't look up. When arranging the array, she concentrated entirely, even ignoring the sweat trickling into her eyes. Virgil watched quietly. To be honest, the structure of a teleportation array wasn't overly complicated, but it did take time. After an hour, a mysterious array stood before them. Darby finally wiped the sweat from her brow. Done. Please note that this translation retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while maintaining a fluent and natural tone. Chapter 252, Grand Island. 2 days later, in a certain area of the Endless Sea, 2 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. Fortunately, there was no one around, or it would have certainly startled anyone who saw them. I wonder where we've ended up. One of them, a tall man in a black robe, looked around and pondered slightly. The Endless Sea was vast. Even Axelfoam, or even an expert at the soul transformation stage, couldn't be familiar with every place. Virgil only had a general idea of the location of the Grand Sea, but had never been there himself. Therefore, he could only roughly determine the direction and hope that as long as they didn't go too far off course, they could ask for directions once closer. Haley transmissions might have caused some deviation, but it shouldn't be too off. We should still be about 1 million miles from our destination. Darby's voice spoke near his ear. Virgil steadied his falling body and surveyed the surroundings. Let's find someone to ask and confirm our position. We wouldn't want to get too far off track. The sea made it impossible to pinpoint their exact direction, and he couldn't ascertain his current position. However, there were several islands nearby, so it wouldn't be difficult to figure out. He could simply capture a cultivator and ask. Having decided, Virgil didn't linger any longer. He embraced Darby's slender waist and flew towards one of the islands. After half an hour, the two appeared outside the island. Virgil released his divine sense and sized up the island ahead from the air. This island was named Lan Island, 3,000 miles long, surrounded by towering cliffs. On the island stood a sect called Lan sect, quite renowned in the outer seas. Though not among the top 10 powers of the outer seas, it boasted a late-stage nascent soul cultivator and had close ties with Miaoxin sect, one of the top 10 forces, making it untouchable. Halt. Ahead lies Lan Island, the domain of our sect. Demon cultivators are forbidden entry. Far away, just as Virgil approached the island, 3 figures flew over and blocked him. All 3 were nascent soul cultivators, and all women, 2 of whom looked like matrons. The Noelle in the middle, with an ordinary appearance, was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. She wore plain clothes and a wooden hairpin, her black hair neatly tied back. This man radiates such terrifying killing aura. He must have killed at least 10 nascent soul cultivators, including a late-stage one. Her eyes scanned the duo, focusing on Virgil, revealing deep wariness. She saw behind Virgil what seemed like a sea of blood, with overwhelming blood chi. That was killing aura. Only ruthless demon cultivators carried such a presence. Killing aura was an intangible entity, invisible yet very real. After killing, ordinary people would also accumulate a faint killing aura, hardly noticeable, causing unease when someone approached. But it had little significant impact. Only after numerous killings did the aura grow strong, eventually becoming tangible, influencing the opponent's mind during battle. Virgil had already killed over 10 nascent soul cultivators, many of whom were late-stage experts, accumulating an extremely dense killing aura. This is why a cultivator practicing orthodox techniques immediately recognized him. I'm lost at sea and merely want to inquire about a location. Virgil remained unperturbed by her wariness. What location do you seek? Asked a young Noelle slowly. She was the weakest among the three, appearing to be around 25 years old, though she was likely a few hundred years old. Her beauty was comparable to Darby's, a rare sight indeed. Virgil replied coolly, Grandsea. Grandsea? She gave a strange look. Lately, the discovery of ruins in Grandsea had caused a stir, attracting countless cultivators due to the allure of a medicinal herb that could boost a cultivator's power significantly. She hadn't expected this stranger to be heading there as well. Grandsea is 170,000 miles south of here. Keep flying south until you reach Grand Island, then go west for a few dozen miles. To the south until Grand Island? Thank you. Virgil bowed respectfully without doubting her words. Seeing his courteous manner, the late-stage nascent soul Noelle paused, questioning herself. Did I misinterpret? This man shows no sign of being a demon cultivator. Virgil ignored her doubts and left with Darby, contemplating her reaction. It seemed she didn't recognize him, and given her higher cultivation level, there was no reason for her to react so strongly. Killing aura? He mused, recalling her mentioning the intense killing aura he emitted, which explained her wariness. Shaking off these thoughts, he continued flying south. By nightfall, a lone moon hung above the sea, casting a serene glow. The sea, desolate and lonely, seemed forgotten by the heavens, devoid of islands or ships. Virgil took out a pill to restore his mana, swallowing it. After regaining his strength, he retrieved a flask of wine and drank. With little left, he needed to conserve it or find more somewhere. A journey of 170,000 miles should take about 3 days. The relic site opens in 5 days, plenty of time to arrive. Virgil glanced forward, alone, having sent Darby into the World Isolation Pagoda for cultivation to increase his speed. He was used to solitude, ever since Sister Roberta's death and his decades-long seclusion, accompanied only by belief and loneliness. Wiping the wine from his face, Virgil put away the flask, momentarily lost in thought before disappearing into the sea. Ep2of2 awaited him. He had no time to waste. Grand Island, once an obscure, nameless speck in the outer seas, inhabited only by a single nascent soul cultivator, Grand Island now drew attention due to recent events. Over the past few days, countless cultivators had flocked here, all drawn by the prospect of the relics. Now the island teemed with diverse crowds. Anyone could be a famous nascent soul cultivator, and 6 of the top 10 forces had already arrived, even sending soul transformation experts to investigate the ruins. Truly a chaotic mix. I heard that the soul transformation cultivator from Yaoyan sect predicted the ruins would open at noon tomorrow. Chapter 253, a similar figure. I've heard that the Nirvana realm cultivator from the Miao-yin sect deduced that the ancient ruins will open at noon tomorrow. At that moment, a conversation echoed nearby. Really? Fake news? Of course it's real. Haven't you seen the water spout on the east side of Grand Island? It's nearly filled up to the sky already. I also heard that this ruin was probably constructed by a pseudo-immortal level expert, or even higher. Wow, doesn't that mean many Nirvana realm monsters will come? Will there be any chance for us? Don't worry, Nirvana realm experts can't enter. At most, only nascent soul realm cultivators can go in. Water spout, Nirvana realm cannot enter. Not far away, a man in black robes retracted his divine sense, murmured softly, and then left his spot. He made his way to a hillside on the eastern part of the island, gazing out at the sea. A few thousand miles away from Grand Island, a massive water pillar with a diameter of 100 meters connected the sky and earth, resembling a true dragon hiding in the clouds, drawing water. That seemed to be the location where the ruins were opening. Previously, when the ruins opened, seawater also flowed upward into the sky just like now. Virgil's eyes flickered slightly. After a while, he released Darby from the legacy tower. Is this the place where the ruins are opening? Darby, tucking her hair, curiously looked around. The wind on the hillside was strong, and there were few people around, making it rather quiet. The island has a market and a city. The ruins won't open immediately. If you're too bored, you can go exploring. Virgil nodded and sat cross-legged. Grand Island was known for its orchids, and this hillside was covered with various types. Orchid grass, lily of the valley, and many others. Seeing these orchids, Virgil couldn't help but lose himself for a moment, his gaze lost in the melodious sound of the wind chimes, mixed with the scent of orchids. Are you not going? Darby asked Virgil. She had slept for over a millennium and was awakened to complete a mission, so she really wanted to explore. No. Virgil took out a wine flask, about to take a swig, only to realize it was already empty. He sighed with a hint of helplessness. Come and see, 10,000-year-old 4th-tier spirit medicine. Only 10,000 spirit stones. Passing by, don't miss out. Lower-grade infant treasures for sale. 4th-tier elixirs. This island was roughly the size of Bottomand Island, and recently the island's market had been bustling with numerous visitors, selling magical artifacts, elixirs, spirit herbs, and all sorts of strange items. Darby, having not participated in such activities for a long time, was enthusiastic as she strolled along, holding Virgil's arm despite him trying several times to shake her off. Suddenly, Virgil stopped at a stall. The stall owner was a Foundation establishment cultivator selling homemade liquor instead of elixirs or artifacts. Sir, would you like some? This is called orchid wine, brewed from the morning dew of the island's orchids and flower petals. Only 10 spirit stones for a jar, the vendor eagerly promoted upon seeing Virgil stop. He was a native cultivator on the island, lacking support from a sect or family, so he made a living here, earning cultivation resources. However, since his wine didn't enhance cultivation, sales weren't great. Orchid wine. Fill up this flask for me. Virgil threw the empty flask to the vendor. Sure thing, please wait a moment. Seeing a customer finally coming in, the vendor smiled broadly and quickly handed back the filled flask. Virgil took a sip, smacked his lips. He didn't know much about wine but noticed the subtle orchid flavor. It tasted good enough. Given the reasonable price, he waved his hand and paid 10,000 spirit stones to buy all the wine on the stall. After purchasing the wine, Virgil didn't rush to leave the market. Since he was already there, he figured he might as well stroll around. His senior sister Roberta once told him to get more sunlight and walk more. Though he didn't understand why, he followed her advice. People bustled in the market, trading all sorts of bizarre items. Hawkers never ceased shouting their wares. Darby bought some small trinkets, not magical tools, just ordinary earrings and other accessories. She wore them, stood in front of him, and smiled, asking, "Do they look nice?" Darby bought some small trinkets, not magical tools, just ordinary earrings and other accessories. She wore them, stood in front of him, and smiled, asking, "Do they look nice?" Not bad. Virgil's eyes lingered on her for a second. She naturally possessed a beauty that could bewitch anyone, looking lovely in anything, but he was too lazy to compliment her. Humph. Darby scoffed, "You're blind." Virgil ignored her bickering, and his gaze casually fell forward when his heart suddenly raced. Under a willow tree not far ahead, stood a Noelle in green robes. Since she faced away from him, he only saw her back view, yet it felt incredibly familiar, blending into his memories. "Sister Roberta," Virgil murmured, excitement and disbelief flooding his heart. What happened? Darby noticed something unusual and turned her gaze. By then, the green-robed figure had disappeared into the crowd. Without replying, Virgil rushed forward, but the market was crowded. By the time he reached the spot, the figure was already gone. Frowning, Virgil released his divine sense, yet found no trace of her, as if she had never appeared. Was I hallucinating? Retracting his divine sense, Virgil felt disheartened. If his divine sense couldn't detect her, it implied she instantly left beyond his detection range, which was highly improbable unless her cultivation exceeded his by a major realm. Thus, the only explanation was a hallucination. What happened? Darby caught up, watching him worriedly. Nothing, Virgil muttered softly. Darby suspected something significant had occurred, but he wasn't telling her. Annoyed, she asked, "Why hide it from me?" "Nothing serious." Virgil walked out of the market without looking back, sighing inwardly. His silhouette seemed somewhat lonely. Darby caught up again, pouting, "Fine, keep your secrets. You're the master, after all." Master. Virgil paused, looking at her with a distant expression. It had been a long time since he heard that title. Initially, their relationship was merely that of master and servant. Later on, as they traveled together and grew closer, fearing for her safety, he removed her slave mark voluntarily. Just then, a voice rang out from afar. "Quick, look over there." What's happening? Are the ruins opening? This translation aims to retain the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring a fluent and natural English version while preserving the storyline's coherence. Chapter 254, Tsunami. Quick, look over there. What's happening? Is the ruin about to open? Hearing the voices, the cultivators in the market town curiously looked up toward the east of Grand Island and gasped. Suddenly, a massive dark cloud appeared over the formerly calm sea, blocking out the sky. Then, the water pillar connecting heaven and earth began to spin rapidly. The surging seawater formed layers upon layers of waves as high as hundreds of buildings, hurtling towards the area at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the waves were already outside Grand Island, seemingly intent on engulfing the lone island. Heavens! It's a tsunami run. The cultivators on the island only now realized the danger, their faces drastically changing as they used their magic to flee far away. Chaos erupted around them. Virgil, however, remained composed, grabbing Darby with his right hand and instantly retreating several thousand feet away. He then gazed back towards where Grand Island had been. "Help! Save me!" The once standing island was now submerged by the seawater, leaving debris from countless buildings scattered across the surface, a scene of complete devastation. Cultivators who failed to escape in time were crushed by the enormous waves against the structures, their bones shattered and forever lost in the ocean depths. Others barely managed to emerge from the water before being swallowed again by the next wave, carried off to unknown destinations. Virgil watched silently, sighing as he surveyed the area. Several survivors, roughly 40 to 50 nascent soul cultivators, stood nearby. They clustered together or stood separately. Among them were 10 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, a few exuding powerful auras, indicating they were peak nascent soul grand cultivators. But what caught Virgil's attention most was a middle-aged man with a towering frame standing not far away, flanked by several figures. No one dared provoke him. "Transcendent spirit," Virgil murmured. "Look over there." Darby whispered softly. Virgil retracted his gaze, following her voice. After the water column connecting heaven and earth spun, a massive hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Inside it, darkness prevailed, faint sounds of clashing weapons could be heard, and vague figures were seen battling within the abyss. "The ruin has opened. Charge. I'm coming for the divine medicine that can enhance my 100 armors technique." About a dozen nascent soul cultivators, eyes gleaming with excitement, flew toward the hole in the sky. "Do we go?" Darby asked, seeking guidance through her gaze. Virgil glanced at the direction of the transcendent spirit cultivator and noticed that neither he nor anyone near him made any move, arousing suspicion. Don't rush, let's wait and see the situation first. Darby naturally followed his advice, standing quietly and waiting. Soon, the nascent soul cultivators who charged ahead hovered above the sea, rushing towards the sky's hole. These people might be in trouble, Virgil thought grimly, sensing a foreboding premonition. Sure enough, moments later, the seawater began to flow backward, and the water column connecting heaven and earth suddenly exerted a massive suction force, pulling the charging nascent soul cultivators into it. After a brief scream, they never resurfaced. A chill ran through the crowd witnessing this. Nearly 1/3 of the nascent soul cultivators vanished, leaving only about 40 remaining. No one knew the fate of those sucked into the vortex, but survival seemed unlikely. They seem unable to use instantaneous teleportation, Virgil muttered, noticing something. Someone nearby, an experienced cultivator, chuckled coldly. Those fools didn't realize that the space within the ruins is chaotic, making instantaneous teleportation impossible. They deserve to die. Chaotic space. Virgil mused, his eyes narrowing as he observed the water column and the sky. It became clear that the ruin was more dangerous than he initially thought. Before even entering, over a dozen nascent soul cultivators had already perished, a perilous situation indeed. Once inside the ruins, you should stay inside the Tower of Legacy. Don't venture deeper, he said, turning to Darby. Why? She frowned. This ruin is extremely dangerous. Your cultivation level is too low. This is for your safety, Virgil reasoned. Darby fell silent for a moment, then replied, Relax, I don't need your protection. I didn't mean it like that, Virgil sighed. You don't have to persuade me. Today, I want to see how dangerous it really is, Darby insisted, almost defiantly. Seeing her determination, Virgil sighed again, saying no more as he sat cross-legged in midair, unsure when exactly the ruins would fully open and deciding to patiently wait. During this period, more people arrived, increasing the number of nascent soul cultivators present to over 70 and still counting. A black-robed Franz's arrival caused quite a stir. It's the leader of Zhe Gang. All eyes turned to the black-robed Franz, revealing wary expressions. Zhe Gang was infamous in the outer seas, and even a few late-stage nascent soul cultivators glanced over, their gazes shifting. However, the Franz's expression was somber. A few days ago, his sworn brother, who went to plunder the spirit bones, met his demise outside. He suspected the Arlen family was responsible, but dared not offend Suspended Isle, and thus had to swallow the loss silently. Leader of Zhe Gang, interesting, Virgil's eyes narrowed, recognizing the Franz as a grand cultivator, exuding a vast aura. For others accompanied him, all nascent soul cultivators, 2 early stage and 2 mid-stage. Palamaints later, another arrival caused another stir. It's Antarctic Devil Averil. I didn't expect him to come. Even Cloud Crane Venerable, who vanished for centuries, has returned. Isn't it rumored he achieved transcendent spirit? Within a short time, many renowned figures from the outer seas gathered here, including experts from several major powers. 9 out of the top 10 forces were represented, though only 1 transcendent spirit cultivator remained present. Hee, so many people here. Just as everyone chatted, a sultry, bone-melting voice echoed from afar, causing tingles down spines. Upon hearing this voice, Virgil felt a sudden surge of agitation, quickly activating both the soul incantation and the supreme immortal cannon to suppress it. He turned his gaze towards a voluptuous Noelle in a black dress, her face that of a national beauty, now observing her coldly. Nearby nascent soul cultivators, like Virgil had moments ago, felt an intense desire welling up within them, wanting to pounce and ravage the mysterious figure before them. Chapter 255, Visitor from the Inner Sea. Even those in the late nascent soul stage felt their eyes burning with desire, and upon realizing this, they were slightly alarmed. They quickly warned, be careful, it's a charm spell. Joyful Demon Sect. The cultivators from the 10 major forces of the outer sea looked at the Noelle with demonic beauty, their eyes filled with wariness. The only possible explanation for them all displaying such expressions was that the newcomer's status was more esteemed than theirs. From the Inner Sea. At this moment, all the nascent soul cultivators had already suppressed their lustful desires and looked at the newcomer with extreme caution. Interesting. The black-dressed Noelle scanned the surroundings with her gaze, which finally rested on Virgil, walking straight toward him. Seeing her approach, Virgil furrowed his brow but remained still. Who is he? All the nascent soul cultivators were puzzled why she was approaching a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, looking at each other in confusion. Not bad, young master. You didn't succumb to my influence. The black-dressed Noelle stopped in front of him, bending down slightly, her chest almost bursting out of her dress, nearly touching his face. Virgil's gaze was cold. Pure luck. So modest. The black-dressed Noelle smiled, licked her finger, then turned her gaze toward the distant pillar and hole. Just then, a voice came, somewhat gloomy and uncomfortable to listen to. Althea, you're quite fast. As the words faded, a figure enveloped in black mist appeared out of thin air. This was a man with deathly pale skin, exuding an aura even stronger than that of ordinary great cultivators. Kate isn't slow either. It took you no less than half a month to come from your spirit sect? Althea giggled. Spirit sect. This person also comes from the Inner Sea. The crowd whispered among themselves, recognizing the newcomer. Cade neither confirmed nor denied it, scanning the surroundings before saying, why are there so many ants here, trying to vie for opportunities? Should we unite to drive away those waste below late-stage nascent souls? That's a good idea. Not far off, a man sitting cross-legged in the air with a long sword smiled. He was from one of the 10 major forces of the Outer Sea, the swordsmanship sect, exuding waves of great cultivator energy. I agree too. Another person from the 10 major forces agreed. Seeing that 2 transformation stage forces had agreed, The rest changed their expressions rapidly. Those late-stage nascent soul solitary cultivators didn't object. It wasn't their business. But some, like the head of the thief gang, who had brought people from their own force, looked grim-faced. However, due to fear of the newcomer's strength and status, none dared to be the first to protest. As for the rest, I don't care, but my Suspension Island members will stay. Suddenly, a voice rang out, belonging to a man over 6 feet tall. My Miao Immortal Island people will also stay. The term Miao Shandal, Miao Immortal Island, should be consistently translated to maintain clarity and consistency in the context. If Miao Immortal Island has been previously introduced in the story, it's best to stick with that name for consistency. Other leaders of transformation stage forces who had brought their own sect members also spoke up, insisting their people should remain. Then besides the 10 major forces of the Outer Sea, all cultivators below late-stage nascent souls leave immediately. Cade didn't want to offend these people, looking around arrogantly, releasing his aura. A tyrannical aura unique to peak nascent soul great cultivators covered the entire area, pressing down on the nascent soul cultivators outside the 10 major forces. Everyone's expression turned incredibly ugly. One of the nascent soul cultivators retorted, "This place isn't yours. What right do you have to drive us away?" His cultivation was in the mid-stage nascent soul, with over 400 points of magical power, and he was in fronds of a late-stage nascent soul force, unwilling to miss this opportunity. You asked for a reason. Cade sneered coldly, taking a step forward, causing the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator's face to pale. With 2 steps, the other spat blood. With 3 steps, the other burst into a cloud of blood, only his nascent soul fleeing in terror. Unexpectedly, Cade caught him back with one hand and swallowed him whole. Anyone else dissatisfied? After finishing, Cade looked around, a cruel smile on his face. Seeing this scene, countless nascent soul cultivators shuddered. Even some great cultivators cast wary glances. They could also kill mid-stage nascent souls, but not as mercilessly. Since no one speaks, it means everyone agrees. Now leave within 10 breaths, or it means you want to challenge me. Cade scanned faces coldly, laughing continuously. All cultivators below late-stage nascent soul took a deep breath, flickering out of sight. Soon, apart from late-stage nascent souls, only those brought by the 10 major forces of the Outer Sea remained. Of course, there was an exception. A white-clad Noel and a black-robed man sat alone nearby, never moving since the beginning, seemingly oblivious to everything. Seeing this, gazes landed on Virgil and Darby, curious and probing. That inner sea Noel had already noticed this man earlier, and now with this surprising move, it piqued their interest even more. Seems someone still disagrees. Cade looked at the two, smiling cruelly. Hearing this, Virgil slowly glanced at him, coldly saying, I don't mind you driving others away and don't want to interfere, but don't provoke me. Althea enjoyed the spectacle, adding, this young master's calmness, treating great cultivators as nothing. I find him increasingly attractive. Let's see how capable you really are. Cade sneered, taking a step forward, instantly pressing Virgil with overwhelming pressure. Yet Virgil merely raised his head, looking at him coldly. In his eyes lay boundless murderous intent and icy killing intention. A sea of blood appeared around him, breaking through Cade's pressure. Hiss, this man has extremely powerful killing aura. He must have killed a late-stage nascent soul at least. Some late-stage nascent souls were drawn in, their eyes showing shock. Cade's pupils constricted as well. After a brief shock, he sneered, trivial trick. Let me show you true killing aura. He laughed coldly, and around him appeared an even more potent sea of blood, encroaching on Virgil and Darby, intending to corrupt their minds, immersing them in eternal slaughter. Hiss, this man's killing aura is even stronger. He probably killed over 20 nascent souls. No wonder he's a devil from the inner sea, truly terrifying. The late-stage nascent souls exclaimed again. Even the 10 major forces people were impressed, casting cautious glances. Cough. The blood-red killing aura intentionally targeted them, surrounding them. Darby, only at the early nascent soul stage, turned pale under its influence, foolishly courting death. Seeing this, Virgil's eyes flashed with killing intent. He waved his hand, and a red paper umbrella appeared, opening to create a protective barrier around it. Chapter 256, Spirit Banner. A red barrier rose up, blocking the sea of blood and preventing the malevolent energy from affecting the two men in any way. An upper-grade infant treasure. You have quite a few good things, but if this is your only reliance, it's far from enough. Cade stared at the red umbrella in his hand, sneered coldly, and took a step forward. A massive aura descended, instantly shattering the barrier into powder. Without the resistance of this layer of barrier, the overwhelming pressure fell heavily on Virgil once more, seemingly about to crush his body. But suddenly, the blood within him began to boil, dispelling all the pressure. In an instant, he became radiant, emanating a layer of white brilliance. Wait for me here. Virgil glanced at the umbrella beside him, then walked forward. As he took his first step, 4 chains emerged from within him and entered the opponent's body, instantly suppressing their cultivation to mid-infant stage. To deal with a mere ant like you, one of my hands is more than enough. Unaware of the suppression of his cultivation, Cade saw him approach, laughed coldly, stood with his arms crossed behind his back, and with his remaining hand flipped and pressed downward, summoning a giant palm made of black mist that appeared above Virgil and struck down. He aimed not just to defeat Virgil, but to let him die in despair, agony, and regret. Boom. Suddenly, his expression changed. The giant hand formed by the black mist struck around Virgil but was blocked by an automatically appearing barrier, which dissipated it explosively. Accident. Must be an accident. This time the umbrella saved you, but the next strike will surely kill you. Cade, momentarily dazed, launched another attack, this time using all his magical power, making it even more powerful. But as he was about to ridicule, he suddenly noticed the curled corners of Virgil's mouth, evoking a sense of foreboding. Dealing with you doesn't require the umbrella. Virgil directly stowed away the merit umbrella, looked at the attack with disdain, and slapped out a palm towards the black mist giant hand in the sky. After an explosion, Virgil stood firmly on the spot, his robe fluttering in the wind, his gaze contemptuous and icy. Hiss. Is this person really at the mid-infant stage? The surrounding watching infant stage cultivators were stunned speechless, none realizing, for a moment, that both combatants were only at the mid-infant stage level. Meanwhile, Cade, as the party involved, gaped when Virgil deflected his attack without any magic treasures, snarling, "Impossible. How could a mere ant like you be so strong, actually blocking my attack? You haven't seen the impossible yet." Virgil's eyes turned cold. His figure blurred and appeared in front of Cade again, unleashing a series of punches rapidly. The fierce fist winds approached, producing a string of sonic booms. Cade hastily raised his arm to block, feeling his entire arm numbing, not recognizing it as his own anymore. Virgil remained expressionless, continuing the barrage of punches, each striking Cade's arm without giving him a chance to catch his breath or react. After 20 or so punches, Cade spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the air. Cade is actually injured. Seeing this scene, the crowd of infant stage cultivators watching couldn't believe their eyes. If they were shocked earlier, now they were outright terrified. After all, on the field now, besides the alchemy stage cultivator, no other late infant stage great cultivator dared claim a sure win over Virgil. Here was Virgil causing Cade to spit blood, suggesting his strength might surpass even theirs, yet he was only at the mid-infant stage. In that moment, everyone silently decided. They would rather offend great cultivators than ever anger Virgil. Virgil remained oblivious to being listed as someone never to be offended by countless late infant stage cultivators. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His figure blurred again, reappearing before Cade, delivering a punch to his chest. Steadying himself, Cade hadn't even wiped the blood from his lips when he was blasted away by another powerful force. "Ant, I swear I'll kill you today." Spirit banner appear. Stabilizing himself after a moment, his face twisted. He suddenly held a long banner, standing 44 feet tall, its fabric a deep red, as if dyed in blood. "Retreat, retreat quickly. This guy's gone mad." Seeing this, Althea seemed to know what he was about to do. A look of dread flashed across her demonic face as she swiftly retreated to a distance. The other late infant stage cultivators weren't fools either. Seeing this, they all retreated beyond 1,000 feet, observing the battle from afar. Virgil didn't retreat, his gaze fixed on the large banner in Cade's hand. "I will kill you." Cade's hair was disheveled, looking like a raging demon. Sudden clouds of black mist surged from the spirit banner, quickly enveloping an area 1,000 feet wide. Virgil frowned slightly, noticing the visibility was reduced to only 3 feet around him. Just as he wondered what trick Cade had up his sleeve, a sudden sense of extreme danger surged in his heart. Virgil wasted no time, immediately drawing out the merit umbrella and opening it in front of him. The next moment, a spectral claw emerged from the black mist, moving at lightning speed, crashing into the umbrella. The barrier only held for a brief moment before shattering. The claw continued forward, grabbing the surface of the merit umbrella, producing a metallic clashing sound. The creature paused, seemingly surprised by the umbrella's toughness. Failing to land a hit, it didn't engage further but retreated swiftly, its gaze fixed on him. Virgil, holding the merit umbrella, looked ahead, his expression turning grave. The attacker was a shadowy, black figure composed entirely of black mist, now standing not far from him, staring at him coldly. Shadow spirit. Feeling the entity's aura, Virgil inhaled deeply, recognizing it. At that moment, his divine sense detected 5 more powerful shadow spirits nearby, all at least at the late infant stage, some even great cultivators. "Ha ha, little Emmett, now watch how you die. Don't worry, after you're dead, I'll make you join them. As for the fox spirit who came with you, I guarantee she'll experience ecstasy before I turn her into my slave." Laughter echoed through the black mist. These shadow spirits were souls of cultivators killed by him, unable to reincarnate and refined into spirits by the spirit banner. They were his main reliance. Given so many powerful shadow spirits attacking, let alone a mid-infant stage, even a great cultivator would stand little chance. Virgil said nothing, knowing Cade was indeed much stronger than he'd imagined, able to summon so many late infant stage shadow spirits despite the suppression of his cultivation. But there was no fear in his heart. Attack, kill him. Cade sneered coldly, waving his hand as 6 powerful shadow spirits rushed forward together, launching an assault on Virgil. Chapter 257, Divine Sense and Late Stage Core Formation. Virgil's expression was grim. Despite being in a dire situation, he remained calm, constantly dodging the attacks. Though these wraiths all possessed late-stage core formation strength, their expressions were dull, clearly under someone's control, and their speed was slightly slower than that of ordinary late-stage core formation beings. However, being attacked by so many would likely result in even a great cultivator bleeding out on the spot. Therefore, there could be no room for carelessness. He had to be fully alert. Suddenly, a sharp claw attacked from behind, aiming at his back, emitting a cold light. Virgil did not flinch. He unfolded the virtue umbrella behind him, which left no trace of the claw. The next moment, a sense of danger came from ahead. A late-stage core formation wraith in the form of a big man appeared in front of him, clawing toward Virgil's heart. At the same time, outside the black mist, many pairs of eyes focused on the black mist ahead. Even those at the late-stage core formation level couldn't see through it. Only the peak core formation great cultivators could sense shocking auras coming from within the black mist. The senior inside him seems to have encountered some changes. In recent days, he has relied solely on his own strength. Can he defeat that person? Darby subconsciously clenched her right hand, her fingers turning white. Her heart raced as she gazed at the black mist ahead. The black mist gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Several powerful auras emanated from it, and she didn't know what was happening inside. She was deeply worried about Virgil. You must stay alive. If you live, I will listen to you. Not far away, a tall middle-aged man stared into the black mist with piercing eyes. His previously calm face showed a flicker of surprise. Interesting. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. Ep2of2. This figure exuded an overwhelmingly powerful aura, surpassing that of any great cultivator. His eyes shone like lightning, making people dare not look directly at him. Drake, it's been a long time, the middle-aged man smiled. It's a transcendent spirit powerhouse from Floating Sky Island. The surrounding core formation cultivators turned their gaze towards the newcomer, showing reverence. Inside the black mist, a late-stage core formation wraith appeared suddenly before him, clawing toward his chest. Virgil's face remained cold, for chains instantly emerged from his body, entering the wraith and suppressing its power to that of a newly ascended mid-stage core formation. Then a black ancient lantern appeared in his hand. Holding the lantern, he channeled magic power into it. The dark green flame within the lantern surged forth. Ah! The wraith screamed. Its flesh seemed to sizzle and steam rose up like it was scorched by hot oil. It then completely dissipated before their eyes. As the wraith disappeared, Virgil felt the green flame in the lantern grow stronger, with a force seeping into his body along his arm. His eyes flashed. Virgil pondered silently. Wraiths are of nature and fear young elements like flames. Therefore, he wasn't surprised that the wraith was killed outright since he had suppressed its cultivation. Unexpectedly, after killing the wraith, the ancient lantern became even more powerful, seemingly capable of absorbing wraith energy. Furthermore, it also nourished him, increasing his divine sense. Previously, his divine sense hadn't reached 3,000 feet, but now it was directly at 3,700 feet. It had increased by 800 feet, but clearly, now wasn't the time to dwell on this. Two more wraiths approached, one after another, their sharp claws striking simultaneously. Virgil's expression remained grim. He again channeled magic power into the lantern. Two chains broke out from his body, suppressing their cultivation to mid-stage core formation. Then two dark green flames shot out, exuding a destructive aura, striking the two approaching wraiths. Both wraiths screamed and turned into wisps of smoke, vanishing into thin air. The flame in the lantern grew stronger. If before it was a weak flickering flame, now it was a torch, radiating immense power, and his divine sense reached 4,900 feet. Though each wraith didn't increase it as much as the first, it still made him very satisfied. After all, there were 3 more wraiths left, and if all were killed, it would be enough for his divine sense to break through to late-stage core formation. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. Virgil sneered, raised his hand, formed a peculiar hand seal, and released 2 chains into the last 2 wraiths. Flames immediately erupted from the lantern, striking the 2 souls. Before the souls could react, they screamed and vanished. Now the lantern's flame intimidated even transcendent spirit powerhouses. Divine sense at 5,500 feet. Only one left. Virgil took a deep breath, his face agitated as he looked at the last wraith, the one who initially ambushed him. Even after seeing its companions killed, it maintained a grim expression, showing no other emotions. Little bastard, I'll tear you limb from limb and scatter your ashes. Not far off in the black mist, Cade spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes red with rage. These wraiths were his ace cards, accumulated over several hundred years to reach 6. After all, creating soul banners was extremely difficult. Not every strong opponent killed could produce a wraith. Sometimes, 10 late-stage core formation cultivators might not yield 1 late-stage core formation wraith. Many of the wraiths in his banner were passed down by his master, yet now only one remained, causing him great anger. Humph! Hearing this impotent threat, Virgil sneered disdainfully, sending several chains into the last wraith. Dark green flames shot out, targeting the opponent. Dare you? Cade's expression changed. He saw the lantern's flames seemed particularly effective against wraiths. Without hesitation, he used the soul banner to retract the last wraith. A pity. The flames exploded harmlessly in the air. Virgil regretted the missed opportunity. This was the strongest wraith and could have provided the most divine sense enhancement. Cade, upon recalling the last wraith, hid himself in the black mist, glaring coldly at Virgil, filled with fear. This mere mid-stage core formation cultivator exceeded his expectations excessively. He momentarily regretted provoking Virgil, but it was too late now. Virgil had destroyed so many of his wraiths, sealing their enmity. Neither would rest until the other was dead. Just then, he sensed a divine sense focusing on him, causing his face to change. Virgil sneered, instantly taking several porcelain bottles, consuming the elixirs inside, restoring his full magic power. Subsequently, he channeled magic power into the lantern, dark green flames surging forth, followed by 4 chains breaking free. Ah! Palamaints later, a scream echoed, and the surrounding black mist dissipated entirely. Virgil's expression was stern as he faced the dire situation with unwavering calm, constantly dodging to evade attacks. These wraiths, despite all possessing late-stage Yuanying strength, had expressionless faces, clearly being manipulated. Their speed was slightly slower than an average late-stage Yuanying practitioner. However, being besieged by so many would cause even a great cultivator to bleed to death. Thus, he couldn't afford any carelessness. He had to be fully focused. Suddenly, a claw attacked from behind, aiming straight for his back, emitting a cold light. Virgil remained unmoved. The merit umbrella unfolded behind him, blocking the attack without leaving any trace. In the next moment, another crisis emerged from the front. A late-stage Yuanying wraith in the form of a Noel appeared before him, its claws lunging towards Virgil's heart. Meanwhile, outside the black mist, numerous pairs of eyes were fixed on the mist ahead. Even the late-stage Yuanying cultivators could not see through the mist. Only those peak Yuanying great cultivators could sense alarming auras emanating from within. It seems something unexpected has happened to the senior inside him. Recently, he has been relying on his own strength. Can he defeat that person? Darby's right hand unconsciously clenched, her fingers turning white, her heart pounding as she gazed at the mist ahead. The mist gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Powerful auras were emanating from within. She was deeply worried about Virgil's current situation. You must live. As long as you live, I will do whatever you say. Not far away, a well-built middle-aged man stood, his gaze seemingly piercing through the mist. His originally calm face suddenly showed a ripple of interest. Intriguing. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. Eliosu. This figure exuded an extremely powerful aura, far surpassing that of great cultivators, his gaze sharp and intimidating. Eliodrake, it's been a long time, the middle-aged man smiled. It's a spirit formation expert from Foggy Sky Island. The surrounding late-stage Yuanying cultivators looked at the newcomer with awe. Inside the mist, a late-stage Yuanying wraith in the form of a Noel appeared before Virgil, its claws aiming for his chest. Virgil's expression remained cold as 4 chains burst out of his body, entering the wraith's body and suppressing its strength to the level just after breaking through to mid-stage Yuanying. Next, a black ancient lantern appeared in his hand. He held the lantern, channeling his magic power into it. The dark green flame inside instantly flared up, rushing outwards. Ah! The Noel wraith screamed in agony, its flesh sizzling as if splashed with hot oil, white smoke rising from its body. It then completely dissipated. As the wraith dissipated, Virgil felt the dark green flame in the lantern intensify. A force flowed up his arm into his body. His gaze flickered as he pondered. Wraiths belonged to Een and were most afraid of flames and other yang elements. So it wasn't surprising that the opponent was killed instantly, especially since he had suppressed its cultivation. Surprisingly, after killing the wraith, the ancient lantern's power became even stronger, seemingly able to absorb wraith energy. Moreover, it returned some benefit to him, increasing his divine sense. Previously, his divine sense was less than 3,000 feet. Now it reached 3,700 feet, a direct increase of 800 feet. But now wasn't the time to dwell on these thoughts. The remaining wraiths, undeterred by death, launched attacks. 2 more wraiths came, one in front and one behind, their sharp claws lunging simultaneously. Virgil's expression remained stern as he channeled magic power into the ancient lantern again. 2 more sets of chains burst out of his body, suppressing their cultivation to mid-stage Yuanying. 2 dark green flames shot out, emitting an aura that extinguished everything they touched, striking the 2 incoming wraiths. They too screamed and turned into wisps of green smoke, disappearing into the heavens. The flame in the lantern grew stronger. If it had been a flickering flame earlier, now it was a torch, radiating an even more powerful aura, and his divine sense reached 4,900 feet. Though the increase from each wraith was less than the first, he was still quite satisfied. After all, there were 3 wraiths left, and killing them all would suffice to boost his divine sense to late-stage Yuanying. Unexpected gains indeed. With a cold laugh, Virgil raised his hand and formed a strange seal. 2 more chains burst out of his body, entering 2 of the remaining wraiths, followed by flames from the ancient lantern striking the 2 souls. Before the wraiths could react, they screamed and disappeared. Now the flame in the lantern was so powerful that even a spirit formation expert would have to be cautious. Divine sense at 5,500 feet, only 1 left. Virgil took a deep breath, his expression excited as he faced the last wraith, the one who initially ambushed him. Despite losing its companions, the wraith's expression remained cold, showing no other emotion. You little vermin, I will tear you apart and scatter your ashes. Not far off, in the mist, Cade spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with rage. These wraiths were his trump cards, gathered over several hundred years to total 6. After all, soul banners were extremely difficult to refine. Not every defeated strong practitioner could produce a wraith. Sometimes, defeating 10 late-stage Yuanying cultivators wouldn't yield even 1 late-stage Yuanying wraith. Many of the wraiths in his soul banner were passed down from his master. Now, only 1 remained after being decimated by Virgil. How could he not be furious? Huh. Hearing this impotent threat, Virgil sneered disdainfully. Chains burst from his body, entering the last wraith. Dark green flames shot out, aimed directly at the target. Dare you? Cade's expression changed. The flames from the ancient lantern seemed to have some restraining effect on the wraiths. Without hesitation, he activated the soul banner, immediately retracting the last wraith. Pity. The flames exploded harmlessly in the air. Virgil felt a bit regretful. This wraith had the highest cultivation, potentially offering the greatest increase to his divine sense. Yet it was withdrawn. Upon hearing this, Cade's expression was embarrassed. Retracting the last wraith, he hid in the mist, his gaze filled with cold fear. Virgil's mere mid-stage Yuanying strength had exceeded his expectations, far beyond normal. He momentarily regretted provoking him, but it was too late now. Virgil had destroyed so many of his wraiths, and the enmity between them was irreconcilable. With a sudden change in expression, Cade sensed Virgil's divine sense land on him. Virgil smirked coldly, instantly taking out several porcelain bottles, swallowing the pills inside, restoring his magic power to peak condition. He channeled magic power into the ancient lantern, the dark green flame surging, charging at Cade. Then, chains burst from his body. Ah! Palamaints later, a scream echoed, and the surrounding mist completely dissipated. Suddenly, a claw lunged from behind straight at his back, emitting a cold light. Unmoved, Virgil unfurled his merit umbrella to block it. The claw left not a single mark on it. The next moment, a crisis emerged from the front. A late-stage Yuanying wraith in the form of a Noel appeared before him, its claw aiming for Virgil's heart. Note, Yuanying is used here to maintain consistency in terminology for the cultivation stage. and it reads more naturally in English when not abbreviated. Meanwhile, outside the black mist, numerous eyes were fixed on it. Even the late-stage Yuan-ing cultivators couldn't see through the mist. Only the peak Yuan-ing great cultivators could sense the shocking aura emanating from within. Note: I've maintained consistency in terminology, using Yuan-ing as per the original text style and ensuring the translation reads naturally in English. The senior inside him seems to have encountered some change. In recent days, he has relied solely on his own strength. Can he defeat that person? Darby unconsciously clenched her right hand, her knuckles turning white. Her heart suspended involuntarily as she gazed at the black mist ahead. The mist gave her a profoundly dangerous feeling, emitting several powerful auras. She didn't know what was happening and felt extremely worried about Virgil. You must stay alive. As long as you live, I will listen to you no matter what. Not far away, a robust middle-aged man with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the black mist revealed a ripple of emotion on his usually calm face. Interesting. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air beside him. Ep2of2. This figure exuded an immensely powerful aura, far surpassing great cultivators. His piercing eyes made people reluctant to meet them directly. Elio Drake, it's been a while, said the middle-aged man with a smile. It's a Hua Destin expert from Qing.The. The surrounding group of Yuan-ing cultivators cast respectful glances at the newcomer. Note: Ying seems to be a typo or leftover character from Chinese. The correct term should be Yuan-ing-Da, to improve fluency and accuracy. The surrounding crowd of Yuan-ing cultivators regarded the newcomer with reverence. At this moment, within the black mist, a late-stage Yuan-ing wraith in the form of a Noel appeared instantly before him, its claw reaching toward Virgil's chest. Virgil remained unperturbed, releasing 4 chains from his body that entered the wraith's body, suppressing its strength to just after a mid-stage Yuan-ing breakthrough level. Note: I've maintained consistency by using Yuan-ing throughout and ensured the translation reads naturally in English. Subsequently, a black ancient lamp appeared in his hand. He held the lamp, channeling his magical power into it. The deep green flames inside surged, bursting out. Ah! The wraith screamed in agony as its flesh reacted like it had been scalded with hot oil, continuously rising in white mist with a sizzling sound. It then completely dissipated from view. As this wraith vanished, Virgil felt the deep green flame in the lantern seem to grow stronger. A force seemed to flow up his arm into his body. He pondered silently. The wraiths were Yin-based creatures most fearful of young elements like fire, so it wasn't surprising that they were killed easily, given his suppression of their cultivation. Unexpectedly, after killing the wraith, the ancient lamp's power grew more formidable, seemingly able to absorb wraith power. Not only that, but it also strengthened his divine sense. Previously, his divine sense barely reached 3,000 feet. Now it jumped to 3,700 feet, an increase of 800 feet. But clearly, this wasn't the time to dwell on these thoughts. More wraiths, undeterred by death, attacked from both sides, their sharp claws slashing simultaneously. Virgil's expression remained grim as he channeled his magic power into the ancient lamp once more. For chains erupted from his body, suppressing both attackers to the mid-stage of the nascent soul level. 2 emerald green flames shot out once more, emitting an aura capable of destroying everything in their path, striking the 2 approaching wraiths. Both let out screams and turned into wisps of green smoke, dissipating into the world. The flame in the lantern grew stronger and fiercer. Initially, the flame seemed weak and ready to extinguish. Now it resembled a torch, with a much greater presence. And his divine sense soared to 4,900 feet. Although each wraith increased his divine sense less than the first, he was still highly satisfied. With 3 wraiths left, eliminating all would ensure his divine sense reached the late stage Yuan-ing. Note: the term Yuan-ing seems to be a specific cultivation stage in the context of this novel. I've maintained its consistency as it is likely an important term within the story's universe. Unexpected gain indeed. With a sneer, Virgil raised his hand and formed a peculiar seal. 2 chains emerged once more, entering the bodies of 2 wraiths, followed by flames shooting out from the ancient lamp, hitting the 2 wraiths. They hadn't even realized what happened when they were obliterated in a scream. Now, the flame in the lantern was powerful enough to make even Hua Destin experts wary. Divine sense 5,500 feet. One last one. Virgil inhaled deeply, his face flushed with excitement as he looked at the final wraith, the very one who had ambushed him initially. Despite losing its companions, its expression remained stern, revealing no other emotions. Brat, I'll tear you into pieces and scatter your bones. Cade spat blood from nearby black mist, eyes bloodshot with rage. These wraiths were his ultimate trump card, accumulated over hundreds of years to amass 6 in total. After all, soul banners were incredibly difficult to refine. Not every defeated strong cultivator yielded a wraith. Sometimes, even defeating 10 late-stage Yuan-ing practitioners wouldn't result in a single late-stage Yuan-ing wraith. Many of the wraiths in his soul banner were inherited from his master. Now, only one remained, which infuriated him. Note: for better fluency and consistency, Yuan-ing should be consistently translated as Netherworld, or late-stage core formation. Here's the revised paragraph with this adjustment. These wraiths were his ultimate trump card, accumulated over hundreds of years to amass 6 in total. After all, soul banners were incredibly difficult to refine. Not every defeated strong cultivator yielded a wraith. Sometimes, even defeating 10 late-stage Netherworld practitioners wouldn't result in a single late-stage Netherworld wraith. Many of the wraiths in his soul banner were inherited from his master. Now, only one remained, which infuriated him. Humph! Hearing the feeble threat, Virgil sneered, finding it contemptuous. Chains emerged from his body, entering the last wraith. Emerald flames shot out towards it. You dare? Cade's face changed, realizing the flames in Virgil's lantern somehow restrained wraiths. Without hesitation, he generated a suction force from the soul banner, quickly retracting the last wraith. Pity. The flames exploded in the air. Seeing this, Virgil felt a twinge of regret. The strongest-willed wraith could enhance his divine sense the most, yet it was withdrawn. Hearing this, Cade's face twisted. After recalling the last wraith, he hid in the black mist, eyes cold and wary as he looked at Virgil. This mere mid-stage Yuan-ing practitioner far exceeded his expectations, freakishly strong. Note, Yuan-ing is kept consistent with the previously used term for the cultivation stage, instead of using Yuan-ying, which seems to be partially in Chinese. For a moment, he regretted provoking such an opponent. Yet it was too late now. Virgil had annihilated so many wraiths, deepening their enmity irreversibly. Just then, he sensed the divine sense focus on him, causing his face to shift. Virgil sneered again, immediately taking out several porcelain bottles, consuming the pills inside to restore his full power. Then, he channeled magic power into the ancient lamp, the emerald flames intensifying as he charged forward, unleashing 4 chains from his body. Ah! A short while later, a scream echoed as the surrounding black mist entirely dissipated. Chapter 258. The ruins unveiled. It seems we have a result. What happened? Who won? It's probably that great cultivator. He came from the inner sea and killed so many people. His strength must be formidable. Indeed, it's impossible for that mid-stage nascent soul to win. As the black mist dissipated, the distant onlookers began to murmur. But when they saw the scene inside clearly, they all drew in sharp breaths. The results were far beyond their expectations. Even Althea was stunned. She knew just how terrifying the soul banner Cade had refined was. It could even challenge a transformation realm cultivator, and yet, he lost. He lost to a mid-stage nascent soul. Her interest in the cloaked man surged intensely at this moment. In contrast to their shock, Darby was overjoyed. The heavy stone in her heart finally lifted as she approached Virgil. I'm fine. Virgil stood tall in midair, uninjured, seeing her worried expression and shaking his head. Darby, relieved that he was unharmed, turned to look nearby. His opponent's robes were shredded, his body scorched by flames, his aura weakened. When he looked at Virgil, there was a trace of terror in his eyes. Just now, when he felt he could easily withstand the attack, some mysterious force seemed to suppress his cultivation at a critical moment, reducing him to a mid-stage nascent soul's power. Only now did he realize, upon reflection, that both sides had never truly exerted the full might of a great cultivator throughout the battle. At this moment, a sense of danger enveloped his heart. Cade looked up, seeing the dark green fire dragon hurtling towards him once more, his face paling. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the sea nearby. The water column connecting to the sky started spinning rapidly before shattering. The ruins are opening. All the nascent soul cultivators became excited and rushed toward the hole without paying attention to the ongoing battle. Get out of the way. Cade decisively darted toward the sea, plowing through anyone in his path, no one daring to stop him. Defeated general, what arrogance! Everyone felt indignant. Shortly after, Cade appeared outside the hole and said, Brat, I will definitely kill you inside the ruins. Then his figure flickered and disappeared into the hole. Seeing him flee into the ruins, Virgil frowned, putting away the ancient lamp and holding Darby's waist. Let's go in too. At that moment, a figure appeared before them. Little sir is truly remarkable. After entering the ruins, do remember to take care of me, Althea giggled. Virgil asked, Sure, I can take care of you. What benefit do you offer me? Hee. How about accompanying little sir for a good night's sleep when we come out? Althea laughed again. Virgil was momentarily speechless. He only meant to jest, but her directness left him at a loss for words. Slaving Sylvia first enters. See you inside. Althea threw a flirtatious glance and then swayed towards the hole. Ha, still having the time to flirt. It seems my worry for you was in vain. Darby clenched her fists beside him. Virgil pretended not to hear the sarcasm in her voice, held her waist, and soared toward the hole. Do you think he's trustworthy? Not far off, a middle-aged man waved his hand, and a cultivator appeared outside the hole. He looked at Virgil's back and smiled, asking someone beside him. A bit strange. Cade's cultivation seemed limited to mid-stage nascent soul. Otherwise, he would be dead. I noticed that too. His background is unknown, unheard of in the outer sea before. His skills are very peculiar. Who knows if he poses a threat or boon to us? A short while later, Virgil stood outside the hole, looking inside, sensing spatial power emanating from within. There's spatial energy here. It seems it can teleport us somewhere. Darby's face remained stern, showing no favor. It looks like the rumor about transformation realm cultivators being unable to enter is true. Virgil glanced back and saw 2 transformation realm cultivators standing still outside, confirming his suspicion. Holding Darby, he entered the hole. Almost all the nascent soul cultivators who had been on the sea were already inside, leaving only 2 outside. At this moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a golden carriage coming from afar, causing his pupils to constrict. It was a genuine dragon carriage pulled by a black dragon, huge like a mountain peak, its cultivation at least transformation realm or above. Even from afar, an overwhelming aura radiated from it. Before he could observe further, a suction force from the hole pulled them both in simultaneously. Everything turned void, time seemingly ceased, followed by a sensation of descending. A flash of light reappeared, and everything regained color. Virgil landed on the ground. Is this the location of the ruins? Where is the divine herb that can enhance hundreds of warriors' magical power? Looking around, this place seemed to be a city, with countless structures indicating a massive battle long ago. Ruins and broken walls surrounded him. Seeing no response, he turned to his side, only to realize Darby was gone. What's going on? We entered together. Where has she gone? Virgil furrowed his brows, questions racing through his mind. He extended his divine sense to search for her. Within 5,000 feet, not even an ant could be found. This was highly unusual since many others had entered the ruins before them and also vanished. Given the sheer number of people, simultaneous fatalities seemed unlikely. There was only one explanation. This entrance's teleportation is random, sending each person to different locations. Virgil's eyes gleamed, relaxing slightly upon realizing this. At least it confirmed Darby wasn't in immediate danger, but he needed to find her quickly. Her cultivation was merely early-stage nascent soul. She could encounter danger in these ruins. I wonder where I am. Surveying the area, Virgil attempted to rise into the air for a better view. But as soon as he ascended, an intense feeling of danger overwhelmed him. Virgil's expression changed, and his divine sense immediately retreated into the Lost World Pagoda. The next instant, a red beam capable of instantly crippling a great cultivator hit the pagoda, unleashing an explosive force. Chapter 259. The Underwater City. Palamanes later, Virgil exited the world-forsaken tower and released his divine sense, finding no one around. This meant that the attack just now did not come from a human but appeared out of nowhere. Or, to be more precise, it was an array formation. There was a massive array formation set up within this city, preventing flight. Virgil narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up. However, when he saw what was above, his expression froze in shock. He saw not the blue sky above the city but water instead. The reason the water didn't flood down was due to a bead floating above the city, emitting a force that formed a barrier around the city, blocking the seawater from invading. An underwater city, Virgil muttered, only now realizing that this was a city located beneath the sea. It was undoubtedly shocking. What kind of feat would it take to establish such an underwater city? And for what reason did it ultimately meet its destruction? These questions lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Eventually, Virgil took a deep breath, extended his divine sense, and proceeded down the street ahead. This wasn't the time to ponder these things. There were unknown dangers in this underwater city, and his immediate concern was to quickly find Darby. I don't know where she's been teleported to. This underwater city is unusually large, and without the ability to fly, it will be much harder to find her. I can only hope she's nearby. Virgil sighed, occasionally extending his divine sense to search the vicinity. The deeper he ventured, the more he could feel the former prosperity of this city. Wide streets stretched out in all directions, leading to various places, with ancient buildings lining both sides of the roads, as if entering a labyrinth. However, many had already collapsed into ruin, while some remaining walls were also in poor condition, seemingly having suffered a great battle long ago. Fortunately, with his divine sense covering over 5,000 feet, he managed to find the correct path without getting lost in the city. An hour later, dusk gradually settled in. The passage of time here might differ from outside, with the bead above serving as both the sun and moon. After nightfall, an eerie silence enveloped the city. Everything was quiet, almost like being in the underworld. Listening to his own breathing, Virgil slowed his pace and fell into contemplation. For now, there seemed to be no immediate danger in the city. As long as Darby did not try to fly, she should be safe temporarily. But he needed to find her as soon as possible. Who knew what unknown dangers might lurk? As he was pondering, he suddenly noticed light coming from a distant room ahead. Strange. This city has lights? Could it be other cultivators who came in before me? During the day, he had confirmed that there were no living people in the city, with each room being empty. Now, seeing this, he felt puzzled. However, considering that many cultivators had entered this place, he decided to check it out and ask if they had seen Darby. Palamanes later, Virgil stood outside the building from which the firelight had emanated. He looked up at the weathered signboard by the entrance. This was not a residential house but a grand hall, or more precisely, a Buddhist temple. The characters on the sign were hard to read, but the last character seemed to be hall. Why would they build a Buddhist temple in such a bustling street? Virgil's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't dwell too much on it. Perhaps it was their custom. Extending his divine sense, he surveyed the situation inside. The firelight had already extinguished before his arrival, leaving the hall pitch black with no sign of anyone inside. Only a statue of Buddha stripped of its golden coating remained, revealing its original color. Did they leave because they sensed my approach? Focused on the previous firelight, Virgil's curiosity grew as he prepared to enter. Creak. The hall door, which hadn't been opened for a long time, was covered in dust, creaking as it was pushed open. Virgil stepped inside. The white glow emitted from the bead above filtered through the windows, casting long shadows until they reached the Buddha statue's base. Despite the vastness of the hall, it wasn't overly dark. A few dusty prayer cushions lay on the ground, and a statue standing over 10 feet tall with 2 heads and 4 arms stared at him intently. Whether it was his imagination or not, the statue's expression seemed evil, less like a Buddha and more like a demon. The offering altar in front of the Buddha statue had toppled to the ground. Of course, Virgil wasn't afraid of these objects. His gaze scanned the darkness, extending his divine sense further. There were no traces of a campfire on the ground. Where did the firelight come from? With this question lingering, he circled the hall but found nothing, no signs left behind. His unease grew, sensing something was amiss. Then, he discovered inscriptions on the wall behind the Buddha statue. He approached, inspecting the writings closely. The wall bore 3 lines of text, faded by time. It has come. The first line consisted of only 3 words, leaving Virgil curious about the identity of it. He continued reading the next 2 lines. Can Lord Rupert stop it? Who was this Lord Rupert? More questions filled his mind. Lord Rupert has been schemed against. The city is finished. Upon finishing the 3 sentences, Virgil's eyes flickered in the darkness. The last sentence had part of the middle text obscured, seemingly a name hidden intentionally. Contemplating the 3 sentences, Virgil pieced together clues rapidly in his mind, gradually uncovering the truth. This it is likely the culprit responsible for the destruction of this underwater city. Taking a deep breath, he felt he had uncovered some secrets of this city, accompanied by an inexplicable unease. At that moment, a sudden thud echoed in the hall. Virgil stopped, extending his divine sense, but found nothing. What's going on? Furrowing his brows, he was certain he hadn't misheard. The sound seemed to originate from underground. Suddenly, the sound rang again, clearer this time, drawing his gaze to the base of the Buddha statue. It's coming from underground. Just as he was listening carefully, the Buddha statue's eyes started bleeding profusely, blood tears streaming down its face. Its body began trembling violently as if something beneath was trying to escape. Chapter 260, Natasha. Interesting. Could this thing beneath be the mysterious it? Virgil narrowed his eyes, gazing at the Buddha statue that continuously oozed blood tears. He recalled the text on the wall and felt an inexplicable unease. This caused him to be slightly taken aback. Given his current strength, if something could unsettle him, it had to be at least transforming God's stage. This discovery shocked him once more. At this moment, a cold little hand suddenly grabbed his palm and quickly led him out. Who's there? Virgil felt a chill down his spine, his gaze rapidly sweeping forward. His spiritual senses had not detected any magical fluctuation moments ago, meaning the person approached him silently. This news was no less shocking. If the person intended to ambush him just now, he would have had no chance to react. Don't speak if you want to live. Follow me quietly. The one pulling him was a Noelle in red, her face obscured but with a beautiful silhouette. She answered his question coldly. A living person. Perceiving the other's aura, Virgil frowned inwardly, wary of this sudden appearance. However, since she did not seem hostile towards him, he did not resist. The red-dressed Noelle dragged him away from the hall until they were far from the Buddhist temple before stopping and turning around, revealing her exquisite face to Virgil. Who are you? Virgil sized her up. A very beautiful Noelle with majestic phoenix-like eyes, a small yet regal nose, and cherry-red lips. A century-old locust tree stood beside them, moonlight filtering through its leaves onto both their bodies. Let go. The red dress swayed slightly, paired with red embroidered shoes, her voice bone-chillingly cold. Unlike Adria, who appeared opulently regal in red attire, this Noelle wore simple red attire with no ornaments, her black hair tied with a red ribbon like an ordinary Sylvia. Yet, her innate elegance radiated royalty as though she were a queen. Hearing her words, Virgil noticed he still tightly held her hand, reluctantly letting go. Who are you? Why were you here? And why did you pull me away? Natasha. The Noelle calling herself Natasha looked at him with a derisive laugh. A mere middle-stage nascent soul cultivator dared enter the Rakshasa temple. Do you know you would have died if not for me? Her tone seemed both reproachful and caring, like she knew him well. Virgil was stunned, feeling an odd sensation. What's inside the temple? Eating ghost creatures. Natasha glanced into the distance toward the temple, a fleeting shadow of darkness in her eyes that Virgil caught. You seem quite familiar with this city? Virgil probed. Natasha's gaze fell on his face, seemingly distracted or puzzled, not speaking. Miss? Natasha has been here before. She snapped back, suppressing her confusion and explaining. Having been here before. Upon hearing this, Virgil's eyes lit up. This underwater city had opened not long ago, so her being here made sense. What exactly is this place? Since she had been here before, she likely knew more clues than he did. Moreover, since she didn't seem harmful, Virgil planned to learn more about this place from her. I'm not sure. Natasha stated casually. It might be the remnants of some powerful force that was wiped out. That matches my suspicions. Virgil looked at her and asked again. Is it true that positions within this city are randomized? Yes. How big is this city? I'm not sure. Is there really a medicine here that can boost cultivation by 100 jazi? Yes. There are several medicinal fields in the city, presumably left by the former owner, growing divine medicines that enhance magic power. Natasha replied while constantly observing his face, occasionally revealing puzzlement. Thank you for the information. Virgil's eyes flickered, pretending not to notice and asked, by the way, have you seen anyone named Darby, a fox demon at early stage nascent soul? No. All right. Virgil shrugged helplessly, saying, Natasha, miss, where are you headed next? I need to find someone. Would you like to go together? His experience in the temple confirmed the hidden dangers in the underwater city, and with Darby missing, concern naturally arose. This concern wasn't romantic but familial. After all, she was the only companion he had now. There's a dream heart tree to the east that greatly aids cultivation. Many people should be gathered there. You can look for your acquaintance there. Natasha flickered, disappearing silently from Virgil's sight, without intending to travel with him, but gave him a direction. Thank you. Witnessing her peculiar abilities, Virgil was already accustomed, looking east and then vanishing as well. Dream heart tree. After 15 minutes, he stood atop a pavilion, his gaze falling on a towering ancient tree visible in the distance. This place was far from the city center, with a 10,000-foot-tall tree casting a mushroom-shaped canopy over the desolate underwater city, prominently visible. White moonlight shone on the tree, faintly revealing numerous fruits resembling palm-sized infants. That must be the dream heart tree she spoke of, Virgil murmured, extending his spiritual sense. Indeed, he sensed a dozen cultivators, deciding to head there immediately. Even if Darby wasn't there, he could ask around among the cultivators there for her whereabouts. Besides, those fruits beneficial for cultivation were worth checking out. At the base of the colossal dream heart tree, the moonlight shone on the towering tree, oval green leaves rustling softly. A dozen late-stage nascent soul cultivators stood under the tree, heads tilted upward, mesmerized by the enticing fruits hanging above. Could this be the legendary dream heart tree? One whispered, recognizing the tree. Chapter 261, Heart Dream Tree. The heart dream tree is a peculiar type of tree revered by the cultivators of the Eight Wastes as a divine tree. Its fruits, which only ripen once every 1,000 years, are incredibly rare. Consuming them won't enhance one's cultivation level, but will allow a person to experience an extensive dream that feels like living through another lifetime. thus refining one's mental state and helping one gain clarity on many matters, breaking free from deep-rooted obsessions. For cultivation, this is immensely beneficial and aids in breaking through mental barriers. Some cultivators, whose magical power has reached a level sufficient for advancement, often get stuck at a particular stage without success. This is usually due to inadequate mental fortitude or deep-seated attachments. A great being once said, "Cultivation starts with cultivating the heart. Only when your mental state is qualified can you advance further on this path." Today, the heart dream tree is nearly extinct in Darnell. The cultivators present have only seen it in ancient texts, and as for those legendary fruits that bear once every 1,000 years, they've only heard tales about them. Yet here, on this giant tree, the mythical fruits were plentiful, each far exceeding 1,000 years in age. What place is this? How can there be such a massive heart dream tree? Never mind where we are. With so many heart dream fruits, even if we don't obtain the divine medicine, it would still be worth it. Everyone listened to their rapid breathing, their eyes blazing with excitement. They were all outer sea cultivators transported nearby after entering the rift, drawn here by the sight of this enormous tree. Easier said than done. With flight impossible and the tree so smooth, picking even one fruit isn't easy, remarked the late-stage Yuaning cultivator, narrowing his eyes as he examined the ancient tree. The trunk was smooth and almost 100 meters thick, while the fruits hung extremely high, mostly over 1,000 feet above the ground. An unimpressed Yuaning cultivator scoffed. Would a live person let himself die from a full bladder? If flying isn't possible, we'll just knock them down. With that, he channeled his magical power into a beam of light aimed directly at the fruit's stem and shot it upward. The other cultivators watched this scene intently, hesitating to make a move. This city seemed unusually strange, so no one dared act rashly. A bunch of cowards. As his magical power approached the fruit, a terrifying red light suddenly shot down from the sky, shattering his attack. Immediately after, an even more fearsome beam aimed at him, its formidable might causing his face to pale instantly. Before he could react, the beam struck him, exploding into a cloud of blood mist, leaving even his Yuaning unable to escape. It's that array. Good thing I didn't act rashly. Seeing this, the others looked up into the sky, gasping in shock, feeling fortunate it wasn't them who had made the move. Amidst everyone's grim satisfaction, a figure walked over, drawing everyone's attention. It was a man in a black robe, with a stern expression and a tall, imposing stature, exuding waves of middle-stage Yuaning power. It's him. Gazes fell upon Virgil, eyes filled with wariness. They vividly remembered the time he severely injured a major inner-sea cultivator. Virgil stopped, scanning the surroundings. He didn't see Darby, but unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Young Master is here too. Looks like we really do have good fortune. Althea smiled warmly at him. Ignoring her playful tone, Virgil asked, "Did you see the Noel who was with me?" "You mean that fox spirit?" Althea giggled. "No, you can ask them." Seeing Virgil look their way, the group of Yuaning cultivators shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen her. Realizing Darby must not have been transported nearby, Virgil furrowed his brow deeper. "Does young master want to pick some heart dream fruits?" Althea gazed at the distant ancient tree and added, "These fruits will greatly benefit your future cultivation." "Do these fruits have a name?" Virgil raised his head, looking at the human-like fruits on the towering ancient tree. What exactly do they do? Previously, Marion Robe had only mentioned that the fruit helped with cultivation but hadn't explained the specifics, and he hadn't had the chance to ask. These fruits are called heart dream fruits. Consuming one allows you to experience a grand dream, akin to living another life within a dream, thus enhancing your mental state. Future cultivation becomes easier. However, they're not easy to pick, Althea explained reluctantly. So, these fruits are indeed valuable. A flicker of interest appeared in Virgil's eyes. He considered picking a few before searching for Darby. It shouldn't take much time. However, despite the value of the fruits, harvesting them wasn't easy. He had just witnessed the death of a Yuaning cultivator trying to do so. To pick the fruits, one had to climb the tree honestly. I'll give it a try. This task wasn't overly difficult for him. Virgil approached the tree without a word. Looking up at the towering tree, he took a deep breath, bent his legs, and leaped, grabbing the nearest branch and swinging upwards until he landed on a thick branch. No fruits were here, only dense foliage. The nearest fruits were at a height of 1,000 feet. Under normal circumstances, this distance would be covered instantly, but now they needed to be cautious, unsure what dangers the tree might hold. This underwater city was peculiar, and the death of the late-stage Yuaning cultivator remained fresh in his memory. At this moment, Althea landed beside him, smiling. "Aren't to race to see who picks a heart dream fruit first?" Virgil glanced at her, then continued climbing swiftly. "Giggles, young master, don't be so eager. I'm not ready yet." Althea laughed, hopping from branch to branch, quickly ascending dozens of feet to keep pace with him. "We're going up too." Seeing the two, the Yuaning cultivators below moved towards the tree and began climbing as well. Both ignored the commotion, moving agilely through the branches and reaching several hundred feet up. Glancing down, they saw numerous figures leaping up, resembling black ants. Virgil turned his gaze upward, focusing on the nearest heart dream fruit, only a few hundred feet away. He climbed nimbly, leaping between branches. Suddenly, Althea's expression changed. "Be careful, this tree has dark refining snakes." Just as she spoke, the closest Yuaning cultivator saw a pitch-black snake dart out from the foliage and bite his neck. Though he reacted swiftly, killing the snake with a palm strike, the venom quickly affected his vision, causing his magical power to rapidly deplete. Chapter 262. The 10,000-year heart dream fruit. Bang! Before long, the Yuaning cultivator fell straight from a tree hundreds of feet high. After hitting the ground with a heavy thud, he went silent. This scene struck everyone's hearts like a hammer. What is that? What happened to him? The group of Yuaning cultivators were all horrified as they watched the fallen cultivator below. Before they could figure out what was happening, Rustling sounds came from the surrounding treetops. Palamaints later, black nether snakes crawled out, their eerie green eyes continuously flicking their tongues as they attacked the people on the trees. Snakes, so many snakes. Densely packed, they're everywhere. In the branches, in the canopy. Be careful, these are highly venomous nether snakes. Even if bitten by surprise, a yuan cultivator can lose their magic power and die. Soon after this warning, several unprepared yuan cultivators were directly bitten by the black snakes, losing their magic power and consciousness from the potent poison, falling heavily from the tree without any signs of life. Virgil now had many black snakes around him, hiding in the canopy, attacking from various directions. These snakes weren't highly skilled. The highest level among them was only at the golden dance stage. However, their toxins were lethal enough to cause even a yuan cultivator to succumb to death if caught off guard. However, Virgil was prepared. He waved his hand, and the merit umbrella appeared, creating an automatic barrier. All the snake's venomous bites bounced off it and fell to the ground. The other yuan cultivators weren't so lucky. Despite forming protective barriers with their magic power, they struggled against the vast numbers of nether snakes. Virgil glanced downward but didn't bother paying attention. With the protection of the merit umbrella, he continued advancing upwards. Althea observed this scene from below, slapping away the black snakes approaching her. After a brief hesitation, she moved to follow him. Though the nether snakes had potent venom, if guarded against, their effects weren't significantly harmful to them. Other late-stage yuan cultivators, however, lacked such boldness and leaped off the tree one after another. Standing on the ground, each heart palpitated as they looked up at the gigantic heart dream tree. Those nether snakes did not chase after them, but instead rushed towards Virgil and Althea's positions. At this point, both were over 800 feet from the ground. As the surrounding nether snakes gradually diminished, they darted swiftly across the heart dream tree, using the trunks to leap and bound, extremely agile. Suddenly, Virgil stopped on a branch, looking up and spotting a white heart dream fruit above him, resembling a small doll. Heart dream fruit. He reached out to grab it, but a small white hand was faster, plucking the fruit before him. I got it first, Althea said with a smile, quickly moving away while waving the fruit teasingly. Virgil glanced at her, saying nothing. There were more heart dream fruits above. He decided to give her the one she wanted. Stepping lightly, he leapt upward and landed on a higher branch. Althea stood on the tip of a branch. His sudden step made the branch sway, causing her to lose balance and nearly fall. Fortunately, she grabbed onto another branch just in time, or else falling from this height would have severely injured even a great cultivator. Young master, you play dirty. Althea pouted from a lower branch and then sprang up abruptly. Virgil showed no emotion, calmly holding a heart dream fruit he had just plucked. Next, Althea stepped hard on the branch, making it shake violently, yet Virgil's legs seemed firmly glued in place, unmoved. Don't fool around. You pick yours, I'll pick mine. Virgil spoke sternly, leaping to another branch and quickly harvesting the heart dream fruits overhead into his storage bag. Seeing this, Althea humphed, realizing they needed to focus on gathering fruits. She leapt onto a branch, swiftly storing the nearby heart dream fruits into her storage bag. Meanwhile, countless nether snakes were climbing upward from below, densely packed like a tidal wave. Time was pressing, and they divided the task efficiently. Soon, each had gathered over 100 heart dream fruits. Still, compared to the remaining ones on the tree, it was merely a fraction. Althea's face showed excitement. So many heart dream fruits. Enough to trade for billions of spirit stones outside. These heart dream fruits are so valuable? Virgil was surprised. Of course, heart dream fruits are invaluable and highly sought after, even by false immortals. So we've become rich? Virgil smiled faintly, continuing to pluck the heart dream fruits. As he landed back on a branch, his gaze wandered, suddenly noticing a heart dream fruit hidden within the canopy. A pale red one. Virgil's eyes gleamed, leaping to retrieve it. Hearing the commotion, Althea glanced over, seeing the fruit in his hand. She revealed an envious expression. That heart dream fruit is red. It must be a 10,000-year-old heart dream fruit. Is there any difference between 1,000-year and 10,000-year fruits? Virgil asked, eyes flashing. Of course there is. Althea rolled her eyes. A 1,000-year heart dream fruit allows you to experience a millennium of life in dreams, enhancing your state of mind. A 10,000-year heart dream fruit lets you experience 10,000 years in a single dream. Which do you think is better? Her tone was somewhat sour and envious. She had picked only 1,000-year heart dream fruits, whereas Virgil had obtained a 10,000-year one. I see. Virgil chuckled, gazing down as countless nether snakes climbed towards them. The leading nether snakes were larger than the rest, topped with a red crest and moving at incredible speed. That's not good. The nether snake January. These nether snakes probably live on the heart dream tree, feeding on the fruits. It must be infuriated by us taking too many fruits. Althea's expression changed when she saw the red-crested black snake. Nether snake January, Virgil murmured. This snake can penetrate the shields of nascent spirit cultivators and is essentially invincible. Its venom can even fatally wound a nascent spirit cultivator. What do we do? Althea looked to Virgil for help. Jump down. Upon hearing the terror of the Snake King, Virgil knew they couldn't continue picking fruits and glanced downwards. Jump down? From this height? Althea's face paled as she looked down. They had unconsciously climbed several thousand feet for the heart dream fruits. At such a height, unable to fly, even with magic power protecting them, they might sustain serious injuries from the fall. Chapter 263. Leap from the tree. If you don't jump, you'll just be waiting to be bitten by the snakes. There are so many of them. We'll run out of mana before we can kill them all. Virgil lightly tapped his toes and leaped down onto the tree trunk next to her, walking over and looking down. The shadow snakes were already closing in on their feet. Barbara's face turned pale as she said, Young Arjun, you can't leave me behind. Virgil rolled his eyes. Are you jumping or not? Jump then I will. Barbara steeled herself, realizing it was better to risk a broken bone than certain death. She tapped her toes and leaped off the tree. As her body plummeted through the air at an alarming speed, the wind howled against her cheeks, causing pain. The ground loomed larger in her vision. As her face paled further, an arm suddenly swept her into a warm embrace. Barbara clung tightly to the man's chest, feeling a private area being touched by his hand. Despite her unconventional and bold nature, far braver than ordinary women, her face still flushed red as she demanded, "Take your hand away." Virgil's voice was stern. "Don't move if you don't want to turn into mush." With that, Barbara indeed dared not move, but gave him a sharp pinch for revenge. Virgil felt a sudden pain in his thigh, frowned slightly, and ignored her. "We're about to land." Suddenly, seeing the ground rapidly approaching, Barbara's face turned white again, clinging to him like an octopus. A grand cultivator, yet such a small heart. "If you're scared, close your eyes," Virgil mocked, his merit umbrella appearing in his hand as he opened it. With this buffer, their descent slowed considerably, landing safely moments later. Though they felt their legs numb and chi shake, there was no serious injury. "So that's it?" Barbara opened her eyes, amazed that they had landed safely from such a height with just an umbrella. Virgil released her and looked up. The snake, Jan hissed and, after giving him a cold glance, summoned its shadow snakes back into the canopy. "It seems they can't leave this tree," Virgil muttered, turning to look around. He noticed the surrounding cultivators forming a loose circle around them. "What do you mean by this? Trying to rob us?" Barbara also noticed the situation and chuckled. "Interesting, very interesting. Someone actually wants to rob me?" Cough, cough. A hunched old cultivator coughed and said, "Friend from the Joy Demon sect, you may leave. We will not obstruct you." Heard it loud and clear. "So you think I'm unaffiliated and ripe for robbing?" Virgil sneered, glancing around. All the remaining nascent soul cultivators who weren't lying wounded on the ground had surrounded them. 2 grand cultivators and 7 late-stage, nascent soul cultivators stared intensely at him. Cough, cough. "I know friend is powerful, even defeating that grand cultivator from the inner sea." The old cultivator flattered Virgil, then added, "But with our numbers, you wouldn't stand a chance. Let's not make things hard. You risked your life for the dream heart fruits. Give each of us 5, and we'll let you go." "That sounds fair." Another grand cultivator, a burly man, chimed in, "You have plenty left even after giving us 5 each. Please consider." 5 each. Virgil laughed bitterly. "I'm curious, how could you say such shameless words without batting an eyelid? Aren't the dream heart fruits? Why don't you pick them yourselves? Are you disabled?" The hunched old cultivator's expression darkened, finally losing patience. "Enough talk. Carted over the fruits, or we'll take them by force. You won't survive if all of us attack together." "Then let's try." Virgil's tone was icy. "Humph." Rejecting the good wine for punishment wine, the old cultivator growled, addressing the others, "Everyone, let's kill him and share the fruits." "Yes." The nascent soul cultivators nodded. Virgil remained calm. "Come and try. I want to see how many of you will live to get the fruits." This naked threat made the late-stage nascent soul cultivators hesitate. They recalled how Virgil had severely injured the inner sea grand cultivator, clearly indicating formidable strength. If he tried to drag some of them down with him in death, it wouldn't be too difficult. Seeing the hesitation among the nascent soul cultivators due to Virgil's few words, the hunched old cultivator's face twitched in frustration. He rallied them again. "Think about it. This is your only chance to obtain these precious fruits." They hesitated once more. Giggles. "So many late-stage nascent soul cultivators, yet one mid-stage cultivator scares you. I suggest you stay home instead of making a fool of yourselves," Barbara mocked. The expressions of the nascent soul cultivators became complex. They wanted to retaliate but feared his mysterious power, feeling like they had swallowed flies. "Hey, which side are you on?" Virgil glared at her. "I'm on your side, naturally. Didn't I plan for us to ambush them together and then rob them?" Barbara feigned innocence. The surrounding cultivators' lips twitched, but no one called her foolish. A nascent soul cultivator bowed. "Forget it. I don't want the fruits anymore. I'm leaving." With one leading, the others followed suit, bowing and departing, losing interest in the dream heart fruits. Facing Virgil alone would require paying a heavy price, especially with this demonic Noel joining. Though they outnumbered the pair, the final survivors would be few after victory. No one wanted to die for someone else's gain. Thus, the crowd dispersed, leaving Virgil and Barbara alone once more. Chapter 264, Threat. Soon, only the 2 peak nascent soul cultivators remained on the scene. The man sighed, glanced at the hunched dev with a grim expression, and realized that the situation had turned against them. He clasped his fists together and said, "I was blinded by greed just now. I don't want the heart dream fruit anymore. Here is a bottle of profound spirit pills as an apology. Please be magnanimous." "Ha, wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier?" Virgil caught the jade bottle thrown by the man, held it in his palm, and examined its contents. 3 high-grade 4th stage profound spirit pills, which should significantly boost one's magical power. He promptly retrieved a heart dream fruit from his storage bag and threw it to the other party. The man's face showed surprise. "You're? I'm not someone who can be coerced, but I also know how to reciprocate courtesy," Virgil said nonchalantly. Barbara beside him looked over with some astonishment. Just moments ago, Virgil had adamantly refused to hand over the heart dream fruit. Now he was willingly giving one away. For a moment, she found him truly strange. "Thank you." The man's face brightened, thanked Virgil, pocketed the fruit, then looked at the hunched dev beside him. "Bogdan, let's leave." Upon hearing this, the hunched dev's face darkened. With even his last ally gone, trying to seize the heart dream fruit from these 2 would be a pipe dream. He didn't wish to stay any longer either and turned to leave. "Did I say you could leave?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The hunched dev's face froze. Summoning back to look at Virgil, he said, "I don't want the heart dream fruit anymore. What else do you want?" You can leave if you first disable your cultivation. Virgil watched him indifferently. This person had continuously incited the nascent soul cultivators. Though Barbara was present and no fight broke out, Virgil was not one to let grudges go unresolved. Don't think I'll disable my cultivation. Impossible. The hunched dev restrained his anger. Everyone else can leave. Why must I disable my cultivation alone? I advise you not to push things too far. I'll say it only once. Disable your cultivation or die. Virgil's voice was icy, leaving no room for explanation. Ha ha ha, what arrogance. Kill me? Do you know who I am? I am in Franz of Xiang's sect. You dare kill me. The hunched dev laughed arrogantly. Xiang's sect. Virgil paused, slightly hesitant. This sect was one of the 10 major powers of the Outer Sea, with a transformation deity expert sitting in command. If this hunched dev was indeed in Franz of Xiang's sect, killing him would lead to endless conflict with the entire sect. Humph, so you're scared now, aren't you? Were you going to kill me, or what? Why haven't you done it? Seeing Virgil's hesitation, the hunched dev sneered. Virgil frowned but remained silent. Don't look at me like that. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? The hunched dev mocked. Seeing Virgil's expression grow colder, Barbara whispered, forget it. Let him go. If you kill him, the cultivators who left will guess it was you. There's no way to keep this secret, and the transformation deity experts of Xiang's sect won't forgive you. Virgil fell silent, acknowledging her words. He wasn't yet able to match transformation deity cultivators. Killing this man now would be unwise. Taking a deep breath, Virgil raised his head, looked straight at the hunched dev, and his expression eased. Just a coward. The hunched dev was about to continue taunting when Virgil suddenly appeared before him, smashing a fist into his chest. Blurt. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the hunched dev spat blood and flew backward, crashing hard into the ground. Looking up at Virgil in terror, he shouted, Fool, are you declaring war on Xiang's sect? Sorry, I have a short temper. Even if your father were Brennan, you still won't escape death. Virgil watched from a distance, speaking calmly. With this decisive move, he felt at ease. Just a transformation deity. What was there to fear? If he couldn't even pass this test, how would he revive Maureen or defeat that false immortal? Realizing he had encountered a real demon, the hunched dev's face turned pale. Even invoking his sect provided no protection. He quickly scrambled up and fled, realizing that in his current state, even Barbara was enough to overpower him. He needed to escape and find his fellow disciples or face certain death. Giggle. Before he could get far, an alluring voice filled his ears, and countless young women materialized in his view, clad in revealing dresses, whispering sweetly, their hands caressing him softly. Soon, he was entranced in a world of sensual pleasures, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes appeared before him, and without warning, a palm struck his heart. A miniature nascent soul fled his body, fleeing in panic. But it didn't get far before a greenish-black fire dragon caught up, and in a burst of searing heat, it vanished into stardust, dissolving into nothingness. Having finished, Virgil waved his hand, retrieving the storage bag from the ground, and set the hunched dev's corpse ablaze with flames until only ashes remained. Barbara appeared beside him, looking at the remains and asked curiously, This dev was so weak? He succumbed to my realm of lust. Maybe you're just too strong. Virgil replied casually. Barbara's confusion deepened, scrutinizing him. No, his strength just now was only mid-stage nascent soul. Her gaze turned suspicious, circling around Virgil. He couldn't have suppressed his strength intentionally. So what? Virgil looked at her calmly. Do you have some treasure that can suppress cultivators? Barbara's eyes gleamed, attributing it to a treasure. Suppressing another's cultivation was too astonishing and unprecedented, making it hard for her to imagine such a technique. A treasure, huh? Virgil hesitated, narrowing his eyes. Guess. I guess yes. No wonder Cade lost to you. That treasure of yours is indeed extraordinary. Virgil nodded faintly, leaving Barbara to ponder further. Chapter 265, Olive Branch. You say it, and it is so. Virgil ignored her wild imagination and stepped forward to leave the place. Now that the heart dream fruit was in hand, there was no reason to stay longer. He planned to go find Darby. Hey, young sir, where are you going? That old fellow was killed by both of us, and I should have a share of what's in his storage bag, Althea called out as she followed him. Hearing this, Virgil stopped. He remembered that they did indeed work together to kill the hunchback dev. So he took out the contents of the storage bag and began dividing the spoils. Haley million spirit stones, 3.5 million for you, 3.5 million for me, 2 bottles of profound spirit pills, 1 infant treasure each. Soon, they had divided the contents of the storage bag. Each got 1 infant treasure, 3.5 million spirit stones, and 2 bottles of 4th grade pills. Althea stored her share into her storage bag with a satisfied look on her face and said, By the way, young sir, what's your name? Virgil. Virgil glanced at her and said, All right, we've finished dividing the spoils. I have something urgent to do, and we can meet again if fate permits. Wait. Althea smiled and said, I have a big business deal here. Are you willing to cooperate? Not interested. It concerns an elixir that can enhance magic power. Althea stood with her hands behind her back, looking at his back. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, Virgil paused, turned around and said, Tell me more. I'm sure you know that within this city, there are many medicinal gardens with herbs that can boost magical power. Althea looked at him and smiled. Virgil nodded without interrupting and listened as she continued. I know of one such place nearby. There's a Haley color marvel tree there, and 1 fruit from it can boost 50 units of magical power. Interested? Althea's eyes curved in a smile. Medicinal garden. Virgil's eyes gleamed, not rushing to make a decision. He asked, How do you know all this? Of course, I heard it from those cultivators who entered before us. They didn't realize the fruits could enhance magic power, so they only picked one and left, Althea replied lazily. If it's such a good opportunity, why involve me? Virgil looked at her coolly. Althea sighed and said, I'm not the only one who knows about it. By now, many people must have rushed over. Some of them might be as strong as I am, which is why I need to find a partner like you. What do you think? Should we team up and seize all the fruits? We can split the profits equally. Upon hearing her proposal, Virgil fell silent, feeling a bit tempted but hesitating due to Darby's whereabouts. Althea's dark eyes watched him as she said, You're looking for someone, right? Someone there might know information about your fox demon. Fine, let's check it out. Virgil took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. Follow me. Seeing he was hooked, Althea smiled and leaped onto the wall. Instead of taking the streets, she traveled directly atop the buildings. How far is the medicinal garden you mentioned? I hope it's not already deserted by the time we get there, Virgil asked as he followed her. Don't worry, they won't be able to pick all the fruits quickly, Althea replied confidently. Is that so? Virgil became curious. Do you know the origin of this underwater city? Althea didn't explain further and instead glanced at him. Virgil shook his head. If my guess is correct, this city was once ruled by Milagros in ancient times, Robertian City. See that pearl up above? It's likely the Robertian City's most precious treasure, the Myriad Law Pearl. Althea looked up at the pearl in the sky, explaining her theory. Milagros. At the mention of this name, Virgil felt a stir of excitement, recalling the inscriptions on the temple walls. It mentioned Lord Thunder. They could very well be talking about the same person. What kind of strength does this Milagros possess? A rare hint of respect appeared in Althea's eyes. Thousands of years ago, Milagros was the ruler of the Endless Sea, rumored to be no weaker than Sabine. With her, the Endless Sea was able to exist. Otherwise, with so many demonic cultivators here, it would have been long exterminated by the Rain Hall. Unfortunately, the Rupert vanished mysteriously later, and so did this Robertian city, sinking beneath the sea and drifting to the outer sea. Upon hearing that Milagros' strength could rival Sabine, Virgil was also startled. He recalled the inscription on the temple wall. It mentioned that the Rupert was betrayed. Could this be the reason for her disappearance? Althea didn't notice his expression and gazed into the distance, sighing. No one knows what really happened to the Rupert back then, but some speculate that Sabine, jealous of her prowess, secretly sent several pseudo-immortals to ambush her. Sabine. Hearing this familiar name, Virgil murmured, remembering the tragedy in Chi State. The lack of support from Rain Hall seemed linked to Sabine's agreement with the demon race. The thought made him feel that the speculation wasn't baseless. After all, if Sabine could disregard an entire nation's worth of cultivators, carrying out such a deed wouldn't be surprising. But these matters were not of immediate concern to him. Shaking his head, he changed the subject. How do you know so much? Althea giggled. Our Humo sect has quite a reputation in the inner sea and carries an ancient lineage, so knowing some secrets isn't unusual. Right, young sir, why don't you join our Humo sect when you return? You can take down the current Saint Sun and become the new one, Althea offered, extending an olive branch. Is this Saint Sun your enemy? Virgil looked puzzled. Not exactly. This guy is just too annoying, always wanting to compete with me and showing off in front of me every day, Althea snorted. Love slaves truly end up with nothing. Virgil suddenly understood, nodding without comment. However, Althea was enthusiastic. If you join our Humo sect, which is almost on par with the 8 venerables in the Endless Sea, and as Saint Sun or Saint Daughter, you'll be treated like a transformative deity cultivator. Even transformative deity cultivators won't dare offend you. Plus, you'll have access to numerous cultivation resources and beautiful women. Tempted? Join us. For now, I don't plan to join any sect. I'll think about it. Virgil politely declined. Hee, what's there to consider? If you're the Saint Sun and I'm the Saint Daughter, it's a perfect match. Althea blinked mischievously. Translation ends here. Please provide the next part if available. Chapter 266, The Commander's Manor. Virgil didn't reply, hoping she would shut up on her own. However, Althea showed no self-awareness and kept urging him on. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and asked, how much further until we reach the herb garden you mentioned? I've never been there. How would I know? Seeing his darkening expression, Althea covered her mouth and said, just joking. It should be just ahead. After a while, a huge mansion appeared before them. Standing at the gate, Althea released her spiritual senses and said, it should be inside this place. Virgil looked up. This location was several dozen miles away from the Heartdream Tree. Marian Palace walls came into view with several white jade pavilions, half collapsed as if they had sprouted from within the walls. The doors stood open, still undecayed despite the passing years, though dusty with palm prints visible. Above, the signboard remained intact. Virgil read aloud, Commander's Manor. Right? The owner of this manor is likely one of the 10 commanders of Robertian City, at least a late-stage soul transformation expert, she affirmed. Late-stage soul transformation. Virgil's eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and walked towards the entrance. Where are you going? Althea asked in confusion. Inside. Isn't that where you said it is? Virgil replied innocently. You idiot, there must be many strong cultivators inside now, and those spirit fruits have probably been long gone. When I said go, I meant don't stand here by the gate. Althea gave him an exasperated look. Didn't you say we'd force our way in? Virgil couldn't follow her train of thought. Forcing in has its methods. There are definitely many people inside now. If we force our way in, we'll become targets. We need to use strategy. Althea pulled him and hid nearby on a rooftop, taking out a bead. Infusing it with mana, a barrier floated around them. This can conceal our aura even from grand cultivators' spiritual senses. We'll wait here for them to come out after taking the fruit, and then knock them out and snatch the fruit. Virgil watched silently, feeling like a newbie being recruited by a gang leader. Shaking off the bizarre thoughts, Virgil gazed at the manor. Your treasure should have limits, right? How many cultivators' cultivation levels can it suppress at once? Althea turned to ask, not noticing his odd reaction. Only one person at a time, Virgil replied indifferently. Expected as much, Althea understood. thinking the same. We'll work together. Dealing with one person should be enough. As long as we don't encounter soul transformation experts, no one in this underwater city will be my match. Virgil remained silent, his gaze fixed on the manor's entrance. After an hour, his eyes were sore, but he hadn't seen anyone exit. He glanced sideways, suspiciously. You're sure? Boom. Before he could finish, a loud explosion erupted from the manor, instantly destroying part of the building. Stop. Cartered over the fruit. Dust rose from the massive explosion, followed by a booming voice from within. A black-robed Franz emerged like an arrow, speeding towards the distance. He emitted peak nascent soul fluctuations, yet his aura was weak and covered in blood, clearly injured. 5 cultivators trailed far behind him, 1 grand cultivator and 4 peak nascent soul cultivators. It's him. Virgil's eyebrows raised as his eyes locked onto the black-robed Franz. He recognized him from before entering the ruins. None other than the Abdurrahman. The fish is biting. He should have the fruit. Let's follow. As Althea was about to move, she noticed Virgil's appearance changing. Surprised, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Better to cover my face when doing this sort of thing. I'm afraid of being recognized later." Virgil's voice turned gruff. He had somehow transformed into a burly man. This was the thousand faces technique he learned from Darby at the Relic Tower. Upon hearing this, Althea's lips twitched, and she quickly put on a veil too. Cough. These damn dogs, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Not daring to rob those 3 fellows but only knowing how to bully me. And Dev over 1,000 years old. The black-robed Franz muttered while running, glancing back at his pursuers. Seeing a grand cultivator and 4 peak nascent soul cultivators following, he was terrified and bolted into an alley without thinking. Suddenly, a burly man appeared nearby, smiling creepily. "Mister." Before the Franz could speak, a Noel in black robes suddenly appeared behind him, striking his shoulder and knocking him out. "Your skills are impressive." He didn't even get a chance to react. Looking at the unconscious Franz on the ground, Althea quickly removed his storage bag, erasing its mark. "Wow, this fellow got 3 fruits that enhance mana. Impressive." Virgil's lips twitched. "I haven't questioned him yet." "Forgot." Althea was slightly embarrassed. "It's fine. There are others here too." Virgil sighed helplessly. In a few breaths, the two exited the alley. Immediately, powerful figures descended from rooftops and halted before them. 1 peak nascent soul cultivator and 4 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. "Did you see that old guy?" a muscular man asked, sending out his spiritual sense. Althea's gaze fell on them, turning mischievously. Even without the fruit, their treasures were plenty. "Hold on, let me question first." Virgil knew what she intended, asking instead, "Have any of you seen a fox demon?" Ignoring him, they sent out their spiritual senses and soon discovered the knocked-out Franz in the alley. Seeing his empty storage bag, they realized the fruits were taken. Without hesitation, they retrieved their treasures and attacked Virgil and Althea. "Leave one to question." Seeing this, Virgil sighed. For change shot out, suppressing the cultivator's power by 1/3. "Got it." Althea giggled. Next, all 4 men heard a mesmerizing laughter, causing their eyes to glaze over. They collapsed, lost in pleasant dreams. Only the grand cultivator remained, eyes wide with shock, trying to flee. "Not going to escape?" Althea giggled, chasing after him. Translation completed with adherence to guidelines provided. Chapter 267. Spiritual Fruit, watching from the sidelines. "Can he escape?" Althea giggled, her body swaying slightly as she pursued him. Virgil gave her retreating figure a deep look, gaining a deeper understanding of this Noel's strength. There were probably few opponents for her among great cultivators. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed his heart. For chains emerged from his body again, entering the great cultivator who had fled. In the next moment, that fleeing great cultivator suddenly felt his cultivation suppressed by an inexplicable force, dropping directly to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Before he could recover from his shock, that extremely powerful Noel appeared beside him, waving her hand and grabbing him like a little chick before throwing him on the ground. "I am from the Tyrant sect. You can't kill me." Seeing the other party still shouting incessantly, Virgil frowned and said, "Don't worry. As long as you answer my questions, I guarantee I won't kill you." "What questions?" "Speak up. I promise to tell everything I know." "Do you have seen a fox demon?" Virgil asked. "A fox demon?" The cultivator's eyes looked blank. After pondering carefully, he shook his head, saying, "Never seen one." Hearing this, Virgil's brows furrowed tightly. "You promised not to kill me. One should be honest." Seeing this, the great cultivator panicked and started shouting again. However, before he could finish speaking, Althea's eyes flashed with a strange red light, and then the great cultivator's eyes turned vacant, slumping onto the ground. Virgil sighed, not looking at the other person. "Wake the others up. I will question them one by one." They were all ensnared by Althea's spell, immersed in pleasant dreams. "Release." With that command, one cultivator's eyes returned to clarity. Seeing the surroundings, he immediately realized what had happened. Virgil repeated his previous words, but the cultivator also stated he had never seen Darby. Virgil didn't give up. After knocking the other party out again, he had Althea release the spells on the others. However, none of the 5 people had seen Darby. Virgil couldn't help but sigh, gazing at the twisted figures on the ground. This underwater city was so vast. Dozens of cultivators entering it would be dispersed in all directions, barely causing any ripples, making finding one person quite difficult, no better than searching for a needle in the ocean. "We should go. There are still some people left in the mansion." "Let's wait there," Althea comforted. "Then we'll ask those people about the Sylvia. Someone must know something." "Not in a hurry. Give me my share of the fruit first to enhance power." Virgil glanced at her, recomposing himself. "Hey, little husband, don't be impatient. It's not over yet. Why divide spoils now?" Althea teased. "That's not happening. I think we should divide it first." Virgil remained unmoved, extending his palm firmly. Fine. There are 3 fruits. How do you plan to divide them? Althea smiled brightly. Would you like me to bear some loss and give you 2? Really? Virgil was surprised, his gaze landing on her. Of course. Althea laughed. But since I'm so good to you, why don't you join our joyful demon sect after this? I'll consider it. Little husband, how heartless. This Noelle is indeed seductive. Most of her actions were likely pretended. Virgil ignored her, focusing on the 2 fruits in his hand, breathing heavily. The 2 fruits were bright red, irregular ovals, bigger than cherries but smaller than pears. They emitted a fragrant aroma, invigorating the spirit. 1 fruit can boost 50 jazi of power, 2 fruits can boost 100 jazi. If I had 20 such fruits, ignoring bodily resistance, wouldn't my power directly break through to the deity transformation realm? Virgil 收回目光，思索片刻后轻笑一声. Edit. Virgil took his gaze back, pondered for a moment, and then chuckled softly. This was just imagination. To break through to deity transformation, reaching 1,000 jazi of power was only the first step. More importantly, one needed to comprehend intent. Not that simple. Shaking his head, Virgil put away extra thoughts and focused on the front. At this moment, a terrifying wave of energy burst forth from within the mansion, signaling a fierce battle. Althea's tear-filled expression disappeared, her gaze turning to the mansion ahead. She guessed, maybe they're fighting over the distribution of the fruit. Little husband, let's go in and take advantage of the chaos. Upon hearing this, Virgil pocketed the fruits, his body flickering as he entered the mansion from the doorway, where the path became paved with pebbles. The scale of this mansion was immense, almost like a royal palace, with gardens, palaces, rock formations, and jade pavilions appearing one after another. Their spiritual senses served as guides, navigating them through the mansion. Soon, they sensed a powerful aura from one direction, indicating a battle. Even in the sky, beams of magical treasures flew back and forth, colliding. 3 great cultivators. Palamaints later, the 2 stood on a white jade tower, Althea gazing far into the western garden of the mansion. Inside, there were 3 individuals, all exuding the aura of great cultivators. 2 seemed to be working together, surrounding and attacking the remaining great cultivator. However, the situation wasn't one-sided. The besieged individual fought 2-to-1 without falling behind. A single punch exerted tremendous force, capable of resisting attacks from both sides. Which side do you think has the fruit? Althea turned and asked. Just knock them all out and see. Virgil said casually. Althea paused, then giggled. Little husband, you're so direct. Virgil glanced at her. These spiritual fruits originally belong to no one. If they exist, they belong to the mansion's owner. They can seize them, so why can't we? What does it matter if we snatch them? Your words sound like a demonic cultivator. Althea thought for a moment, choosing her words carefully. Demonic cultivator. Virgil's gaze was indifferent. He remained unfazed, keeping his focus on the battle inside the garden, without rushing to intervene. If they intervene now, they might not only fail to get a single spiritual fruit, but also invite hostility, or even a united front against them from both factions. Let them fight longer, weakening each other until they were battered and bruised. Then picking up the spoils would be much easier. As for whether this behavior was taking advantage of their plight or ungentlemanly, Virgil didn't care. To become stronger and bring back Master Roberta, these matters were insignificant. Translation notes. 1. Maintain the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 267. Spiritual Fruit, watching from the sidelines. Can you escape? Althea giggled, her body swaying slightly as she gave chase. Virgil glanced deeply at her retreating figure, gaining a greater understanding of this Noelle's strength. She probably had few opponents even among the great cultivators. Taking a deep breath, he slowly calmed himself down. For chains exited his body once more, entering the body of the great cultivator who had fled. In the next moment, that fleeing great cultivator suddenly felt their cultivation suppressed by a mysterious force, plummeting directly to the mid-nether ancestor stage. Before he could recover from his shock, that frighteningly powerful Noelle suddenly appeared beside him, raising a hand and grabbing him back like a little chick, throwing him on the ground. I am a member of the tyrant sect, you can't kill me. Seeing the other party still ranting nonstop, Virgil frowned and said, rest assured. As long as you answer my questions, I promise not to kill you. What questions? Just ask, I'll tell everything I know, the cultivator replied. Have you seen a fox demon? Virgil asked. A fox demon? The cultivator's gaze was bewildered. After carefully recalling, he shook his head and said, no, I haven't seen one. Hearing this, Virgil furrowed his brows tightly. You promised not to kill me. A man must be honest and trustworthy. Seeing this scene, the great cultivator panicked again, starting to shout. However, before he finished speaking, Althea's eyes flashed with an eerie red light, and the great cultivator's eyes flickered in confusion, falling weakly to the ground. Virgil sighed, not looking at the other party, and said, wake up the others, I'll question them one by one. All of them had been ensnared by Althea's spell, immersed in beautiful dreams. Release. With the sound of the word, one of the cultivator's eyes regained clarity, seeing the situation around him and immediately realizing what had happened. Virgil repeated his earlier words, but the other party also stated they had not seen Darby. Virgil was unwilling to give up. After knocking out the other person again, he had Althea release the spells on the rest. But after questioning all 5 people, none of them had seen Darby. Virgil couldn't help but sigh, looking at the sprawled figures on the ground. This underwater city was so vast, dozens of cultivators entering it were like mud cows entering the sea, dispersed in all directions, causing no disturbance. It was indeed very difficult to find someone here. It was almost as hard as finding a needle in a haystack. Let's go, young master. There should still be some people left in that residence. We can guard there. Althea comforted. We can then ask those people about the Sylvia's whereabouts. Surely someone knows something. Not in a hurry. Give me the fruit that enhances my power first. Virgil glanced at her, adjusting his mood. Oh, young master, don't be impatient. It's not over yet. Why are we dividing spoils now? Althea scolded playfully. No, I think it's better to divide now. Virgil remained unmoved, extending his palm firmly. Okay. There are 3 fruits. How do you want to divide them? Althea smiled and said, do you want me to take a loss and give you 2? Really? Virgil was surprised, focusing his gaze on her. Of course it's true. Althea laughed gently, but since I'm so good to you, why don't you join my joyful demon sect after we leave? I'll consider it. You're heartless, young master. Althea lowered her head with tearful eyes. This Noel was truly seductive. This act was likely an act, which Virgil ignored, his attention on the 2 fruits in his hand. His breathing quickened. The 2 fruits were bright red, irregular ovals, larger than cherries but smaller than pears, emitting a fragrant aroma that invigorated the spirit. 1 fruit can increase 50 jazi of magical power, 2 fruits can increase 100 jazi. If there were 20 such fruits, without considering body resistance, wouldn't my magic power break through the transformation of divine essence directly? Virgil withdrew his gaze, laughing after pondering for a while. It was just wishful thinking. Reaching 1,000 jazi was only the first step to breaking through the divine essence transformation. More importantly, it required comprehension of Tao realms. How simple would that be? Shaking his head, Virgil put away extra thoughts, gazing ahead as terrifying fluctuations erupted inside the mansion, signaling a great battle. Althea no longer looked tearful, looking towards the mansion and guessing. They might have fought amongst themselves over the distribution of the fruits. Young master, let's enter and take advantage of the chaos. Virgil heard her, put away the fruits, and entered the mansion, the small path underfoot turning into pebbles. This mansion was immense, resembling a royal palace, filled with gardens, palaces, rock formations, and white jade pavilions. Their senses expanded, acting as navigation, swiftly traversing the mansion, soon feeling a powerful aura in conflict. Even in the sky, flashes of magic treasures collided. 3 great cultivators. Palamains later, the duo stood on a jade pavilion, Althea looking far into the western garden of the mansion. Inside were 3 people, all radiating the aura of great cultivators. 2 seemed to be working together, surrounding and attacking the remaining one. However, the situation wasn't one-sided. The surrounded individual, fighting 2 to 1, showed no signs of weakness. One punch released massive power, resisting both attackers. Do you think the fruit is in whose hands? Althea asked, turning her head. Just knock them all out and see, Virgil casually responded. Althea blinked, then giggled. Young master, how straightforward. Virgil glanced sideways at her. These spiritual fruits are unowned. If owned, it'd be by this residence's master. If they can seize, why can't we? What's wrong with seizing and plundering? Your words. Very much of a demonic cultivator. Althea thought for a moment, spitting out a term. Demonic cultivator. Virgil remained unperturbed, calmly observing the fight within the garden, not rushing to intervene. If they acted now, they risked not only failing to seize any spiritual fruits but also drawing the ire of both factions, potentially leading to an alliance against them. Waiting until they fought further, weakening each other to exhaustion, then stepping in to profit from their misfortune. Wouldn't that be perfect? As for whether this behavior was taking advantage of others in distress, or unworthy of a gentleman, these things he did not care about. As long as he grew stronger and could bring Maureen back, what did these trifles matter? 3. Ensured natural English phrasing and fluency while preserving the original tone and style. Chapter 268, The Nailing Clan. At this moment, a demonic heart was forming within Virgil's body. Meanwhile, the battle in the garden had reached its peak. The 2 great cultivators, realizing they couldn't defeat their opponent easily, exchanged glances and retreated to a distance. This person is hard to deal with. Let's not trip up over a minor obstacle. Use that move to kill him quickly. His portion of the spirit fruit will be split between us 2. The one who spoke was named Bram. He and the other were twin brothers. Both looked incredibly ancient, as if they had lived for over 1,000 years. Their weathered faces resembled bark from a pine tree. They were well known in the outer sea and referred to as the Shinming twins. Agreed. The other nodded. Their individual strength wasn't particularly formidable among great cultivators, but they mastered a combined attack technique capable of severely injuring or even killing a great cultivator. As both simultaneously cast spells, a huge black ring appeared above their heads, continuously absorbing their magical power as if merging their strength into one. Kill. Upon command, the black ring, now fully charged with power, emitted a massive surge of magical energy, followed by a dazzling black beam that shot out, striking towards the distant great cultivator. It carried a momentum to obliterate everything, as if it could instantly disintegrate anything in its path. Haha, 2 old relics, actually knowing the combined attack technique. The great cultivator sneered at the incoming light, his aura sharply escalating. His body then grew dozens of feet tall, tearing through his shirt to reveal a bronze torso covered in sinewy muscles. He threw a punch toward the beam. The fist was enveloped in dark, savage power. Boom. A deafening explosion ensued, collapsing the surrounding houses. Is he dead? The Shimming twins watched ahead, just as their divine sense went out. A colossal fist emerged from the smoke, smashing one of them away. Eliocha. Braden shouted in shock upon seeing this. You'd better worry about yourself first. At this moment, a chilling voice sounded near his ear. Be careful, this person is very peculiar. His physical body is incredibly strong. Bram, lying amidst the rubble, loudly warned, coughing up more blood due to the exertion. Hearing this, Braden was alarmed and hurriedly activated a square shield to meet the attack. Clang. Following a metallic clash, the powerful upper-grade infant treasure showed a crack, while Braden grunted and flew straight back, landing next to his companion. The muscular man with braided muscles had a cold expression, stepping forward before one of them could react, stomping him into mist with one foot and shattering his origin soul with a punch, seizing his storage bag. He approached the other and resolved the confrontation similarly. What formidable strength, defeating two at once and killing both. On the White Jade Tower, Althea observed this scene, her brows furrowing. Such a powerful cultivator can't possibly be unknown. He might be low-key, Virgil said coolly, sensing this person was indeed troublesome. His strength was incredible, fighting and defeating two great cultivators while also killing both opponents. I'll test his prowess. Althea's eyes flashed as she vanished from sight. By this time, the muscular man's body had returned to normal. Just as he prepared to pocket the last storage bag, he sensed a surge of magic power from behind and turned, delivering a punch. The two collided and separated instantly, each retreating several steps, looking at each other with surprise. How is it? Virgil appeared beside him, focusing on the muscle-bound man. There was a certain aura around him, dark, turbid, and violent, that made him feel uncomfortable. His strength isn't beneath mine. Althea gave a fair assessment. As the holy daughter of a major inner sea sect, her strength was naturally formidable. Whether in magic or physical combat, she underwent professional training, surpassing many peers. However, the previous engagement clearly put her at a disadvantage. Just as they were discussing, a half-smiling voice came from the front. The holy daughter of the Donghua sect. The muscular man's gaze fell upon Althea, watching her with amusement, recognizing her identity. Who are you? Althea frowned, surprised that he knew her identity. My surname is Nayland. The muscular man introduced himself, turning his gaze to Virgil, assuming he was another genius from a major inner sea force. But seeing that he was only at the middle stage of the origin soul realm, he dismissed this thought, considering him merely a subordinate of the Donghua sect holy daughter. Just as he planned to shift his focus, a sudden sense of disgust surged within him, vanishing instantly. The muscular man paused, refocusing on Virgil. The faint aversion lingered, making him frown. Nayland? Are you from the Nayland clan of the 9 demon races? Althea was initially puzzled, then startled. To be remembered by the holy daughter of the Donghua sect is truly an honor. The muscular man smiled lightly, withdrawing his gaze from Virgil. Regardless of how he viewed him, he was just an ordinary middle-stage origin soul cultivator, showing no peculiarities, so he chalked it up to a misconception. Is this Nayland clan famous? Virgil noted her change in expression. The Nayland clan is one of the 9 taboo races of the Inner Sea, one of the most untouchable forces outside the 8 Inner Sea honors. However, the 8 honors gain their fame through sheer power, whereas the Naylands have a tremendous cause and effect. Even our ancestor Avrils avoid any conflict. Rumor has it they are connected to the orthodox ancient demons. Interacting with them may lead to misfortune. Althea explained, a wary look flashing across her face. Rare for immortal Miss Althea to pay such attention to my Nayland clan. I feel deeply honored. The muscular man bared his white teeth, revealing a sinister smile. Ancient demons. Virgil's gaze landed on him, suddenly recalling the unknown creature's skin in his storage bag, which seemed to bear demon script. Since the Nayland clan was related to the ancient demons, perhaps he could visit them when heading to the Inner Sea. He felt something secret was hidden there. Before leaving the sect, the ancestor Avril sternly advised me against getting involved with the Nayland clan. Their causal baggage is too significant. Entangling with them would be detrimental. Since the spirit fruit is now in his possession, perhaps we should drop it. Althea thought he was reluctant to give up the spirit fruit and gently persuaded him. Virgil frowned, silent. Frankly, he was somewhat attached to the power-enhancing fruit. But after hearing her warning, he hesitated. Chapter 269, Fury. Upon hearing this, Virgil furrowed his brow and said nothing. To be honest, he was indeed somewhat reluctant to part with the fruit that could enhance one's magic power. However, considering what Althea had just mentioned, a hesitant feeling arose in his heart. Even Althea's sect's Avril showed great apprehension towards it. It could be seen that the Long clan was indeed extremely formidable. He did not wish to invite trouble for just a spirit fruit. He wasn't afraid of offending a soul-forming realm expert, but something even a soul-forming realm expert would be wary of was not something he dared to take lightly. He was not rash, nor did he think he was invincible. Since you put it this way, let's give it up. Virgil nodded, turned his gaze toward the muscular man, and asked, I wonder if Sir has seen a fox demon here in the underwater city? She is a female. I have. Before he could finish, the muscular man replied indifferently. Virgil didn't expect much. Hearing this, he paused, then suddenly felt elated and asked, Where? Who is she to you? Your demonic servant? The muscular man's eyes sparkled with interest. He did not answer immediately. From the moment he saw Virgil, he felt an inexplicable aversion, which he couldn't quite explain. Oh, I see. She was your concubine. Truly a beauty. Unfortunately, she is already dead. Darby dead? Upon hearing this news, Virgil was stunned. His eyes shot out in intense rage as he said word by word, What did you say? She's dead? How can this be? You must be lying to me. You've gone too far. If you hadn't seen her, you should just say so. There's no need to make such a joke. Althea watched the muscular man ahead, frowning like the smoke and rain of Jiangnan. Haha, don't believe it? So be it. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. The muscular man sneered, walking away. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Did I tell you to leave? The muscular man stopped, turned around, glanced at him, then sneered again before looking at Althea beside him and asking, Fairy Althea, what does your friend mean? Althea hesitated, looking at Virgil and saying, Young master, calm down. Virgil ignored her. His magical power burst forth, locking onto the muscular man in front of him. His eyes seemed to hold ancient stars within, as if he were a deity overlooking the world from high above, coldly saying, Tell me where she is and why you said she is dead. Under this gaze, the muscular man felt that sense of loathing resurface once more. Even more, he felt an inexplicable chill run through him, sneering, "You want to know? Beg me, and I'll tell you. TSK, TSK. Right. The fox demon you're looking for. Wasn't she wearing a white dress with initial nascent soul cultivation? White dress, initial nascent soul." Immediately, Virgil visualized that familiar Noel. Recalling what the other party had just said, his face suddenly became grotesque, filled with infinite anger and murderous intent surging in his chest. "If you don't tell me, I will search your soul myself." He stared intently at the muscular man ahead, emotionless, taking large steps forward with an icy expression. Seeing this scene, Althea knew what he intended to do. Moving to block him, she advised, "Don't be impulsive. Even if you can suppress your realm, you might still not be a match for this person. Moreover, their clan's strange causality. If you get entangled in it, it won't end well for either of us." Virgil looked at her coldly, saying, "Move aside. Don't force me to act against you." Althea sighed and silently moved to the side. "Huh. A mere mid-stage nascent soul insect actually wants to lay hands on me?" Seeing his actions, the muscular man laughed disdainfully. "Not only are you merely at the mid-stage nascent soul realm, but even if you were at the peak nascent soul, you'd still be nothing but an ant in my hands, easy prey." Virgil remained silent, stopping a few steps away from him. Looking at the other with cold eyes, he sensed a powerful aura rushing toward him. This person was indeed very strong, different from any other grand cultivators he had encountered before. He exuded more pressure than when Cade had summoned several powerful ghosts using the spirit banner, which also didn't weaken the ghost's strength. Back then, Cade summoned ghosts were restrained by his ancient lantern, plus Cade failed to detect the immortal restraining chain's existence immediately, hence Virgil winning the battle. Otherwise, if Cade had attacked together with the ghost at that time, he wouldn't have been able to win. Therefore, his overall strength was actually below Cade's. This person possessed an incredibly powerful physical body, capable of withstanding grand cultivators' attacks. A single punch from him would severely injure even a grand cultivator, exerting no less pressure on him compared to back then. But no matter how strong the other was, Virgil needed to know Darby's whereabouts today. With ice-cold eyes, he suddenly disappeared, for immortal restraining chains shooting out from his body. "Fairy Althea, this person initiated an attack on me. Do you have any objections if I kill him?" Seeing his attack, the muscular man sneered, exposing his strong muscles as they coiled together, clearly capable of explosive strength. "That depends on your capabilities," Althea responded nonchalantly. "Just don't end up badly wounded by a mid-stage nascent soul ant in your eyes." "Don't worry about that, Fairy." The muscular man sneered again. Seeing Virgil close in, he had no time to think further, simply throwing a brute force punch. Bang! The two exchanged blows and Virgil was sent flying, gaining a clearer understanding of the other's strength. Even under the suppression of the immortal restraining chain, his immense brute strength remained formidable. However, this person did not seem to be a body cultivator. He could sense something akin to magical power inside the other, leaving him momentarily puzzled. What happened? In contrast, the muscular man was more astounded, equally shocked. Normally, his casual blow could seriously injure grand cultivators. Now, it was blocked by a mid-stage nascent soul. Although the other had the disadvantage, it still left him alarmed. Before he could ponder further, Virgil shot back from afar like a cockroach that couldn't be killed, his face pale. This time, he did not clash physically but instead wielded a long sword, standing afar and watching coldly. A resolute belief, to destroy mountains if they stood in the way, to kill deities if they obstructed, merged into the long sword, causing it to continuously absorb surrounding heavenly energy, enhancing its power. Boom. Palamanes later, a blade beam slashed out. The medium-grade infant treasure sword he held couldn't withstand the force of the blade chi and shattered instantly. Such profound swordsmanship. Althea's gaze fell on the blade chi, secretly startled. The muscular man's brows raised as well, sensing a threat from the incoming blade chi. This made him feel unable to accept that a grand cultivator like himself felt threatened by a mid-stage nascent soul's attack. It was practically insulting. Chapter 270, Colossal Magic Avatar. Colossal Magic Avatar. The muscular man bellowed, his body abruptly growing over 100 feet tall. Towering and immense, he appeared like a sky-reaching giant, with sinister patterns of dark magic emerging on his exposed skin, faintly visible. Resembling a god of chaos, the giant looked at the incoming sword chi and unleashed a punch that instantly shook the heavens, forcing even the sky to yield. This was the colossal demon technique practiced by the Nailing clan. It not only increased one's size but also amplified strength and defense several-fold. A legitimate ancient demon art, far superior to some intimidating-looking avatars. He had used this technique earlier against the two Shining Franzes but hadn't exerted full power. Now, holding nothing back, his force neared that of a grand cultivator, crushing the incoming sword chi with just one punch. However, it came at a cost, a bloody scratch on his fist, with droplets of blood sprinkling from the sky. Seeing this, Virgil furrowed his brows. The man's power was formidable, almost overwhelming even him, who had the ability to suppress immortals. Suddenly, the giant took huge strides forward, each step causing the ground to tremble. A thunderous voice rang in Virgil's ears. "Middle stage nascent soul ant, you've actually injured me. I will tear you into a million pieces." In this form, he became more volatile and murderous, further fueled by his disgust and being injured by Virgil. He wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. Virgil remained expressionless, watching the mountain-like giant and feeling his insignificance. Yet, he did not waver. Instead, defiance surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved several inferior-grade infant treasures from his storage bag and hurled them out. Explode! A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the giant's mountainous frame. His body swayed slightly, but no wounds marred his skin. Only a few clothes were torn. Just then, Virgil felt an intense sense of danger. Without hesitation, he quickly deployed the Umbrella of Merit. The barrier barely formed before the giant's fist smashed down. Crack. The shield shattered instantly as the giant's fist struck down, intending to crush Virgil into pulp. At the last moment, Virgil leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the blow but was still sent flying by the powerful shockwave, crashing into a white jade pavilion. Ant. Rising from the ruins, his clothes tattered and hair disheveled, he looked incredibly bedraggled. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed above him. The giant stomped down, his face cold and indifferent. Seeing this, Althea hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. Virgil's eyes turned icy, and he immediately pulled out more infant treasures, 6 middle grade and 3 superior grade ones. Leaving behind only a few significant items, he threw the rest without second thought. Explode, explode, explode. The explosions generated by the middle grade infant treasures could severely wound a middle stage nascent soul. With 6 thrown consecutively, plus 3 superior grade treasures, the attack was merciless and devastating. The vast explosion extended thousands of feet, turning the Overlord Manor into ruins, countless structures reduced to rubble. Cough, cough. When the explosion subsided, the giant returned to his original form, covered in blood. He stood amidst the ruins, clutching a broken black cauldron, scanning the surroundings. Finding no trace of Virgil, he laughed triumphantly. The damned ant is finally dead. For the first time, he felt a middle-stage nascent soul was so troublesome, and for the first time, he felt genuine joy after killing one. Dead? Killed by his own attack? Nearby, Althea stared at the ruins, her expression vacant, as if witnessing a shooting star rise and then fall swiftly. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed a hooded man appearing in the ruins. Then, an ancient small tower floated up from the ground, entering his forehead. This can't be. You're merely a middle-stage nascent soul, caught in the explosion's epicenter. How could you survive? The muscular man said incredulously. That attack would have gravely wounded even a grand cultivator. The muscular man only survived due to his protective treasures. How could Virgil, a mere middle-stage nascent soul, survive? He's alive. That's wonderful. Unlike his bewilderment, Althea was elated. Looking at Virgil, she was taken aback. Not only had he survived, but his power had increased. His aura now indicated a breakthrough to late-stage nascent soul. We must lure him to my pleasure demon sect. Those old fellows would be intrigued by such a prodigy. Eyes glinting, Althea planned how to get Virgil to join the pleasure demon sect. Unaware of her thoughts, Virgil watched the seemingly dazed muscular man expressionlessly. From tossing the infant treasures to the end, less than a minute passed externally, but it felt like half an hour to him. He had absorbed the spirit fruits and the bottle of mystical spirit pills, his mana breaking through the 510 Jia mark, reaching late-stage nascent soul. Now, his opponent seemed less formidable, no longer unbeatable. One more round. With cold eyes, Virgil released 4 chains from his body, entering the other's body. This time, nearly 80% of the other's strength was suppressed. Then, in one stride, he appeared before the muscular man and punched his chest, sending him flying before grabbing his neck as he landed. Speak. What happened to that fox demon, or else you die? Virgil bore no deep grudge, but needed to know Darby's fate. If this man resisted, he wouldn't hesitate to probe his soul. Screw the Nayland clan. Screw the ancient demons. He was willing to shoulder all consequences. The muscular man, seeing Virgil's gaze, felt fear for the first time and stammered, I'll tell you. When I entered the ruins, I saw the fox demon being pursued by Qing. Qing. Hearing the name, Virgil's eyes turned bloodshot, surging with boundless killing intent, causing the temperature around to drop sharply. Where are they? Speak. He stared fiercely at the muscular man, desperate to know the answer. She's in the central area beneath the underwater city. The muscular man's face showed fear. Receiving the answer, Virgil threw him to the ground, snatched his storage bag, and vanished instantly. Note, nascent soul and grand cultivator are commonly used terms in English translations of Chinese cultivation novels. Chapter 271. Invincible Potential. In the ruins of the mansion, Althea saw that Virgil had already left and decided not to linger any longer. Before departing, she glanced at the disheveled man with braided hair and said coldly, a noble lawn family member, yet you were beaten this badly by what you considered a mere mid-stage yawning insect. Hearing her mockery, the braided man's face turned sour, but after Althea spoke, she ignored him, her body flickering as she pursued Virgil. She had an inkling that something significant was about to happen in this underwater city. The braided man hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow along. Don't die. Absolutely do not die. I promised I would lift your demon ban. Elsewhere, Virgil left the commandant's residence and kept teleporting within the city, rushing towards the center of the underwater city. His heart burned with anxiety. Darby's cultivation was only early-stage yuaning. If pursued by Qing, she would certainly meet her death. He could only pray that Qing still found her valuable and intended to use her against him, thus sparing her life. Qing, if you dare to touch her, I'll wipe out your entire clan. Virgil's face was twisted with fury. With Senior Roberta and his predecessor now gone, the people close to him had all departed one by one. If Darby were to leave him too, he would truly become completely alone. After a quarter of an hour, 2 great cultivators appeared ahead. Seeing him, they shouted, Demon Cultivator, how dare you kill our Ziyang sect member? Give back your life. Scram. Virgil, worried about Darby's safety, had no time to deal with them. He roared, pouring his mana into the shout, making it thunderous in their ears. Humph. Presumptuous. How dare you, who killed a member of our Ziyang sect, act so arrogantly? Today, you shall pay with blood. The 2 great cultivators from the Ziyang sect sneered and simultaneously slapped their hands, unleashing their magical treasures, a gourd and a palm fan. 2 dazzling beams instantly hurtling toward Virgil. They blocked him not only for vengeance but also for the heart dream fruit on his person. which represented unimaginable wealth, enough to make even a transformation realm cultivator envious. You're courting death. Virgil's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. These two were far less powerful than Qing or the earlier braided man, merely ordinary great cultivators. Forbidden immortal chains. Amidst the boundless killing intent, four chains emerged from his body, suppressing 60% of their attack's power. Then, Virgil slapped their attack aside. Boom. A tremendous explosion followed, leaving Virgil unscathed, standing firmly while staring intently at the two great cultivators. How can this devil be so strong? He actually blocked our combined attack. Seeing this, both men were stunned. Before they could react, they felt a mysterious force suppressing their cultivation levels, reducing them to mid-stage Yuan-ing. Their expressions turned horrified. What's happening? My cultivation is suppressed. I can only manifest mid-stage Yuan-ing power. Initially confident due to their status and numbers, they thought nothing of avenging their comrade while seizing the Heart Dream fruit. But they never expected him to suppress their cultivation. Suddenly, both sensed impending doom and looked forward hastily. Virgil held a black, ancient lamp, through which 2/3 of his mana flowed, causing a flame to rise and release a dark green fire dragon, charging at them. Virgil used the lamp right away, intending a swift resolution. Now that he had reached late-stage Yuan-ing, he could unleash the lamp's full power, comparable to a great cultivator's strength. Killing these two would suffice. Danger. Block it, we must block it, or we will surely die. Haley Injury's fist. One of the Ziyang sect great cultivators, sensing imminent death from the fire dragon, roared as he launched several punches, each powerful enough to injure a mid-stage Yuan-ing, culminating in a strike nearly matching a late-stage Yuan-ing attack, aimed at the fire dragon. Purple Chi from the east. The other conjured purple mist, joining the attack. Both had their own survival techniques as great cultivators. However, despite their formidable attacks nearing late-stage Yuan-ing, the fire dragon quickly overpowered them, spitting blood as they watched helplessly until they were incinerated, leaving only their storage bags falling from the sky. Virgil caught their storage bags, his face cold, vanishing immediately. Little Lord has grown increasingly stronger. This is just late-stage Yuan-ing. If he breaks through to Great Cultivator, he might be invincible below the transformation realm. Althea, who had followed him, watched with bright eyes. Although those two great cultivators weren't very strong overall and she could have slain them herself, Virgil, just newly advanced to late-stage Yuan-ing, displayed invincible potential. Such a person, if not killed, would eventually become famous throughout the Inner Sea and possibly become the Ninth Master. She must do everything possible to win him over. Virgil, unaware that Althea had followed, surged forward with murderous intent towards the city center, still burning with anxiety. Arriving soon, as he approached the city center, more and more foreign cultivators gathered, but upon sensing the lingering killing aura from his recent battle with the two great cultivators, they all retreated to observe from a distance, fearful. Who is this person, having killed two great cultivators? It's him. He previously inflicted heavy injuries on Qing in the Outer Sea. Where is he rushing off to with such killing intent? Qing. He could actually injure Qing? Earlier, Qing was hunting a fox demon that seemed to be his demonic servant. Could he be going after Qing? Ignoring these voices, Virgil continued flashing through the air, his divine sense searching for Qing and Darby. Suddenly, several powerful figures blocked his path again. 5 great cultivators, all eyeing him greedily. Move aside. Virgil said sternly. Hee, moving aside isn't difficult, as long as you hand over the Heart Dream fruit. Right? Give us the Heart Dream fruit. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite today. Hashtag chapter 272, assistance. 5 great cultivators dispersed, blocking all of Virgil's escape routes, looking at him with greedy eyes. Hiss, isn't that white-haired child the Southern Pole demon sage? He became a great cultivator 1,000 years ago. Venerable Cloud Crane is here too. This person was already famous in the Outer Sea over 700 years ago. The other 3 are also no small figures. I heard this fellow obtained over 100 Heart Dream fruits. No wonder they're tempted. Ah, where did he get so many Heart Dream fruits? There's a Heart Dream tree within this underwater city, but the tree is guarded by the Nether Meditation Snake January. Many have tried, but ultimately all gave up. Seeing the 5 powerhouses blocking the troublemaker, nearby cultivators whispered amongst themselves, sensing a great drama about to unfold. They've all come for the Heart Dream fruits. Virgil's face turned cold, feeling the situation grow dire. Facing 5 great cultivators at once, even with his prohibited immortal technique, his chances were slim. Besides, he had just fought 2 battles and used teleportation without reservation, leaving him nearly drained of mana. But with Darby's fate unknown, he couldn't afford to waste time here. Each second could mean her doom. He raised his hand, retrieving a black ancient lamp from his storage bag. As he channeled mana into it, the flame above it surged, radiating an awe-inspiring aura even great cultivators would respect. I advise you to be honest and hand over the Heart Dream fruits. Perhaps then you might live, said the white-haired child, giving him a disdainful glance. Yes, hand them over or die. The others chimed in, not rushing to attack. After all, their target wasn't weak. It was better to avoid combat if possible. Arlant Heart Dream fruits? Fine, but which one of you should I give them to? Virgil's expression remained indifferent, as though he had suddenly changed his mind. He put away the ancient lamp and surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the 5 men, pretending to prepare to hand over the fruits. Obviously, to me. The white-haired child sneered, being the strongest present, he naturally wanted them first. At this, a black-feathered Franz jeered, Old Nanji, if you swallow all these Heart Dream fruits alone, won't you burst? To improve fluency and maintain consistency in terminology, I have made the following changes. 1. Changed, will you not burst to won't you burst, for more natural English phrasing. 2. Ensure that Nanji, remains consistent with any previously used terms or names for this character. If Nanji is a proper name, it should be translated or transliterated consistently throughout the text. For the sake of this sentence, I kept it as is, but it might need further clarification depending on the context. Yeah, at least they should be divided among us 5, the others echoed, showing clear dissatisfaction. TCH, I'm the strongest here. Why should I share with you bunch of trash? Haley for me, 3 for you. Unhappy? Fight me, the white-haired child scoffed, completely disregarding the others. These people, usually prominent figures, never tolerated such insults. Their faces darkened, especially the temperamental black-feathered fronds, who attacked the white-haired child on the spot. Then let me witness the Southern Pole demon sage's prowess. Seeing this, Virgil smiled inwardly. These men clearly harbored selfish motives and formed a temporary alliance. They weren't rock solid, and with some manipulation, they'd crumble from within. Now that their attention was elsewhere, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. His figure flickered, breaking free from the encirclement in an instant. Beware, this brat is using a divide-and-conquer strategy. One of the great cultivators, who had been observing Virgil closely, warned urgently. What a sly brat, catch him and flay him alive. As for the heart dream fruits, we'll handle him first. The battling white-haired child and black-feathered fronds paused, realizing they had been tricked. They immediately chased after Virgil, their speed far exceeding his. The remaining 3 didn't lag behind either, quickly joining the pursuit. Giggles. Suddenly, a charming laughter rang in their ears, making them feel as if they were melting inside. Several great cultivators' eyes glazed over, seeing countless alluring women. Simultaneously, Virgil heard a voice in his head, go. Thank you. Virgil nodded, knowing it was Althea, mentally noting her favor. His body flickered, executing several quick teleports, increasing the distance between them. Damn, pleasure demon lore. It must be the saintess of the pleasure demon sect. Shortly after, the white-haired child regained consciousness, seeing Virgil already far away. His face turned extremely grim. Quick, catch him. He has so many heart dream fruits, don't let him escape. The black-feathered fronds came to his senses and hurriedly pursued. The remaining 3 great cultivators regained their composure and swiftly followed suit. Sensing their pursuit, Virgil stayed grim-faced and ignored them. Darby's safety was more important. Compared to that, these annoying pests could wait. Earlier, the burly man mentioned Darby was being pursued by Cade near the city center. Now, Virgil was very close to that location. 15 minutes later, he temporarily evaded the 5 great cultivators, stopping in a garden, pale-faced from exhaustion. Continuous battles and repeated use of teleportation had nearly depleted his mana. He took several pills, restoring some energy, and sent out his spirit awareness. Surrounded by artificial mountains, flowing streams, pavilions, and terraces, he found himself likely in the heart of the underwater city. Just as he was about to continue searching for Darby, his spirit awareness detected a faint presence several thousand feet away. It's him. Virgil frowned, recognizing the great cultivator who had offered the profound spirit pill under the heart dream tree earlier. But why was he seriously injured? Seeming to sense him too, the cultivator rushed towards him. Virgil hesitated but waited. Cough, finally found you. Palamaints later, the man appeared before him, bloodied and breathless, sounding somewhat excited. You're looking for me? Virgil asked skeptically. Yes, friend, I can't explain now. The demon race friend you seek is being hunted by Cade. I tried to stop him but failed as I'm no match for him. Hurry there. The man's expression was anxious. After leaving the heart dream tree, he had headed towards the city center. Along the way, he encountered Darby, chased by Cade. Recalling Virgil's forgiveness and generosity, he decided to help her. However, Cade's terrifying strength, summoning a great cultivator level in soul, quickly left him critically wounded. Had Cade not feared his identity, he would likely have perished. Where is she? Virgil demanded. Chapter 273, The Brutal Cade. Where is she? Virgil immediately pulled out several medicinal pills to restore injuries from his storage bag and threw them to the man. After consuming the pills, the man's complexion improved significantly as he said, she's in a palace not far ahead. Fellow Taoist, go quickly. Don't worry about me. Thank you. I will remember this favor. Virgil bowed slightly without any hesitation and instantly teleported forward. Wait for me. I'm almost there. Soon, his divine sense detected the palace the man had mentioned. Virgil flickered into existence outside the palace, extending his divine sense and immediately sensing the aura of a grand cultivator inside. It was Cade. Seeing no trace of Darby's aura, Virgil's heart sank. His body flickered once again, and he appeared inside the palace, glancing around. This palace was incredibly vast, its purpose unknown. Marian carpets were laid on the ground, with several towering pillars surrounding it, some of which bore cracks, indicating a recent battle. It's you. Why are you here? Cade stood nearby, his foot on a shattered ancient zither. His face turned bewildered upon seeing him, fear flashing across his eyes instinctively. How? Virgil looked coldly at him, immediately noticing the zither under his foot and a blood-stained piece of clothing nearby. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his heart gripped by an immense force. He knew that aura all too well. It belonged to Darby. The signs clearly indicated she had fallen victim to foul play. Feeling the temperature drop abruptly within the hall, Cade realized things weren't looking good for him. He flickered away immediately, fleeing without any hesitation. Previously, with so many wraiths, he wasn't even a match for Virgil. How could he possibly win now? Moreover, he could sense that this lucky brat, having received some mysterious fortune, had already advanced to the late-stage nascent soul realm. If he didn't run now, wouldn't he just be staying behind to die? How dare you? How dare you kill her? Virgil's lips quivered slightly, his face contorted in rage as he stared up at Cade's back. Boundless anger and killing intent surged from his gaze. Even if he carved Cade into 1,000 pieces, it would not suffice. For chains burst from his body. Virgil flickered and blocked Cade's path, slapping a large hand down. Damn it, I didn't kill her. Cade's face flashed with fear. Sensing his killing intent, he immediately retrieved a soul banner, channeling mana into it, black mist rising all around. The wraith-like figure of a grand cultivator, with vacant eyes, swung toward Virgil. Die. Virgil did not believe his words for a moment. Pulling back the chains from Cade's body, he sent them into the approaching wraith. Then he grabbed Cade's head directly, initiating a soul-sealing technique. Palamaints later, Cade dissipated into countless specks of light, a look of relief crossing his face as he died. Virgil looked at Cade from afar, the killing intent in his eyes only intensifying. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Cade felt unbearable pain. That wraith was his last, easily slain by Virgil. For a moment, it felt as though his heart was bleeding. But even as he felt this agony, he knew better than to confront Virgil in a fit of rage. Instead, he flickered and swiftly fled toward the palace exit. You despicable worm, how dare you kill her? Virgil, filled with murderous intent, sent 4 chains chasing after Cade, entering his body. This time, Cade distinctly felt a powerful suppressive force restraining his cultivation, reducing his capabilities to just 20% of his peak. Before he could react in terror, Virgil smashed a punch into his body, sending him flying straight into a pillar, his eyes full of fear. Despicable worm, how dare you? How dare you? Virgil flickered again, grabbing Cade by the nape of his neck, while pressing his head with the other hand. With a kick, he forced him to kneel, repeatedly slamming his head into the ground, making loud thuds accompanied by earth-shattering fury. Cade, filled with fear, could offer no resistance under Virgil's furious assault. His forehead soon became covered in blood, his consciousness slipping into unconsciousness. She didn't die, that fox demon didn't die. Cade, thoroughly terrified, felt he would be haunted by nightmares from today onward. Virgil's eyes burned with murderous intent, showing no mercy. Trash, do you think I'd believe you? If you don't believe me, search my soul. She was rescued right before I could kill her. Cade grew frantic, feeling he would eventually be tortured to death by Virgil. He directly asked for a soul search. For a moment, he deeply regretted getting involved with this malevolent star. Why had he provoked that fox demon? Could Darby really still be alive? Upon hearing this, Virgil felt a glimmer of hope arise. Placing his palm firmly on Cade's head, he coldly said, "Soul search." As he spoke, his palm emitted a suction force, drawing in numerous fragments of information, Cade's memories. Virgil bypassed irrelevant details, quickly jumping to when Cade entered the underwater city. In Cade's memories, Virgil saw that soon after entering the underwater city, Cade encountered Darby. Cade intended to capture her alive to use as leverage against him, merely injuring her severely but allowing her to escape due to carelessness. However, Darby's cultivation being only at the early stage nascent soul realm, it was impossible for her to escape from a grand cultivator's grasp. Soon, she was caught again. Unexpectedly, just as Cade thought he succeeded, she was rescued by a nearby man. These events Virgil already knew. After the man was gravely injured by Cade and escaped, Cade continued pursuing Darby, forcing her into a corner. Just as he believed he had her again, a peculiar-looking Dominic suddenly appeared and saved her. Afterward, Cade reached the palace, where Virgil brutally beat him. A part Virgil didn't need to continue viewing. Virgil released his grip on Cade's head, feeling relieved. She's alive. Darby is indeed alive. I wonder who that Dominic was. After a brief moment of joy, Virgil began to worry, pondering the identity of the Dominic. Who was he? Why did he save Darby? Did he have ulterior motives? No matter what, I must find Darby as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath to calm the uneasiness in his heart, Virgil glanced at Cade on the ground. After the soul search, although Cade did not become mindlessly dazed, his vitality was extremely weakened. Cough, cough. Since that fox demon is alive, sir, can you spare me? Note, the translation has been adapted to ensure natural fluency and maintain coherence with the original narrative structure. Chapter 274 Value. Cough, cough. That fox demon is still alive. Might you spare my life? Cade lay on the ground, his hand clutching the robe at Virgil's feet, pleading in his eyes. What value do you have? Virgil looked down coldly at him, showing no mercy. Value. Cade hesitated, coughed up blood, and realized that unless he proved his worth, Virgil would not hesitate to kill him. I am a successor of the Inner Sea Soul sect. My knowledge surpasses many great cultivators, and I rank among the best among them. I can pledge allegiance to you. Moreover, I know the method to refine a soul banner, which is a secret of our sect. Even if you tried to extract it through soul searching, it would be erased automatically. But I can teach you. He did not want to die, so his voice was filled with pleading as he recounted his value. Soul banner. A glint appeared in Virgil's eyes as he recalled the dark souls summoned by his opponent during their confrontation. He was tempted. It indeed was a powerful spell. If he learned it and combined it with his own abilities, his strength would significantly increase. I might not kill you for now, Virgil said coldly, but you must open your divine consciousness so I can plant a slave seal, ensuring eternal loyalty. Virgil realized that he was somewhat isolated now, and this person's cultivation was top-notch among great cultivators, making him a suitable hound. Yes, master. Cade obediently submitted, allowing Virgil to implant the slave seal in his mind without any resistance. This slave seal cannot be undone by anyone else, even a nascent soul cultivator. Remember, if you dare betray me, I will make you wish you were dead. After successfully planting the slave seal in Cade's mind, Virgil tossed a jade bottle into his hand. Thank you, master, for the medicine. Cade's face showed gratitude. After consuming the pill, his complexion improved and his bleeding stopped. Now, tell me, how do you refine the soul banner? Virgil asked expressionlessly. In response to master, refining the soul banner has 3 steps. refining the banner, extracting souls, and sealing spirits. For the materials, here is my soul banner you may use first. The pole is made from 5,000-year-old spirit wood, nurturing dark souls. The banner itself is made from a nascent soul beast skin, capable of holding tens of thousands of souls, Cade explained respectfully, handing over his soul banner to Virgil. Virgil accepted it effortlessly. This soul banner towered above him, exuding an icy chill. A red flag hung on it, stained with blood, and there was a black soul character embroidered. Cade had already erased his imprint, and Virgil placed his own divine mark, claiming ownership. And what about the second step, extracting souls, and the third, sealing spirits? How do we do those? For these, you need to learn our sect's secret techniques. I will transmit this information now. Cade concentrated his voice and used divine consciousness to impart a set of instructions. Limit you to recover within 100 days or die. Virgil mulled over the spells transmitted, gazing thoughtfully at Cade before summoning the small pagoda from his brow to contain Cade within the third floor of the forgotten pagoda. Yes, Cade, obedient and respectful, could not help but express shock when he remembered something. Master actually used a cave heaven treasure inside the ruins. One must know, this place had restrictions that rendered all cave heaven treasures ineffective to prevent nascent soul cultivators from entering. Yet Virgil managed to use it, leaving Cade astonished. Ignoring Cade's shock, Virgil approached the shattered ancient zither, waved his hand, and collected it, then fell silent in deep thought. His current realm was late-stage netherworld, just short of several hundreds of units of power from reaching the realm of great cultivators. Preoccupied with Darby's safety earlier, he hadn't checked the gnarled man's storage bag. Who knew how many spirit fruits it held? He now intended to enter the forgotten pagoda and refine the fruits inside, gauge his new cultivation level, then find Darby. With a wave of his divine sense, he set up an array outside the hall to detect intruders, then entered the third floor of the forgotten pagoda, sat cross-legged, and retrieved 3 storage bags. Removing the marks, he poured out their contents. The items included magical treasures, pills, spirit stones, and 8 spirit fruits. Additionally, there was a scroll made of some ancient-looking beast skin, similar to the one he already had, drawing his attention. Virgil focused his gaze and opened it, scanning its contents, his eyes narrowing. The Great Demon Technique? This technique was likely what the gnarled man had used. Not a spell but an ancient demonic skill, accessible only by cultivators who practiced under the ancient demon path. So, the Lon family is indeed linked to the ancient demons, and that gnarled man followed the ancient demon path. Virgil shook off the thought and picked up a spirit fruit to refine it. After some time, he opened his eyes and murmured, its effectiveness has weakened. This one only boosts 40 units. Virgil felt helpless, but proceeded to take the second fruit. This one boosted 35 units. Next came the third one, 30 units. Finally, after refining all 8 fruits, his power increased by 190 units, reaching 700 units. Then, Virgil took 20 bundles of ingredients for spirit pills and systematically added them to the pill furnace. His divine sense had grown alongside his breakthrough to late-stage netherworld, augmented by swallowing the dark soul, expanding to over 800 yards, greater than most great cultivators. Therefore, refining mid-grade 4th-rank pills posed no problem. Half a month later, all 20 furnaces of spirit pills were refined, yielding 95 earth spirit pills. After absorbing them all, his power surged to 770 units, increasing by 70 units. Spending 3 days stabilizing his realm, Virgil brought out a segment of lotus-like material. My physical realm is only middle-stage silver bone. Let's see if this spirit bone can elevate it. He examined the spirit bone closely, eventually placing it in his mouth. It turned into a warm stream, flowing into his body. Immediately, heat coursed through him, as if his body was inflating beyond capacity. Chapter 275, Peak of Silver Bone Realm. Virgil's eyes were bloodshot, and his skin emitted a faint bloody vapor as if he were inside a steaming cauldron, making him extremely uncomfortable. Suppressing the discomfort, he began to circulate the Nyet and Sutra, continuously refining his bones. After half a month, the abnormal phenomena on his skin gradually subsided. Virgil opened his eyes in surprise. 200. According to the Nyet and Sutra, the human body has 206 bones. In the silver bone realm, one must constantly refine these bones, a process that is very slow. Yet now, with the spirit bone refined, 200 bones in his body had been instantly refined. To understand this, an average physical cultivator would consider reaching the Jade Destiny realm after refining 150 bones in the silver bone realm. Even some geniuses who sought greater strength after breaking through to the Jade Destiny realm would refine more bones, but rarely reach the number of 200. Taking a deep breath, Virgil felt that in terms of physical strength, he might not be weaker than those in the Jade Destiny realm. Of course, much of this was due to the Earth Spirit Bone, a true gift from nature and heaven. It came from deep underground, transforming from the remains of powerful demonic beasts, and was something physical cultivators could only dream of obtaining. It could even enable a Jade Destiny realm cultivator to break through to the next realm on the spot. Using it in the silver bone realm seemed like a waste of its potential. Virgil, however, did not think about these things. Knowing or not knowing, it wouldn't matter. Any means of enhancing strength that worked at the moment were valuable. He wasn't one to adhere rigidly to conventions. Now that 200 bones have been refined, only 6 more remain before all are complete. I wonder what the effect will be then. Virgil's eyes flickered as he speculated, but eventually shook his head. Cultivation in the silver bone realm becomes increasingly difficult later on. 200 bones were already fortunate, and he dared not expect too much. From my seclusion until now, nearly a month has passed in the Forgotten World Tower, which translates to about 3 hours in the outside world. Breaking through to the Jade Destiny realm isn't something that can be achieved overnight. I can set it aside for now. Even if I do break through, it won't significantly enhance my current combat power. Instead, I should cultivate the soul refining technique. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Virgil calculated the time, his eyes flickering, ultimately deciding to begin cultivating the soul-refining technique. This technique was complex yet not overly so. Not everyone could learn it. First, one needed a strong divine sense to extract other souls. With his high comprehension, Virgil spent 2 months mastering the method of extracting and sealing souls. He then activated his divine sense, stepping out into the Great Hall. The light flashed between his brows as the Forgotten World Tower entered his body. With his cultivation increasing, Virgil found the Forgotten World Tower becoming more extraordinary. Unlike other magical treasures that couldn't enter the body no matter how powerful they were, the Forgotten World Tower could reside in his sea of consciousness, always with him. Just this alone made it far superior to other magical treasures. 3 months here equal 1 day in the outside world. When will this relic close? Holding a wine pot, Virgil took a mouthful of wine, his gaze falling into contemplation. There were 2 main tasks ahead. First, find that young man. Second, find fruits that can increase 100 Jiao power to break through to a higher cultivation. The fruits that increased 50 Jiao power were no longer useful to him now. Oh, there was also a contingency task, depending on circumstances. Here they come. Suddenly, Virgil smiled faintly, sensing a massive divine sense sweeping over him. A random event had been triggered. Wiping away the spilled wine, Virgil put away the wine pot and appeared outside the hall. In the next moment, 4 figures suddenly surrounded him. You damn brat, we've finally found you after searching for so long. Cartered over the heart dream fruit, roared the Franz in white robes, taking the lead, his magic power forming a giant hand that struck down. Earlier, the 5 people had been enchanted by Barbara's enthralling illusion, allowing Virgil to escape. They had been searching for almost a full day. One person had given up mid-search to seek other opportunities. Finally finding the Emmet, the Franz in white robes couldn't wait to capture Virgil. 4. Virgil's eyes were cold, and seeing the attack coming, he didn't hesitate. 4 chains emerged from his body, casually swinging and easily destroying the incoming attacks. Ignoring their shocked expressions, the 4 chains entered their bodies, quickly followed by a large magic hand seizing the Franz, pulling him closer. Help me. The Franz struggled in terror, but to no avail. Virgil held him by the throat. Looking for me? Looking for death? Virgil's black hair danced wildly as his eyes turned icy cold. He slapped the Franz unconscious and stowed him in the Forgotten World Tower, turning to the remaining 3. 3 left. Such strength. How could this person be so strong, effortlessly capturing Bowden? And he can use a heavenly grotto treasure. What cultivation is he? Could he be a soul transformation expert? Seeing the Franz unable to fight back like a child, the remaining 3 almost popped their eyes out, staring at this scene in disbelief. They forgot why they came to snatch the heart dream fruit, standing there dumbstruck and terrified. A soul transformation expert. Impossible. The white-haired child instinctively wanted to refute, but fell silent after speaking. Even he couldn't help but doubt. This scene was too shocking. Even if Virgil had instantly killed the Franz earlier, it wouldn't have been as startling. Capturing a major cultivator effortlessly and being among the best. Aside from being a soul transformation expert, he couldn't think of another explanation. Not looking for the heart dream fruit anymore? Virgil's voice was calm and indifferent. 2 of the chains entered their bodies, suppressing them at the mid-stage nascent soul level. His figure flickered, crossing the distance to stand before one of them. The major cultivator felt a chill and attempted to flee, only to be grabbed by the neck, his eyes full of fear. Second one. Virgil spoke coldly, striking the other unconscious and storing him in the Forgotten World Tower. He then turned his gaze to the last 2. Run. The white-haired child and the other 2 were completely terrified, not hesitating as they tried to flee. Can you run? Virgil sneered, mocking. He lifted a hand, grabbing one major cultivator mid-air, immobilizing him with sheer terror. After knocking him out, he stored him in the Forgotten World Tower. Only the white-haired child remained, still fleeing into the distance. Translation continues based on provided text structure. Chapter 276, Master Soul. Virgil watched his back with a mocking smile. 4 chains burst out of his body and entered the other person's body. Then his magic power transformed into large hands, grabbing him. Explode. Feeling himself suddenly immobilized in place, the white-haired Emmet acted decisively, immediately taking out several infant treasures and throwing them backward. Boom. After an enormous explosion, the constraining force disappeared from his body, but at the cost of his flesh being shattered, leaving only a weak spirit that fled to the distance. The self-detonation of high-grade infant treasures. Even if a grand cultivator is at the center of the explosion, they won't come out unscathed. Although he said this, the white-haired Emmet did not dare to turn back, only focusing on saving his life. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from beside. Do you think you can escape? You? How can you be so strong? The white-haired Emmet turned in terror, seeing Virgil appear calmly beside him, completely unharmed. Your strength is quite good. You shall be the main soul of my soul banner. Virgil didn't explain, casually waving his hand to confine the white-haired Emmet's spirit in front of him inside the grand hall. What are you going to do to me? The white-haired Emmet looked at him with fear, sensing an ominous feeling. Soon you will know. Ignoring him, Virgil summoned the 3 unconscious grand cultivators outside, sealing their cultivation levels with his magical power. He then took out the blood-red soul banner from his storage bag and planted it on the ground. Instantly, a chilling wind blew through the hall, swaying the blood-red banner, making Virgil look even colder. He directly grabbed the white-haired Emmet's spiritual scalp and performed the soul extraction technique. This was the second step in crafting a soul banner, after having already prepared the banner itself. As the technique unfolded, a massive suction force emanated from his palm. Stop, please stop. Help me, someone help me. In spirit form, the white-haired Emmet's face twisted grotesquely, his tiny forehead veins bulging as he screamed in agony, feeling his soul about to be forcibly pulled out of his body. That feeling was indescribable, like countless needles piercing through him, yet 10,000 times more painful. What's happening? The screams woke up the remaining 3 grand cultivators. They exchanged puzzled looks, still trying to comprehend the situation, horrified by Virgil grabbing the screaming Diego's scalp, unsure of what he was doing. Gradually, a transparent shadow seemed to be drawn out from the white-haired Emmet's scalp. His screaming abruptly stopped, his spirit dissipating into the world. It worked. Virgil looked at the dazed white-haired Emmet beside him, feeling relieved. He succeeded on his first try, unexpectedly overcoming the initial protective period for new practitioners. Soul binding. But he was naturally satisfied, immediately imprinting a slave mark within the white-haired Emmet's spirit. From now on, you shall be called Zion. I am your master. After completing these tasks, Virgil gazed at the white-haired Emmet before him with satisfaction. Yes, master. The white-haired Emmet dully paid homage respectfully to Virgil. His mind had been torn during the soul extraction, now akin to an innocent child, all memories erased. Enter. Virgil waved his hand, sending the white-haired Emmet into the soul banner through its inherent suction force. Then, he cast an indifferent gaze toward the remaining 3 terrified cultivators. Now it's your turn. Grasping the fronds in a feather robe, Virgil transformed his fingers into claws and applied suction to his scalp. Ah, you are a devil. May you suffer divine retribution. The fronds' flesh started rapidly vanishing, scattering into the void. Soon, half of his body was gone, leaving only a pained, pleading spirit. Seeing Virgil unmoved, he began cursing wildly. Suddenly, Virgil halted the suction force, causing the fronds' spirit to abruptly dissipate into nothingness. Failed, Virgil muttered. This man's willpower was weak, unable to endure the soul extraction process. He looked at the remaining 2 with a cold expression, lifting his hand once more to grab another grand cultivator. This was a gold-robed Franz, an ancestor-level figure from a certain faction, witnessing the previous scene while shivering in immense fear, begging relentlessly. Please spare me, let me off easy. I'll do anything for you. I've learned my lesson, please spare me. To be a dog, you're too weak. Virgil sternly placed his palm on this man's forehead and began extracting his soul. These people had not considered mercy when they came to kill him. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. An hour later, Virgil frowned, looking at the ground and sighing. 3, all failed. This soul extraction technique indeed has a low success rate. Earlier, I should have implanted slave marks to keep them around as dogs. But it wasn't all for nothing. At least I successfully created a primary soul, he murmured, quickly adjusting his mood without lingering on it. With a mental command, he released Cade from the isolated world tower. Meeting you, master. A moment later, Cade appeared before him, bowing respectfully to Virgil and sensing the lingering grievance chi in the hall, his pupils contracting. Typically, after an ascendant cultivator dies, grievance chi gathers in the area where they perished. The higher the cultivator's level, the stronger the grievance chi and the longer it remains. Currently, the grievance chi in this hall was intense, indicating at least 4 grand cultivators had died by Virgil's hand. Virgil coolly said, I now order you to find that fox demon. Use whatever methods necessary, but she must not be harmed in any way, or you won't live. Understood. Aware of Virgil killing 4 grand cultivators, Cade became even more obedient. Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from behind. Also, if you dare mention the tower to anyone, death. I swear to keep it secret, Cade shivered uncontrollably. Go. Virgil waved his hand. Cade bowed again, his body turning into a black mist that vanished within the hall, glancing back in confusion. Strange, I spent at least 100 days in that tower. By logic, this underwater city should have already closed. Oh well, better find that lady quickly. She absolutely cannot be harmed, otherwise, this ruthless man would surely destroy me. Thinking of Virgil's cold demeanor, Cade trembled and immediately set out to find Darby. Inside the hall, Virgil waved his hand, 4 storage bags floating up. The 4 men were dead, thus their storage bags belonged to no one. Easily erasing the imprints on them, he stored them away. There were many miscellaneous items inside, but none to enhance cultivation. Glancing over them, he stored them away to examine once he left the underwater city. Waving his hand again, the soul banner appeared in his hand. Walking towards the palace exit, he felt no guilt for the 4 he had just killed. Translation ends here, following the provided instructions precisely. Chapter 277, Lay Imperial Palace. As he stepped out of the hall, a Noelle in a black dress appeared beside him, her eyes curious. Virgil clasped his fists and said, Thank you for your help earlier. Barbara moved closer, sensing the killing aura lingering on him. She was startled. Did you kill all 5 of them earlier? Just 4. Virgil shook his head. Pervert. Barbara muttered under her breath as she moved to the soul banner, circling it with confusion. Isn't this Cade's soul banner? Did you kill him too? No. Good. That guy is a successor of the soul sect. If you had killed him, they would probably go all out against you. Just as Barbara was about to heave a sigh of relief, she suddenly heard Virgil's indifferent voice. I've enslaved him. What's the difference from being killed? Barbara's expression faltered, too tired to retort, and now she clearly understood how bold this man could be. Previously, he disregarded the threats from the Franzes of the 10 major forces outside the sea, and now he had enslaved a successor of a major sect. Didn't he fear being hunted down? I know your strength is almost unrivaled at the early nascent stage, but still be careful. Seeing Virgil nonchalant, Barbara warned, the soul sect is not much weaker than my demon enchantment sect, with several core formation experts safeguarding it. Thank you. If I can return the favor in the future, just let me know, Virgil thanked her, knowing she had helped him before, and he was someone who repaid kindness. Why don't you join me and come back to the demon enchantment sect? Hearing this, Barbara immediately moved closer, nearly pressing her face against his. Virgil could clearly smell the fresh fragrance of the young Sylvia and even see the tiny, barely visible fine hair on her face. Why do you always want me to go back with you? Virgil shifted his gaze, puzzled. Is it just because you want me to help you deal with that sacred son? Barbara smiled, stepping back a few paces. Not quite. It's mainly because of your extraordinary talent. Any force would want to recruit you. That's why I want you to join our demon enchantment sect. Actually, this is a mutually beneficial investment. After you join us, we'll protect you and provide cultivation resources until you grow strong enough. And when you're powerful, we won't restrict you either. She glanced at him slyly, then puffed out her impressive chest. And every sacred maiden eventually marries the sacred son. So, if you become the sacred son due to your talent, then I'd belong to you. With such good looks and figure, you can have your way with me? Virgil remained calm and responded after hearing her elaborate on the benefits. I'll think about it. What's there to think about? This arrangement is entirely beneficial for you. Barbara gazed at him seductively. Virgil stayed silent, not replying. Joining a sect and accepting their cultivation resources meant taking on more responsibility, which would bind him to serve them in the future. He did not have time to be bound by anyone or anything. He had his own matters to attend to. Of course, he could easily accept the demon enchantment sect's resources without doing anything, but that wasn't something he could bring himself to do. Seeing his attitude, Barbara sighed. Fine, thinking about it is also better. If you had agreed right away, I might not trust you. Do you know when this underwater city will close? Virgil changed the subject. It should be 7 days specifically. To leave, a sky tunnel will appear above the city as before. However, it's strange that last time only 1 or 2 survivors left while the rest died inside. But in these past 2 days, I haven't encountered any significant dangers, except for the air restriction formation and the shadow snakes that can't leave the Heart Dream Tree. Hearing her words, Virgil recalled the sound of clashing weapons and the Buddhist temple he heard when entering through the hole. His eyes flickered. Perhaps the danger has yet to be revealed. But since someone managed to leave last time, he wasn't worried. Plus, with the remnant world pagoda and another ace up his sleeve, he wasn't afraid of anything. Barbara didn't pursue this topic further and looked at him curiously. Right, weren't you looking for that fox spirit? Where is she? She was taken away. I'm planning to search for her. Virgil sighed, giving her a brief explanation of what happened. He intended to take his leave. He needed to explore other parts of the city to find Darby and see if he could break through to the great cultivator stage. Since entering, it had been nearly 2 days, and he needed to hurry. Elsewhere in the underwater city, a gust of sea breeze blew over an abandoned palace where faint thunder echoed from below. Palamaints later, a red-robed Noelle appeared inside the palace, her breathing slightly disordered, as if she had just gone through a fierce battle. She stared at the ground, her brows furrowing coldly. There's a thunder beast guarding down there. I need someone to protect me. Although the thunder beast is only quasi-core formation and can't use the realm, its strength far surpasses a great cultivator. Is there anyone in this city with such power? The red-robed Noelle frowned, pondering whom to find, then vanished from the area. In the ruins of a palace at the center of the underwater city. This must be the Lei Imperial Palace, the residence of Emperor Ruedrake from long ago. It seems to have been destroyed by a great battle. Thus, the heavenly thunder pool that Emperor Lei created by condensing heavenly lightning, and the Lei Emperor scripture are also lost. A Dominic stood there, his appearance ordinary, looking rather pale and sickly, occasionally coughing, showing no sign of magical energy fluctuation, seeming like a frail person sighing at the ruins before him. However, if a great cultivator were present, they would discover his aura was unfathomable, subtly emitting a strange power. You're awake? At this moment, a faint sound came from behind. The Dominic turned to look at a Noelle in white. Who are you? Why did you save me? Darby stood up, eyeing him cautiously. Suddenly, she felt that all her injuries had fully healed, causing her to pause in surprise. Don't worry, we are the same kind. My name is Becker. The Dominic smiled. The same kind? Darby was taken aback, her eyes flickering as she sensed demonic energy from him. Clearly, he was also a demon. Follow me before we leave the underwater city. I can ensure your safety. Becker coughed again, a hint of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your body? Darby hesitated. An old ailment. Have you heard of blood penalty? The Dominic chuckled bitterly. Blood penalty. This disease actually exists. Darby's gaze sharpened. It was a blood-related illness, extremely rare among demons. Legend had it that cursed spirits punished those demons who had committed grave sins by stripping their souls and powers, making them reincarnate while afflicting them with constant illness and calamity throughout their lives. She had only heard about it before, never expecting it to be real. Here are a few fruits. They should enhance your demonic energy. Without saying much, the Dominic waved his hand, and several floating fruits appeared before Darby. One shouldn't accept favors without reason. I can't take them. Take them. They are useless kept here with me. Chapter 278. Lei Empress Descendant. Althea had already left, continuing her exploration within the city for opportunities and to help search as promised. Virgil did not place all his hopes on her and Cade. Standing on the rooftop and waving her off, he took a deep breath of air. He planned to offer the Heart Dream fruit as a reward to attract others to assist in the search. Just then, his divine sense detected a red-clothed Noelle. Surprised, Virgil called out, Georgia. The red-clad figure glanced at him from afar with eyes sharp like lightning, eyebrows flashing with surprise. Virgil approached her, smiling. We meet again. Her gaze fell upon him, but remained silent. After a moment, she said, You killed 7 grand cultivators? How do you know? Virgil was taken aback. Upon hearing his confirmation, the Noelle's eyes flickered with an unusual expression. Her delicate and slender hand suddenly lifted, and with a snap of her finger, a bolt of white lightning shot towards him, emitting terrifying power that could severely injure even a grand cultivator. Georgia, what are you doing? Virgil didn't expect her sudden attack. His face changed slightly as he instantly retreated, but the lightning seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly chasing him. Seeing it closing in, accompanied by crackling sounds, Virgil's gaze hardened. Two chains emerged from his body, entering the lightning, significantly weakening its power. He raised his hand, capturing it in his palm. The lightning continued to struggle, as if possessing consciousness, trying to escape his control but failing to affect him. The red-clad Noelle watched this silently, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She could feel the power of the lightning had been mysteriously weakened. Virgil looked at this mad Noelle, his voice tinged with anger. What exactly are you trying to do? Anyone who suffers an unprovoked attack would not remain calm. Hearing his accusation, the Noelle waved her sleeve, causing the lightning in Virgil's hand to vanish. She asked coolly, do you want to learn how to command thunder? Virgil was stunned. This lightning was extremely powerful, capable of severely injuring even a grand cultivator, making it a formidable offensive technique. From her tone, it seemed she wanted to teach him. Looking at her suspiciously, he asked, you're willing to teach me? Of course, the red-clad Noelle stepped forward. On the condition that you help me. Then I will not only teach you this technique, but also the Jagger Classic. The Jagger Classic? What is that? Virgil was surprised. It sounded related to Buzu Jagger. The Jagger Classic is the cultivation technique used by Buzu Jagger. This method integrates 10,000 types of lightning and is the strongest offensive technique among the 8 extremities. It was passed down from a certain Rupert in the Four Seas immortal realm. The red-clad Noelle looked proudly at Virgil, observing his reaction, hoping to see shock or excitement on his face. Four Seas immortal realm, Rupert. Virgil was indeed shocked but quickly regained his composure. He asked, how do you know Buzu Jagger's Jagger Classic? That's none of your business. I can teach you, but first, you must help me. The red-clad Noelle gave him a cold glance. She was a proud Noelle. Virgil noticed this from their first meeting. Though not outwardly expressed, every gesture and word revealed her uniqueness. Could she be a descendant of Jagger? Virgil's eyebrows raised, sensing a high likelihood. Shaking his head, he replied, I have other matters to attend to now. Sorry, Mississippi. Please find someone else. His current cultivation technique was no weaker than the Jagger Classic, and it suited him best. Changing techniques midway would take a lot of time, so he wasn't interested in this Jagger Classic from the Four Seas immortal realm. Moreover, he still needed to find Darby. Don't refuse too quickly. I also have those divine medicines that boost 100 points of magic power. The red-clad Noelle frowned. In her white hands appeared 2 ginseng-like roots, as thick as a baby's arm. This is 10,000-year ginseng. Consuming it can increase the magic power of a nascent soul cultivator by 100 points, enough for you to break through to grand cultivator. Increase by 100 points of magic power. Virgil's heart pounded, his eyes fixed on the 2 10,000-year ginsengs. A thought of seizing them crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He didn't have ill feelings towards her, especially given her mysterious nature. Smiling wryly, he said, Georgia, it's not that I don't want to help, but I have important matters. One of my companions is missing, and I must find her first. Virgil sighed, explaining his predicament. Companion? The red-clad Noelle's eyes sparkled faintly. That's simple. I can help you look. Help me look. Virgil was taken aback. Okay, if you find her, we can discuss the previous cooperation. What is the cultivation level and appearance of the person you're looking for? Seeing his disbelief, she spoke calmly. She's a fox demon, at the early nascent soul stage. Foxen. Hearing this, the red-clad Noelle closed her eyes and began acting. Virgil observed her actions curiously, unsure what she was doing. Using divine sense? Impossible to cover such a vast underwater city, let alone by a nascent soul cultivator. Perhaps even a transformation spirit cultivator couldn't achieve that. But thinking she might be a descendant of Jagger and using some mysterious means, Virgil waited patiently beside her. 15 minutes later, the red-clad Noelle slowly opened her eyes, appearing somewhat weak. Did you find her? Virgil looked at her hopefully. Follow me. The red-clad Noelle nodded, tossing him a bead. This bead can protect you from the array, allowing you to fly in Robertian City. With that, her body flickered as she flew in a direction. Seeing she wasn't attacked by the array, Virgil's eyes widened in surprise before understanding. Given that this city was once ruled by Buzu Jagger, and she being a descendant, it made sense she had a way to bypass the defenses. Clutching the bead, Virgil followed her. Indeed, the array did not attack him. Soon, the red-clad Noelle stopped, landing on a wall. Here, Virgil landed beside her, extending his divine sense, sensing a familiar demonic aura from a courtyard ahead. His expression turned restless. Cough, cough. At this moment, an ordinary-looking young man appeared in the alley, coughing weakly with blood trickling from his mouth. May I ask why the two of you are here? I'm looking for the Noelle inside. Virgil's gaze fell on the young man, recognizing him from Cade's memories as the one who took Darby. Looking for her? What for? The young man looked at him indifferently, his voice distant. I am her friend, here to take her away. Virgil paused, composing himself quickly. Becker's smile faded. Coolly, he remarked, a friend? Sir, as a human, why would you be friends with our demonic race? Feeling his hostility, Virgil frowned. Sir, you're asking too much. Cough, cough, cunning human. You're exposed now. Stop pretending. I know you're allied with that person earlier. Go away, she's my friend. You won't get close to her. Cough, cough. I'm not part of any alliance. Virgil remained calm. If you don't believe me, she can prove it when she comes out. She's in seclusion and can't come out. If you truly are Miss Bai's friend, please leave. I'll inform her after her seclusion ends. What if I don't leave? Virgil narrowed his eyes, watching him coldly. He felt displeased, wondering why this man was so hostile towards him. Cough, cough. I've already warned you. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite, Becker said firmly, coughing a few times. Virgil replied indifferently, then let's see what you can do. I'm in the late nascent soul stage. I won't bully you. You two can come at me together. Becker waved his hand casually, and a barrier appeared around the courtyard behind him, isolating it from the outside. He then looked at Virgil and the red-clothed Noel beside him with a calm voice, devoid of any mockery, as if just stating a trivial matter. Virgil's gaze was steady as he responded, I don't need help. I can handle this alone. Georgia, please step back and watch. The red-clothed Noel nodded, her figure flickering as she retreated to a distance, curious to observe Virgil's strength. Virgil looked forward and calmly said, please. Becker coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Slowly, he raised his right hand, pointing with his index finger, and a red beam of light shot out, carrying an eerie aura. Just as it was about to hit Virgil, he casually waved his hand, and the red beam instantly dissipated. Indeed, you can weaken attacks? The red-clothed Noel witnessed this scene, her beautiful eyes gleaming with understanding as she saw through the underlying principle. Becker was also taken aback, his expression showing surprise. Though the previous attack was merely a probe, it could kill an ordinary grand cultivator, yet Virgil easily deflected it, making him drop any underestimation. No wonder you dared to challenge me, but that's not enough. As he spoke, a strange force gathered in his palm, condensing into several black feathers exuding terrifying power. With his command, they shot forward, traversing space, appearing instantly before Virgil. A chill enveloped Virgil's body. Although surprised, he remained calm, raising his hand. The merit umbrella materialized in his grasp, opened, and held defensively in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The black feathers struck the red umbrella surface but couldn't penetrate it, as if colliding with a solid wall. Still, the immense force caused Virgil to retreat uncontrollably, taking several steps back and crashing through the nearby walls. Emerging from the rubble, Virgil's black hair flew wildly, dust covering him. He glanced at the umbrella's surface. The merit umbrella, crafted from rare materials classified as a mortal grade, had suffered severe damage before, but its foundation remained intact, leaving no marks on the surface. Taking a deep breath, Virgil looked forward and said coolly, you saved her. I let you have 3 moves without retaliation. 1 move left. Chapter 279, Heavenly Dragon Demon Intent. You saved her. I've allowed you 3 moves without retaliating. You have 1 move left. Annette stared at the black-robed man who straightened his body after saying those words, her beautiful eyes momentarily distracted. Your methods are indeed formidable. Even a regular great cultivator might not be your match. However, no matter who you are, whether truly Miss Bai's friend or not, you can't take her away. I won't allow anyone to take her away. Cough, cough. Today, I will let you experience my 8th rank demon intent, the Heavenly Dragon Demon Intent. Becker coughed a few times. Within his sickly body, faint dragon roars could be heard, a grandeur belonging to the sovereign of the skies gradually congealing within him. An intent. Virgil's eyes flickered as he sensed a peculiar power descending upon him. The speed of the circulation of his magic power suddenly slowed, drawing a sharp focus from him for the first time. He felt a thick wave of danger and unease, giving rise to a sense of respect in his heart. All along, almost none of the great cultivators he had encountered had been able to comprehend an intent. This person was the only one, but since he promised to allow 3 moves, he would stand by his word. As expected, this descendant of the demon hall is quite remarkable. There's hope for him to achieve the nascent soul realm within 100 years. Annette's gaze fell on Becker, a contemplative look crossing her face. Measly mortal, why don't you kneel before me? At that moment, Becker stopped coughing, staring distantly at Virgil. His voice bore a commanding tone akin to an earthly emperor reigning over the world. The emperor's words were law. A genuine urge to kneel rose in Virgil's heart, his knees bending involuntarily. This is right. A mere mortal who doesn't kneel before me. What kind of decorum is that? Becker coughed, satisfied with the scene unfolding within his intense range. Within this domain, he was like an unchallengeable sage seated in a Taoist sanctuary, someone all must submit to. This was the power of an intent. To become a nascent soul cultivator, one had to cross the hurdle of comprehending an intent. Only by grasping it could one break through to the nascent soul realm. Intents varied widely and came in countless forms. Demon cultivators had demon intents, divine cultivators had divine intents, and demonic cultivators had demonic intents. His intent was an 8th rank demon intent, the Heavenly Dragon Demon Intent. Dragons held an exceptionally high status in the demon world, being among its premier clans overseeing all scaled creatures. They numbered many powerful figures, rivaled only by a select few other top-tier clans. Although the Heavenly Dragons were just a branch of the Dragon Clan, their strength was formidable, with their intent ranking highly among demon intents, accessible only to the Dragon Clan themselves. Though his true form wasn't part of the Dragon Clan, he once received the inheritance from a powerful Heavenly Dragon Clan member, which enabled him to grasp the Heavenly Dragon Intent. Even though he hadn't fully comprehended it yet, the mere prototype was enough to easily defeat any great cultivator who hadn't understood an intent, a crushing advantage at the fundamental level. The power of this intent is indeed formidable. Heavenly Dragon Demon Intent. Annette's eyes flashed as she glanced at Virgil, softly sighing. Although the opponent's intent wasn't fully developed, unless one similarly comprehended an intent, one could be instantly killed, leaving no room for resistance. That guy looks like he's fallen victim to it. Just as she was about to intervene, Virgil's kneeling motion abruptly paused, his eyes flashing with intense struggle. Seeing this, Annette appeared surprised, slowly lowering her palm that had gathered thunderlight. She decided to observe further, hoping for a miracle. Don't resist futilely. Becker saw the struggle in Virgil's eyes, but remained unperturbed, intensifying the Heavenly Dragon Intent. Suddenly, within Virgil's body, a faint voice echoed. Just a mere mortal, kneeling before a sovereign isn't such a big deal, kneel. Yes, this is your fate. You cannot resist, kneel quickly. If you don't kneel, Exterminate your entire family. These voices carried both enticement and threats. Gradually, the struggle in Virgil's eyes disappeared as his knees bent again. Kneel quickly. Becker sneered. Once Virgil knelt, he would thoroughly lose under the heavenly dragon intent, posing no concern. Is this my fate? Virgil repeated the voices he heard aloud. Suddenly, he saw Benita lying in his arms, gradually losing her life. Is this also fate? No. This isn't my destiny. If it is, I will break it. Suddenly, an indomitable rebelliousness surged within Virgil, resisting the force. Virgil's eyes turned bloodshot as his blood began to boil. The soul incantation and great supreme immortal scripture automatically activated within him. The 4 chains inside him also grew restless. Soon, his vision cleared. He gazed at the Dominic from afar, his eyes filled with defiance. Step by step, he stood up straight again, no longer influenced by the other party's intent. Very well. Annette nodded, admiration flickering in her eyes. How did you resist my heavenly dragon intent? Becker's eyebrows furrowed. 3 moves have already ended. It's now my turn to counterattack. Virgil coldly eyed him, taking a step forward and charging towards him. Seeing this, Becker's brows furrowed deeper, letting out a cold snort. Realizing the intent had no effect on Virgil, he didn't use it again. With a majestic stride, he swiftly approached Virgil, embodying a celestial dragon. His right leg raised swiftly, aiming a whip-like kick at Virgil. Heavenly Dragon Tail Flick. This powerful combat technique he obtained from the Heavenly Dragon Legacy could strike down 3 great cultivators in a single blow. Virgil stood where he was, a cold expression on his face. Just as this terrifying whip-like kick was about to hit him, the 4 chains burst out from his body, entering the other party's body. Then, he lifted his palm and firmly grabbed the other's ankle, preventing him from advancing any further. How is this possible? Upon seeing this, Becker's expression changed dramatically, disbelief flashing across his eyes as he tried to pull back his right leg. Unexpectedly, Virgil grabbed his ankle and swung him around, smashing him into the distance, destroying countless buildings. Cough, cough. Emerging from the rubble, Becker coughed a few times, his face pale, covered in dust, his eyes filled with deep horror. Virgil extended his hand, instantly capturing the other, his gaze cold. Is this all you've got? Let go of me. Let go of me. You're merely late-stage core formation. Why are you so strong? I can't believe it. How can you be so strong? Becker struggled violently, unable to accept these results. He had been utterly defeated by a late-stage core formation cultivator, leaving him defenseless. This he couldn't accept. How should we handle him? Annette appeared beside them, her eyes glancing at the struggling Dominic. Witnessing his strength plummeting from a great cultivator to barely exceeding a core formation, she was profoundly astonished. On this occasion, because you saved her, I will not kill you. In the future, take care and do not provoke me. Chapter 280. He struck first. This time, I won't kill you because you saved her. From now on, behave yourself and don't provoke me. Harmon's gaze was calm as he casually waved his hand, throwing the opponent away while simultaneously retracting the forbidden technique. Ollie gave him a surprised look. Bang! Becker crashed heavily onto the ground, looking at him with an uncertain expression as he stood up, unsure whether to leave or what to do. Virgil ignored him and looked toward the courtyard ahead. At that moment, Darby sat cross-legged on the ground inside the courtyard. Due to the barrier's existence, she hadn't sensed anything outside. Virgil smiled, not disturbing her, silently guarding her while sensing Darby's energy continuously growing stronger through his spiritual awareness. When they parted ways, she was only at the initial stage of the nether baby realm. Now she was nearly at the late stage, about to break through. Ollie said indifferently, I have found the person for you. What about your promise? Virgil replied sincerely, what does Miss Ollie need my help with? I want you to come with me to a place. Ollie looked into his eyes. Is it really that simple? Virgil was surprised, feeling it wouldn't be so straightforward. There exists a soul transformation level thunder beast there. Ollie didn't hide it. Soul transformation, thunder beast. Virgil raised an eyebrow, slightly startled. This underwater city indeed has creatures at the soul transformation level. Don't worry. Although the thunder beast is at the soul transformation level, it lacks intent, so it isn't as powerful as typical soul transformation level experts. It's probably equivalent to several great cultivators working together. If you help me, after the mission, the Thunder Sovereign Scripture and those 2 10,000-year-old primordial ginseng roots can be yours. Ollie glanced at him. Fine, let's go after she breaks through. Virgil pondered momentarily, feeling somewhat relieved knowing it wasn't truly a soul transformation level creature, then nodded. The 10,000-year-old primordial ginseng didn't matter much. Mainly Ollie was beautiful, kind-hearted, generous, and had helped him before. He couldn't refuse. Boom. Suddenly, a boom came from the courtyard ahead. An aura belonging to the late-stage nether baby realm blossomed within, spreading rapidly. She broke through. Palamaints later, Darby slowly opened her eyes, feeling her cultivation level, her eyes gleaming with light. Now she wasn't so useless anymore, no longer dead weight. After all, that guy was only at the mid-stage of the nether baby realm. I wonder what expression he will have when he learns I'm already at the late-stage nether baby realm. Recalling Virgil's image, Darby smiled, extending her spiritual sense to search for Becker's presence. He had given her so many fruits. She wanted to thank him properly. Just then, her spiritual sense suddenly detected a familiar figure. Her eyes widened in joy as she appeared outside the courtyard. That familiar man in black stood in the alley, his gaze landing on her, seeming like he wanted to scold her but ultimately sighed, saying, Are you okay? Why are you here? Darby's eyes couldn't hide her joy. By lady, him. You know each other? A weak voice interrupted her thoughts, and Darby noticed the disheveled-looking Becker nearby, frowning. He is my friend. What happened? Why are you injured? While you were in seclusion, this friend of yours arrived. Ahem. Becker coughed a few times, forcing a bitter smile. I didn't know your relationship, so I thought he was an accomplice of that day's person. We clashed, and due to my inadequate skills, I got injured. You injured him? Darby was taken aback, glancing at Virgil, her eyebrows furrowing. Yes. Virgil acknowledged calmly. Seeing the lack of remorse in his face, Darby's mouth twitched. You injured him like that, shouldn't you at least apologize? Miss Bai, I'm fine. No need for an apology. It was my mistake not recognizing he was your friend. Please, don't ruin your friendship over me. Becker coughed weakly, his complexion pale, trying to persuade her. Don't talk. Darby cut him off, turning her gaze back to Virgil, huffing. Back then, Cade was chasing me. Without Becker, I would be dead. You hurt him. You should apologize. He struck first. Virgil glanced at her. Darby paused, knowing Virgil wouldn't lie, turning to Becker. Ahem. I mistook him for an accomplice from earlier, leading to some misunderstandings. Becker coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Darby felt a wave of guilt. Looking at Virgil, she said, even if he struck first, you shouldn't have been so harsh. He saved my life and gave me fruits to enhance my demonic power. I spared his life considering he saved you. Otherwise, he would be dead now. Virgil bluntly interrupted her, feeling an inexplicable anger rising. Darby fell silent, sighing deeply, approaching Becker apologetically. He doesn't know his own strength. Don't take it personally. Thanks again for saving me and giving me those fruits. Miss Bai, no need for you to feel guilty. I'm fine. It was my fault. Becker smiled, yet his gaze shifted darkly towards Virgil. Noticing his glare, Virgil frowned but remained silent. Beside them, Ollie sneered coldly. Oh, pretending to be the victim when you initiated the conflict. Such shameless behavior truly matches the Spikes. Hearing Spike, Becker's gaze landed on Ollie, his expression changing. Who are you? You're not worthy to know who I am. Ollie remained icy. What did you mean by that? Darby frowned, catching the ridicule in her words. You say he acted recklessly. Do you know that the Demon Temple's guy used killing moves initially? Ollie glanced at her, adding, he even used intent. If he were weaker, he'd already be dead. Instead, he held back and captured him without serious injury. Hearing this, Darby felt like being struck by lightning, her eyes locking onto Virgil. Is that true? Virgil remained silent, acknowledging it implicitly. Why didn't you explain this to me? Darby suddenly understood, her body trembling slightly. Miss Bai, Becker tried to argue but froze under Darby's cold stare. There's nothing to explain. Arlenting to kill me is just that, killing me, yet I'm unharmed. Besides, I wasn't the one suffering. Virgil watched her trembling eyes, sighing lightly, gently pinching her cheeks. As long as you're fine, that's enough. Chapter 281, The Lightning Beast. You being unharmed is enough? The voice was warm like sunshine, as if it could melt winter snow. Darby fell silent, a complex emotion rising in her heart. There was joy from being favored, but also a touch of bitterness. She realized that the one who had truly suffered was him. Becker had already tried to kill him, yet she foolishly believed he had overreacted. Miss Bai, I'm sorry. I didn't know he was your friend. Becker coughed a few times, his face showing signs of weakness. No need to speak. I will remember the favor you've done for me and repay it someday. Darby looked at him coldly. Miss Bai Becker's eyes faltered. Darby didn't look at him again, treating him like a stranger. He had almost killed Virgil just now. Even though Virgil ultimately proved stronger, this did not negate his intention to deliver a lethal blow. Let's go, your task is done. You can come with me there. The Noelle in red gave them both a glance before her figure shimmered and disappeared in a streak of red light. All right. Virgil nodded, holding Darby's hand and following suit without glancing back at the young man. That damned Noelle, after all the kindness I've shown her, she treats me like this. Becker stood where he was, watching the three figures leave, his face darkening. If it weren't for... After his anger subsided, the young man seemed to think of something, his brows furrowing as he muttered, no matter what, I must find a way to bring this Noelle back. After all, only she can open that place. Cough, cough. The trio moved swiftly through the sky above the underwater city, Darby holding Virgil's hand, feeling a long-missed sense of safety. She didn't ask how they were flying. Regarding Cade earlier, I didn't kill him. In the future, he will protect you. If he dares to disobey, I'll flay and dismember him. Virgil glanced back at her. Before long, they arrived inside a palace. Darby whispered, what is this place? I faintly feel an unsettling presence below. I don't know either. Virgil shook his head, looking around. In the submerged Yunmu city, palaces were common, so this particular one didn't catch much attention from the cultivators who entered. Inside, the palace was dark and spacious. Light filtered through holes in the ceiling, illuminating piles of debris and scattered rubble on the ground. A red carpet led to a throne in the center, flanked by human-shaped stone statues that stood guard like soldiers. Virgil's gaze swept up from the bottommost statue. Most of these statues were damaged, some missing their heads, others toppled to the ground. Only the first on the left, a statue of Dev holding a staff, remained intact. Noticing his curious expression, the Noelle in red explained calmly, these used to be the elite of Yunmu City. Yunmu City. Darby didn't understand the conversation but wisely refrained from asking. The elite of Yunmu City. I wonder if there's a statue of the Rupert among them? Virgil asked curiously. The Noelle in red didn't answer, walking up to the Franz's statue and saying, there's an underground palace below. I need to retrieve something from within. As I mentioned earlier, there's a core formation stage lightning beast inside. When it comes out, I won't need you to defeat it. I only need you to hold it off for 15 minutes. At this point, the Noelle in red stopped concealing her intentions, finally revealing her purpose. All right, I'll try my best. Virgil's eyes flickered but didn't ask what she intended to take. It was likely related to the Rupert of Bujo. This Noel should stay above. The Noel in red glanced at Darby. What are you talking about? What core formation stage lightning beast? Why can't I go down? Darby was utterly confused by their conversation. It's fine. Let her follow me. Virgil shook his head, unwilling to leave Darby alone above. He turned to explain the origin of the city and the agreement with the Noel in red. Upon hearing this, Darby insisted on accompanying him, filled with worry. Seeing this, the Noel in red said nothing more, lifting her slender hand and pressing it against the Franz's staff, seemingly activating a mechanism. The next moment, the ground rumbled, and the three figures vanished from the hall. Virgil felt a sudden darkness before realizing they had been teleported. Upon opening his eyes, he surveyed their surroundings. This place was beneath the previous hall. They now stood in another expansive palace, better preserved except for several columns that were damaged to varying degrees. Torches burned on the pillars, lighting the vast space continuously for centuries. Boom, boom. Just as he observed the surroundings, a loud noise came from the side entrance of the palace. Soon after, the ground began to shake, as if a colossal creature was stepping out. The Noel in red, looking at the dark entrance, said seriously, "This is just a side hall. The main hall lies beyond that door, guarded by the lightning beast. Once it comes out, I'll enter the main hall to retrieve the item while you hold it off." Virgil remained silent, focusing on the dark entrance. Palamaints later, a creature, bear-like in appearance but thousands of feet tall, emerged, its gaze cold as it stared at the trio. So this is the lightning beast? Facing the enormous creature, Virgil's expression grew solemn. Its appearance resembled a bear, but it had two massive horns like antlers, larger and emitting faint white currents that crackled with electricity. Its gray-black fur crackled with lightning, exuding the aura of a core formation powerhouse. This beast was once the pet of the Rupert, but betrayed him, the Noel in red remarked coldly. Hearing this, Virgil's eyes flickered. Just as he considered letting Darby enter the legacy tower, the colossal beast, having entered the side hall, attacked without warning. Two bolts of lightning shot from its horns toward them, aiming to eliminate any intruders. Very strong. Virgil watched the incoming lightning, taking a deep breath as 4 chains burst forth from his body, raising his arm to counter. This lightning was perilously powerful, capable of instantly slaying great cultivators, rivaling a core formation attack. Bang! A blast echoed, the robe on his arm slightly charred, and his entire body tingling. "I'll leave this to you." The Noel in red glanced deeply at him, then dashed into the doorway. She had the strength to severely injure the lightning beast, but doing so might delay her. Given the importance of the item, that person would have surely left contingencies. Therefore, she had to break the restrictions before those contingencies activated. Seeing the Noel in red enter the main hall, the lightning beast immediately abandoned Virgil, intending to chase her. Recalling his promise, Virgil told Darby, "Don't interfere." Chapter 282, The Strange Lightning. "My cultivation level is already at the late stage of the spirit embryo." Darby frowned. "Listen to me. It's too dangerous. Protect yourself over there." Virgil had no time for more words. He left a message and stepped forward, blocking the doorway. Looking at the charging giant beast, his eyes narrowed as he said, "Beast, why are you running? Are you so afraid of me?" Roar. The massive thunder beast roared angrily twice. Seeing Virgil in front, lightning gathered again on its 2 horns atop its head. With a crackling sound, the 2 horns shot out another bolt of lightning, swiftly attacking Virgil. After 1 round of combat, Virgil already had a rough understanding of the opponent's strength. His face remained unchanged as 4 chains emerged from his body, entering the preceding lightning. Then he raised his hand and extinguished it. Witnessing this scene, the huge beast howled furiously into the sky, its voice echoing through the entire underground palace, before charging towards Virgil again. Its intellect was not high. Seeing this human ant at the spirit embryo stage who managed to block its attacks twice consecutively, it became furious. Feeling the earth tremble slightly underfoot, Virgil's expression turned grim. For chains emerged once again from his body, entering the thunder beast's body, gradually suppressing its power. Then he raised his hand, revealing the soul banner which he planted into the ground. Ghostly winds blew around, and a white-haired child appeared out of nowhere, standing beside him. "Master! Harry, attack!" The white-haired child, with a wooden expression, did not disobey his command, instantly rushing to the thunder beast's back, biting and tearing off a piece of flesh. Roar! The enormous thunder beast screamed in pain as lightning enveloped its whole body, instantly shocking the white-haired child away. Waste of space. Seeing this scene, Virgil frowned. Immediately stepping forward, he appeared above the thunder beast, clenching his fist with great force and smashing it down. Boom! This blow was powerful, immediately knocking the huge thunder beast onto the ground, causing a loud thud to resonate along with the impact. Sure is tough. Virgil felt no joy, shaking his numbed arm. Half the numbness came from the electric shock, the other half from the backlash. Internally sighing, he acknowledged that a thunder beast at the transformation of God's realm indeed differed from a great cultivator. Even though its cultivation was suppressed by the ban immortal technique, enduring such a heavy punch still left it unharmed. Roar. Sure enough, soon the gigantic body of the thunder beast stood up again, roaring loudly. Between its horns, a bolt of lightning emitting terrifying power aimed straight at him. Virgil sidestepped the attack, after which the bolt struck a pillar in the hall, causing the whole structure to shake violently as if about to collapse. Taking advantage of the situation, the white-haired child who had been shocked away rushed forward again, clinging to the enemy's back and gnawing relentlessly. Soon, the thunder beast's back was dripping blood, covered with a large area of wounds. Roar! This infuriated it even more. Lightning enveloped its body again, shocking Harry away, then a mirage suddenly appeared around its body. Palamaints later, an identical colossal creature appeared beside it, both thunder beasts glaring fiercely at Virgil. Two of them. Virgil's eyes widened in surprise. This beast had used some means to split into two. Sensing the weakening effect of the banned immortal suppression inside the thunder beast, his face fell. Both thunder beasts now had powers extremely close to the transformation of God's realm. I'll help you. Darby, seeing this, was anxious and rushed forward. Don't move, staying there is your greatest help to me. Virgil's gaze was icy cold. As he spoke, the two thunder beasts charged towards him from either side simultaneously. A pincer attack. These beasts know how to think. Virgil flickered aside to create distance, but before he could stabilize himself, two white bolts of lightning shot at him simultaneously. Virgil no longer dodged. Lifting his hand to pat his storage bag, the merit umbrella appeared in his hand, creating a protective barrier around him. Crack. The barrier, capable of withstanding attacks from great cultivators, shattered instantly, sending him flying from the lightning strikes. Virgil. Darby's eyes quivered. Her figure flashed and she appeared beside him, helping him up from the ground. Seeing its master injured, the white-haired child whose face was contorted with rage, filled with loyalty, immediately rushed towards one of the thunder beasts. Cough cough, I'm fine. Virgil stood up from the ground, shaking his head at Darby. The merit umbrella had absorbed most of the force, so while his body was tingling from the electricity, he wasn't seriously hurt. Moreover, after being electrocuted, he was surprised to find that 1/3 of one of the 6 bones in his body that had not yet been refined had turned silver. This lightning can aid my cultivation. This discovery brought a strange expression to his face. He knew that among those who had cultivated, few could match the 200 bones he had already refined. It had become increasingly difficult to refine bones using magic power, but being struck by lightning seemed to directly refine 1/3 of one of the bones. Wouldn't it mean that with a few more shocks, he could refine all 206 bones, reach the pinnacle of the silver bone realm? Virgil's heart raced. While the silver bone realm's physical strength didn't necessarily benefit him much now, according to the Nirvana Body Sutra, the more bones refined at the silver bone realm, the stronger one would be in the future. At its peak, the silver bone realm would likely surpass the average jade life realm. After breaking through to the jade life realm, he might even be able to withstand mid-stage jade life opponents. Boom. Just as his blood began to boil, Harry, who had charged forward again, was hit by another bolt of lightning, sent flying back and landing at his feet, severely weakened. Both thunder beasts charged again, their massive bodies moving incredibly fast despite their size. Seeing this, Virgil could only suppress his excitement. The black ancient lantern instantly appeared in his hand, a stern look on his face. Infusing mana into it, flames erupted from the lantern. In the next moment, a dark green fire dragon darted out, instantly attacking one of the thunder beasts. The thunder beast roared furiously, releasing a more terrifying energy from its horns. A purple bolt of lightning shot out. Boom. The dark green fire dragon and the lightning collided, causing a deafening boom within the hall as both were destroyed. The other thunder beast also unleashed a bolt of lightning concentrated on its horns, aimed at Virgil. Recalling his earlier guess, Virgil's eyes turned cold, contemplating that as long as his defensive magic power held, this lightning shouldn't be fatal. He stood his ground, pushing Darby away, refusing to dodge. Chapter 283 The Maximus Coffin. Inside the main hall ahead, 4 colossal stone pillars stood in the 4 cardinal directions within the hall. Carved on them were not auspicious creatures like dragons or phoenixes, but rather 4 bizarre beings. One resembled a tiger with wings. Another looked like a sheep's body with a human face, its eyes located under its armpits. The other 2 were equally strange. In addition to these fierce beasts, 4 massive black chains connected to the stone pillars, leading to a stone coffin at the other end. Suspended in the center of the hall by these chains was the coffin, covered in countless intricate wards that would kill even a nascent soul cultivator upon contact. The red-robed figure's eyes were cold as they raised a hand and shot out a bolt of black lightning, continuously erasing these wards. However, there were too many wards to be eradicated all at once, making it a long-drawn battle. 1/4 of an hour. The red-robed figure muttered, calculating the time. Meanwhile, in a certain Buddhist temple within the city. Roar. That noble lord was right indeed. The Rupert Boudrake has left a backup plan in place. Someone is trying to take her corpse. Suddenly, the statues inside the temple began to hum and tremble, and endless streams of blood started flowing from beneath them, spreading outward while a low voice echoed out. At the same moment, from various directions within this underwater city, roars resounded throughout, causing the ground to shake violently. What's happening? Why do I feel something restrained trying to escape? Many cultivators, sensing this scene, looked horrified, a sense of unease rising within their hearts. Unaware of this development, the trio inside the underground palace continued on. Virgil. Pushed away by Virgil, Darby could only watch helplessly as he was enveloped by lightning. His body charred black before he collapsed backward. Her face turned pale, heart-wrenching in agony. Roar. But the 2 thunder beasts did not give up easily. They moved swiftly, their enormous bodies charging over. Seeing this, Ian, whose aura had already weakened significantly, suddenly flashed with a barely noticeable glimmer of light in his eyes before dashing forward again towards the thunder beasts. Darby took the opportunity to flicker beside Virgil, cradling his burned face in her hands, tears falling like pearls cut off mid-string. Don't cry, I'm not dead yet. Feeling the warm liquid on his face, Virgil slowly opened his eyes. With a surge of power, the charred skin on his body dissipated, revealing baby-soft skin underneath, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Within his body, after absorbing the lightning, his bones had reached 202. This was not difficult to understand. The cultivation of the silver bone realm involved using the earth's spiritual energy to refine the bones, making them tougher. That bolt of lightning was similarly composed of pure spiritual energy, containing immense power. So as long as one could withstand the attack and absorb its energy with the Nirvana Body Scripture, the benefits were significant. But most ordinary cultivators of the Silver Bone realm wouldn't dare play such dangerous games, enduring lightning strikes that could critically wound peak cultivators. There'd be nothing left but ashes. If it weren't for his protective magical power and the black robe offsetting each other, he would have struggled to survive. As the saying goes, great fortune lies in taking risks. If he were timid and fearful in everything, how could he ever bring Senior Roberta back? I thought you were dead. Darby laughed through her tears upon seeing him revive. Her heartstone finally settled as she wiped away her tears, her eyes still somewhat red. I won't die. I have too much to do and too many burdens to bear. Climbing up from the ground, Virgil took several pills to restore his power, tossing them into his mouth. His gaze shifted to Darby, his voice filled with determination. Exactly from whom he obtained these pills, Virgil couldn't remember clearly. But this wasn't important. With the pills consumed, the remaining one-third of his power was replenished and seemed to grow slightly. Virgil's eyes focused forward. Ian was repeatedly blasted away by the Thunder Beast's lightning, yet kept rushing forward to block the beast's advance. Under his relentless charge, the beast soon bled profusely from varying degrees of external injuries. But his soul body was even more grievously wounded, very weak. Another couple of blows might utterly dissipate his soul. Come back. Moved by his efforts, Virgil waved his hand, summoning Ian back with the soul banner. Then he looked forward and said to Darby, stand far back. Boom. Seeing him rise again, the two thunder beasts roared, their heads' horns condensing lightning before shooting it out. The two bolts of lightning merged mid-air, exuding immense power. Virgil dared not play as he did before and deployed the merit umbrella again. Like before, the barrier blocked part of the force before shattering. He was once again thrown back, smashing clumsily against a pillar. Swallowing several pills, his state recovered to its peak. Standing up, his eyes sparkled with surprise. 203. Only 3 more to reach the pinnacle of the Silver Bone realm. This was expected since the 203rd bone had been nearly finished refining anyway. Seeing this human so resilient, almost like an invincible cockroach, the two thunder beasts grew enraged, roaring as they unleashed lightning at Virgil again. Come on, hit me with more. See if you can electrocute me. Virgil laughed, employing the same trick of blocking part of the force with the merit umbrella while letting the rest strike him. With their low intelligence, the beasts tried harder to release more lightning upon hearing his taunts, perfectly fitting Virgil's intentions. Soon, he felt almost numb from being electrified, some tingling sensation overtaking him, but feeling the increase in refined bones, he felt a mix of pain and joy internally. Finally, after being knocked back again, the silver bones within his body had reached 205, just one short of full refinement. At this point, the two thunder beasts realized that mere lightning wouldn't kill him and abandoned its use, instead charging directly with their claws raised to slam down fiercely. Feeling a chill, Virgil knew that taking this blow would be worse than the lightning. Instantly, he flickered away. The claws swiped through his afterimage. Evading the attack, Virgil coldly snorted and teleported above the beast's head, clenching his fist tightly and smashing downward. Roar. Even with thick hide, the thunder beast still howled in pain, electric currents surging from its fur, causing spasms in Virgil's body. Keeping the mindset of not wasting anything, he operated the Nirvana body scripture to refine the last bone. Soon, a quarter of this final bone had turned silver. Almost done. Joy filled Virgil's eyes as he clung firmly to the beast's fur. The thunder beast below had gone berserk, crashing around everywhere, trying to fling him off. Chapter 284. The Peak of the Silver Bone Realm. Roar. Seeing its companion in distress, another thunder beast charged over, its limbs bursting with mana as its massive body lunged at Virgil. Virgil, seeing this, could only abandon his attempt to absorb more lightning. His body flickered and vanished from the spot. The thunder beast instantly pounced into thin air, both beasts rolling out and crashing into several pillars. The entire hall began to shake violently. Roar. Palamaints later, one thunder beast swatted the other off with a claw, its eyes burning with fury as it once again roared and charged towards Virgil. You go hide in the legacy tower first. Breathless, Virgil didn't wait for Darby's reply, but sent her consciousness into the legacy tower with a thought. He then watched the approaching thunder beast, saw it hadn't learned its lesson, sneered, reappeared above it, grabbed one of its tentacles, and slammed a heavy punch on top of it. After that brief bout of physical combat, his arms tingled faintly. So, you want this electricity, huh, beast? Ignoring the sensation, Virgil continued pounding relentlessly on the tentacle. Each punch left red marks which soon dripped with his blood. Beneath him, the thunder beast howled in pain while continuously releasing electric attacks from its fur. Virgil absorbed these bolts, using them to refine his last bone while continually raining punches down. Roar. Enraged, the thunder beast kept colliding its body with the hall's pillars, sending out jolts of current in attempts to fling Virgil off. Almost there. Feeling the 206th bone gradually turning silver, Virgil's eyes shone with increasing excitement as he tightly clung to the horn atop the thunder beast's head. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck with blinding speed. Before Virgil could react, his body turned black and was hurled dozens of feet away by the furious thunder beast. Roar. Immediately after the sneak attack, the thunder beast's body vanished as if its time limit for the clone technique had ended. Only the other thunder beast remained, charging forward with an angry roar, its claws poised to strike where Virgil lay. Boom. The hard ground shattered instantaneously, rocks scattering, forming a large crater. At the critical moment, Virgil rolled away just in time to avoid the blow, his breathing now erratic. Beast. Seeing the thunder beast relentless, it raised its enormous paw again. This time, Virgil did not dodge. Rising quickly like a carp flipping, he met the paw with a direct punch. Another bolt followed the paw into his body. This thunder beast was covered in lightning. If Virgil's cultivation wasn't suppressed by the immortal restriction, just touching the beast would have killed him outright. However, things were different now. With fiery eyes, Virgil pounded the thunder beast's giant paw and involuntarily stumbled back a few steps. Stabilizing himself, he pushed off with his toes and instantly surged forward, slamming another punch into the beast's abdomen. Roar. Pain made the giant creature swipe its huge paw at him, throwing Virgil through several pillars before finally stopping, burying him under rubble. Cough, cough. Again. Unrelenting, Virgil crawled out of the debris and charged up again, engaging in close-quarters combat while constantly absorbing lightning from the beast's body. His last bone inside was steadily turning silver. Only 1/4 remained. Under Virgil's relentless onslaught, the thunder beast, at the soul formation stage, was utterly miserable. Even its horns had been snapped off by Virgil, leaving it weak and dispirited. Finally, after countless clashes, one final bolt entered his body, refining the last bone completely into silver. Success, ha ha ha, the peak of the silver bone realm. Throughout history, who has reached this level? A manic grin spread across Virgil's face. Numerous wounds covered his body from continuous battle. The medium-grade infant treasure black robe was torn and tattered, half destroyed. His arm, repeatedly shocked by electricity, even smelled slightly charred, yet he felt nothing. What was a mere flesh wound compared to this? Roar. The thunder beast, now sporting only one horn, stood several hundred feet away, eyes bloodshot, focusing fiercely on him, gathering terrifying lightning at its lone remaining horn. Beast, your time is up. Virgil laughed wildly, appearing in midair and delivering a powerful kick directly to the beast's horn. Boom. After a thunderous crash, the thunder beast's massive body was knocked onto its side, its last horn flying out like a spear, embedding itself into the distant ground. Standing in the sky, watching the scene, Virgil laughed again despite his leg feeling as if it might break with every movement. Completely unfazed, acting like a mad warrior oblivious to fatigue or pain, he kicked the horn off the beast, then pulled out a pill furnace, infusing it with mana to enlarge it significantly. This was one of the few infant treasures he still had without self-destructing. Smash, smash, smash. At his command, the rapidly enlarging black pill furnace loomed like a mountain, being driven by mana to rain blows on the thunder beast's head, blow after blow. Soon the thunder beast lay motionless on the ground. Still uneasy, Virgil continued to smash its head hundreds of times until the creature's head was mangled beyond recognition, confirming it was dead. Finally, he collapsed exhausted. Phew, it's over. Letting out a long breath, Virgil felt extremely tired. All his mana was depleted, and even the mana-restoring pills were used up. Without mana support, the giant pill furnace shrank back to its original size and rolled aside. Ollie said this thunder beast wasn't as strong as a soul formation cultivator. If I'm this worn out after killing it, how strong must a soul formation be? Gazing at the forever closed eyes of the thunder beast, Virgil chuckled bitterly. He then looked towards the entrance of the main hall. From the fight until now, nearly 15 minutes had passed. Ollie asked him to detain this thunder beast for that duration, meaning she should be done soon. After a while, he remembered Darby was still in the legacy tower. With a thought, he released her. Darby appeared with worried eyes, which turned angrily at Virgil upon seeing the dead thunder beast. Why did you force me inside? Lying on the ground, looking upwards, he saw her creamy legs. He quickly averted his gaze, coughed and said, "It won't happen again. I'm injured. Let me sleep." Note: the translation retains the structure and essence of the original text, preserving character names and adhering to the specified guidelines. Chapter 285, The Void. Let me sleep for a while. Hearing this ambiguous statement, Darby paused momentarily, her anger dissipating. But upon seeing Virgil lying on the ground with his eyes closed, she immediately realized the misunderstanding. Anger simmering, she sat beside him, lifting his head from the ground and cradling it gently on her legs. This was indeed more comfortable than lying on the ground. Crucially, Virgil truly did not feel like moving at all, so he remained still, half-closed eyes gazing upward, unable to see beyond the towering peaks above him. "Do you have any pills?" "No." Darby snorted coldly, but eventually revealed her soft-hearted nature. She retrieved several vials from her storage bag, poured out some pills, and fed them to him. She had plenty of supplies, having collected all the storage bags after that brutal battle outside the Haleyne sect. Virgil had only taken spirit stones, earth spirit pills, and medicinal herbs, leaving the rest in her care. Naturally, they were well stocked with pills. The pills entering his body, a warm current began flowing within, healing his wounds and gradually restoring his mana. Virgil's gaze grew heavy, his eyes closing without truly falling asleep. He simply didn't want to move. Due to the sorrow lurking in his heart, even lying on a beauty's lap brought no desires, just an eerie calm, like stagnant seawater. Thus, as he recovered, his mind pondered the path ahead. My cultivation is nearly at the deity transformation stage. Virgil murmured inwardly. At this level, advancement could not be achieved solely through pills. Enlightenment into the realm of intent was required for deity transformation. But what is intent? Virgil felt lost, recalling the Franzley man he had met in the tavern during the Dejin era who was seeking enlightenment. Wondering if he had succeeded in achieving deity transformation, he also thought of Maureen. Holding a sword, she remained unbeaten even when facing stronger foes, because she had grasped her own sword intent, an incredibly powerful force. Similarly, Becker, with whom he had fought, had also comprehended an intent called Heavenly Dragon Demon Intent, a domineering presence like an emperor on high, affecting the minds of those around her, rendering them powerless. All of them had grasped their intents, yet each one differed. In terms of strength, there was no doubt that Maureen's was the most formidable. Intent of the sword, intent of rain, Heavenly Dragon Demon Intent. These are their intents. But what is mine? Virgil turned over, facing outward, continuing his contemplation. He still had a comprehension fruit in his storage bag, rumored to grant the chance to grasp intent. However, the probability was extremely low, mostly dependent on personal enlightenment. Just sleep already, can you stop fidgeting? Darby glared at him irritably. Truly, he couldn't stay still on her legs, like a flea jumping around. In the main hall, the 4 chains enchantments had been completely eroded. Adriana stood before the stone coffin, feeling an unusual excitement. Just like the first time she saw Virgil, emotions that should not surface now arose in her heart. Shaking her head to clear these distracting thoughts, she raised a hand and pushed the heavy coffin lid away. It flew across the room with a deafening crash. Drawing a deep breath, her eyes fell upon the inside of the coffin, only to find nothing but empty space, contrary to her expectations. Damn it, not here. Where did it go? Adriana's face darkened, her hand casually smiting the stone coffin, turning it to ashes. Suddenly, the entire hall shook violently, dust cascading down. With no choice, she left the hall swiftly. Did you get it? Seeing her emerge, Virgil stood up, noticing the unease in her expression. He speculated that perhaps she hadn't obtained what she sought. Adriana didn't answer, her gaze falling on the prone thunder beast, devoid of emotion. With a wave of her hand, lightning struck a part of the hall, teleporting them all to the upper crypt in an instant. Roar. Upon appearing, Virgil sensed terrifying auras radiating from afar, making him involuntarily shudder. These auras were at least of the deity transformation stage, far more formidable than the thunder beast. What's happening? Virgil's eyes flashed with alarm as he appeared outside the hall, looking toward the distance and frowning deeply. Not far from this hall, a strange creature with a human face and sheep body emerged, towering over 1,000 feet tall. It opened its massive mouth, sucking in everything in its path. The structures, cultivators, all disappearing into its maw, leaving behind cries of anguish. Look over there, there's more than one. Darby paled, her shoulders trembling as she looked in other directions. Following her gaze, Virgil discovered 3 more gigantic beasts, each with bizarre appearances, spread across the remaining 3 sides of the underwater city. One resembled a fierce tiger with wings, another, a canine-like creature with long fur, and the last, a mix of features, having tusks and dog fur but resembling a tiger. How do we deal with this? Someone save us. How do I get out of this underwater city? Panic erupted throughout the city. Faced with these unknown and destructive creatures, the cultivators were no match, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Despair and screams filled the air. Everyone fled frantically, but with colossal beasts blocking every direction and no escape within the city, they could only rush towards the center. What do we do? Darby's face turned white. As a demon race, she felt the overwhelming power more intensely. Virgil frowned, sensing an immense danger. Even a genuine deity transformation cultivator would likely be killed instantly by these beings. As the humanoid sheep creature approached, Virgil looked at Adriana. Miss Adriana, do you know where these things came from? Why are they here? These are the 4 great beasts of antiquity, Chaos, Taotai, Taowu, and Qing, formed from the negative forces of the universe, each possessing peak deity transformation strength. They were likely set as a trap by that person, intending to kill us all. The temple below must have held Taotai. Adriana's eyes fixed on the beast, her expression grim, realizing she had been deceived. She fell for his schemes, not only switching the body but setting a deadly trap for her. Unless a pseudo-immortal arrived today, all cultivators within the city might meet their end here. Peak deity transformation. Chapter 286. The exit opens. Upon hearing about the power of these beasts, Virgil's expression turned grim. With such strength, even one of them could sweep through all the cultivators, let alone 4. Can the underwater city's exit be opened ahead of schedule? A flicker of hope appeared in his eyes as he looked at Adriana again. Opening the ruins to escape was now their only option. Though he had the Lost World Pagoda, there was no telling when these beasts would leave. He didn't want to remain trapped inside forever. Adriana frowned and said, "It can be opened, but we need the Arlinfa pearl. In this situation, attempting to retrieve the pearl will most likely make us a target for those beasts." Virgil remained silent, gazing upward. "Don't take the risk. With the pagoda, we can hide inside if necessary." Darby clung tightly to his hand, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Don't worry." Virgil turned to comfort her. Darby remained silent, her face as pale as paper, still holding his hand. Virgil sighed, looking ahead. The massive Taotai closest to them was already near the palace, swallowing everything in its path whole. "Save me." Not far away, a great cultivator was flying toward them, then instantly sucked back, his face filled with despair. Virgil could do nothing but watch silently. Summoning to look in other directions, he saw that the other 3 beasts were also advancing relentlessly, nearing the city center. Oh right, almost forgot something. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Lifting his hand, an ancient disc appeared in his palm. His expression was resolute. "I have something that can teleport us 1,000 miles instantly." He couldn't care less about the fate of the other cultivators now. He could only ensure his own safety. He wondered where Althea was. She had helped him before, so he intended to take her along if he left. Adriana glanced at it and shook her head. "It won't work. The Arlinfa pearl blocks spatial transmission. It needs to be put away." Virgil's face darkened upon hearing this. Looking up at the pearl in the sky, he hesitated. Time ticked by, and the massive Taotai drew closer to the trio. "I'll give it a try." Finally, Virgil took a deep breath, seemingly making a decision. He looked at Darby and said, "Go into the pagoda first. Don't worry, if danger comes, I'll enter immediately." "No, don't go." Darby shook her head fiercely, gripping his hand tightly. Virgil didn't argue further. Time was of the essence, so he directly activated his spiritual sense, forcibly pulling her inside the pagoda. Seeing this, Adriana's eyes widened. To activate a spatial artifact within the Arlinfa Pearl's range indicated this treasure was on par with, or even superior to the Arlinfa Pearl. She did not show greed but calmly asked Virgil, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Virgil nodded, decisively leaping towards the pearl in the sky. After all, if things went badly, he could still enter the Lost World Pagoda. He had to try his luck. Adriana stood still, watching him ascend, her heart hanging in suspense. The Arlenfa pearl was tens of miles above ground, requiring about a dozen breaths to reach. After launching upward, Virgil continuously teleported, quickly rising higher. Tension began to build in his heart. Ignore the Arlenfa pearl? You must be an ally of Jan-Not-Weak-Thunder. Kill, kill, kill. At that moment, the massive Taudai spotted Virgil midair and opened its cavernous mouth, emitting a terrifying suction force aimed at him. Damn it! Virgil felt his body being pulled uncontrollably, his expression changing. Seeing this, Adriana's brows furrowed. A black lightning bolt condensed in her palm. Just as she was about to throw it, hesitation flashed across her face. This was her last resort. If used, she would have no means to defend herself. Wicked beast. After a moment, seeing Virgil about to be swallowed, Adriana took a deep breath and hurled the black lightning towards the Tautye's mouth. Roar. Lightning. Black lightning of Jan-Not-Weak-Thunder. Who? Aw. Struck by the lightning, the Tautai roared angrily, its body convulsing from electric spasms. With a loud thud, it fell to the ground, writhing. Thank you. Virgil glanced back, then accelerated towards the pearl without wasting time. Almost there. At the heart of the underwater city, atop a pavilion. Surviving cultivators gathered here, their faces mournful. Who is that person? Suddenly, someone sharp-eyed noticed Virgil ascending. It's him. Hearing this, Althea in the crowd lifted her head, her beautiful eyes widening in recognition. Star of Death, what's he doing? Kate exclaimed from the pavilion, disbelief flashing in his eyes. The one who killed Southern Pole Devil Wizard and Bowden? What is he doing? Hold on, how can he fly? Soon, many recognized Virgil. Seeing him flying, they exchanged looks of disbelief, speculating about his intentions. Just as everyone was talking, the man-faced, sheep-bodied beast emitted a powerful suction force, pulling Virgil toward it. It's over, Star of Death is doomed. Why does he attract attention like this? Cade's face was gloomier than ever, marked with a slave seal by Virgil. If Virgil died, so would he. Even Althea's eyes trembled. But just as everyone thought Virgil would meet his end, the Tautai suddenly crashed to the ground, allowing Virgil to pull away and continue ascending. Seeing this, everyone stared dumbfounded, amazed by the sudden turn of events. Virgil was unaware of this. Palamaints later, he grabbed the pearl mid-air, then reappeared back on the ground without delay. The Tautai lay twitching, clearly severely shocked. Here. Virgil handed the pearl to Adriana. Adriana accepted it, closed her eyes, and whispered something. The pearl before her suddenly floated and cracked loudly, releasing tremendous energy outward. In the next instant, the entire underwater city began to violently shake. The protective barrier above shattered, allowing seawater to pour in like the heavens opening. Before anyone realized what was happening, a massive vortex appeared at the city center, emanating spatial power. The passage, it's the way out. The cultivators in the pavilion watched excitedly, finally understanding. Please provide feedback or any specific areas you would like revised. Chapter 287, The Overlord Sect's Core Formation Cultivator. How did the passage suddenly open? Someone asked, voicing out everyone's confusion. Could it be that guy? Others hesitated, connecting this event with Virgil retrieving the bead and the exit subsequently opening. It was too coincidental to ignore. It's possible. Hurry, forget about that now. Those ferocious beasts are coming. Run. This reminder galvanized the cultivators on the pavilion to rush towards the newly opened passage. Is it him? Althea's eyes flickered, but there was no time to ponder more. Suppressing her suspicions, she swiftly darted towards the open passage. Roar, I'll kill you. The electrocuted Taudai had just revived, bellowing as its mouth exuded an enormous suction force aimed at Virgil and Annette. The other three beasts charged forward, murderously heading for the central vortex to block the newly opened path. Let's go, they can't escape through it. We will be safe once we're out. Annette immediately grabbed Virgil's hand, both vanishing into the vortex, escaping from the underwater city. Splash. After a brief dizziness, Virgil slowly opened his eyes. White waves crashed against the rocks, seabirds chirped nearby. A clear blue sky stretched overhead, and sea breeze carried fresh air. Everything indicated their successful departure from the underwater city. We escaped. We actually escaped. They weren't where they originally entered, but not far either. Many cultivators who escaped via the same exit stood around, less than a third of those who initially entered. Seeing the surroundings, they were overwhelmed with joy and relief. Annette released Virgil's hand. This was only the second time she had held his hand willingly. Master, this subordinate failed to find that young lady. Kate approached cautiously, unaware that Virgil had already found Darby. Master. Hearing Virgil referred to as Master, everyone around stared in disbelief. For the inner sea demon to acknowledge Virgil as Master would undoubtedly cause an uproar if word got out. Think about what punishment you deserve, Virgil said, giving him a cold glance. He knew Cade had underperformed. A bit of fear might do him good. Then, Althea walked over, giggling. Young Master, does the opening of the passage have anything to do with you? Guess, Virgil neither confirmed nor denied it. But the crowd had already decided he was responsible. Thank you for saving us. A Noel bowed, the one who received the heart dream fruit from Virgil. Others followed suit, all bowing. They weren't foolish. The entrance couldn't have opened randomly, especially after Virgil retrieved the bead. This brave act earned their admiration. Only a few, standing in the corner, didn't approach. Their faces turned grim seeing Virgil surrounded by grateful people. Among them were familiar figures, Becker, the muscular man from the Nailing clan, and three late-stage nascent soul cultivators staring at Virgil with resentment. Virgil shook his head. You needn't thank me. I didn't open the passage. My apologies. I am from the floating island. Feel free to visit if you encounter trouble. The Noel bowed again, presuming Virgil's modesty. I am from the Sublime Sound sect. Others introduced themselves, almost all from the top 10 outer sea forces, inviting him to visit. Virgil declined all invitations when a furious shout echoed from afar. Who killed my overlord sect's people? An older man appeared, glaring menacingly at everyone. He was one of the core formation cultivators who arrived outside the hole earlier. A core formation cultivator from the overlord sect. Under his gaze, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, while the 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators raised theirs excitedly. Sect Lord, it was him who killed Avril Chi and others. You little brat, killing 3 grand cultivators of our sect? Have you lived too long? The man's gaze locked onto Virgil, murderous intent visible. Even among the top 10 outer sea forces, grand cultivators were rare. Losing 3 in one go was devastating. How could he not be enraged? Oh no. Those watching turned pale. Even Althea, close to Virgil, felt a jolt of alarm. Such an overlord sect. Virgil's surrounding spiritual energy was sealed, immobilizing him. Unable to teleport, he watched the approaching attacker coolly, unleashing 4 chains before striking back with a resounding boom. Cough, cough. His wounds from battling the Thunder Beast hadn't healed fully. The impact forced him back 2 steps, coughing, his face turning pale. Hiss. Yet, this display stunned everyone. A nascent soul cultivator deflecting a core formation's attack? Was he a freak? Even Becker and the muscular man were speechless. Both had fought Virgil before and felt a sense of defeat, seeing him stand toe-to-toe with a core formation cultivator. As for the Noel and Althea, they felt relieved despite being shocked. So strong. No wonder he killed so many Franzes from the overlord sect. The older man's pupils contracted, shock briefly turning into fierce killing intent. Pity, today you shall die. They deserved it. I'll see how you kill me today. Virgil steadied himself, weakly coughing but smirking. Ha ha ha. The older man laughed bitterly, eyeing Virgil again, ready to strike. Althea interjected, appearing beside Virgil. I'm the holy maiden of the joyful demon sect. This person is ours. If you touch him, the overlord sect will be wiped out. She glared fiercely at the man. Senior, this Taoist is a distinguished guest of Floating Island. Please show mercy, the Noel added. The joyful demon sect, the Floating Island. Seeing people defending Virgil, the man looked grim. The joyful demon sect was a major inner sea power. Translation completed while maintaining original tone, style, paragraph structure, and ensuring coherence with previous content. Chapter 288. Terrifying Realm of Memories. Though the Rain Palace had expressly forbidden inner sea spirit transformations from venturing out, offending the Joy Demon sect would leave the Overlord sect without a place to stand in the outer sea. Hack. When did the insignificant Joy Demon sect dare to spout such boasts? Just as his face turned ugly, a faintly mocking voice rang out. Not taking the Joy Demon sect seriously? The surrounding cultivators froze upon hearing this, following the voice to see who dared speak with such bravado. Soon, everyone's gaze fell on a plain-looking Dominic, and low murmurs began. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Yet, he dares speak so boldly, not fearing the Joy Demon sect. Does he think he's one of the 8 honors of the Inner Sea? Even the middle-aged man glanced over, sizing up the Dominic, someone he had never seen before. Insignificant Joy Demon sect, while I am here, as long as these 2 are dead, I guarantee no one will dare retaliate against your floating air island. Becker covered his mouth, coughing slightly, and raised a finger at Virgil and Dolores without any sign of restraint. Heh sir, what audacity you possess. Would you please state your name? Althea narrowed her eyes. Becker. Of course, you can also call me the Brandon of Demon Temple. His eyes lingered on her as he produced a bronze token with a grand hall engraved on it. This is Demon Temple. Althea's expression changed as she recognized him through the token. Demon Temple. Actually the Demon Temple. The surrounding cultivators gasped, drawing a sharp breath, and after a brief silence, a storm broke out. None present were newcomers. Even if they didn't know the 10 major outer sea forces or the Joy Demon sect, the renowned Demon Temple was like thunder in their ears. Because the master of the Demon Temple was the Demon Venerable, one of the 8 honors of the Inner Sea, an apex powerhouse of the Endless Sea. Given that this individual was the Brandon of the Demon Temple, a mere Joy Demon sect truly was nothing in his eyes. As for whether he might be impersonating the Brandon, no one would dare doubt it. Impersonating the Brandon of the Demon Temple? Wasn't this just inviting death? Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would be pursued by the Demon Temple's cultivators. Brandon of Demon Temple. Virgil furrowed his brows, recognizing the Dominic's identity. He hadn't expected the Brandon of the sealed Demon Temple. Haha, adhering strictly to the order of Lord Brandon, little brat. Now watch who can still protect you. The middle-aged man laughed, seeing the hostility between Becker and Virgil, glaring fiercely at Althea and company, hesitating because of their backing in the Joy Demon sect. Both of you should step aside quickly, otherwise, don't blame me if innocents get hurt. The big man hesitated. Even Floating Air Island's spirit transformation powerhouses could not offend the Demon Temple. Although Floating Air Island also had the support of one of the Inner Sea 8 honors, a war between them was unlikely, and offending the Demon Temple would bring no benefits to Floating Air Island. Althea's face also darkened, never expecting the involvement of the Demon Temple. Miss Althea, fellow Taoist, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please step aside. Virgil looked at the duo, not wanting to involve them. They had already greatly moved him by standing up. Fellow Taoist. I'm sorry. The big man bowed apologetically, his head drooping as he left. Apologies, young master. Sire. Althea sighed, biting her lip. This has nothing to do with you anyway. Virgil shook his head indifferent. Althea sighed softly, retreating to a distance. How does it feel to be abandoned? Seeing the duo depart, Becker's eyes mocked Virgil, carrying both sarcasm and malevolence. After emerging, Becker didn't see Darby, assuming she was dead. His plan ruined, filled with resentment, he vented his anger on Virgil. Virgil ignored him, looking coldly at the approaching middle-aged man. A true spirit transformation powerhouse. Fear? Why fear? Along the way, how many powerful enemies and vengeful foes had been reduced to bones? Even a spirit transformation powerhouse was just another enemy. Just an additional realm more than the previous Thunder Beast. Die! The middle-aged man snarled, producing a lower-grade divine sword, unleashing a sword chi that rushed toward the duo. It carried his personal realm. Though the opponent was merely a nascent soul, some peculiarities prompted him to unleash full force immediately. Virgil remained silent, watching the incoming sword chi. Suddenly, an image of Maureen lying in his arms, forever cold, surfaced in his mind. An intense wave of sorrow and longing washed over him, bringing tears to his eyes, plunging him into profound grief. Completely oblivious to the menacing sword chi. Born in a village, my parents were killed by a fiend when I was 12. Only I survived. I changed my name, joined the fiend's sect, and after 200 years of cultivation, exterminated the fiend clan to the last man. The middle-aged man sneered, feeling assured of victory as he recounted. On the way, I fell in love with the fiend's daughter. Knowing she resented me, seeking to kill me for vengeance, I still married her, because I knew she'd never succeed. Later, at nascent soul peak, I decisively slew her, using my love for her to comprehend the 8th tier realm of memories. Hearing about his realm comprehension, Dolores frowned, turning her gaze. Virgil was immersed in intense grief, unable to break free. An 8th tier realm of memories was indeed formidable. Even among spirit transformation powerhouses, his realm stood out. A typical early-stage spirit transformation would likely bleed under this strike. If his cultivation increased, he would be a terrifying sword cultivator, earning renown in the inner sea. But the stronger he was, the more unfavorable it became for them. Seeing the imminent attack, Dolores' complexion darkened. She had not been affected by the sword chi but had used black lightning, and now lacked the means to counter the strike. The fellow beside her was lost in the realm, unable to awaken, and Drake San was nowhere to be found. The situation was slipping out of control. She detested this helplessness. At that moment, Virgil's tears abruptly stopped. You actually broke free from his realm? Dolores stared, astounded. Virgil remained quiet, sorrow shrouding him, spreading subtly, even affecting Dolores with a faint sadness hidden deep within. Maureen. Robert Tarmuring, Virgil's eyes lifeless, lifted to meet the incoming sword chi, then slowly raised his palm, grabbing forward, instantly shredding the sword chi apart. Chapter 289. She has always been. Bang. The shredded sword aura stirred up a gale, slamming into bodies. Virgil stood rooted to the spot, his black robes flapping wildly as if resonating with thunder. This scene would surely be imprinted deeply in everyone's minds, leaving an indelible impact. Impossible. How could you break free from my realm of thought? The middle-aged man's expression turned grim. He actually deflected it barehanded. Could he be a physical cultivator? The surrounding cultivators wore expressions of disbelief. Some recognized the middle-aged man's renowned ultimate technique, yet saw it being deflected by Virgil barehanded. No one knew how he did it. Virgil heard the murmurs around him but stayed silent, fearing that if he spoke, blood would flow out from his throat. He lowered his head. The sleeve of his robe had burst open, revealing blood trickling down from his arm. While deflecting the opponent's sword aura looked impressive, Virgil was in fact struggling internally. His organs had been jolted, and his chi and blood surged, inflicting no small amount of damage. Worthless. A grand transformation stage cultivator can't even kill a late nascent soul cultivator. Becker was almost beside himself, his voice unnaturally sharp. He couldn't believe that this worm from the start now defied all expectations, standing unharmed before a powerful transformation stage attack. This filled him with a sense of defeat. Althea glanced at him, her exquisite face wearing an expression of schadenfreude. No. Suddenly, Becker seemed to notice something, staring intently at Virgil with a desperate laugh. He's injured. Quick, finish him off. Hearing this, the middle-aged man took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure. Closing his eyes, he raised his long sword in front of him, allowing the realm of recollection to emerge once again around him before slicing another streak of sword aura. The realm of recollection invaded again, but this time Virgil remained unaffected, his eyes clear as he faced the middle-aged man. Even as an opponent, he couldn't help but admit that the man was indeed strong. One strike could immediately plunge enemies into painful memories, ensnaring them helplessly before delivering the final blow. This was the power of the realm, imbued in every move. Just moments ago, facing that sword aura, Virgil had nearly fallen into painful memories and died there. He wouldn't have gotten a chance to enter the Legacy Tower. And yet, he survived and escaped from that realm. All thanks to Maureen, who saved him once more. Virgil looked down at the jade pendant hanging from his waist. It was carved by her in her last days and gifted to him. It originally contained a locked sword aura, which activated automatically when he was in danger. That sword aura's embedded realm awakened him, breaking him free from the opposing realm. Virgil sniffed and clutched the pendant tightly, feeling the familiar presence within. Powerful, aloof, indifferent to deities and demons, yet infinitely gentle, as if she were still by his side. He only now realized that it contained a sword aura. It turns out, even after death, she couldn't bear to let him go. Always keeping a reserve plan for him, silently providing for him. She has always been. Whoosh. The sword aura was already close, carrying a lethal intent so strong that the sea parted and space trembled. Virgil reined in his emotions, glaring coldly ahead. Just activating the sword aura within the pendant would easily slay the person in front of him. But he didn't want to do that, because once the sword aura was consumed, it would be gone forever, the pendant would disappear too. This was the last thing she left for him. He couldn't bear to lose it. Trading it for the life of a transformation stage powerhouse wasn't worth it. Just as he was about to act, a swift blade of light darted past him from behind, instantly shattering the oncoming sword aura. Who is that? The middle-aged man's face showed shock. Virgil also lowered his hand, turning to look beside him. A man dressed in black, carrying a long sword on his back, suddenly appeared next to Annette, bowing respectfully. Young master. Annette nodded faintly, showing no reverence to a transformation stage powerhouse. Another transformation stage powerhouse. Seeing the black-clothed swordsman deflect the Overlord sect transformation stage attack, the surrounding cultivators immediately understood he too was a transformation stage powerhouse. But seeing his respectful attitude toward Annette made them gasp in amazement again. They never expected the red-clothed Noelle to have a transformation stage powerhouse by her side. Calling her young master, could this person be the heir of some major force? Becker's eyes also widened, fixating on the newcomer. The red-clothed Noelle's identity had always been a mystery, and while he could recognize someone from the demon hall, seeing the company she kept instantly made him nervous. Who are you? The middle-aged man looked uncertain, his gaze landing on the black-clothed swordsman, sensing a powerful aura. His strength was likely above mine. The black-clothed swordsman looked up coldly, saying, a mere worm, daring to reveal murderous intent towards young master. Infinite killing intent shot from his eyes, causing the middle-aged man to see corpses piled high and countless transformation stage bodies, creating a sense of impending doom. Immediately changing color, he turned and fled. Even Virgil felt himself enveloped in this macabre imagery, the temperature around him plunging sharply, until a cool sensation from the pendant dispelled it all. Looking at the Guillermo, Virgil was inwardly shocked. The earlier killing intent wasn't directed at him intentionally, yet it nearly pulled him in. This showed just how far beyond the Overlord sect transformation stage cultivator this man truly was. You think you can escape? Seeing the middle-aged man flee, the black-clothed swordsman sneered, plucking a piece of green bamboo leaf which transformed into a streak of light and shot out. Aya! Palamanes later, the transformation stage cultivator from Overlord sect, who had fled several miles away, emitted a distant scream, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Only a golden nascent soul emerged from the mist, continuing its flight away. But soon after, it too exploded into scattered points, disappearing into the void. Hiss! Dead silence ensued, filled only with the sound of drawn breaths. Heavens! A transformation stage cultivator is dead just like that. Who is this person? The nascent soul cultivators present, witnessing a transformation stage cultivator die right before their eyes, paled. They looked at the black-clothed swordsman, feeling genuine terror. Mid, or even late-stage transformation. Becker and Althea, being heirs of great sects, had more exposure to transformation stage cultivators and knew better. Their eyes stared nervously at the black-clothed swordsman. Chapter 290, Caden. After all, the late core formation power of Ba-Axel sect was among the best in the early stage. Now that this Guillermo could kill him so easily and brutally, it indicated that his strength was at least top-notch middle stage, perhaps even late stage. Such power would be well known even in the inner sea. But why had they never seen him before? Brandon of the Demon Hall. At that moment, the black-clad swordsman looked over, and Becker felt drenched in cold sweat, trembling and nervously bowing. Have met Senior. Today, I'll spare you on the face of the Demon Lord. But, death penalty can be spared, but living penalty cannot be avoided. Becker, who heard the initial words from afar, felt a brief surge of hope only for the man's tone to abruptly change. He snapped his finger, sending a beam of sword chi into Becker's body, wildly tearing through it. The immense pain made large beads of sweat break out on Becker's forehead. He screamed endlessly, quickly becoming covered in blood, suffering immensely. Get lost. The black-clad swordsman coldly waved, as if shooing away a fly. Earlier, he had clearly seen this man command that trashy late core formation cultivator to kill the young master. Hence, he gave him a mild punishment. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. Becker forced down his grim expression and limped away. The other nascent soul cultivators also dared not stay after hearing this and scattered immediately. What happened today would soon spread out. The death of a core formation powerhouse would inevitably cause a big commotion. Soon, only 3 or 4 people were left in the sea area. Young master, we should return. In front of Adriana, the black-clad swordsman seemed completely different, respectfully saluting her. Virgil stood aside, his gaze falling on the man. He was filled with shock. He never expected Adriana to have such a strong bodyguard. Killing a core formation cultivator was as simple as squashing an ant. This is the 10,000-year-old ginseng root I promised you. Adriana ignored Virgil and instead glanced at him. She waved her hand, causing 2 ginseng-like items to appear in her palm and automatically fly toward him. As Virgil stared at the 2 hovering ginseng roots, feeling their rich spiritual aura, his breathing became slightly uneven. Just by refining these, his mana could definitely reach the level of a grand cultivator. Thank you. Virgil cupped his fists in gratitude and took the medicinal herbs. Also, the Jagger Cannon. Adriana waved her hand again, a scroll floating in front of Virgil. Young master, the Jagger Cannon is Great Rupert's cultivation method. How can it be passed on? Seeing this scene, the previously silent black-clad swordsman twitched at the corners of his mouth. It's what I promised him, Adriana said indifferently. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, the black-clad swordsman cast a cold glance at Virgil. It was as if he would chop off Virgil's head the moment he dared take it. The Jagger Cannon was the cultivation technique used by Great Rupert. As slaves of Great Rupert, they naturally did not wish for it to be leaked. I think I'll pass, Virgil said, sensing the chill emanating from the man, his mouth twitching slightly. The scene of the powerful core formation expert from Ba-Axel sect being killed like a chicken by this person was still vivid in his mind. Who knew if this person would really kill him? He did not want to share the same fate. Moreover, the Jagger Cannon was indeed of little use to him now, since he already had the Taishang immortal scripture. Caden. Adriana spoke coolly, her voice authoritative. The domineering black-clad swordsman immediately lowered his head, and the chill around Virgil quietly dissipated. Boy, if you dare to leak it, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Virgil smiled bitterly, saying, if it's so precious, Miss Adriana, maybe it's better to skip it. Do you want me to break my promise? Adriana narrowed her eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Fine, you're the boss. Sighing inwardly, Virgil waved his hand and tucked the scroll into his sleeve. What do you plan to do next? Adriana's dangerous expression vanished as she looked at him and asked, to be honest, I'm not sure. Probably find a place to comprehend the meaning and break through to core formation. Virgil shook his head. After reaching core formation, will you enter the inner sea? Adriana asked again, seeming to suggest he join the inner sea. Don't know. Virgil shook his head once more. If you enter the inner sea, you can come find me at Leju Island. Adriana looked at him one last time and casually waved her hand. A chariot pulled by a black dragon came from afar. Virgil had seen this chariot before. Being up close made him even more stunned. The dragon pulling the chariot was like a long mountain range, its two eyes like huge lanterns. Its aura suggested it was at least core formation. Yet this terrifying creature behaved as tame as a domesticated pet. Adriana's figure flickered as she entered the carriage, waving at Virgil before leaving without delay. Virgil also waved and watched until the dragon-pulled carriage disappeared from view. He then turned to look at the distant silhouette and called out, Lady Althea, aren't you going back? Seeing Adriana leave, Althea's face showed hesitation. Walking up to him, she wanted to say something but hesitated. Why are you troubled, Lady Althea? If it's because of what happened earlier, there's no need for guilt. You were simply following my order. Virgil smiled, seeing her reaction. Althea bit her lip, sighing in relief when she saw he bore no resentment towards her. However, she still felt unrighteous about her actions. With a wave of her hand, a jade slip floated towards Virgil. These are some experiences from our sex ancestors when breaking through to core formation, Althea explained. Thank you. Initially planning to decline, Virgil reconsidered after hearing her explanation. He thanked her and accepted the jade slip. This was the advantage of major sects. Such resources were virtually unattainable for independent cultivators. He could repay her later in other ways. I'm leaving first. Originally, I intended to invite you to join Huanma sect, but now I don't have the face to mention it. Althea softly said, if you ever encounter trouble in the inner sea in the future, you can come to Huanma sect and find me. We'll see then. Virgil smiled. Without another word, Althea looked at him deeply, her figure turning into a black ray and vanishing from sight. Virgil watched her disappear. Master, Cade, beside him, trembled in fear, thinking about how Virgil might deal with him for failing to find Darby. Virgil cast a dispassionate glance at him, remained silent, and flickered away to a certain direction, intending to refine the spirit ginseng first. Oh no, this star is so calm. I'm doomed. Is he going to use me for soul refining? Unexpectedly, such indifference made Cade tremble more, sensing impending disaster. The thought of becoming a soul trapped in a soul banner sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 291. Peak Nascent Soul. With the successful completion of this ancient site exploration, Virgil finally felt secure enough to find a nearby island for seclusion and attempt to advance to the rank of Great Cultivator. Unbeknownst to him, during his seclusion, news of his exploits quietly spread throughout the entire Outer Sea over time. After all, whether it was killing the notorious South Pole Demon Sage, Venerable Cloud Crane, and 3 great cultivators of Overlord sect, or enslaving an Inner Sea major sex Brandon and taking a full blow from a transcendent without any harm, each event on its own was shocking enough to reverberate through the Outer Sea. Now, they were all attributed to one individual. For a while, Virgil's image spread like wildfire across the Outer Sea, familiarizing him to all major forces. His status became comparable to that of a transcendent cultivator, ranking among the top 11 figures no one dared offend, perhaps even subtly above the transcendents. The 9, originally 10, transcendent cultivators in the Outer Sea each had sects and factions behind them, with reservations and constraints. They wouldn't be too ruthless when acting out, for fear of retaliation in the future. Meanwhile, no one knew where Virgil came from. He was the classic embodiment of a barefoot man fearing nothing of those in shoes. If someone angered him, he could simply kill and run, worrying not about retribution. Hence, many would rather offend a transcendent than provoke Virgil. Of course, Virgil was oblivious to all this. He chose an island nearby, carved out a cave residence, recovered from his injuries, and then refined the 2 10,000-year ginseng plants. A few days later, Virgil emerged from his newly excavated cave, his aura now at the level of a great cultivator. Magic power, class 995. Master. Cade had been guarding outside and felt that only a few days had passed, yet Virgil had grown stronger. Standing before him felt like being a mere ant. Cade's heart pounded more nervously than ever. Transcendent. Virgil ignored him, raising his head to gaze into the distance. His eyes flickered as he took out a jade slip and began reading it. It described how to transcend to the transcendent realm after comprehending the meaning. This information proved immensely beneficial. Pausing momentarily, Virgil put the jade slip away, released Darby, and inevitably faced her complaints. After calming her down, Virgil wrapped an arm around her and walked towards the distance. Where are we going? Darby asked, turning her head. To find a place to live in seclusion, Virgil replied coolly. Seclusion? Darby had already gotten used to their nomadic lifestyle, but now hearing about seeking seclusion, interest sparked in her eyes. She didn't understand why he suddenly had this idea. Virgil nodded. Recalling the dev he met in the Qing dynasty who chose a small city to live in seclusion and comprehend the meaning, Virgil decided to emulate him. If Master wants to go into seclusion, comprehend the meaning, and break through to transcendent, I know a place that would be perfect. Cade saw Darby still alive, and almost wept from joy. His life was saved. Where is this place? Virgil glanced at him indifferently. Forgetting Sorrow City. This city is renowned in the Endless Sea. It's mostly inhabited by ordinary people far from the bloody wars of cultivation, making it ideal for great cultivators to transcend and comprehend the Tao. Cade wore a flattering smile. Oh, such a city exists? Aren't there cultivators who wish to dominate it? Darby's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Virgil also showed astonishment. In this land of devilish cultivators, akin to a graveyard for cultivators, such a utopia seemed inconceivable. Cade explained with a smile. To answer your question, mistress, Forgetting Sorrow City has a peak nascent soul great cultivator named Santiago, an independent cultivator who once earned fame in the outer sea. However, due to betrayal, he grew disillusioned and despised the scheming of the cultivation world. So, he established the city and set a rule. All visiting cultivators must seal their magic power and must not expose it to the city's inhabitants. This attracted many cultivators who loathed the bloody wars, maintaining this paradise and protecting these ordinary people. Upon hearing the word, mistress, Darby blushed slightly, glancing at Virgil. Seeing his expressionless face, she rolled her eyes with infinite charm. Unaware of this exchange, Virgil looked at Cade, considering the city with newfound anticipation. He ordered Cade to lead the way. Days later, guided by Cade, they arrived at an island surrounded by white mist, obscuring its details. Virgil stood above the sea, extending his spiritual senses and finding the area spiritually barren, unfit for cultivation. He guessed that some array might block spiritual energy to create a true land for ordinary people. Trespassers stop here. This is the last untouched sanctuary in the Endless Sea. Any cultivator entering the island must not use magic power and disrupt the peace of the ordinary people. Violators will be hunted down by 3 great cultivators. Several black boats floated on the sea surface. A nascent soul cultivator sat in each boat, standing up upon spotting the trio, their faces unfriendly. Virgil scanned them. They appeared to be followers of the great cultivator, with the strongest at nascent soul mid-stage. Daring to threaten him even with several dozen people, Virgil could slaughter them all in 3 breaths. Master, this is the uniqueness of Forgetting Sorrow City. Entry is only via these boats. Cade feared Virgil might destroy this last bastion of tranquility. Not using magic power, experiencing the life of an ordinary person. Fine, just what I need to distance myself from the bloody cultivation world. Virgil stepped forward, pulling Darby onto one of the boats. The captain, a middle-aged man with nascent soul mid-stage cultivation, smoked a pipe on the bow. Take us into the island. Cade breathed a sigh of relief, landing on the boat. The terrifying aura he emitted made every nascent soul cultivator present shudder. This man is a great cultivator, and he calls that young man master. Could he be a transcendent? Realizing this, the middle-aged man did not dare delay, paddling the boat into the island. Sitting inside the cabin, Virgil felt the slow progress of the small boat, lost in thought. He hadn't experienced such slowness for a long time. It awakened memories from his previous life. Back then, living in poverty as a child, he'd herd cattle in the mountains, returning home at dusk sitting on the cow's back against the sunset. Many years had passed since then, but this moment brought back those memories. It gave him a strange feeling, as if the cultivation world and its bloody battles were all a dream. When he awoke again, he'd be sitting on a cow's back. Chapter 292. Reverting the heart to mortality. Time slipped away unnoticed during his moment of distraction, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. The sunset's glow cast a golden sheen over the sea. The bamboo poles sliced through the water, sending ripples across its surface. The black-roofed boat sailed along the mouth of the bay into a river, heading towards the ferry point. The landscape on both banks began to undulate, covered with peach trees whose blossoms danced in the air. One couldn't help but wonder if the waters here stretched for 3,000 feet deep. Virgil stood at the stern, basking in the last rays of the sun. Around him, many boats returned from their day's labor. Fishermen, with their weathered faces breaking into honest smiles, occupied both ends of the vessels. There were also cultivators like himself who had come to this place to advance to the spirit transformation stage. This serene feeling made him subconsciously blend in, momentarily forgetting the blood-soaked path of cultivation and the acts of killing. He became an ordinary mortal again, just like when he was a Dominic, secretly hiding somewhere for an entire day. In this meditative state, Virgil's mental realm subtly ascended at that moment, exuding a refined aura surpassing countless grand cultivators. Boom! There seemed to be a faint rumble in the sky, and the entire island trembled slightly. The middle-aged man rowing the boat did not notice, nor did Cade. Only 3 Franzes within a secluded chamber on the island opened their eyes in shock, their gazes filled with alarm. This is the spirit transformation mental realm. What's happening? Could it be that a spirit transformation powerhouse has descended? They were unaware that a grand cultivator had accidentally experienced a mental elevation to the spirit transformation stage while on the island. Spirit transformation begins by becoming a mere mortal. I inadvertently transcended my mental realm. Virgil felt a realization dawning upon him. A faint smile played on his lips. Once he comprehended the essence of intention, breaking through to spirit transformation would no longer be an issue. A quarter of an hour later, the middle-aged man dropped them off at the ferry point. Carting over a bag of silver coins, he said, "You can hire a carriage for the remaining journey. Since you've come here, please adhere to the island's rules. Do not expose your storage bags or any cultivator artifacts in front of mortals. As long as others don't provoke me, I won't take the initiative." Virgil nodded. Cade found a carriage to transport the trio to Wuyo City. It was already nightfall, and the carriage moved along the country roads towards Wuyo City on the island. The coachman was a Franzly man around 50, with tan skin and quite talkative. He chattered endlessly about family matters throughout the journey. Virgil had long since let his spiritual senses wander freely, focusing on the city of Wuyo ahead, his attention far removed from the compartment. Darby, uninterested in conversation, sat in the corner. Seeing that Virgil seemed to be meditating, she didn't disturb him and instead gazed out the window. Cade, having immersed himself in the role, maintained a constant smile, chatting amiably with the coachman. Their voices sounded near yet seemed distant, like another world. On one side was the bustling human world. On the other, the solitary path of cultivation. Soon, Virgil reined in his thoughts, his eyes gradually clearing up. Immersed in contemplation, he had come to Wuyo City to escape the bloody trials of cultivation and grasp the essence of intention, achieving spirit transformation. After all, fleeting dreams ultimately remain only visible to oneself. I am not immortal. Virgil lowered his head, unconsciously stroking a jade pendant in his hand. He couldn't remain an ordinary person. There was still much to accomplish. To bring back Maureen, to fulfill the promise to his senior. His mental realm had broken through during the earlier experience of reverting to mortality. His current priority was to comprehend the essence of intention and break through to the spirit transformation stage. According to the jade slip given by Ambier, there were two ways to comprehend intention. Either emulate others or discover it independently. If he chose to emulate others, he had two excellent options. One was the memory intention of the previous spirit transformation cultivator from the Tyrant sect. As recorded in the jade slip, intention was divided into 9 grades, from 9th grade being the lowest to 1st grade being the highest. The memory intention grasped by the Tyrant sect's spirit transformation cultivator was at least an 8th grade intention, which was exceptionally strong even among other spirit transformation experts. The other option was naturally Roberta Liencher's sword intent. Virgil lightly caressed the jade pendant in his palm, where her lingering sword chi resided. He could gradually understand her sword intent and emulate it. Without a doubt, Roberta Liencher's sword intent was of higher quality. Though unknown exactly, it allowed her to fight across multiple realms and was likely 1st grade. 1st grade intention was exceedingly rare across the 8 desolates. Thus, he faced two paths. Either emulate Roberta Liencher's intention or grasp his own. While emulating others usually wouldn't lead to high achievements, it depended on whom he emulated. The second path, comprehending his own intention, was undoubtedly more challenging, and what he discovered might not match Roberta Liencher's intent. Uncertain of his choice, Virgil glanced out the window, murmuring to himself, if Maureen were alive, how would she want me to proceed? At that moment, the coachman's complaints about his daughter-in-law caught his attention. My daughter-in-law insisted on imitating her neighbor because the neighbor's wife dressed nicely. She copied everything, the clothing, mannerisms, speech, and so on. But they had different foundations. Not only did she fail to become better looking, but she ended up mimicking clumsily, earning me ridicule from neighbors. And my younger son ran a small restaurant a few years ago. Business was good until he visited the best tavern in the city. Inspired by it, he redesigned his place to mimic the tavern. Now, the restaurant is nearly bankrupt. Customers came for the unique taste of his place, but now, due to blind imitation, he lost what made it special. The dev wore a worried look, but Virgil was struck by these words, feeling enlightened as if awoken from a dream. I see. Virgil smiled, instantly making up his mind to abandon the thought of emulating Roberta Liencher's intention. No matter how great someone else was, it was ultimately theirs and might not suit him. Only what he comprehended on his own would truly fit him best. If Roberta Liencher were here, she would have wanted him to comprehend his own intention. Half an hour later, the carriage entered Wuyo City, where vibrant fireworks soared into the night sky. In a few days, Wuyo City will celebrate the Qixi festival. It's lively then, and it's said that those who are sincere can meet their destined partner, the dev joked, watching the fireworks. Hearing this, Darby looked outside, revealing a wistful expression. Qixi festival. Virgil also looked out, seeing bustling streets filled with carriages and shops lined up like a long dragon. Young couples and noble children walked hand in hand, cultivators and mortals alike, enjoying themselves using mortals' money to trade mortals' goods. There were lantern festivals, riddles on lanterns, and men selling candied haws. The liveliness before him felt alienating. He missed Roberta Liencher, feeling a profound sense of loneliness and an even stronger resolve. Chapter 293, Bamboo Basket. The three of them got off the carriage, paid the fare, and bid farewell to the Franzly man. Virgil originally intended to find a place to stay, but seeing Darby gazing into the distance with longing eyes, he thought about all the hardships she had endured on this journey. With a sigh, he asked, do you want to take a look around? Can we? Darby tilted her head and looked at him. Virgil turned his gaze directly to Cade and said casually, you go find a house. Remember, make sure it's in a quiet area. Yes, master, Cade replied, bowing before leaving. Come on. Virgil withdrew his attention and led her forward. Guess the riddles. There are rewards if you get them right. 3 waters pressing down on a mountain. Guess 1 character, and if you're right, you can come home with me. There were many such lantern fairs along the road, each surrounded by crowds. The rewards varied widely, and one was especially unique. It attracted a lot of attention, but upon seeing the massive 180-pound water bucket as the prize, people quickly lowered their heads and walked away, afraid that even a glance would bring trouble. To avoid drawing too much attention, Darby's ears had reverted to a normal appearance. This was her first time experiencing such a festival. Unlike usual holidays, they shopped and strolled, gathering many small trinkets in no time. The silver given by the middle-aged man was nearly depleted. Virgil paid no heed to the spending, contentedly accompanying her, though his thoughts were distant, focused on the realm of enlightenment. Since his mind unexpectedly reached the divine stage, his demeanor had transformed, becoming restrained like that of an ordinary mortal. Even great cultivators couldn't see through him. Darby's enchantingly beautiful appearance drew countless gazes, but whenever Virgil cast a cold glance around, those who intended to approach felt as if they were facing a fierce demon, retreating timidly. Night had deepened. After enjoying the lantern fair with Darby, Virgil sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in contemplation. This residence was rented by Cade, complete with a courtyard and 5 rooms. To avoid intruding, Cade found another place nearby. Outside the courtyard was a flower garden. Under the moonlight, Darby sat under a grape arbor, her slender fingers plucking the strings of a zither, creating a melodic tune. It was a zither bought recently, merely a human artifact. Though powerless for attacks, its sound was exceptionally pleasing due to the craftsman's skillful work. Virgil waved his hand, revealing a white, slightly pink fruit, an enlightenment fruit. He did not immediately consume it, but pondered deeply. Consuming the fruit granted a random insight with a certain probability. But would it be the insight he sought? After much deliberation, Virgil put the fruit away, feeling serene and calm as he listened to the music, then entered the heavenly pearl. The coffin lid opened automatically. Virgil gazed at the serene beauty lying within, his expression softening as he gently held her hand. Her skin, smooth yet elastic, felt like a living person, thanks to the heaven-avoiding coffin. Maureen, I left the Jean and arrived at the endless sea. You said you wanted me to see the sea, to travel farther. I have been following through. One day, I will accompany you to see everything, whether the morning moon or the vast sea, all the scenery of the world. Virgil spoke tenderly to the Noel in the coffin, making a promise to himself with a gentle gaze. Over the next few days, Virgil didn't practice cultivation. Instead, he explored the city with Darby and searched for opportunities to gain insights. But he made little progress. On this day, Virgil paused at a stall. What is it? Darby asked, noticing it was a stand selling bamboo baskets. Virgil didn't explain, fixated on a Franzly man sitting behind the stall, weaving a basket. The dev, while past 50, wore simple clothes, his hair silver, hands calloused from years of work. Soon, a neatly woven basket emerged from his hands. Witnessing this, Virgil felt an indescribable sensation sweep over him, elusive yet profound, akin to some insight. Struck by a revelation, he stood frozen for a moment. Hey, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Only after Darby called out twice did Virgil regain his composure, approaching the stall. Many bamboo baskets lay on the ground. The Franzly man looked up, his weathered face breaking into a sincere smile. Would you like to buy a basket? They're very sturdy and can hold a lot. Virgil picked up the newly woven basket, the strange feeling fading as he examined it. He asked, How long have you been doing this, sir? Over 40 years now. It was passed down from my father's generation, the dev replied nostalgically, continuing his work. That is quite a while. Virgil nodded, confirming the man was just an ordinary mortal. How much for this? 10 coins. Without hesitation, Virgil handed over a silver piece. The dev, insisting he had paid too much, tried to return the change but couldn't gather enough coins, looking embarrassed. No need to return it. A measly 2 ounces of silver can't compare to what you've brought me. Virgil smiled and waved off the gesture. I can't accept that. Let me go fetch money from home. Despite the dev's refusal, Virgil took advantage of his distraction, pulling Darby away quickly. Why did you buy this? A bit further down the road, Darby looked at him skeptically. Virgil glanced at her and said softly, The Franzly man works hard despite his age. I just wanted to support him. Darby rolled her eyes, unconvinced but unwilling to press further. Virgil also didn't elaborate, looking ahead. His words were half true, half false, incomplete. Seeing the dev weave the basket, he sensed a profound insight emerging from nothingness to completion, an enigmatic feeling. And it gave him a sudden realization. Previously unsure of how to proceed, he now had direction. Thus, he bought the basket to express gratitude for the dev's unintended assistance. Chapter 294, The Netherworld. On their way back, Virgil carried a bamboo basket on his back, but it was empty, which looked somewhat odd. How long will we stay in Axliu City? Darby trailed contentedly behind him, savoring this peaceful life far away from killings and the bloody sea of cultivation. She had even forgotten all about the demon restrictions on her body. If she could choose, she would be willing to live here forever. Of course, that was with him by her side. Thinking of this, she stole a glance at Virgil. Perhaps a few years, perhaps several decades. Virgil cast a casual glance around. The path of cultivation was long, and comprehending the realm of enlightenment wasn't something achieved overnight. Though he now had some leads, he couldn't predict exactly how long it would take. Passing by a shop in a quiet area, Virgil suddenly stopped, his eyes landing on a gray-clothed dev at the entrance. Interesting. It's actually a wraith. They must have died not long ago. I wonder why they haven't been taken to the netherworld for reincarnation yet. Darby also noticed the individual, giving him a look of intrigue. Usually, when people die, they are immediately taken by the netherworld, and their souls don't linger. This person is still here. Did the soul collectors neglect their duty? Reincarnation. Virgil's expression changed sharply upon hearing her casual remark, as if he had remembered something. His mind raced. Indeed, he had always overlooked the fact that this world believed in reincarnation. Would Senior Roberta have gone for reincarnation after her death? At this thought, surprise flashed across Virgil's face. But soon, he furrowed his brow, carefully recalling the 2 soul collectors he had seen on the day of Senior Roberta's death. They came from the netherworld. From what Darby said, soul collectors were responsible for guiding the deceased to reincarnate. However, what puzzled him was that he didn't see Senior Roberta's soul that day. He only saw those 2 soul collectors from the netherworld. What happened? Where did Senior Roberta's soul go? What's wrong? Darby noticed his sudden change in expression and paused. Virgil remained silent, remembering what Franz once said about Senior Roberta being different. His mood fluctuated, deep in thought. What secret was hidden in all of this? Where did Senior Roberta's soul go after her death? Power. Virgil took a deep breath, composing himself. Once again, he felt an urgent desire for strength. Only by becoming powerful enough could he unravel all these mysteries and bring Senior Roberta back. Taking another deep breath, Virgil walked straight toward the shop. The gray-clothed dev seemed to notice them and disappeared. Ignoring this, Virgil stopped outside the shop and looked inside. Two paper dolls resembling children were placed by the door. A signboard hung above, reading Resting Hall, with a white mourning banner next to it, indicating someone had recently passed away. Seeing the transfer notice on the door, Virgil walked inside. Darby, puzzled, wondered what he intended to do but followed him. Once inside, the temperature dropped noticeably, creating an eerie atmosphere. Virgil glanced around. The shop was small and dimly lit, filled mostly with darkness. It sold items for funerals, like incense, paper money, and various paper effigies such as paper people, horses, and shoes. Almost every inch was covered, leaving only narrow aisles between the displays. Not bad. Virgil's gaze swept over the paper crafts, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. These items were used to commemorate ancestors. Having learned paper craft techniques in his previous life, he could appreciate the skill required to create such detailed paper figures, requiring years of experience. Even an outsider would marvel at their beauty and lifelike quality. Do you two wish to buy anything? A voice suddenly emerged from within. A normal person might have been startled by the unexpected sound in such a chilling place, but Virgil had already sensed someone tidying up inside. I'm not looking to buy. I saw your sign about transferring the shop. Virgil smiled at the man before him. A young man in his mid-20s, dressed in blue silk. He stared at them with curiosity, momentarily lost in Darby's beauty. Yes, the young man responded, realizing the visitors were interested in the shop. He hesitated before continuing, this shop belonged to my grandfather. These paper dolls are his work. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple of days ago. No one in our family knows how to make them, and the shop doesn't get many customers, so we decided to sell it. He was honest, admitting that the shop wasn't profitable. Virgil's gaze landed on the gray-clothed dev beside the young man, assuming it was his grandfather. How much are you asking? You're interested? The young man was surprised that such distinguished-looking individuals would be interested in the shop. Yes, I studied paper crafting in the past and just arrived in the city. It would be good to have a job, Virgil smiled. The Dominic hesitated. For days, no one had shown interest in the shop. Given the market conditions, it was difficult for such a business to survive. Moreover, there were few similar shops left in the city, and selling a former funeral parlor wouldn't be easy due to superstition. After pondering, he said, if you're serious, I can transfer the entire property, including its contents, for 20 taels of silver. There's also a yard behind the shop with living quarters and a storage room. 20 taels, deal. Virgil nodded. It was indeed a reasonable price, mainly just for residential use. He reached into his sleeve, pulled out a bag of silver, and handed it over. After completing the deed transfer and handing over the keys, the young man showed Virgil around and left with the money. Why did you rent this shop? Darby asked, sitting behind the counter, puzzled. It's a secret. Virgil grinned and walked towards the storage room at the back, where many paper crafting tools lay. Virgil wasn't skilled in weaving baskets, but was proficient in paper crafting. He had learned it from someone in his previous life, and the principles were likely similar. After all, whether weaving baskets or crafting paper figures, they both involved creation and ultimately converged into one. Chapter 295, Making Paper Figures. The cluttered storeroom was only about a dozen square meters, with a window at the back that did not face the sun, making it rather dim inside. The room was in disarray, with numerous boxes scattered on the floor and several incomplete paper figures lying around, their frames made of sorghum stalks yet to be covered with paper. Virgil opened the lock and walked in. The gray-clothed Franz stood before the incomplete paper figures and vanished upon seeing him. It seemed as if he still had lingering feelings for this place. Virgil gazed thoughtfully at where the dev had disappeared, but didn't give it much importance. As a grand cultivator, there was no way he would fear such spirits. Moreover, considering that this person had once been the owner of the house, forcibly driving him away wouldn't be right, so he let him be. Collecting his thoughts, Virgil's gaze fell on the boxes on the ground. He scanned them one by one, eventually stopping at a wooden box in the corner. Inside were tools used for making paper figures, sorghum stalks, hard cardboard for clothing, ropes, and a type of stone polished into the shape of a small foot for making paper shoes. There were also brushes and coloring pigments. Making paper figures, Virgil mused. Dust-covered memories flooded his mind, stirring some emotions within him. He picked up a sorghum stalk, the material used for the framework. To make a frame, it needed to be flattened to increase thickness, then woven and tied with ropes to form the basic structure. It was now evening, and Virgil asked Darby to return home while he stayed behind, intending to test if his skills had become rusty. By the time he locked up the shop, it was pitch black outside. Lighting an oil lamp, the store was illuminated with a faint glow. Virgil went to the backyard. Darby had already returned home, and Virgil left a sliver of divine sense on her, allowing him to perceive her location as long as she remained within a certain distance. This was to prevent another situation like the underwater city, where he couldn't find her no matter what. Kay dropped by during this time. The fellow roamed the city's pleasure quarters daily, thoroughly enjoying himself. Virgil didn't bother with him as long as he didn't cause trouble. Squatting on the ground, Virgil started by crushing the sorghum stalks with a hammer and tying them together to form a ring, the neck of the paper figure. He then proceeded to create the body, hands, and legs according to human proportions. After completing the frame, he felt a wry smile tugging at his lips, rusty. Next, he applied paper pulp to create the head and gave it some detail. He cut out clothes and shoes from paper and dressed the figure, finally adding color. A childlike paper figure wearing a black hat stood before him. Though flawed and less beautiful than the ones in the store, it brought him joy. Having done this for decades, it was impressive that he could still produce one after all these years. He picked up more sorghum stalks, intending to make a companion for the paper figure. As he worked, a faint feeling swept through his heart, clearer this time. I've indeed chosen the right path, Virgil breathed steadily, a smile playing on his lips as he continued. Unbeknownst to him, it was approaching midnight, the moon casting its shadow over the sea. A watchman, fresh from drinking, passed by Repose Hall, wearing a rain cape and a bamboo hat. There's only my shop around here, Virgil muttered, unfazed as the watchman called out, Third watch, dry weather, beware of fire. Suddenly, a cold chill enveloped the area, accompanied by the sound of dragging chains. The watchman, perplexed, glanced around. What's that sound? Seeing no one on the empty street, he hurriedly left, chilled to the bone. At that moment, the moonlight bathed the shop door. Two shadows stood outside. One wore a white robe with pale, gentle features, dragging a chain, complaining, "Drink, drink, every day. I shouldn't have joined you. We've wasted days collecting souls. If anything unexpected happens again, Master will flay us alive." Cough, cough. Accidents happen. Didn't you enjoy drinking too? When I said it was enough, you insisted on continuing. The other, dressed in black with a hook in hand, chuckled sheepishly. Their translucent bodies passed through the door and headed toward the backyard. In the storeroom, Virgil finished the second paper figure and placed it next to the first. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and the crickets outside stopped chirping. The gray-clothed Franz shivered in fear, hiding in the corner. Virgil narrowed his eyes, sensing the anomaly. Sending out his divine sense, he saw two strange figures conversing in an incomprehensible language, heading towards the storeroom. They seemed ethereal, passing through solid objects effortlessly. These two, Virgil murmured. They were the soul collectors he had scared off after Roberta Scherzia's death. What luck to meet them again. He had some questions for them, particularly about whether Roberta Scherzia's soul had indeed reached the underworld. Here was a perfect opportunity to ask directly. However, their strength was formidable, surpassing even that of the Vajra sect's Nirvana stage cultivator. Their chains and hooks radiated danger, indicating immense power, but likely not reaching pseudo-immortal levels. As he pondered, the soul collectors entered the storeroom. One noticed the gray-clothed Franz and sighed in relief. Good, he's still here. Let's take him quickly, lest something goes wrong again. Hold on, that person can see us. The black-clothed collector pointed at Virgil, startled. Just a nascent soul cultivator. You're imagining things. Even a Nirvana stage practitioner couldn't sense us. Chapter 296, Scaring Away the Soul Collectors Again. The white-robed messenger shook his head indifferently, the chain in his hand extending automatically like a black serpent, entering the Franz's body and pulling him over. Wait, don't you think this person looks familiar? Familiar? The white-robed messenger had been about to leave, but turned back in surprise after hearing this. After scrutinizing Virgil for a few moments, he suddenly retreated several steps as if avoiding a venomous snake. Damn, it's that immortal clan member from last time. Oh, it's him? Just a mere nascent soul cultivator, not our match at all. What are you afraid of? Last time was due to our negligence. We mistook him for an old monster of the immortal clan and got scared. Bloody hell, he terrified us so much last time. Should we teach him a lesson now? The black-robed messenger sneered coldly upon learning it was Virgil, still harboring resentment over the previous incident. That wouldn't be good. Attacking a living being violates the netherworld laws. The white-robed messenger hesitated. What's there to fear? No one will know. The black-robed messenger sneered, staring at Virgil, with dark shadows swirling around him. Virgil couldn't understand their conversation, but noticed they were looking at him while talking, occasionally casting hostile glances. He assumed they were plotting something against him. However, he wasn't panicked. His right hand stroked a jade pendant as he slowly said, I know both of you come from the netherworld and are soul collectors. I have some questions I want to ask. While speaking, he stared intently at them, unsure if they understood him. If they didn't, he would resort to extracting their souls. With the Earth Pulse demon fire at his disposal, he believed it could sufficiently threaten a late-stage transformation spirit cultivator. What is it? The white-robed messenger looked surprised. Heh, do you think you're still one of those immortals from ancient times? The immortal clans were wiped out tens of thousands of years ago. You, a mere mortal who stumbled upon an immortal heritage, also think you can command us? The black-robed messenger sneered. This time, both spoke in human language, allowing Virgil to understand. He smiled. It's good that we can communicate. As for the mockery in their words, he paid no mind, continuing calmly. Where did the soul of that Noelle from last time go? Did she go to the netherworld? And has she been reincarnated yet? The white-robed messenger started to speak, but was interrupted by the black-robed messenger's sneer. Why should we tell you? Might as well tell him. It would be good to form a positive connection. Besides, I sense something terrifying about this Emmett. The white-robed messenger advised, feeling a bit wary of Virgil. If we tell him just because he asks, we lose face as messengers. As for what's on him, you're imagining things. The black-robed messenger glared at Virgil and said, Boy, if you want to know whether that Noelle went to the netherworld, take 3 strikes from me first. Dare you? 3 strikes? Virgil frowned, gazing at him before slowly drawing out a jade pendant. No need for such trouble. You haven't grasped the situation. I'm not asking. I'm commanding you. This is your last chance. Either tell me or I'll kill you in one move. As he spoke, he released a thread of the majestic sword intent contained within the jade pendant. What is this? I feel this jade pendant contains a terrifying sword chi. It could severely injure or even slay a late-stage transformation spirit cultivator. Boy, don't be rash. We are netherworld soul collectors. Killing us will bring you no good end. The two messengers shuddered, sensing imminent danger, their faces pale. The black-robed messenger, devoid of his earlier arrogance, now sounded full of fear. They were only mid-stage transformation spirit cultivators. Such sword chi, if unleashed, could annihilate them instantly, leaving not a trace behind. Virgil realized the power of this sword chi for the first time. It could indeed critically injure or slay a late-stage transformation spirit cultivator. His eyes lost focus momentarily as he recalled the Noelle in green. But soon he regained his cold expression, staring intensely at the two before him. Seeing Virgil's cold, unmoved expression, the black-robed messenger felt the pressure intensify and hastily said, The Noelle you mentioned wasn't taken to the netherworld by us. Virgil remained unperturbed, gesturing for him to continue. Her soul vanished when we arrived. The black-robed messenger hesitated. Vanished? Yes, we don't know how this happened. There were no signs of battle, so her soul couldn't have been scattered. We searched nearby, but it's as if she never existed. The black-robed messenger looked up nervously, watching Virgil's reaction, fearing any misstep might trigger the sword chi. Before this, he would never have imagined being terrified of a nascent soul cultivator. Fortunately, Virgil eventually did not act. Instead, he put away the jade pendant, his face blank, seemingly lost in thought. Relieved, the two soul collectors seized the opportunity to pull the gray-clothed Franz away and vanished into thin air, as if fleeing for their lives. I told you we should tell him to form a positive connection. If you had listened, none of this would have happened. Who knew he had such a powerful weapon? After they left, the room returned to silence. Virgil opened the door and stepped out. A cool breeze rustled his robes. He lifted his head, gazing at the countless stars in the night sky. Each star represented a planet, appearing close but actually farther apart than imagined. Thus, each planet was essentially lonely, without anyone to converse with. He felt somewhat like a solitary star himself. Bitterly laughing, Virgil took out a wine flask, unscrewed the stopper with trembling hands, and took a swig. The sadness hidden behind the drink washed over him like a heavy rain. The words of the two soul collectors confirmed his suspicions. Sister Roberta's soul hadn't gone to the netherworld. Was it completely dispersed? Or did it go elsewhere? If it was the former, soul shattered, it meant almost no hope for rebirth. The Franz saying he could revive Sister Roberta in the future was probably just empty words, giving him false hope. After all, once the soul was shattered, it meant complete death. If it was the latter, where did it go? Ultimately, Virgil returned to the house dejectedly. All he could do now was believe in the Franz and strive to become stronger. That was his last hope. Beyond that, he didn't know what could keep him going. Translated by keeping the original structure and tone, making sure the English translation flows naturally and maintains coherence. Chapter 297. Alas, the gentleman does not yearn for the robber Tandane. The next day, Virgil continued his routine as if nothing had happened. He woke up early and thoroughly cleaned the shop, discarded some old items, and moved the furniture out to the courtyard to air them out before rearranging everything. After this effort, the once dim and cramped shop appeared cleaner, brighter, and less oppressive. Before long, Darby arrived and glanced at the two paper effigies he had made the night before, commenting with a sneer, "These paper men are truly ugly." Virgil simply smiled and continued coloring the paper man in his hands. She squatted beside him, watching quietly without causing any disturbance. The warm sunlight bathed her in a serene glow, adding an almost holy aura to the young Noel in white attire. Unconsciously, morning had turned into dusk, and the day had passed by. In the days that followed, Virgil's daily life remained unchanged, making paper effigies, eating, and sleeping. Within a few days, the materials stored in the storage room were exhausted. Virgil placed the finished paper figures in the shop and went out to buy more supplies. Occasionally, people would visit to buy yellow paper or paper figures for ancestral worship. Virgil sold some of the older stock left by the previous owner, which became a minor event in his otherwise monotonous routine. As time went on, nearby neighbors began to notice the change in the shop's ownership. They observed that the new owner was a young man with a beautiful wife who frequently came to help run the store. They often wondered why the young man would choose to live in such a quiet place, especially one that saw little business throughout the year. This inevitably became a topic of conversation during their leisure hours. However, no one could guess the real reason. Virgil did not explain himself and carried on as usual. A month later, his speed in making paper effigies had improved from needing an hour per piece to just half an hour, due to increased proficiency. The quality of his creations also enhanced. Although they were not lifelike, they were certainly better looking without obvious flaws. Despite these improvements, Virgil felt no excitement. His tranquil life had caused him to forget about the sea of blood involved in cultivation, and a red mist slowly dissipated from his body, a result of the killing intent accumulated over years of cultivation. Silently, Virgil allowed this murderous aura to fade without interference. This transformation was a necessary step for the process of becoming divine, transforming into a mortal. Simultaneously, as the blood mist dissipated, his magical power gradually increased to the 999th level of Jia grade. Reaching 1000 Jia mint, he would become divine. Even without deliberate cultivation, his mental awareness grew daily under this state of mind, eventually reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. Just one step away from transforming into divine. Meanwhile, while Virgil was transforming in Ep2of2 city, the outer sea slowly returned to peace. However, many cultivators still talked about him during their leisure time, speculating about his whereabouts. With no news of him for a long period, some believed he might have died. Many divine transformation stage fiends coveted the heart dream fruits on him and secretly ventured out from the inner sea to find him. Rumors even spread that someone offered 10 million spirit stones for Virgil's head, prompting several middle stage divine transformation cultivators to emerge from the inner sea. Of course, Virgil was unaware of all this. Before he knew it, a year had passed since arriving in Ep2of2 city. Most of the paper effigies he crafted were burned at night, so that he could start anew the next day. Otherwise, the shop wouldn't have enough space. Over the year, his skill had matched that of the ace and gradually gained him recognition within the city. People requiring paper effigies for ceremonies would specifically come to his shop. However, what mattered most was his deeper understanding of the mysterious realm during papermaking. Each time he crafted, his comprehension deepened. It felt like drawing a circle. When the circle was complete, it would mark his advancement to divine transformation. Yet, achieving this was still far off. He had barely completed 1/10 in a year. Virgil wasn't discouraged. Transforming into divine wasn't something that could be rushed. Maintaining a calm and steady mind was crucial. One day, after completing the last paper figure, Virgil noticed that the materials were nearly depleted again. He needed to purchase more. Although some supplies remained in his storage bag, seeing the sun about to set, he decided to stop working for the day. He burned the day's creations in a fire basin, then returned inside to hear fireworks blossoming in the night sky. Fireworks. Virgil suddenly remembered it was the Qing festival again, and he had promised Darby to accompany her for a stroll. Virgil. Speak of the devil. Virgil looked toward the door, where Darby stood today dressed in a fitting white gown trailing gracefully on the ground, emphasizing her slim waist. Her lips were a bright red, eyebrows delicately arched, face lightly powdered, and almond-shaped eyes exuding natural allure. It was as if she were a captivating poison. Virgil momentarily lost focus. Even without makeup, Darby was already stunning among all the women he had seen. After all, foxes were renowned for their beauty. Beautiful? Darby noticed his daze and teased with a smile. Just okay. Virgil replied nonchalantly. Barely acceptable? What must your standards be? Darby shot him a playful glance. Let's go before it gets crowded. Virgil shifted the topic. On the streets, much like the previous year, many young men and women walked together. Darby held his arm, drawing numerous glances. Virgil's appearance was average, but his composed demeanor made him appealing to women, capturing countless admiring eyes. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Darby led him to the Huai River within the city. Numerous boats dotted the river, leading out to the sea. Young couples met privately on these boats, whispering intimate sounds. Let's enjoy the river tonight. Darby blushed slightly, knowing what those sounds were, and led him to a boat Adair had arranged in advance. The boat was shielded by formations, preventing even great cultivators from probing inside. Enjoy the river. Virgil hesitated but did not refuse, following her aboard. Inside, an elaborate dinner awaited, with tableware set and dim red candles creating a festive atmosphere reminiscent of a bridal chamber, adorned with red double happiness symbols. Virgil observed the scene, feeling somewhat complex, finally realizing something. Darby lowered her head. Eat first. I prepared everything myself. Tonight, there's something I want to tell you. Virgil sighed and sat down, gazing at her hesitantly. Madam offers this cup to sir. Darby sat opposite him, poured 2 cups of wine, and raised one teasingly. Seeing her earnest look, Virgil couldn't refuse, and gulped the wine. It was smooth but strong, a fine drink that wouldn't cause headaches the next day. Seeing he finished, Darby mimicked his action, drinking hers down despite not being accustomed to alcohol, turning red immediately. Cough, cough. Clearly can't hold liquor. Why drink? This joyous occasion requires wine, she laughed, showing her dimples and refilled the cup. The atmosphere grew delicate. Virgil drank another cup without saying anything. Darby endured the discomfort and followed suit, attempting to refill her cup but stopped as a firm hand caught hers, along with a deep voice saying, enough. No. Darby stubbornly insisted, staring at him. That look softened his heart once more, and he whispered, this is for your own good. Then let me be selfish just this once. Darby murmured, her breath like orchids, cheeks flushed red. Virgil gazed at her dazedly for a moment, then sighed in resignation. He released her hand. I knew you would give in to me. Darby refilled both cups, her face showing a hint of satisfaction. Virgil remained silent, not replying as he drank the wine in one go. Darby giggled and followed suit, but she didn't fill the cup again. The wine was specially bought by Cade, potent enough to intoxicate even great cultivators. Having had 3 consecutive cups, she already felt dizzy and heavy-headed, so she laid her head on the table without using any spiritual power to dispel the intoxication. She looked at him with dreamy eyes. Virgil, I think I've fallen for you, this bastard. I really like you, no less than anyone else. Let's get married. I've prepared everything. You're drunk, Virgil deflected. Samron's out liking someone. Feels like this, so bitter. Darby gave a wry laugh, understanding his unspoken words. Beauty fades like flowing water. Alas, the gentleman does not yearn for the mundane. Virgil listened to her words and sighed softly. Alas, the gentleman does not yearn for the mundane. Is that talking about me? He knew Darby's feelings, but just as those words suggested. Alas, the gentleman does not yearn for the mundane. There was already a Noel in his heart, leaving no room for anyone else. Bastard. The dumbest bastard in the world. Robert-taffled sobs came from across the table. Virgil looked up to see Darby already asleep on the table, speaking in her dreams. With a sigh, he gently picked her up and laid her on the bed before returning to the table. The lavish spread of food barely touched tasted like wax. Preferring wine, Virgil poured himself another cup. Wine couldn't soothe the heart, but only deepened the sorrow. Yet it seemed only drinking could calm the storm within. Why can't you turn around and look at me? From the bed came mumbled whispers and sleep. Virgil drank in silence, lost in thought. Their relationship could be akin to family bound together by fate, but it had to stop there. It could never blossom into romance, because he had promised sister Roberta. A promise made to a Noel must be kept. One cannot accept others when someone else is already present, betraying their feelings. The night along the Huai River was silent. Axliu City submerged in slumber. Only the river continued its flow. As night stretched on, Virgil's thoughts wandered through the past 2 centuries of his cultivation life, from Qing sect in Yujandom, to Alfdom, Jin dynasty, Li Jandom, and finally the endless sea. Enemies and old friends flashed before his mind. Raindrops began to patter against the windowsill, the willow branches swaying gently over the water. Virgil drank on, wide awake, reminiscing about his days in Qing sect when he killed the Clement. They were the first enemies he ever vanquished. With nothing else to do, Virgil retrieved paper figurine making materials from his storage bag. He started replicating the appearance of his first enemy, Guy, who had almost taken his life. Slowly and meticulously, he crafted the frame, cut the clothes, attempting to bring back the memory. In the process, Virgil found inner peace, accepting the past. Even though Guy had nearly killed him, Virgil now felt serene and undisturbed. After 2 hours, Guy's paper figurine was completed. Looking at the dominicful figure, Virgil felt indifferent. Finally, with a wave of his hand, he burned the paper figurine he had labored over all night. All past events are like yesterday's death. All karma has vanished. As the flames rose, a sudden enlightenment welled up inside Virgil. A sense of black and white emerged, entering his body and fusing with the circle within him. The half-black, half-white circle grew slightly, reaching about 1/5 completion. Surprised, he thought, I didn't expect coming out to celebrate Qing's festival with Darby would yield such unexpected gains. Virgil smiled, stretching lazily, then stood by the window. The rain had stopped. An hour later, dawn broke, the sky turning fish-belly white. Ep2of2 city awakened, the Huai River lined with breakfast vendors setting up stalls. Another hour passed. Darby rubbed her eyes, sitting up in bed. Her clothes slipped off her shoulder, revealing her snow-white skin. Seeing the empty room, her expression turned complex. Alas, the gentleman does not yearn for the mundane, she murmured, her gaze filled with bitterness. What was wrong with her? Thinking of that dead Noel, Darby suddenly envied her. To be loved by him forever. Chapter 298, Debts Cleared with Death. At this moment, a faint voice came from outside the room. You're awake? Next time, if you can't hold your liquor, drink less. I've left some soy milk on the table. Drinking it should help. Virgil deliberately avoided mentioning last night's events, as if they had never happened. Darby responded in a huff. It's none of your business. I'm going back to the shop now. This young lady was already so irritable early in the morning, and Virgil didn't want to argue with her. After bidding her farewell, he left the boat. In the early morning, most people on the street were vegetable farmers selling their produce. It had rained last night, causing a foggy morning, and they rubbed their hands to keep warm. Virgil walked back towards the resting hall, but then remembered that the materials for making paper figures were out. He changed direction accordingly. Materials like sorghum stalks were not sold in regular shops. Only vendors who specialized in these items would come into town periodically to sell them. After purchasing the materials, Virgil returned to the resting hall, took out his keys, opened the door, and put the materials away in the storeroom. Ding! As he stepped back into the shop, the wind chime at the entrance tinkled, announcing the arrival of a young man in white attire who was inspecting the paper figures. Hello, I'm the owner of this shop. How may I assist you? Virgil smiled. These paper figures are quite well made. The young man marveled at the lifelike craftsmanship of each figure. Thank you for the compliment, Virgil replied with a smile. Could you get me some paper figures in yellow paper? The young man needed these items for ancestral worship over the next few days. Once he left, Virgil returned to the counter and hadn't rested long before the wind chime rang again. Darby entered, her face still sulking. Virgil opened his eyes, glanced at her, but she ignored him, sitting on the threshold at the shop entrance, staring blankly outside. Virgil sighed lightly, approached her, and handed her the fruit of enlightenment. Now, this item had no use for him anymore. Darby merely glared fiercely at him, but did not refuse it. Life resumed its tranquil rhythm, and before long, Virgil had spent 3 years in Ep2of2 city. During these 3 years, he meticulously made paper figures of every enemy he had killed in Qing and burned them. People die, debts are cleared. Today, I send you off, hoping someone will wrap my body in future, Virgil muttered, watching the paper figures burn, including those of Apsel, Giovanni, Aaron, Ariv, the Noel from Bloodfiend sect. He stood on one end of the other shore, observing his once dead enemies. Would they stand on the opposite end one day, overlooking him again in a new cycle? Virgil did not know the answer. The half-black, half-white circle was nearly complete. One eye flowed with black, the other with white. One represented life, the other death. This symbolized his profound understanding of life and death accumulated over 200 years. Cade felt a deep sense of fear seeing Virgil like this. He sensed Virgil wouldn't be far from reaching the spirit transformation stage and decided to intensify his cultivation. Even if escaping wasn't possible, he vowed not to lose value due to inadequate strength and end up killed by Virgil. At least I have the means of my sect's predecessors to comprehend the Tao, Cade thought, appreciating the benefits of being a soul sect descendant. He began earnestly sensing the Tao. Virgil, unaware of these developments or indifferent to them, continued making his paper figures. By the 7th year in Ep2of2 city, he had completed and burned all paper figures of his former enemies, clearing the slate. The half-black, half-white circle was 4/5 complete, only missing the final 1/5. Virgil felt this last part still lacked something essential. So, he stepped out of the resting hall and stood at the entrance. Winter had set in, and a heavy snowfall 10 days ago had blanketed the city in white, even freezing the Huai River. Footprints on the streets quickly disappeared under fresh snowfall. Outdoor temperatures were extremely low, with frozen beggars found dead daily. Virgil watched the snowy landscape, his brows furrowed. Haley years had passed without aging his appearance. To avoid alarming the ordinary people around him, he used spells to make himself look about 30. This street was remote, especially during such harsh weather. By afternoon, no customers had arrived. Everyone stayed home by their fires. Virgil stood at the entrance, catching a falling snowflake, feeling something elusive yet fleeting. Sighing, he looked at the gray sky, his eyes swirling with black and white chi, representing his comprehension of the Tao. The circle signified a great truth encompassing the cycle of life and death. Virgil named it the cycle Tao. What is missing? Virgil pondered, reflecting on 7 years of enlightenment. Paper figures were lifeless until he gave them life through his craft, comprehending the nature of existence and cessation. Adding his memories of past enemies to the mix deepened his understanding. Yet, this comprehension remained incomplete. So, what is life and death? Virgil questioned himself. If asked a commoner, they might hesitate because it seemed an obvious question no one could precisely define. No one delved deeply into this concept. Most people knew living was life and dying was death, but this was insufficient. Snowflakes fell as Virgil stood in the snow, his face contorted, lost in deep meditation. What is life? What is death? He contemplated endlessly, finding clarity. Life is the start of death. Death is the end of life. With this epiphany, the circle added another stroke. Just 3 more strokes to completion. Not enough. Virgil's eyes turned red. His long-standing obsession with becoming stronger to revive Roberta Shiji became a heart demon, plunging him into a desperate state. He continuously pondered life and death, gradually exuding madness. His remaining sanity was terrified, wanting to end this state. Continuing this way, he feared losing his mind. But he couldn't control himself anymore. Chapter 299, Godric. What can I do? Virgil's mood was extremely somber. For a long time, he had harbored a deep-seated obsession to grow stronger and revive Maureen. This very obsession had sustained him, giving him the strength to keep going. But who could have predicted that this very obsession would turn into a heart demon during a critical moment, plunging him into madness? It was something he couldn't control. When he felt utterly powerless, a cool sword in tint suddenly surged into his body, enveloping his mind and body. Then, his heart suddenly calmed down. The madness that clung to him dissipated like mist. Maureen, thank you. Virgil clutched the jade pendant, envisioning the incredibly gentle figure of the blue-robed Noelle. Noticing that one additional stroke appeared in the circle, he felt no joy but only sorrow. Sombering around, he returned to the shop, leaving Darby to watch it while he went to the cluttered backyard room. Activating his divine sense, he entered the Forsaken Tower. Cross-legged on the ground, he took out a small human-shaped fruit and stared at it intently. Since his understanding of life and death was insufficient, he needed to experience it firsthand. As soon as the dream fruit melted in his mouth, Virgil closed his eyes. After a long darkness, he opened them again, hearing a faint voice call, Godric, Godric. Virgil or Godric blinked dazedly, then a thick-eyebrowed, wide-eyed face appeared in his line of sight, almost touching his nose. It was a 13-year-old Emmett with wheat-colored skin, a square face, a full forehead, and a robust build comparable to an adult. He was anxiously shaking him with both hands. You finally woke up. Upon seeing him awaken, the Emmett visibly relaxed and stopped moving. Where is this place? Is Godric talking about me? Virgil rubbed the back of his head, looking around bewilderedly. They seemed to be in the mountains, surrounded by towering trees and rock formations. He felt like he'd forgotten many things, unable to recall them. Aren't you stunned from falling? Damn it, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you to skip class and come up here to take bird eggs. How can I face Brittany if you died? I'm sorry. The Emmett paused in shock for a moment before wailing uncontrollably, as if he himself were the fool. Virgil covered his ears. The noise was unbearable. As the sealed memories gradually surfaced, he slowly recalled his identity. Godric, from Zung village. Standing before him was Ari, his childhood friend, someone he grew up with. Today, on the way to the private school, Ari had skipped class with him to climb the mountain and take bird eggs. But he accidentally fell from the tree and fainted. Xiaozong, don't make so much noise. I'm fine. Seeing Ari still sobbing and repeatedly saying how sorry he was, Virgil felt like his ears were about to wear out. Sighing, he patted his bottom and stood up. Let's go home. Are you really okay? On the way back to the village, Ari kept asking whether he had become stupid from falling. Only when he saw the familiar glare did he feel completely reassured. They parted ways at the village entrance, each returning to their homes. By now, the sun was setting. Virgil followed the familiar path to the western part of the village, arriving outside the familiar building. It was a tiled house, with 3 walls made of yellow earth and a front door enclosed by a bamboo fence, forming a small courtyard inside which lived a coop of chicks, approximately 9 of them. A Noelle with a gentle appearance was standing in the yard, scattering bran to feed the chicks. She was his mother. Paloma. Virgil walked into the courtyard, finding the term somewhat unfamiliar yet incredibly natural. Just now, Mr. Destin said you skipped class. The Noelle's face turned stern upon seeing him return, grabbing his ear. It hurts, Paloma. It won't happen again. Virgil pitifully begged for forgiveness, unaware of what he had forgotten, only feeling this scene warmly endearing, slowly immersing himself in it. The Noelle, unwilling to scold her son too harshly, softened upon seeing him acknowledge his mistake and said, Tonight, you must eat 2 bowls of rice. I understand, Paloma. Night had fallen, and Virgil lay on the hard wooden bed, staring at the ceiling without any desire to sleep. His eyes revealed wisdom beyond his years and a trace of bewilderment. Who am I? Am I Godric? He vaguely felt that he wasn't called Godric, but couldn't remember. The next day, in the private school. At birth, man is innately good, close to goodness. A Fernan walked among the students, reciting aloud. A dozen or so Emmets followed suit. This was a primer called the 3-character classic. In cities, a teacher might start educating children at 5 or 6 years old. However, in the countryside, education often started late, and this village's tutor had been hired jointly just a few years ago, reputed to be quite renowned in Qing.The city. Among the Emmets, a simply dressed Dominic was zoning out, lacking energy in his recitation. Soon, it was time to leave. Godric, let's go home. Ari stood at the door, calling the distracted Godric. Oh, coming. Virgil got up to run out of the classroom. Godric, stay behind. At this moment, a gentle voice called out from behind. Teacher, did you need me? Virgil looked back at the Fernan in confusion. Sweep the classroom before you leave. The Fernan smiled. Okay. Without hesitation, Virgil asked Ari to go home first, then grabbed a broom and started cleaning the classroom. The Fernan watched approvingly, waiting until he finished, then asked, Do you know why I asked you to stay behind to clean? Is it because I didn't pay attention in class? Virgil lowered his head. Whether or not, it's because I have some words I want to say to you alone. The Fernan sat on the stool at the podium, smiling gently at him. Virgil replied, Your disciple is willing to listen to your teachings, sir. Without further ado, the Fernan dipped his hand in ink and drew a circle on the paper, asking, What do you see? Virgil stared at the circle on the paper for a long time, his eyes flashing with confusion. Intuition told him this circle was not simple, so he shook his head, not daring to give a hasty definition. Sir, your disciple is foolish. The Fernan did not get upset. instead asking with a smile, "Look, does this circle resemble the moon in the sky, the sun, or the stars in the vast universe? They are all circular, representing a cycle. Drawing a circle begins from the origin point, goes through a loop, and ultimately returns to the starting point. The process in between is life and death. Just as you've realized, life is the beginning of death, and death is the end of life. But look, the circle connects life and death, making death also the beginning of life, and life the endpoint of death. Do you understand now?" Boom. Virgil's mind thundered. Before his eyes, a half-black, half-white circle emerged, gradually growing one more stroke. With just 2 strokes left, it would be complete. That's all for now. The rest depends on your own enlightenment. You can go home. Translation ends. Please ensure the storyline and logic remain coherent with the previous content while maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. #### chapter 300, Dreaming. I suddenly realize I am a guest. Alright, the rest is for you to enlighten yourself. You can go home now. The Guillermo had already risen to his feet and was about to leave when he paused at the doorway, turning his back to Virgil as he spoke. As a child, honor your parents in this life. Dreams aren't always false. When falsehoods seem true, truth itself can be false. Cherish those around you. Dreams. Virgil stood alone in the classroom, his gaze lost and confused by these words. The teacher's earlier explanation of the circle lingered in his mind, and Virgil felt this man had greatly aided him. Thus, he deeply bowed in the direction the Guillermo had left. Elsewhere, the Guillermo wandered from the schoolhouse and stopped at the edge of the village fields. The setting sun cast long shadows on the ground, and there was a look of satisfaction on his face, seemingly aware of the scene that had just transpired. Back home, Virgil looked at the wrinkles on his mother's brows, feeling a pang of sadness. He smiled softly and said, "Mother, you have worked hard." Though he still couldn't recall who he was, he remembered much of what he had learned before. Within a few years, he became a well-known wealthy merchant in the area. Over the following decades, he followed Mr. Destin's teachings and fulfilled his filial duties. However, driven by an inner conviction, he never married. Though his mother expressed some regret, she eventually let it go after a few attempts to persuade him. Decades later, when his mother passed away, a faint aura of black and white appeared in Virgil's eyes, and he felt an inkling of understanding. His life ended not long after, concluding his first lifetime and initiating his second. A 1,000-year lifespan within the heart dream fruit meant each life faced different circumstances. In his second life, he was no longer Godric, but rather a scholar named Judah, preparing for the imperial exams. Caught in a heavy rainstorm, he found himself stranded in an old temple. Phew, it's so cold. Facing the shrine, the offering table originally used for tributes was split into several parts, burning in the fire. Virgil sat before the campfire, rubbing his hands to warm his rain-soaked clothes. The hall was dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, and covered in spider webs. I wonder why such a ruined temple exists in this desolate wilderness. Virgil looked around, muttering to himself, when a Noelle in white walked in timidly. "Sir, I've been separated from my family. May I come in and warm myself by the fire?" She was very beautiful, her small face pale from the cold, looking delicate and fragile. Her clothes were half-soaked, almost translucent under the firelight, revealing her beautiful figure vaguely. She seemed to notice and blushed deeply. Virgil stared blankly, bewildered by how a beautiful Noelle could be here all alone. Then, cough, cough. The Noelle coughed, clearly catching a chill. Her face grew even paler. How could I think like that? What a brute. Virgil shook his head to clear his thoughts, nodded, and said, "Come over." "Thank you, sir. You are so kind." The Noelle sat across from him, her lovely almond eyes giving him a familiar feeling. Virgil froze, staring at the Noelle, unsure where this familiarity came from. He was certain he'd never met her. The Noelle seemed flustered by his intense gaze and lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed red. Realizing his rudeness, Virgil quickly averted his gaze and apologized awkwardly. "Are you heading to the capital for the imperial exams?" the Noelle asked without further comment. "Yes," Virgil nodded, pulling out some dry provisions from his bag. Hesitating, he handed them to her. "Here." "Thank you, sir. My name is Zoeg. May I know yours?" The familiar feeling grew stronger. Lost in thought, Virgil instinctively wanted to say he was Judah but hesitated. He didn't feel like he was Judah. But if not Judah, then who? Confusion filled Virgil's eyes as he watched the flickering fire, questioning, "Who am I?" That question triggered another wave of familiarity. He felt he had asked this before. Boom. Lightning flashed through the sky, illuminating the scene inside the temple. Behind Zoeg's shadow, 3 tails flickered momentarily, unnoticed. Rain fell outside, striking the banana plants in the courtyard, vibrant with life. Virgil stood up, gazing at the rain. As the drops fell, a realization dawned. This rain originates from the earth, rising as steam due to heat and condensing back into water, falling to earth again. This cycle is its entire existence. With this epiphany, Virgil's understanding of life and death deepened, completing another stroke on the semi-black, semi-white circle in his mind. Only one more stroke remained to make it whole. At the same time, a flash of wisdom appeared in his eyes. "I am not Godric or Judah. I am Virgil." Suddenly, everything rushed back. He wasn't heading to the capital for the exams. His path wasn't in politics. He was in the dream world of the heart dream fruit, seeking enlightenment on life and death. In this moment, he saw the essence of the dream and realized he was dreaming. His eyes turned half black, half white. Recalling the previous dream, he thought of the Guillermo who taught him, frowning slightly. There was something different about him. This feeling was indescribable. Taking a deep breath, Virgil felt the semi-black, semi-white circle grow with each experience of life and death. A deeper realization dawned upon him. Continuing to pursue this understanding would inevitably lead to completeness. Just as he rejoiced, a soft, warm body pressed against his back, accompanied by rapid breathing. Sir, the night is long. Let's rest. Virgil looked at her, his expression complex. Zoeg's image merged with Darby's in his mind. He sighed, so be it. It's only a dream. Clothing loosened, the fire flickered. Rain soaked the grass, and amidst a Noel's soft cry, spring bloomed under the night sky. Zoeg changed the trajectory of his second life. They traveled together, and through this journey, Virgil gained profound insights into life and death, eventually dying in her company after 50 years. Thus began his next life, memories intact. This time, he was born as a rich young master, free from financial worries. His fourth life was as a beggar. His seventh life as a general in the mortal realm. His 11th life as. His 17th life saw Virgil as an orphan raised by an old scholar. Years later, after sending off the old scholar who raised him, the depth of his understanding of life and death increased, yet he felt profoundly weary. Life after life, endless cycles of birth and death, spanning a millennium, would exhaust anyone. End of chapter 300. Chapter 301. Awakening from the dream, becoming a divine soul. In the blink of an eye, Virgil in his 17th incarnation had reached the ripe old age of his 80s. His frail body shook as he approached a grave and poured a pot of wine onto the mound. The figure of the Franzli scholar from long ago appeared before his eyes, evoking memories and deepening his contemplation on death. He felt that this was his final lifetime. Life and death. Beside him stood a peach tree in full bloom. Virgil stood under its blossoms, his body enveloped in black and white energy. He gazed intently at the earthen mound ahead. The experiences and memories of his 17 lives flashed before him. His understanding of life and death was only one step away. Virgil sat down beneath the tree like a statue. Strangely, the villagers who passed by on their way up the mountain to gather firewood acted as if they hadn't seen him at all. Winter arrived as spring faded. Snow blanketed the surroundings. When he came here, everything was lush and green. But with the arrival of winter, all plants had withered and died, a symbol of desolation. Snow also covered Virgil's body. It wasn't until spring returned, melting the snow, that the snowflakes covering him dispersed. Spring brought renewal to the earth. Deadly chi radiated from his body as a small white fox climbed onto him, licking his face. This went on for 3 years, the little fox always by his side. Until another winter arrived. Virgil slowly opened his eyes, looked into the clear eyes of the fox, smiled faintly, and touched her forehead. Blushing, the little fox ran away. Virgil laughed softly, looking up at the gray sky amidst the cold winter. Suddenly inspired, he murmured, "What is life and death? Plants are alive in spring and dead in winter. What is life and death? A light extinguishing is death, and a light igniting is life. Winter is death, spring is life. The past is death, the future is life." At this moment, the black and white chi within Virgil reached its peak. That unfinished half-black, half-white circle completed itself with a resounding boom. Simultaneously, the dead peach tree behind him suddenly bloomed in the harsh winter. Virgil rose from the ground and took a step forward. With this first step, his nearly deceased body reverted to that of an Franzli man. Then it became middle-aged, then young, until finally, he was a teenager again. This grand dream should now come to an end. Smiling, Virgil raised his head to gaze at the winter sky. At that same moment, countless withered grasses buried under snow in the backyard of the rest hall burst back to vibrant life. Next, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire city of Wangyo, forget troubles, surpassing the pinnacle of the nascent stage and approaching the initial divine soul stage. The heavens darkened, storms raged, and thunder roared from the clouds. Hidden within were 5-clawed thunder dragons. Then, his understanding of life and death enveloped the entire city. Along the Huai River, dormant willows burst into buds, new greens sprouting. Vibrant life filled the city. Ordinary people within the city didn't feel this, but noticed that the sky had darkened. Only the cultivators in Wangyo City understood what was happening. This is divine soul realm comprehension. Someone is transcending to the divine soul realm. How strong, at least rank 8. No, I've seen an 8th grade divine soul cultivator before, and their power is nothing compared to this. Numerous cultivators sensed the intent and gathered in the streets, their faces filled with shock, looking toward a certain direction. Inside a secluded chamber, 3 great cultivators overseeing Wangyo City, who were in closed meditation, abruptly opened their eyes, equally shocked. Who has descended upon Wangyo City, even breaking through the spirit-cutting array? Could it be a mighty demon from the inner sea? They knew not of the notorious demon that had risen in the outer sea, nor that he had stayed in Wangyo City for 7 years. In the rest hall, Darby felt the aura immediately, her gaze fixed on the storage room, breathing out a warm breath. About to transcend to the divine soul stage. Thinking of her own demonic ban being lifted, she no longer feared punishment from the awakened demon general. Her face relaxed slightly, yet there was also an indescribable sense of loss. After the demonic ban was lifted, she would have no reason to stay by his side. Meanwhile, inside the isolated world pagoda, the Taishang Xianjing, scripture of immortality, operated automatically, entering its 5th layer. Virgil's aura intensified, approaching the divine soul stage. I wonder what rank my reincarnation comprehension is. Virgil grinned, feeling his aura grow to the brink. Unexpectedly, just a step away from the initial divine soul stage, his cultivation suddenly stopped and began to regress, dropping back to the near divine soul stage. The unusual phenomena over Wangyo City vanished. Pooh! The backlash from the failed breakthrough made Virgil spit blood, nearly losing consciousness. What happened? Why did I drop back to the near divine soul stage? Countless cultivators watching from afar saw the phenomena disappear, feeling confused. Although ascending to the divine soul stage was difficult, someone who could comprehend such a powerful intent shouldn't fail. This didn't make sense. Why? Inside the isolated world pagoda, Virgil sat on the ground, breath weakened, confusion etched on his face. He had almost fused his intent to break through, but was blocked by an inexplicable force at the last moment. He vaguely felt this was the power of Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao, why do you obstruct my ascension? With bloodshot eyes, Virgil howled in anger and frustration. Simultaneously, he was deeply perplexed, unable to understand why Heavenly Tao targeted him. Just then, a strange thought floated into Virgil's mind. His failure was due to his deep attachment to Maureen, making his human heart too heavy, unsuitable for a cultivator. Cultivation emphasized distancing oneself from worldly desires. Deep attachments conflicted with the ideals of Heavenly Tao, naturally preventing ascension. Thus, unless he abandoned his attachment today, he could not become a divine soul. But that meant abandoning Maureen, her memory gradually fading into oblivion, becoming a stranger. These realizations came from a higher understanding cultivated at a certain level, aiding cultivators in avoiding misfortune. Deep attachments hinder divinity. Come, Arjun refuses to believe this evil fate today. Note, I have maintained the paragraph structure and style while ensuring natural English flow. Character names like Virgil, Darby, etc. remain as given. ##### Chapter 302, Crisis. Those with deep-seated obsessions cannot transcend to the deity transformation stage. I, Virgil, refuse to believe this evil fate today. Virgil's eyes show determination and madness as the Taishang immortal scripture automatically circulated within him. A half-black, half-white circle slowly emerged from his pupils. Instantly, above Oblivion City, the celestial anomalies that had vanished reappeared, and the faltering aura once again approached the deity transformation stage. Heavens, a second attempt at deity transformation. Will he succeed this time? The cultivators in the city watched expectantly, while Darby in the resting hall felt Virgil's failed breakthrough. Seeing the aura rising once more toward deity transformation, the exquisitely beautiful Noelle in white lowered her head, clasping her hands together before her chest, praying for him. May the ancestor of demons bless him, may he successfully break through. Boom. But just then, the ascending aura plummeted again. What a pity. Another failure. Countless cultivators witnessed this scene, sighing with regret. Such a terrifying realm, yet unable to reach deity transformation, left everyone feeling disheartened. Failed. Darby's face paled as well. Palamaints later, she sensed a weak, familiar aura appear in the storeroom and rushed inside. She saw Virgil staggering out, pale-faced, his energy utterly depleted, as if even standing was a struggle. Are you alright? She had never seen Virgil like this, dejected and enervated. Not knowing what to say, she only felt an overwhelming sense of heartache and ran to support him. Virgil looked up at her, recalling the 50 years he spent with by Zoeg in his dream. He raised a hand to wipe away her tears, saying, "Don't cry, I won't die." He forced a smile, but it lacked the usual sparkle in his eyes. What happened? Why did the breakthrough fail? Darby sniffled. Too deep-seated obsession. Virgil tried to appear nonchalant, smiling, "It's fine. Even if I can't reach deity transformation soon, I'll find someone to lift your demon prohibition." He wasn't the type to accept his fate. His bones carried defiance and pride, and he would find a way to achieve deity transformation. "No, I'm not worried about the demon prohibition. I want you to be okay." Darby shook her head, barely holding back her tears. "Let's go. The commotion we caused will bring visitors soon. I need a quiet place to recover." Virgil felt inexplicably warm inside, took her hand, and left the shop, heading back to their old residence. During this time, he searched the city with his divine consciousness for Cade but found nothing. Virgil frowned slightly. This guy had mentioned leaving the island 2 days ago to find a place to meditate on realms. How could he not be back yet? Shaking his head, he didn't worry too much. With the slave mark on Cade, there was little chance of escape. As for his whereabouts, he could trace it using the slave mark once he recovered. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away on an island. "Speak. Where is that Emmett? Or else don't blame us for not giving that old ghost a face and searching your soul ourselves." In a cave, a Dominic, his magic suppressed and in terrible condition, stood before 3 deity transformation cultivators. It was none other than Cade. He looked up at them pleadingly. "Ahem, Franzes, I really don't know where he is." "Nonsense, little bastard. Don't think we don't know you've already sworn allegiance to him. How could you not know his whereabouts?" A slender dev immediately stepped forward, flaring his nostrils and narrowing his eyes. Then he suddenly remembered something. Eyeing Cade suspiciously. "Oh, almost forgot. Soul Sect is currently hunting you down as a traitor. If we send you back, TSK, what do you think they'll do to you?" Hearing the threat, Cade shrank back. He knew that pledging allegiance to another had disgraced the Soul Sect, and the consequences of being caught were worse than death. Betraying a star of misfortune meant only certain death. Sobbing, he pleaded, "Averils, I really don't know his location. Yes, I pledged allegiance to survive, but it was a delaying tactic. I escaped 3 years ago and was preparing to return to Soul Sect. Otherwise, how could you have only encountered me?" "Humph, do you take us for 3-year-olds? How could he not have marked you with a slave seal?" Another cultivator scoffed. "He did implant a slave seal, but I secretly removed it using a forbidden technique from the Soul Sect." Cade hesitated. Hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, uncertain and unwilling to give up. Could it be he really doesn't know where the Emmett is? Damn it, if so, we won't find him. And since he has the Soul Sect techniques, we can't search his soul. What to do? Those heart dream fruits alone are worth a fortune. It's really frustrating. We could turn him over to the Soul Sect and get some benefit. Their conversation didn't escape Cade's notice. Listening from the side, he felt a chill down his spine, silently hoping the star of misfortune would realize he was missing soon. However, with so many deity transformation cultivators, even the star of misfortune might be powerless. Despair set in. At that moment, the leader glanced at him and said, "Lock him here first. Little 3, watch him. Little 2 and I will continue searching for the Emmett." so no one else beats us to it. Alright. Virgil was unaware that Cade had been captured, or that 3 deity transformation cultivators were searching for him. After a month, having mostly recovered from the injuries caused by his failed breakthrough, he considered attempting deity transformation again but ultimately decided against it. Not because the failures cast shadows over his mind, but because he knew success was inevitable. It was meaningless. Though his magical power hadn't advanced, his physical cultivation reached the Jade life stage during recovery. Virgil didn't feel particularly elated. Recovered, he sat cross-legged in the Forgotten World Tower, pondering his next move. Adriana, as Rupert's daughter, might know something, and Adria, with her mysterious background and extensive knowledge, could offer advice. 2 figures instinctively appeared in his mind. These women were both of noble status, one possibly the Rupert's daughter, the other likely a saintess of a major sect in the Four Seas immortal domain. They might have solutions. So, Virgil faced 2 paths: seek Adriana in the Inner Sea or return to the Great Qing dynasty to find Adria. Ultimately, he decided to visit the Inner Sea first, seeking Adriana. If she couldn't help, he would return to the Great Qing dynasty to ask Adria. I've been in Oblivion City for 7 years. It's time to leave. Chapter 303, Vulnerable. After learning she had to leave the City of Forgetfulness, Darby felt somewhat disheartened but didn't say much. She glanced at the house where she had lived for 7 years, her face quickly returning to its calm state as she inquired, "Where are we going? If you don't want to go, you can stay here. Just now, I sensed the demon mark within you. It was likely placed by someone in the late soul transformation stage. After some time, I will find someone to come back and remove it for you." Virgil hesitated, then added, "I don't mean to chase you away, but following me won't be beneficial and could put you in danger." Darby fell silent after hearing this, a slightly downcast mood settling over her. It seemed that with her current strength, she could no longer assist Virgil. Following him would only become a burden. It was indeed unnecessary to continue trailing him and causing him trouble. All right. She took a deep breath, dabbed at her small nose, feeling a bit saddened but not showing it. "Forget it, follow me instead. Leaving you here alone, I wouldn't feel at ease." Seeing her demeanor, Virgil sighed, reached out, and wrapped his arm around her soft waist. They left the City of Forgetfulness and followed the trail of the slave Mark's aura. The entire process was noiseless, without alarming anyone. 2 days later, an island appeared ahead. Sensing the slave Mark's aura on the island, Virgil did not rashly proceed. Instead, he released his divine sense to investigate the situation first. This was an archipelago, with the largest island in the middle, spanning roughly 100 miles from north to south. There were no signs of human habitation or any sects or families present. However, he vaguely detected a dangerous aura emanating from the central island. Soul Transformation Cultivator. Virgil's eyes flickered slightly, immediately becoming alert. The location of the slave Mark is here, but why is there a Soul Transformation Cultivator? Could they be part of Cade's group? His eyes flashed again. Virgil had a hunch that things were more complicated than they appeared. He looked at Darby beside him and said, "There's a Soul Transformation Cultivator hiding on this island. You should enter the Tower of Solitude first while I check the situation." Upon hearing about the Soul Transformation Cultivator on the island, worry surfaced in Darby's eyes. There's a divine sense probing. But just as she was about to speak, the gaunt dev guarding Cade on the island sensed the divine sense scanning him. Frowning deeply, he immediately released his own divine sense. "It's that kid." Soon, the gaunt dev spotted Virgil and Darby outside the island, instantly turning joyful. His body shimmered and vanished from his spot. They've arrived. Virgil sensed this and turned his gaze forward. Palamaints later, a gaunt dev appeared in the sky above the sea, glaring viciously at him. "Kid, you actually delivered yourself into my hands. This is like choosing hell when heaven's open path lies before you." Dressed in black, his expression dark, this man exuded a powerful aura. Early soul transformation. "Who are you?" Virgil stood protectively in front of Darby, not having the time to draw her into the tower. His eyes showed neither underestimation nor awe as he stared at the dev. "I am Trenton, the one sent to kill you." The gaunt dev sneered, lifting his hand to seize something. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened. Dark clouds gathered, blocking out sunlight, and waves surged as violent hurricanes whipped around. This is the power of a soul transformation expert, a being who has comprehended heavenly Tao's intent, capable of altering the heavens with a single move. Seeing this, Darby's fair complexion turned ashen. She hadn't witnessed Virgil face a soul transformation expert from Tyrant sect directly, so her heart was filled with unease. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Seeming to notice her anxiety, Virgil comforted her calmly. His composed voice carried a calming magic that instantly eased her anxious mind. She gazed fixedly at his back. After comforting her, he moved, casually waving his hand to create a barrier in front of them. A loud boom echoed as the gaunt dev's attack collided with the barrier. Seawater split momentarily, sending towering waves crashing toward them. The barrier remained unwavering, deflecting all aftermath of the attack outward, leaving them unaffected. How could an early nascent soul be so powerful? The gaunt dev stared blankly at the scene, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Though he had heard about Virgil withstanding a full-strength blow from a soul transformation expert, witnessing it firsthand created a completely different kind of shock. He has grown so strong. Behind him, Darby's mouth hung slightly agape, staring dumbfounded at Virgil's back, unable to recover for a long time. Recalling their first meeting, the man before her had relied on external forces to defeat her. Yet now, that once weak Dominic had transformed into a terrifying presence, able to face off against soul transformation experts head-on. She even had a surreal feeling that this wasn't his full strength yet. Only Virgil remained indifferent throughout, unperturbed by the unfolding events. When he faced the Tyrant sect cultivator that day, he was merely at late nascent soul stage, still not quite at great cultivator status. Yet he could contend with soul transformation experts. In the 7 years in the City of Forgetfulness, his strength naturally progressed. Although he ultimately failed to break through to soul transformation, with the Cycle-Dao realm, his current abilities might not necessarily fear genuine soul transformation cultivators, even without using immortal prohibition techniques. Kid, you have some skill. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the gaunt dev's face darkened, understanding that the nascent soul before him couldn't be underestimated, or he risked failure. He held nothing back, unleashing his most lethal move. Autumn Sorrow. The sky darkened once more, as if a storm was brewing, gathering a terrifying force, drawing in countless strands of natural energy. Before long, Virgil and Darby found themselves surrounded by falling autumn leaves, each carrying a sorrowful ambience of deep autumn. Touching them would likely bury them permanently in the dark, silent earth. The space around us is sealed. Teleportation is impossible, Darby whispered, sensing a chilling dread from these leaves. Intent? Virgil remained calm, giving her a reassuring glance. The power of this strike was not as formidable as the tyrant sect soul transformation expert he faced 7 years ago. Without comprehension of Dao intent back then, it might have been troublesome. Now, it was no cause for concern. Wither in the deep autumn. From afar, the gaunt dev laughed confidently, the surrounding sea suddenly brimming with killing intent. Countless autumn leaves charged at them simultaneously, intending to bury them. Just a season of autumn dares to bury me, truly laughable. Hearing his words, Virgil's lips curled into a mocking smirk. His eyes revealed a swirl of black and white. Without any visible movement, those autumn leaves entering within 3 zhang of him met their end, shattering like they had decayed for thousands of years. Vulnerable, they crumbled effortlessly, proving no match for him. Chapter 304, Capture Alive. Autumn leaves instantly turned to dust. This was the power of life and death, capable of causing all things to wither in an instant. Virgil was not yet certain about the exact level of his own realm, but he had great confidence in it. He believed that, except for those at the late soul transformation stage, no one could defeat him in terms of realms. Is this person really a nascent soul cultivator? The frail dev's initial wariness had shifted to intense fear. In his terror, 3 chains suddenly broke through the air and entered his body. The dev couldn't see this but could feel his cultivation being suppressed by a powerful law, plummeting him out of soul transformation, even below the peak nascent soul stage, causing fresh waves of fear on his face. What sorcery is this? There was no reply. Virgil's expression remained cold as he reached out, and a wild force descended upon the dev instantly. Bang! His body exploded into a mist of blood. A golden divine soul, filled with fear, fled from within, only to be immediately pulled back by Virgil before it could react. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my 2 sworn brothers will not let you off. He was thoroughly terrified, viewing Virgil as if he were a demon or a ghost. Soul search. Virgil, now unwilling to waste time on such foolishness, grabbed the man's crown with 5 fingers, exerting suction. The other's memories began flashing in his mind. The fool wanted to kill him from the start. He needed to know why. Ah, little scum. My companions won't let you go unpunished. As the soul search began, the dev felt like his consciousness was being gnawed by 10,000 ants, his face twisting into an ugly grimace as he continued to threaten. Beside them, Darby's eyes showed no emotion. She quietly stood guard beside Virgil, her spiritual senses extended outward. 10 million spirit stones reward. Not long after, the soul search ended. Virgil stood on the sea surface, his gaze turning cold as he collected the now silent dev into the isolated world pagoda. It was a pity to kill a soul transformation cultivator. Perhaps he could be kept to cultivate Aen's soul. After securing him, Virgil lowered his head to the seawater beneath his feet, organizing the information gleaned from the soul search. The man was called Finian, a notorious devil in the inner sea. He had 2 sworn brothers, also at early soul transformation stages. They rarely parted ways, and together they could even combat mid-stage soul transformation cultivators. But that wasn't the most crucial part. From his memories, Virgil learned that during his 7 years comprehending realms in Oblivion City, a group in the inner sea had placed a bounty of 10 million spirit stones on his head. Additionally, someone had widely publicized the fact that he possessed many Dreamheart fruits. As a result, many soul transformation cultivators had risked violating Emiliano's prohibition to secretly leave the inner sea, intent on killing him and taking the treasure. Indeed, hundreds of Dreamheart fruits were a temptation too great for even pseudo-immortal experts to resist, and the trio was among these. As for the bounty on his head, 10 million spirit stones, it came from a faction in the inner sea called Crimson Marion Island. Crimson Marion Island. Virgil's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had never crossed paths with this island. Why did they want his life? But regardless of their reason, since they wanted to kill him, he would make them pay the price. With a hand around Darby's waist, Virgil appeared in front of the island in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, inside a cave within the island. Damn it, I'll get those 3 old bastards someday. Cade, whose powers were sealed, sat imprisoned in a stone room, his face twisted with hatred. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure from outside startled him. What a strong fluctuation. What's happening? Cade quickly got up from the ground, his curious face approaching the window-sized opening, looking outside to see what was happening. He didn't use his spiritual sense because the room had been arrayed to block it, making it impossible to probe externally or release spiritual sense internally. It seems there are soul transformation experts fighting. Seeing the sky change color over thousands of miles, Cade's eyes darkened as he guessed the identities of the fighters. He never imagined that one of them was the bane of his existence. Soon, the phenomenon in the sky disappeared, indicating the fight had ended. Don't know who won. Doesn't matter much to me. Sitting back down, Cade sighed bitterly, worried about his fate. Unexpectedly, the tightly closed stone door opened from the outside with a muffled boom. Pale light shone in, causing him, used to darkness, to squint as he looked toward the doorway. In the glow, vague figures of a man and Noel stood, seeming oddly familiar. Before he could react, a familiar voice said, "Come out, Bane." "No, master." Recognizing the voice, Cade rubbed his eyes, finally clearly seeing the Guillermo standing at the entrance. Relief almost brought tears to his eyes. Virgil's gaze landed on him, confirming that he was unharmed. With a casual wave, he dispelled the power sealing Cade's magic. Feeling this, Cade nearly popped his eyes out. It was a soul transformation expert's personal seal. Even another early-stage soul transformer wouldn't find it so easy to break. Yet, Virgil simply waved his hand and did just that. Did this mean the Bane's strength was far beyond even a mid-stage soul transformer? How could this be possible? He had only been captured for a month. Who could cultivate so fast? Suddenly, he recalled how Virgil, even at peak nascent soul stage, could contend with soul transformers from Tyrant Sect. If he had broken through to soul transformation in a month, reaching mid-stage level strength, it made sense. Cade decided to test it. "Master, what happened to Finian?" "Dead." Virgil glanced at him coldly. Hearing this, Cade sucked in a breath, confirming that Virgil was now at the soul transformation stage, possibly equivalent to a mid-stage, eliminating any thoughts of escape. He promptly praised, "Masters might make crushing a soul transformation cultivator as simple as squashing an ant. After all, only a mid-stage soul transformer could kill an early stage so quickly." Virgil gave him a cold glance, ignoring his flattery. "Lead the way to the inner sea." The inner sea. Hearing this, Cade felt a chill. The soul sect was aggressively hunting him as a traitor. Entering the inner sea would be like sending meat buns after a dog. However, seeing Virgil's determined look, he dared not discourage him, only swearing inwardly to stay by the Bane's side without fail. Chapter 305. The Terror of the Supreme Immortal Scripture. Just a few days after the trio left, two figures dashed towards the islands and roared in fury. "Who dares kill my brothers? I will definitely kill you." At this moment, over a certain part of the outer sea, a jet-black beam of light sped swiftly toward the inner sea. Inside the beam was a black pleasure boat found by Virgil in the skinny dev's storage bag, whose grade surpassed that of an infant treasure and was nearly a half-step divine artifact. It could travel hundreds of thousands of miles in a day, and even conceal its aura so completely that it would not be detected within an inch of a grand cultivator. In recent days, Virgil had learned a lot about the inner sea from Cade. The endless sea had millions of islands, with the outer sea islands numbering fewer and covering only about 1/10 of the area. The core of the endless sea was the inner sea, where numerous soul transformation powerhouses resided. The strongest among them were the 8 inner sea respected ones, all at peak soul transformation. Among the various inner sea factions, besides the 8 respected ones, there were also 9 taboo races that should not be provoked. Although individually weaker than the 8 respected ones, they were highly united and collectively ruled as one of the top forces in the inner sea, potentially matching the 8 respected ones. Beyond these, there were lower-level factions like the Bliss Demon Sect, with late-stage soul transformation ancestors presiding. Understanding the might of the inner sea, Virgil handed over the driving task to Cade and entered the Legacy Tower. He aimed to enhance his strength as much as possible during this trip to have more means of self-preservation, as many sought his demise. Though he couldn't break through to soul transformation, other methods were available. As for Darby, she also entered the Legacy Tower for seclusion. Over this period, Virgil had refined several potency-boosting pills for her, sufficient to bring her cultivation to the Grand Cultivator stage. After a while, Virgil appeared on the first floor, where the skinny dev's nascent soul was. He intended to refine it into a ghostly spirit. If successful, a beginning soul transformation ghostly spirit would significantly boost his combat power. "Boy, what place is this? Let me out quickly." The skinny dev had been inside the tower for over a month and immediately inquired when he saw Virgil. "You'll be released soon." Virgil gave a faint smile, 3 chains emerging from his body. With a hand movement, he grabbed the dev and immediately began the soul extraction. The sound of agonized screams echoed continuously throughout the first floor of the Legacy Tower for about 15 minutes before finally subsiding. Fortunately, each floor's space in the tower was isolated, so Darby on the 3rd floor wasn't disturbed. Another failure. Looking at the figure disintegrating into tiny sparks and disappearing into the air, Virgil felt somewhat helpless. However, he was prepared for this outcome and thus wasn't overly disappointed. He shook his head, left the 1st floor, and came to the 3rd floor. Without disturbing Darby, who was peacefully cultivating, Virgil took out the scroll containing the Rupert Canon and began to read. This technique had been kept and used in his storage bag until he noticed its incredible features after surpassing the 5th layer of the Supreme Immortal Scripture. It could directly incorporate the characteristics and abilities of other techniques. For instance, the Rupert Canon allowed him to absorb lightning, enhancing his strength and transforming his magic power into lightning to fend off enemies. Now, all these abilities merged seamlessly into the Supreme Immortal Scripture, embodying true inclusiveness and the absorption of countless techniques. After perusing the Rupert Canon, Virgil put away the jade slip and focused on practicing, integrating it into the Supreme Immortal Scripture. A year later, he slowly opened his eyes. A wave of magic power summoned a bolt of white lightning in his hand. This low-grade white lightning, known as young lightning, which Virgil had personally experienced, could overpower even grand cultivators. Higher levels included purple lightning, ink black lightning. With my current strength, I can produce 4 consecutive bolts of young lightning at most. Virgil dispersed them silently, calculating his internal magic power's depletion, arriving at this conclusion. Purple lightning was beyond his reach for now. With the Supreme Immortal Scripture now possessing the abilities of the Rupert Canon, Virgil retrieved hundreds of jade slips from his storage bag, all containing cultivation techniques, collected over years of slaughter. Since he planned to try capturing the geothermal demon fire on the 4th floor before reaching the inner sea, Virgil did not practice them all but chose a few intriguing ones. One of them, called Swallowing Flame Transformation, caught his attention. It was likely the technique practiced by Gregory Highmaster in Djinn. Its ability piqued Virgil's interest, altering his original plan. After months of integrating its capabilities into the supreme immortal scripture, Virgil moved his consciousness to the 4th floor. Upon arrival, a familiar wave of heat enveloped him, felt even from 100 feet away. Black Devil Flame. Virgil looked at the black flame at the center of the tower. His gaze flickered as the merit umbrella emerged in his hand, creating a shield against the surrounding heat. The high temperature instantly dropped. Geothermal demon fire, born from the world, some even gained sentience. However, the intelligence of the Black Devil Flame before him had long been eradicated or died over time. Despite this, its power remained formidable, even for soul transformation cultivators who could not approach it, let alone subdue it. I wonder how the ancestor of Qing.The managed it back then as just a grand cultivator, Virgil pondered. He didn't know that when the Qing.The ancestor encountered the Black Devil Flame, it had already been severely wounded by a soul transformation cultivator. Although eventually burnt down, its power had been greatly diminished, allowing him to exploit the situation. Virgil didn't dwell on this question. Observing the black flames ahead, he assessed his strength, his eyes flickering as 4 chains emerged from his body and entered the black flames. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, though still scorching, it was less unbearable. Next, Virgil extended his hand, grabbed the flame, and held it in his palm. Even with the restrictions, he still felt dry skin and cracked lips. His hand in close contact turned charred black, emitting a roasted meat scent. His clothes spontaneously combusted and vanished, fortunately protected by his magic power around the storage bag and jade pendant, placed safely aside. Otherwise, they would have turned to ash. This flame is truly terrifying. #####Chapter 306, Refining the Black Demon Flame. This flame is truly terrifying. Virgil raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the black flame contained in his hand. The black demon flame, now restrained, seemed to sense danger, its fiery tendrils beginning to flicker and thrash wildly. In an instant, the suppression from Virgil's forbidden technique showed signs of being overwhelmed, causing the temperature around him to skyrocket to a level that could melt even a great cultivator. Alright, stop playing around. A blend of black and white energy appeared in Virgil's eyes, and a force of life swept over his charred hand, instantly restoring it to its original state. This was the power of life. Thinking of the cultivation method of the flame swallowing transformation, Virgil's expression turned solemn as he looked at the black flame. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the flame whole. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly shout that he was insane, believing his actions were suicidal. After all, this was a terrestrial fiend fire, which could scorch a person to death merely by getting too close. Swallowing it was even more inconceivable. Even transformative spirit cultivators wouldn't dare attempt such a feat. But Virgil did it. This wasn't because he wanted to die, but because the flame-swallowing transformation allowed him to enhance his cultivation by refining celestial flames through ingestion. This was why he had hurriedly come here after integrating the flame-swallowing transformation abilities into the great supreme immortal scripture. However, he didn't know that others who practiced this technique always sought some cosmic cold chi before swallowing the flame to protect their bodies. This way, they avoided the gruesome fate of being burned through or melted. Unprepared and ignorant, he swallowed the 8th-ranked black demon flame directly from the terrestrial fiend fires. It was as good as courting death. As the black demon flame entered his body, it began to rage uncontrollably, sending waves of unbearable heat through his abdomen. Virgil felt like he was being melted from within. He fell to the ground in agony, his skin turning red, his body burning hot and instantly evaporating any sweat. Soon, his body resembled a lump of charcoal. Am I dying? A shadow of death loomed over him, and Virgil's eyes filled with despair. Though he had anticipated the danger, he chose to take this risk because he needed strength. Yet, it seemed he might fail. No, I can't fail. There's still so much I need to do. As his body was continuously damaged by the black demon flame, an image of Maureen flashed in Virgil's mind, stirring intense unwillingness and resolve in his eyes. A half-black, half-white circle emerged within him, representing his Taoist realm, while the power of life continually repaired his damaged body. But the flames quickly destroyed everything again, forcing Virgil to repeatedly repair and repeat the cycle. Stay still. Enduring the pain, Virgil sat cross-legged, the great supreme immortal scripture rapidly refining the black demon flame within him. 1/4 hour, 2/4 hours. Time passed slowly. From initial agony, he gradually grew accustomed to the pain. During this time, his aura steadily increased, and his magical power surged past the 1,000 jia mark. 1,100 jia, 1,300 jia, 1,700 jia. By the time about an hour had passed, the growth of his magical power finally slowed down. Success. Virgil opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashing across his face. Opening his mouth, a black fire dragon shot out, exuding immense power. This was the black demon flame. Practicing this technique is akin to courting death. Watching the now tame black flame, Virgil's eyes revealed lingering fear. Had it not been for his Tao of life repairing his internal injuries, he would likely have been reduced to ashes. Fortunately, the reward was bountiful. My magical power has reached 1,800 jia. Among early-stage transformative spirit cultivators, few can surpass me in sheer power. Feeling the surge of power within him, Virgil's eyes gleamed with excitement. Heading deeper into the inner sea gave him more confidence. Taking a deep breath, Virgil suppressed his excitement and swallowed the black demon flame again, storing it in his dantian. He then instructed Cade to bring a bucket of water, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and returned to the Legacy Tower to see if there were other cultivation techniques worth merging into the great supreme immortal scripture. However, none of the 100-odd techniques seemed useful, so he didn't practice them. Checking on Darby's condition, he left the tower. Once we enter the inner sea, head to Thunder Bamboo Island. The painted pleasure boat was nearly entering the inner sea. Virgil informed Cade, who was responsible for piloting, of the location left by Dolores. However, Cade scratched his head in confusion. Master, I've lived in the inner sea for several hundred years and have never heard of Thunder Bamboo Island. There are many islands with thunder, though. Do these islands have bamboo? Virgil asked, hoping for clues. Cade shook his head. That's troublesome. Virgil massaged his temples, gazing into the distance. Dolores had only told him to find her at Thunder Bamboo Island once they entered the inner sea, without giving specifics. Thus, he had no idea where Thunder Bamboo Island was located. Since Cade also had no clue, he would have to ask around. Cade hesitated. Master, please forgive me, but I must be honest. There is no known Thunder Bamboo Island associated with mid-stage transformative spirit cultivators. However, there is one island famous for bamboo called Emperor Drake Island, one of the 8 honors of the inner sea under Duke Drake's control. Legend says Duke Drake is a descendant of the Rupert. Every inner sea cultivator respected the incomplete Rupert deeply, including Cade, whose eyes reflected reverence when mentioning the Rupert. Duke Drake is a descendant of the Rupert? Could this Drake be derived from incomplete Rupert? Virgil was stunned upon hearing this secret, his eyes immediately revealing suspicion. After all, he knew that the Rupert had another name, incomplete Rupert. How far is Emperor Drake Island from here? After a brief contemplation, he decided to head there first. Given that Dolores Island was likely well known, Thunder Bamboo Island might just be an alias. Moreover, Emperor Drake Island and Duke Drake sounded related to the incomplete Rupert. If Dolores was indeed a descendant of the Rupert, she might very well be on Emperor Drake Island. It's deep in the inner sea. It will take approximately 2 years to reach, Cade said frankly. 2 years. Hearing that it would take so long, Virgil's face darkened slightly, feeling somewhat helpless yet gaining a new appreciation for the vastness of the inner sea. Cade asked cautiously, should we go, Master? Yes, Virgil nodded. They had no other options but to check there first and see if they could find Dolores. If unsuccessful, they'd explore further. Translation complete. Chapter 307, Cultivation at the Jade Life Realm. It would take 2 years to reach Drake Emperor Island. Virgil instructed Cade to continue piloting the painted pleasure boat while he re-entered the Lost World Pagoda to cultivate his physical body during this period. His physical body had now reached the early stage of the Jade Life Realm. According to the records in the Nirvanic Body Sutra, cultivating the physical body involved 4 steps: refining blood, toughening skin, strengthening bones, and finally, nurturing the viscera at the Jade Life stage. These viscera refer to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, the most crucial organs that were the foundation of a human's life force. Nurturing them at the Jade Life Realm required leveraging the 5 elemental forces, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to refine these organs. When fully nurtured, these 5 organs would function as a small self-sustaining universe, providing endless vitality. Unless all 5 organs were simultaneously destroyed, any damage could be completely repaired. Therefore, it was incredibly difficult to kill someone who had achieved the Jade Life Realm. By accidentally swallowing the geothermal demon fire, I've already half refined my heart organ. With the geothermal demon fire available, I can now complete the heart's refinement. The heart corresponds to fire in the 5 elements, so nurturing it required a scorching location, ideally near a volcano. Virgil didn't need to go through such trouble since he possessed geothermal demon fire. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and the black devil flame inside him gradually emitted heat. Half a year passed swiftly, coinciding with the season when fog enveloped the inner sea. A dense white fog blanketed the sea, obscuring all views. On the painted pleasure boat, exiting the Lost World Pagoda, Virgil looked pensively at the waters ahead. My heart has been refined. The liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys remain. The time flow rate inside the 4th level of the pagoda was 200 times faster than the outside world. The 6 months he spent were equivalent to about 100 years. Using only 30 years, aided by the geothermal demon fire, he completed the heart's refinement. Even if thrown naked into an icy environment, he would still feel warm. Refining the remaining organs required other celestial materials. For the liver, corresponding to wood, he absorbed essences from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade medicinal herbs, completing roughly 2/3 of its refinement. For the spleen, lungs, and kidneys, he had to proceed step by step. Apart from seeking elemental materials for physical cultivation, there was another pressing issue. The Nirvanic Body Sutra ended at the Jade Life stage, leaving further advancement methods to be discovered on his own. Thus, he could only move forward one step at a time. Several days later, several powerful presences brushed past the boat Virgil was on, heading rapidly ahead. One of them was an early-stage soul transformation cultivator. As they passed, their divine sense scanned the boat but did not recognize Virgil and company, soon departing. These past few days, there have been many people, Virgil mused, watching the disappearing light trails. This wasn't the first group of soul transformation cultivators they encountered, and all seemed to be heading in the same direction. It seems the Pill Isle is holding its once-a-century alchemy conference in 3 years. Many are traveling ahead because the journey is long, Cade recalled. Pill Isle. Virgil's gaze flickered. It was a famous and formidable force within the inner sea, with the Berkeley being one of the 8 honored beings, the Dan Venerable, who was also the Soul Peak 5th-rank alchemist in the Endless Sea, potentially advancing to 6th rank. Currently, the entire Ujandam had only one 6th-rank alchemist, residing in the Rain Hall. Thus, even the other 7 honored beings dared not offend the Dan Venerable, who might achieve the 6th rank, knowing they would need elixirs someday. Recalling this information, Virgil shook his head, focusing his gaze ahead and murmured, 10 years have almost passed since I left the Great Qing Empire. Thinking back to when Maureen was still around, and he had said he'd become a pseudo-immortal within 10 years, Virgil sighed bitterly, feeling a pang of sadness. She had been gone for so long. Shaking off the melancholy, Virgil closed his eyes, regenerating his strength. In less than a year and a half, he would reach Drake Emperor Island and find Annette. Then, he would learn if she could help him reach the soul transformation stage. After achieving soul transformation, becoming a pseudo-immortal wouldn't be far behind. A year and a half was short for cultivators, akin to a mere nap for mortals. During this period, Virgil rarely entered the Lost World Pagoda, as there was little left for him to cultivate. Thus, he spent most of his time in the Heaven-Earth Pearl with Benita. Notably, Darby emerged from her seclusion a few months later, radiating a mysterious power. The Dao fruit had led her to inadvertently grasp a demonic intention, specifically the Celestial Fox demonic intention of her clan, which ranked among the top. Kate envied her immensely. Darby herself hadn't expected such a serendipitous breakthrough, finding the experience quite surreal. Virgil genuinely rejoiced for her, reflecting on how they were initially both yet to break through to core formation and nascent soul stages respectively. Now, they were both nearing the soul transformation realm. After stabilizing this intention a year later, at Virgil's persuasion, Darby re-entered the Lost World Pagoda to advance to soul transformation. Months passed, and one day, an island appeared on the horizon. Cade stood respectfully behind Virgil, saying, "Master, we've arrived at Drake Emperor Island." He didn't know why Virgil was visiting, but recalling the red-clothed Noelle he had seen, he suspected it was related to her. "Have we arrived?" Virgil stopped the boat, stepping forward with Cade. Just as they approached the island, 3 patrol guards took notice, floating up with unfriendly gazes, ordering, "Leave immediately. This is Drake Emperor Island. Non-residents are forbidden." Drake Emperor Island had many guards, all high-ranking cultivators responsible for constant patrols. The 3 guards wore black iron armor, likely defensive artifacts. Sensing Virgil and Cade were only nascent soul cultivators, they relaxed their guard. This place belonged to Anakin, so Cade dared not act rashly, turning to Virgil. "Esteemed Taoist, may I ask if there's a young lady named Annette on this island? If so, please inform her that Virgil has come to pay respects," Virgil politely asked. "Annette?" The 3 high-ranking cultivators exchanged glances, all showing confusion upon hearing the name. "There's no Annette on Drake Emperor Island. You have 10 breaths to leave, or you'll be considered intruders." Chapter 308, Night Raid on Drakehuang Island. There is no red-clad maiden, as you described on Drakehuang Island. Leave within 10 breaths, or you will be considered an intruder. The middle guard, who was half-step into the transformation phase, shook his head after a moment's thought and began to shoo them away. "No?" Virgil frowned. Could it be that he had guessed wrong, and Drakehuang Island had nothing to do with Leju Island? Was Marion not on this island? "Fine. I apologize for the disturbance." He chose not to force his way in. This place was still Anakin's territory. That was a terrifying existence at the peak of transformation phase. Trying to do so would be suicidal. He cupped his fists and tactically retreated with Cade, planning to think of another approach. After the two left, one of the guards said, "Chief, could the person he spoke of be Her Excellency?" "It can't be. He's just a mere core formation cultivator. How could he possibly know Her Excellency?" The half-step transformation phase guard immediately guessed who he was referring to, imagining a Noelle who wore red all day. She held a high status on Drakehuang Island, frequently appearing in various places around the island, yet no servant knew her true identity. How could such an existence possibly be friends with a mere core formation cultivator? They mentioned Marion? Virgil hadn't gone far. With his divine sense detecting this exchange, his gaze flickered. At this moment, a black-clothed swordsman flew out from the island. "Greetings, Presley." The 3 guards hurriedly saluted. "Presley? This person? I feel like I've seen him somewhere." Virgil looked puzzled, sensing a dangerous presence from the black-clothed swordsman. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he quietly withdrew his divine sense. He then began to ponder where he had seen the man before. Soon, Virgil recalled that this black-clothed swordsman had a similar demeanor to the one beside Marion that day, but their appearances were different. Is it a coincidence? No, there can't be so many coincidences in the world. His gaze flickered. He felt that Drakehuang Island was becoming more mysterious by the minute. With a move of his feet, he silently slipped away, having made up his mind. Meanwhile, outside Drakehuang Island, the black-clothed swordsman stopped before the 3 guards and asked, "What happened?" In response to Presley's inquiry, a core formation cultivator came looking for a Sylvia named Marion and was chased away by us. The 3 guards did not dare to conceal anything and immediately recounted what happened. "Marion?" The black-clothed swordsman paused and asked, "Did he mention his name?" He seemed to say his name was Virgil. Virgil. The black-clothed swordsman silently remembered the name and swiftly flew deeper into the island. Seeing Presley depart in such haste, the 3 guards were taken aback. Among the Drake family's 3 Franzes, this Presley was known for being the most reclusive, seemingly interested only in swords and nothing else. Why would he be in such a rush now? We might have really driven away some important guest? One of the guards lamented. Feeling uneasy, they watched as the black-clothed swordsman arrived over a sea of bamboo, releasing his divine sense. The bamboo on this island came in 2 types, common bamboo and Drake family's purple lightning bamboo, whose leaves increased divine sense and were thus extremely valuable. Every year, many major powers from the inner sea came to purchase them. The bamboo grove under his feet was just ordinary bamboo. Soon, the black-clothed swordsman sensed a red-clad, exquisitely beautiful Noelle walking along a secluded path through the bamboo sea. He immediately flew towards her location. "Caden, why are you so agitated?" Marion looked at him curiously. "Miss, someone was looking for you." Caden bowed respectfully. "Someone looking for me?" Marion's beautiful eyes narrowed, thinking of the few people who might come looking for her. Only the person she met in the outer sea remained. She faintly said, "Who?" He said he was Virgil. Caden cautiously observed Miss' expression. "Virgil? Where is he now?" Indeed, a subtle change appeared on her face, an emotion hard to discern. He was chased away by servants. Hearing this, Marion's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Caden instantly confirmed this was the person from 9 years ago and said, "I'll go find him immediately." "Not necessary. If he has already left, you won't find him," Marion continued walking forward without concern. How do you know if you don't try?" "Don't worry. He will come again. You create some disturbance tonight to distract the guards, and let Averil Big Elio act like nothing happened. Although they had only spent a few days together, Marion was very familiar with Virgil's character. If he came seeking her, it must be for something important. He wouldn't give up so easily. Yes. Caden's face showed some astonishment. A mere core formation cultivator dared to night raid Drakwang Island? Was that guy really that daring? Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away on the sea surface near Drakwang Island. Master, Cade looked at Virgil. Years of interaction made him understand that Virgil was not one to give up easily. Could it be that because it was Anakin, he was backing down? Wait until nightfall. Virgil cast a glance at him, raised his hand, and summoned the painted boat, anchoring it on the sea. Wait until nightfall? What did that mean? Cade was stunned. Did the Calamity Star intend to night raid Drakwang Island? Virgil didn't explain, closing his eyes to focus. Several hours later, as the sun finally set and darkness enveloped the sea, the island was quiet except for the rustling of bamboo trees stirred by the wind. Virgil hid in the darkness, occasionally seeing cultivators flying overhead, using divine senses to search and guard against intruders sneaking in at night. It seemed his plan was too naive. With so many patrols, he would be discovered upon setting foot on the island. Virgil frowned. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the eastern part of Drakwang Island, flames shooting into the sky, attracting all guards. What happened? An intruder? Go check. Seeing this scene, Virgil froze, unsure of what had occurred. However, seeing all the guards drawn away, he rejoiced internally, seizing this rare opportunity. Using the cover of darkness, he stealthily infiltrated the island. With all guards lured away, the island was eerily quiet. Heart pounding, Virgil dared not release his divine sense, fearing detection by Anakin. He moved stealthily towards the center of the island. Drakwang Island was vast, surrounded by extensive bamboo forests, with a mansion in the middle. There were no guards at the entrance to the mansion. Virgil quietly climbed over the wall and dropped into the courtyard unnoticed. Where would Marion likely be in this mansion? It seemed the guards had been led away. Virgil surveyed his surroundings. The mansion was enormous. On the left was a bamboo garden with many bamboo plants, while on the right was a passage. Without using divine sense, he couldn't tell where it led. Chapter 309. Bamboo leaves that can enhance spirit awareness. Someone's coming. As Virgil was contemplating where to find Adriana, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Without further thought, he hurriedly hid in the nearby bamboo grove. Inside were towering bamboo trees over 100 meters high, a spectacular sight. However, the leaves were not green but purple, with some even appearing black. The footsteps came closer again. Virgil's expression changed slightly. He had no time to observe and quickly hid within the bamboo forest, using the trees to shield his body as he kept his eyes fixed on the entrance of the bamboo garden. Palamaints later, an Franzly man with disheveled and greasy hair, and a lecherous appearance, slipped in. Virgil felt his heart leap into his throat. Though hidden in the bamboo, it would be easy for the dev to detect him with just a sweep of spirit awareness. His hand moved toward the storage bag at his waist. Virgil was prepared to flee immediately with the stabilizing compass if discovered. This is the place where purple lightning bamboo is cultivated. Fortunately, the Franz did not release his spirit awareness. After a discreet glance around and seeing no one, he walked straight towards the largest bamboo trees in the center with a delighted look on his face. Seeing the Franz's actions, Virgil froze, his eyes instinctively narrowing. Recalling the earlier commotion on the island and looking at the dev's back, a single word surfaced in his mind. Thief. The earlier disturbance on the island was likely orchestrated by this man or his accomplices to lure all guards away, allowing him to sneak in and steal. Admittedly, this thief's audacity was not common. To dare steal from Anakin's territory, a flash of admiration crossed Virgil's eyes. Not in a rush to find Adriana, he decided to see what this risk-taker aimed to steal. Moreover, leaving now might alert the dev, causing unnecessary trouble. It was better to wait until the thief left. By now, the Franz had reached the largest bamboo trees in the center, gazing up at the topmost area where the black leaves grew, a longing expression on his face. These bamboo leaves can increase spirit awareness even for someone at the peak of the transforming god's realm. Yet Drakwang Island sells only 10 leaves per year. So stingy. He cursed silently, eyeing the leaves while considering how to pick them without drawing attention. Flying up using magic power would invite discovery and certain death. Ultimately, he chose the most primitive method, climbing the tree. Is this person here to steal bamboo leaves? What's so special about these leaves? Hiding in the shadows, Virgil watched, plucking a purple leaf casually from beside him. As he stared at it, he sensed an inexplicable longing from within his sea of consciousness. After hesitating briefly, he placed the leaf in his mouth and chewed it. Unexpectedly, it melted instantly upon contact. Suddenly, a refreshing wave surged through his sea of consciousness, expanding his spirit awareness by 1 circuit. 1049 zhong. Previously, his spirit awareness covered 999 zhong, and that single leaf had extended it by 50 zhong. These bamboo leaves can enhance spirit awareness. Virgil's eyes narrowed, his gaze glowing with fervor. The purple leaves he held were common throughout the grove. There must be hundreds of thousands. Even if he harvested only a few hundred leaves, it would advance his spirit awareness beyond the middle stage of the transforming god's realm, far quicker than cultivation. Harvesting a few hundred leaves wouldn't harm the grove significantly. However, as Virgil considered doing this, hesitation gripped him. If this place belonged to Adriana, they were, after all, friends. Acting this way seemed somewhat unkind. While he wrestled internally, the Franz climbed the bamboo tree, reaching toward a black leaf. Virgil's gaze flickered. Harvesting the leaves himself crossed a line. But if he let another take them and then coerced the leaves from him, perhaps it couldn't count as theft. Deciding not to hurry off to find Adriana yet, Virgil kept his eyes on the Franz at the center of the grove, pondering something mischievous. 15 minutes later, the Franz had climbed high, already picking 5 black leaves. Daring to take more would risk the return of the guards. Yet, these 5 leaves alone would elevate his spirit awareness to the peak of the transforming god's realm. Sliding down the tree, he suppressed his excitement. This is a sure bet. I will definitely win first place at Dan Island's alchemy meet and obtain that treasure. Upon landing, he concealed the 5 leaves in his robe, preparing to leave the Drake estate. Suddenly, a man in black emerged from the bamboo forest, smiling broadly. Senior, you've got quite a nerve, daring to steal from my Drake family. Aren't you afraid of being pursued by our master? Oh no, discovered. The Franz's face paled. His mind raced. The newcomer was merely a grand cultivator. He could easily suppress him with his own strength. Yet, any display of power would alert Anakin, dooming him. Escaping directly was also impossible. A single shout would draw Anakin, trapping him. Seeing no way out, the Franz's expression darkened. Then, a light flashed in his eyes. Wait, he didn't immediately call for help. Perhaps there's a chance. Averils become wise with age. Within moments, the Franz's expression shifted from fear to calm as he rubbed his hands together, addressing Virgil. May I ask your honorable name, young friend? Brock. Virgil narrowed his eyes, pretending to be a Drake family member. The Franz's expression flickered, and he coughed awkwardly. So, you're Elio Brock. I am in Franz from Dan Island. Could you pretend you didn't see me? Consider it a favor. You're from Dan Island? Virgil paused, scrutinizing him closely. His aura was deep and inscrutable, stronger than the 2 soul collectors, likely in the late-stage transforming god's realm. No wonder he dared steal the bamboo leaves. Yes, this is my token, the Franz said, producing a purple token with a 7-story tower engraved on it. All right, I'll act as if I didn't see you today. Though unfamiliar with Dan Island's token, Virgil was set on extorting the man, regardless of who he was. Thank you, Elio Brock. I am Avril Walter. Keep this token. You may visit Dan Island if you need assistance. Surprised joy lit up the Franz's eyes. Unbelievably, this young man was letting him go. Cartering over the token, he left swiftly, fearing a change of heart. Wait, senior, please don't go yet. End of translated chapter excerpt. Chapter 310, Extortion. Wait, senior, don't leave yet. Virgil, smiling, looked at the Franzly man who claimed to be Walter and called out to him. The latter paused, looking back with confusion. Is there anything else, young friend? I can pretend I didn't see you, senior, but the bamboo leaves you picked must be left behind. I need them to give an account to my family. Virgil said with a smile. Leave the bamboo leaves? Upon hearing this condition, the dev's brows furrowed instantly. He understood why the Dominic hadn't shouted for help. This lad wanted to keep all the bamboo leaves for himself. You have quite an appetite. The old eyes narrowed stealthily as the Franz glared coldly at him, emanating a chill that made a gust of wind blow around, stirring up rustling sounds from the bamboo leaves in the garden. Senior, your words are hard for me to understand. These bamboo leaves belong to my Drake family. Shouldn't it be reasonable for me to take them back? Virgil smiled lightly. Of course, with Senior's strength, if you were to forcibly take them, I certainly wouldn't be able to stop you. But I wonder how your strength compares to our Berkeley. This statement, though simple, carried a subtle threat. The Franz fell silent for a moment before saying, even though this dev might not defeat Anakin, I can kill you before he arrives. This old fox was trying to intimidate him, Virgil thought with disdain. If the other truly intended to make a move, why wait until now? Killing him meant facing the wrath of Anakin, a risk too high for someone who had cultivated to the late soul transformation realm. Unless pushed into a corner, he didn't believe the Franz would engage in such a reckless action. However, he didn't want things to escalate too much either, fearing the guards would return and ruin everything. After all, he wasn't genuinely part of the Drake family. He played along as if scared by the threat and offered a compromise. All right, Senior can take 1 leaf and leave 4 behind. I'll tell the family I didn't see you. Seeing his threat having some effect, the Franz's expression softened slightly. He said sternly, this dev will take 3, leaving you 2. That's my final offer. Otherwise, I'll kill you first and then flee. As in Franz of Pill Island, even if caught by Anakin eventually, he wouldn't take my life. Fine, go ahead then. Virgil crossed his arms, sneering. Earlier, he'd shown weakness to give the Franz a way out and facilitate negotiations. Now at the negotiating table, any further display of weakness would lose his advantage. Well, what do you suggest? Your earlier distribution is unacceptable to me. Seeing Virgil's steadfastness, the Franz frowned and hesitated, showing a hint of weakness. He didn't want to push Virgil too far and end up with nothing. Virgil considered and proposed. These bamboo leaves belong to my Drake family. I should keep the majority, 3 leaves, while you take 2. Each word emphasized his identity as a Drake family cultivator, intending to pressure the Franz. If negotiations failed, he could always call for help. All right, the Franz sighed helplessly. Afraid of being discovered by the guards, he handed over 3 leaves without wasting more time. Young friend Brock, pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. After the Franz left, Virgil stared at the 3 bamboo leaves tightly held in his palm. Black bamboo leaves, apparently the highest grade in this grove. I wonder how much they can enhance one's divine sense. Breathing deeply, he forcibly suppressed his excitement, tucking the leaves away before heading out to look for Adriana. But just outside the bamboo garden, he froze. The dev hadn't left and stood beside another ordinary-looking gray-robed Franz, looking thoroughly displeased. Why hasn't he left? Virgil wondered, guessing if they were accomplices. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing from the dev's disgruntled look that he had likely been caught red-handed. His gaze shifted to the ace who stood silently, emitting no magical fluctuations, but gave off an overwhelmingly vast and indomitable aura. Startled, Virgil instantly identified him. Only Anakin could inspire such awe in him among those above the late soul transformation realm in the Drake family. As Virgil emerged, the dev believed to be Anakin turned his deep, unmoving eyes toward him, making him feel like prey under a predator's gaze, sending shivers down his spine. Such terrifying power. Virgil, inwardly alarmed, his hand already resting on his storage bag, ready to use the constellation disk to escape if necessary. Having entered Drake Imperial Island without permission, he feared that if caught by someone with a bad temper, it could lead to immediate death. Since discovered, I have nothing more to say. Do with me as you will, Anakin, Walter sighed, standing beside the ace, resigned to his fate. Anakin's gaze retracted from Virgil to Walter, saying expressionlessly, intruding Drake Imperial Island and stealing spirit bamboo leaves, killing you would incur no objections from Pilzoon. This act was solely mine, unconnected to Pill Island. Dispose of me as you wish, Walter sighed. He is indeed a brave man. Had you mentioned Pilzoon, this honored one might spare your life but would not let you leave unscathed. Since you've taken responsibility, you may keep the 5 leaves but must refine 5 bottles of 5th-tier peak elixirs within a century for me, Anakin waved. Walter paused, surprised by the leniency. Yet, it also meant he needed to reach 5th-tier peak alchemist within a century. Refusal wasn't an option. Adamir couldn't protect him from Anakin. Not daring to mention taking only 2 leaves, he bowed gratefully, thank you, Anakin, before disappearing. The ace watched indifferently, turning his gaze back to Virgil. You're Brock, correct? You handled the situation well, remaining calm and composed before a late soul transformation, Franz. The Drake family has reason to be proud of such talent. Thank you for your praise, Anakin. Virgil, puzzled by the Franz's mistaken assumption about his identity, went along with it, bowing. Then, those 3 leaves. Consider them your reward. It's late, go rest. Virgil hesitated, but didn't dare say he wished to leave the Drake family. Bowing respectfully, he moved leftward. The residential area is that way. Translation notes asterisk. Names such as Virgil and Walter are kept as pinyin. Paragraph structure and line breaks match the original text to maintain flow. Character tones and dialogue remain consistent with previous content, ensured fluency and coherence throughout the translation. Chapter 311, 2 methods from Marion Robe. The dev in gray looked in his direction, his lips twitching. He raised a finger and pointed to the right. It's too dark, my eyesight isn't very good. Virgil smiled awkwardly as he hurriedly walked in the direction the dev had indicated. Too dark? Probably guilty conscience. The corner of the dev in gray's mouth twitched again, but he did not expose it. After watching Virgil leave, he vanished from the spot. As the moon rose, Drake Manor was completely quiet. Virgil walked along a path paved with bluestone, murmuring to himself, how come this Anakin seems a bit off? Is this really one of the 8 inner seasons? Virgil felt that everything seemed somewhat unreal and wrong, very wrong. He actually impersonated someone from the Drake family right in front of Anakin. The key point is that Anakin believed him. If he found out the truth, would he slap him to death? I don't know if Anakin's divine sense is still watching me. Virgil sighed, stopping his steps without continuing forward. He wasn't part of the Drake family, so where would he live? He thought about whether he should take out the positioning compass and flee. But he hadn't found Marion Robe yet, which made him feel reluctant. There might not be another chance like this to enter. At this moment, on a pavilion not far away, a Noelle in red was gazing at the direction where Virgil stood. A black-robed swordsman stood behind her, silently like an underling. At this time, the gray-clothed Franz appeared beside them out of nowhere and said, I didn't expect Fulton to sneak in like this. That guy came to buy spirit bamboo leaves a couple of days ago but failed, so he resorted to this tactic. The black-robed swordsman laughed. The gray-clothed Franz remained non-committal and said, but the young man indeed did well. Brave and strategic, fooling around with Fulton. If he knew the young man wasn't part of our Drake family, I wonder what he'd think. He then chuckled and added, there's one thing I'm curious about. If that young man wanted spirit bamboo leaves, why didn't he just pick them himself? Instead, he chose to impersonate the Drake family to extort Fulton. He's missing a screw in his head. Marion Robe casually replied, already fully aware of everything that happened in the bamboo grove. Regarding Virgil's extortion of Fulton, she found it amusing and somewhat frustrating, saying, forget about the Dan Island incident. That guy is the junior brother of the Alchemy Zone. We can do him a favor by not holding it against him. Since when did you become such a good actor, Big Drake, accompanying him for so long? The famous Outersea Anakin being called Big Drake by Marion Robe could cause shockwaves if news spread. However, the gray-clothed Franz showed no displeasure. Instead, he was very respectful. Miss doesn't want him to find out, so I dared not reveal myself and played along as if he were a member of the Drake family. Marion Robe glanced at the two and said, all right, you two can go. I'll go see what he wants. She stepped forward, leaving the pavilion. The two respectfully bowed and disappeared from the pavilion as well. Ultimately, Virgil gave up on the idea of fleeing and decided to find Marion Robe. After tonight, sneaking into Drakehuang Island would be difficult. But just as he took a step, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Why are you here? This voice was very distinctive, blending authority and coldness together. Virgil immediately recognized it, turning around and seeing a Noelle in red. His face lit up with joy. Marion Robe, you're really here. 9 years had passed, and she looked the same, except her aura was much stronger, too strong for Virgil to fathom. This made Virgil secretly marvel. Yes, it's me. You haven't answered my question yet. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Not stealing something, are you? Marion Robe approached, looking at him teasingly, eyeing his chest. Though she knew everything already, she did not expose it. Virgil coughed dryly and laughed bitterly. Don't ask. I came to look for you during the day, but ran into the Drake family guards who said Drakehuang Island has no Sylvia named Marion Robe. So, I sneaked in tonight. Is that so? Marion Robe nodded, seemingly believing him. Virgil changed the subject. Right. You told me to find you on Lay Bamboo Island, but I didn't find any island called Lay Bamboo in the inner sea. What's going on? Marion Robe walked ahead, following the small path. It does exist. Drakehuang Island and Lay Bamboo Island are the same place. Lay Bamboo Island is its old name. I mentioned it casually and forgot to tell you. No wonder Kay didn't recognize it, Virgil understood, following her pace. Suddenly, Marion Robe stopped and asked, "Why did you come to find me?" Virgil coughed awkwardly. "Since we entered the inner sea, I wanted to check on you." Opening with such a direct statement made him a bit embarrassed. "Just for that?" Marion Robe paused, turning her head to look at him with a mocking gaze. Embarrassed by her gaze, Virgil said, "Cough, cough, there's one more thing I need to ask you." To say he came to see her was false. He needed help from her, which was the real reason. Marion Robe didn't expose it either, gently saying, "What is it?" Virgil hesitated. "It's about issues concerning breaking through to the soul transformation stage. My attempt previously failed." Soul transformation failure? Marion Robe's expression turned serious as she scrutinized him, her eyes deep and penetrating. "Your artistic conception is very strong. I can sense it, and you've already reached the 6th rank just after comprehending it. It's almost stronger than some later stage soul transformation cultivators, with potential to perfect it to the 1st rank in the future. Therefore, your failure in breakthrough wasn't due to deficiencies in artistic conception, it's likely due to other reasons." 6th rank? Virgil finally learned about his artistic conception level. Though he wasn't sure before, hearing her tone implied it could upgrade. He asked, "Can artistic conceptions be upgraded?" They can. Many people's artistic conceptions improve over time. Achieving 1st or 2nd rank upon initial comprehension is beyond even the elites of the 4 C's immortal domain. Marion Robe nodded, explaining further while examining him carefully, "Your artistic conception is fine, but your mind may have some flaws, leading to your failure." Virgil fell silent, realizing he made the right decision coming to Marion Robe. She spotted his issue at first glance and might offer a solution. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Is there any way to solve it?" "Yes, and it's simple." Marion Robe smiled faintly, her eyes like a bright moon. Virgil looked at her seriously. "Please tell me. I have 2 methods for you. 1. Erase your memories, giving you a 60% chance of successfully breaking through to soul transformation." "What's the second method?" Virgil promptly asked, skipping over the first. "The second is not to break through and follow the path of physical cultivation." The Fransley man in gray looked in his direction, his lips twitching as he raised a finger pointing to the right. "It's too dark tonight. My eyes are getting blurry." Virgil chuckled nervously and hurriedly walked in the direction he pointed. "Too dark? Probably just guilty conscience." The dev in gray's lips twitched, but he did not expose him. He watched Virgil leave and then vanished on the spot. The moon hung over the eaves of the Drake mansion, which was eerily quiet. Virgil strolled down a small path paved with bluestones, muttering to himself, "Why does it feel like this venerable Drake isn't quite right? Is this really one of the 8 inner sea venerables?" Virgil felt that everything seemed a bit surreal and off. He had actually impersonated someone from the Drake family, right in front of Venerable Drake. And more importantly, Venerable Drake believed him. What if he discovers the truth and slaps him dead? "I don't know if Venerable Drake is still observing me." Sighing, Virgil stopped walking, unsure if he should continue. He wasn't a member of the Drake family and had no place to stay. He wondered if he should use the star-fixing disc to escape. But without finding Marion, he felt somewhat reluctant, knowing that such an opportunity might not come again. Note: I've replaced Marion Yi with Marion to maintain fluency and consistency in English translation. At this moment, from a nearby pavilion, a Noelle in red stared at Virgil's direction. Behind her stood a black-clothed swordsman, standing silently like a subordinate. Just then, the Fransley man in gray appeared beside them, saying, "Who would have thought Wu Laolio managed to sneak in unnoticed? That guy came to buy spirit bamboo leaves a few days ago but failed, so he resorted to trickery." The black-clothed swordsman smiled. The dev in gray remained silent for a moment before saying, "But that kid is pretty good, brave and smart. He outwitted Wu Laolio. I wonder what Wu would think if he knew the kid wasn't from our Drake family." The dev laughed heartily, continuing, "One thing confuses me though. If that kid wanted spirit bamboo leaves, why didn't he pick them himself? Why impersonate a Drake family member to blackmail Wu Laolio?" "He must be missing a brain cell," Marion commented casually, already fully aware of what had transpired in the bamboo garden. Virgil's blackmailing of Wu Laolio both amused and irritated her. "Forget about Pill Island. That guy is Master Elio of Dan Venerable. Let's give Dan Venerable a favor." "Drake.The, when did you learn how to act? You even played along with him for so long." The well-known Venerable Drake of the Outer Sea was casually referred to as Drake.The by the red-clothed Noelle, a detail that would surely cause quite a stir if it got out. However, the Fransley man in gray showed no displeasure, instead being quite respectful. "I didn't dare reveal myself since Miss didn't want him to find out. I just went with the flow and treated him as one of our Drake descendants." Gabby glanced at the two, then said, "All right, both of you can leave now. I'll see what he wants from me." She stepped away from the pavilion, leaving it. The two bowed respectfully and disappeared. Ultimately, Virgil abandoned the idea of running away and chose instead to seek out Marion Cloak. Note: for consistency in terminology and style, Marion Yi has been changed to Marion Cloak. After tonight, sneaking into Drake Emperor Island would be much harder. As he took a step forward, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Why are you here?" This voice was distinct, blending authority with a coldness that Virgil immediately recognized. He turned around, locking eyes with a Noelle in red, his face lighting up. "Marion, you're really here." Note: Hong Yi is a name or nickname which literally means Marion in this context. It should be translated as Marion to maintain fluency and natural reading in English. 9 years had passed, but she still looked the same, albeit her aura had grown much stronger. So strong that Virgil couldn't gauge her power anymore. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "Yes, it's me. You haven't answered my question yet. Why are you here at this late hour? Surely not to steal something, are you?" Gabby approached, her gaze playful as she glanced at his chest. Note: for consistency and clarity in English, Marion Yi should be translated as Gabby, or another appropriate term. Here, I chose Gabia. Knowing everything beforehand, she chose not to call him out. Virgil coughed awkwardly and 苦笑道，别提了，白天我来找你，只不过遇到周家守卫，他们说周皇岛没有一个叫红衣的姑娘，所以就晚上偷偷跑了进来。Improved translation. Virgil coughed awkwardly and forced a smile. Don't mention it. I came to look for you during the day, but the guard said there's no Sylvia named Gabby on Drake Emperor Island. So, I sneaked in at night. Note, Hong Yi is better translated as Gabby, to maintain consistency and clarity in English. Annette nodded, seeming to believe him. Note, for a more polished translation, it would be better to translate Hong Yi as Annette, or provide an appropriate name if one has been established in the narrative, rather than leaving it as Marian Yi. Here's a refined version of this line within context. Annette nodded, seeming to believe him. This ensures that the translation reads naturally and maintains consistency in terminology. Changing the subject, Virgil asked, right, you told me to find you on Thunder Bamboo Island, but there seems to be no such island in the inner sea. What's going on? Gabby continued walking along the path, explaining, yes, Drake Emperor Island and Thunder Bamboo Island are the same place. The latter was its old name. I just got used to saying it and forgot to tell you. No wonder Cade didn't recognize it, Virgil realized, following her. Suddenly, Marian stopped and turned to look at him. Why did you come to find me? Note, for consistency and natural flow in English, it's better to refer to the character as Marian instead of Marian Yi, which seems to be a partial transliteration. If Marian Yi is a specific name or title that should remain unique, consider using a more integrated translation like Marian Cloak or simply Marian. Adjust according to context. Well, now that I'm in the inner sea, I thought I'd drop by to see you, Virgil replied with a dry cough, feeling slightly embarrassed by blurting out his real intention directly. Just for that? Annette halted, turning to look at him, her gaze mocking. Note, for consistency in terminology, Marian Yi should be Annette, or another suitable translation of the character's name/description. For better fluency and natural reading in English. Just for that? Annette paused, turning to face him, her eyes gleaming with mockery. Embarrassed under her scrutiny, Virgil admitted, ahem, there's also something I need to ask for your advice. Seeing through his pretense, Annette did not press further, merely saying, go ahead. Note, for consistency in terminology and style, Marian Yi should be translated as Annette, or another appropriate term consistently used for this character. This ensures that the translation reads naturally and fluently in English while maintaining consistency. Hesitantly, Virgil began. It's about breaking through to the soul formation stage. My attempt failed. Soul formation failure? Annette's expression grew serious. She examined him carefully, her gaze profound. Your realm of understanding is very strong. I can sense that you've already reached the 6th rank right after comprehending it. It's almost stronger than many late-stage soul formation cultivators. With enough time, you could possibly perfect it to the 1st rank. So your failure must be due to some other reason, not because of any Chiashan in your realm of understanding. Note, the word defect or flaw seems more appropriate here instead of directly translating Chiashan, so I used defect to ensure fluency and accuracy. Annette's expression grew serious. She examined him carefully, her gaze profound. Your realm of understanding is very strong. I can sense that you've already reached the 6th rank right after comprehending it. It's almost stronger than many late-stage soul formation cultivators. With enough time, you could possibly perfect it to the 1st rank. Therefore, your failure must be due to some other reason, not because of any defect in your realm of understanding. To improve readability and fluency, Annette's expression turned solemn as she scrutinized him intently. Your comprehension realm is exceptionally strong. You've already reached the 6th rank shortly after achieving enlightenment, which is almost on par with many late-stage soul formation cultivators. Given time, it might even perfect to the 1st rank. So, your failure must be due to another reason, not a flaw in your comprehension realm. This revised version maintains the meaning, reads naturally, and is consistent with terminology and style. 6th rank Virgil learned about the rank of his realm for the first time. Hearing her explanation made him realize that the realm of understanding could be upgraded. He asked, can the realm of understanding be upgraded? Yes. Many cultivators continually refine and upgrade their realm of understanding. Achieving 1st or 2nd rank right from the start is rare, even for heavenly geniuses in the 4 Seas immortal domain. Nodding, Marian Attire explained further, examining him closely, your realm of understanding is fine. It's probably your state of mind that has flaws, leading to your failure. To improve fluency and consistency. Nodding, Annette examined him closely and elaborated. Your realm of comprehension is solid. The issue likely lies in your mental state, which led to your failure. Virgil fell silent, realizing that coming to Gabby was the right move. She could pinpoint his problem at a glance and might offer a solution. Taking a deep breath, he asked, is there anything we can do? Indeed, and it's quite simple. Gabby smiled faintly, her eyes like a bright moon. Virgil looked at her, his expression serious. Please go on. I have 2 methods for you. The first is to erase your memories. This would give you a 60% chance of successfully advancing to the soul transformation stage. And the second method? Virgil asked directly, not dwelling on the first option. The second is to forego this breakthrough and instead focus on the path of physical cultivation. Note, I've made slight adjustments to ensure the translation reads naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. For example, Marian Yi was changed to Gabby for consistency, and some sentences were refined for better flow. There is, and it's quite simple. Annette smiled faintly, her eyes like a full moon. Note, for consistency in character naming, Marian Yi should be Annette to match previous references. Virgil looked at her earnestly. Please tell me. I have 2 methods. 1. Erase your memories, giving you a 60% chance of successfully breaking through to soul formation. What's the second one? Virgil skipped past the first method. The second, don't break through. Focus on physical cultivation. Translation provided in English, maintaining paragraph structure and adhering to specified guidelines. Chapter 3:12. The World-Purifying Lotus Seed. Virgil stared blankly at her, not expecting the second method to be for him to simply give up on breaking through to the soul transformation stage and focus on cultivating his physical body. He felt somewhat disappointed. Capri asked lightly, "Well, which one do you choose?" "Forget it, I'll think of other ways." Virgil shook his head with a bitter smile, rejecting both options. Erasing memories? Would he still be himself then? What's the point of achieving soul transformation if that's the case? He didn't want to forget Maureen. As for physical cultivation, that wasn't even an option. According to his predecessors, reviving Maureen required the power of a cultivator who had completed the second step. Therefore, spiritual energy cultivation was essential. Seeing this scene, Capri's eyes flickered as she called out to him, "There's actually another method, but it's quite difficult." "What method?" Virgil perked up, looking at her with hope in his eyes. As long as there was hope, no matter how difficult it was, he was willing to try. The World-Purifying Lotus Seed. Capri slowly revealed a name. The World-Purifying Lotus Seed? Virgil hadn't heard of this name before, and his expression turned puzzled. It's a 6th-grade spirit medicine. After consuming it, one can instantly break through to the soul transformation stage. It appeared at an auction house in Inner Sea a few years ago, and was eventually bought by the Six-Wing clan among the 9 great demon tribes, Capri explained slowly. Instant soul transformation. Upon hearing that the World-Purifying Lotus Seed had such effects, Virgil couldn't help but light up. But soon, he calmed down and began pondering the information about the Six-Wing clan that Capri mentioned. The Six-Wing clan was part of the 9 forbidden demon tribes in the Inner Sea, possessing formidable strength. Such a divine item would certainly not be handed over to an outsider like him. Capri's gaze fell on him as she said, "Although the 9 demon tribes are currently embroiled in internal conflicts, they will unite against outsiders. Moreover, the Drake family cannot draw too much attention now, so I can't assist you in this matter. Miss Capri has already helped me enough. The Drake family needn't get involved. I'll figure something out myself," Virgil replied sincerely, deciding to check it out personally. Regardless of the means, he must obtain the World-Purifying Lotus Seed. It was his hope for achieving soul transformation. Seemingly remembering something, Virgil spoke again. "Oh right, Miss Capri, could you please do me another favor and buy some spirit medicines for me? Any type will do." "How many do you need?" Capri asked. "As many as possible." Hearing this, Capri's gaze lingered on him for a moment before saying, "You're planning to nourish your liver and viscera, aren't you?" "Yes," Virgil nodded. He also intended to buy some spirit medicines to prepare for cultivating his organs. "All right, I'll send them to you tomorrow. You stay at the Drake residence tonight," Capri arranged efficiently. "Thank you very much," Virgil bowed. "No problem. When you become stronger in the future, I might need your help with something. Just don't refuse then," Capri glanced at him. "As long as I can do it, I'll do my best," Virgil responded sincerely. Capri didn't say anything else and left. Virgil stood in the courtyard she had arranged for him, pondering for a while before turning into the room. He took out the 3 black bamboo leaves, hesitating. Anakin had given him these 3 leaves because he thought Virgil was a member of the Drake family. If the truth came out that he and the Dev were intruders, there might be repercussions later. Therefore, it would be best to return these 3 leaves to Capri. Just as Virgil was thinking this, Capri returned, standing outside the window and looking at him. "Is there something else?" Virgil asked, puzzled. "I have a question to ask you." "What question?" "Why didn't you pick the bamboo leaves yourself when you were in the bamboo grove?" Capri's gaze was fixed on him, teasingly. She really wanted to know the answer to this question, hence her return after leaving. "So you knew all along?" Virgil felt a bit embarrassed. "Yes. Anakin told me," Capri smiled faintly. "He had already discovered your infiltration into the Drake family, but sensed the aura of the Rupert scripture on you. Knowing you were mine, he didn't expose you. Otherwise, you'd think he's a fool who believes everything. So that's how it is." After listening to her words, Virgil realized what happened and inwardly sighed with relief, not rushing to answer but asking curiously, "Miss Capri, what is your relationship with Anakin?" "He was once a servant adopted by the Rupert, loyal to him. I have a special identity and am considered their young master," Capri replied calmly. "You still haven't answered my question." "So that's how it is." Virgil's gaze flashed as he honestly admitted, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just felt this place might be yours since we're friends. Stealing from a friend didn't sit right with me, so I didn't pick them myself. But feeling rather reluctant, I plan to extort some from that old guy." This revision ensures the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning and maintaining consistency in style. The term buganshin is translated as reluctant to fit smoothly into the sentence. Hearing this answer, Capri found it amusing but didn't say anything. With a flicker, she left, adding, "Those 3 leaves are gifts he gave you upon meeting. The first 3 leaves of the purple thunder bamboo have the best effects. You can rest assured and refine them without worrying about repercussions." "A gift upon meeting, huh?" Virgil looked at the leaves in his hand, lost in thought. With Capri's assurance, his worries vanished. Picking up one leaf, he put it in his mouth. The black leaf immediately turned into a cool liquid as it entered his mouth, rushing into his brain. In the next moment, a vast and cool force surged into his sea of consciousness. With a roar, what was once a calm sea began to expand rapidly. "Head, hurts so much." Virgil ignored his initial joy and clutched his head, his body curling painfully on the cold floor. It felt as though his head was about to burst. Among mortals, there was a common saying, "Minor tonics soothe, major ones harm." This single leaf contained an overwhelming amount of soul energy. Even late-stage soul transformation cultivators dared not swallow a whole leaf at once, instead opting to divide it into several portions to refine gradually. Due to his lack of knowledge, Virgil swallowed the entire leaf at once, nearly causing his sea of consciousness to burst from the immense force. Hold on. Outside, the moon was high in the sky. Virgil curled up like a shrimp on the cold floor, biting his teeth tightly to suppress any cries, relying solely on his willpower to endure the pain. 1/4 hour, 2/4 hours. Time passed, and the pain in his mind gradually subsided like receding tide. Another incense sticks time later, Virgil slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself drenched in cold sweat. I almost killed myself. Next time, I can't be so reckless. I must clarify things beforehand or I'll die sooner or later. Chapter 313. Spirit awareness reaches the mid-ascendant soul stage. Almost killed myself that time. I can't be so reckless next time. I must ask first, or this life of mine will surely come to an untimely end. Virgil looked at the serene scene before him and gave a wry smile. His spirit awareness expanded outwards, covering 2,049 fathoms. It had already reached the mid-ascendant soul stage. Just one bamboo leaf increased it by 1,000 fathoms. Truly a good thing. No wonder that guy took such a huge risk. Feeling the expanded range, excitement flashed in Virgil's eyes as he felt the previous pain was worth it. 2 bamboo leaves remain. Continue to refine. He had learned from his mistake and split the next bamboo leaf into 2 parts. Then, taking half of a leaf, he put it in his mouth. Time ticked away minute by minute through the night, with the occasional hoots of nightingales echoing around Quang Island. Inside the room, Virgil sat cross-legged, his spirit awareness continuously growing. On the sea outside the island, the silvery moonlight shone upon a painted boat floating on the surface. Inside the boat, Cade paced back and forth, nervously watching the distant Quang Island. Damn it, damn it. So long, why hasn't he returned? Could he have run into Anakin? Cade was beside himself with worry. Previously, Virgil had left him behind on the boat while going to infiltrate Quang Island. Now, after waiting all night without seeing Virgil, his anxiety was at its peak. He dared not go to check, but could only silently pray. Heaven bless us, nothing must happen to him. If he dies, it's no big deal, but since I have a slave mark, I'll die with him. Unaware of Cade's concern for him, Virgil eventually opened his eyes after some unknown time. Night was halfway over. The island was eerily quiet, his body covered in cold sweat, the stench unbearable, but fortunately, there was a well in the courtyard. Virgil drew a bucket of water and took a cold shower outside, then changed into clean clothes taken from his storage bag. Standing in the courtyard, he extended his spirit awareness outward, his expression slightly excited. After refining the second bamboo leaf, it had increased by 750 fathoms. The third bamboo leaf added another 500 fathoms. 3 bamboo leaves, totaling an increase of 2,250 fathoms. Now, his spirit awareness could cover 3,299 fathoms, stronger than most at the mid-ascendant soul stage. This trip to Quang Island wasn't in vain. Virgil thought gratefully of Adriana, who not only gave him the method to advance, but also significantly enhanced his spirit awareness, propelling him to the mid-ascendant soul stage prematurely. Next day, here are the spiritual medicines you requested. Adriana extended a storage bag towards him. Virgil received it and scanned it with his spirit awareness. Inside were hundreds of thousands of medicinal plants ranging from grade 1 to 4, likely worth tens of millions. Feeling the heavy weight of the bag in his heart, he sighed deeply, pulled out a storage bag filled with spirit stones, and offered it to Adriana. Take them. Spirit stones hold no value for me. Consider these medicinal plants a gift. Adriana shook her head generously, then fetched a small vial with her fair hands. Virgil silently noted this favor. He glanced curiously at the bottle in her hand, intrigued. The moment the vial appeared, he sensed a gentle rain-like essence enveloping him, causing his heart to throb in curiosity about its contents. This is a drop of rain, Adriana said indifferently, not just any rain. It contains extremely dense water essence. You need to cultivate your kidney's water attribute, which you haven't done yet. This drop of rain should suffice for your cultivation. Silent for a moment, realizing the immense utility of the item, Virgil accepted it sincerely. Miss Adriana, I am deeply grateful. In return, here are some heart dream fruits. He wasn't the type to accept favors without reciprocating and had his own principles. From his storage bag, he took out half the heart dream fruits to offer to Adriana. Did you forget where heart dream fruits grow? Adriana cast a glance at the white fruits in his hand, smiling faintly. Jagger City under the sea. What's the problem? Virgil answered hesitantly but then realized her meaning, giving a wry smile. Heart dream trees grew in Roberta Yun City, once ruled by Jagger, who might have left some leftovers. But consider this a token of appreciation. I will accept it. Adriana smiled faintly and waved her hand, making the heart dream fruits vanish. Virgil felt relieved rather than pained, and bowing, he said, Miss Adriana, thank you. I won't disturb you further. Having obtained the medicinal plants needed to cultivate his liver, he planned to head to the Six-Wing clan to devise a way to get the pure world lotus seed. Adriana nodded and looked at him hesitantly, saying, Take care. Farewell. Virgil smiled, waved, and vanished from Quang Island. Adriana stood watching him leave. The old gray-robed man appeared beside her and sighed. That person really spared no expense. Giving away heart dream fruits worth billions is no joke. But that drop of rain is more than worthy of it. Incidentally, Miss collected this drop specifically. Even a quasi-transcendent power couldn't obtain it. To give it to him now, Miss truly values this person. Because he pleases me. Adriana glanced indifferently and turned away, leaving a bewildered Swords Noel and Dev. Drake San murmured confusedly, He pleases me. What does that mean? Don't ask what you shouldn't, the Dev retorted. Outside Quang Island. Master. Cade had waited anxiously all night on the painted boat. Seeing Virgil flying from afar, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Virgil landed on the boat and said calmly, To the Six-Winged Clan. The Six-Winged Clan. Cade's eyes widened, knowing very well what place it was, but did not dare say more. He steered the boat toward a certain area. Meanwhile, Virgil sat meditatively, not rushing to enter the Forgotten Tower. He pondered his current strength, unsure of the specifics. What he knew was that early Ascendant Soul cultivators were no match for him. This wasn't arrogance. His magic power equated to late Ascendant Soul, though he hadn't fully crossed that threshold. With the Immortal Bane, he felt his strength was comparable to the mid-Ascendant Soul stage. However, many of the 9 demon clans were late Ascendant Soul cultivators who, when combined, could challenge the 8 Venerables. So outright seizing the Lotus Seed was impractical. He needed a smart plan. One step at a time. This pure world Lotus Seed, I will acquire it. Shaking his head, Virgil entered the Forgotten Tower. The journey from here to the Six-Wing clan would take about a month. He wondered if he could complete the cultivation of his liver and kidneys in that time. Chapter 314, The Six-Wing Clan. A short while later, at the 3rd level of the World Abandoned Tower, a gigantic cocoon, much like a silkworm's pupa, stood before them. Virgil stood to one side, feeling Darby's aura inside the cocoon. He touched it lightly, finding the method through which demons broke through their limitations very intriguing, just like a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly. He didn't know that for demons to transcend to the spiritual deity stage was not as simple as it was for humans. However, this phenomenon did not occur for all demon races. Only in some major clans, when they transcended, would their bloodlines undergo a second awakening, forming such demonic cocoons. It was as if their bloodlines were being restructured. Seeing that the energy inside remained vigorous, Virgil didn't think too much and disappeared from the 3rd level, appearing moments later on the 4th level of the World Abandoned Tower. In his hand was the storage bag given to him by Ali. Inside the bag were spirit medicines sufficient to cultivate his liver completely. 8 years later, Virgil slowly opened his eyes, scanning his consciousness internally. His liver emitted a greenish glow, while his heart radiated intense heat. After cultivating his heart organ, he had now successfully cultivated his liver organ. Only 3 more organs to go. Suppressing extra thoughts, Virgil took out a jade bottle from the storage bag. This bottle seemed to be made of some special material. Otherwise, it couldn't have contained the raindrop within it. Clearly, this single drop of rain was quite extraordinary. Virgil uncapped the bottle, and the drop of rainwater inside automatically floated out, slowly merging into his body. In a blink, a month had passed outside. The sea was calm as the pleasure boat sailed for 33 days. Virgil emerged from the World Abandoned Tower, sensing a stream of watery essence flowing through his kidneys. Kidney organ cultivation completed. Only the spleen and lung organs remained. Once these 2 organs were also cultivated, he would reach the Jade Life stage perfectly. Master, 40,000 miles ahead is Seekong Island, home of the Six-Wing clan, Cade reported with a salute, noting that Virgil had ended his seclusion and summarizing the progress over the past month. Virgil hummed in acknowledgement, gazing at the azure sea. Suddenly, he noticed several black dots flying toward them from the distance. Faint voices carried over. Stop. Don't run. Chase them. Leave no one behind. Alerted by the commotion, Virgil narrowed his eyes, focusing forward. Several thousand miles away, 2 human cultivators were dashing towards them. Both exuded the aura of grand cultivators, while 4 or 5 others behind them had black bony wings, flying at incredible speeds almost comparable to those at the spiritual deity stage. They would soon catch up to the 2 humans. These are the people from the Six-Wing clan. I wonder what they're chasing those 2 humans for, Cade murmured, looking in that direction. The Six-Winged clan. Virgil's eyes flickered upon hearing this. At this moment, the leading 2 figures were nearly caught. They appeared to be a couple. The Noelle was beautiful, and the man could be described as handsome, making a perfect pair together. What do we do? They're about to catch up. The Noelle glanced at the man beside her, showing signs of worry. The man's face contorted in conflict, then with determination, struck the Noelle on her chest. Facing the shocked and puzzled look in her bloodied mouth, he averted his gaze. Someday, I will avenge you. Today, just hold them off for a moment. With that, he flashed forward, instantly accelerating at an extremely fast speed, almost surpassing the 6-winged cultivators, fleeing into the distance. This man is truly ruthless, abandoning his spouse so easily. Seeing this scene, Cade watched the escaping man with sighs. Virgil's gaze remained cold. He felt no fondness for such a person but wasn't going to meddle either. Soon, the heavily injured and desolate Noelle was surrounded by the pursuing 6-winged clan members. What a ruthless man. Just like that old dog Ander, heartless and unscrupulous. Chase. The clan leader said not to spare anyone from the Ding family. Just as they were about to chase the escaping man again, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. Truly a filthy man. In the next moment, the escaping man felt an icy chill spread over him. Before he could react, a pale hand pierced through his chest, destroying his soul core along with his body, plunging heavily into the sea. To the end, he couldn't fathom why, even after abandoning his spouse, he still couldn't escape death. Sonia. The few 6-winged clan members looked at the Noelle who appeared before them with respect. She was exceptionally beautiful, wearing a cloud bun and a dark green palace dress, giving off an aura like a black lotus, graceful and alluring. Dead. Witnessing this, the betrayed Noelle felt neither joy nor sorrow. Her emotions were incomprehensibly complex. How should we deal with her? One of the 6-winged clan members stared at her undulating form, swallowing nervously. Take her back. Make her a prostitute forever, to let Anders see the consequences of betraying us. Hearing this, the Noelle instantly turned pale. The palace-dressed Noelle, Sonia, having said this, turned her attention to the pleasure boat where Virgil was. The remaining 6-winged clan members also looked over. There are still people there. Could they be remnants of the Ding family? To confirm or not, searching their souls will tell. The palace-dressed Noelle sneered, extremely domineering, vanishing instantly, with the other members quickly following to converge on the pleasure boat. Master, we? Cade looked around. The pleasure boat was now encircled by 6-winged clan cultivators, causing him immense anxiety as he wondered whether they should flee. Virgil didn't speak. narrowing his eyes, focusing on the foremost palace-dressed Noelle. This Noelle was at the initial spiritual deity stage, and seemingly held high rank within the Six-Winged Clan. He pondered silently if he should seize this opportunity to capture her alive and force the Six-Winged Clan to hand over the cleansing world lotus seed. The palace-dressed Noelle scanned the pleasure boat, unaware that the nascent soul cultivator before her was boldly considering capturing her alive. Her divine sense swept over, finding only 2 nascent soul cultivators, losing patience as she demanded, "I ask you, are you from the Ding family?" No one answered. Virgil kept his gaze on her, contemplating the feasibility of the plan he had just conceived. "Sonia, we've captured Eric." Just as the palace-dressed Noelle lost her patience and was about to perform a soul search, a group of Six-Winged Clan members arrived, escorting a Franzly man with a feeble aura from afar. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately shifted their attention from Virgil and the other to the Franzly nascent soul cultivator, filled with anger. Chapter 315, Sequang Island. Even the Noelle in palace attire, who was at the initial stage of the soul formation realm, suddenly became cold, her gaze chillingly focused on the other party. As for the other Six-Winged Clan members, their faces were filled with hatred, and they all spoke sternly. "Please issue the order, Ep2of2. Let us deal with this dev. Indeed, this old thing actually dared to betray us and join the ogre clan. How did we ever wrong him? Kill him, kill him." The Franz named Maxwell felt somewhat uneasy under their gazes, inwardly lamenting his predicament as he greeted the Noelle in palace attire. "Greetings, Ep2of2. The Six-Winged Clan had a total of 8 Franzes, all soul formation cultivators. The person before him was famously beautiful but ruthless, known as a beauty with a heart like a snake or scorpion. Now that he was in her hands, his fate was unpredictable. "Considering you are a peak 4th rank alchemist, I'll give you one more chance. Let me imprint a slave mark on you. Serve the Six-Winged Clan faithfully from now on, and your previous treatment will remain unchanged," the Noelle in palace attire slowly said, not letting her anger be swayed by the clan's wishes to execute him. Currently, half of the alchemists in the clan had been taken away by Ander. It was an urgent time to gather talent. Instead of killing him out of spite, it was better to keep him alive and use him to continue serving the clan. "All right, this Qian is willing to dedicate my life to the Six-Winged Clan." The Franz hesitated for a moment, sighed helplessly, and opened his mind's eye. A wise choice. The palace-clad Noelle flicked her divine sense, planting a slave seal in his mind, and gestured for him to stand aside. Seeing her decision, the other clan members dared not say anything, only shifting their murderous gazes towards Virgil and his companion. "Humph, only 2 of you left. Let me see if you're the remaining descendants of the Ding family." The Noelle raised her delicate hand, reaching out toward the painted boat ahead. At this moment, a voice came from the boat. "Wait, don't kill me. I'm also an alchemist." "You're an alchemist?" The Noelle paused, her gaze sweeping over Virgil, pondering the accuracy of his words. "Absolutely true." Virgil hurriedly nodded, deducing from her earlier conversation that they were short on alchemists. He immediately abandoned the idea of capturing her, deciding instead to infiltrate the Six-Winged Clan to gather intelligence. "What rank?" "5th, peak 4th rank." Concerned that she wouldn't believe 5th rank, Virgil hastily changed his response. Given that his divine sense was already mid-soul formation, he indeed could refine 5th rank pills but hadn't tried yet. To further gain her trust, he took out a black pill furnace from his storage bag, saying, "This is my pill furnace." Peak 4th rank. The 7th Franz's finely arched eyebrows tightly knit, her icy gaze fixed on the furnace he summoned. "Do you know what will happen if you dare to lie to me?" "I would never dare to deceive you, Mississippi. I am indeed a peak 4th rank alchemist. If you don't believe me, you can test me personally," Virgil replied sincerely. Hearing him call her pretty sister, the palace-clad Noelle hesitated slightly before replying, "All right, I'll provisionally believe you. Do you wish to swear allegiance to the Six-Winged Clan?" "Do I have any choice?" Virgil sighed, feigning resignation. "You do have a choice. You can either join us voluntarily, or I can force you to join by implanting a slave seal. Choose one." Virgil forced a bitter smile. "I'll choose to join you voluntarily." "A wise choice. Rest assured, as long as you faithfully refine pills for us, I promise no lack of cultivation resources or women." The palace-clad Noelle waved a hand, and several clan members surrounded Virgil watchfully, preventing him from escaping. "I hope pretty sister keeps her word." Seeing this, Virgil could only reluctantly put away the boat, leading Cade and flying toward the island where the Six-Winged Clan resided. Throughout the flight, those clan members kept their eyes on them, wary of their escape attempt. Several hours later, an island appeared ahead. Named Sequang Island, it spanned thousands of hectares. In the center stood a huge plaza with a towering statue hundreds of feet tall, surrounded by countless stone structures, imbued with a heavy and ancient atmosphere. After landing on the island, the captured Noelle was led away by the clan members. Virgil couldn't focus on her because the palace-clad Noelle threw him a token, coldly stating, "Except for certain restricted areas, you can go anywhere on the island. Over the next 2 days, I'll have Maxwell show you around and arrange accommodations for you. In a few days, I expect to see you refining pills." Clearly, she didn't fully trust him yet and intended to monitor him closely to prevent escape. Virgil accepted the token without comment and followed the Franz named Maxwell around the island. On the way, Maxwell initiated conversation. "May I know your esteemed name, Taoist friend? Call me Braden. This is my servant, Qing.The." Virgil smiled. Qing.The. Cade twitched at the corners of his mouth, silently criticizing Virgil's naming choices. "So, you're Taoist Braden." Maxwell, oblivious to Cade's reaction, scratched his head and sighed. "From now on, I hope you'll take care of me. There's no future for an old traitor like me." He knew well that having betrayed the clan once, he wouldn't regain their trust easily. Virgil, however, being so young and already a peak 4th rank alchemist, might eventually transcend to soul formation and become a 5th rank alchemist, earning significant respect and influence. Hence, he aimed to build goodwill while Virgil was still new. Certainly, certainly. Virgil laughed and sought a topic. Excuse me, Mr. Qian. Why did those clan members chase that couple? They are probably from the Ding family, Maxwell sighed. Ding family? What did they do? You've just arrived, so you might not know. Previously, our clan had 8 visiting Franzes, all alchemists hired from outside. Among them was a soul formation cultivator from the Ding family, a mid-5th rank alchemist. However, not long ago, he was bought off by the Ogre clan, betrayed us, joined the Ogre clan, and took several guest alchemists with him. This enraged the Six-Wing clan and prompted the hunt for Ding family members. Maxwell narrated with a wry smile. Recruited by the Ogre clan? Virgil was quite surprised. Indeed, the Ogre clan was one of the 9 great demonic clans, confirming what Adriana had hinted about discord among the demonic clans. Virgil's eyes gleamed as he turned back to the Franz. Were you also part of Anders' betrayal? How did you get caught again? Sighing deeply, Maxwell replied, Don't ask. Despite already arriving at the Ogre clan, due to some matters, I had to leave recently and ended up being captured. As Virgil and his party continued their exploration of Sequang Island, each interaction brought them deeper into the secrets and intrigue surrounding the Six-Winged clan. Chapter 316. Norma. Eric showed Virgil around the island, familiarizing him with the environment, before sending him to his residence. It was an independent villa located on the outskirts of Sequang Island, where each visiting scholar had their own living space. Before leaving, Eric patted Virgil's shoulder and advised, Although we are called visiting scholars, our status within the Six-Winged clan isn't high. We're more like tools. We have to refine elixirs for them monthly. But as long as we do a good job, they won't treat us unfairly. Virgil nodded and entered the courtyard behind him after Eric left. Cade faithfully followed him, not knowing why he had come to the Six-Winged clan, but figuring it was enough to just stay close to this calamity star. The courtyard was filled with many rare flowers and exotic grasses, always blooming, spreading a fresh fragrance. In the center was a grape trellis, under which Virgil sat at a stone table, silently organizing the information about Eric. I wonder where the Pure World Lotus Seed is, and if the Six-Winged clan has used it. He hadn't asked Eric about the Pure World Lotus Seed for 2 reasons. First, being a visiting scholar, Eric might not know, and second, they weren't close enough yet, and asking outright might arouse suspicion. One must always be cautious. At present, apart from the 8 Franzes of the clan who have reached the soul transformation stage, only one of the remaining visiting scholars in the Six-Winged clan has achieved soul transformation, a 5th rank elixir master. His fingers tapped the table rhythmically as Virgil pondered the situation within the Six-Winged clan. This information came from Eric earlier through casual conversation. My divine sense has already reached the middle stage of soul transformation, so I can attempt to refine mid-rank 5th grade elixirs. In the Six-Winged clan, the remaining elixir master is only at the initial stage of 5th grade. If I can't produce a mid-rank 5th grade elixir, I'm likely to gain the Six-Winged clan's favor immediately. However, for them to give me the Pure World Lotus Seed might still not be enough. He rubbed his cheeks and sighed lightly, finally deciding to investigate the whereabouts of the Pure World Lotus Seed first. Once that was clear, he would decide how to proceed, whether by stealth, force, or some other means. Time flew by quickly. On the 3rd day since arriving at the Six-Winged clan, there was a series of knock-knocks at the door of his courtyard. Prince Braden, Sonia is summoning you. With a creak, Virgil opened the door and his gaze landed on the person outside. It was a young Noelle at the initial stage of profound core realm, with an oval face, petite and lovely, dressed in a light green robe, resembling a lotus flower after the rain. Sonia wants me? His eyes flickered as he guessed it was probably to test his elixir refinement skills, so he calmly asked her to lead the way. The territory of the Six-Winged clan was vast, covering over 1,000 acres, with buildings distributed like a spider web radiating outward. Along the way, the young Noelle led ahead while Virgil and Cade followed. He smiled and asked, What's your name, miss? My name is Norma. She blinked her large eyes, also curious about him. She was Sonia Estelle's personal attendant and naturally knew Virgil as the newly arrived elixir master, rumored to be at the peak of 4th grade. Norma. Virgil smiled warmly and was about to continue speaking when a pale-skinned, elegant young man in white approached with a smiling face. Miss Norma. Behind him was another man in a flame-colored robe, who also greeted Norma with a nod. Luna. Good to see you, Lord Xia. Lord Yi. Norma gave a polite bow. This gentleman is? Never seen before. The white-robed man's gaze fell on Virgil beside Norma. Sizing him up, Virgil noticed the unashamed scrutiny and frowned slightly, saying nothing. He gestured subtly to Cade not to act rashly. Norma smiled gently. This is the new elixir master brought back by Sonia yesterday. Sonia asked me to take him to the alchemy hall. An elixir master. I'm Unkit. I can offer guidance on elixir refinement when you have time, said the white-robed man, glancing at Virgil, his tone amiable as though stating a simple fact. Newcomer, what are you waiting for? Quickly thank Eliosia. He is acknowledged as the best below 5th grade and a direct disciple of a 5th grade elixir master. A few pointers from him could enlighten you, interjected the flame-robed Dominic, sucking up. Friendy speaks too highly. Just hollow praise, not worth mentioning. Unkit appeared very pleased by these words. Though he spoke humbly, his chest unconsciously puffed out, glancing sideways at Norma. He wasn't genuinely interested in teaching, merely trying to elevate himself in front of Norma. After all, he had lusted after the pretty Norma for a long time, but couldn't get close due to her being Sonia's personal attendant. Guidance. Behind Virgil, Cade wore an expression of disbelief. As far as he knew, this calamity star was already at the soul transformation stage. While he hadn't personally witnessed Virgil refining elixirs, he guessed that Virgil was no less than a 5th grade elixir master. How could this mere grand cultivator offer guidance? Looking forward, Virgil shook his head faintly. Thank you for your offer, friend, but I don't need any guidance. I feel my skills are sufficient. Hearing this, Unkit's face froze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The flame-robed Dominic next to him immediately sneered. Elixir making is profound and complex. It's better to remain humble, or you'll regret it. Friendy, Don't force it. If this friend believes his skill is up to par, let it be. Unkit regained his composure, smiling again like a gentleman. Then we won't keep you. Luna, let's go. Virgil looked at Norma, wanting to leave these two behind. Yes, Lord Xiangyi, we're leaving now. Norma nodded and led the way, leaving Unkit and the flame-robed Dominic standing there watching their backs, looking grim. Eliosia, let's go. The alchemy hall was situated within the inner ring of the Six-Wing clan and served as the place where visiting scholars refined elixirs. From the outside, it featured glazed roofs, beautiful in the twilight sun. The surrounding temperature was higher due to hidden fire veins underground, supported by array formations that guided heat upward for elixir refinement. Even more advanced were the transformation-grade arrays outside, capable of withstanding heavenly lightning to prepare for 5th-grade elixir's completion, a setup passed down by the ancestors of the Six-Wing clan. Currently, inside the outer hall, 3 grand cultivators stood, one of whom was Eric, whom Virgil had met. The other 2 were the remaining visiting scholars of the Six-Wing clan. One was hunched over, named Axel Wu. The other was a Noelle in her 30s named Walker, both at the peak of 4th grade as elixir masters. Chapter 317 No Need for Special Treatment. This area was located in the outer hall, surrounded by countless ancient texts and elixir formulas collected by the Six-Wing clan, available for all guest adepts to consult for free. The inner hall consisted of several purifying chambers, each equipped with formations that could prevent divine senses from probing, ensuring no disturbance during alchemy. At this moment, a Noelle dressed in palace attire, her hair coiled into a cloud-like bun, walked gracefully inside. Salutations, Sonia. 3 people greeted in unison, their eyes revealing reverence. The palace-dressed Noelle faintly acknowledged them with an mm, scanning the room and frowning when she noticed only 3 people present. Why haven't Alastair's disciples and Callan arrived yet? All 3 lowered their heads, not daring to speak on the matter. They couldn't afford to offend Alastair, a 5th-rank alchemist, as speculating carelessly could easily invite trouble. Avril, young Master Dunk has arrived, Norma said, entering in green robes. The palace-dressed Noelle's gaze fell on Virgil behind her. She spoke calmly. Maxwell must have already told you. As a guest adept, you're required to refine elixirs for the clan every month. I'll provide you with the necessary materials and formulas shortly. As long as you meet the targets, the rest of your time is yours to manage. Virgil nodded, waiting quietly on the side. Cade had been left outside. He scanned the other 3 individuals, including Maxwell whom he had met before, and 2 great cultivators. Both were observing him as well, one Noelle meditating, appearing rather aloof, while Franz gave a nod. Fellow Taoist, he greeted. Virgil reciprocated with a bow, ignoring the aloof Noelle. At this point, Unkit and his companion entered. Salutations, Sonia, they bowed, scanning the room and spotting Virgil standing aside. Where's your master? The palace-dressed Noelle raised an eyebrow at Unkit, noting he was alone, which displeased her. My master is in seclusion these past few days and cannot refine elixirs for now, Unkit replied respectfully. In seclusion? How convenient. Guess Lu chooses the best times indeed. The palace-dressed Noelle's face revealed obvious dissatisfaction. Since Anders' departure, as the sole 5th-rank alchemist within the clan, Alastair had grown increasingly presumptuous, even neglecting his monthly tasks. Yet she could do little about it, turning her gaze away to suppress her anger. If he can't come, so be it. Let me outline the tasks for this month. You all know that recently, 2 out of 8 guest adepts were taken away by Ander. Consequently, everyone's task will increase slightly. Each person needs to refine 200 spirit elixir pills. 200. We won't have time to cultivate. Upon hearing this, the group of guest adepts were reluctant. This meant at least 2 batches of refining per day, leaving no time for cultivation. The palace-dressed Noelle expected this reaction, replying calmly, don't worry, this is temporary. Soon new alchemists will join, and things will become less busy. During this period, our clan won't neglect any of you. Your cultivation resources will be increased by 30% based on your previous provisions. She then looked at Virgil. As a newcomer, you aren't familiar yet. You'll start with refining 150 pills this month. To Virgil, there was little difference between 150 and 200 pills, but he wouldn't refuse her kindness. Just as he was about to bow, Unkit's companion, a Dominic in a flame robe, coldly interrupted, Sonia, that's unfair. Why should he refine fewer than us? I find this unacceptable. This remark drew the entire room's attention toward the flame robe Dominic, some surprised. Having a lighter task upon arrival wasn't unusual. Almost everyone went through it. Clearly, the Dominic was stirring up trouble. Why? When you first arrived, weren't you treated similarly? The palace-dressed Noelle's face turned cold, her voice carrying a frosty tone. Sonia's words are inappropriate. Being new means needing more training. Without pressure, how does one grow stronger? Unkit interjected with a smile. Moreover, Sonia needn't worry. On the way here, Elio Yi and I encountered this fellow Taoist, who showed great confidence in his alchemy skills, not placing much regard on us. He surely doesn't need special treatment, does he? That's twisted logic. The palace-dressed Noelle, experienced in reading people, detected the sarcasm in his words. Her eyebrows furrowed again, understanding the situation. Virgil likely clashed with Unkit and Callan on the way here, resulting in this confrontation. Maxwell and the others also caught on, their gazes flickering but none dared speak. How is this twisted logic? Unkit smiled, looking at Virgil. Fellow Taoist believes his alchemy skills surpass all, right? This is merely giving him a chance to prove himself. The palace-dressed Noelle snorted, ready to counter. However, before she could, Virgil calmly spoke. He makes a valid point. Sonia, there's no need to treat me differently. Whatever quantity others refine, I will too. Surprised, the palace-dressed Noelle eyed him doubtfully. Virgil smiled unperturbed. I knew fellow Taoist wasn't ordinary, Unkit exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, though a smirk flashed across his eyes. Spirit elixirs were notoriously difficult to refine, prone to furnace explosions. Unkit himself had managed only 140 pills in his first month, even now barely achieving 230. Many present barely completed their quota after decades or even centuries of practice. A newcomer like Virgil stood no chance. This is his provocation. Don't fall for it. The palace-dressed Noel frowned. Why doesn't Avril trust this fellow Taoist? It's just 200 pills. Unkit laughed nervously, fearing Virgil might back down. Very well, I wish to try. Virgil glanced at him coolly, smiling at the palace-dressed Noel. Seeing this, she threw each person a storage bag. Inside are the materials for the spirit elixir, along with the formula. There are 70 sets. To produce 200 pills, assuming 4 pills per batch, you'd have about 20 chances to fail. Virgil scanned the contents silently, pocketing the bag and heading towards the elixir room. Maxwell hurried after him. Fellow Taoist, this decision may not be wise. Without prior experience, it's challenging to refine 200 pills within a month. Failing the task invites the nailing deity punishment. Chapter 317. No need for special treatment. This area was the outer hall, filled with countless ancient texts and elixir formulas collected by the Six-Wing clan, available for all guest Franzes to consult free of charge. The inner hall comprised several secluded chambers, each equipped with formations to prevent spiritual awareness from probing, ensuring no disturbance during alchemy. At this moment, a Noel dressed in palace attire with her hair styled into a cloud bun entered gracefully. Greetings, Sonia. The 3 people present bowed respectfully, their eyes reflecting admiration and awe. The palace-clad Noel nodded indifferently, scanning the room and noticing only 3 people. She frowned immediately. Why haven't Master Alistair and Callan arrived yet? All 3 lowered their heads, not daring to engage in this conversation. Alistair, a 5th-rank alchemist, was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Speculating casually could easily upset him. Avril, young Master Dunk has arrived. Norma, dressed in green robes, walked in. The palace-clad Noel's gaze fell on Virgil standing behind her and said coolly, I'm sure Maxwell mentioned that as a guest Franz, you are required to refine elixirs for the clan every month. I will hand over the ingredients and formulas for refinement. As long as you meet the task requirements, you can manage your remaining time as you see fit. Virgil nodded and stood quietly beside her, waiting patiently. Kate had been left outside. He sized up the other 3 individuals, recognizing Maxwell but seeing 2 more great cultivators. They were also inspecting him. The Noel had her eyes closed, appearing self-important, while the Franzly man offered a polite salute, fellow Taoist. Virgil returned the salute, but ignored the Noel. Just then, Unkit and another person walked in. Greetings, Sonia. Both bowed respectfully, their gazes sweeping around before settling on Virgil, standing nearby. Where is your master? The palace-clad Noel asked, her brows furrowing upon seeing only Unkit. This visibly displeased her. My master is currently in seclusion and cannot participate in the alchemy sessions, Unkit replied calmly. In seclusion? How convenient. The palace-clad Noel's displeasure was evident. Ever since Ander left, this 5th-rank alchemist had grown increasingly presumptuous, even ignoring monthly tasks now. However, she had no recourse against this behavior and forced a smile, suppressing her anger. If he can't come, so be it. Now let's discuss the tasks for this month. As you all know, recently 2 guest Franzes were taken away by Ander, thus increasing everyone's workload. Each of you needs to refine 200 magic spirit pills this month. 200 pills. We won't have time to practice then. Upon hearing this, the guest Franzes were highly reluctant. This meant at least 2 furnaces of elixirs per day, leaving no time for cultivation. The palace-clad Noel anticipated this reaction and replied calmly, don't worry, this is temporary. Soon new alchemists will join, reducing the burden. In the meantime, we will provide each of you with 30% more cultivation resources than usual. She then turned to Virgil and said, as a newcomer, you're unfamiliar. So let's start with 150 pills this month. Virgil saw no difference between 150 and 200 pills but appreciated her consideration. Just as he was about to return a salute, Unkit's companion, a flame-robed Dominic, spoke coldly, Sonia, this is unfair. Why should he refine fewer than us? This seems unjust. The group of guest Franzes looked at the speaker in surprise. A slightly lighter workload for newcomers was common practice and generally accepted. Why? Did you not go through the same process when you first came? The palace-clad Noel's face turned cold, her tone icy. What Sonia said isn't right. Since he's new, he needs more challenges to improve, Unkit interjected with a smile. Moreover, Sonia's concern is unnecessary. On the way here, Callan and I met this fellow Taoist who expressed great confidence in his alchemy skills, even looking down on us. He doesn't need special treatment. You're being unreasonable. The palace-clad Noel, experienced in reading people, detected sarcasm in his words and realized what had transpired. Virgil had possibly clashed with Unkit and Callan on the way, resulting in this targeting. Maxwell and the other 2 guest Franzes weren't fools either and picked up on the situation but remained silent. How is this unreasonable? Unkit smiled, looking at Virgil, saying, fellow Taoist believes his alchemy skills need no further improvement, so this gives him an opportunity to prove himself. The palace-clad Noel snorted, intending to counter but was interrupted by Virgil's calm voice. What he says makes sense. Sonia, please don't make special provisions for me. Whatever amount others refine, I'll do the same. Hearing this, the palace-clad Noel paused, surprised and confused by his response. Virgil smiled confidently, unfazed. I knew fellow Taoist wasn't ordinary, Unkit smirked, secretly amused. Such magic spirit pills were prone to explosions. Back when he first refined them, he only managed 140 pills in a month. Even now, he could barely reach 230. Many present struggled just to meet the quota after decades or even centuries of practice. Virgil, a newcomer, stood no chance. The palace-clad Noel frowned. It's his provocation. Don't fall for it. Why does Sonia doubt this fellow Taoist? It's merely 200 pills. Unkit chuckled nervously, fearing Virgil might back out. No problem, I'd like to try. Virgil glanced at him coolly and smiled at the palace-clad Noel. Seeing this, the palace-clad Noel handed each of them a storage pouch, saying, "Inside are the materials and formulas for the magic spirit pills, 70 portions in total. To produce 200 pills, with 4 pills per furnace, I get roughly 20 chances to fail," Virgil noted mentally, taking the storage pouch and heading towards the alchemy chamber. Maxwell hurried after him, cautioning, "Fellow Taoist, this move is unwise. You've never refined these pills. Completing 200 within a month is extremely difficult. If you fail to meet the quota, you'll face divine punishment." Note: the chapter number, Chapter 317, has been included for continuity as per your request. Chapter 318. Furnaces exploding one after another. God of Nails punishment? Virgil squinted, hearing of this for the first time. You've just arrived and don't know. The God of Nails punishment is what the Six-Wing clan uses to penalize guest consultants like us who fail to meet monthly quotas. During execution, magical nails are driven into the body, causing immense pain for a month without leading to death. Generally, newcomers receive special treatment, with lower task standards, and thus rarely experience this punishment, explained Eric sincerely. But now, the quota has been raised to 200 pills. Even senior alchemists like us can barely meet it. You've just started, so it's understandable if you can't finish in time. Eric looked at him earnestly, advising, "If worst comes to worst, go talk to Sonia again. Tell her it was just heat of the moment earlier. If things become set in stone." After listening to Eric's description of the God of Nails punishment, Virgil shook his head. He wasn't afraid but smiled. "Thank you, Taoist Qian, but I still want to give it a try." "Ah, friend Taoist." Seeing his determination, Eric couldn't persuade him and scratched his head, leaving with regret. To him, Virgil, on his first attempt at refining this pill, would definitely not be able to control his divine sense enough and fail to complete the task. Therefore, he foresaw Virgil's outcome early on. Virgil stood where he was until Eric left, then stepped into a secluded room ahead. As he entered completely, the protective formation within activated automatically, preventing others from coming in. Virgil took the opportunity to inspect his surroundings. It was a simple room with no items inside, approximately 12 square meters. In the center of the floor was a fire pit, from which purple flames emerged. This was the geothermal fire located beneath the alchemy hall, nearly as powerful as an infant fire. Infant fire. Virgil glanced at the flames in the middle of the room before quickly looking away. With the black devil fire in his possession, he didn't need this fire at all. He sat down cross-legged, taking out the storage bag given by the robed Noel, and inserting his divine sense into it. Inside were 70 black grasses, used to create devil spirit pills. Devil spirit pills? Virgil held a blade of grass in his hand, eyes half closed as he inspected it thoughtfully. He had never heard of this kind of pill before. It likely wasn't for enhancing cultivation levels. Why does the Six-Wing clan make alchemists refine such large quantities of these devil spirit pills every month? What is its effect? Virgil pondered over these questions for a while before shaking his head. He couldn't figure it out. Realizing there was no point in obsessing over it, he opened the storage bag and took out a black cauldron. He tossed the grass into the cauldron, preparing to test how difficult the process would be. The time ahead was long, and Virgil did not rush to enter the Lost World Tower. He needed to see just how challenging the refinement would be. A black fire dragon burst forth from his mouth, making the temperature in the quiet room rise instantly. The black grass inside the cauldron soon melted into liquid. Virgil focused his mind, controlling the liquid blend using his divine sense. Occasionally, he would pat the cauldron to assist in forming the pill. It was during this process that Virgil finally understood why people like Eric found this pill so difficult to refine. The reason lay in the violent energy contained in the melted black grass, which was very hard to contain. If an alchemist's divine sense was insufficient, it could easily lead to a furnace explosion. But Virgil's divine sense was at the mid-stage of soul transformation, making control much easier. Refining this pill was child's play. As he concentrated on refining, explosions resounded from surrounding purification rooms. What's happening today? Why is this fire so unstable? Damn, this dev has already experienced 3 explosions. Guest consultants were covered in dust and debris, utterly bedraggled. Unkit was among them. He considered himself the best of all 4th-rank alchemists. However, today was inexplicably strange. The geothermal fire kept becoming uncontrollable during refinement, leading to his 4th furnace explosion. Of course, Virgil knew nothing about this. An hour later, 6 black pills flew out of his cauldron. The entire refinement process only took about an hour. Virgil caught the pills and counted the time spent refining them. The speed came naturally from his powerful divine sense, making it incredibly easy to refine even 4th-rank peak pills. Other alchemists probably took at least 4 hours per batch, with far lower success rates. Putting the pills into a jade bottle and storing it in his bag, Virgil set up a formation and directly entered the Lost World Tower. For 200 pills, he would only need about 30 sessions. It wouldn't take long. After he entered the Lost World Tower, the other purification room's occupants noticed the sudden loss of control over their fires vanish, and the explosions ceased. However, one person was thoroughly confused. Why? You said everyone's furnaces exploded. In the outer hall, Haleth Averill scowled at Callan, a flame-robed Dominic. Haleth Averill, they indeed all exploded earlier. Callan was equally puzzled. When he felt something amiss, he called Sonia, but it seemed to have rectified itself now. Humph, what's going on now? Why haven't I heard any explosions since arriving here? Callan, do you know what happens when you fool me? Averill, please believe me, I'm innocent. Callan was at a loss for words. Do you dare argue? This month, your quota doubles to 250 pills. Fail, and don't blame me for being heartless. The robe Noel was already upset over their previous altercation. She left abruptly, coldly dismissing the matter. Callan felt utterly dejected. No matter how hard he worked, he doubted he could produce that many pills in a month. Just as he despaired, a figure emerged from the inner hall, immaculate and unperturbed, giving him a glance. Looking at me for what? Seeing Virgil, Callan sneered, inwardly feeling slightly better. At least he wouldn't be alone in failing the task. Virgil was puzzled by his presence outside the purification room but didn't dwell on it, merely glancing at him before walking towards the hall exit. Is this because you know you can't complete the task and are giving up? Chapter 319. Plan encounter changes. A sarcastic voice echoed behind him, but Virgil did not stop or turn around as he walked out of the grand hall. Seeing that he was ignored, Callan's face turned grim for a moment before becoming completely sullen. He stared at Virgil's retreating figure. If I can't have peace, neither will you. Slacking off? Huh? Watch me report you to Sonia. His eyes flickered slightly. He didn't enter the purification room since he knew he couldn't complete the task anyway. Instead, he planned to go and report directly, hoping it might mitigate his faults. Thus, he headed towards Sonia's residence. Virgil naturally had no clue about this, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. Walking out of the pill hall, he stretched lazily. The deadline was 1 month. He didn't want to draw too much attention, so he planned to submit the pills 10 days before the deadline. In the meantime, he would occasionally visit the pill hall to maintain appearances. Master, Cade greeted him, and Virgil nodded indifferently as he continued walking, pondering the news about the cleansing world lotus seeds. 3 days before refining the pills, he had discreetly scouted many areas of Qing Island to locate the seeds. He concluded that they were most likely kept in a grand hall beside the central plaza, protected by a powerful array. The array's grade had reached the transformation stage, with numerous formidable presences nearby, mid-stage and late-stage transformation realm experts. If they wanted to hide something, this place would be the most probable spot. However, stealthily stealing them would be virtually impossible unless he advanced his cultivation to mid-stage transformation realm and stormed in forcibly. But he couldn't wait that long. Stopping, Virgil half closed his eyes. Over these past days, he'd thought of a plan. It was risky but currently the most effective option. He planned to act once night fell. Meanwhile, in some area within the Six-Wing clan, a 3-story building stood under the sunset. A figure was thrown out unceremoniously, landing messily on the ground, disrupting the serene scene. Always scheming against comrades. I loathe people like you the most. If you do this again, don't blame me for being merciless. Callan, covered in dirt, got up, hearing the cold words, and glared resentfully into the building. Sonia's reprimand is noted. With that, he left disgruntledly. Soon, night quietly descended, like a vast curtain hanging over the sky. Qing Island lay eerily quiet. Outside a courtyard, Virgil avoided a patrol of 6-winged soldiers and emerged from the darkness. Confirming no one was around, he leaped silently into the yard. Inside, there was a garden with various flowers blooming under the moonlight. Lilacs, lilies, lily of the valley, among others. Not far away stood a pavilion with a full moon hanging behind it. On the second floor, dim lights occasionally revealed a Noelle silhouette passing by the window. As long as I can subdue that Noelle, imprint a slave mark, and get her cooperation, I'll surely obtain the cleansing world lotus seeds. Virgil lay hidden among the flowers, eyes locked on the second floor window, sharp and predatory. He cautiously moved toward the pavilion without releasing any spiritual awareness. Though the Noelle inside was only an early-stage transformation expert, it was better to avoid taking chances. After a while, Virgil stealthily entered through a first-floor window. The room was dim, evidently a study filled with bookshelves. Keeping his breath steady, he approached the stairs and ascended. Every step was light and silent. Cultivators had heightened senses. Even a slight sound could alert her. But this being the 6-wing clan stronghold, she probably never expected someone to dare sneak in. He paused outside a second-floor door, inhaling deeply before placing his hand on it, ready to push open. Suddenly, a coquettish voice from inside said, "Giggles, Lindsay. This place has grown bigger than 100 years ago. Carter's off, or next time, I won't bathe with you." The room was draped in red silk, with a spacious bathtub occupied by 2 women. One, with closed eyes, pretending to be annoyed, was clearly Avril Estelle. "Giggles, you're still shy." The other Noelle attacked her again, grabbing at an elevated spot. "Ah, you naughty Sylvia, how unashamed." Avril Estelle exclaimed, dodging and causing splashing sounds. Unaware, both were oblivious to the man standing right outside the wall, eyebrows knitting together. 2 people. Hearing the voices, Virgil withdrew his hand from the door, hesitating. One of the voices was familiar, the lady in court attire, but the other was strange. Likely another Franz. This disrupted his plans severely. He could confidently capture 1 person unnoticed, but 2 together increased the exposure risk significantly. His eyes flashed, and he decided to retreat for now and return in a few days. Fortunately, he hadn't released his spiritual awareness yet. If the other was a mid-stage transformation expert, he'd have been caught. "All right, naughty Sylvia, stop messing around. I'm done, going back to the 3rd floor to sleep. You can finish alone." As he quietly stepped back, a sound of water draining followed by footsteps came from inside, heading towards the staircase. Damn it, could his luck be this bad? Feeling the approaching noise, Virgil grew grave and instantly teleported away. Getting caught here would mean he couldn't explain himself anywhere. Someone outside. As he vanished, the footsteps halted abruptly. Sensing the magic fluctuation, the Noelle appeared beside a table, grabbing a towel. She then materialized outside, face cold, scanning the sky with her massive spiritual awareness. The entire action happened fluidly, following closely after Virgil's teleportation. Below, sensing the massive spiritual awareness pursuing him, Virgil became serious. Ignoring the risk of exposing himself while flying in the night sky, he shot upwards, heading in a direction, not the way back. Palamains later, he entered a grand hall. Giggles, entering the pill hall? I don't know whether to call you stupid or clever. Chapter 320. Life is a play. All depends on acting. Hee. Have you entered the alchemy hall? I really don't know whether to call you stupid or praise you as clever. Sonia Alicia, wrapped in a large bath towel, sneered coldly and instantly appeared outside the alchemy hall. She immediately released her spiritual sense, enveloping the entire hall. It was already late, and the outer hall was completely deserted. Only inside the inner chamber were there three presences: Kyla, Cornelius, and the newcomer. Did you find him? A Noelle in a purple silk dress appeared beside her, her long hair still wet from a recent bath. She took out a red fox fur cloak, wrapping it around Alicia to prevent any exposure. I found him. Let's see what his intentions are, Alicia said coldly as she landed at the entrance of the hall, gracefully entering. From the back view she had just seen, she deduced that it was a man, so Kyla could be ruled out. That left only Cornelius and the newcomer. It would be easy to determine by their clothing. All guests in the private chambers appear in the outer hall within 3 breaths. Soon after, Kyla and Cornelius, who were in the inner chamber, suddenly heard a voice echoing in their ears, commanding them without room for refusal. Go to the outer hall within 3 breaths? What's this crazy lady up to? Recognizing Sonia's voice immediately and sensing a hint of malice, they forgot they were refining pills, and in an instant, the alchemy furnace before them exploded with a bang. After a short while, both emerged from the chamber, covered in ash, and approached the outer hall. Seeing 2 women standing in the hall, looking at them coldly, they swallowed their complaints and bowed. Sonia, Avril 3. Are they the ones? The purple-dressed Noelle asked, glancing at the 2 men. No. Alicia glanced at Cornelius's ragged white robe, and confirmed it must have been Qing hiding. He was clearly afraid to come out. 1, 2, 3. If he doesn't come out, kill him? Her chilling voice echoed throughout the alchemy hall, causing an inexplicable chill down everyone's spine. However, no one responded from the private chamber. 3. Self-destructive fool. Exhausted of patience, Alicia was about to step forward when her spiritual sense detected someone emerging from the chamber. She withdrew her foot and smirked, looking towards the inner chamber. You're not hiding anymore. Cornelius and Kyla didn't dare make a sound, curious about who could provoke such fury from Alicia. The figure soon walked out, capturing everyone's attention. Greetings, Sonia. Qing stood a few steps away from Alicia, bowing respectfully before shifting his gaze calmly to the other Noelle. She too was a beauty, comparable to Alicia. It's him. Cornelius's eyes widened in recognition, his heart racing with excitement. He sensed this was going to be bad for Qing today. The purple-dressed Noelle whispered to Alicia, is it him? Without answering, Alicia stared coldly at Qing. What were you doing? Why did you only come out now? Has something happened? I was refining pills, so I didn't hear you right away, Qing replied, showing confusion. Refining pills? Alicia laughed sarcastically. Stephen told me this afternoon you had already left the alchemy hall. Stephen? Qing frowned slightly but remained calm. I returned later in the evening. Do you think I'm easily fooled? The purple-dressed Noelle's face darkened, releasing a terrifying aura over Qing. Instantly, his shoulders felt like they were carrying a mountain, bending him lower by the moment. I speak the truth, Sonia. If you wish to kill me, please tell me what I've done wrong. Qing held firm, pale-faced but unwavering. Since you insist, let me make it clear to you. Alicia's lips curled into a mocking smile. Earlier, someone broke into my residence and fled into the alchemy hall. Now, only 3 people are here. Therefore, it must be one of you 3. And since the intruder is male, we can rule out Kyla. Cornelius clearly panicked during refinement when he heard my voice, so it can't be him. The only one with dry clothes is you. The most crucial point. He wore black, and so do you. Do you have anything more to say? As Alicia listed these clues, her voice grew colder, and the pressure on Qing intensified. Yet, he still did not use his powers and struggled to respond. My clothes are clean because I finished refining and came out afterwards. As for the color, that alone does not prove I am the intruder. You may simply be fabricating accusations. Also, Sonia mentioned seeing the intruder enter the alchemy hall, but how sure are you he's still here? Couldn't he have used some means to escape? Alicia narrowed her eyes. Humbug. I'll personally conduct a soul search to see if you're a spy sent by the demonic giants. Cough. Sonia, if you plan to kill me, I won't fight back, but before that, I ask you to see something that might prove my innocence. His face turned red from lack of oxygen, but his eyes remained calm. Resisting now would undo everything. Do you think I'll believe you? Alicia's icy gaze didn't waver. Crosby, give him a chance. It's not like we have nothing to lose, the purple-dressed Noelle urged, glancing at Qing with a seductive look. Alicia hesitated, then flung him to the ground casually. Very well. Let's hear your excuse. Note, the original structure and line breaks have been preserved. Chapter 321. Maxine wavers. Cough, cough. Virgil clutched his throat, sitting on the ground, coughing a few times before slowly standing up. He maintained composure as he bowed to the lady in the silk robe. Thank you, miss. Hee, what a sweet mouth you have. But if you can't prove your innocence later, I won't show any mercy either, the Noelle said coyly, giving him a glance. I understand. Do not waste time, Maxine interjected, her brow furrowed. Hearing her urging, Virgil did not respond. His spiritual sense moved, and he slowly retrieved a white porcelain bottle from his storage bag. What is this? Maxine frowned again, unsure of his intentions. It's a devil spirit pill, which I've refined. Didn't Sonia doubt my alchemy skills? Virgil's attitude was very cold. Upon hearing this, Unkit and Walker were taken aback. This man had actually refined a devil spirit pill in just one day, knowing they had experienced multiple failures before refining their first batch. Did this mean his alchemy skills surpassed theirs? The lady in the silk robe and Maxine were only slightly surprised. The former waved her hand, and the porcelain bottle floated into her delicate fingers. Indeed, it's a devil spirit pill. She unscrewed the lid, examined the black pills inside, and took one out. It still carries the aura of spirit fire. It doesn't seem like someone else gave it to him. It must be freshly refined today. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, her lips parting in disbelief at what she saw. Seeing her reaction, Maxine was puzzled and about to ask when the silk-robed Noelle turned her gaze towards her and whispered. The precision in controlling various factors during the refining process is remarkable. The potency within hasn't diminished much. So one pill from him equals 2 others would refine. Even Alistair probably can't achieve this. Upon learning that 1 pill could match 2 others, Maxine fell silent for a moment, hardly believing it. She waved her hand, and the porcelain bottle flew into her grasp. Taking out 1 pill and examining it for a while, she retracted the killing intent around her and looked at Virgil. Did you refine these? Unkit and Walker, not understanding what was happening, speculated secretly if the pills were too poor quality. Yes, Virgil nodded calmly. Even so, this does not prove that person isn't you, Maxine retorted with a sneer. Lindsay, maybe we should just give up on this. Don't kill him, the silk-robed Noelle whispered to her ear. This is a treasure. It would be a loss to kill him. Don't worry, I'll just teach him a lesson, then let him go. Later, he will be extremely grateful and pledge his loyalty to us, Maxine explained via whisper. Hee, Crosby, you're so smart. The silk-robed Noelle smiled and put her arm over her shoulder. Their whispers didn't reach Virgil. Just as Maxine planned to intimidate Virgil, he took out 3 more bottles and threw them over casually. What about these? Are they enough proof of my innocence? These are also devil spirit pills? The silk-robed Noelle's eyes widened with shock. She lifted her hand and caught all the bottles. Removing the lids, she confirmed each contained black devil spirit pills, and the efficacy was no less potent than the previous bottle. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her mouth opened again, already shocked for the second time in a short while. There were 6 earlier, and now there are 6 in each bottle, totaling 24 pills, all refined by you today. 24. Hearing this number, Unkit and Walker were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Refining 24 devil spirit pills in one day. How the hell was this possible? They would be proud to achieve 10, but the evidence was right before their eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. A surge of intense jealousy and threat welled up inside Unkit. Can this serve as proof that I've been here refining all along? Virgil countered without denying, or even if so, do the 2 Franzes still believe I had extra time to invade Sonia's residence? Maxine opened her mouth but couldn't find words to argue. Only 7 or 8 hours had passed since then. In such a short time, even Alistair couldn't refine so many devil spirit pills, and the potency was twice normal levels. She began to doubt whether she had misjudged Virgil. After all, aside from constant refining, how could anyone produce so many? Crosby, perhaps this time you really made a mistake, the silk-robed Noelle whispered softly. Back when the traitor Ander was here, even he needed at least 6 hours to refine so many devil spirit pills. This man is only a peak 4th-rank alchemist. From noon until now, only 7 or 8 hours have passed. How could he have spare time to come after us? Maybe it's not him. Maxine's expression was complex, and she remained silent. Seeing their hesitation, Virgil decided to push further. He drew a long sword from his storage bag and approached Maxine step by step, his face twisted with self-deprecating disappointment. Ha, I worked tirelessly for the 6-Wing clan, but I end up being defamed. What's the point of living? Sonia wants to kill me, so go ahead. What are you doing? Newcomer, don't act rashly. Seeing his murderous aura, Unkit was momentarily startled, but then secretly thrilled. This guy has gone crazy, actually trying to kill Sonia. He's dead for sure. No one can save him now. Don't act rashly, little guy. I know you feel wronged, the silk-robed Noelle added, feeling a headache coming on. Everything was in chaos. Virgil ignored them, stopping just 1 step away from Maxine, able to faintly smell the scent of her body. If Sonia doubts me, then let's say everything was done by me. Do whatever you want. I won't bat an eye. With a powerful swing, he plunged the sword into the ground and stared coldly at the fox-furred Noelle. The silk-robed Noelle felt a headache, secretly pulling back her friend's hand, afraid she might really attack. However, her worries were unfounded. Maxine avoided eye contact, unable to look directly at Virgil. Chapter 322 Compensation. Estelle lowered her head. Virgil's fearless demeanor had completely shaken her, making her doubt everything that had happened before. Along with this came a surging wave of guilt and apology. Well, little one, this time we wronged you. I owe you an apology. Give your Franz sister some face and let's put this matter to rest, alright? The lady in the long dress, as Estelle's good friend, stepped in to mediate. She naturally understood Crosby's character well. She wasn't unreasonable but could be quite self-conscious and unable to back down from a situation. So her words were intended not only for Virgil's benefit, but also to protect the 6-Wing clan from losing a potential alchemy master. Since I'm just an insignificant guest advisor and the Franz has spoken, what else can I say? Virgil seemed still bitter and didn't call her sister. After these words, he left directly, leaving the 2 women standing there. You should both go about your business. The lady in the long dress didn't get angry. She sighed deeply and dismissed Unkit and the other. Yes. They bowed and left the alchemy hall without entering the purification room. The lady in the long dress glanced sideways and softly called, Crosby. Seeing no response, she called twice more before Estelle reacted, asking, what? He's gone. Oh. Estelle was somewhat absent-minded and followed her out of the alchemy hall. The task of catching the thief in the alchemy hall had long been forgotten. Why? Did you feel guilty for misunderstanding him? Avril 3 laughed, placing her elbow on Estelle's shoulder. Estelle remained silent, recalling Virgil's fearless expression, which made her feel heavy-hearted. Don't blame yourself too much for this. If you really feel bad, you can send him something tomorrow as compensation. The close friend gently comforted her. After all, you not only misunderstood him but nearly killed him. Sending something is only fair. Hearing her suggestion, Estelle paused briefly, remaining silent. If that doesn't work, use feminine charm. You're so beautiful. Give him a little sweetness, and he'll surely fall at your feet without caring about tonight's incident, the lady in the long dress said with a smile. Estelle rolled her eyes. This little vixen says anything, but after this joke, she felt much better. Who do you think it was? To escape right under your nose like that? Seeing her improved mood, the lady in the long dress regained her serious expression. I don't know either. Estelle wasn't very concerned about it anymore. My guess is, most likely targeting you. Be careful in the future, who knows what they want. I'll set up some precautions for you tomorrow. Avril 3 tapped her forehead. Meanwhile, Virgil, who had left the alchemy hall first, stared into the distance with a slightly gleaming look in his eyes. After tonight's alarm, it will be hard to make a move against her in the short term. He had no real solution, looking ahead and sighing. Just wait and see. Recalling Estelle's evasive eyes earlier, Virgil couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His plan had naturally included all this. After all, he had already prepared proof that he had been practicing alchemy. The next day, Virgil stood in the courtyard, watering flowers with a sprinkler. He didn't go to the alchemy hall. After all, the 200 devil spirit pills had long been refined, and staying home suited his current grievances. Soon, he finished watering the flowers, placed the sprinkler in the corner, sat down by the stone table, and basked in the sun, feeling oddly empty and purposeless. After all, at his current realm, cultivating magic power had become too slow, and without any 5 elements materials, his physical body could not cultivate either. Thus, there was no point in pursuing either path. After pondering for a while, Virgil got up and walked toward the alchemy hall. If he remembered correctly, the outer hall housed many alchemy formulas and refinement notes collected by the Six-Winged clan. His alchemy skills, including the formulas he knew, came from the Grandmaster of Qing sect. For anything above 5th rank, he was clueless. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well take a look. Perhaps they would come in handy someday. Arriving at the alchemy hall, he saw several alchemists gathered, discussing something. Greetings, Taoist Braden. Seeing him, all the guest advisors greeted him respectfully, their gazes filled with awe. Virgil scanned the crowd, a bit puzzled, nodded, and headed toward a row of wooden shelves. Taoist Braden, we heard about last night. Upon arriving, you managed to refine 24 devil spirit pills in one day. A speed we can hardly catch up to, Eric said, approaching with admiration. He finally understood why Virgil hadn't cared yesterday. He was confident in his own abilities. That's true. This pill is notoriously prone to explosions during refinement, yet Taoist Braden refined so many as a beginner. Truly the best among those below 5th rank, Axel Wu and Walker added, flattery evident, contrasting sharply with the previous day. Not dare to accept such praise. Virgil picked up a jade slip from the shelf and smiled modestly. At that moment, 2 figures entered from outside. The 3 immediately fell silent, but Unkit had clearly overheard their conversation and shot them a cold glance. Seeing so many people surrounding Virgil irked her. These people used to gather around her too. Callan, who had learned about Virgil's feat from last night, gave him a cold stare and commented sarcastically, some people puff themselves up at the slightest achievement. Remember, there are always others far superior. Clearly referring to someone specific, Axel Wu and others dared not respond, sneaking glances at Virgil. They awaited his response eagerly. Unexpectedly, Virgil merely glanced at Callan indifferently, like looking at a clown, saying nothing. Callan's face darkened, stung by this gaze, but Unkit had already left, forcing him to enter the purification room sullenly. Eric and the others dispersed quickly, and soon the outer hall became quiet again. Virgil flipped through the jade slips on the shelf. These contained alchemy formulas and insights from 5th rank alchemists. The highest rank displayed was 5th rank initial stage. Higher ranks were likely kept secret elsewhere, out of ordinary reach. There were about a dozen 5th rank initial stage formulas, not many, but Virgil studied them thoroughly, thinking they might be useful later. Reading the alchemy notes greatly benefited him, subtly improving his refining skills. Then, soft footsteps approached from behind. Chapter 323, Just You Wait. Virgil released his divine sense, and had already sensed who it was. However, he did not turn back, not wanting to acknowledge the person. Palamaints later, a Noelle in palace attire stopped behind him. Seeing that he pretended not to hear her deliberate footsteps, she became extremely irritated. Initially feeling a bit guilty over last night's events, she now regretted not killing him when she had the chance. Cough. After taking a deep breath, Estelle finally held back her anger and cleared her throat. Seeing this, Virgil couldn't ignore her any longer. He turned around as if just noticing her, looked at the nearby Noelle in palace attire, and said with a fist salute, Greetings, Haleth Avril. Though he greeted her respectfully, his expression and tone were cold, lacking any genuine respect. Why aren't you refining pills? Have you completed this month's task? Estelle asked, deliberately maintaining a stern face. The deadline is 1 month, so I don't need your concern, Haleth Avril. Virgil glanced at her, placed the last jade slip in his hand back on the wooden shelf, and prepared to leave. In broad daylight, he naturally didn't dare act openly against her. Wait. Estelle frowned from behind him. Is there anything else, Haleth Avril? Virgil turned, his gaze landing on her perfect figure. Suddenly, a rusty iron sword appeared beside his feet. Confused, Virgil bent down and felt a slight pain in his eyes after just a glance. His skin also felt as though it was being sliced by countless tiny blades, seemingly embedded in the surrounding air. He instantly knew this sword contained a powerful sword intent. However, he wondered what she meant by giving him this weapon. Giving me a weapon? This sword is something I obtained from an ancient battlefield. It contains a certain realm of thought. If you carry it with you day and night to comprehend it, you should be able to break through to the alchemy spirit stage within 300 years. Consider it a form of compensation. Estelle said, not in the best mood. Last night, after pondering and considering her close friend's words, she finally set aside her pride to compensate Virgil. She wasn't an unreasonable Noelle. Virgil was slightly stunned and looked at her carefully, surprised. For a high-ranking Franz, a spirit stage cultivator, To compensate, a mere infant stage cultivator like him was unexpected. He began to view her differently. But this sword wouldn't be of much use to him. He had already comprehended the realm of thought. Thank you for your generosity, Ep2of2, but this item is too precious for me to accept. Carting the long sword back to her, Virgil left without hesitation. He didn't want to be emotionally moved by her. Better to reject everything to ensure no future complications. You. Estelle stood there, grinding her teeth in frustration. She couldn't believe she had lowered herself to apologize to an infant stage cultivator, and he refused. What an ungrateful fool. Annoying me so. Just wait, this isn't over. A little while later, in a pavilion, Estelle ranted. Isn't he excessive? I, a revered Franz, put my pride aside to apologize, yet he refuses. Her good friend and Presley laughed. Yes, absolutely excessive. How dare he treat our beautiful Crosby like this? Let me catch him and give him a beating. As she made a show of getting up, Estelle hesitated. Knowing she was in the wrong, she pulled her friend back. Let it be. If he doesn't want it, so be it. I'll sell it. Yes, I can get 2 million spirit stones. How could we do that? The Presleys stifled laughter, feigning support. Growing up, how has our Crosby ever endured such indignity? Forget it. Estelle waved off, her anger dissipating. Her friend suggested, perhaps he has already comprehended other realms of thought? Should you try offering something else? Estelle hesitated. Having been refused once, the thought of approaching him again seemed humiliating. But think about it. This isn't an ordinary guest practitioner. He might become a 5th rank initial or even mid-alchemy master someday. His future is limitless. Cultivating him could benefit both yourself and our 6-wing clan. After some coaxing, Estelle sighed, I'll think about it. In her mind, she began contemplating what to give him next. Since Virgil didn't need something to aid his comprehension of thought, what could he possibly need? Meanwhile, Virgil was unaware that Estelle hadn't given up and still wanted to offer him something. Time passed quickly in peace. Though he had already completed his tasks, he continued making appearances daily to avoid suspicion. Besides that, his most frequent activity was lurking near the heavily guarded Grand Hall, looking for opportunities to sneak in. However, days of observation yielded nothing useful. Yet, based on his deductions, it was likely the storage facility of the 6-wing clan, hence the heavy guard. Taoist fellow Braden, what are you doing here? And Dev approached curiously, having observed Virgil squatting on the ground. Virgil brushed dust off his pants, stood up, and smiled, observing ants. Ants? Axel Wu blinked, looking at the anthill before him. Yes, watching ants increases pill refining chances. It's my secret method. Don't tell anyone, Virgil mumbled, leaving with exaggerated wisdom. Really? Axel Wu stared at the ants intensely, until his eyes dried out but found nothing special. Axel Wu, why aren't you refining pills? About 15 minutes later, a 30-year-old Noel asked him. Watching ants. Taoist fellow Braden said it increases success rates. Axel Wu replied without looking up. Do you really believe that? Why not? Staring at ants must improve focus. Walker thought he was silly but somehow sensible, so she joined him in observing the ants. Neither realized Virgil was merely bluffing. Virgil didn't expect them to take it seriously. Leaving, he visited the alchemy hall briefly and returned home. Soon, Norma entered under Cade's guidance, stopping not far from Virgil and performing a bow. Master Braden, Ep2of2 asks you to come. The translation aims to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and adherence to previous context. Chapter 324, Wipe My Shoes. Virgil cast a casual glance at her and smiled, saying, Please pass on to Sonia. Sonia said that if you mention refining pills again, your monthly tasks will be doubled. Norma interrupted him with a sweet smile. In recent days, Estelle had twice sent for the man through Norma, only to be rejected each time. It was evident that Sonia was genuinely angry this time. She had followed Sonia for many years and never seen them suffer such embarrassment. Doubled? Who's afraid of who? Virgil scoffed. Did they think he would be intimidated by this? Refining those pills was child's play for him. He could refine thousands in a day. The reason he didn't accept Estelle's invitation was twofold. 1, he didn't want to get too close to her, and 2, he wasn't sure about her true intentions. He intended to wait until the storm passed, then quietly capture Estelle and have her help him obtain the cleansing world lotus seed. Naturally, he wouldn't share these thoughts with Norma. Instead, Virgil looked at her warmly and replied, Tell Sonia that I'll take whatever amount she asks, whether it's doubled or tripled. Palamaints later, inside a small building. He said that. Estelle listened to Norma's report, her eyebrows immediately rising. Her hand slapped heavily on the armrest, causing her chest to rise and fall dramatically. A mere guest Franz defies this Avril's order. Truly insubordinate. Norma stood beside her, head lowered in silence, clearly aware that Sonia was truly enraged. In the past, such defiance would mean death. Gradually calming down, Estelle said, I will see him personally. With that, she set off with 2 attendants, ready to confront him. However, halfway there, she saw a figure approaching. Where are you heading so aggressively, Avril? An Franzly man stood before her, his gaze landing on her with a hint of unnoticeable fervor. Behind him stood a respectfully dressed white-clad man. Unkit. Weren't you in seclusion, guessed Avril? Estelle glanced at him coolly. This man was currently the only 5th-rank alchemist in the 6-wing clan. Alistair. Unbothered by her chilly tone, Alistair stroked his beard and said, Made some progress. Within 100 years, I should be able to break through to middle stage transforming spirit, becoming a mid-rank 5th-grade alchemist. Mid-rank 5th-grade alchemist. Estelle narrowed her eyes. Seeing this, the dev smiled smugly, saying, Last time, I proposed a spiritual union with Sonia. Has she considered it? Get lost. Estelle's eyes flashed with disgust as she left abruptly. A nearly half-dead old fool still thinking of eating swan meat like a toad. Humph. Bitch, how long do you think you can keep up the act? Alistair muttered. his gaze lingering on Estelle's perfect figure before walking off in another direction. This Noelle was crucial for his rapid advancement to middle stage transforming spirit, and he must obtain her. Crash. The tightly closed courtyard gate was forcibly broken open. Virgil, watering flowers, turned to see the icy-faced Estelle enter. Greetings, Sonia. Virgil put down the watering can, clasped his fists, and bowed slightly, puzzled internally. Was Estelle delivering herself into his hands? But the guards at the entrance were bothersome, ready to flee if anything happened, and there were many patrolling six-winged clan members nearby, making it hard to make a move. Humph. You wanted to refine pills but are watering flowers? Estelle eyed the watering can beside his feet, her narrow eyes narrowing further, signaling danger. She had repeatedly sent for him, and he hadn't come, offering flimsy excuses. She, an esteemed Franz, had never been disrespected like this, especially after encountering Alistair earlier. Now, her mood was beyond bad. Virgil coughed dryly, instantly knowing she came to confront him. After watering the flowers, I was just about to go to the pill hall when Sonia arrived. Is there something you need? Seeing him feign ignorance, Estelle asked sternly, why haven't you come when I sent for you so many times? Do you think because you're good at refining pills, you can disregard me? As she finished speaking, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, enveloping them in a bone-chilling cold. Sonia, please forgive me. I really couldn't come for legitimate reasons. I had no intention of disrespecting you, Virgil responded sincerely. Given her obvious displeasure, he didn't dare provoke her unnecessarily. Humph, don't test my patience. Estelle sat at a stone table under a grape arbor, legs crossed, watching him coldly. Virgil clasped his fists again. What brings Sonia here today? Estelle continued staring at him. After several days of contemplation, encouraged by her close friend, she planned to gift Virgil something as an apology. But his recent behavior irritated her even more, compounded by her encounter with Alistair. Deciding to punish him first, she pointed at her foot. My shoes are dirty. Come wipe them. Virgil glanced at Estelle's clean black embroidered shoes and thought silently about foot odor. Sonia, guest Franzes have no such duty. Besides, your shoes are clean, Virgil replied tactfully. Humph, I say they're dirty, so they're dirty. Quickly wipe them. It's an order. Defying in Franz's command invites execution, Estelle's voice carried a chilling threat. Virgil fell silent and slowly approached, kneeling down. Seeing his compliance, Estelle watched contentedly, a slight smile curving her lips. She extended her foot towards him. Virgil took the embroidered shoe, finding her feet clad in white socks without any odor, emitting instead a faint musk scent. Without a word, he wiped the shoe with his sleeve while considering his options. At this distance, he could easily seize her and store her in the remnant tower. The guards could be dealt with by having Cade approach secretly. He transmitted a mental message to Cade and calmly inquired, I heard there is a spiritual medicine called Cleansing World Lotus Seed that allows instant breakthrough to transforming spirit stage. Have you heard of it? You know quite a lot, Estelle commented. Yes, it exists, and it's right here in our six-winged clan. Chapter 325. The World Purifying Lotus Seed. Estelle did not suspect Virgil's motives for asking about the World Purifying Lotus Seed, and immediately divulged all the information. Oh, it's in the six-winged clan? How did you get it? Virgil felt a surge of excitement, but pretended to be surprised. So, why such a big reaction? You want it? Estelle gave him a casual glance. Without changing his expression, Virgil continued polishing her shoes while massaging her feet, with a forced smile on his face. Dare not, dare not. Such a divine object must be very precious, right? Many people must covet it. What can they do if they covet it? Estelle laughed sarcastically, her demeanor relaxed. The place where the World Purifying Lotus Seed is kept is our clan's most heavily defended area. It has formation realm-level protective formations, and is guarded by deity transformation cultivators. To enter, one must have the Berkeley's token. Besides, unless the 8 Inner Sea Venerables come personally, no one can forcibly take it. Her voice carried an air of arrogance. She wasn't concerned about telling Virgil these secrets. Bluntly put, even if Virgil harbored ill intentions and tried to pry information out of her, what could a mere nascent soul cultivator achieve? Virgil's eyes flickered as he held her embroidered shoe, lost in thought. He had received some good news temporarily. The World Purifying Lotus Seed was still there. The bad news was that only the Berkeley could enter. Even if he captured Estelle alive, it wouldn't help. That place required the Berkeley's token, and Estelle herself couldn't enter either. Moreover, the Berkeley of the Six-Winged Clan was a genuine late-stage deity transformation powerhouse. Such important items would definitely be with him at all times, which made obtaining the World Purifying Lotus Seed even more difficult. After a moment of silence, Virgil silently took back the forbidden immortal item and signaled Cade to leave. Cade stood nonchalantly near the 2 maidservants, ready to act at any moment. Seeing this, he wondered inwardly and walked away. At this moment, Estelle offered her other foot to Virgil, signaling him to polish it as well, primarily because Virgil's massage was so soothing that she almost became addicted. Why has the World Purifying Lotus Seed been left untouched in the Six-Winged Clan instead of creating another deity transformation expert for your clan? Virgil picked up her other foot and slowly began to massage it. That is reserved for a future demon child with higher blood purity. Estelle's comfortable expression turned serious, offering no further explanation. Seeing her secretive manner, Virgil's eyes began to sparkle as he speculated about the meaning behind the term demon child. There were 2 possible interpretations: offspring of a demon, or possibly a title like a Brandon, or holy daughter within large sects. As for which one it was, he didn't know. Since Estelle hadn't said, he also refrained from asking. After all, it didn't concern him much. He merely suspected it might be related to the ancient demons. After all, rumors in the Inner Sea linked the 9 great demon clans to the ancient demon clan, so connecting the 2 was reasonable. Shaking his head, since it didn't involve him, Virgil didn't dwell on it and thought of something else. In his storage bag was a piece of animal skin inscribed with demon script, which he had never been able to decipher. Perhaps he could learn something from the core member of the Six-Wing clan before him. Do you know demon script? Virgil asked casually. He had a feeling that the animal skin was significant, possibly containing important information written in demon script. No demon script? Estelle narrowed her eyes, clearly surprised that he knew about it. She looked at him with a mix of arrogance and curiosity. Demon script is the language of the ancient demon clan. In the Six-Wing clan, there are no more than 3 people who understand it. Even across the entire 9 great demon clans, there are no more than 15 who know it. Why do you ask? She omitted that she was among the 3 experts in demon script in the Six-Wing clan and was the deepest researcher. The scrolls on the first floor of her residence were all written in demon script. Is demon script hard to learn? Virgil hesitated as he continued massaging her feet. There's no fixed standard for difficulty, Estelle frowned. Some people understand it naturally, while others spend their whole lives studying it. Do you see now? Virgil nodded slightly. All right, that's enough. No need to keep polishing. Estelle stretched lazily, revealing a perfect curve. Her anger was largely gone. After retrieving her foot, she got up, took out a pearl, and handed it to him. This is a reward for serving me, she said proudly. What is this? Virgil asked, puzzled, not taking it. This is a celestial treasure containing extremely high-quality infant fire. You're a pill alchemist, aren't you? I'm giving it to you, Estelle stated haughtily. Upon hearing the description of the pearl, Virgil was taken aback. He shook his head. Sonia, please take it back. This is too valuable for me to accept. While he could cultivate by consuming flames, infant fire alone wouldn't help much. Thus, he politely declined. After all, he hated owing people favors. And who knew why she'd give him such a valuable flame for nothing? Helping her polish shoes didn't warrant this reward. What if she had tampered with the flame? Best to refuse and avoid potential trouble. You don't want it? Estelle raised her eyebrows sharply. For days, she had pondered what to give him. Eventually, considering he was a pill alchemist, she had sought out and acquired this flame especially for him. But he refused. I don't care if you want it or not, you will take it. Estelle's expression turned cold. Virgil had never encountered someone who insisted on giving things away. Years of life and death experiences had made him cautious, not the naive Dominic he once was. So he immediately began to suspect the true motive behind her offer. This made him even less inclined to accept it. Of course, he couldn't explain his suspicions outright. With carefully chosen words, Virgil looked sincerely at Estelle and said, I thank Sonia for your kindness, but I already have a flame. Accepting this would be wasteful. Please keep it for yourself. His response preserved her dignity while expressing his reluctance tactfully, but he underestimated her insistence. No way. Estelle's eyebrows rose, her chest heaving with indignation. You will take it today, whether you want to or not, or else I'll geld you. Translation provided in English, maintaining paragraph structure and original tone/style. All Chinese character names are transliterated using pinyin, and the text ensures natural fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 326, Harvesting the Full Moon. Upon hearing the deadly threat, Virgil instinctively felt a chill run through his tiger-like frame and subconsciously took a step back, his face filled with caution. But he quickly realized that he was too engrossed in the situation. This Noelle's strength couldn't match his. What did he have to fear? Yet, it wasn't entirely his fault. Her aura was overpowering. Any normal man would react similarly. Just as Virgil planned to salvage his dignity, Norma rushed in hurriedly from outside the courtyard, jogging to a stop in front of Estelle, whispering in her ear, Averil 3 called for you, saying there's something very important. Claire is looking for me. Estelle's eyebrows immediately furrowed upon hearing this, her expression puzzled. Though Claire usually acted unreliable, she never joked about serious matters. Such urgency implied that something significant had indeed happened. She cast a brief, indifferent glance at Virgil, unable to afford wasting any more time on him, and vanished in an instant. Norma and others followed suit, swiftly leaving. Soon, only Virgil remained in the courtyard. Virgil heaved a slight sigh of relief, muttering to himself, why did this Noelle leave in such a hurry? Despite Norma whispering, Virgil's heightened senses picked up the conversation easily. It seemed Averil 3 summoned her for some reason. This was probably for the best. If Estelle continued her tantrum, who knew if this crazy Noelle might castrate him? At present, he could not reveal his true strength lest he arouse suspicion from the Six-Winged clan. Dealing with that outcome would be difficult. As he pondered, the forsaken pagoda within his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled. His expression turned peculiar, and with a flicker, he appeared inside the house. He communicated telepathically to Cade to prevent anyone from entering before stepping directly into the forsaken pagoda. Palamanes later, he appeared on the 3rd level of the pagoda, his gaze fixed on the colossal demon cocoon ahead. A terrifying aura radiated from within the cocoon, spreading throughout the entire 3rd level. If a great cultivator were present, they would uncontrollably kneel. The aura belonged to a core formation stage cultivator, an existence that comprehended the essence of heaven and earth, carrying the power of celestial authority. This Sylvia has secluded herself for so long, finally ready to emerge, Virgil said with a smile, feeling contented by the sight. Judging by the aura, she had successfully advanced to the initial core formation stage. Crack, crack. While he mused, the massive cocoon began to move, its outermost layer breaking apart like an eggshell, indicating that someone was about to emerge. Soon enough, the cocoon disintegrated completely, revealing a figure sitting cross-legged inside. It was a breathtakingly beautiful Noelle, her features alluring yet dignified because her eyes were closed. Her skin gleamed immaculately, much like the 5 tails undulating behind her, exuding sanctity. Wait, Virgil suddenly froze, swallowing hard, realizing something crucial. He hastily shifted his gaze away, silently turning around. Why wasn't she wearing clothes? Does demonic cultivation require nudity? As Virgil raged inwardly, the seated beauty slowly opened her eyes, smiling slightly upon seeing him, as if aware of the earlier incident. You've seen everything, what's there to fear? She stood up naked, her mesmerizing appearance drawing admiration even from women. Her flawless body looked like the finest masterpiece created by the heavens. Even a minor flaw would cause regret. Virgil felt a headache coming on. After achieving the core formation stage, she seemed different from before, perhaps bolder. Just put on some clothes. That was an accident. I didn't see clearly. He rubbed his forehead, speaking helplessly. He dared not look longer, fearing he'd lose control and betray Sister Roberta. Didn't see clearly? Should I let you see again? Darby teased, walking towards him. Nonsense. Virgil frowned, emitting a chilling aura, making her unable to approach further. If she made him see again, how would he hold back? He was not a saint, able to maintain composure without distraction. He merely adhered to his beliefs and principles. I, as a Noel, am not afraid. Why should you be? Seeing his guilty expression, Darby smirked, somewhat smug. Was his hesitation because he feared losing control? It meant she still held allure. Put on your clothes. I have something to discuss with you. Virgil sighed deeply. At times, he found Darby's personality inexplicable. A typical Noel would curse someone out after being exposed. Not her. Darby didn't continue her antics, pulling out a set of clothes from her storage bag and dressing herself, speaking lazily. What's the matter? Speak up. Virgil remained silent for a couple of seconds before turning around, gazing ahead. Now dressed in white, the 5 tails behind her vanished, replacing her earlier nudity with a perfectly fitting dress. The attire cinched tightly at the waist, accentuating her slender figure, seamlessly transitioning into long, shapely legs. She looked as elegant and exquisite as ever. Nearly a year had passed since they last met, yet she seemed unchanged except for a newfound nobility in her demeanor. Recalling her previous nudity caused Virgil a momentary unease. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he recounted their current predicament to Darby, proposing to send her away from the Six-Winged clan. Having an additional core formation stage cultivator near him could easily raise suspicions. Prolonged stays in the Forsaken Pagoda, with its rapid time flow, would feel like imprisonment without cultivation. It would be better to temporarily settle her on a nearby island. Darby, understanding the implications, rolled her eyes and remarked, "Why send me away? Why not keep me in that pearl?" That's also feasible. Virgil paused, then nodded, remembering the boundless pearl. He also recalled he hadn't visited Sister Roberta in some time, and immediately took it out, drawing both of them inside. Inside the boundless pearl, nothing had changed. Misty veils continued to envelop the space. Virgil stood before the coffin, quietly watching the person inside, suppressing his sorrow as he gazed at the overcast sky. Sister Roberta always wished to witness a full moon. When his strength was sufficient, he vowed to capture one and place it inside. Have you figured out how to obtain the world-purifying lotus seed? Darby asked, shifting her gaze from Benita to him. Virgil rubbed his cheeks, replying, Not yet. I'll need to find an opportunity. In this chapter, Virgil encounters a powerful and enigmatic Noelle named Estelle, whose intimidating presence forces him into a defensive stance. However, her sudden departure leaves Virgil to reflect on the events and deal with an unexpected visitor emerging from the Forsaken Pagoda. Darby, now transformed into a strikingly beautiful, powerful entity. Their interactions delve into the complexities of their relationship and plans for future endeavors, particularly regarding the safekeeping of Darby and acquiring the world-purifying lotus seed. Chapter 327. No need to worry. A sudden rainstorm descended upon Sikyong Island. In the misty rain, inside an ancient and elegant house, a Noelle in a silk skirt stood by the window, listening to the sound of raindrops hitting the windowsill. Her delicate brows were knitted together tightly, as if she had something troubling on her mind. Incense was lit in the room, filling it with a pleasant aroma that had a calming effect. Ayala, why did you ask me to come? Estelle walked straight in and stopped behind her. The Presley's real name was Ayala, but out of respect, almost everyone called her the Presley. Only close friends like Estelle could address her by this name. I was just talking with the clan leader when Alistair came along, said the silk-skirted Noelle, turning around and looking at her friend. Alistair? What did he want from the clan leader? Estelle frowned, sensing something amiss. I overheard their conversation before I left. Alistair asked the clan leader to grant you to him. The friend hesitated a little. How dare he? What did the clan leader say? Estelle's face turned cold instantly, her eyes flashing with anger. I didn't hear everything they discussed, but it was clear the clan leader was hesitant, replied the Presley Ayala, frowning deeply, feeling uneasy about the clan leader's unusual behavior, which is why she immediately called her best friend. Logically, the clan leader wouldn't give Estelle to a mere 5th rank Chuji Dan master. After all, while it would come at a great cost, it wasn't impossible to find someone else to replace him. But things became complicated because Alistair had been collecting various women over the past century, seemingly practicing some form of yin-yang cultivation technique. Note, Chuji should be translated as low rank or initial rank in this context, so the correct phrase should be 5th rank low rank Dan master, or 5th rank initial rank Dan master. She feared Alistair might have set his sights on Ayala for this reason, and the clan leader's hesitation raised more suspicions. I will go directly to ask the clan leader if he intends to grant me to Alistair. Estelle's expression was icy cold as she headed toward the door. Ayala, don't rush into this. The Presley stopped her, saying, we haven't reached that point yet. If you confront the clan leader now, it might make things worse. Rest assured, even if the clan leader agrees, the other Avrils won't let it happen. How can a respected Franz of the 6-winged clan treat you like a commodity? The Presley Ayala comforted her, trying to assure her. Estelle remained silent, but her expression softened slightly. This time, I called you to give you some preparation. I will talk to the clan leader tomorrow. The Presley smiled and pinched her gently, saying, with me here, you can rest easy. That dev can dream all he wants, but he won't get what he desires. As dusk approached, the rain finally subsided slowly, but the sky remained gray. Nightfall hadn't arrived, Yet the whole of Sikyuang Island seemed dim and somber. Inside the alchemy hall, runic script? Eric looked puzzled at Virgil. Yes, does Ep2of2 know who among the Six-Wing clan knows runic script? Virgil nodded, wanting to learn runic script to decipher what was written on the beast hide. After leaving the Chinku and Pearl, he came to the alchemy hall to ask Eric, knowing that the latter had been in the Six-Wing clan for many years and likely knew more. Regarding runic script, apart from the clan leader, only the Haleth Avril and the First Avril know it. And the Haleth Avril is the most proficient with runic script in the Six-Wing clan, Eric mused. The Haleth Avril knows runic script? Virgil was surprised, finally understanding why Estelle had looked so spirited when talking about runic script. So, she's an expert in this field. Thank you, Ep2of2. Virgil bowed slightly, considering whether to visit Estelle the next day and ask her help in translating the beast hide. You're welcome, Ep2of2. Eric smiled, appreciating the potential Virgil showed, recognizing that befriending him would be beneficial. Good, then I won't disturb you any further. Virgil bowed again, preparing to leave, but several figures entered the hall at that moment. Leading them was a Franzly man dressed in black, exuding power far beyond the Yuaning realm. Two familiar faces followed him closely, standing arrogantly on either side like guards. Senior Liu. Eric immediately bowed, pulling Virgil along. However, Virgil remained silent, standing still and sizing up the Franz. Why didn't you bow to my master, newcomer? Unkit noticed Virgil immediately, speaking arrogantly. That's right, a mere fourth-rank Dan Master should bow respectfully to Avril Liu, Callan added, his flattery obvious, addressing the guest Avril as Avril. Virgil calmly met their gaze. We are both guest Avrils of equal status. Why should I bow? Guest Avrils also have ranks. Unkit sneered, about to ridicule Virgil when a hoarse voice interrupted him. Inger enough. Retract yourself. This fellow Taoist has a point. There's no rule forcing him to bow to me. It was the Franz, his clouded eyes moving from Virgil to Unkit. Yes, master. Unkit obediently stepped back, quieting down. The Franz refocused on Virgil, smiling. I've heard of your achievements, refining 24 magic spirit pills in one day. Truly impressive. However, despite your speed, you are still a fourth-rank Dan Master and have much to learn. He emphasized the words, fourth-rank Dan Master, clearly displeased with Virgil's earlier attitude. No need to worry, guest Avril Liu. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Virgil glanced at him coldly and started walking out without another word. Seeing this, the Franz's eyes darkened, glaring at his retreating back. A mere fourth-rank Dan Master, acting so arrogantly. I'll bring him back and teach him a lesson, Callan muttered angrily, watching Virgil walk away. While he couldn't match Virgil in alchemy, he believed he could outmatch him in combat. Besides, they had a nascent soul cultivator on their side. Forget it. He's just an insignificant ant, not worth our time. Alistair's expression quickly returned to calmness as he ignored Eric and walked deeper into the alchemy hall. This inconsequential person wasn't worth stirring up trouble over. It would diminish his reputation. Callan and Unkit hesitated, exchanging glances. Eliosia, should we secretly teach him a lesson without telling Avril Liu? To be continued. Chapter 328, Absent. Just a mere early-stage core formation cultivator. I wonder what he has to pretend. As soon as Virgil left the alchemy hall, Darby's aggrieved voice echoed in his mind. She had been monitoring the outside world with her divine sense and wouldn't be detected as long as there were no middle-stage core formation cultivators around. Virgil smiled but didn't respond. In this world where only strength mattered, this opponent was relatively considerate among many others. They didn't take advantage of their power to act recklessly. Otherwise, they would have already made a move earlier. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to find that Haleth Avril and ask her to help you decipher the demonic script? I'll see. Virgil gazed into the distance, the night mist unable to obstruct his sight. His gaze was deep and far-reaching. Now, obtaining the pure world lotus seed had reached an impasse, so he could only set it aside for now. If necessary, he would have to wait until his magical power reached 3 to 4,000 jia and then forcefully snatch it. Anyway, the Six-Wing clan wouldn't use the pure world lotus seed anytime soon. He had survived 8 years in Oblivion City, so a little more time wouldn't matter much. As for why he wasn't going now, it was because he lacked confidence. Although Virgil believed he could fight and even defeat a middle-stage core formation cultivator with his current strength, he couldn't be sure of victory against a late-stage one. Moreover, this was the base of the Six-Wing clan, which might have more than one late-stage core formation Franz. Therefore, the safest method was to bide his time and wait until his magical power reached 3 to 4,000 jia. Then, even if he faced a late-stage core formation cultivator or all the Franzes of the Six-Wing clan together, he wouldn't fear them. Everything returned to silence as rain, which had paused, started again. After the night passed, Virgil arrived at the small building where Estelle lived. At the entrance, 2 maidservants stood on either side, clearly more alert after the events of that night. Please inform the Haleth Avril that I wish to meet her. Virgil approached and politely bowed to the 2 maidservants. Sir, please wait a moment. Both had seen Virgil before and did not delay. One of the maidservants bowed and hurriedly went inside to report to the Haleth Avril. The remaining maid cast a curious glance at him. Virgil remained calm, smiling slightly at her as he waited quietly outside. Soon, the first maid returned and apologized. Sir, the Haleth Avril asks you to leave. She doesn't want to see you. By the way, since you're so idle, your monthly alchemy tasks will be doubled. All right, I understand. Thank you, Virgil replied, slightly taken aback but not pressing further as he left after bowing. At this moment, on the floor above, a graceful figure stood by the window, coldly watching Virgil's departing back, snorting, "If you love alchemy so much, here's more for you." Unaware that Estelle was observing from the tower, Virgil left the area while reflecting deeply. Doubling the number of pills didn't bother him much since the medicinal herbs in his storage bag were sufficient. The issue was not meeting Estelle, leaving the demonic script untranslated. You haven't even met her, Perhaps you've deceived her feelings again. Darby's voice sounded in his consciousness. Virgil heard the mockery in her tone and touched his nose, saying nothing. Estelle probably refused to see him because he hadn't accepted the flames yesterday. This truly couldn't be blamed on him, no telling what her intentions were. Shaking off these thoughts, Virgil's gaze returned to calmness. Since she didn't want to see him, he wouldn't force it. The demonic script could wait. After all, it wasn't urgent. The immediate priority was to boost his strength. Once he was strong enough, everything else would be trivial. Virgil saw through the situation clearly, his expression deepening in thought. If I could obtain another vein demon fire, the problem could be solved. Earlier, he had consumed the black demon flame, ranked 8th among the 12 vein demon fires, gaining 800 Jia instantly. If he found a higher ranked vein demon fire, his magical power would soar even more. Unfortunately, vein demon fires are rare. There are only 12 in the entire 8 wastes. Obtaining one is already fortunate, let alone a second. Sighing, Virgil entered his courtyard, released his divine sense, and summoned Cade without preamble. Is there any place in the inner sea where I can buy a large quantity of infant flames? Do you wish to purchase a large amount of infant flames? Cade obviously hesitated, puzzled by Virgil's need for so many. Yes, Virgil nodded indifferently. The fastest way to enhance strength was undoubtedly by consuming flames. Though infant flames weren't comparable to vein demon fires, something was better than nothing. Consuming dozens of types should match a vein demon fire. Cade thought for a moment and said, infant flames are heavenly treasures. Buying 1 or 2 isn't hard, but in large quantities, only the Flame Mountain on Dan Island offers them. It has 10,000 caves, each housing a deceased alchemist's flame. Dan Island. Virgil frowned, dismissing Cade. Dan Island was too far away, taking several years, making this option impractical. Just as he pondered, Darby's voice rang again, questioning, why do you need so many infant flames? I cultivate a technique that allows me to boost my strength by consuming flames. Virgil explained briefly. Hearing this, Darby was even more surprised. A cultivation technique to enhance strength through flames was unusual but not astonishing. What surprised her was Virgil practicing such a shortcut technique. In this world, absolute fairness prevailed. Shortcut techniques offered rapid advancement but came with significant drawbacks. For example, cultivators using such techniques often had weak combat abilities compared to peers in the same realm. Thus, she wished to persuade Virgil to reconsider. Cultivation requires steady progress. Shortcut techniques offer rapid growth but risk like a house with cracks, potentially leading to failure. Just look at the pseudo-immortal realm, where breakthroughs require overcoming 3 disasters and 6 calamities. Many die because they pursued shortcut techniques. She spoke much, trying to dissuade Virgil, hoping to prevent him from dying under heavenly tribulations. Virgil shook his head, reassuring her, don't worry, my technique has no hidden dangers. Chapter 329. Inspiration. In the 5th level of the Taishang immortal scripture, the art of stealing involves discarding the dross and retaining the essence. Her concerns about impure or weaker magic, compared to peers in the same realm, were entirely unnecessary. Darby didn't know these details and wanted to continue persuading him, but suddenly, a thunderous roll echoed above the vast sky of the Six-Winged Clan. Immediately afterward, dark clouds within a radius of 10,000 miles gathered toward this location, instantly darkening the entire island. This sudden occurrence made Darby immediately swallow her intended words, her eyes instinctively narrowing as she exclaimed, a 5th-grade medicinal pill has successfully formed. From this breakthrough, she gained numerous benefits, not only advancing her magical power to the transforming spirit stage, but also enhancing her bloodline. She also acquired many ancestral legacies, increasing her knowledge. Thus, she immediately perceived what was happening. 5th-grade medicinal pill successfully formed, Virgil murmured, his eyes narrowing as he glanced out the window, catching sight of a bolt of purple lightning striking from the sky, carrying an aura of destruction, aimed at a grand hall. The Alchemy Hall. In the next moment, a black barrier suddenly appeared around the tiled roof hall, repelling the formidable lightning. Following a loud boom, the entire hall stood undamaged. Calamity Lightning, it's a 5th-grade medicinal pill. Has guest scholar Liu successfully refined another 5th-grade pill? Upon noticing this, the Six-Winged Clan cultivators all turned their gazes towards the scene, their faces filled with reverence. The aura within that heavenly thunder caused shivers down their spines, instilling a sense of inevitable doom. Even the secluded transforming spirit Franzes released their senses to focus on this event. The lightning calamity for a 5th-grade medicinal pill. It really has been too long since I've seen one. Virgil's gaze lingered on the barrier for a moment before he looked up at the heavily clouded sky, recalling the scene when Qing's sect disbanded. It was a similar scenario, with world-ending calamity lightning reducing the entire Qing sect to rubble. That was also when he and Maureen parted ways. As he reminisced, dense lightning began falling over the Alchemy Hall, all blocked by the barrier. TSK. It's actually a late-stage transformation level formation. Darby had already exited the Qinghuan Pearl and stood beside him, watching the distant barrier. The pearl is merely an alchemy tool and couldn't trap her. Virgil gradually came back to his senses, his eyes fixed on the bolts of lightning, feeling a tinge of regret. With the Taishang immortal scripture now possessing the abilities of the Rupert Cannon, it could absorb lightning to enhance its power. In other words, being struck by lightning made him stronger. So, these bolts of lightning were valuable resources for him. But I must thank this calamity lightning for giving me inspiration. Alistair, you've done me a great favor. He took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to act, squinting his eyes as he gazed at the sky above the Alchemy Hall, radiating determination. Until now, he had overlooked the existence of the Rupert Cannon and the fact that refining a 5th-grade medicinal pill would trigger a lightning calamity. While watching these lightning bolts waste away, he felt some regret, but more excitement. He now had a direction for how to rapidly enhance his strength. If a 5th-grade medicinal pill triggered a lightning calamity, wouldn't every refinement increase his power? After all, the Rupert cannon could absorb lightning to boost strength. Immediately, Virgil began to quietly plan in his mind. His divine sense was already mid-transforming spirit, even stronger than most mid-transforming spirit practitioners. Thus, although he hadn't tried refining a 5th-grade medicinal pill, it shouldn't be a problem. But where can I get the materials for a 5th-grade medicinal pill? Considering this, Virgil frowned but soon relaxed. He didn't need to spend money buying them. By proving he was a 5th-rank alchemist, the Six-Wing clan would provide them for free. He didn't care about the ownership of the pills refined, only about the calamity lightning after successful formation. Of course, revealing himself as a 5th-rank alchemist might raise suspicions, but it was worth trying during extraordinary times. His eyes flickered, and Virgil no longer hesitated, deciding to confront Estelle. I'm a 5th-rank alchemist, no more pretense. Releasing Darby back into the Qing.The Pearl, Virgil left his residence just as the thunderclouds in the sky slowly dissipated and sunlight tore through the clouds. Virgil headed directly for the small building, quickly reaching the door. Does young master have any more business? 2 attendants still stood guard outside the courtyard, startled by his reappearance so soon after leaving. Please inform Sonia again. Tell her I have something very important to discuss with her. Virgil bowed. The 2 attendants exchanged glances, and one of them bowed, saying, Understood, young master, please wait a moment. She then walked toward the courtyard. Palamaints later, inside a simply decorated room, a figure lazily lay on the bed. It was Ep2of2 Estelle. Hearing the attendant's report, she sneered, Humph, I'm in no mood to see him. Tell him if he doesn't refine 400 pills this month, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Yes, the attendant bowed and withdrew. Since yesterday, Ep2of2 had stayed in her room, seemingly upset. She didn't dare ask more, fearing angering her. Wait, a voice called out behind her. The attendant paused, puzzled. Tell him I'm not here. If he wants to wait, let him wait. If he doesn't, let him leave, Estelle coldly huffed. Every time she sent someone to invite him, he refused with excuses about refining. When she humbled herself to send him items, he repeatedly declined. What did she think she was dealing with? Men are all good for nothings. Soon, the attendant returned and bowed. Young master, Ep2of2 just left. Not here. Virgil furrowed his brow, sensing that she was still inside. Do you wish to wait for her return or leave? The attendant hesitated. Since Ep2of2 isn't here, I'll come back tomorrow. Virgil smiled politely and left without hesitation. Since she didn't want to see him, so be it. He came primarily to obtain 5th-grade medicinal pill materials from Estelle, proving he was a 5th-rank alchemist. Now that she wasn't willing to meet him, he would buy the materials himself. Once refined, he could achieve the desired effect. Just as he turned to leave, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. What do you want with me? Chapter 330. The Adulterous Couple. Virgil halted his steps, turning around and finally, fixing his gaze on the Noel and Palace attire standing at the doorway. His eyes betrayed a hint of surprise as he clasped his fists and greeted, Greetings, Ep2of2. Estelle remained silent, coldly staring at him. The fact that she hadn't chased him away but instead had a maid inform him to wait indicated her attitude. Just wait until her mood improved, and she would see him. Who knew this scoundrel would simply turn around and leave? This immediately irritated her. Did coming to see her make it so difficult to wait? Say what you need inside. Suppressing her anger, she turned and walked into the pavilion. Virgil's eyes flickered, watching her back, and silently followed. Only 2 maids were left standing at the door, observing their figures with a gossiping expression. They faintly felt that the Ep2of2 looked like an angry little Sylvia in love. But such words they did not dare to say out loud. If anyone heard them, they would be risking getting their mouths torn apart. Soon, under Estelle's lead, Virgil arrived at the 3rd floor. The entire 3rd floor was just one room, and the space inside was quite large. A big red soft couch sat in the middle, surrounded by hanging curtains. Beside it stood a sandalwood dressing table, laden with makeup and grooming tools. Further inside was a huge screen like a giant painting, behind which extended a platform. During rainy days, Estelle enjoyed standing before the red-painted carved railing, leaning against it to listen to the rain. Virgil's eyes scanned the room's decorations, eventually resting on Estelle. She found a stool and sat down by the table without inviting him to do the same, coldly staring at him, clearly not in a good mood. Ep2of2, Virgil spoke calmly, remaining upright without showing any dissatisfaction. Estelle picked up a cup of tea but didn't speak. Her recent bad mood wasn't entirely because of Virgil, but mainly due to Alistair's matter. She sipped the steaming tea and slowly said, Speak. What is it? I need the ingredients for a 5th-rank potion. Virgil hesitated. 5th-rank potion ingredients? Estelle's eyebrows knitted together. She even stopped drinking tea, scrutinizing him closely. You're a 4th-rank alchemist. Why do you need this? Virgil's eyes hesitated. If he admitted to being a 5th-rank alchemist, she might not believe him and could even suspect him of lying. Therefore, the best way was to obtain the spiritual herbs first, refine the 5th-rank potion, then explain wouldn't be necessary. This was his initial plan, but he needed to pass Estelle's scrutiny to get the herbs from her. I have a use for it. Ep2of2 will understand in time. Virgil lifted his head, his black eyes slowly looking at Estelle. Huh. Estelle gave him a mocking glance. Do you know who you are? Just because you have a use, I must give it to you. Do you know the value of 5th-rank potion ingredients? It's easily millions, enough to buy many spirit stones. Could you be exchanged for so many spirit stones? Haha. Inside the Qing.The Pearl, Darby laughed out loud. Virgil responded helplessly. Does Ep2of2 trust me? Estelle glanced sideways at him. Who are you? Are we close? Virgil. Indeed, they weren't that familiar. There was no reason for her to trust him or give him the herbs. Moreover, I don't have 5th-rank potion ingredients myself. Even when Alistair refines potions, he needs to report to the clan head, Estelle added casually. Hearing Estelle didn't have 5th-rank potion ingredients, Virgil frowned deeply. After a while, he sighed softly. Since that's the case, I won't disturb Ep2of2 further. He turned to leave, but just as he stepped toward the door, a gentle voice came from behind. Wait. Virgil paused, turning around to ask, is there anything else, Ep2of2? I sprained my foot just now. Come here and massage it, she beckoned him. Again? Virgil furrowed his brow but didn't move. What, do you want to defy orders? Estelle's face darkened. Seeing the murderous intent in her eyes, Virgil hesitated slightly, then slowly moved forward, crouching in front of her. He asked calmly, which foot did you sprain, Avril? The left one. Estelle lifted her chin, extending her embroidered shoe-clad left foot. Virgil held her ankle and carefully removed the black embroidered shoe, exposing a delicate foot clad in white stockings. Take off the stockings too, Estelle looked at him lazily. Without saying anything, Virgil removed the white socks and placed them inside the embroidered shoes. Now, the tiny and lovely bare foot lay completely exposed in the air, each of its 5 toes painted black. Do you think my feet are beautiful? Estelle watched him mischievously. Yes, Virgil gently held the delicate foot as if treating a bruise, massaging it absent-mindedly. Though this response seemed perfunctory, a slight smile tugged at Estelle's lips. However, as Virgil rubbed her left foot, her face gradually flushed. Last time they made contact through shoes, this time, it was direct. Instantly, an unfamiliar sensation surged within her, sending electric pulses throughout her body, making her feel numb yet tingling. Her eyes fixated on Virgil crouched before her. Unconsciously, her breathing changed subtly. Her body began to feel warmer, and a thin layer of fragrant sweat formed on her nape. To avoid drawing attention, she deliberately kept her expression stern. Fortunately, Virgil seemed preoccupied and didn't notice. Inside the Qing Pearl, Darby observed all this with disdain. Adulterous couple indeed, truly shameless. Fornicators and adulterers, how disgraceful. After her tirade, she closed her divine senses, unwilling to witness anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. All right, I'm going to rest, Estelle announced after about 15 minutes. Feeling increasingly hot, she quickly pulled back her foot. You may go. Her voice carried a subtle charm, less icy than before. Virgil nodded, unaware of this detail, stood up, and walked toward the exit, bowing respectfully. Estelle didn't see him off, sitting inside. Once he exited the pavilion, she instructed the maid outside to bring a tub of hot water. Splashes echoed as the steam clouded her vision, wet hair dangling messily over her chest. Leaning against the edge of the bath, half her body submerged in water, Estelle recalled the scene, her face still blushing. She didn't know why she'd acted so rashly, letting Virgil rub her foot, but she liked the feeling of compelling him to do things for her. Chapter 331. Tip. A moment later, she stepped out of the bathtub, dried the water droplets from her body, and changed into a clean black palace gown. Recalling Virgil's earlier request, her willowy brows knitted slightly in confusion and hesitation. Eventually, she transmitted her thoughts. Go call the Presley. Forget it. I'll go myself. With a sigh, she suddenly changed her mind, her figure flickering as she vanished from the room. As the old saying goes, one can't easily reject others' favors when benefiting from them. This would be like giving him a tip. The drizzle pattered down on the path, paved with blue stones. Virgil had already left the small building, holding the umbrella of virtue while lost in thought. If he couldn't obtain the ingredients here at Ep2of2 Pavilion, he would have to make the trip off the island to buy them. Although 5th-grade medicinal materials were hard to come by, it wasn't impossible. He could refine them himself upon return, which would achieve the same result. Humph! Was that Noelle's foot beautiful? Came an envious voice from his sea of consciousness. Virgil lightly frowned, rubbed his face, and replied, There's nothing I can do. I have to bow to circumstances. Huh, is that so? I bet you're secretly enjoying this, scoffed the voice. I'm not. Stop making things up, Virgil denied. Darby harumphed, ignoring him. Knowing her temper, Virgil figured she'd cool down soon and thus ignored her. Gazing into the rain ahead, he pondered. He planned to leave Seekong Island tonight to purchase the herbs outside. Though guest scholars weren't allowed to leave privately, with his strength, sneaking out unnoticed wouldn't be difficult, especially with the thousand faces technique Darby taught him. However, he hadn't expected someone unexpected to arrive before evening. Miss Norma? Virgil's eyes rested on the Sylvia in front of him, puzzled. Why would Ep2of2 Pavilion's attendant come visit him? Could it be that his plan to leave the island was discovered? But he hadn't mentioned it to anyone. Sir Braden, this is what Ep2of2 asked me to give you. Norma bowed first and then handed over a storage bag. What is this? Virgil took it hesitantly, his divine sense probing inside. Despite having a faint guess, what he saw still shocked him. Not only did it contain lush 5th-grade spirit herbs, but also a black pearl from Ep2of2 Pavilion from yesterday. Ep2of2 said she doesn't know exactly what medicine you need, so she chose the materials for spirit healing pill used for treating injuries, explained Norma, bowing again after handing over the bag. Piskay, who knew the Ep2of2 would really give you these? Seems like you two are close, remarked Darby in amazement. Virgil's expression was complex. He hadn't anticipated Ep2of2 Pavilion would actually give him 5th-grade spirit herbs. Please thank the Ep2of2 for me. Taking a deep breath, Virgil ignored Darby and sincerely thanked Norma with a bow. If you wish to thank her, please do it personally. To my knowledge, even the Ep2of2 cannot privately use 5th-grade spirit herbs without informing the clan leader. These herbs likely came from a request made to the Presley. I hope you value them, said Norma as she departed, her voice drifting away. Holding the storage bag, Virgil stood motionless for a while, then looked at it in his hand. Without going to the Dan Hall, his figure flickered, appearing in a quiet chamber. He didn't need the array to withstand heavenly lightning, so visiting the Dan Hall was unnecessary. Do you intend to refine 5th-grade elixir? Darby guessed his intention. She had been curious about why Virgil needed 5th-grade spirit herbs, but now understood. Yeah. Virgil nodded, instructing Cade to guard the area strictly. Then he extracted the black pearl from the storage bag. This was a treasured object of the Sky Realm, superior even to the universe pearl, usable even by Yuan-ing cultivators. After thoroughly inspecting it with his divine sense and finding no tampering, Virgil realized he must have misunderstood Ep2of2 pavilion yesterday. They might have sincerely wanted to apologize for the misunderstanding. Shaking his head to clear distracting thoughts, he bit his fingertip and dripped blood onto the pearl, establishing a connection with it. A crimson flame appeared in his palm, fierce and wild like a rebellious wolf struggling to escape. Indeed, it's baby fire. The surrounding temperature soared. Virgil observed the fire's power before swallowing it whole. "Are you trying to die?" exclaimed Darby in shock, appearing beside him. "Calm down, it's just baby fire. I've swallowed Earth Pulse Demon Fire before." Virgil shut his eyes and activated the Taisu Immortal Scripture to refine it, sweat beading on his forehead. Though baby fire wasn't nearly as powerful as Earth Pulse Demon Fire, the experience wasn't comfortable either. His body burned intensely, setting his robes aflame again. Only the storage bag and a jade pendant remained untouched. Watching him, Darby sighed in relief. Realizing Virgil was naked, her cheeks blushed furiously, covering her eyes partially peeking through. "Fear what? He saw me too," she muttered, removing her hands and glaring boldly before hiding them again. After a quarter hour, Virgil opened his eyes to see Darby staring at him curiously. "You?" Confused, Virgil felt a chill and glanced down, immediately reacting. He quickly donned a set of robes from the storage bag. He stared at her sternly. "Young lady, don't you feel ashamed?" "Humph. You saw me too, besides, I'm not a young Sylvia," Darby retorted. "That was accidental, and I only glanced once." "You've been staring the entire time," Virgil argued. "How about I let you see me again?" Chapter 332, Lightning Tribulation, Part 1. "Should I take off my clothes again for you to have another look?" Darby shot him a sidelong glance, seemingly having waited for this moment. Virgil finally conceded, helplessly waving his hand in dismissal. "Scram, scram, scram. Go back into the Qing.The pearl. I'm going to refine pills." "Tisk." Darby instantly displayed utter disdain on her face, as if she had long anticipated this outcome. Leaving behind a scornful gaze, she entered the Qing.The pearl. Virgil's mouth twitched slightly, and he ignored her. Once she was gone, he slowly closed his eyes, sensing the increase in his magical power. This flame was one of the most potent types of infant fire. After assimilating it, his magical power had increased by 60 units. Now his magical power had reached 1,860 units. Pity there is only one such flame. Otherwise, reaching 3,000 units would not be too difficult, Virgil muttered, suppressing the regret in his heart as he took out a storage bag filled with medicinal herbs. His gaze rested upon it, and he drew a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes, adjusting his state of mind. Everything was ready. It was time to start refining the pills. After 3 breaths, Virgil suddenly opened his eyes, his divine sense stirring as a black pill furnace appeared before him. Ancient and majestic, the furnace was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, symbols of good fortune, and could be considered one of the most frequently used treasures he owned. "Black demon flame, arise." With a low shout, Virgil's face assumed an expression of solemnity. Opening his mouth, he released a black dragon of fire that halted beneath the pill furnace, roaring fiercely, turning the base of the furnace crimson. Virgil's gaze was calm as he watched this scene, just as he did during past pill refinement sessions, throwing various medicinal herbs into the furnace before him. His technique and speed were faster than ever, nearly leaving afterimages visible. The pill he was now refining was called the Soul Transcending Pill. Naturally, it also went by another widely known name, the Bone Rebirth Pill. It symbolized reviving the dead and regenerating bones. When Virgil had almost died in the Great Qing dynasty, Benita had taken him to the Xian family, seizing a bone rebirth pill to save his life. He had recently seen the formula for the pill in the pill hall. The complexity of refining it was several times more than that of a 4th-grade pill. Just the medicinal herbs alone numbered in the thousands. Throughout the process, he needed to use his divine sense to monitor the conditions inside the furnace, control the temperature of the flame, and never pause in his actions. Managing 3 tasks simultaneously. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred during the entire process. By the time all the medicinal herbs were thrown into the furnace, it was already evening, and heavy rain poured outside the window. The rumbling thunder did not distract him in the slightest. Virgil kept his eyes fixed on the pill furnace, dividing his attention to control the flame's temperature. Every step was executed without error. His skill was so proficient that it did not resemble a novice's first attempt at refining a 5th-grade pill, but instead seemed like that of an experienced veteran who had done it many times before. All this naturally benefited from his now strong and composed mindset. An hour later, the medicinal herbs inside the furnace had completely melted into a black liquid. Virgil let out a long sigh of relief. Step 1 was complete. Now came the most crucial part. Bang! He continuously slapped the furnace before him as if countless hands struck it at once, perfectly blending the liquid within. Bubble, bubble. Vapor emerged from the furnace's opening, while the liquid inside slowly converged under an invisible force. This process was slow, and the temperature of the flames could not change. It was the step most prone to furnace explosion. Outside, lightning streaked across the sky, briefly illuminating the darkness, with even louder thunder resounding in the ears. Yet, Virgil remained oblivious, fully absorbed in his task. Inhale, fill. Each breath became extremely slow, almost in sync with his heartbeat. Soon, it was dawn, and the rain had stopped, leaving behind scattered petals in the courtyard, damaged by the rain. At this moment, a refreshing fragrance of medicine wafted out from the room, permeating the entire yard, drawing Cade's attention. This tranquil scene continued until noon when it was interrupted by the thunderclap echoing from the clouds. Dark clouds gathered over the entire island, turning day into twilight in an instant. This sight immediately caught the attention of numerous cultivators. What's happening? A 5th-grade pill? Could another 5th-grade pill have been successfully refined? Many Wing clan cultivators, unaware of the details, thought back to yesterday's event, all gazing intently at the sky with eager eyes. In a small building, Estelle stood by the window, observing the sky, her brows furrowing slightly. Is Alistair refining another 5th grade pill? She didn't associate any of this with Virgil. She hadn't thought that Virgil obtained the materials for the 5th grade pill to actually refine it. Is this lightning tribulation because Alistair has refined another 5th grade pill? At the same moment, similar thoughts ran through the minds of cultivators across the 6 Wing clan. Divine senses focused on the pill hall, belonging to transformation stage Franzes who rarely showed themselves. All assumed these tribulations were due to Alistair refining another 5th grade pill. Meanwhile, in the much-anticipated pill hall, what's going on? Guest scholars who were originally refining pills felt a suppressive aura from the sky, stepping out of their quiet rooms into the open, filled with curiosity. It's a lightning tribulation. Another 5th grade pill must have come into being. Strange, didn't guest scholar Liu refine a batch just yesterday? Why today again? Seeing the gathering thunderclouds in the sky, the guest scholars instantly understood what was happening, their gazes turning toward the inner hall with subtle excitement. There was a sealed array formation indicating someone was indeed refining pills inside, pointing directly to Alistair. Unkit also stood among the crowd, hearing the remarks of his colleagues, but harboring his own doubts in silence. Master had left yesterday and hadn't mentioned returning to refine pills, yet the sign of a 5th grade pill's successful refinement could not be faked. Could Master have returned in the middle of the night? Just as he pondered, a figure walked in from outside, face dark, scanning the present assembly. Guest scholar Liu. It was none other than Alistair, the sole 5th grade pill master of the 6 Wing clan. Everyone was momentarily stunned, puzzled why he would enter from the outside. Could it be that the person refining inside wasn't him? Who was refining pills inside? Before anyone could respond, Alistair scanned the area, asking first and confirming their suspicions. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. Unkit reacted first, tongue-tied. Master, these lightning tribulations aren't caused by you? Alistair shook his head with a grim face. He had rushed here after seeing the tribulation. If it's not guest scholar Liu, then who is refining inside? Shocked even further by his denial, all eyes turned to the inner hall. Who could it be inside? Chapter 333, Thunder Tribulation, Part 2. Who's refining a pill? At this moment, all the guest Franzes present were very curious about the answer to this question. Could it be fellow Taoist Braden? Walker whispered. The only 2 people not here at the moment were Virgil and Eric. Among them, Virgil was obviously more likely. Impossible, he is merely an elemental spirit cultivator, incapable of refining a 5th rank pill. Alistair, with a grave expression, reiterated his disbelief. The most likely scenario is that the 6 Wing clan has recruited another 5th rank pill master as a guest Franz. He also ventured a guess. Master speaks the truth. There's indeed that possibility. We didn't expect the 6 Wing clan to recruit yet another 5th rank pill master. We don't know exactly which tier of 5th rank they belong to. Hearing this, everyone agreed, feeling that this conjecture made the most sense. Boom. Just as they were guessing, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to reach their limit. With a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket and brilliantly white, descended from the heavens. It carried an aura of annihilation. Even an early-stage soul transformation cultivator would have to evade. Witnessing this, whether inside the pill hall or the 6-winged clan Franzes outside, everyone froze on the spot. Because that lightning bolt was not aimed at the pill hall, but somewhere within the 6-winged clan territory. Let's go check it out. After a brief moment of shock, Alistair's face darkened, and he vanished first. All the guest Franzes also moved outside, gazing afar toward where the lightning struck. Even the 6-winged clan soul transformation Franzes who usually stayed hidden were momentarily stunned, including Estelle, who was looking toward the pill hall. Her figure flickered into the air, and in the next moment, several figures appeared around her, each emitting soul transformation cultivator auras. Without exchanging words, they looked toward the place where the heavenly thunder had struck. It was a private courtyard. As the bucket-thick lightning landed, structures within a 100-jong radius were instantly obliterated by the destructive force. Only after the dust settled did everyone see a black cauldron standing amidst the ruins, faintly emanating a fragrant aroma, and in front of the black cauldron sat a man in a black robe, lightning coursing over him, his cloak partially torn. Despite his disheveled appearance, his posture remained upright like a pine tree in snow. Under the oppressive thunderclouds, he gave off an elegant demeanor. It's fellow Taoist Braden. Axel Wu exclaimed, immediately recognizing Virgil from the silhouette, feeling astonished and incredulous. It's really that scum. Unkit and Callan beside him also recognized him, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They never expected the person who could refine a 5th rank pill to actually be Virgil. Even the 5th rank pill master Alistair had a dark look on his face. Yesterday, he had mocked Virgil for being just a lowly 4th rank pill master who needed much improvement. Little did he know that today Virgil directly refined a 5th rank pill, slapping his face hard. Compared to them, the 6-winged clan Franzes observing this scene were puzzled. What happened? It wasn't Alistair refining pills? Who is that person? Among those present, apart from Estelle and the 3rd Franz in court attire, none of the other Franzes recognized Virgil, asking in confusion. Estelle's pretty face turned rigid as she stared dumbfounded at the black-robed man in the ruins, too shocked to answer. Recalling Virgil asking her for 5th rank medicinal ingredients, she immediately understood everything. Standing beside her, the 3rd Franz panted slightly, whispering, You gave your medicinal ingredients to him, didn't you? Did you already know he was a 5th rank pill master? Estelle opened her mouth to speak. Heaven knows, she truly didn't know. Can someone tell us who he is? At that moment, a middle-aged man asked. This man named Anderson was the 6-winged clan chief, strong enough to be a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. The other Franzes also wanted to know the answer and looked around expectantly, hoping someone would clarify. He's a guest Franz I recruited a couple of days ago, explained Estelle. A 5th rank pillmaster? How come I only know this now? Sonia, you're not doing your job properly, said the middle-aged man, though his eyes gleamed with interest and his tone lacked any blame. If I say I just found out too, will you believe me? Estelle sighed inwardly, her gaze drifting toward Virgil in the ruins. How many things is he hiding from her? How is he only at the peak nascent soul stage? Suddenly, the happy atmosphere was broken by a voice. One Franz, sensing Virgil's cultivation level, narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing this, Estelle immediately realized that Virgil's cultivation was indeed only peak nascent soul, her face turning pale. Thunder tribulation. Help him fend off the thunder tribulation. He's just a nascent soul cultivator. Her voice filled with urgency, she rushed toward the ruins before finishing her sentence. No matter how much he had hidden from her, no matter what punishment awaited, it was for later. The immediate priority was saving him. A 5th rank pill success could trigger thunder tribulations. Even soul transformation cultivators might perish under such a tribulation. Throughout history, countless 5th rank pill masters had died due to insufficient strength to withstand the thunder tribulation caused by their own pill refinement. That's why many pill masters prepared extensively beforehand, setting up arrays to ward off tribulations. What? A peak nascent soul can refine a 5th rank pill. Upon confirmation, the other Franzes showed signs of shock. Why didn't he refine the pill in the pill hall, where the arrays can defend against thunder tribulations? Another Franz asked. Save him first. Clan Chief Anderson ignored these questions and, upon hearing Estelle's words, immediately followed her. But halfway through their rush, 2 bolts of white light suddenly fell from the sky, engulfing both Virgil and the cauldron. Destructive energy radiated outward. Estelle halted, staring blankly at the scene. Her white hands clenched involuntarily, her mind blank. Dead. Damn it, we're too late. Anderson also wore a grim expression. The power of that single lightning strike was enough to make even an early-stage soul transformation cultivator shudder. Virgil had somehow resisted the first bolt of lightning with some unknown method, but was clearly severely injured. Under these 2 bolts of lightning, he would certainly perish completely. And so would the pills in the furnace. Losing a batch of 5th rank pills was a minor matter. What truly distressed him was the death of a highly potential pill master. Being able to refine 5th rank pills at the peak nascent soul stage was rare throughout history. Such talent deserved cultivation and support. Yet now, it had died right in front of him. Haha, good riddance. Chapter 334. Leave me alone. Let the lightning strike me. Haha, he died well. Outside the alchemy hall, Unkit watched as Virgil was engulfed by lightning, a twisted smile spreading across his face. The other party was just too dazzling, casting him into shadow and filling him with jealousy. Why should there be such a disparity between them when they were both in the Yuanying stage? But soon his smile faded as the white light dissipated, revealing a large circular crater on the ground. The black pill furnace remained intact, standing firmly in place. As for the figure in the black robe, it merely lay curled on the ground. Though weak, it still exuded life. He's still alive. Even Alistair could not contain his surprise this time, displaying an expression of disbelief. Even he felt a chill down his spine at the 2 heavenly thunder strikes. Had they hit him, he would have lost a layer of skin if not his life. Yet this young man, barely at the Yuanying stage, somehow survived. Is he really a Yuanying cultivator? The Franzes of the 6-winged clan all looked dumbfounded. Although they could also withstand these thunder strikes, they were already in the Huashan stage while their opponent was only at the Yuanying stage. Gavin paused slightly before saying, there's no mistake. I can sense that his cultivation is indeed at the Yuanying stage. He is not hiding his realm. With the clan leader speaking, the Franzes fell silent. No matter how unwilling they were to believe it, they had to accept this reality. The clan leader was a genuine late-stage Huashan cultivator. One couldn't hide their cultivation level in front of him unless they surpassed him. Comparatively, everyone was more willing to believe that perhaps he possessed some treasure. Rumble. While each person harbored their own thoughts, Virgil had already risen from his crumpled state, sitting cross-legged amidst the ruins. He lifted his head to gaze at the sky darkened by ink-like clouds. The 3rd wave of the celestial thunderstrike was already gathering momentum. It felt as though the rumbling within the clouds was the voice of gods deliberating on how to destroy the world. Virgil remained calm throughout, letting out a breath of stale air before closing his eyes, sensing the magical power within him. Earlier, to absorb the lightning, he chose not to defend himself but let the lightning strike him directly. He only used his magical power to protect the pill furnace to avoid its destruction by the thunderstrike. As a result, he now looked extremely disheveled, his clothes tattered and parts of his body charred black. Increased by 6 jia. Feeling the addition of 6 jia to his magical power, Virgil grinned. Are you okay? Darby's voice came from within the heaven and earth pearl. She had almost intervened earlier but restrained herself because she knew firsthand about Virgil's strength when he captured an early-stage Huashan cultivator. Virgil shook his head. I'm fine. Just some minor injuries. Nothing worth mentioning. As soon as he spoke, a figure landed in front of him, glancing down at him indifferently. Looks like you won't die after all. It was Estelle. She did not join the discussion with the Franzes, but had been watching Virgil closely. Seeing that he was still alive, she rushed over due to concern. To her surprise, Virgil didn't show any joy upon seeing her. Instead, he seemed to regard her presence as a nuisance. Sonia, I'm fine. Please step back. I can handle these thunder strikes without your help. You. Estelle was instantly infuriated, her slender fingers pointing at him, her chest heaving up and down. She had come to save him, and instead of appreciating it, he was treating her like a nuisance. Just as she felt wronged, a rumble resounded from the sky, 3 blinding beams of white light plunging straight toward them. Angry and wanting to strike Virgil dead, Estelle did not stand idly by. Just as she was about to act, another middle-aged man appeared beside them, radiating immense power. With a casual flick of his hand, the third wave of thunder strikes scattered instantly. Don't worry, mere thunder strikes can be dispelled with a wave of my hand. Having done so, Gavin clapped his hands and glanced back at Virgil with a reassuring smile. Virgil's face darkened, his heart bleeding. That was real magical power, essential for his alchemy. To have it dispersed so easily, did he expect gratitude? Suppressing the urge to curse aloud, Virgil patiently explained, Sonia, senior, I possess a treasure that can make me immune to the damage from these thunder strikes. Moreover, they enhance my physical body. So please, leave. Please, leave me alone. Let the lightning strike me. Huh. Gavin and Estelle were taken aback by his words. Estelle finally understood why Virgil had asked her to leave, comprehending the underlying situation. Is what you say true? Gavin still had doubts. Virgil silently glanced upward. The fourth wave of thunder was building, growing increasingly urgent. Absolutely true. I chose not to enter the alchemy hall because I need these lightning strikes. Please leave us, he pleaded. All right. Gavin nodded, realizing he had inadvertently meddled. He gave a sheepish look and moved away first. One person gone. Virgil sighed in relief and earnestly told Estelle, Averillamo, please go too. Trust me, I will be fine. Estelle gave him a sidelong glance and then disappeared. In an instant, several columns of white light struck down simultaneously, akin to the end of the world. Come, bring more. Relieved, Virgil raised his hand, using magical power to protect the pill furnace. Then he slowly lifted his head to watch the incoming celestial thunder. With the two hindrances gone, he could finally focus on absorbing the lightning. Each wave of the thunder strike increased in number. First wave, 1 bolt. Second wave, 2 bolts. Fourth wave, 4 bolts. Instantly, 4 water bucket-thick beams of white light enveloped Virgil. Strike him to death. Unkit, who had lost hope when the clan leader approached, was enraged to see the young man infuriate the clan leader. Now, with no one intervening, he couldn't believe Virgil could withstand 4 thunderbolts. Estelle stood afar, silent, secretly clutching her fists tightly. Others held their breaths, clearly hearing their own breathing, filled with anticipation. Palamaints later, the white light dissipated again, leaving a charred figure lying on the ground, weakened. Yet, moments after, Virgil, who had seemingly been half dead, stood up again, his eyes flickering with black and white energies, healing his wounds. Seeing this, Estelle breathed a sigh of relief, loosening her clenched hands. The rest of the Franzes were already numb. How could a mere Yuanian cultivator withstand 3 waves of celestial thunder? How is this possible? Chapter 335, Lightning Tribulation, Part 2. Taoist fellow Braden truly has a heavenly aura of prosperity. Outside the alchemy hall, Axel Wu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had always been on good terms with Virgil and felt genuinely pleased that Virgil had survived. After all, Virgil was easygoing and did not put on airs, making him well-liked by everyone. That bastard has such good luck. In contrast to Axel Wu's excitement, Unkit beside him clenched his fists, his face contorted in displeasure. Upon hearing this, Alistair glanced at him. It seemed that the image had become a nightmare and obsession for this disciple of his. His gaze flickered slightly as he turned away and continued to observe the ruined area. His initial contempt for Virgil had long vanished. However, Alistair was not concerned about Virgil threatening his position. Virgil was unaware of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Another 8 Jia. Feeling the power within him, he flashed another smile. Although each lightning bolt only added 2 Jia of mana, it wasn't much. But remember, these bolts of lightning would come every time he refined pills. It would be a constant stream of gains. Boom. Soon, the 5th wave of lightning struck, engulfing Virgil. As time passed, the frequency of the lightning increased dramatically, becoming dense and rapid. Like back in Qing's sect, but circumstances have changed. Virgil was no longer that weak self. A moment later, the white light dissipated, and Virgil stood up again, his eyes sparkling with excitement. 12 Jia. Up until now, the total amount of mana had increased by 26 Jia. With this steady progress, reaching 3,000 Jia of mana was just around the corner. But before he could revel in his joy, thick beams of white light descended once more, enveloping him. When the thunder dispersed, Virgil lay on the ground like a charred corpse. He soon rose again, repeating the cycle until after half an hour, the dark clouds slowly dissipated in the sky. It's over. Lying on the ground, his breathing ragged and feeble, Virgil struggled to his feet, feeling a tinge of regret. This lightning tribulation had increased his mana by 56 Jia. His current mana level had reached 1916 Jia. Just in terms of mana, he was nearly on par with mid-stage corporeal god realm cultivators. With 2 more rounds, it should be close. Robertarfi appeared beside him, looking at him with admiration flashing in her eyes. This fellow kept giving her more and more surprises. Sonia, I told you I'd be fine, right? Virgil managed to smile, standing up from the ground. His clothes were barely covering essential areas, looking worse off than a beggar. Robertarfi cast a faint glance at him, saying nothing. She casually waved her hand and threw him a cloak. Put on some clothes. Thank you. Virgil bowed, slipping the black cloak over himself. At this moment, Averill III, clan leader Anderson, and all the Averills of the Six-Winged clan gathered around him, their gazes scrutinizing him as if he were a monster. How did you do it? One of them, wearing a blood-red robe with a delicate appearance, asked. This was Hobie of the Six-Winged clan, an early-stage corporeal god cultivator. Even if he tried, he doubted he could withstand these thunderbolts. Yet Virgil, a mere nascent soul, accomplished what only a corporeal god could do. I have a treasure that reduces the damage from lightning, Virgil replied with a prepared explanation. Everyone nodded, accepting this explanation and casting curious glances at the black cauldron, refraining from further inquiry. What kind of pill is this? Is it bone rejuvenation pill? And Franz recognized the pill's aura, speaking with certainty. Yes, bone rejuvenation pills. Virgil nodded, waving his hand so 4 successfully refined pills flew out of the furnace into a jade bottle he had prepared. Everyone watched intently, their eyes filled with heat. This pill could save lives in critical moments. Cough. Anderson lightly coughed nearby, and everyone instantly composed themselves, shifting their gaze to the flames at the bottom of the furnace. The black flames emitted an ominous heat, giving them an intense sensation. What grade is this flame? Why does it feel dangerous? One of the mid-stage corporeal god Franzes asked in surprise, not associating it with the black demon flame from the subterranean demon fire. Normally, a nascent soul cultivator could never refine the black demon flame. Black ghost fire. Virgil lied casually, swallowing the flame whole. Then he put the cauldron back into his storage pouch. Finishing this, he looked around awkwardly. I've destroyed this place. It wasn't intentional. Anderson sighed helplessly. It's all right. We'll arrange a new residence for you. Virgil nodded. Thank you, senior. He didn't know Anderson was the clan leader of the Six-Wing clan, but guessed his identity given his profound cultivation. You're welcome. Since you're our honored guest, we're family. If you have any requests, I will try my best to fulfill them. Anderson smiled, patting Virgil on the shoulder, showing great appreciation. The Six-Wing clan lacked alchemists, and Virgil had the potential to become at least a middle-grade 5th-rank alchemist, a promising future indeed. I want the world-purifying lotus seed. Virgil swallowed these words, smiling again and thanking the other. This time Sonia recruited a 5th-rank alchemist without informing me. I only found out now. You go rest for now. We'll host a welcoming banquet in 3 days, Anderson said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Robertarfi shot Virgil a warning look, but did not expose him in front of the clan leader. I'll arrange a new residence for him. All right. Anderson nodded. Follow me. Robertarfi cast a glance at Virgil and walked ahead. I'll be going then. Virgil bowed to everyone and followed Robertarfi. After walking some distance, Robertarfi suddenly stopped, turning around with narrowed phoenix-like eyes, her face brimming with killing intent. Who are you really? What is your purpose in infiltrating our Six-Wing clan? What do you mean, Sonia? Virgil countered. You're clearly a 5th-rank alchemist. Why did you hide it from me when I first approached you? Robertarfi crossed her arms, waiting for his explanation. Would you believe me if I told you? Virgil shrugged. Robertarfi was speechless. Of course, she wouldn't believe him. If he had said so back then, she might have considered him a liar and searched his soul directly. Coldly scoffing, realizing she had no grounds to press further, Robertarfi turned to continue leading the way. Suddenly, Virgil tossed her a jade bottle. Here, this is for you. What does this mean? Robertarfi frowned, looking down at the bottle in her hand, silent. Translation ends here to maintain coherence with the previous content. Chapter 336, Terrifying Powerhouse. Inside this jade bottle lay the 2 freshly refined bone growth pills that Virgil had just made. There are only 2 pills, Virgil smiled and explained. Since you provided the ingredients, it's only fair to share half of the elixir with you. Note, I made slight adjustments for fluency and consistency. The term elixir is often used in the context of danyal, in English translations of Chinese fantasy novels, which makes it more natural and consistent with common terminology in the genre. You still have some conscience at least. Estelle's hand flashed, and she tucked the jade bottle away. She turned and walked ahead, hiding her slightly uplifted corners of her mouth from Virgil's view. In truth, even if Virgil hadn't offered her the bone growth pill, she wouldn't have complained. After all, when she gave him those spirit herbs back then, she had simply thought that she would be needing his services in the future, like massaging her feet, and considered this an advance payment. Hey Favril, does the clan need any 5th-rank pills to be refined? Virgil followed behind her, rubbing his hands together as he asked seriously. Let's talk about it after you've rested for a couple of days and recovered from your injuries. Estelle glanced at him, no longer displaying her previous demeanor. I don't need to rest. Virgil spoke with conviction. As a guest Franz, refining pills for the Six-Wing clan is my duty. Moreover, Avril has been so kind to me. A minor injury like this is nothing. If there are any pills you need refined, just let me know. Estelle didn't believe a word of it, but pondered for a moment before glancing at Virgil again and said, Tomorrow, I'll go to the clan leader to collect the necessary spirit herbs. Ever since Ander left, Alistair was the only remaining 5th-rank alchemist, and the consumption of such high-level pills indeed couldn't keep up. They had to rely on past stockpiles. Now that he was eager to refine pills, they might as well fulfill his desire. All right. Virgil hid his joy well. Estelle glanced at him without saying much and quickly led him to a new courtyard. This place was located on the west side of the Six-Wing clan territory, quiet and secluded, and the courtyard was significantly larger than the last one. As soon as they entered, 4 or 5 maids immediately greeted them, bowing to Estelle. Servants greet Avril. In the future, you will attend to his daily needs. Estelle said coolly. Yes, Avril. The maids nodded. They were members of the Six-Wing clan, with relatively low cultivation levels, none higher than Golden Core, and looked no different from ordinary people. You may leave now. Estelle was familiar with the place. After dismissing the maids, she led Virgil through the front yard into the main hall. Instead of leaving immediately, she sat on the main chair, crossing her legs and looking at Virgil. Just as she was about to ask him to massage her feet as usual, she remembered his new status as a 5th-rank alchemist and found herself hesitating, not entirely used to the change. Virgil also had something to discuss with her. He stepped forward. Sister Mo, I have something I want you to look at. Hearing Sister Mo, Estelle's lips curled, sensing that he likely wanted something from her. She replied indifferently, What is it? This. Virgil didn't beat around the bush, moving his divine sense to retrieve the piece of animal skin from his storage bag. He held it out with both hands, presenting it to her. What is this? Estelle scanned it casually, seeing it was just a regular animal skin, and took it nonchalantly, giving it a cursory glance. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she stared intently at its contents. These are demon scripts. Where did you get this? I snatched it from someone else. Virgil didn't hide anything, asking, do you recognize the writing, Sister Emo? Estelle didn't answer immediately, her gaze locked on the worm-like text. She released her divine sense, trying to memorize the content. But the next moment, she felt a sudden pain in her mind, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her perfectly beautiful face, adding a pale elegance. Seeing her injury, Virgil's eyes showed confusion. He'd had the animal skin for so long and never encountered such a situation. Why did she get injured merely by looking at it? Suppressing his doubts, he asked with concern, Sister Emo, are you alright? It's nothing, Estelle shook her head. I sensed a trace left by the person who wrote these words. Unable to withstand the demonic aura within, I got hurt. Virgil's eyes flickered with shock upon hearing this. Just by leaving some words behind, this person managed to harm Estelle, who was at the nascent soul realm, across endless time and space. How terrifyingly powerful must they be? The demon scripts on this animal skin are mostly lost and unknown to me. However, I can check for you and inform you once I find something. Estelle wiped the blood from her lips, gazing at him. Alright, Sister Emo can keep the skin for now, Virgil nodded. After Estelle left, Virgil changed into a clean black robe and sat in the main hall, thinking about what had just transpired. What exactly did the demon script on the animal skin record? Who could have left such a mark? To be able to injure a nascent soul realm expert simply through text, it had to be left by an extraordinary powerhouse. He rubbed his temples and stood up, walking to the veranda, his gaze resting on the pond ahead. In his mind, he reviewed the people who surrounded him earlier. The middle-aged man was most likely the clan leader of the Six-Wing clan. The other 7 individuals were probably the 7 Franzes. Apart from the middle-aged man whose exact cultivation level was undetectable, 3 were at the middle nascent soul stage, and the rest were early nascent soul. 1 late nascent soul, 3 middle nascent souls, and 4 early nascent souls. This was the entirety of the Six-Wing clan's strength. Of course, there might be hidden powerhouses not yet revealed, which was why Virgil needed to wait until his magic power reached approximately 3,000 ja. Virgil had a premonition that it wouldn't be long. His plan had succeeded. He had proven himself as a 5th-rank alchemist in front of everyone. Now, he only needed to quietly refine pills and slowly accumulate magic power. Master, Ep2of2 has already gone far. Cade entered from outside. Before the thunderbolt began, he had retreated hundreds of feet away at Virgil's advice. When will you break through to nascent soul? Virgil glanced at him indifferently. Should be soon. Cade lowered his head, feeling a hint of tension. His talent wasn't bad either. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a successor of the soul sect. Moreover, he had treasures bestowed by the soul sect to comprehend meaning, making the path to nascent soul shorter. The next day, Virgil went to see Estelle to collect spirit herbs for refining 5th-rank pills. On his way, he encountered Axel Wu, Walker, and Eric near the alchemy hall. Elio Braden. The 3 looked at him with a touch of reverence and greeted him proactively. Virgil smiled at them, exchanged some pleasantries, and bid farewell before entering the familiar small building, guided by Norma. Chapter 337, Curse-Suppressing Pill. The first floor was brightly lit, with sunlight streaming in, making it feel like a study room lined with many bookshelves. Estelle sat at a desk in the middle, her black palace gown concealing her perfect curves. The desk was piled high with scrolls, and she was engrossed in one, not even noticing when he entered. Ep2of2 has been sitting here all night, working on something, Norma whispered in explanation. Virgil understood. She was most likely researching and trying to decipher the demonic script on the beast's skin. Their conversation finally drew Estelle's attention, and upon seeing him, a hint of warmth appeared on her tired face. You're here. These are the ingredients for 3 batches of cursed suppressing pills. I've already placed the formula inside. Take them and start the refinement process. Norma stepped forward, taking the storage pouch from Estelle and handing it to Virgil. Virgil looked at the still warm storage pouch in his hand and glanced up at Estelle, saying, Sister Mo, don't overwork yourself. Make sure to rest. It's fine. Go ahead and refine the pills. Estelle waved her hand dismissively. Virgil nodded, not saying anything further, and left after bidding farewell. Back at his residence, he opened the storage pouch and swept it with his divine sense, quickly noting that it contained roughly 9,000 different types of medicinal herbs. Unlike ordinary herbs, these gave off a dark, oppressive aura. Among them was a red herb reminiscent of the black grass used in refining devil spirit pills. These 2 pills must be related, he thought. Curse-suppressing pill. Huh? His eyes flickered as his divine sense stirred, bringing a scroll into his hand. The material seemed new, almost like a manuscript. This was the formula for this particular pill. The scroll detailed the quantities of each medicinal ingredient needed during the refining process. After carefully memorizing the requirements, Virgil frowned, contemplating, what is this pill for? He felt that the Six-Wing clan was quite peculiar. Neither the devil spirit pills nor this one seemed designed to enhance cultivation or heal injuries. It didn't seem related to cultivation at all. Perhaps they use these pills every month to assist in cultivating some secret technique, Darby speculated. Maybe, Virgil shrugged, not dwelling on it. He fetched the alchemy furnace, summoned the flames, and had Cade send all the maidservants away. Then he began refining the pills. One by one, he dropped the various herbs into the furnace. Some were cold, others hot or sinister, yet they were thrown in methodically, turning into liquid under the roaring black demon flames at the bottom of the furnace. With the experience from the previous refinement and the assistance of his nascent soul stage divine sense, Virgil felt more at ease refining this 5th-rank beginner-level pill. However, he remained vigilant, always prepared for unexpected issues. Never underestimate anything until success is imminent. That was his guiding principle. Soon, thousands of herbs were liquefied within the furnace. Next came the formation of the pills. After a day spent sitting meditatively before the furnace, Virgil slowly opened his eyes and looked upward, predicting, here it comes. Thunder rumbled through the clouds, gathering once more above Qing Island. What's going on? Another 5th rank pill complete? Why so many 5th rank pills in just 2 days? The Six-Winged Clan cultivators were highly sensitive to such phenomena and guessed the truth instantly. Sure enough, moments later, a thick white light, like a beam from a bucket, struck a building somewhere in the Six-Winged Clan territory. Just as yesterday, a vast area was instantly reduced to rubble. That kid is refining pills again. Why doesn't he go to the alchemy hall? Has he become addicted to getting struck by lightning? The Franzes observing secretly were speechless. What kind of pill is he refining this time? Someone asked curiously via divine transmission. Curse-suppressing pill, and Franz replied. Anderson and Estelle also noticed the sky's thunderstorm. They knew more than the other Franzes, understanding that Virgil seemed to be using the lightning to temper his body, but also finding it a headache. With this guy around, the Six-Winged Clan would surely become even livelier in the future. Soon, everything calmed down as the dark clouds dispersed. Sitting amidst the rubble, Virgil, dressed in tattered robes, exhaled a breath. 64 Jia. This batch of pills resulted in him being struck by over 30 bolts of lightning. After being refined by the Great Tao scripture, his mana had reached 1980 Jia. Changing into fresh clothes from his storage pouch, Virgil stood up and surveyed the ruins, his latest creation, coughing awkwardly. Well, he had no place to stay again. But since he had been struck, he might as well not waste it. He decided to continue refining. Sitting in the ruins, he put away the last batch and retrieved new herbs. Just as he was about to begin another batch, a gravelly voice sounded in the air, carrying a mid-nascent soul aura. Boy, if you want to refine pills, do it in the alchemy hall or head west of Qing Island. But stop doing it within the Six-Winged Clan territory. At this rate, you'll destroy us eventually. The voice was not concealed, and multiple Six-Winged Clan cultivators heard it, exchanging strange glances. Virgil touched his nose, realizing he was in the wrong and not arguing. I understand. Though he wanted to refine another batch, knowing the Franz wouldn't let him, he stopped. With 2 sets of 5th-rank pill ingredients still in his storage pouch, Virgil packed away the furnace and the black demon flames. Instructing Cade, he left the Six-Winged Clan headquarters and headed toward the western area as advised. Reaching a desolate spot 1,000 miles away on the western side of Qing Island, where only birds and beasts roamed, Virgil found a place, opened a cave, and resumed refining. The process continued for a day, and once again, dark clouds gathered in the sky, with thunder striking for over half an hour before dissipating. 2040 Jia. In clean clothes, Virgil exhaled and felt excitement in his eyes, sensing his enhanced mana. Just as he was ready to push forward with the final batch, Darby suddenly appeared beside him, holding 2 people. Before starting the refining, Virgil had released her to guard, never expecting this unexpected outcome. Chapter 338. The person behind. How should we deal with them? Darby casually threw the 2 individuals to the ground and looked at Virgil, her eyes inquiring, not worrying about them escaping at all. Who are you? Seeing that terrifying Noel behave like a subordinate before Virgil, Unkit and Callan, who were already heavily injured, filled their faces with terror and despair. Virgil said nothing, merely glancing at the 2 men, a strange smile forming on his lips. What a coincidence. Meeting old acquaintances. He raised his hand, and Unkit automatically flew towards his palm. Soul search. Amidst screams of agony, memories flooded his mind rapidly. Virgil showed no mercy. Since coming to the Six-Winged Clan, these 2 had been acting like clowns, seeking attention. Now they dared to team up to kill him. Did my transformation into an ordinary person, which lessened some of my ferocity, give these clowns confidence? Palamaints later, Virgil's gaze flickered as he obtained the information he wanted. He then ended the soul search and began performing soul extraction. As a force emitted from his palm, the soul form of Unkit quickly stood dazedly before Virgil. Planting a slave mark and sealing him into the soul banner as the second main soul, Virgil grabbed the terrified Callan and performed the same procedure. Soon, Callan also stood dazedly, sealed within the soul banner. Neatly dealing with the 2 ants, Virgil pondered aloud. It seems that when facing those far weaker than me, the success rate of soul extraction significantly increases. I wonder what it would be against someone at the initial transformation realm. His eyes twitched. Thinking for a moment, he decided to try it on an initial transformation realm individual when he had time. Currently, only 3 great cultivators were sealed within the soul banner, making their assistance almost negligible. Suppressing these thoughts, he picked up their storage bags, his divine sense stirring to remove their guest tokens, which he tossed into the black demon flame. Then, he produced a half-burnt incense stick. This was a type of sedative incense. When lit, it would release gas. Even a small intake would temporarily incapacitate a nascent soul cultivator, leaving them at the mercy of others. Even great cultivators were not exempt. Such treasures naturally weren't something the 2 could possess. They were given by the Six-Winged Clan's second Avril, the one who told him not to refine pills in the clan territory, apparently coveting his lightning resistance treasure, thus orchestrating a series of plots, giving them this incense, and sending them to rob and kill. I wonder what his expression will be if he knew I didn't have any lightning resistance treasures on me. A mocking smile curled on Virgil's lips. Feeling no anger, he let Darby continue guarding, reopening a cave for pill refinement. As for that dev, there was no need to rush. Let him live a while longer. After all, he sent Unkit and Callan because they were against him. Even if exposed, he could still claim innocence. No matter how much he accused now, the other could adamantly deny. And relying solely on his word, the Six-Winged Clan might not act. So why bother? There was still 1 set of ingredients left in his storage bag. Better to focus on enhancing his power. Time passed, and after another day, dark clouds gathered over the western side of Qing Island. Once the thunderstorm subsided, a long rainbow soared from afar, stopping mid-air. A Noelle in a flowing dress, delicate features, full figure with mature allure, gazed down at Virgil and said gracefully, "Crosby is busy, so she asked me to inform you." There's a welcoming banquet tonight hosted by the Berkeley, don't be absent. All right, Virgil nodded. Darby, sensing the presence, moved away from afar. After delivering the message, the Noelle stayed, her almond eyes twinkling as she scrutinized him, chiding, you sly imit, hiding your depth even from me. That day, Virgil's incredible pill-refining speed astonished her, thinking of infinite potential. Who knew just days later, he revealed himself as a fifth-rank alchemist. I had no choice. No one would believe me anyway, Virgil laughed awkwardly. The Noelle didn't dwell on it, pouting, you brat, having good things but forgetting me. Those life-restoring pills were grown from ingredients I provided. Why only share with Crosby and not me? She brags to me daily. Seeing her aggrieved look, Virgil replied oddly, I need the remaining ones, can't give them to Averil 3. How about refining another batch for her later? He only had 2 pills left, needed for emergencies, so offered a compromise. Okay, don't go back on your word. The Noelle cunningly smiled, vanishing as if fearing his change of heart. Virgil chuckled, closing his eyes to sense his inner mana. His internal mana had already surpassed 2,000 units, reaching the mid-transformation level, adding the latest increase of 58 units, totaling 2098 units. Another 20 sessions or so should bring his mana to 3,000 units, becoming an elite at the mid-transformation level. Exhaling slowly, Virgil called Darby back, sealing her within the heavenly balance pearl, then returned to the Six-Winged Clan. With no spiritual herbs left and needing to attend the banquet, he planned to visit Estelle for more work and check on the demon script translation progress. Guided by Norma, he entered the building. Estelle sat in the same spot as before, seemingly unmoved for days. Yuxia, how's the progress? Virgil walked over, softly asking. Hearing the voice, Estelle massaged her forehead, replying, the content is obscure and difficult. I've researched extensively, making some headway, but fully deciphering it will take time. Don't overwork yourself, Yuxia. Estelle shook her head silently, being the most knowledgeable about demon script in the clan. It was a hobby for her, thus intriguing. Suppressing her thoughts, she glanced at Virgil, saying, prepare for tonight's banquet, specially arranged for you by the Berkeley. Virgil acknowledged, removing several jade bottles from his storage bag, handing them over. These are the herbs you gave me. I refined 15 pills. Need anything else? 15. Estelle exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 339. Feast. 15. Upon hearing this number, Estelle gave him a surprised look. This meant that Virgil's success rate for each batch of pills had stabilized at more than 4, with one batch even yielding 5 curse-suppressing pills. Such a success rate was beyond even Cade's capabilities. His previous success rate could only guarantee 3 pills per batch. It seemed that Virgil's alchemy skills surpassed his own. A flicker of inexplicable pleasure stirred within her. She waved her hand, and 3 bottles of pills flew into his hands. Well done. I'll apply to the clan head again tomorrow. All right, then I shall take my leave, Virgil nodded, preparing to depart. Hold on for a moment. I've been quite tired these past few days. Could you help me massage my shoulders? All right? Her voice was soft, not like before when she used commanding tones, making it hard to refuse. Virgil hesitated, remembering how she had gifted him spiritual herbs and translated demonic script for him. He moved behind her, seeing that Estelle was still engrossed in her scroll, and placed his palms on her shoulders, gently massaging them. Norma discreetly left, leaving the space to the two. The small building was quiet, the afternoon sunlight streaming in through the windows. Occasionally, a lark would land on the windowsill, chirping melodiously. Neither spoke. One was focused on the scroll, while the other listened to unspoken cold remarks. Time quietly slipped by. After some time, Virgil noticed Estelle had fallen asleep, leaning back in her chair. Clearly, deciphering the demonic script had exhausted her. Without waking her, he fetched a long robe and covered her with it, then silently left. He gestured to Norma and others to remain quiet before returning to his newly assigned quarters. In his hand was a black pill, which he closely examined. This was the curse-suppressing pill. He had actually refined 16 in total, keeping one for research purposes. However, even as dusk fell, he couldn't glean much from it. Instead, Norma appeared outside with Cade. Sir, Sonia has some urgent matters and has gone ahead with Averil 3. He asked me to bring you there. All right. Virgil nodded, putting away the pill and followed Norma to the feast location. Along the way, he encountered Eric and 3 other visiting scholars, who greeted him warmly. Taoist friend Braden. They were all invited to this welcoming banquet, but everyone knew who the main attraction was. Taoist friends Qian, Axel, and Lu. Virgil reciprocated their greetings without looking down on them for being 4th-rank alchemists. They chatted amicably as they walked towards the venue. The banquet was held in the Ascension Pavilion at the heart of the Six Wings clan. The entrance was bustling. Almost all attendees were great cultivators, gradually arriving since dusk. They exchanged pleasantries before entering. At this moment, an Fransley man arrived, drawing considerable attention. Visiting Scholar Lu. Greetings, Visiting Scholar Lu. Many great cultivators gathered around, offering flattering words. Alistair's eyes remained cold as he nodded slightly, about to enter the hall when he noticed a group smiling and approaching. In the center was a young man dressed in a black robe, with his hair simply tied back, wearing black cloud-patterned boots. His gaze, tempered by 8 years in Forget Care City, was now serene yet distant. Those surrounding Alistair immediately gravitated towards him, praising and fawning over him. Virgil was now highly regarded in the Six Wings clan. Rising star with boundless potential. Virgil smiled in response. At that moment, he sensed a cold stare, turning to see Alistair, and a faint smirk played on his lips. Alistair was likely unaware of Unkit and Callan's deaths, not knowing they had been killed by him. But even if he did know, Virgil didn't care. Nor did he worry about the second Avril behind Alistair. They were mere ants compared to the true powers worth considering. The clan head or any hidden figures lurking in the shadows. As for Alistair, it was best he stayed out of trouble. Eric and the others noticed Alistair's gaze, but remained unfazed. This was a confrontation between fifth-rank alchemists, beyond their level. Seeing Virgil look over, Alistair huffed coldly, withdrew his gaze, and entered the hall, just as Estelle came out. She wore an elegant black palace gown today, majestic and beautiful, resembling a darkly enchanting demoness. Sonia. Alistair stopped, changing his demeanor and greeting her warmly. Estelle gave a brief acknowledgement but continued walking until she saw Virgil surrounded by people. He's quite popular. She pouted and approached gracefully. Sonia. Eric and the others bowed. The Six Wings clan members around Virgil respectfully stepped aside. Let's go. Estelle glanced at Virgil, seemingly here specifically for him. All right. Virgil nodded and followed her into the brilliantly lit hall. Alistair watched them with a grim expression, following closely behind. That Noelle had ignored him and now fraternized with Virgil. Taking a deep breath, he joined them inside. The hall was brightly lit with red carpets laid out, tables lined up, serving fruits, wine, roasted beast meats. About half the seats were already occupied. In the center, slender dancers performed gracefully. Following Estelle, Virgil entered, observing the lively scene, feeling a sudden wave of melancholy and sadness, finding it somewhat jarring. He took out a flask from his storage bag and took a sip of alcohol. The lawn wine tasted ordinary, neither particularly good nor bad, but it calmed him down. Just as he was about to take another sip, a middle-aged man approached them with a smile. Welcome, visiting scholars Lou and Braden. Clan head. Virgil put away the flask and bowed along with others. Eric and the other visiting scholars tactfully stepped aside. This event wasn't for them. Family, no need for formalities. Anderson patted Virgil's shoulder and beckoned to Noelle in simple white robes forward. Allow me to introduce. This is my daughter, Rowena, and this is Taoist friend Braden. Note. Maintaining the paragraph structure and tone of the original text as closely as possible while ensuring fluent English translation. Chapter 340. Desertion. Let me introduce. This is my daughter Rowena, and this is my fellow Taoist Braden. Virgil couldn't help but glance at the Noelle named Rowena. She stood beside Anderson, quite tall compared to other women, her beauty on par with Estelle. Her clear eyes, like bright springs, showed a shy ripple when she noticed his gaze. She bowed gracefully. Rowena greets sir. You don't have to be so formal, just call me Braden. Virgil nodded slightly and withdrew his gaze. I've heard that young Master Braden has already achieved 5th rank alchemist at such a young age. I have admired you for a long time and wanted to meet you in person, Rowena said warmly, trying to build rapport between them. It's just a hollow reputation. I still have much to learn. Virgil shook his head modestly. Braden, please don't be too humble. Given your age, your future is boundless, Anderson remarked approvingly as he watched the harmonious interaction. But you're not young anymore, you should consider marriage. My daughter is unmarried. If Braden is interested. Virgil gently shook his head, interrupting him. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not ready for marriage yet. No problem. You're both young. Try getting along first. Come on, let's sit down and enjoy our meal. Anderson laughed heartily, leading everyone forward. The seating arrangement in the hall seemed to follow hierarchy. The innermost area was reserved for the senior members of the Six-Winged clan, none of whom were Yuanian cultivators. Ayala, little brat, come here. A Noelle in a robe waved at them from the second table on the left, 2 empty seats beside her unoccupied. Virgil didn't rush over, but instead surveyed the surroundings. The main seat at the top was empty, likely reserved for Avril Anderson. Below it, 2 Franzly men, both mid-stage Huashan, sat on either side. Virgil's gaze paused on the Franz on the right before turning to Estelle, asking, Hey Leaf Avril, where will you sit? In public, he didn't call her Sister Mo. Estelle walked straight to sit beside the Presley, but not in the middle seat, choosing the lower one instead. Seeing her cold treatment, Virgil was puzzled but paid it no mind, about to take the middle seat when Alistair preemptively sat there. Alistair, this seat isn't for you, the robed Noelle exclaimed displeased. Estelle frowned inwardly. Alistair's face stiffened as he smiled. Presley, there are no rules specifying who must sit here. The robed Noelle could say nothing more, her face cold. Alistair smirked inwardly, turning to Virgil. Sorry, Taoist friend, you'll have to sit on the opposite side. Virgil glanced at his smug expression, then without a word, turned to walk toward the empty seats on the opposite side. It was just a seat after all, no big deal. Taoist Braden, please sit. Seeing him approach the right side, and Franz of the Six-Winged clan greeted warmly. Though Virgil was only peak Yuaniing, a 5th rank alchemist had a status comparable to early stage Huashan, so no one dared underestimate him. Virgil smiled and took his seat. Rowena came up beside him, softly saying, Can I sit next to you, young Master Braden? Her voice was sweet and hard to refuse. Avril Anderson saw this scene and said, Lure, don't be impolite. Fine, do as you wish. Virgil moved aside, nodding indifferently. The table was large enough for 2 people. Thank you, sir. Rowena knelt on the mat beside him, their shoulders touching. She whispered, Why did you reject Harold earlier? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Not that, Virgil shook his head. Why then? Because. Virgil swept his gaze over her slender figure. Rowena listened intently. Gross. Watching them, Estelle sitting opposite couldn't help muttering under her breath. The sound was faint, but Alistair caught a vague X-sign. Puzzled, he asked, What did Hayleith Avril just say? Estelle ignored him, coldly watching the scene. Alistair also glanced over and, seeing Virgil and Rowena whispering, felt even more confused. Everything seemed normal. They were young lovers chatting. What was wrong with that? Anderson, seeing his daughter and Virgil getting along, felt relieved and satisfied. He approved of Virgil, a potential match for his daughter, despite being Yuaniing, yet a 5th rank alchemist, promising and sufficient as a son-in-law. Perhaps the earlier rejection was just Dominicful shyness. He turned to Alistair and changed the subject. Where are Unkit and Callan? Hearing this, Virgil perked up his ears. The Franz on the right cast a discreet glance at Virgil. I haven't seen them since yesterday, Alistair replied, never imagining they were now spirits within Virgil's soul banner. Has anyone seen them? Anderson looked at the Franzes, surprised they might be missing. No. Several Franzes shook their heads. That's odd. No one has seen them. Where could they have gone? Anderson furrowed his brows and silently summoned 3 fourth-rank alchemists, who confirmed neither Unkit nor Callan had been seen lately. Everyone realized the two were likely in trouble. They may have been bought off by the giant demon clan and deserted, the white-haired Franz on the right remarked casually. This caused several Franzes to erupt in curses. These traitors. Don't let me catch them, or else. Hearing these impassioned responses, Alistair frowned, wanting to refute but unable to find a counter-argument. Only silence prevailed. Virgil remained silent, sipping his wine while observing the unfolding drama. At one point, he glanced at the Franz, who sensed his gaze and looked back. Their eyes met mid-air, Virgil smiled, and the Franz frowned internally, then looked away. Well, enough about those two. Translation ends here, maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 341. Alistair's Scheme. Enough, let's not talk about them two anymore. Anderson stood up, silencing the crowd. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss and planned to send someone to investigate tomorrow. Seeing the patriarch had spoken, all the Franzes clasped their fists and stopped talking. Anderson was quite pleased with this and said, this banquet is held to welcome Daoist Braden as our Six-Wing Clan's guest Franz. I don't have much else to offer. Here are some cultivation resources as a token of welcome. With a gentle smile, he took out a storage pouch and, using his magic power, floated it to Virgil. The storage pouch had no restrictions. After Virgil took it, he scanned it with his divine sense. Inside were some spirit stones and several kinds of fruits filled with intense spiritual chi, presumably for enhancing magic power. Thank you, Berkeley. Virgil clasped his fists and put the storage pouch away. We're all family here. No need for formality. Everyone, raise your cups and toast to Daoist Braden. Anderson laughed heartily, lifting his wine glass and standing up. All the Franzes also stood, raising their glasses and clinking them from afar. Soon, Unkit and Callan's matters were temporarily forgotten. The atmosphere of the banquet revived, filled with music and dance performances. Occasionally, crude jokes could be heard coming from the outer areas. Virgil sat at his seat, holding a wine pot, occasionally clinking glasses with others around him. Unknowingly, he had already drunk a lot. Such times made him recall a phrase, drunk into a stupor. Drunk into a stupor. Why is being drunk life, dreaming death? One of Virgil's eyes showed black, the other white, deeply contemplating the meaning behind these words. His life-death realm had formed a complete circle, temporarily comprehended. Yet Marian Clothing mentioned it could be advanced further. It seemed he had only glimpsed a corner of his life-death realm, leaving room for deeper exploration. As he pondered, a warm breath suddenly whispered in his ear. Sir hasn't answered my question yet. The reason I didn't agree isn't because you aren't beautiful. Virgil casually replied, but I'm currently focusing on cultivation, not worrying about love or romance for now. It's good for you to aim high, but having someone by your side can make the long journey more interesting. What do you think? Adulterer. Seeing the two engaged in intimate conversation again, Estelle, seated opposite, couldn't help but mutter curses under her breath once more. She didn't know why she was so fixated on them. Moreover, seeing Virgil with others made her extremely angry. Adulterer? This time, Alistair sitting below clearly heard her. He instantly turned his gaze toward Estelle. Noticing her melancholic expression and recalling her earlier odd behavior, he felt like he had been struck by lightning. Having experienced similar situations, he realized that Estelle was jealous. But he found it hard to believe. Jealousy. Estelle actually felt jealous. Jealous over that new young man? Could it be that she actually liked him? Thinking of this possibility, Alistair's expression darkened. No way. This Noelle belongs to him. How could anyone else touch her? Taking a deep breath, Alistair stood up and looked at Anderson, who was enjoying himself in the main seat, asking, what does the patriarch think of the matter I mentioned a few days ago? His voice was powerful, instantly silencing the entire hall. All the Franzes looked over curiously, wondering what the matter was. Alistair. Estelle's face fell. Seeing his action, she seemed to have guessed what was coming, standing up first and saying, don't even think about it. If you dare speak nonsense, I'll strike you first. Feeling the cold, killing intent in the air, Alistair had a sour look on his face and had to turn to Anderson. Sonia, you're too presumptuous. There was a flash of displeasure on Anderson's face. Doesn't the patriarch really want to bestow Crosby to him? The lady in a skirt stood up with a sneer, retaliating immediately. The rest of the Franzes sensed an unusual vibe from their exchange. Was the patriarch going to give Estelle to Alistair? What was going on? Seeing their murderous looks, Anderson felt a headache. He had been considering this matter without making any final decision, thus not informing other Franzes. But now Alistair had brought it up publicly. Alistair being a fifth-rank alchemist, Sonia marrying him wouldn't be belittling her. He tried to soothe everyone while silently cursing Alistair inside. Haha, spouse. You should know. Alistair practices the art of dual cultivation. How many women from the Ding family did you send to him? How many came back alive? Averil III retorted mockingly, exposing him. Upon hearing this, the other Franzes weren't fools either. They understood the situation and started advising. Berkeley, this doesn't seem right. Exactly, giving one of our Franzes to a guest alchemist for replenishment. What face will we have left among the inner sea? Seeing the unanimous opposition, Alistair smiled faintly and said, Averils, please don't rush to object. Yes, I practice dual cultivation and can absorb Een to replenish Yang. But if I marry Sonia, I'll only need her cultivation, not her life, and treat her as my principal wife. This statement caused an uproar, filled with ridicule and condemnation. I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. Tisk, Alistair, How can you say such things? To disgrace us six-winged clan, Alistair, have you lost your mind? Emotions ran high among the six-winged clan cultivators, glaring at Alistair. If not for the patriarch, they would tear him apart. Estelle frowned unconsciously, feeling uneasy as he boldly stated his intentions. She instinctively glanced towards Virgil, seeing him indulged in pleasure, completely indifferent to the current affairs. She felt somewhat disappointed. Alistair scanned the room, unperturbed by the anger of the six-winged clan cultivators, even sneering inwardly, calmly stating, after dual cultivation with Sonia, I can break through to middle rank of transformation realm and become a middle rank fifth rank alchemist. Instant silence fell upon the Franzes, except for a few disciples still cursing below, soon falling silent as well. Is this true? And Franz asked incredulously. The lady in skirts angrily retorted, Jamie, what do you mean? Averil. Jamie flinched, lowering his voice. Averil 3, you're out of line. Please note that the translation maintains the structure and style of the original Chinese text. The names are kept in pinyin as requested, ensuring the story's continuity and coherence. Chapter 342. A hall full of honorable men. Presley, your behavior is out of line. As in Franz, you shout and yell in public like a harridan. How can this be tolerated? A rebuking voice came from the seat on the right. Upon witnessing this scene, the other Franz's eyes flickered with mixed emotions. Any discerning person could see that the second Averil's condemnation of the Presley was clearly an act of supporting Alistair. Seeing someone stand up for him, Alistair was not surprised at all. He glanced at the Noel in the robe, a sneer forming in his heart. Even if one Franz disagreed, what did it matter? As long as the rest of the six-winged clan's Franzes agreed, could two people really defy the heavens? I may shout like a harridan, but it's better than relying on sacrificing women to survive disgracefully. The robed Noel spared no disdainful remarks. Humph, misplaced mercy. As a member of our six-winged clan, cultivated by us, isn't it acceptable for her to make a sacrifice for the clan? Besides, Alistair assured that he would spare her life, so she can simply restart her cultivation. Huh. No matter how noble you put it, it's just about self-preservation out of fear. You are making a fuss over nothing. I cannot reason with you. If so, then let's not talk. The robed Noel scoffed coldly, stating, I make my stance clear. I do not agree to this matter. Anyone who tries to harm Ella will be dealt with first, or I will kill Alistair directly. Hearing this menacing statement, Estelle felt profoundly moved. The six-winged clan had already let her down. Everyone wanted to abandon her. Only her lifelong friend stood firmly by her side. Presley, don't think too highly of yourself, the dev said disdainfully, hoping the robed Noel would take action. Khalil, try me if you don't believe. Enough, I'm still alive. Suddenly, a powerful presence that seemed to belong to the late-stage core formation realm yet was ambiguous engulfed the entire hall. The correction here is changing chi, sir, presence, to presence, for a more natural English flow, and to maintain consistency in terminology. The term, core formation, is kept as is, assuming its previously defined terminology within the story's context. The Franzes immediately felt an immense pressure as if a mountain was pressing down on them, their breathing constricted, their gazes fixed on Anderson's grim face, too intimidated to breathe deeply. Despite the chief's usual lack of authority, those who truly knew him were well aware of the terror he could unleash once angered. Seeming to notice the atmosphere within the hall, Virgil, who had been lost in thought, staring into his wine bowl, suddenly snapped back to reality from his enlightenment state, glancing around. He had naturally witnessed everything that happened earlier, but was deeply engrossed in pondering the idiom, living in a drunken dream, which further inspired his contemplation on the realm of life and death. Unknowingly, he fell into a transcendent meditative state, unable to extricate himself, almost like an observer. Only after being interrupted by Anderson's aura did he regain consciousness. Virgil slowly exhaled a turbid breath, turning his gaze towards the enraged six-winged clan chief. Seeing the full intensity of Anderson's aura and his dark, water-dripping expression, Virgil couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This aura felt off. It was as strong as late-stage core formation, yet it wasn't a true late-stage core formation aura. What could it be? Could it be the cultivation system of ancient demons? Virgil, with doubt flickering on his face, observed Anderson closely. He felt a stirring of his inner bloodline, as if confronting an ancient foe, leading to speculation. Just as he pondered, Anderson scanned the room, noting the duo had calmed down, and turned his gaze towards the robed Noel, warning, Presley, it's not yet your time to misbehave in the six-winged clan. Should there be another instance, don't blame me for being unrelenting. Regarding the union between Haleth Averil and Alistair, it will be decided at tomorrow's council meeting. This banquet ends here. Everyone, disperse. Anderson's voice carried a stern authority, calmly waving his hand to avoid further disruption. After all, such matters would bring shame if widely known. Seeing the infuriated chief, neither common cultivators nor Franzes dared utter a word, rising from their seats to leave. Claire, it's enough, let's go. Estelle shook her head despondently at her dear friend. What appeared to be a vote was merely a pretense to avoid humiliation in public. Aella, don't worry, I won't let you become a cauldron furnace, the Presley offered a forced smile. Don't get involved, it's none of your concern, Estelle shook her head, feeling hopeless. Since Alistair boasted about breaking through to mid-core formation and becoming a fifth-rank middle alchemy master using her, she knew her fate. The six-wing clan indeed needed a fifth-rank alchemy master badly. Rest assured, Haleth Averil, when we're Dow partners, I'll take good care of you. Alistair stood nearby, sweeping his cloudy gaze over Estelle's delicate form, excitedly. Get lost. The Presley's face contorted with disgust, wishing he could kill Alistair instantly. Tisk, TSK, Presley, quite the grudge against me. Since so, after absorbing Haleth Averil's essence, I'll let others in the six-wing clan taste her beauty too. Sharing is caring, Alistair smirked. You seek death. The robed Noel instantly radiated killing intent. Estelle held back the frenzied Claire, giving him a cold glance. Are you so sure you will succeed? What do you mean? Alistair frowned. Estelle gave him a dismissive look and said nothing, pulling Claire towards the exit. Just then, Anderson's warning voice echoed from behind. Presley, Hayleaf Averill, remember not to wander aimlessly upon return. Soft confinement? Estelle gave Anderson a deep look, remaining silent, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a familiar voice resounded within the hall. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Esteemed six-winged clan, a hall full of honorable men, intending to send their own fronds as merchandise, for entertainment. The words dripped with sarcasm. Hearing this familiar voice, Estelle paused, quickly locating its source. The always indifferent black-robed man had risen from his cushion, taking a swig of wine, a rebellious smile on his face. The Franzes, originally prepared to leave, halted, turning their gazes toward him. Seeing it was Virgil, they frowned. Daoist Braden, don't think the chief's favor excuses you from knowing your place, spouting such nonsense, Alistair scoffed first. Of course, he knew about the ambiguous relationship between Estelle and Virgil. He guessed Virgil stood up now to use provocation to convince the six-wing clan to spare Estelle. How naive. Prince Braden has had too much. I'll escort him away. Note, there seems to be a missing part where Virgil responds, which might have gotten cut off. Chapter 343. A mere peak, nascent soul. Master Dunk has had too much to drink. I will take him back immediately. Rowena's face changed abruptly, and she hurriedly grabbed Virgil's hand, lowering her voice. Master Dunk, this is a decision made by all the Franzes. What you're doing will get you into big trouble. Listen to me. Don't do anything foolish. Miss Rowena, I am perfectly clear-headed, Virgil replied with a light smile, removing her hand and casting a sideways glance at the entire hall of nascent souls without fear. So many men treat a Noel as a sacrificial lamb. Tut-tut, even an outsider like me feels ashamed for you. Seeing his persistence, Rowena grew secretly anxious but felt helpless. The Franzes' faces turned extremely grim upon hearing such blatant disdain. Step back. This is a private matter of the Six Wings clan. When did it become your place to interfere? Upon seeing this, Estelle also snapped out of her initial joy. She could see the Franzes were already infuriated by the situation, and her anxiety grew. Virgil gave her a cursory glance and naturally understood her thoughts but was unconcerned, smiling. I won't step back. These days, Estelle had been quite good to him. She gifted him the infant fire, provided him with 5th-grade elixir ingredients, and tirelessly helped decipher demonic scripts. Now that the Six Wings clan wanted to abandon her, Virgil could not stand by idly. Seeing him acting recklessly just like before in front of her, Estelle became somewhat flustered. This fool wouldn't even listen to her. Does he think he can do as he pleases because the patriarch favors him? Anger aside, to prevent the worst from happening, Estelle stepped forward, pulled Virgil's hand, and coldly said, let's go. You've had too much to drink. I'll take you back to rest. Virgil was dragged reluctantly but stopped, saying, I really haven't drunk too much. Isn't he just a waste who wants to break through using underhanded methods? I can help you solve this. I believe you. Now let's leave here. Estelle tugged harder, dragging him outward. Although their voices were low, cultivators have exceptional hearing and instantly caught every word. Everyone looked at them oddly. How does this conversation sound so much like puppy love? Given Estelle's apparent nervousness and urgency to take Virgil away, anyone could guess there was something unusual between them. Thus, everyone shifted their gaze to Alistair, whose face darkened ominously. However, Virgil paid no mind to how others viewed him. Seeing Estelle repeatedly say she believed him, he knew she was humoring him. He released her arm with a burst of power, then looked at Alistair calmly and said, Benicio, want to know where your worthless disciple is? Alistair glared coldly. You know? I do, because I killed him. Virgil admitted openly. Oh, right, let me show you something that might convince you. Virgil waved his hand and retrieved a man's belt from his storage bag, waving it around. Little vermin, are you courting death? Recognizing it as his disciple's possession, Alistair instantly flew into a rage, vanishing only to reappear in front of Virgil. In his fury, he brought his large palm down forcefully. Stop! Anderson watched with shock and anger, about to intervene. Though Unkit's death at Virgil's hands was unexpected, Virgil was still a potentially limitless 5th-grade alchemist. He couldn't bring himself to kill him unless absolutely necessary. But just then, something shocking happened. As Alistair approached Virgil, the latter suddenly raised his finger and casually pointed forward. The realm of life and death activated instantaneously. Countless decaying autumn leaves appeared. The stench of death permeated the air, instilling fear. Alistair's eyes widened in disbelief as his body visibly aged, turning into bones within moments, falling to the ground without his nascent soul escaping. Everyone was taken aback. The Franzes' expressions were stunned, never expecting Alistair to be killed by a mere nascent soul. Their gazes were filled with horror when they finally reacted. What technique was that? It was no wonder they felt this way. Among the Franzes present, excluding a few select individuals, the rest were comparable in strength to Alistair. In other words, Virgil could instantly kill Alistair, and them. Aella, take him away quickly. Estelle stood agape. Upon hearing her close friend's urgent reminder, she quickly reacted, grabbing Virgil's hand. 6 black bone wings emerged on her back, disappearing from the Great Hall. While Virgil had shown formidable strength, the Patriarch was a genuine late-stage, heavenly demon realm cultivator, equivalent to a late-stage nascent soul. Killing a potential 5th-grade intermediate alchemist in broad daylight. What would the enraged Patriarch do? Estelle didn't dare imagine it. Capture them. Just as they appeared outside, several terrifying auras erupted from below, locking onto them. Next moment, 3 figures blocked their path. Sonia, we will settle accounts with you later. Boy, who exactly are you? Anderson roared, looking at Virgil. Losing a soon-to-be 5th-grade intermediate alchemist left him enraged. Virgil surveyed the two beside him without haste. They were Franzly men nearing the end of their lives, emitting strong death auras. One of them was no weaker than Anderson, while the other was nearly a late-stage half-step nascent soul. Is this the full strength of the Six Wings clan? His eyes gleamed slightly, rubbing the jade pendant in his hand, watching the trio in front of him and licking his lips. Using the sword chi inside, he was confident in battling, or even killing all three. However, it wasn't time yet, and he wasn't ready to expend the sword chi. The previous great Averil and past Berkeley, I apologize. It's my fault you died today, Estelle said somberly, recognizing their identities and feeling utterly hopeless. Don't worry, it's not certain that you'll die. Virgil shook his head, looking forward and said slowly, Averil, don't you just want a 5th grade intermediate alchemist? There's no need to sacrifice Sonia and give Alistair that waste, spreading ridicule. I am one. You are a 5th grade intermediate alchemist? Anderson's eyes fixated on him, surprised for a moment before laughing loudly. A mere peak nascent soul claims to be a 5th grade intermediate alchemist. How audacious of you. Yes, a mere peak nascent soul can refine 5th grade beginning stage elixirs, withstand lightning tribulations, and instantly kill Alistair. Virgil spoke calmly, looking at him with a slight smile. So why can't a mere peak nascent soul be a 5th grade intermediate alchemist? Anderson listened, his expression gradually turning serious. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Chapter 344 Slave. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Anderson's eyes flashed with cold light as he stared intently at him. To hear is to doubt, to see is to believe. Whether or not it's true, why don't you let me try to refine a mid-rank 5th grade pill? Virgil said lightly. This self-assured demeanor made the Six-Winged clan leader's expression dark and indecipherable. After some thought, he replied, Fine, let you give it a try. The Six-Winged clan has already lost one 5th grade alchemist. This image in front of him indeed created many surprises. Letting him try wouldn't cause much harm. Only a few portions of medicinal herbs would be wasted if he failed. But what if he succeeded? Anderson, as the leader of the Six-Winged clan, was not someone who hesitates easily. He quickly arranged for 2 strong individuals to be confined in a courtyard under surveillance, leaving only the Franz late-stage half-step Transcendent Senior to watch over them. Virgil had no objections. Smiling and bidding farewell to the Franz, he suddenly felt a gust of fragrance. Then he was pushed aside by Estelle onto an artificial hill. Are you really a mid-rank 5th grade alchemist? Estelle deliberately maintained a stern face, feeling this was too surreal. A random person she captured on the road turned out to be a mid-rank 5th grade alchemist? Sonia. Before these 3 words were fully out, a beautiful hand reached over and pinched his waist, causing him to gasp. Call me sister. Estelle gave a cold snort, watching his pained expression. This guy always calls her Emo sister when in trouble, but switches to Sonia when everything is fine. Virgil could do nothing but comply, saying, Yes, Emo sister. You will see whether I am a mid-rank 5th grade alchemist. Fine, if you don't want to say, we can leave it aside. But tell me, since you were so powerful, why did you return with me to the Six-Winged clan back then? Estelle's face was quite stern, as if ready to torture him if he didn't speak up. Tonight, Virgil instantly killed Alistair, showing strength that definitely surpassed hers. Yet, back then when they first met, Virgil pretended to be afraid of her and returned with her to the Six-Winged clan. There must be some plot. Don't ask, I don't want to hide anything from you. Virgil knew how to deal with women. Lying was less effective than telling the truth. When killing Alistair, Estelle was willing to risk her life to help him escape. While he didn't need her help, it was undeniable that she cared for him sincerely. And he believed that after tonight, Estelle wouldn't remain loyal to the Six-Winged clan. So he didn't mind revealing some truths to her. Hearing such straightforward words, Estelle looked at him for a moment, seemingly soulless, then whispered, Are you sent by the other 8 clans? She still had feelings for the Six-Winged clan. It had been her home for so many years. Even though her clanmates abandoning her left her heart cold, she didn't want to see its downfall. And Virgil had killed Alistair for her, risking his own safety. If both sides became enemies, she didn't know how she could cope. Virgil understood her worries and softly reassured her. Don't worry, I'm not a spy from the other 8 clans. I have no grudge against the Six-Winged clan and won't destroy it. That's all I can tell you now, don't ask more. All right. Estelle's face lit up again. His honest words were like a comforting pill for her. Thank you for tonight. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Maybe, I would only end my own life. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Virgil with deep gratitude. At the time, she never imagined that just bringing back a random person could save her later. Don't say such silly things, you're my Emo sister. I won't let anything happen to you. Virgil said seriously. By the way, I have a question. You want to know why the Six-Winged clan would rather sacrifice me to make Alistair a mid-rank 5th grade alchemist, right? Estelle walked to the railing ahead, leaning on it heavily and said, To explain this, I have to talk about the origins of the Six-Winged clan. Virgil listened attentively nearby. You probably know that the Six-Winged clan is called a taboo race in the Inner Sea, with few forces willing to interact with us, all due to rumors linking us to ancient demons. Estelle explained, These aren't groundless. We indeed have connections with ancient demons, but we are not their descendants. Instead, we are slaves. Slaves. Hearing such a huge secret, even Virgil couldn't help but be shocked. He had heard rumors connecting the 9 taboo races to ancient demons, but never imagined these 9 clans were merely slaves of the ancient demons. Estelle nodded and continued, Yes, so every person born into the Six-Winged clan has a slave mark from birth, passed down through generations. This mark serves more as punishment or a means to control us. We must take suppressing curse pills periodically or die from swelling bloodlines. That's also why they would rather sacrifice me to create a mid-rank 5th grade alchemist. Only mid-rank 5th grade suppressing curse pills can work on middle and late-stage transcendence. Estelle's voice was filled with sorrow, both for her ill-fated destiny and the heartache of being abandoned by her clan. Virgil looked at her, unaware of such tragic history. Six-Winged clan. I seem to have heard of this name, It comes back to me. This time during my breakthrough, I gained some racial memories. One mentioned a powerful demon ancestor named Six-Winged Demon Ancestor, who was supposedly sealed beneath the ancient demon abyss. I wonder if it has any connection with the Six-Winged clan. Mitzi's voice rang in his mind. Six-Winged Demon Ancestor. Virgil's eyes flickered, asking, is he very strong? Duh. Such an existence can destroy stars with just a glance. Mitzi rolled her eyes inside the heaven and earth pearl. Virgil was startled. No wonder no one in the Endless Sea dared to provoke the 9 demon clans. They indeed had such profound roots. At the same time, Demon Ascension Hall. Averill 3, you betrayed us. Humph. What difference does delaying us make? The Berkeley and the Great Averill have already acted personally. Estelle the traitor and that Emmett can't escape. Hearing these angry voices, the lady in robes remained calm, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze swept over the surrounding Franzes, coldly saying, betrayal, huh? Since you could abandon Rain for your own interests, what face do you have to use such words? Everyone fell silent, unable to respond to her rebuttal. The white-haired second Averill sternly said, enough nonsense, submit peacefully, and we might spare your life. Joke, do you think I'm as cowardly as you? The lady in robes sneered, preparing to fight again. Suddenly, a figure walked in from outside the hall. Seeing the person, her face turned pale, knowing resistance was futile. Yet she trembled and asked, where are Rain and the others? They are temporarily safe. As for Averill 3, take him back and tend to his wounds. Do not leave the residence without my order. Please note, the paragraph breaks and structures have been preserved as requested, ensuring the translation follows the original text flow. Chapter 345, Intermediate 5th Rank Alchemist, Part 1. Anderson returned to the courtyard after only about 2 hours and handed a storage pouch to Virgil. Inside are 3 batches of intermediate 5th rank spirit medicines. The time limit is half a month. As long as you succeed in one attempt, everything that happened before will be forgotten. Additionally, your status within the Six-Wing clan will be second only to me as the clan leader. He patted Virgil's hand warmly. Virgil didn't ask what would happen if he failed but smiled and replied, all right, then I won't disturb you further. All right. Virgil clasped his fists in salute and watched him leave before turning to look at the storage pouch in his hand, taking a deep breath. 3 batches of intermediate 5th rank spirit medicines? Huh. Estelle felt tense. Do you have confidence? About 70%, Virgil murmured after some thought. Although his spiritual sense was already at the middle phase of transformation, his pill furnace was only at the peak infant treasure stage. When it came to refining low-level 5th rank medicinal pills, his powerful spiritual sense allowed him control. However, refining intermediate 5th rank pills posed a risk of failure. But with 3 attempts, the success rate was close to 80%. He had understated it by 10%. Estelle looked worried, thinking Virgil was trying to reassure her by exaggerating the success rate. Don't feel pressured. Even if you fail, the clan leader won't kill you. He'll at most plant a slave seal on you. Virgil wasn't sure whether to be grateful or speechless. Relax, there won't be any problems. All right, I'm going to refine the pill now. A short while later, inside the quiet room, Virgil held a storage pouch, scanning it with his spiritual sense. Inside were over 30,000 spirit medicines, divided into 3 portions, along with a single alchemy formula. He waved his hand, retrieving the formula. After reading through it, his eyes flickered darkly. According to this formula, intermediate 5th rank spirit medicines might only differ by 1 rank from low-level 5th rank ones, but their refinement methods were vastly different and far more difficult. The most apparent difference was that for intermediate 5th rank spirit medicines, the alchemist had to extract the essence from each of the tens of thousands of spirit medicines during the refining process, discarding the remaining liquid as waste. Even a slight mishandling could cause the furnace to explode. Extract the essence, Virgil muttered. This additional step caught him off guard but did not deter him. He directly retrieved his pill furnace, summoned the black fiery flame, took out the spirit medicines, and began refining the pill. First was a type of herb with sharp leaves covered in tiny thorns, similar to birch leaves. Virgil threw it into the furnace, using the intense heat to gradually manipulate his spiritual sense to extract its essence, which floated inside the furnace while the residual dregs were discarded. Soon, the first herb was complete. Next, he gently lifted the second herb with his spiritual sense and tossed it into the furnace. Throughout the process, he kept his gaze fixed, extremely cautious and never letting his guard down. In total, over 10,000 herbs needed to be processed, and a single error could cause an explosion. Before long, the second herb was also finished. Then came the third, the 100th. However, when he reached over 3,000, the furnace suddenly began trembling violently, emitting a chaotic burst of energy. Oh no, it's going to explode. Virgil's eyes darkened. Without pausing to think about what went wrong, he waved his hand, summoning a white barrier around the furnace to form a restricted area. Just as he completed these actions, countless vapors spewed out like an explosive powder keg. The next moment, a thunderous boom echoed as torrents of black liquid erupted everywhere. If not for his preparation to contain the explosion with his magical power within a limited area, everything within a 10,000-foot radius would have been flattened. Even so, the disturbance was immense, causing the entire Seekong Island to tremble slightly and even generating massive waves hundreds of feet high in the surrounding sea. Witnessing this, countless Six-Winged clan cultivators who were unaware of the situation gazed toward the direction of the explosion, feeling a mix of shock. What happened? Is it a dragon turning the earth? As they speculated, a black object suddenly fell from the sky, smashing into a room and causing another commotion. What's that thing? It looks like a pill furnace. Why is a pill furnace falling from the sky? In the quiet room at this moment, a black pill furnace crashed back onto the ground through a hole in the ceiling with a loud bang. Virgil sat in place, pale-faced, pondering the reason for the failure. It must be because the flame temperature was too high when extracting the essence. After concluding the reason for the failure, Virgil sighed inwardly as he looked at the now dented furnace. This furnace had served him for centuries and had finally reached the end of its life. Determined to find a sturdy new furnace in the future, Virgil tapped his storage pouch, retrieving a brand new peak-infant treasure furnace, crafted by Unkit. 2 more attempts. Taking a deep breath, Virgil resumed extracting the spirit medicine essence. Time passed silently. 5 days had already gone by since Virgil secluded himself to refine the pill. During these 5 days, Estelle anxiously awaited news. She had seen the explosion that day and knew it was caused by a failed pill refinement. But since Virgil hadn't come out yet, she could only worry inwardly. Moreover, she had learned that Claire was also under house arrest to buy them time for escape. Thus, she prayed daily, hoping Virgil would ultimately succeed. Meanwhile, outside the Six-Winged clan, after several days, the news of Virgil killing Alistair with a finger strike had spread widely, stirring up much gossip. Everyone knew he was placed under house arrest by the clan leader. But Anderson had not yet revealed Virgil's identity as an intermediate 5th rank alchemist, so only a few Franzes knew he was currently refining intermediate 5th rank pills. Another 2 days passed. Outside the residence. It's been 7 days. Can this Emmett succeed? Anderson looked ahead. That Dominic is no ordinary person. When we confronted him, I felt a momentary sense of danger as if he had a hidden trump card. Someone like him wouldn't act without certainty, said Franz with a grave tone. How is that possible? That Emmett is just at the nascent soul stage, and somehow has something that can threaten you. Avril 1 and Avril 2 stared wide-eyed. They knew the previous clan leader was even slightly stronger than Anderson, so to feel threatened was shocking. I felt it too, Anderson nodded, confirming his words. Chapter 346 Intermediate 5th Rank Alchemist, Part 2. I felt it too. Anderson nodded, confirming his words. But before the 2 Franzes next to him could react in shock, the entire Sequang Island suddenly darkened in an instant. A faint moisture filled the air, as if some enormous object was blocking the sky. At the same time, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. Noticing this, countless Six-Winged clan cultivators looked up in confusion and saw that the sky was obscured by an incredibly vast black thundercloud. This is the sign of a 5th rank medicinal pill formation. Anderson and the others standing outside the residence also saw these changes and immediately understood what was happening. An intermediate 5th rank alchemist. This Emmett really is an intermediate 5th rank alchemist. Anderson's eyes gleamed with excitement. As the esteemed clan leader of the Six-Winged clan, he seemed like a child brimming with joy. However, the previous clan leader's expression was solemn. A thunder tribulation is about to occur here. Quickly informed the nearby clan members to evacuate. Inside the courtyard, Estelle suddenly detected a faint fragrance drifting into her nostrils. Before she could revel in it, a voice rang out in her mind. The thunder tribulation is coming soon, Emo sister. Retreat? Hearing this, Estelle hesitated for a moment, but knew that the thunder tribulation during the formation of an intermediate 5th rank medicinal pill could be lethal even to a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. Staying behind would not help but might only cause more trouble. She nodded. Be careful. Leaving those words, she pushed open the door and stepped out of the courtyard. Outside stood a middle-aged man who immediately smiled upon seeing Estelle. He said, Sonia, leave quickly. The thunder tribulations are coming soon. Don't worry. I'll ensure nothing happens to fellow Taoist Braden. Seeing his face, Estelle felt a twinge of disgust and replied somewhat coldly, How is Claire? Avril 3 is fine and is in her quarters. Estelle gave a curt nod and left with measured steps. Meanwhile, inside a secluded chamber, black flames burned fiercely, causing the surrounding temperature to soar to an extremely high level. Virgil sat cross-legged in front of a human-sized pill furnace, showing signs of exhaustion on his face, yet revealing a hint of relaxation. After 5 days of twists and turns, experiencing 2 near-fatal explosions, he had finally succeeded. Now he had officially entered the ranks of intermediate 5th rank alchemists. I wonder how much mana this thunder tribulation will add for a 5th rank medicinal pill. Lifting his head, he glanced through the hole in the roof at the thunderclouds above. Virgil transmitted his thoughts to Anderson outside, informing him that he could handle the tribulations and they needn't intervene. Boom. Before long, the thunderclouds reached their critical point. With a deafening roar, a brilliant light column slashed down directly, incredibly fast. Its power was more than double that of the thunder tribulation from forming an early 5th rank medicinal pill. Its aura of annihilation made even the distant Six-Winged clan Franzes feel a pang of fear. Leader, shall we not intervene? The former great Avril looked anxiously at Anderson, uncertain about letting Virgil withstand the tribulation. After all, Virgil was now the Six-Winged clan's only intermediate 5th rank alchemist. Any mishap would be a significant loss. Let's observe first. If he says he can handle it, he must have confidence, Anderson recalled Virgil's earlier words. While they were speaking, the disturbance caused by the first bolt of lightning had already dissipated. Virgil's clothes were mostly shredded, and his breath was weak. He lay in the rubble like a burnt-out log, with lightning still dancing over his body. Leader, we can't let him continue recklessly. Seeing the second wave of thunder approaching, the former great Avril's voice grew anxious. To him, Virgil blocking the first bolt was already his limit, clearly lacking the strength to endure the rest. The second wave of thunder would mean certain death. Anderson clenched his teeth, ready to rescue Virgil, but suddenly halted. He watched as the figure lying in the rubble slowly rose, the burnt skin peeling off to reveal infant-like flesh. Great Avril, it seems we don't need to interfere. We just need to watch. The former clan leader smiled, comforting him. 5 Jia. Virgil stood amidst the ruins, feeling the increased mana in his body, his eyes flashing. That one bolt of lightning had doubled his mana gain, adding 5 Jia. Bang. Without time for him to celebrate, several more bolts of lightning struck down. Virgil shielded the pill furnace as usual, then vanished in a storm of lightning powerful enough to obliterate an early-stage soul transformation cultivator. Each time the lightning dispersed, he would stand up again, only to be engulfed once more. How resilient! Like a cockroach. From afar on the rooftop, Ep2of2 Claire stretched her legs comfortably, watching the scene with astonishment. Estelle kept her gaze fixed on the direction of the thunder, heart racing, unaware of her friend's comment. Watching Virgil being repeatedly engulfed by lightning, barely breathing on the ground, yet always rising again, she felt both relief and tenderness. Seeing Estelle silent for a while, Kira turned her head and instantly understood from the worried look on her face. She teased, "Little Sylvia, are you infatuated?" "You're the one infatuated. Your whole family is infatuated." Estelle blushed and tackled her, scratching wildly. "Hee sorry. Kira apologized continuously, and after some playful scuffling, the two sisters sat side by side, focusing back on the thunder. The tribulation continued unabated. Ep2of2 sighed. This sly little guy is truly unpredictable. First, he revealed himself as an early 5th rank alchemist, then instantly killed Alistair. Just when we thought that was all, he exposes himself as an intermediate 5th rank alchemist. I'm curious, how much more does he hide? Time ticked away, the entire Sequang Island echoing with thunder. Virgil, enveloped in lightning, saw his mana increase from 2098 Jia to 2150 Jia and beyond. Soon it surpassed 2200 Jia. At 2253 Jia, the final bolt of heavenly lightning struck Virgil, and after nearly an hour, the thunderclouds finally dissipated. Dark clouds cleared away, the sky brightening again. Virgil stood among the ruins, changing into fresh clothing. With a flick of his hand, he placed the pills from the furnace into a jade bottle and stowed away the furnace and the black demon flame. Only then did he take a moment to feel the increased mana in his body, a joyful smile spreading across his face. The Six-Wing clan really is a great place. If he could keep refining spiritual herbs here, he'd willingly stay forever. Of course, assuming he secured the pure world lotus seed first. Speaking of which, why do you always seem to have a thing with these lightning tribulations? Why use your physical body to receive them? Are you addicted to getting struck? Chapter 347. Inferior Artifact. Tell me, why do you always seem to quarrel with these lightning bolts every time you refine pills? Do you enjoy getting struck, or what? Darby asked, voicing her long-held concern. Each time Virgil faced a tribulation, she was deathly worried he might be struck dead. During cultivation, I can absorb the lightning to enhance my magic power, Virgil explained. So that's why, Darby said in realization. Sensing powerful auras approaching, she withdrew her divine sense and ceased paying attention to the surroundings. I knew fellow Taoist Braden could definitely do it. Palamains later, 3 figures appeared nearby, Anderson and 2 middle-stage soul formation Franzes. The 2 old men, looking listless, returned to their seclusion after matters were settled. They had little remaining lifespan. Each action they took cost them years of life, so they seldom appeared in public. Greetings, clan leader. Here are the refined pills. Though one batch failed, Virgil saluted and handed over the pills to Anderson. Very good. That's fine. Anderson happily patted his shoulder. Fellow Taoist Braden will now be our Six Wings clan's chief pill refiner. If you need anything, just let me know. These are tasks I should fulfill. There's no need for such courtesy, clan leader, Virgil smiled, scanning the area before looking at the 2 Franzes beside Anderson. Feeling his gaze, the Franz on the right subtly avoided eye contact, fearing Virgil's stare. Now that Virgil had become a 5th rank mid-stage pill master, if he exposed the clan leader's attempts to have him assassinated by Unkit at all, the clan leader would punish the Franz to win him over. However, Virgil simply glanced at him without mentioning it. Apart from that batch, does the clan leader have any other pills to refine? I'll do it all at once. Fellow Taoist Braden doesn't need to be so diligent. Refining pills is crucial, but balance is necessary. A 5th rank mid-stage pill once a month is enough. Not hard at all, not even a bit. These are duties I should undertake. Stop saying this or I'll get angry. Virgil feigned irritation. Fellow Taoist Braden is truly an exemplary model among guests. Anderson felt profoundly touched, and the senior Franz also wiped away emotional tears beside him. To gain such a guest Taoist was more than they could ask for. Here are 5 batches of the pills you just refined and 10 batches of 5th rank beginner-level curse-suppressing pills. Please bear with the effort. Anderson handed over a storage bag to Virgil, patting his hand genuinely. Take your time, don't stress. Sure. Virgil gave a slight bow, receiving the storage bag, feeling moved. Completing these pills might raise his magic power to reach the 3000 Jia mark. Oh, your furnace is just an infant treasure. Let me replace it for you. Anderson waved his hand, and a rustic-looking cauldron dropped heavily to the ground. This is an inferior artifact called the Black Demon Tripod. Even Alistair requested it, but I never gave it. Inferior artifact. Virgil looked at it, eyes wide in surprise. For Anderson to give him something so precious, he suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. This person gave him such valuable items, yet he was planning to steal his world-purifying lotus seeds. How unscrupulous of him, but he quickly regained composure. Anderson treated him well because he was a 5th rank mid-stage pill master, aiming to pull him in. It was essentially a transaction. Thank you, clan leader. Then I shall start refining pills. Waving his hand, Virgil stored the furnace into his storage bag. After inquiring about Cade's confinement location from Anderson, he left with a salute. Shortly after, Cade followed behind Virgil as they emerged from a courtyard. Your cultivation progress is commendable. Virgil glanced at him coldly, noticing the realm of intent forming around Cade, ready for soul formation. Compared to Master, my minor progress is like a grain of rice beside the bright moon. Incomparable, Cade flattered. Don't grovel. If you can't break through to soul formation within a month, you needn't follow me further. Virgil cut straight to the chase, sealing Cade inside the bead given by Estelle. He then went directly to the pill hall, exchanged pleasantries with Eric and others before entering the inner chamber. Inside, instead of starting to refine pills, he took out an ancient disc and channeled his magic power, silently disappearing from the spot. When Anderson believed he had entered closed-door seclusion, Virgil reappeared hundreds of miles away from the Six Wings clan, transformed his appearance, and flew in a direction. His current storage bag contained 6 sets of 5th-rank mid-stage herbs and 10 sets of 5th-rank beginner-level herbs. He intended to use the Legacy Pagoda to speed up the process. After traveling tens of thousands of miles, Virgil landed on a deserted island. Ensuring no one was around, he released Darby from the Legacy Pagoda and gave her a soul banner to protect him. He then entered the 4th level of the pagoda. I wonder if a tribulation will occur when refining 5th-rank pills within the Legacy Pagoda. Sitting cross-legged in the space, Virgil held a storage bag, worry flashing in his eyes. He had never refined 5th-rank pills using the pagoda before, fearing no tribulation would occur upon success. So he planned to try with a batch of 5th-rank beginner-level pills first. With a wave of his hand, he brought out the Black Demon tripod gifted by Anderson, summoned the Black Demon flame, and retrieved the herbs from the storage bag. There were 10 sets of 5th-rank beginner-level herbs. He began refining confidently, encountering no issues. Just a short while later, dark clouds gathered toward the isolated island. Exiting the pagoda, Virgil watched the stormy skies, relieved. It seems even within a grotto heaven artifact, the tribulation doesn't delay. Not surprising, otherwise, pill masters could store 5th-rank pills in spatial artifacts to avoid tribulations. Soon, thunder roared down, darkness enveloping the sky like an apocalyptic event. Virgil bathed in the thunderstorm. The pills remained inside the Legacy Pagoda, not retrieved. The tribulation seemed to sense the pills' presence and might follow if moved. Far off, Darby remained vigilant, warding off anyone who might approach, quietly protecting him. Half an hour later, a large scorched area appeared on the island, ravaged by celestial thunder. Without delay, Virgil re-entered the pagoda. Soon, the dispersed storm clouds started gathering again. Rumble. Low rumbles echoed through the clouds. Anyone here would be astonished, as the intervals between cloud formations were less than 15 minutes. Those unaware might think some wondrous treasure had appeared. Please continue providing Chinese text for translation as needed. Chapter 348, The God-Refining Array. Once the thunderous tribulation dispersed, Virgil re-entered the world-forsaken pagoda. Over the next day, the isolated island was frequently enveloped by dark clouds, making it seem like the end of the world. This scene soon drew the attention of passing cultivators who paused to observe. What's happening? Is some extraordinary treasure being revealed? Not quite. It seems someone is transcending a tribulation. A gaunt dev squinted his eyes from a distance, catching sight of Virgil within the thunderous tribulation. These words caused a great stir. Hiss. Could it be Senior Pseudo-Sage? No, the celestial lightning's power is only at the early core formation stage. It's not a pseudo-sage undergoing tribulation. Let's go up and see what's going on. Another corpulent man, sensing something amiss, stepped forward to investigate but was stopped by a stunningly beautiful Noelle who appeared in front of him, her voice cold as ice. Take another step, and you'll die. Humph, bitch, you're quite a looker, but your tone sure is arrogant. Move out of the way, or I'll rape you. Seeing someone blocking his path, the Nico grew irritated. His beady eyes sized up Darby, noting she was also at the early core formation stage, before disdainfully swiping his hand forward. This strike stirred countless hurricanes on the once calm sea surface. Massive waves, thousands of feet high, surged towards Darby, sending her flying hundreds of feet away with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She glared at the Nico. Her breakthrough to the core formation stage had granted her many legacies, but the Fox clan did not excel in combat. Many of the spells she knew were for survival and other purposes. Without an appropriate magical artifact, facing an ordinary early core formation would be manageable, but this mid-core formation-bound individual proved challenging. Seeing the Nico move past her directly into the thunderous tribulation, she wiped away the blood and said coldly, I warned you. Take another step, and you'll die. As she spoke, countless ancient array patterns appeared around the Nico, emitting a faint blood-colored glow from a massive ring above him, casting a chilling light over him. This is the Lost Rank Refinement Array, the God-Refining Array. This person actually knows such an array. An emaciated dev stood on the sea surface far away, watching Darby with gleaming eyes. It's the 7th Franz of the gigantic demon clan, reportedly an array fanatic who loves collecting and studying various ancient arrays, whispered someone nearby, discreetly looking at him. The Nico inside the God-Refining Array, unaware of its origins, felt an ominous presence growing intensely uneasy. He swiftly unleashed a powerful strike against the red ring but failed to shatter it. Before he could make another move, a bone-chilling sense of impending doom washed over him. Reacting quickly, he formed several strange seals with his hands. Instantly, 3 pairs of massive white cicada wings appeared around him, tightly enclosing a space of 10 feet. Even a fly couldn't penetrate. Bitch, let me out now. After doing this, the Nico took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, then glanced at Darby. These cicada wings were his life-saving secret technique, extremely draining yet incredibly defensive, capable of withstanding attacks from mid-core formation cultivators. Darby stood outside the array, watching him coldly without responding. This array came from the inheritance memory she obtained after breaking through. Once activated, it could gradually strip the flesh and blood of anyone inside. She secretly set it up around the island while guarding Virgil just in case. Bitch, let me go, or when I get out you'll pay. Hear me? Deactivate this array now. Minutes passed, and his curses gradually turned to pleas. Lady, I'm wrong, let me out, I will leave. The Nico's initial arrogance had shifted to fear. This space was sealed off, rendering any escape futile, and although his cicada wing defense was impressive, his mana would eventually deplete, leading to his death. Just as Darby hesitated, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, a sinister dev punching toward her with malevolent energy. Ancestral demon. No, pseudo-ancestral demon. A perilous feeling surged within Darby. Unprepared for this surprise attack, she hurriedly blocked with her palm. But he specialized in physical cultivation and was stronger than her. Their clash forced her to spew a mouthful of blood, her frail body flying backward like a broken kite. The dev didn't stop. He lunged again, fingers transformed into claws, grabbing towards her. Well done, kill him, cheered the Nico trapped inside the array. If Darby died, the uncontrolled array would collapse, freeing him. At this critical moment, a bolt of white lightning shot from the storm center, aiming straight for the dev's back. He froze in terror, immediately abandoning his attack on Darby and retaliating with a punch. Instantly, his arm was shredded by the lightning. Before he could react further, 2 more bolts struck him, giving a sense of imminent death. The attacking dev fled upon witnessing this, leaving the Nico in the array, his eyes wide with horror as the lightning pierced through his cicada wings, hitting him. Palamaints later, his rotund body turned into a spray of blood mist on the sea. How can he be so strong? Could he be late core formation? The fleeing dev saw this, his eyes filled with shock. Attempting to accelerate his escape, he felt a bone-chilling sensation. Before he could locate the source, the lightning caught up, exploding on his body. Palamaints later, only 2 blood mists remained on the sea, along with 2 storage bags that Darby snatched. Dead. All the cultivators witnessing this were dumbstruck. Suddenly, a faint voice echoed from the island. Scram, or this will be your fate. Everyone immediately fled, and soon, Darby was alone on the island, biting her lip. Despite protecting him, she always ended up being protected by him. As the final bolt of celestial lightning fell, the thunderous tribulation concluded. Virgil stood up from the ground, saying, "Go heal in the world-forsaken pagoda. I'm fine. My injuries aren't severe, and I can recover quickly to continue guarding you." Chapter 349. Heavenly Demon Power Surges. Seeing her stubborn gaze, Virgil didn't say much and continued into the Forgotten World Tower to refine pills. After all, he had left a divine consciousness on her, so he could sense it whenever she was in danger. In no time, a day passed quickly, and the last batch of early 5th rank pills had been successfully refined. After the Thunderbolt ordeal, Virgil sat cross-legged on the barren ground, frowning deeply in thought. He noticed that with more lightning absorbed, it became increasingly difficult to enhance his magic power. Or perhaps because his magic power increased too much, making further advancement harder than before. In short, starting from the 3rd batch of pills, each lightning bolt only increased 1 Jia of magic power. By the final batch, even 2 lightning bolts only added 1 Jia of magic power. Ultimately, 10 thunderbolts resulted in a total magic power of 2,541 Jia, an increase of roughly 200 Jia. Feeling somewhat helpless about this situation, but seeing no solution, Virgil's divine consciousness moved once more as he re-entered the Forgotten World Tower to prepare for refining intermediate 5th rank pills. I have materials for 6 batches of intermediate 5th rank pills in my storage pouch. Currently, I am just shy of 400 Jia to break through to 3,000 Jia of magic power. The Thunderbolt ordeal from the previous intermediate 5th rank pill roughly increased my magic power by 160 Jia. I wonder how many successful batches I will have. Unlike refining early 5th rank pills, he couldn't guarantee success for every batch when it came to intermediate 5th rank pills. Virgil didn't aim too high. He just needed 4 successful batches. Suppressing excess thoughts, he sat inside the Forgotten World Tower, summoned Black Devil Flame, and focused intently as he began extracting the spirit medicines. The entire process required extreme caution. 5 days later, which was roughly half an hour in the outside world, Virgil's eyes showed signs of exhaustion as he felt the booming thunder approaching. Each lightning bolt caused dread even in those at the mid-soul transformation stage. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The first batch was a success. With a stir of his divine consciousness, he exited the Forgotten World Tower again, and soon the first wave of lightning struck. Virgil sat on the ground, bathing in the lightning. Soon, he frowned slightly. The amount of magic power gained from the heavenly lightning during the intermediate 5th rank pill has also decreased. Initially, 1 heavenly lightning could increase 5 Jia of magic power, but now it only increased 3 Jia. It seemed that indeed, the further along he got, the harder it was to advance. All Virgil could do was sigh. Originally, completing 3 batches would be enough to reach 3,000 Jia of magic power, but now he would need at least 5. Ultimately, this round of Thunderbolt ordeal only added 87 Jia of magic power. Feeling quite frustrated, Virgil re-entered the Forgotten World Tower. Boom. When the 3rd Thunderbolt ordeal ended, Virgil sat on the scarred earth, sensing the magic power within him. It reached 2,793 Jia. Despite increasing by over 200 Jia, his storage pouch only had 1 set of medicinal ingredients left. 2 sets had exploded, but fortunately, the pill furnace remained unharmed, providing some solace. Stirring his divine consciousness again, Virgil entered the Forgotten World Tower and took out the last batch of pills, calming himself down before starting the refinement. Time ticked away slowly as the salty sea breeze blew by. Darby stood outside the island, enduring her injuries while setting up a few formations nearby. Setting up these transformation-level formations was challenging, even though her soul surpassed ordinary initial soul transformation cultivators. Due to her injuries, she quickly turned pale, her hair drenched with sweat. At this moment, a streak of black light shot towards them from a distance, moving extremely fast. An ominous aura emerged from it, dark, turbid, yet incredibly powerful, its momentum comparable to late soul transformation. Another pseudo-ancient demon following the path of ancient demons like those from the Six-Wing clan. Why is this person here? Darby's eyes grew slightly stern. There were 3 cultivation systems in this world. The human race cultivated magic power, focusing on techniques. The demon clan cultivated their souls, excelling in soul strength and being able to live as long as their soul wasn't destroyed. Then there were the ancient demons, who cultivated their physical bodies, simple and brutal, akin to madmen in combat. Among these three races, ancient demons were now very rare in the Four Seas immortal region, supposedly suppressed in the ancient demon abyss. Only some pseudo-ancient demons with impure bloodlines imitating ancient demon cultivation methods remained, far weaker than orthodox ancient demons. This included those from the Six-Winged clan, all pseudo-ancient demons with impure bloodlines, yet still stronger than ordinary body cultivators. That momentum comparable to late soul transformation. If this person was coming after them, Darby felt almost no chance of victory. Just as she worried, the black light stopped not far away. Instead of someone from the Six-Winged clan, it was a towering dev who roared angrily, "Little Sylvia, tell me, who killed one of our Gigantomachy clan?" His voice carried rage, madness, and boundless demonic power, causing Darby to cover her ears involuntarily. So strong. Even just that roar sent shockwaves through her soul, leaving her face pale. "Tell me where that person is hiding. Why is there no trace of him on the island?" The dev roared again, rushing over at high speed. Without hesitation, Darby activated the formation around the island, stretching for tens of miles and attacking the dev. Just a low transformation level formation can block me. But with a sky-shaking roar, the dev shattered countless transformation level formations instantly. Heavenly demonic power surged. Darby's face turned extremely pale. As the controller of the formation, its destruction caused backlash, blood oozing from her mouth, weakening her breath, and heavily damaging her soul. "Quickly, tell me where that person is hiding." The dev appeared suddenly, punching her fiercely. Another furious roar made her spit out blood again. The immense force hurled her uncontrollably into the sea. The elegant Noelle in white floated like a fallen autumn leaf in the air, about to crash into the ocean. A little while later, she rose back up, looking at the terrifying dev, her lips pale. He was probably here for the pseudo-ancient demon killed earlier, with strength equivalent to late soul transformation. She felt somewhat relieved that Virgil was refining pills in the Forgotten World Tower and wouldn't come out. But also, there was a lingering sadness of impending farewell. "Quickly, where's that person? Why isn't he on the island? I can sense his blood mark right here. Speak. I only used 3/10 of my strength this time. If you don't speak, I will kill you right now." The eerie voice rang out again as the dev appeared beside Darby, reaching out to strike her. "Am I going to die? I leave. Would you miss me?" As death approached, Darby felt no fear, only a touch of reluctance, gazing at the island ahead. That Noelle had lived in his heart. If she died, would he remember her? At this moment, the hand grabbing her paused suddenly. A figure appeared before Darby, hugging her tightly, using his back to shield the attack. In the next instant, they were both blasted away. Blood covered her eyes, turning her vision red. "You were supposed to be refining pills. Why did you come out?" Looking into the familiar face inches away, she sniffled and trembled. Chapter 350. Renown Among the Nine Clans, Part 1. "I left a divine consciousness on you. I withdrew when I sensed you were in danger." Virgil held her in his arms, feeling her warm breath on his face, tickling him slightly. Hearing his weak voice, Darby's delicate nose twitched as she said, "He is a late-stage Tianma realm pseudo-ancient devil, comparable to a late-stage transformation of spirit. What should we do?" "This is a bone regeneration pill. Go inside the world-forsaken pagoda to recover from your injuries. Leave the rest to me." Virgil released her and took out a bone regeneration pill from his storage bag. "No, I want to be with you. Trust me." Virgil looked into her eyes and placed the bone regeneration pill in her mouth. Then he activated his divine consciousness and drew her into the world-forsaken pagoda. "Where did you come from, Emmett?" The Franz's gaze was full of suspicion. Upon seeing Darby disappear, he was startled once more. He had not detected how Virgil appeared. It was as if he had emerged from thin air. "You guess." Virgil turned around, his eyes falling on the Franz. His flowing long hair, which had suddenly grown a few white strands at some point. These white hairs were a symbol of excessive loss of lifespan, something very rare to see on him. After all, since taking the 10,000 longevity pill, he had about 4,000 years worth of lifespan. "Humph. Who cares where you came from? For killing our Titan Devil Clan Franz. This dev will tear off your head." Dark demonic energy surged around the Franz as he suddenly appeared before Virgil, malice clear on his gaunt face. He raised his bony hand towards Virgil's head. He could sense that the blood seal was right there on Virgil's body. The one who killed the person must be him. "Not only did I kill your clan Franz, but I also intend to kill you and pay your Titan Devil Clan a visit," Virgil said coldly. Just as the dark demonic hand was about to reach his head, he suddenly lifted his right hand, and 4 chains shot out, entering the Franz's body. With 1 chain, the previously fierce Franz's strength was suppressed by 40%. 2 chains reduced the Franz's might to that equivalent of a mid-stage transformation of Spirit Cultivator. 4 chains limited even a late-stage transformation of Spirit Cultivator to the power level of a freshly promoted transformation of Spirit, allowing Virgil to easily seize the Franz's wrist. With an incredulous look on the Franz's face, Virgil yanked hard. A tearing sound echoed as the entire arm was instantly torn off. "Ea, you little brat, you're courting death? I'll kill you." The Franz clutched his wound with his other hand, madness evident in his expression as he suffered intense pain. He never imagined that he would be injured so severely by a nascent soul cultivator. "Kill me?" Virgil raised his hand again, and an invisible force bound the Franz in front of him, grabbing him by the throat. "You puny insects have wounded my people, cost me an entire furnace of pills, and over a millennium of lifespan. Do you still have the audacity to think about killing me?" Virgil's eyes were icy cold, and the hand gripping the Franz's neck tightened further. Who are you? How can a nascent soul cultivator be this strong?" Overwhelmed by a strong sense of suffocation, the Franz finally regained some awareness. His face had turned purple from lack of oxygen, and he kicked wildly while struggling fruitlessly against Virgil. Virgil gazed at him coldly, saying nothing until the Franz was almost dead. Then he loosened his grip, grabbed the Franz's head, and used soul-searching. "Ea!" With suction emanating from his palm, louder and louder cries of agony reverberated through the ocean, and countless memories flashed through Virgil's mind. After a moment, Virgil's eyes flickered, and he clenched his fist. The Franz's head burst open like a watermelon, splattering red and white fluids everywhere. However, before the liquids touched him, a black fire dragon emerged from Virgil's body and incinerated both the fluids and the Franz's corpse. Whoosh! The bustling world returned to tranquility, with only the sound of churning seawater. A sea breeze blew away the lingering blood in the air. Standing on the water surface, Virgil's eyes were cold as he retracted the black demon flame. His aura of killing intent had yet to dissipate, making him seem like a vengeful deity. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, containing fragments of internal organs, mixing with the blood as it was expelled. Earlier, he had been refining pills within the world-forsaken pagoda when his divine consciousness, still connected to Darby, sensed her imminent danger and immediately withdrew from the pagoda. But everything was too late. The Franz's attack was already almost upon Darby, and even a late-stage transformation of spirit couldn't have prevented it in time. In that critical moment, Virgil remembered his senior using forbidden immortality chains to lock down time, so he attempted a desperate gamble. After several trials, he found that the effect of the 4 forbidden immortality chains he could summon was minimal, barely noticeable, costing him several years of his lifespan in the process. However, this gave Virgil hope. Previously in Ujandam, he had summoned 2 forbidden immortality chains at the Qi practitioner stage. This time, he forcibly sacrificed over 1,000 years of his lifespan to briefly summon 6 forbidden immortality chains, locking down time in the area. Time stopped for 3 brief moments, 3 breaths in total. Despite this, he still wasn't quick enough to kill the Franz or stop the blow from landing. Ultimately, he had to use his own flesh to absorb the impact of the Franz's strike. Given the Franz's late-stage transformation of spirit-level strength, even though the blow wasn't fully powered, it was still sufficient to critically injure a mid-stage transformation of spirit. If it weren't for his mastery of the life-death realm, which significantly enhanced his recovery, he might have been immobilized. Wiping the blood from his lips, Virgil took a bone regeneration pill to restore his color gradually. Reaching out, he grabbed the floating storage bag from the sea surface and examined it. The Titan Devil Clan, pseudo-ancient devils? Through the Franz's memories, Virgil learned the identity of his foe, the great Avril of the Titan Devil Clan among the 9 great devil clans. Furthermore, these memories confirmed his earlier suspicions. The 9 devil clans indeed did not follow the human cultivation system. Instead, they imitated ancient devils, practicing as pseudo-ancient devils. What were pseudo-ancient devils? According to the Franz, pure-blooded ancient devils had mysteriously vanished in the current era. Some cultivators mimicked the cultivation systems of ancient devils, becoming known as pseudo-ancient devils. Though their power didn't match that of true ancient devils, they far surpassed ordinary cultivators of similar rank. It seems, this Titan Devil Clan is worth visiting. Having lost over 1,000 years of lifespan, it wouldn't be like me if I didn't seek recompense. A glint of resolve appeared in Virgil's eyes. Currently, his physical realm was Jade Life Realm. Beyond this, it remained unknown. Perhaps the path of the ancient devils was worth exploring. Each of the 9 devil clans revered a demon ancestor statue, allowing them to gain pseudo-ancient devil blood for cultivation. So the Titan Devil Clan was worth investigating, not just for vengeance. Of course, he needed to recover first. Chapter 351. Renowned among the 9 tribes, Part 2. Inside the 4th level of the Legacy Tower, Darby's expression was anxious. She had never felt time so agonizingly slow. At this moment, Virgil appeared beside her. Without hesitation, she rushed to him and hugged him tightly, her slender figure trembling slightly. Virgil hesitated for a moment, but did not push her away. Instead, he placed his hand on her back and comforted her. It's all over now. That Dev is dead? Yes, as long as you're fine. Though she had taken bone growth pills promptly after being severely wounded, she still appeared weakened. Half black, half white, Virgil's eyes activated the life-death realm. He continuously channeled vitality through his palm, placed on her back, to mend her internal injuries. Gradually, Darby's complexion improved, and the pallor disappeared. Only then did Virgil retract his hand and gently pushed her away. I'll treat my wounds first, then I'll take you to get revenge. One day later, Virgil held Darby around her waist as they flew over the sea heading toward the Ogre tribe. The overall strength of the Ogre tribe surpassed the 6-winged tribe and ranked mid-tier among the 9 demon tribes. It boasted 3 heaven demon realm cultivators comparable to late-stage soul transformation realms, the current chief, the great Avril, and the previous Presley. One was now dead, leaving 2. Now, I can easily defeat a late-stage soul transformation realm cultivator one-on-one, and I can fight even if facing 2 late-stage cultivators at once, Virgil mused. He hadn't used any realms or techniques in the previous battle. Operating at full combat power, he didn't know how far he could go, but attacking this ogre tribe would be a good test. Soon, a massive island loomed ahead. So, this is the ogre tribe? Virgil stood outside the island, looking down at it. Are you really going? Darby still harbored worries. The 9 demon tribes of the inner sea sounded formidable. She did not wish for revenge, or wanted Virgil to risk himself. Just watch me. Virgil glanced at her, softly comforting her. In the end, who killed our 2 Franzes? We ogre tribe will never forgive him. In a grand hall on the island, a towering giant over 9 feet tall rose from his seat, his voice filled with immense rage. Haha, he could kill the great Avril, and you dare speak of never forgiving him? Another high-ranking official sneered. Do you mean we should just swallow this humiliation? What else can you do? Just as they argued, chaos erupted outside. What's happening? All the ogre tribe elites gathered in the hall frowned upon hearing the commotion. Suddenly, a panicked figure burst through the broken doors and, before anyone could reprimand him, fell to his knees. Report to Chief. A terrifying powerhouse has come to our doorstep. It must be the one who killed the great Avril. And Franz suddenly stood up, enraged. What audacity, killing 2 of our Franzes and daring to deliver himself here. Go out and greet him. The current chief of the ogre tribe, Brad, who stood nearly 10 feet tall and had a mighty physique, rose. For the enemy to attack their stronghold was a slap in the face for him as chief. Outside the hall, the air still lingered with the scent of blood. Countless ogre tribe cultivators surrounded a couple, yet no one dared approach. This Guillermo had summoned a fire dragon and an elixir cauldron, instantly slaughtering countless clan members like slicing melons, instilling deep fear. Only when the elite leaders of the ogre tribe appeared did the surrounding clan members regain some confidence. Whatever your name, Emmett, today you die. Indeed, you won't just die, but you'll watch your fox spirit lover become a plaything. Virgil cast a cold glance at the 2 speaking, and with a mental command, only 2 screams followed, and the speakers dropped lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, everyone took several steps back, their faces showing renewed fear. Nascent Dan Peak, early stage soul transformation? Brad's face turned ashen as he watched his clansmen killed right before his eyes, gazing at Virgil. Upon sensing their cultivation levels, he frowned. How did the blood seal fail? Several Franzes also wore dubious expressions, focusing on Virgil and Darby. They sensed the Guillermo who killed the 2 Franzes carried the blood seal which allowed them to track him. But his cultivation level was absurdly low. How could he have killed the great Averill? 2 late-stage heaven demon realms, 2 mid-stage, 3 early-stage, and 2 middle-stage soul transformations, likely guess scholars. Their strength is indeed far above the 6-winged tribe, Virgil noted, sweeping his gaze over them, comprehending their strengths. He gained a deeper understanding of the power of the 9 demon tribes. And this was just a mid-ranked one. How powerful would the top-ranked ones be? While he pondered, a grave voice rang out below. Who are you, killing my ogre tribe members and daring to present yourself here? Are you mocking our weakness? Hearing this, Virgil looked down at the late-stage heaven demon realm speaker, knowing this was likely the chief of the ogre tribe. He replied coolly, I am named Braden. Your 2 Franzes ruined my plans and injured my people. If you do not provide an explanation today, I will not hesitate to destroy the ogre tribe. Arrogant. The Franzes instantly flared with rage, staring fiercely at Virgil, as if insulted. A robust, 9-foot-tall man with a dark red complexion roared and charged skyward. Boy, who do you think you are? Demon sounds roared deafeningly as the giant transformed into a monstrous form thousands of feet tall, hurling a mountainous fist at Virgil. Chief Brad didn't intervene, knowing this Franz's mid-stage heaven demon realm power was formidable. Even if he couldn't beat a late-stage soul transformation realm, it could gauge Virgil's strength. Presley, kill him. Ordinary ogre tribe cultivators were excited, waving banners as if already seeing Virgil's doom. Fine, truly a den of snakes and rats. Since you prefer to strike first, don't blame me. Virgil looked at the mountainous man and smirked, releasing a black fire dragon that roared towards him. The scorching heat distorted the space around it. The giant's expression grew solemn, sensing imminent danger. He punched immediately. Yet, just as his fist neared the fire dragon, a black chain entered his body. Unseen by outsiders, his gigantic body shrank threefold, losing his mid-stage heaven demon realm power like a deflated balloon. Come back. Note, for consistency with previous translations and maintaining pinyin for character names, I've retained Virgil and Darby as the characters' names in English. Chapter 352. Renowned among the 9 clans, Part 3. Come back. Brad abruptly felt an ominous premonition and called out to bring the man back, but a black fire dragon had already roared and pounced on the man. A shrill scream echoed through the air. The once spirited giant was instantly reduced to nothingness. What kind of flame is that? After a moment of deadly silence, Brad's eye twitched, and he stared at Virgil, now convinced that the Franz could very well have been killed by him. Virgil casually grabbed the storage bag from the fallen giant and swallowed it, pulling the black demon flame back into himself. The regular Jume clan cultivators who had been clamoring for the man to kill Virgil were now all silent. Why are the Jume clan members such as earth chickens and tile dogs? Virgil replied off-topic. You insolent brat, cease your arrogance. Brad laughed in fury, his body covered in surging demonic aura, growing from 12 feet to 6,000 feet tall in mere moments, becoming like a towering colossus. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Virgil, who was airborne. Die. This was the giant magic aspect of the Jume clan. Once unleashed, it bestowed immense power. Even someone at the late-stage transformation spirit realm would be gravely injured by this blow. Do you think you can do this? Virgil sneered, showing no fear towards the massive fist rushing at him. With a mental command, he drew Darby into the isolated world pagoda and then instantly condensed a white thunderbolt in his right palm. This is the Thunder Sovereign cannon. What connection do you have with Bujo Thunder Sovereign? Brad's pupils shrank as his fist suddenly halted before hitting Virgil, focusing on the white lightning in Virgil's palm. The crackling white lightning was enough to alarm even a mid-stage transformation spirit cultivator, but what unnerved him more was the terrifying name. Bujo Thunder Sovereign, the only dominant force in the inner sea for thousands of years. Even though dead, his remnants still inspired fear. You guess. Virgil smiled lightly, hurling the white lightning. I'll personally extract it from you after I capture you. Brad coldly hummed, punching forward without any regard for the mid-stage transformation spirit level white lightning. But just as his fist was about to collide with the white lightning, something unexpected happened. My cultivation level, what is happening? Why has my cultivation level dropped? Brad's expression drastically changed. His overwhelming aura rapidly declined, shrinking to 1/10 of its original size. The white lightning then crashed against his fist with a thunderous boom. Violent force instantly shattered his entire left arm. Blood rained down as Brad clutched his injured left arm in pain, finally realizing why the giant had been killed so swiftly. Clan leader. The remaining senior members of the Jume clan, who could not intervene, watched in disbelief as their leader lost ground in the first exchange and lost an arm. Virgil remained indifferent, ignoring the commotion around him. In a flash, he moved forward again, sending another bolt of lightning to finish off his opponent. Strike when the iron is hot. Seize victory. Seeing the terrifying white lightning come again, like the summons of death, Brad looked extremely uneasy. He tightened his only remaining hand into a fist and punched forward. Boom. The next moment, his final arm crumbled instantly, and the entire giant magic aspect couldn't hold, reverting to its original size. Granville's face turned frantic as he screamed, "What kind of demonic art did you use? Why is my strength only at the initial heaven demon realm now? What difference does it make if you know?" Virgil's eyes were cold as he appeared in front of Brad, about to seize him. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out, stopping Virgil in his tracks. "Brad, don't harm the clan leader." The lone surviving late-stage Heaven Demon Realm Franz seized the opportunity and appeared in front of Virgil, throwing a punch. Thunder rumbled with the punch, darkening the sky. The terrifying force was enough to instantly slay a mid-stage transformation spirit cultivator, making Virgil feel a chill run down his spine. "Forgot about you, huh?" Virgil's gaze was cold. There wasn't time to dodge, nor to recall the immortal restriction. One method remained: enter the isolated world pagoda. However, he didn't choose to do that. He wanted to test his strength. The wheel of life and death rotated in Virgil's eyes as he thrust a finger forward, the same move he used to kill Alistair. "This is a technique I created myself, nameless. Today I tested against a heaven demon." As he pointed, the destructive force within was unleashed toward the Franz. 6th rank intentionality. The Franz's eyes widened in horror, feeling the intentionality contained within the point. His actions slowly stalled, and his fist aimed at Virgil halted involuntarily. His vitality rapidly stripped away, aging him until he coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking at Virgil with a frightened look. "I received your attack. Now it's my turn." Virgil spoke calmly, satisfied with his performance. Facing a mid-stage transformation spirit cultivator, he could directly kill. Even against a late stage, he could contend. Recalling the immortal restriction from Brad's body, Virgil inserted it into the Franz. With a terrified look from the Franz, Virgil raised his finger, releasing a bolt of white lightning from his fingertip. Boom! The terrifying white lightning pierced through the Franz's forehead before exploding, creating a spray of blood. Late-stage Heaven Demon Realm, dead. The Supreme Avril. The remaining Franz's faces were filled with despair. This scene made them feel as if the heavens had collapsed. In a brief exchange, the Jume clan side was reduced to 1 mid-stage Heaven Demon Realm, 3 initial-stage Heaven Demon Realms, and 1 late-stage Heaven Demon Realm who lost both hands. The 2 mid-stage transformation spirit cultivators had long since fled due to the unfavorable situation. Is the Jume clan doomed to be wiped out today? Such thoughts sprouted in the hearts of the Jume clan cultivators. "How cruel you are." Brad, whose hands were rendered useless, gazed at Virgil, his eyes filled with grief. "If you blame anyone, blame your Grand Avril and Avril 8. They shouldn't have provoked me." Virgil appeared before him, looking at him indifferently. With a gesture, he could wipe him out. Hearing these words, the Franzes secretly blamed the deceased Grand Avril and Avril 8. These 2 stars of ill fortune cost their own lives and brought disaster to the Jume clan. Brad paused and said, "Your power is formidable. The Jume clan is not your match. I have nothing to say. I merely ask you not to leave us utterly destroyed. Spare our clan a way out, and I will pay a heavy compensation." The other Franzes remained silent, their hearts filled with trepidation. Virgil chuckled coldly. "If you had this attitude earlier, we wouldn't have escalated to this. Was this necessary?" The group, being ridiculed, dared not respond, each of their faces turning ashen. Chapter 353. Renowned Among the 9 Tribes, Part 4. Virgil swept his gaze around but did not continue to mock. With a wave of his hand, he collected the storage bag of the Franz he had just killed and coldly said, "Carted over each of your storage bags." The Franzes hesitated for a moment before Bradson took the lead and handed over his storage bag to Virgil. Only then did the rest obediently step forward to surrender their bags. Virgil received them all with a wave of his hand and quickly scanned through them with his divine sense, finding many valuable items. Without rushing to tally up the spoils, he ordered, "Bring me all the 5th-grade spirit medicines stored by your tribe." Like the Six-Wing clan, the Ogre tribe required pills every month to suppress the curse, hence they naturally kept a good supply of spirit medicines. This was the second reason for his visit. Yes, Bradson did not resist and ordered in Franz to fetch them. With Virgil in control and the Ogre tribe at his mercy, they had no right to resist. Seeing his compliance, Virgil discreetly dispersed the lightning in his hand and said calmly, "By the way, I warn you not to try contacting the other 8 tribes to kill me. Even if all the experts from the 8 tribes came together, I can guarantee my safe departure. But as for you, well, will you be able to withstand my wrath?" Virgil's voice was calm, devoid of any hint of threat. "How do you know we have means to contact?" one of the Franzes asked in shock. Indeed, the 9 demon clans had methods to communicate when faced with life-threatening situations, allowing them to request reinforcements from the remaining 8 clans. Bradson remained silent, understanding that Virgil likely searched the Grand Avril's soul to gain this knowledge. Initially, he indeed considered stabilizing the situation with Virgil while contacting the other 8 clans for help. But hearing Virgil's words now, he dared not take that risk anymore. If they succeeded in killing Virgil here, it would be fine. But what if he escaped? The other 8 clans couldn't remain stationed at the Ogre tribe forever. Could the Ogre tribe endure his wrath once he returned? Virgil glanced around. It seemed his intimidation had achieved its desired effect as everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. He then looked at Bradson and said, "Take me to the hall where the demon statue is enshrined." This was his third reason for visiting the Ogre tribe, pursuing the path of the ancient demon. Bradson felt puzzled but didn't understand why Virgil wanted to go there. That place was the ogre tribe's sacred ground, only opened annually during the blood awakening ritual. Despite his confusion, he dared not defy Virgil's command. He left the other Franzes to handle post-incident affairs and led Virgil to the grand hall located in the center of the ogre tribe. Inside the hall, despite its vastness, all windows were sealed, keeping out sunlight. Only numerous lamps provided light, illuminating a colossal demon statue standing at the center of the hall. So, this is the demon statue for the blood awakening ceremony? Virgil stood beneath the 70-foot-tall statue, looking up. The statue depicted a man without multiple heads or arms, yet his limbs appeared exceptionally developed and muscular, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. Blood awakening, also known as the demon initiation, was an annual event on the 10th day of the 10th lunar month. During this time, the 9 demon clans sacrificed to the demon ancestor, allowing dominics under 12 years old to communicate with the demon statue and receive demonic blood along with cultivation techniques. Blood awakening, Virgil muttered. Calculating the date, it would be the 10th day of the 10th lunar month in 2 days. He then instructed Bradzin, prepare for the ritual. I want to try the ogre tribe's blood awakening ceremony. Sir, our demon statue only allows members of the ogre tribe to successfully awaken the blood. Outsiders, even if they attempt, will have no reaction. Bradzin initially wanted to address him as fellow cultivator, but changed his title mid-sentence. Virgil gave him a disdainful glance and said, do as I say. Yes, Bradzin bowed respectfully. Virgil continued to stare at the demon statue, his eyes flickering. After a moment, he turned his attention to checking on the spirit medicines. Just then, the entire hall began to tremble as if an immensely terrifying force was awakening. What's happening? Bradzin exclaimed in surprise. Virgil frowned, his gaze fixed on the demon statue, sensing a connection. Suddenly, the statue's tightly shut eyes opened, casting a cold, emotionless gaze upon the 2 individuals within the hall. Instantly, Virgil felt his body shiver as if being thoroughly scrutinized. As he stood in uncertainty, he heard the statue murmur, in obedience to the Emperor Immortal's decree. At the same time, across the territories of the other 8 demon clans, each of their respective demon statues, previously dormant, opened their eyes and murmured, in obedience to the Emperor Immortal's decree. In the distant demon wasteland, where 9 grand halls symbolizing the peak of demonic power stood, those demon statues also opened their eyes, echoing, in obedience to the Emperor Immortal's decree. What's happening? Various cultivators, whose strength surpassed the heavenly demon realm, sensed the anomaly, their voices like thunder, resounding in the halls. Next, black vortexes appeared within each hall, housing a demon statue, revealing glimpses of a blood-red sky beneath which stood a towering black peak. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, a mechanical voice echoed in the sky. In obedience to the Emperor Immortal's decree, the trial of the ancient demon peak has begun. All cultivators may enter, limited to 10,000 challengers. Challengers entered, 1,000, remaining, 9,000. 2,000 entered. This is the opening of the ancient demon peak. The prophecy of our ancestors has come true. Climbing the ancient demon peak grants the pure blood of ancient demons, freeing us from the clan's curse. At the same time, the other 8 demon clans of the inner sea saw these words appear in the sky, filling them with excitement as they rushed into the vortexes. The ancient demon peak has opened. Finally, the curse of our 9 clans can be lifted. In the ogre clan, Bradzin looked at the black ancient peak, his eyes blazing with passion. Ancient demon peak, Emperor Immortal. Virgil frowned, seeing Bradzin's excited state, bewildered about its significance. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Virgil, quickly enter. This is the trial of the ancient demon peak. I saw it in my heritage memories. Ascending the ancient demon peak grants pure ancient demon blood, transforming one into a pure blood ancient demon. Outside in the sky, the mechanical voice declared, challengers entered. 9,000, remaining, 1,000. Virgil paused briefly, trusting Darby wouldn't harm him. His figure blurred as he entered the vortex, with Bradzin following closely behind before the portal closed. A dizzying whirl ensued, revealing a blood-red sky and a towering stone stele inscribed with Ancient Demon Peak. Virgil looked around, trying to summon the remnant world tower to contact Darby, but found it impossible, seemingly blocked by some force. Simultaneously, a voice rang in his mind. 9731st trial participant, name unknown, demonic blood grade, unknown, cultivation level, late stage nascent soul. Chapter 354, Renown Among the 9 Clans, Part 5. The 9731st? Virgil stood beside the stone monument, listening to the voice as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him rose a black demon peak, towering over the barren ground. From its base, it was impossible to see the summit. Not far away lay a path of green stones, leading straight to the red clouds near the top. However, he soon realized that apart from himself, there was no other living soul in this world. Where had the previous entrants gone? Could everyone be in an independent space? As he pondered, a voice echoed from the heavens, shattering the silence. First test taker Lou Carter, with cultivation at the late stage heavenly demon realm, has ascended 10,000 steps and entered the first demon temple, earning 1 drop of true blood and a scroll of techniques. 45th test taker Gladys June has ascended 30,000 steps and entered the second demon temple. Is there a reward for reaching 10,000 steps? I wonder if I can fly up? The voice interrupted Virgil's thoughts. He glanced at the black demon peak before him, an unusual idea forming in his mind. He tried immediately but found his magical power useless, sinking like a stone in water. If he wanted to ascend, he had to take each step on the stone staircase. It seems this is the trial for the test takers, thought Virgil, not panicking but quickly understanding the key point. He approached the stairs and took the first step. Ancient Demon Peak Trial, designed by Emperor Rufus of Ancient Demon Peak, serves to temper future generations. The entire trial has 3 stages, testing character, talent, and bloodline, totaling 100,000 stone steps. Rewards are given upon reaching specific locations. If one wishes to abandon, a single thought will suffice to leave this realm. The voice sounded in his mind again, appearing and disappearing without trace. Virgil could not identify the source or determine if the speaker was alive or dead. Ignoring it, he took another step. No more voices disturbed him until about a dozen steps later when he sensed something strange and stopped. It feels like an invisible force is weighing me down, as if carrying something while climbing. Is this part of the test? His eyes flickered but continued undeterred. To him, this additional weight was negligible. He kept ascending, taking over 100 steps in one breath. Yet, looking up still revealed no end in sight. The weight on his back grew heavier with each ascent, gradually slowing his pace. By the time he reached 5,000 steps, the pressure felt insurmountable, as if the entire sky bore down on him. Nothing and no one can crush me. Despite the strain, Virgil's legs trembled with exertion as he pressed forward. Sweat mixed with blood drenched his clothes, yet his gaze remained resolute, seemingly unfazed by the pain. Ancient demons excelled in body cultivation. In ancient times, they could slaughter peers who were spirit cultivators, making them on par with immortal clans. Becoming a pure-blooded ancient demon would significantly enhance his strength. No one would turn down the chance to become stronger. Seizing this opportunity was imperative. Gradually, an ancient hall appeared a few hundred steps ahead, wreathed in clouds, exuding solemn grandeur. That must be the end of the first stage, Virgil observed, pushing forward like a traveler traversing against time. Each heavy step lifted and fell rhythmically. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps. Finally, after hundreds of steps, he stood before the hall. The oppressive weight vanished instantly. I succeeded, Virgil collapsed weakly onto the ground, smiling despite the blood-streaked face. The 9,731st test taker, name unknown, has reached the first demon temple, earning 1 drop of true blood and a technique scroll. The familiar voice rang out, and the doors of the hall swung open, emitting 2 streaks of light. One streak contained a drop of black blood, radiating a fierce, rebellious energy. It merged into his body, imbued with potent earth attributes, instantly refining his organs even though he hadn't started the refinement process yet. Simultaneously, his physical body strengthened dramatically under the influence of this demonic blood. Originally, during the Jade Life Realm cultivation, each organ refined added 200,000 units of strength, resulting in roughly 800,000 units after 4 organs. Now, having refined only 4 organs, he possessed 1 million units, surpassing even those who refined 5 organs at the peak Jade Life Realm. A punch through mountains was now effortless. Just 1 drop of true blood is so powerful. Ancient demons truly live up to their name. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as Virgil instinctively clenched his fist and threw a punch. The wind howled fiercely, and faint sonic booms echoed. Even a nascent soul initial stage practitioner wouldn't be unscathed. This was the advantage of body cultivation. Less flair, more brute force, overwhelming all obstacles. After a while, Virgil calmed his excitement and pondered, I wonder what level my demonic blood has reached. By his estimation, demonic blood levels paralleled the immortal clans. Residual blood, true blood, jam blood, ancestral blood. Recalling the past, 2 drops of royal immortal blood elevated his lineage to peak true blood, half-step jam blood. Gaining just 1 drop of ancient demon true blood likely didn't elevate his bloodline to true blood status, which seemed unrealistic. Whether it reached residual blood remained uncertain. Virgil's eyes twinkled, but didn't dwell on this question. He knew these details would clarify eventually. For now, his priority was to ascend the ancient demon peak and acquire more demonic blood. Reaching out, he grabbed the floating scroll and examined it. The scroll contained a cultivation technique named Mara Scripture. According to the text, the ancient demon realms included Demon Scholar, Demon General, Heavenly Demon, Savage Demon. The rest was unknown for now. Among these, the Demon Scholar equated to Iron Blood, Copper Skin, and Silver Bone realms in body cultivation. Peak Demon Scholar was equivalent to Peak Silver Bone realm. Demon General corresponded to Jade Life realm, and Heavenly Demon naturally aligned with Nascent Soul. Savage Demon was comparable to false immortals and almost invincible within their realms. This scripture was created by an ancient demon at the Savage Demon realm, suitable for cultivation up to that level. Stowing the scroll away, Virgil turned towards the remaining stone steps. Continue onward. Chapter 355, Emperor Rufus. Virgil tucked the scroll into his robe and continued climbing the stone steps ahead. The summit of the ancient demon peak had 100,000 stone steps, and he was still 90,000 steps away from the peak. The first 10,000 steps tested one's mental resolve and determination, which could be completed with firm willpower, but the challenges that lay beyond were unknown. The 10,001st step felt unremarkable as Virgil ascended it. There was no sensation of anything unusual or any sounds. The subsequent steps were also unobstructed until he reached the 19,000th step, where a second grand hall appeared before him. Palamaints later, Virgil stood before this grand hall, his expression surprised. Is the second trial this simple? This stage's test was unexpectedly easy. Just then, 2 giants suddenly appeared in front of him. They wore black demon armor, their bodies emitting faint black demonic aura, and their eyes fixed on him as they spoke in rolling demonic voices. We are stationed here by the order of Emperor Rufus. Present your demonic pattern. Those with demonic patterns lower than 6th grade are forbidden to proceed. These 2 possessed formidable auras akin to late-stage transcendent demons, and their shouts reverberated through one's soul. Behind each of them was etched a vivid demonic diagram. One depicted a mountain, the other a red moon. The aura emanating from these diagrams gave him a familiar feeling, similar to what he experienced with intent. What is a demonic pattern? Virgil frowned upon hearing that only those with 6th grade demonic patterns could advance, a term he had never heard before. One of us pure-blooded ancient demons can manifest our comprehension of demonic intent as a demonic pattern after breaking through to the celestial demon realm. Thereafter, we no longer cultivate mana, but instead focus solely on ancient demon essence. One of the black-armored giants said with an air of superiority. You do not have a demonic pattern and are unworthy to continue ascending. Leave immediately. Leave. Leave. Their voices turned into rolling demonic sounds, echoing endlessly in his ears, compelling him to depart. Virgil let out a low grunt, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A fierce sense of unwillingness surged within him. He did not want to give up this opportunity. Yet, to pass this trial, he needed a 6th-grade demonic pattern, something he did not possess, unless he forced his way through. But this thought quickly dissipated as Virgil regained his calm. These two were late-stage celestial demons and pure-blooded ancient demons with formidable combat power. Killing ordinary late-stage transcendent spirits would be like slaughtering dogs. With his current sealed mana and inability to use immortal banishing techniques, relying on just his physical body, attempting to force his way through would certainly fail. Seeing this, Virgil sighed and turned back down the stone steps, heading down the mountain. However, he did not leave this space directly but pondered silently, unwilling to abandon the opportunity. At this moment, a man approached from below, catching his attention. This person. Virgil's gaze fell on the man, studying him closely, a frown creasing his forehead. The man was a young man in black robes, plain-looking, with disheveled hair falling behind him. He emitted no fluctuations at all, appearing as if he were an ordinary mortal. He stopped beside Virgil, glancing at him and smiling. Why are you retreating? Senior, who are you? Anyone who could appear here under these circumstances would not be an ordinary mortal, despite Virgil feeling no mana. He asked tentatively. My name? I've forgotten it. They call me Rufus, the young man laughed lightly. Rufus. Virgil muttered the name, a faint familiarity stirring within him. Palamaints later, realization dawned, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Earlier, when ascending the first step, he had heard a voice introducing the origin of the ancient demon peak, mentioning that it was established by Emperor Rufus, the Lord of Ancient Demons. Could this be the same person? For a moment, Virgil showed great respect, cautiously asking, Senior, are you Emperor Rufus? Emperor Rufus, some indeed call me that. The Dominic chuckled and nodded, then asked, Why are you going down the mountain instead of continuing? Upon confirmation, Virgil grew even more respectful, bitterly smiling. I lack a demonic pattern and cannot pass the second trial, so I'm preparing to leave. Demonic pattern? Huh. Your physical cultivation is at the late Jade Destiny stage, just needing one more element for completion. Then you can transform your physical cultivation into the path of ancient demons, directly condensing a demonic pattern afterward and becoming a celestial demon. The Dominic glanced at him and offered guidance. But I don't have a metal element item now, Virgil said helplessly. The ancient demon peak beneath your feet contains metallic demonic aura. The Dominic smiled, his figure gradually fading into a shadow. The ancient demon peak beneath my feet is a metal element item. Virgil paused, watching as the figure vanished. He sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, and indeed sensed a metallic force rising from beneath. Hope flickered anew within him. Without hesitation, Virgil activated the Nirvanic body scripture, beginning to absorb the metallic demonic aura under him to refine his last organ. Unsure how much time passed, he suddenly opened his eyes, radiating an entirely new aura. Peak Jade Destiny. His divine consciousness scanned internally, revealing 5 organs working harmoniously within him like a miniature world, the 5 elements interdependent, endlessly supplying vitality. I need to break through to the celestial demon realm. Virgil opened his eyes, determination shining brightly. According to the Dominic's words, breaking through to the celestial demon realm required comprehending demonic intent and transforming one's demonic essence into a condensed form on the body. Currently, his realm was the life-death intent, but it wasn't demonic intent but divine intent, a set formation that couldn't be altered. To break through to the celestial demon realm, he needed to comprehend a second type of intent. What should the second intent be? Sitting cross-legged, Virgil closed his eyes, his mind plunging into a meditative state, a drop of rain forming in his kidney. This was the raindrop initially given to him by the Gabi. Suddenly, Virgil knew what he needed to comprehend. He quietly sensed the drop of rain, his heart and mind gradually immersing in it. When he opened his eyes again, he became the drop of rain, forgetting who he was, falling from the sky on a stormy night. Then, in the next cycle, he returned to the heavens as a raindrop once more, falling into the mundane world, repeating endlessly. He had nourished countless living things, wetting pedestrians' clothes, and knocking off peach blossoms in full bloom. He was a drop of rain. As he continually fell, transforming repeatedly into raindrops, his true self atop the ancient demon peak gradually condensed with the aura of rain, like a single drop. After an unknowable number of falls, Virgil felt a hint of fatigue in his heart. He didn't understand why until, during one descent, he murmured softly, This rain, born from the earth, dies the moment it lands. Even if it returns to the heavens and becomes a raindrop again, it is no longer itself, for its heart shatters the moment it touches the earthly realm. What is rain? Born from the earth, dying in the sky. That's what rain is. Hashtag chapter 356, breaking through to the heavenly demon realm. On the peak of ancient demon mountain, Virgil opened his weary eyes, and a gentle rain-like aura emanated from his body. He lifted his head, gazing at the blood-red sky. His originally dual-colored eyes, one black, one white, had changed, with the black eye now filled with misty rain. One sage, one demon. I must break through to the heavenly demon realm. Breakthrough. The sky had been clear moments ago, but as he spoke, light drizzle began to fall, accompanied by thunderous roars that echoed through the rain, carrying an unshakable determination. Virgil sat in the rain, his body seemingly merging with it. The drop of demon blood within him started to boil. The gentle rain-like aura spread from him, attracting countless strands of demonic energy that gathered into his body. These formed black runes beneath his skin, wriggling like earthworms. Ignoring this sensation, Virgil continued to draw the rain-like aura into his body. Days later, he suddenly opened his eyes. On his back, a fearsome pattern emerged, a symbol of surging demonic energy. It was a depiction of a stormy night, with dark skies, lightning flashing, and rain pouring down onto the ground. This was his demon rune, unique to him alone. The moment this image formed, a loud rumble resounded within Virgil's body. The strength of his Jade Life Realm physical form flowed into this picture, eventually transforming into strands of blood-red threads that spread throughout his entire body. This was the essence of the ancient demon. Only genuine ancient demons who could manifest demon runes could absorb heavenly treasures and extract their medicinal power, converting it into ancient demon essence and storing it in their bodies for instant use. This was also the biggest distinction between pseudo-ancient demons and true ancient demons. True ancient demons could harness ancient demon essence to unleash formidable techniques, far surpassing those of giant demons and others using only physical skills. This was the root of their immense power. The appearance of this single strand of ancient demon essence marked Virgil's official entry into the ranks of ancient demons. Instantly, his demon rank reached 4th level demon warrior, equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, Virgil was not content. His goal was the heavenly demon realm. He continuously used his demon rune to convert the strength of his Jade Life Realm physical form into ancient demon essence, which integrated into his body. Time passed quietly, and the rain never ceased. In less than a month on ancient demon mountain, a loud rumble erupted within Virgil's body again. After absorbing all the strength of his Jade Life Realm, his ancient demon essence finally reached 1,000 strands. Raising his head, Virgil looked towards the stone steps and abruptly stood up, vanishing instantly from his spot. I have my demon rune now, and I've reached the initial stage of the heavenly demon realm. The second test requirement for a 6th rank demon rune shouldn't be too difficult for me. Virgil was confident in his demon rune. He could feel its formidable power, especially since the raindrop had fused into it. This raindrop was mysterious, making his demon intent comparable to his life and death intent the moment he comprehended it. Marion Robe had indeed given him a significant gift. Grateful for this favor, Virgil reappeared outside the grand hall once more. You dare return? Leave immediately. This place is not for you. A thunderous voice boomed, shaking his ears. 2 armored giants stood where they were before, looking down disdainfully at Virgil, intending to force him back. However, this time, Virgil's eyes revealed a misty rain-like aura, and the demon rune behind him manifested, creating an unusual phenomenon above his head. Rain fell heavily, emitting overwhelming demonic energy. The 2 armored giants were shocked. 5th rank demon rune. It's actually a 5th rank demon rune. How is this possible? They couldn't understand how Virgil had created a 5th rank demon rune after such a short time. Leave. A cold voice interrupted, and the 2 black armored giants bowed, dissolving into smoke and disappearing. The 9,731st trial participant, name unknown, has completed the 2nd test. They have ascended to the 2nd demon hall, rewarded with 3 drops of true blood and an ancient demon technique. The familiar voice echoed again, and several beams of light flew out from the hall. Among them were 3 drops of black blood, which entered Virgil's body first. Boom. These 3 drops contained unimaginable power. Upon entering his body, they instantly transformed into countless blood-red threads, integrating into his whole being and ultimately increasing his ancient demon essence by another 1,200 strands. Originally, he had converted all his Jade Life Realm strength into 1,000 strands of ancient demon essence. Now, with these 3 drops of true blood, his essence totaled 2,200 strands, directly breaking him through to the mid-stage of the heavenly demon realm. At this moment, Virgil was confident that even using just his physical form, he could overpower someone at the mid-stage of soul formation. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Virgil turned to the floating scroll in front of him, grabbed it, and opened it. After reading, his eyes gleamed. This scroll detailed an ancient demon technique called Ancient Demon Dao Void Shift, similar to the shifting abilities of soul formation cultivators. When activated, it could move hundreds of miles instantly, extremely fast. Excellent. Virgil's eyes lit up with excitement. This technique would be useful for both pursuing and escaping. Memorizing the method, Virgil stored the scroll and looked towards the summit of Ancient Demon Mountain. Each test reward seemed to change, becoming richer as he progressed. With such a good opportunity, he wouldn't miss it. If he could obtain a few more drops of true blood, he might break through to the late stage of the heavenly demon realm. Then, who in the entire inner sea could match him? With this thought, Virgil retracted his gaze and took a step forward, continuing upward. His body, infused with 4 drops of true blood, was almost indistinguishable from true-blooded ancient demons, though not quite there yet. The 3rd test seemed to be about bloodline. He wondered if his bloodline could pass. But as he stepped, Virgil found the 3rd test to be similar to the 2nd, with no pressure on the stone steps. Seeing this, he didn't waste time, turning into a black streak of light and rushing towards the top of Ancient Demon Mountain. In an instant, he appeared at the summit. Outside the grand hall, 2 more black armored giants appeared, radiating even stronger demonic aura. Halt! We are here under the order of Jameson to guard the 3rd test. Those with demon blood lower than royal blood, leave immediately. A thunderous voice boomed once more. Virgil's face turned pale as he looked at the 2 black armored giants, feeling the fear emanating from his own blood. Realizing they were true-blooded ancient demons, Virgil's expression darkened. Despite receiving 4 drops of true blood, his blood concentration still fell short of true blood, let alone royal blood. Chapter 357. Ancient Demon Jan Blood. At that moment, the 2 black armored giants' expressions changed slightly as they sensed something and hurriedly nodded to Virgil before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Why did they leave? Virgil watched, perplexed. Just as he was wondering, his vision blurred, and when he realized it, he found himself atop a mountain peak. Before him lay a precipice, with an ancient pine tree on its edge. A young man in black sat cross-legged beneath the pine, surrounded by a sea of clouds. Next to him stood an antique wooden table with a chessboard laid out. Senior, Virgil bowed respectfully. The third trial is too dull. Accompany me for a game of chess, the young man in black smiled. Virgil hesitated. But I don't know how to play. No matter, just make moves casually. Seeing this, Virgil did not refuse further. He sat opposite the young man and focused on the board. Although he was inexperienced in chess and had never played before, many cultivators he had defeated over the years were skilled at it. After reviewing their memories, he had picked up the basics, enough to be considered a top human player. The chessboard showed a fierce battle between black and white pieces, mid-game. Any move could shift the tide and determine the outcome. Moreover, it seemed his black pieces were at a disadvantage. Given his skills, winning was virtually impossible. Don't worry. I've studied this game for 1,000 years and still couldn't find a way for black to win. Play as you like. Don't mind the outcome. The young man in black smiled gently. A game studied for 1,000 years? Do all the greats have this much free time? Virgil ignored the surroundings, focusing intently on the chessboard. Since the other party allowed casual play, he picked up a black piece and placed it where he thought best. 14th position on the 10th line. This move appears safe but hides danger. If I place my piece on the 11th position on the 7th line, within 5 steps, black would be utterly defeated. Let's try again, the Dominic observed, shaking his head. After this guidance, Virgil picked up the black piece he had just placed, examined carefully, and tried another position. 12th position on the 7th line, still no good. 15th position on the 8th line, also not feasible. Virgil tried over 10 times, but failed repeatedly. Since any move leads to a loss, why not restart the game? Restart the game? The young man in black murmured, then clapped, laughing heartily, restarting the game. When I played chess with the Lucian, he always suggested a redo, which I never understood. Now, I think I do. So that's it. Gradually, a light emanated from him, his figure becoming translucent. He smiled. You are quite remarkable. What is your name? Junior Virgil. Virgil, huh. Many people pin their hopes on you. May you carve a unique path. The hopes of many? What do you mean, senior? Virgil was puzzled. The young man smiled, lips moving silently, as if speaking, but Virgil heard nothing. Just as he wondered, his vision blurred again, and he reappeared outside the hall. The 9,341st trial participant, unnamed, with middle stage heavenly demon cultivation, has completed the third trial. The familiar voice echoed. Passed. Virgil was slightly startled, feeling unclear about the entire process. Also, what was the reward for the third trial? Previous trials had always mentioned rewards. This time, there was none. Was there no reward? As he guessed, several streaks of light shot out from inside the hall. 2 drops of dark blood, more sinister and powerful than before, caused even the celestial blood in his body to waver. Jan blood, even stronger. Virgil's eyes lit up, breathing heavily as he looked at the drops of blood. They soon merged into his body, causing his blood to heat rapidly. A terrifying aura surged through him, reaching the heavens. Suddenly, terrifying phenomena appeared in the sky, showing a young man in black sitting cross-legged, shrouded in mist, making his features indiscernible. Above him floated vast black demonic clouds, radiating immense pressure. Scenes of this unfolded across various dimensions, making many demon cultivators feel awe, as if they were seeing a monarch. Jan blood dyes the sky. Someone has advanced to Jan blood, becoming an ancient demon Jan. A young Frederick stood atop a black mountain peak, screaming as he saw the sky phenomenon. He was the top cultivator among the younger generation in Demon Wasteland, at late stage heavenly demon realm, nearly breaking through to savage demon. His bloodline was at true blood peak, taken under the tutelage of one of the 9 great demon emperors, the Ghost Emperor. Yet someone had now broken through to Jan blood in the ancient demon peak trial, filling him with envy. Who is it? If this person is in Demon Wasteland, this emperor will take him as a disciple. Similar scenes unfolded in other trial spaces. Each savage demon with pseudo-immortal strength went wild, guessing who it could be. Some recalled the voice announcing the completion of the third trial by the 9,341st participant, suspecting the same person. They speculated whether this person might be a descendant of one of the demon empresses. Unaware of the commotion he had caused, after refining the 2 drops of blood, Virgil slowly opened his eyes, radiant. These unknown gray drops had significantly increased his demonic essence energy by 2,000 strands. Now, he possessed 4,200 strands, nearing late-stage heavenly demon. Even against a late-stage transformation realm without using mana, he felt confident in a fight. Taking a deep breath, Virgil stood up, looking at the scroll ahead. As he reached out to grab it, his body suddenly dissipated into countless specks. Virgil was momentarily stunned, realizing he had reappeared inside the Jumo clan hall. Granville stood nearby. Having passed the first trial, he obtained a drop of true blood and a bottle of pills, greatly enhancing his strength and repairing his severed arms. Seeing Virgil emerge, he hesitated, contemplating another confrontation. However, Virgil ignored him, glancing up at the black vortex above, which closed after he emerged. It was unclear if the time had simply run out. You finally came out. How did it go? Did you gain any opportunities? Chapter 358, Leaving the Giant Troll Clan. You finally come out. Did you gain any opportunities? Darby's voice echoed in his mind. Virgil's divine sense stirred, releasing her as he smiled and said, Indeed, I have encountered a few strokes of fortune. Hearing this, Darby opened her eyes wide, curiously examining him up and down. She noticed a sudden transformation in his bloodline, revealing an unprecedented sense of awe, her face turning with surprise. You have become Axelxu? Virgil nodded, confirming her words. Seeing his acknowledgement, Darby stuck out her pink tongue. Well, this guy's luck really has no bounds. To actually become a Ep2of2 ancient devil. In this world, not only in the lower realms 8 wastes, but also probably within the upper realms ancient devil abyss, there might be very few people who could surpass him in terms of bloodline. Yet he remained so calm. While secretly rejoicing for Virgil, Darby was curious about what exactly happened to Virgil inside the ancient devil peak. After Virgil entered the vortex, she couldn't call him or feel his condition from inside the remnant world tower. It was as if some invisible force had separated them until just now. Beside them, Brad didn't know what game they were playing. After much thought, he decided against making a move. For some reason, facing Virgil instilled a deep-seated fear in him. Although unsure where this fear came from, he ultimately did not dare take the risk. What he didn't realize was that he had unknowingly walked through the gates of death. Now, as an Ep2of2 Jan devil, Virgil possessed a natural suppressive power over ordinary ancient devils. Even if someone were stronger than him, attempting to attack him would still result in their strength being suppressed. Had Brad attacked just now, it would have led to certain death. At this moment, Virgil looked at him and asked, "How is the preparation of the spirit medicine going?" With his strength having undergone another leap, it was time to return to the six-winged clan to retrieve the cleansing lotus seed. Almost ready, Brad lowered his head. "Don't play games with me." Virgil glanced at him, sensing a brief struggle within this man, thus deliberately warning him. "I wouldn't dare. Go and hurry it along." Brad respectfully bowed and left the grand hall. Clan leader. Clan leader. All the Franzes and senior members of the giant troll clan gathered outside the hall. Seeing Brad emerge, they surrounded him, asking what had transpired. Given the significant commotion caused by the opening of the ancient devil peak, they naturally knew something big was happening. However, due to Virgil's presence, none dared to check and waited obediently outside. Seeing the crowd approach, Brad briefly explained the opening of the ancient devil peak. Upon hearing this, the Franzes felt mixed emotions. One of our 9 ancestral forefathers prophesied before passing away that when the ancient devil peak opens, a devil child will be born to lift our slave seals. We don't know which clan this belongs to, one Franz sighed. Without a doubt, it definitely wasn't the giant troll clan. Only the clan leader had entered the ancient devil peak for trials. The other Franzes felt equally complex. The birth of a devil child would likely change the inner sea's 9 clans, with the clan possessing the devil child becoming the dominant one. This situation was on the brink of changing. Regardless, the birth of the devil child is a good thing. At least it can remove our slave seals. Brad consoled. Inside the hall, beneath the enormous devil statue, Virgil recounted his trial experience to Darby. Learning that he had met Jameson and comprehended a 5th-rank devil pattern, breaking through to the middle stage of the heavenly devil realm, Darby marveled inwardly, saying, "I know of this Jameson. He was the supreme ruler of the ancient devils, with terrifying power, but died several million years ago." Dead. Virgil was slightly taken aback. Then who did I meet? That, I do not know. However, at such a high level, even death doesn't mean their capabilities are fully understandable by ordinary people, so encountering him isn't strange, Darby explained. Virgil's gaze flickered slightly as he nodded and then asked, "How did he die?" "I don't know the exact cause either. Some say he died by the hands of a close friend. Others say he died from severe injuries." Darby shook her head. Virgil nodded, not pressing further on the issue. He softly told her, "In a couple of days, I'll release you from the demon seal." Darby murmured almost inaudibly, "What are your plans next?" "First, return to the six-winged clan to get the cleansing lotus seed, then sweep across the 9 clans, plundering their spirit medicines, break through to pseudo-immortal, and kill that bastard." Virgil gazed forward, recalling the pseudo-immortal from the Qing Empire, his body exuding an ominous aura. If not for that bastard, Maureen wouldn't have died. These many years, he hadn't stopped thinking about reducing him to ashes. Darby knew who he referred to and understood how deeply rooted his desire for revenge was. She softly asked, "What was the key the opponent wanted back then?" "I don't know." Virgil frowned, unable to comprehend why the other party sought a specific key and was so sure it was with him. Over the years, he often suspected it might be related to the jade pendant he obtained in Qing.The. After all, apart from the remnant world tower, it was the only item whose nature he couldn't discern, indicating its rank was higher than divine artifacts, possibly even higher. Suppressing these thoughts, Virgil planned to visit Qing.The one day. He suspected the female ghost hadn't been captured and was hiding within the jade pendant, which wasn't baseless speculation. The disappearance of the soul fruit initially confirmed this theory. He would verify it once he returned to Qing.The. If she truly hadn't died, everything would come to light. As for the pseudo-immortal, Virgil didn't know where he was now, but he believed the other party was also searching for him and would eventually find him. Until then, he needed to grow stronger. A day later, over the sea, a black streak of light zipped forward at incredible speed, comparable to late-stage nascent soul realm cultivators. Inside the light, Virgil held Darby's waist, his expression cold. They had already secured all the 5th-rank spirit medicines remaining in the giant troll clan. Without haste to refine them, they rushed straight back to the six-winged clan. Soon, Qing Island came into view. A month had passed, and this island seemed unchanged, at least superficially. Virgil remarked lightly, "I wonder if they've discovered I left the six-winged clan. Who's there?" At that moment, several figures flew towards them, each bearing black bone wings, 6-winged clan cultivators. Feeling someone approaching, they rushed over to check. Upon seeing the Guillermo in the sky, they immediately fled back towards the center of Qing Island. "It's guest Virgil. Go report to the clan leader quickly." Seeing their reaction, Virgil understood he had likely been discovered. Without intercepting them, he walked forward steadily. He didn't put Darby back into the remnant world tower anymore. There was no need. Chapter 359. Return. Meanwhile, on Qing Island, a grand banquet was being held. The vast demo hall was filled with celebratory cheer. Anderson sat in the main seat, a smile on his face as he looked down at the gathering. The ancient Demon Peak trial had just concluded, with several Franzes and younger generations of the Six-Wing clan participating. Some successfully passed the first stage, earning genuine blood as their reward. Additionally, a few days ago, a mid-stage 5th-rank alchemy master joined them as a guest Franz, adding 2 consecutive pieces of good news. As a result, Anderson's mood was exceptionally pleasant, almost forgetting about Virgil, only occasionally remembering him with resentment rather than longing. A month ago, on the 3rd day after Virgil left the Six-Wing clan, Anderson realized he had vanished. He immediately sent people to search and inquire but could not find any clues about him across the entire clan. Even Estelle claimed to have never seen Virgil. At that moment, panic set in. Further searches nearby concluded that Virgil had most likely betrayed the Six-Wing clan. Anderson harbored deep hatred towards Virgil, secretly vowing to tear him apart if they ever met again. It wasn't just because of the spirit medicines Virgil possessed, but also due to the feeling of being deceived. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall on Seekong Island, dispersing the heat. Why is it suddenly raining? Everyone except for Estelle and Avril 3 were present in the seats below, clearly surprised by the sudden change in weather. The sky had been sunny moments ago, yet the weather shifted abruptly. Anderson raised his wine cup and said, "Let's not worry about that. Come, everyone, raise your cups to welcome Kendrick into our Six-Wing clan and congratulate those who received rewards from the ancient Demon Peak." Welcome, Kendrick. The other Franzes raised their cups in unison to celebrate. Thank you, clan leader. I will do my best to serve the Six-Winged clan, said the Adrian, who then drank his cup first. If Virgil were there, he would recognize this man as one of the mid-stage transcendent guests from the gigantic demon clan. After Virgil attacked the gigantic demon clan, this scholar saw the situation turning dire and escaped stealthily. Somehow, he ended up in the Six-Wing clan as a guest Franz. He did not mention the peril faced by the gigantic demon clan, only saying he left due to a dispute. This way, he avoided embarrassing himself and made the Six-Winged clan more appreciative. After finishing his drink, the scholar smiled and asked, "I've heard the Six-Winged clan has 2 beautiful Franz ladies. Why can't we see them today?" Anderson turned to ask, "Why didn't Avril 3 and Sonia come?" "A servant reported that they are unwell and unable to attend," replied a guard. "Humph, both unwell at the same time? They sure know how to pick their moments," Anderson remarked coldly. The Franzes remained silent. They sensed the leader's displeasure. It was no wonder. With Virgil still missing, anyone associated with him like Estelle naturally received less favorable treatment. "Clan leader, if the 2 Franzes are unwell, we should excuse them. There will be other opportunities." The scholar tried to ease the tension. Anderson harumphed, nodded, and sat back down. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, panicked. Clan leader, guest Avril Braden has returned?" "What?" Anderson shot to his feet, staring intently at the messenger. "Where is he?" Shock spread among the other Franzes in the hall. Virgil had been missing for over a month, and had returned unexpectedly. Wasn't he supposed to have betrayed them? He came back to the Six-Winged clan and seems to have gone to Sonia's place. The messenger stammered under Anderson's gaze. "I must go handle some private matters, please excuse me." Without waiting for the scholar's response, Anderson vanished from sight. Seeing Anderson leave so urgently, the scholar felt curious and decided to follow to see what was happening. A light drizzle fell onto the stone slabs. Virgil held an umbrella, walking through the Six-Winged clan compound until he reached a small building. "Someone is watching us," Darby observed, her gaze catching the attention of someone following them. "It's fine," Virgil dismissed, walking past the 2 guards before entering the building with Darby. Inside the small building, Estelle sat by a window on the 3rd floor, lost in thought. Today, she wore casual, loose clothing that revealed parts of her legs, smooth and bright as jade. That guy, where did he go without a word? She sighed as rain started to fall outside, thinking about a man in black. Unconsciously, she remembered their encounters, sometimes smiling sweetly and sometimes feeling indignant. "Emo sister, are you talking about me?" "Who?" Startled by this familiar voice behind her, Estelle turned around. She hadn't noticed anyone approaching. If that person had acted earlier, she wouldn't have been able to stop them. Braden. She recognized the familiar figure, a smile instinctively appearing on her face as she stood up. Just as she was about to approach, she paused and frowned, noticing Virgil wasn't alone. Estelle narrowed her eyes at the Noelle standing beside him. This Noelle was exceptionally beautiful, wearing a thin white dress that shimmered like fresh snow, exuding an almost bewitching allure. She was indeed a fox demon. Estelle examined Darby while pondering their relationship, noticing her pointed ears. Simultaneously, Darby sized up Estelle, scrutinizing her openly this time rather than covertly. Estelle felt uncomfortable under this scrutiny, knowing she was very attractive but sensing herself falling short slightly in comparison. Part of it was due to the royal demon blood enhancing Darby's aura of nobility, and part of it was simply because the fox demon was stunningly beautiful, completely living up to the old saying about the fox race producing many beauties. "Long time no see, Emo sister." Virgil greeted Estelle, expecting a warm welcome but receiving a somewhat sour reply. "Humph, looks like guest Avril Braden enjoyed himself during his disappearance." Chapter 360, Removal of the Slave Seal. Hemph. It seems guest scholar Virgil has been enjoying himself during his disappearance. The room was filled with a sour atmosphere. "Hey, who knocked over the vinegar pot? How did such a strong smell come about?" Darby stood beside Virgil, dramatically raising her delicate hand to fan in front of her nose. What vinegar pot? You're talking nonsense." The speaker had intentions, and the listener had her thoughts. Estelle reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, glaring angrily at her. Unknowingly, she made things worse for herself. Anyone could see through her guilty conscience. Darby laughed even more joyfully, her soft bosom trembling, her eyes curved with amusement. She's still just a fledgling bird. Lacking experience in this area, she easily fell for the bait. "Why are you laughing?" Estelle couldn't help but frown as she looked at her. "If you're not jealous, why are you angry?" Darby leaned against Virgil's shoulder, her eyes curved as she retorted. I'm not angry. Estelle lacked conviction. So, you admit you're jealous then? You're playing word games. Estelle hadn't expected Darby to set a trap for her, unsure whether to panic or be furious. That's enough, stop making a fuss. Seeing her flustered, Virgil glanced at the victorious Darby, both helpless and amused. This Sylvia? Why so much hostility? Darby huffed and turned away. Can't stand to see Sister Emo being bullied? Virgil, taken aback by her words, felt a mix of laughter and sorrow. He then turned to Estelle and said seriously, Sister Emo, close your eyes. I have something for you. What is it? Just close your eyes. Estelle, suspicious, saw the serious expression on Virgil's face and obediently closed her eyes, her long lashes flickering slightly. No matter what happens, don't open your eyes. A familiar voice came from ahead, and after some hesitation, she nodded. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged forward, making her lips turn pale involuntarily. Facing this aura, she felt incredibly insignificant, yearning to kneel and worship. But due to her trust in Virgil, she didn't open her eyes. Meanwhile, Anderson was charging towards them from hundreds of feet away, thinking hard about how to deal with Virgil and soon reaching a decision. If that Emmett knows what's good for him, I'll place a slave seal on him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now that the Six-Wing clan had a mid-level 5th-rank alchemist, Virgil's importance wasn't as significant as before. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from ahead, causing Anderson's body to tremble violently, wanting to kneel in submission, his face filled with fear. What is this? Just as he was in shock, the aura vanished quickly, and the oppressive pressure receded like a tide. Was it an illusion? At that moment, inside the small building, Virgil stood in front of Estelle, looking at her flickering lashes. His eyes shimmered with demonic light as the Jan's blood within him grew hot. Soon, he saw a strange mark on Estelle's body, exuding demonic energy, passed down through generations. It was the exclusive slave seal of the ancient demon clan, formed by demonic patterns, with its aura already extremely faint. His eyes flashed, and behind him appeared a phenomenon. Night rain demonic patterns emerged, shooting out a black beam that instantly shattered the mark. Open your eyes. Hearing the voice in front of her, Estelle slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion. Do you feel any difference? Virgil asked. At first, Estelle felt nothing different about her body, but soon she seemed to notice something, opening her mouth in surprise. My slave seal is gone. I removed it for you, Virgil smiled. This method to remove the slave seal was recorded in the scroll he obtained after passing the 3rd trial. He was someone who repaid favors. Previously, Estelle had been kind to him, so upon returning to the Six-Wing clan, he immediately sought her out. Partly to check on the progress of translating the beast skin's demonic script, and partly to relieve Estelle of her troubling slave seal. How did you do it? Estelle couldn't believe it. Only the ancient demons could remove their slave seals. She couldn't figure out how Virgil managed it. Would you believe me if I said I am the Jan's blood demon? Virgil chuckled lightly. Those few words carried immense weight. Estelle naturally didn't believe it, considering the entire 8 desolations probably didn't have such a person. But remembering the awe-inspiring aura that made her want to bow down, combined with Virgil removing her slave seal, she began to doubt herself, staring intently at Virgil. Suddenly, she felt this Guillermo seemed very familiar. Your trial number 9341. Finally, she realized where this familiarity came from, unable to contain her shout. She also participated in the ancient demon peak trials, but only passed the 1st stage, gaining 1 drop of true blood. She saw the phenomenon of demon blood dyeing the sky red. Now, Virgil's image seemed to overlap with that figure. Yes, Virgil admitted. Can you also remove Claire's slave seal? Estelle bit her lip, calming her pounding heart. No problem, Virgil nodded. Thank you. Surprise flashed in Estelle's eyes as she went to call Kira girl, but suddenly a voice sounded from outside. Everyone inside. You have 3 breaths to come out. Hearing this majestic voice, Estelle's face changed slightly, recalling Virgil's current situation. It's the clan leader. You've been missing for over a month, leading him to think you've defected. He's here to confront you. It's fine, Virgil replied calmly, stepping outside with Darby, his gaze calm and composed. Meeting the clan leader. The middle-aged man's cold gaze fell on Darby beside him, noting her early nascent soul aura but not minding. Where were you for this month? Among the giant demons, Virgil replied casually. The giant demons, well, wonderful. As our Six-Wing clan's guest scholar, secretly communicating with the giant demons, what punishment should you receive? His voice carried overwhelming demonic might, causing the heavens to shake. Virgil remained unfazed, raising his hand to protect Darby. Just as he was about to speak, Estelle appeared beside him, pleading anxiously. Clan leader, guest scholar Virgil had reasons to leave. She was about to mention Virgil's ability to remove slave seals but was cut off coldly by Anderson. Sonia, step aside. This isn't your place to speak. His voice roared like thunder, tyrannical and reverberating in her ears, turning her face pale. Chapter 361. Terrifying royal blood. Clan leader. Estelle wanted to struggle further. Stand down. Anderson's face darkened. As the clan leader, he was repeatedly defied and obstructed by Franz, which fueled his anger. He stomped his right foot on the ground with force. With the sound of shattered bluestone, countless raindrops froze mid-air, transforming into a terrifying wave of energy that radiated outward. Please stop. At this moment, a lady in a robe blocked several people in front, raising her hand to disperse the momentum, though she herself was forced back 2 steps. Avril 3, do you also wish to rebel? Anderson's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. We would not dare. The lady in the robe saluted. Guest Longqing is an intermediate 5th rank alchemy master. Please be lenient and do not resort to violence. I will decide after apprehending him. Step aside. or I won't be responsible for what follows. Emo's sister, Avril 3, it's enough? Virgil, looking at Anderson ahead, took a step forward, advancing slowly. This matter I shall handle myself. No one needs to intervene. Estelle gazed at his back, worry visible in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, an impatient voice came from the side. Don't get in the way. He doesn't need your help, just stay and watch. Darby knew of Virgil's strength. A mere late-stage heavenly demon realm pseudo-ancient demon had no chance, especially now that Virgil was a royal blood ancient demon, even more so at his current middle-stage heavenly demon realm. I've returned to the Six-Wing clan for the pure world lotus seed. Let's talk price. Now, Virgil stood calmly not far from Anderson. Anderson was momentarily stunned, thinking he might have heard wrongly. Boy, do you know what you're saying? You should be worrying about your own safety instead. Virgil didn't bother with idle chatter. Taking a step forward, he coldly said, we have no grievances. Ideally, I shouldn't bully you with my power, but this item is necessary for me. If you won't give it willingly, then I'll take it by force, regardless of any condemnation. As he advanced, the aura of a royal blood ancient demon surged from him, enveloping the entire Six-Wing clan. In an instant, a huge blackish-red demon cloud appeared in the sky, hovering over his head, emitting an overwhelming demonic aura. Though this terrifying momentum bypassed Estelle and the robed Noelle nearby, both could still sense its intensity, their eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, Anderson and the Six-Wing clan Franzes, including the two Grand Avrils who were in seclusion, all turned pale, swaying like boats in a storm, bowing involuntarily. What is this? The remaining 5 Franzes gathered around Anderson, staring at Virgil, terrified. It's a royal blood ancient demon. 2 Franzly men, looking haggard, emerged beside them. One was the former clan leader, who looked at Virgil with fervent interest, as if seeing an unparalleled treasure. Royal blood ancient demon impossible. How can he be one? Anderson couldn't believe his eyes. Even in the demon-infested wastelands, where there are numerous pseudo-immortal demon emperors, none had ever been reported as having royal blood. Yet, this nascent spirit realm cultivator before him was a royal blood ancient demon? How could he believe it? He's a royal blood ancient demon? The robed Noelle also showed a hint of surprise, her gaze fixated on Virgil. Yes. Estelle nodded, already aware of this fact, thus less affected, her eyes full of concern. Although Virgil was a royal blood ancient demon, his cultivation was only nascent spirit. Anderson and the Grand Avrils were late-stage heavenly demon realm, an entire major realm apart. Even royal blood couldn't bridge such a gap. She couldn't help but worry about Virgil's safety. It's him. While everyone was shocked by Virgil's identity, not far away, Adrian stared at him, nearly popping out his eyes. He never imagined meeting Virgil here again. And his aura seemed even stronger than before. Recalling the massacre Virgil wrought among the gigantic demon tribe, the scholar shivered, fleeing without hesitation, not daring to warn anyone. Forget the weakest of the 9 clans, the Six-Wing clan. Even the gigantic demon tribe couldn't stand up to him. What could they do? His departure went unnoticed. The shock of a royal blood ancient demon overshadowed everything. No one cared about a mere 5th-rank alchemy master. Let's attack together. If we capture him and seize his bloodline, we might remove our slave marks. His reputation as a royal blood ancient demon is intimidating, but he's just a nascent spirit realm, a small cub yet to grow. The former clan leader recovered first, eyes gleaming with greed. Other Franzes quickly followed suit, eyes blazing. Indeed, no matter if Virgil was a royal blood ancient demon, a mere nascent spirit would be nothing but a lamb to the slaughter before their superior numbers. If they subdued him and took his bloodline, they might really break their slave marks. Wait. Estelle saw their greedy faces and paled. But none of the Franzes listened, rushing towards Virgil with feverish gazes. Capture him. Steal his bloodline, and the next royal blood ancient demon will be me. Seeing the rush, Virgil sneered, the ancient demon runes on his back surfacing. He no longer suppressed the aura of a royal blood ancient demon, unleashing it fully, radiating overpoweringly. Under the overwhelming demonic aura, all except the 2 late-stage, heavenly demon realm Franzes comparable to late-stage transformation deity, knelt fearfully. What's happening? I can't move. Only Anderson and the former clan leader remained standing, their faces changing drastically, realizing they were now the last offenders. Continue attacking. Exchanging glances, they saw each other's resolve. But before they could move, a cold figure suddenly appeared before them. Before they could react, both were knocked back with a mouthful of blood, crashing into buildings. Both were severely injured. Clan leader. Grand Avril. Other Franzes were horrified, wanting to help but held immobile by the oppressive aura. Just you, some stray dogs, dare covet my bloodline. Virgil now stood before the old former clan leader, grabbing his neck. Your mid-stage heavenly demon realm, the Franz stammered, terror-stricken, finally understanding Virgil's overwhelming might, utterly despairing. Others felt their hopes die. A mid-stage heavenly demon realm pureblood ancient demon, and a royal blood ancient demon, possessed combat strength comparable to late-stage transformation deity, suppressing them naturally. Who in the entire Six-Wing clan could stop him? Pure world lotus seed here? The Franz choked, pleading pathetically at Virgil. Chapter 362. The Remnant Demon Realm. It's too late. Virgil tightened his grip, ignoring the pleading look in the Franz's eyes, and crushed his throat. Supreme Avril. Anderson rose from the ruins just in time to witness this. His eyes turned bloodshot, filled with despair. The Six-Wing clan had only 2 late-stage heaven demon realm cultivators, and now one was dead, a devastating loss. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll have you all join him neatly. Black flames erupted, incinerating the dev who had just drawn his last breath. Virgil glanced at Anderson. He was a man of clear grudges and debts. Killing this dev served 2 purposes. First, he incited everyone to attack, and second, it was necessary to establish authority. And you, Dev, when you sent people to kill me initially, we never settled that score. Ignoring Anderson's ashen face, Virgil turned his gaze to another white-haired Franz among the crowd and snapped his fingers. A terrifying essence condensed into a giant hand that instantly reached the top of the white-haired Franz's head. No. In the next moment, the white-haired Franz's body was flattened into a pool of flesh. Do you all want my bloodline? Virgil's eyes turned cold and merciless, like a god of death, as he began reckoning with the remaining Franzes. Guest Master Braden, we realize our mistake. Please, spare us. Yes, these were the Chief Avril and Supreme Avril's ideas. If you must kill them. Please, spare us. We are willing to serve you faithfully. Haley Avril Presley, please persuade Guest Master Braden on our behalf. In mere moments, 2 Franzes fell, including a late-stage Heaven Demon Realm former clan chief. All the Franzes were thoroughly frightened. A bunch of cowards. Anderson's face turned extremely ugly as everyone blamed him. Unexpectedly, an invisible hand suddenly clutched his throat, lifting him off the ground before he could say anything else. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Virgil slowly descended, staring coldly at him. Clan Chief, it seems you're still unyielding. Victor, or vanquished, do as you will. Anderson spoke with great difficulty but remained defiant. You're quite stubborn. Or do you think I won't kill you? Virgil gave him a cold glance. Then, a young Sylvia dressed in plain scholarly attire rushed forward, her eyes filled with pleading. Guest Master Braden, please spare my father. This Sylvia was Rowena. At the banquet, Anderson wanted to marry her to Virgil, but he refused. They hadn't seen each other since then. She never imagined their next meeting would be under such circumstances. Virgil did not look at her. Seeing his indifference, she knelt at his feet and begged, Guest Master Braden, please. Virgil remained stern, offering no response. Anderson started struggling again. Haley Avril Presley, please intercede for my father. He did this for the Six-Winged Clan, always for the greater good. Rowena pleaded, her father's face turning a worrying liver color as he suffocated. She turned her pleading eyes to Estelle and Kira. Kira turned away, pouting. Estelle felt pity and approached Virgil, stopping beside him. In a weak voice, she whispered, Can you do me a favor and spare my clansmen? Her usual domineering demeanor was gone. Virgil looked at her. Have you forgotten what he did to you? I haven't forgotten, but they are still my clansmen. I hope they get a chance. Estelle lowered her eyes. Virgil stared at her, then glanced at Rowena on the ground. With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze lifted her up. The next moment, Anderson, who was almost suffocating, fell from the air. To Virgil, Anderson was expendable. Since Estelle asked for mercy, he might as well repay the favor. Thank you, Guest Master Braden. Rowena breathed a sigh of relief and immediately went to support Anderson. Anderson coughed violently, his gaze complex as he looked at Virgil. Though defiant earlier, there's a saying, better to live poorly than die nobly. If he could live, he naturally didn't want to die. But just as he caught his breath, the terrifying aura descended upon him again. Magic patterns emerged on Virgil's back, emitting black rays that entered Anderson and the other Franzes, embedding new slave seals within them. I've removed your original slave seals and replaced them with mine. You no longer need to take those pills, but if you defy my orders, you die. Yes. With the new seals, obedience to Virgil became instinctual for Anderson and the other Franzes. Did you put a slave seal on me too? Kira took a few steps back, eyes wary. On everyone, Virgil replied, glancing at her. Kira's eyes welled up with tears, grabbing Estelle's hand. Rainey, he did this to us. Stop him. Estelle looked at Virgil, puzzled, then heard a voice in her mind. Her expression turned strange as she said to her friend, Actually, my slave seal was already released, and he didn't put a new one on me. The other Franzes envied her, while Kira turned away, squatting down, dejected. You're all big meanies. All right, he was just teasing you. He didn't put a slave seal on you. Estelle hurriedly comforted her friend. Really? Kira eyed him doubtfully, wanting to confirm with Virgil. But Virgil had already instructed Anderson to lead the way to where the cleansing lotus seed was stored. Just as he predicted, the cleansing lotus seed was placed within a palace, not above but below. Below lay a vast underground palace protected by peak formation stage arrays. Even late-stage soul transformation cultivators couldn't breach it. Standing at the entrance, Anderson activated the array, and Virgil led Darby inside. The underground palace was enormous, lined with wooden shelves holding numerous scrolls and boxes filled with spiritual herbs, pills, and infant treasures. Scanning with his divine sense, Virgil found plenty of good things, but all suitable for nascent soul cultivators. Just as he frowned, Darby suddenly pointed. What is that? Virgil looked over. It was a black vortex, seemingly a passage radiating spatial energy, leading somewhere unknown. He stood before the passage, feeling waves of demonic energy emanating from within. His eyes flickered. This is the entrance to the remnant demon realm. Inside is a small world that even soul transformation experts can't penetrate. When our clan faces extinction, we can also hide inside, Anderson explained. Some of our best treasures are kept here as well. Note, I've preserved the structure and line breaks from the original Chinese text. Chapter 363, one phrase. Realm of Residual Devils. Virgil's eyes flickered as he took a step forward, entering the vortex ahead. Anderson stood behind the two, his gaze slightly shimmering as he watched them both enter. Inside the realm of residual devils, without him, the clan leader, Virgil, would be unable to escape and would be trapped inside until death. However, now that he had been branded with a slave mark, he was like fish on a cutting board, his life in Virgil's hands. He could only sigh and follow inside. As his body buzzed, Virgil found himself standing in a desolate land. He released his divine sense, examining the world before him. This world was vast, even larger than the entire Seekong Island. The sky was black, infused with intense demonic energy and gales, dimming the light. Not far ahead was a palace, much smaller in scale compared to the ones outside. Behind it lay a medicinal field planted with many fifth-rank spiritual medicines, though most were not yet ripe. At this moment, Anderson appeared beside him, his demeanor respectful. Ignoring him, Virgil proceeded straight toward the palace with Darby. Inside the hall were rows of wooden racks, neatly arranged with various divine artifacts and fifth-rank spiritual medicines stored in sealed wooden boxes. There were also chests filled with upper-grade spirit stones stacked in the corners. Wow, there are quite a few good things here. So many divine artifacts. Darby stopped in front of one of the wooden racks, her small hands behind her back. You can pick whatever you want, said Virgil, glancing at her. I want that zither. There were 6 divine artifacts displayed on the racks. 3 lower grade, 2 middle grade, and 1 upper grade divine artifact. Instead of choosing the upper grade artifact, Darby selected a lower grade ancient zither. It seems you have a fondness for the zither. I'll gift you a better one in the future. Virgil smiled, waving his hand to remove the formation array on the rack before handing the zither to her. Then, he collected all the divine artifacts into his storage bag. Anderson naturally had no objections and dared not object, keeping his head lowered. Where is the cleansing world lotus seed? Virgil glanced at him coolly. That way. Following his pointed direction, Virgil saw only a small, exquisite box on the entire rack, nothing else. With a wave of his hand, the small box flew out, landing in his hand. He carefully opened it, clearly hearing his own heated breathing. Inside was indeed a white lotus seed, radiating a sacred aura. Even with his calm heart, he couldn't help but feel excited. This is the cleansing world lotus seed. With this, he could finally transcend to the soul transformation stage. Darby leaned in to look at the lotus seed in the box. Her delicate hand waved, and the small lotus seed flew into her hand. She had heard of its reputation. Legend had it that consuming it allowed instantaneous breakthrough to the soul transformation stage, bypassing all bottlenecks. But holding it, she only felt a slight chill, nothing extraordinary, so she put it back. Virgil took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and stowed the box away. After searching the hall further, he gained over 50,000 fifth-rank spiritual medicines and 30 million spirit stones, a bountiful harvest. Exiting the realm of residual devils and appearing outside in the underground chamber, Virgil took a deep breath and gave Anderson a faint look. I didn't take these things without reason. Arrange for me to lift the slave marks from the common clansmen. Thank you, sir. Anderson bowed deeply. Virgil waved his hand. Anderson respectfully left to make arrangements. The Six-Wing clan had several 100,000 cultivators in total, taking about 3 days to remove all their slave marks. Finally free, Virgil sat in a pavilion at the center of the Six-Wing clan's territory, deep in thought. There were many tasks ahead. He wasn't eager to transcend to the soul transformation stage immediately but planned to visit the other 7 major devil clans first to gather cultivation resources. Removing their slave marks wasn't a loss for them. Of course, he needed to visit Estelle before leaving, see the demon script, and bid her farewell. He wouldn't return this time. Who knew when they'd meet again? Sir. Outside the small building, 2 maidservants hesitated upon seeing Virgil, looking somewhat troubled. Virgil nodded to the 2 women and walked straight in. This time, he didn't bring Darby, knowing she'd get jealous if she saw him with another Noelle. But he should also remove the demon restriction from her soon. Lost in thought, he arrived at the 3rd floor. Inside, water splashed. Stopping in surprise, he understood the maid's expressions earlier. Who's outside? Inside came hurried sounds of water. It's me, Virgil replied. Come in. After some rustling, Estelle's distinctive voice called out. Waiting a moment, Virgil pushed open the door and entered. Estelle sat at her vanity, wearing a long, ink-patterned dress, her hair wet and cascading down her waist. Just out of the bath, her cheeks carried a bewitching charm. Knowing why he came, she spoke softly. I've translated that demon script. What does it say? Virgil was eagerly anticipating. One phrase. Virgil was surprised, expecting secret techniques or something more profound. Disappointment briefly crossed his mind, but quickly vanished. Yes, it says, dissipate demon blood in the fragrant orchid bath. I don't know what it means. Dissipate demon blood, fragrant orchid bath. Virgil paused, savoring the words. Dissipate demon blood? That part was understandable. Did it mean that the powerful ancient devil once dissipated his demonic blood? But what did fragrant orchid bath mean? Why would the ancient devil write such a phrase? After a while, Virgil exhaled slowly. He didn't overthink it, instead thanking Estelle. Thank you. Apart from the demon script, I came to bid farewell to Sister Emo. You're leaving? Estelle looked startled. I have other matters to attend to, and cannot stay in one place forever. Next, I will visit the other 7 major devil clans. Virgil nodded. Will you return? Probably not, in the near future. And in the future? Likely not. Can you stay? I must go. I have a Sylvia I love waiting for me to awaken her. If I succeed one day, we will meet again. Translation provided by AI with attention to the original tone and structure. Chapter 364. Renown among the 9 clans, Part 6. A light drizzle filled the sky. Estelle stood by the carved window, watching that figure walk into the rain. It felt as if it was raining inside her heart. She stood alone in the rain, drenched by the heavy downpour. Gladyseu's friend, the Noelle in a silk dress, had appeared beside her and huffed angrily. No man is any good. Can't he see that you like him? Why doesn't he? Gladyseu, stop. Estelle hid her sorrow, her gaze softening. Does it really matter if we're together? As long as he's well, that's enough for me. Virgil felt the rain above him suddenly vanish. Sombering his head, he saw Darby holding an umbrella over him, glaring at him irritably. Idiot, don't you care about catching a cold? I won't be there to take care of you then. Would a cultivator even catch a cold? Who was the real idiot here? For a moment, Virgil smiled faintly but said nothing. Together with her, they walked towards the distance, gradually leaving the six-winged clan. The light rain had stopped, and the waves below gently lapped against the rocks. These past years, thank you for always being with me. Virgil paused, turning his head away. The immortal restriction chain sank entirely into her body's demon seal within her, and with a flicker of his divine sense, they shattered effortlessly. Brat, when I awaken, you will pay. This voice, filled with rage, echoed in his mind, emitting peak soul formation demonic aura. This must be the mysterious demon general. Virgil dismissed the threat, turning to Darby. Your demon seal, I have removed it. Darby remained calm, though her hand gripping the umbrella turned pale. She waited quietly for what he would say next. Back then, you and I agreed that if you followed me, I would remove your demon seal. Now that it's gone, I think it's best not to keep you by my side anymore. You are of royal blood. With your talent, you should seek a broader horizon. Virgil looked into the distance, his expression gentle. But I don't care about those things, Darby said softly, her shoulders trembling. I don't care about my talents. I just want to stay by your side. Virgil withdrew his gaze from the distance, looking at her for a while before saying softly, don't worry, I'm not chasing you away. Perhaps one day you'll realize you have your own path. After all, everyone should bloom like summer flowers, living their own colors instead of living for someone else. That won't happen. Darby lowered her head, silently disagreeing, yet hearing that she didn't have to leave, sunlight bloomed in her heart again. Virgil seemed to see through her thoughts, smiling and wrapping his arm around her waist. They transformed into a black beam of light, disappearing over the sea. With the cleansing lotus seed now secured, everything had been taken care of. Next, he would sweep across the 9 clans, and the first stop would be the Ghost Eye clan. The Ghost Eye clan was located millions of miles away from the Six-Winged clan, ranking moderately among the 9 demonic clans. 3 days later, Virgil and Darby arrived at the island where the Ghost Eye clan resided. As soon as they approached, several Ghost Eye clan cultivators flew up from ahead. Their eyes were peculiar, lacking pupils, gray and white, and they blocked the two, shouting menacingly, who dares approach? Ahead lies our Ghost Eye clan. Leave immediately or face death. Scram. I need to speak with your clan leader. Virgil took a step forward, bellowing loudly, releasing a wisp of royal blood tyrant aura. All the Ghost Eye clan cultivators blocking them were only demon generals. Sensing this aura, they clutched their ears, pained looks on their faces. Tyrannical demonic might shook the heavens. Virgil didn't continue with these small fries, carrying Darby aloft to appear over the Ghost Eye clan. What manner of person are you? From below came a loud roar. 10 figures soared into the air, each exuding heavenly demon realm fluctuations, all staring at him with hostile expressions. Among them, 3 figures emitted the strongest auras. Late-stage heavenly demon realm. I am the successor of Emperor Amato, and I've come here to free you from your slave marks. Virgil's black robes billowed as he gazed around at the 10 heavenly demons, his voice resonating through the air. To free us from slave marks? With a mere nascent soul cultivator? A joke. Prove yourself first, laughed a late-stage heavenly demon. Grant you that wish. Virgil gave him a cold look, and in an instant, he appeared before him, raising a hand to strike. In the next moment, the late-stage heavenly demon, caught unawares, shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the building below with a tremendous roar. None expected such sudden action and terrifying power. The Ghost Eye clan Franzes roared in anger, charging at Virgil, mistaking him for a late-stage golden body realm physical cultivator. Such audacity. Daring to act recklessly in our Ghost Eye clan, you've picked the wrong place. Today, even if you're a late-stage golden body, you'll remain here. Scram! Virgil roared, sending out an overwhelming, irrefutable aura. This was the aura of royal blood. 9 of the advancing Ghost Eye clan Franzes fell from the air, prostrating themselves on the ground. Only the 2 remaining late-stage heavenly demons stayed airborne, their faces pale, swaying like ships in a storm. What is this? A royal blood tyrant. This person is trial subject number 9341. He says he'll remove our slave marks. The Ghost Eye clan cultivators who had participated in the ancient demon peak trials immediately recognized Virgil. A moment later, and Franzly late-stage heavenly demon knelt first, submitting. Greetings, Master Devil Son. We did not know you had come. Please forgive us. Greetings, Master Devil Son. The other Franzes and ordinary cultivators, realizing the situation, all knelt as well, covering the ground as far as the eye could see, voices shaking the heavens. Devil Son. Darby glanced at Virgil, unsure where this title had come from. Don't call me that. Virgil grimaced. The title was too unpleasant. If anything, he'd be a devil sovereign. Yes, yes, yes. The Franzly leader nodded rapidly, afraid to defy him. I want all your 5th grade spirit herbs and spirit stones. Rest assured, I won't take them for nothing. When the time comes, I'll remove your slave marks. Coldly, Virgil's night rain demon mark shot out a black beam, shattering the slave mark on the Franz who had first kneeled. Agreed. Feeling his own slave mark dissipate, the Franz's face lit up with joy, knowing Virgil truly could free them. He nodded vigorously, accepting Virgil's demands. Material possessions were nothing compared to the liberation from slave marks. Thus, Virgil spent 3 days in the Ghost Eye clan, removing all their slave marks, before leaving with Darby, heading for the next demonic clan. The Mara clan. Chapter 365. Renowned among the 9 tribes, part Haley. The strength of the Mora clan was comparable to that of the Guemu clan. Haley days later, Virgil arrived at the island where the Mora clan resided. Sensing his presence, figures soared into the air. All of them were cultivators of the heavenly demon realm. What person dares to intrude upon our Mora clan? Do you not wish to live? I am the successor of Jameson. I have come here today to remove the slave seals from your people. Virgil scanned the crowd, just as he had in the Guemu clan. Upon revealing his bloodline Jan and Devil Jan aura, no one could compete. Once again, He convinced them with reason and completed the exchange by force. A few days later, he left the Mora clan and proceeded to the next demonic clan. Only 5 demonic clans remain. On his journey, Virgil organized the resources he had forcibly obtained from the 4 clans. With a rough scan of his divine consciousness, he noted that there were approximately 20,000 fifth-grade spirit medicines, all of which were for refining suppressing curse pills. Moreover, his collection of spirit stones numbered in the hundreds of millions, more than enough for any future needs. Virgil planned to upgrade his virtue umbrella, hoping it could be restored to a quasi-divine artifact. Time passed quickly, and after half a month, Virgil reached the next demonic clan. He saw several figures rise into the air, led by Franzli Frederick Robes, who was in the late stage of the heavenly demon realm. They respectfully held a storage pouch. "Is that Master's successor? We have been awaiting your arrival, sir. Here are all our spirit medicines and spirit stones." The 9 clans had means of communication, so knowing he would arrive was not difficult. Virgil did not appear too surprised, nodding calmly and waving his hand to retrieve the storage pouch. His gaze then fell on the leading Franzli Frederick Robes. After spending several days removing their slave seals, he continued on to the next clan, the Nanlong clan. The chief of the Nanlong clan was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, completely unlike the leader of a demonic force. He had already received news of Virgil's arrival. Leading a group of Franzes, they rose into the air, bowing respectfully. "We greet the Yush. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time." "Meet Yush." The Nanlong clan Franzes behind him all bowed respectfully to the young man in black. Virgil glanced indifferently at the Adrian and took the storage pouch from his hands. Dark rays emerged from his back, releasing several beams to remove the slave seals from the leaders present. He then instructed the chief to gather the common clansmen. "Yes." The chief bowed respectfully and stepped aside quietly. "Actually, it's him." Meanwhile, within the Nanlong clan below, a muscular Dominic looked up at the figure in the sky with complex emotions. This was the Nanlong clan cultivator defeated by Virgil in the underwater city ruins. After being defeated, he returned to the Nanlong clan and diligently cultivated, nearly reaching the late stage of the heavenly demon realm. He believed he should surpass Virgil by now. However, Virgil had already become a bloodline Jan and devil Jan, and his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly demon realm, far surpassing him. With a bitter laugh, he felt a mix of self-mockery and concern that Virgil might hold a grudge and seek trouble. But Virgil paid no attention to the past incident. He only felt a sense of familiarity when he saw him but did not dwell on it. After removing the slave seals from the Nanlong clan, he moved on to the next clan. By now, he had plundered 6 of the 9 demonic clans, leaving only 3. The Raksha clan, the Yaksha clan, and the Azura clan. These 3 clans, in Buddhist Sanskrit, originated from hell and were the most ferocious demons. They were also the strongest among the 9 demonic clans, each with 5 late-stage heavenly demon realm cultivators. Besides the 8 inner sea respected ones, almost no one dared provoke them. Virgil's eyes gleamed as he used the ancient devil Dao teleportation, transforming into a beam of black light, heading first to the nearest Raksha clan. After dealing with these 3 clans, he could find a place to refine pills and break through to the soul formation stage. A few days later, outside an island, Virgil looked ahead at the structures when he suddenly heard an excited demonic voice from ahead. "Great demonic prodigy, I heard you severely wounded a late-stage, heavenly demon realm in the Guemu clan. Although unworthy, I boldly request your guidance. If I win, please remove our slave seals for free." A black beam shot across the sea, rising into the air and stopping opposite Virgil. The figure wore a fierce expression, a tall and muscular man with an extremely ugly face, his black muscles protruding under his exposed upper body. His aura far surpassed ordinary late-stage, heavenly demon realm cultivators. This was Brinley, the chieftain of the Raksha clan, who had broken through to the late-stage, heavenly demon realm thousands of years ago, with very few rivals within the 9 clans. Upon hearing of Virgil's feats, Brinley remained unconcerned, confident that he could easily crush any late-stage, heavenly demon realm even if he went to the Guemu clan himself. Therefore, despite knowing Virgil was a bloodline Jan and devil Jan in the mid-stage, heavenly demon realm, he still wanted to test him. "Come." Virgil's gaze was cold, scanning him briefly, his response a single word. "Excellent, great demonic prodigy, how straightforward." Brinley laughed heartily, disappearing instantly from his spot and lunging forward with terrifying fist energy carrying an unstoppable might. Virgil showed no fear, his eyes cold as he unleashed his bloodline Jan and devil Jan aura fully, lifting his hand to strike forward. This is the suppression of a bloodline Jan and devil Jan. Feeling this pressure, Brinley's eyes widened slightly, finding his strength reduced by more than 30%. Below, the Raksha clan's heavenly demon realm Franzes watched the battle intently, whispering among themselves. "Can the chieftain win?" "Definitely. The chieftain's power is incomparable to ordinary late-stage, heavenly demon realm cultivators. Moreover, the demonic prodigy is only mid-stage despite having bloodline Jan power. He will surely lose regardless. Or maybe it's just me thinking the demonic prodigy looks so cool, so young and already achieved so much. I want to marry him." These men were hideously ugly, while the women were incredibly beautiful, an extreme contrast. They watched the aerial battle intently, not wanting to miss a detail. Darby had retreated nearby, closely observing the battle with little concern. She believed Virgil would win. Boom. As their attacks collided, a powerful shockwave surged outward. Virgil's robe flapped, and he flew backward like a shooting star. Similarly, Brinley was also forced back. After stabilizing, they stood on the water surface, staring at each other. How can he be evenly matched with the chieftain? Not surprising, given he's a bloodline Jan and devil Jan. Even at the mid-stage heavenly demon realm, he is exceedingly strong. The Raksha clan Franzes below were stunned. Virgil. Darby was equally surprised, seeing Virgil's bleeding arm. Her heart pounded nervously, but she believed in him. Chapter 366, Renowned Among the 9 Clans, Part 8. "I'm fine. Virgil glanced down at the tiger's mouth on his hand, which was oozing blood, and shook his head at Darby standing far away. This person is indeed quite formidable. Even with Axelxu's suppression, winning him solely by physical strength would be extremely difficult. Continuing the fight, Virgil could ensure that he wouldn't lose. But he didn't want to waste time. Lord Demon truly has some skills, but be careful from now on. A thunderous demonic voice echoed across the sky. Dan returned fiercely, wielding a massive black axe in his hand. His voice reverberated like thunder through the heavens. Virgil paused momentarily as he looked at the black axe in Dan's hand, then casually waved his hand, forming a magical barrier around him. The next moment, the enormous axe cleaved down from the air. The axe, roughly 2 zhang long, emitted surging demonic energy. A single slash caused space to shatter, revealing a vast expanse of black void. Fierce gusts surged from within, giving an overwhelmingly dangerous sensation. Being caught inside might even threaten someone at the late soul transformation stage. Just as the axe was about to strike the barrier, 2 black chains extended from Virgil's body into Dan's. The next instant, a loud boom sounded from in front of him. The sinister demonic axe struck the barrier but couldn't advance any further. How is this possible? Dan exclaimed in shock. An axe capable of splitting space couldn't break the barrier in front of him. What kind of barrier was harder than a 1,000-year-old tortoiseshell? Just as he was greatly shocked, a cold voice came from ahead. Done playing yet? It's my turn now. The voice lacked emotion, causing a chill to run down everyone's spine. Dan shivered subconsciously, then saw a pair of icy eyes suddenly appear right before him, only 3 centimeters away. Briefly startled, he reacted swiftly, swinging the black axe forward, but just as the axe lifted, his body shot out like a cannonball, tracing a white streak across the sea surface, flying away. Taking advantage of the situation, the black axe flew out of his hands and plummeted toward the group of Rakshasa Franzes watching below. Run quickly! Caught off guard, the Franzes' faces turned pale as they scattered rapidly. Meanwhile, Virgil transformed into a black streak, appearing before the rising Dan, pressing his advantage and sending him flying again, crashing heavily onto the sea surface. Clan leader. Seeing the one-sided situation, the Rakshasa Franzes felt increasingly anxious. They couldn't understand why the balanced confrontation had suddenly turned around. Dan also couldn't understand. Splash. He had barely risen from the sea when he was sent back again by Virgil, persistently rising again despite repeated defeats. After being thoroughly beaten, Dan's aura waned. Emerging from the sea, he pleaded for mercy toward the stoic-eyed Virgil. Lord Demon, I concede. I admit defeat. I submit. Hearing these words, Virgil's palm stopped mere centimeters from him. After a brief pause, he struck again, sending him back into the sea, saying indifferently, "Don't call me Demon Lord." Yes, young master. I'll call you young master. Dan emerged from the water, nodding humbly, devoid of his earlier arrogance. Spirit medicines, spirit stones. Virgil looked at him coldly, without wasting words. I'll prepare them right away. Terrified, Dan rushed back to the Rakshasa clan with his injured body at unprecedented speed. Virgil watched his retreating figure with indifference. This guy had been thoroughly defeated and shouldn't cause any more trouble. Are you okay? Darby flew over, stopping beside him, taking his arm to examine it, concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Virgil gently stroked her hair. Soon, Dan returned, bringing all the spirit medicines and stones from the Rakshasa clan. Virgil fulfilled his promise by removing their curse and then left amidst reverent gazes, heading toward the remaining demon clans. Of the 9 major demon clans, 7 had been visited. 2 remained. Azura clan, Yaksha clan. What do we think? That demon lord will be reaching our Azura clan soon. 2 days later, in a grand hall of the Azura clan, dim lighting illuminated 16 thrones. Except for 1 vacant throne, each was occupied by a heavenly demon realm presence. How did things go with the Rakshasa clan? Will Dan comply? A late-stage heavenly demon realm asked. Our spy reported that Dan did engage, another replied. All eyes turned to the main seat as the speaker continued. Dan was defeated and nearly annihilated. A wave of gasps filled the hall. Is Axelxu's power really so terrifying? Someone murmured. It's unknown. Axelxu's realm isn't something we can comprehend. The clan leader shook his head. An oppressive silence enveloped the hall. None knew that while Axelxu was strong, none could match Virgil's ability to crush opponents across realms. What does the ancestor mean? A voice asked. The ancestor means to lead him into the demon refining array. Agreed. Meanwhile, at the Yaksha clan, a black streak stopped over the sea, revealing Virgil and Darby. Greetings, young master. The Yaksha clan leader was an old Noel who looked like an ordinary human except for a horn on her head. She led 12 female heavenly demon realm cultivators, all with horns, bowing gracefully. Greetings, young master. Let's skip the formalities. Everyone should get what they need. Virgil glanced at them and shook his head. Not at all. Removing our slave seals is a great kindness. Spirit medicines and stones are trivial in comparison. So be it. Virgil dispelled the slave seals for them using demonic runes, and spent 2 more days doing the same for ordinary Yaksha clan members. Refusing their hospitality, he took the storage pouch handed over by the old Noel and headed towards the final Azura clan with Darby. The Azura clan was the strongest among the 9 demon clans. It was rumored that the previous leader had fought against one of the 8 respected ones of the Inner Sea, though ultimately losing, proving their formidable strength. However, this didn't make Virgil wary. With his current strength, as long as pseudo-immortals didn't intervene, even facing the 8 respected ones of the Inner Sea, he would have no fear. Several days later, an island appeared ahead. Virgil didn't conceal his presence as the black streak crossed the sea surface, arriving at the outskirts of the island. Pleasure to have you visit us, Lord Demon. A voice from the Azura clan rang out, resonant and powerful, surpassing Dan's authority. Could there be a trap? Darby whispered. Why be afraid? Chapter 366, Fame Spreads Among the Nine Tribes, Part 8. I'm fine. Virgil glanced down at his bleeding palm, shaking his head to Darby who was far away. This person is indeed strong. Even with Axel blood suppressing him, it would be extremely difficult to win purely by physical prowess. Continuing the fight, Virgil could ensure that he wouldn't lose. But he didn't want to waste time. Indeed, Lord Demonic Seed has some skills, but you should be more careful from now on. A thunderous demonic voice echoed across the sky. Dan returned, wielding a massive black axe, his voice like thunder, reverberating through the heavens. Virgil's gaze lingered on the black axe for a moment before he casually waved his hand, forming a barrier of magical power around him. The next instant, the massive axe split through the air. The axe, nearly 6 meters long, emitted waves of dark energy. A simple swing caused space to shatter, revealing a vast expanse of black void. Violent gales emanated from within, giving an overwhelming sense of danger. Even someone in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm would be in peril if caught in it. Just as the axe was about to strike the barrier, 2 black chains extended from Virgil's body and entered Dan's. A deafening boom erupted as the dark energy-infused axe struck the barrier, unable to penetrate any further. How is this possible? Dan exclaimed in shock. An axe capable of shattering space couldn't break through the barrier in front of him. What kind of defense was harder than a 1,000-year-old tortoiseshell? Just as he was astonished, a cold voice came from the front. Are you done? It's my turn now. The voice was devoid of emotion, sending chills down one's spine. Dan involuntarily shivered, then saw a pair of icy eyes suddenly appear right in front of him, just 3 centimeters away from his own. After a brief moment of shock, he reacted quickly, swinging the black axe forward. However, as soon as he raised the axe, his body was launched like a cannonball, drawing a white streak across the sea surface before flying out. The black axe slipped from his grasp, crashing into a group of Raksha Franzes who were watching the battle. Run quickly. This unexpected turn of events took all the Franzes by surprise. Realizing what happened, they scattered hastily. Virgil appeared in front of Dan as he rose from the sea, striking him again and sending him crashing heavily onto the water. Clan leader. Seeing the situation tilt decisively, the Raksha Franzes grew anxious. They couldn't understand how the evenly matched fight had suddenly turned in favor of Virgil. Dan was equally baffled. Splash. He was knocked back into the sea again as soon as he emerged, repeatedly trying to rise only to be sent back. After enduring countless rounds, Dan, breathless and weakened, finally pleaded while emerging from the sea once more. Lord Demonic Seed, I surrender. I admit defeat. I yield. Upon hearing his plea, Virgil paused, his palms stopping mere centimeters from Dan's face. After a moment, he struck again, driving Dan back into the sea and said coolly, Don't call me Demonic Seed. Yes, young master. I'll call you young master. Dan rushed out of the sea again, bowing submissively, no longer showing any of his previous arrogance. Spirit herbs, spirit stones. Virgil looked at him coldly, without wasting words. I'll prepare them right away. Truly fearing Virgil, Dan sped back to the Raksha clan with his injured body at unprecedented speed. Virgil watched his retreating figure calmly, knowing that the man had been thoroughly subdued. There shouldn't be any more trouble ahead. Are you okay? Darby flew over and stopped beside him, checking his arm with concern. I'm fine. Virgil gently stroked her hair. Soon after, Dan returned with all the spirit herbs and stones from the Raksha clan. Virgil kept his promise and lifted their curse. Under the reverential gazes of everyone present, he gracefully left for the remaining demon clans. Now, 7 of the 9 demon clans were done. Only 2 remained, the Azura clan and the Yaksha clan. What do you think? That demonic seed will soon arrive at our Azura clan. 2 days later, inside a dimly lit hall within the Azura clan, 16 thrones cast ominous shadows. Every throne, except one empty one, exuded the aura of a heaven demon. What's happening with the Raksha clan? Will Dan really obey quietly? Asked a late-stage heaven demon. Our spy in the Raksha clan reported that Dan fought and lost, another answered. He lost, and badly. Upon hearing this, the hall filled with gasps. Is Axel blood truly that terrifying? Someone muttered. We don't know. The realm of Axel blood is beyond our speculation. The Azura clan leader shook his head. An oppressive silence fell over the room. None of them knew that while Axel blood was powerful, it didn't compare to Virgil's ability to overpower opponents from a lower realm. What does the ancestor mean? A voice broke the silence. The ancestor wants us to lure him into the demon refining array. Agreed. At the same time, the Yaksha clan. A black streak of light halted on the sea surface. It was Virgil and Darby. Greetings, young master. The Yaksha clan leader was Franzli Noel, who looked like an ordinary human except for a single horn on her head. Behind her were 12 female heaven demons, all bearing horns. They bowed respectfully. Greetings, young master. Let's skip the formalities. We all know what we need from each other. Virgil glanced at them briefly, shaking his head. We can't refuse, young master. Freeing us from the slave seals is a great kindness. Spirit herbs and stones are nothing compared to your favor. As you wish. Virgil didn't argue. He activated the magic patterns to remove their slave seals and spent 2 more days freeing the common members of the Yaksha clan. Declining their invitations, he took the storage bag from the Franz Noel and proceeded with Darby to the final clan, the Azura clan. The Azura clan was the strongest among the 9 demon clans. There were rumors that their former leader had clashed with one of the 8 honored ones of the Inner Sea. Though ultimately defeated, it demonstrated their formidable strength. However, this didn't deter Virgil. With his current strength, as long as the pseudo-immortals didn't intervene, even facing the 8 honored ones wouldn't daunt him. Several days later, they arrived at an island. Virgil didn't hide his presence as the black streak of light crossed the sea, reaching the island's edge. Please come into our Azura clan, Lord Demonic Seed. A deep and powerful voice called out from within, much stronger than Dan's. Could there be a trap? Darby whispered. Who's afraid? Translation note, terms like Dan and demonic seed are rendered consistently based on context and standard conventions. Chapter 367. Renown across the 9 clans. 9. Fear? What's there to fear? Virgil smiled lightly, grasping her hand and stepping forward, instantly appearing at the source of the voice within the main hall of the Azura clan. Inside the hall were 2 rows of thrones occupied by 16 individuals without exception, each a heavenly demon realm cultivator. Sensing his arrival, they all turned their gazes toward him. In the next moment, Virgil entered with Darby, sweeping his gaze over them. On the 16 thrones sat only heavenly demon realm cultivators, 7 in the early stage, 5 in the middle stage, and 4 in the late stage. 2 individuals even had a presence that rivaled that of an old-timer like Giselbert in the late stage, heavenly demon realm. Pay our respects to Lord Demon Prince. The tall Fransley man sitting in the main seat rose, pausing his gaze on both of them for a moment before bowing to Virgil. His skin was a dark bluish purple, towering nearly half again as tall as a normal person. His fiery red hair floated around him windlessly, exuding a faint pressure surrounding his whole body. You must be the previous leader of the Azura clan, Virgil acknowledged with a nod. This individual was undoubtedly the strongest among the 9 demon clans, his aura far surpassing Giselbert's, almost reaching half the level of the once-met Anakin. Yet there was no hint of reverence in his eyes. Yes, this dev is indeed that. The tall Fransley man sized him up without concern, then chuckled heartily. Lord Young Master truly shows remarkable talent. You've reached the mid-stage of the heavenly demon realm at only 240 years of bone age. This dev was still lingering at peak demon general when I was your age. No need for pleasantries. Carted over all the spirit stones and medicines, and I will lift the slave seals for you. Virgil cut straight to the point without further ado. At this, several displeased gazes from the nearby thrones immediately landed on him. Virgil paid no mind and said calmly, by the way, it's best not to withhold anything. As the strongest of the 9 demon clans, these items should surpass those of the other 8. I'll know if you're hiding anything once I compare. So don't have any other ideas? Very well. The tall Fransley man coughed, stopping the others and showing no ripples of emotion. He handed over a storage bag and ordered someone to give it to Virgil. Very well. The tall Fransley man coughed, stopping the others and showing no ripples of emotion. He handed over a storage bag and ordered someone to give it to Virgil. Virgil took it, opened it to find over 10,000 grade 5 spirit medicines and 70 million spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, he stowed it away. Behind him, demonic patterns appeared, and the terrifying demonic aura of a bloodline demon Jan spread out, causing all the heavenly demon realm cultivators in the hall to feel a chilling dread. Even the tall Fransley man seated in the main position stared intently at him, murmuring, demonic patterns. He has actually cultivated demonic patterns. No wonder he can become a bloodline demon Jan, but I wonder how he did it. In modern times, the method to cultivate demonic patterns had been lost, known only to a few. Without demonic patterns, one could not cultivate ancient demonic essence, meaning their strength would never match that of genuine ancient demons. Virgil had only been able to condense demonic patterns under the guidance of Emperor Rufus. Relax, do not resist. Otherwise, I take no responsibility for what happens, Virgil warned, then sent out black rays from the demonic patterns on his back into each of their bodies. Soon, everyone felt the slave seals dissolve, revealing looks of surprise in their eyes. The slave seal is gone. The slave seal that plagued us for generations has been removed. Even the tall Fransley man felt waves of excitement. Go call the common clan members. I'm in a hurry, Virgil interrupted them. Not so fast. Suppressing his excitement, the tall Fransley man looked at him with a smile and casually threw a blood-red token into the air. Suddenly, a huge black barrier enveloped the entire hall. Like a signal, every single heavenly demon realm Azura cultivator rose from their thrones, their gazes fixed on him as if he were a succulent morsel. A semi-ethereal level array. Feeling the outside barrier, Darby's expression changed, but seeing Virgil remain calm, she steadied her nerves. Sharp eyes. Standing up, the tall Fransley man grinned at the two of them. Not many people are as unflustered as you, Lord Demon Prince. This dev admires you. Virgil remained unperturbed, meeting his gaze and asking, what do you mean? Is there any particular method for cultivating demonic patterns? The tall Fransley man stared at him, smiling, without answering the question. Simple, do this and then that, and you get them. Virgil glanced at him indifferently. Egan, we advise you to confess, don't push your luck. A red-robed late-stage, heavenly demon realm Franz sneered. Otherwise, even if you are a bloodline demon Jan and a mid-stage heavenly demon, 4 of us late-stage heavenly demons together can slaughter you like a dog. Another blue-robed Franz chimed in. Exactly. And there's the semi-ethereal level demon refining array. We won't even need to act. You will die inside, and we will plunder your bloodline power. You were too arrogant to come here. Demon refining array. Darby clearly recognized this array's name, showing another sign of change on her beautiful face. Virgil remained unmoved, scoffing. What mongrels are barking here? You. Both Franz's faces turned grim, and were about to rush forward but were stopped by a figure. Don't be rash. He's trying to provoke you. There's no need for us to act. Starting the array is enough. The tall Fransley man halted them, smiling faintly, then waved his hand, activating the array surrounding the hall. Immediately, the entire hall began trembling as if hit by an earthquake. A terrifying power began to emerge, and dim blood-colored lights flickered in the sky. Virgil instinctively felt uneasy but remained composed, his dark eyes looking towards the tall Fransley man. A semi-ethereal level array? Huh. Don't forget you're inside it too. Activating it means death for all of you as well. Moreover, without me, who will remove the slave seals for your common clan members? We can leave. As for those commoners, they can continue taking elixirs, haha. Lord Demon Prince, enjoy your stay here. The tall, Franzly man laughed, producing a blood-red token, and in the next instant, a dozen figures vanished on the spot. Inside the hall were only Virgil and Darby left. So selfish, abandoning your common clan members' lives just like that, Virgil muttered, shaking his head as the oppressive force continued to accumulate overhead, growing more and more unsettling. What do we do? Darby clutched his hand tightly, watching him anxiously. No problem, just a semi-ethereal level array. Destroy it. Destroy it. Darby stared at him in shock, then froze as she saw Virgil suddenly shoot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, crashing into the light shield of the array with his body. Chapter 368. Renowned among the 9 clans, complete. Shatter. Virgil roared, his body enveloped in surging demonic aura as he charged headfirst into the barrier before him like a reckless bull crashing into a mountain. This is half-step void level. Darby was about to advise him not to waste his efforts when she suddenly froze mid-sentence. Her alluring face turned stunned as the grand hall emitted a loud boom and began to violently shake. The black barrier appeared with countless cracks. What's happening? Outside the hall, the assembled Azura clan Franzes who had already left also noticed the commotion and looked inward with uncertainty. Just as they were bewildered, the grand hall that had entrapped Virgil, along with the formation array, crumbled with a deafening crash. 2 figures darted out from within, stopping nearby, and coldly stared at them. How is this possible? A half-step void-level formation just collapsed like that. How did he do it? Is he in the savage demon realm? Witnessing this scene, everyone was horrified as if seeing ghosts in broad daylight. The tall Franz's face darkened, but his reaction was swift. He took a step forward, charging at Virgil. No matter how he did it, there's no turning back now. Attack together and kill him. Kill. Under his command, all Azura clan Franzes exchanged glances and bellowed, rushing toward the 2 men. Fools. A smirk played on Virgil's lips as he looked at them with pity. Did you really think I would have no precautions while removing your slave seals? What do you mean? The tall Franz paused mid-motion, sensing an ominous premonition from his expression. Virgil's eyes remained indifferent. Without explaining, he activated the demonic patterns on his back, releasing a terrifying pressure that fell upon them. Instantly, all the Azura clan Franzes felt a black mark appear inside their bodies, emitting a sinister aura that instinctively made them feel uneasy. What is this? What have you done to us? Their expressions rapidly changed. Just as they were about to glare at Virgil, the marks suddenly heated up, causing excruciating pain that engulfed their souls. They clutched their heads, falling to their knees in unimaginable agony. Ah, Egan, what have you done to us? Even the tall Franz lay writhing in pain on the ground, his voice filled with torment. I can remove your slave seals, and naturally, I can also plant new ones. Since you didn't abide by the rules, you shall all die, Virgil intoned ominously, activating the demonic patterns on his back. Bang! The closest Franz exploded into a bloody mist. Hobie! Everyone was frozen in terror, but it was far from over. Soon, a crimson-clothed Franz nearby also exploded in despair, turning into a bloody mist. 3 more dull thuds followed, as 3 more demonic heaven realm Franzes exploded into bloody mists. I'm wrong, we're wrong, please spare us. The tall Franz was utterly terrified. Yes, we're wrong, please give us another chance, young master. The remaining Franzes were thoroughly intimidated and started begging for mercy. To know one's fault and be able to correct it is commendable, but some mistakes cannot be forgiven. It's up to Yama to forgive you. My duty is to send you to meet Yama. Virgil stepped forward, speaking ominously, as the sounds of explosions echoed outside the hall. I'll fight you to the death. The tall Franz, realizing his impending doom, leapt at Virgil, only to dissolve into a bloody mist before touching him. Dying struggle? You aren't worthy. Virgil passed through the blood mist unscathed, collecting lives with the demonic patterns on his back. Within moments, all 16 demonic heaven realm Franzes exploded into bloody mists. Not a single one remained. There are still some ants. Virgil's eyes were cold as his figure transformed into a streak of black light, instantly arriving at the heart of the Azura clan, radiating royal blood and Jan demon aura. Under such intense pressure, even demonic heaven realm cultivators struggled to resist, let alone mere demonic generals below. Instantly, the ordinary Azura clan cultivators, unaware of what was happening, prostrated themselves, looking up at Virgil in the air with despair and fear. You Azura clan betrayed me today and plotted against me. Initially, I could have annihilated all of you, but I don't wish to implicate others, so I've only placed slave seals on those above the demonic general rank. Virgil's expression was calm as he released his divine sense, shooting out black rays from the demonic patterns on his back to place slave seals on the demonic generals. Most of them had not participated in the plot and were unaware of it. Though Virgil wasn't a compassionate person, he didn't like indiscriminate killing either. As long as they didn't cross his bottom line, he wouldn't involve others. To further refine this for natural fluency and consistency, since the majority were not involved in the conspiracy and were unaware of it, Virgil, though not a compassionate man, did not approve of unnecessary slaughter. He would not involve innocents unless they crossed his D-Shan, bottom line. For better readability and style consistency, since the majority were not involved in the conspiracy and were unaware of it, Virgil, though not a compassionate man, did not approve of unnecessary slaughter. He would not target those who hadn't crossed his bottom line. As for those below the demonic general rank, if they sought revenge in the future, they could try. Thank you for your great kindness, predecessor, thank you. The Azura clan cultivators knelt, expressing gratitude despite being sealed with slave marks. Virgil gave them a brief glance and then ignored them. Releasing his divine sense, he found the Azura clan's inner treasury, looted it, and left with Darby under the reverent gazes of the Azura clan cultivators. After he left, the Azura clan cultivators rose, still visibly shaken. Soon, news of the Franz's betrayal spread thanks to someone high-ranking. Kill Kill the families of the clan leader and the Franzes. One peaked demonic General Franz immediately lunged at a nearby Dominic, smashing him into bloody mist with a punch. Yes, these scum nearly caused our clan's destruction. Kill them. The other cultivators reacted instantly, attacking those who usually looked down on them. Suddenly, the vast Azura clan was plunged back into carnage. Virgil was unaware of this as he stopped on a deserted island, entering the Relic World Tower to sort through resources plundered from the 9 demon clans. First were 5th rank spirit herbs, roughly 530,000 plants in total, 160,000 early 5th rank, 270,000 middle 5th rank, 90,000 late 5th rank. Most were for refining curse suppressing pills. Calculating, approximately 50 furnaces of early 5th rank pills, 26 furnaces of middle 5th rank pills. For the late 5th rank, lacking divine sense, he could only ignore them temporarily. Incense refinement. Taking a deep breath, Virgil wasted no time, retrieving a pill furnace to begin refining. Meanwhile, after a few days of fermenting news, everything that happened in the Azura clan had spread like wildfire, creating a storm among the other 8 clans. The Lanlan clan, Meloge clan, Roberta clan, and others were relieved that they hadn't clashed with Virgil and had obediently handed over spirit herbs. In the 6-winged clan, Maxine stood by a railing, murmuring, "You are a rising star destined to shine. I'm merely a fleeting figure in your life, but I will take pride in you and pray for you from the 6-winged clan." Chapter 369. Breaking through to soul transformation, Thunder Tribulation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the events involving the Azura clan. On the desolate island where Virgil was in seclusion, thunderbolts fell daily. Eventually, the thunder tribulation caused by 50 furnaces of initial stage 5th rank pills lasted for 2 whole days over the sea, attracting countless spectators. But Virgil simply released his murderous aura and frightened them all away, including a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. Note: I've corrected Chuji Danyal to be translated as initial stage pills for consistency with common terminology used in cultivating novels. If you prefer a different term, please let me know. After 2 days, the thunder tribulation ended. Virgil's magical power reached 3,210 jia, and he entered the world-abandoning pagoda again to refine 5th rank mid-stage elixirs. The success rate for 5th rank mid-stage elixirs wasn't as high. Despite Virgil's best efforts, 8 out of 26 furnaces failed, leaving only 18 successful attempts. Furthermore, after his magic power surpassed 3,000 jia, it became increasingly difficult to enhance it further. Initially, a single bolt of thunder could increase his power by 3 jia, but this gradually diminished until one bolt only increased his power by 1 jia. In the end, the 18 waves of thunder only boosted his magic power by 648 jia, averaging less than 40 jia per furnace, which was not even half of what it was at the beginning. No matter what, I've still managed to increase my magic power by over 1,000 jia this time. One must know contentment. Virgil exhaled slowly, his expression returning to normal quickly. He was not the type of person who was insatiable. He understood the importance of being content. After all, there were countless other late-stage transforming spirit cultivators in this world who, despite diligently practicing for centuries, might not have been able to increase their magic power by even 100 jia. Compared to them, he considered himself fortunate. Next, it's time to advance to transforming spirit. Shaking his head to dispel these extraneous thoughts, Virgil took out the box containing the world-purifying lotus seed. Upon opening it, he gazed at the famous white lotus seed inside for a moment before firmly swallowing it whole. Boom! The white lotus seed instantly transformed into a white lotus dais within his body, appearing below his Yuan baby. Immediately, a sacred force began flowing into the Yuan baby, causing it to slowly turn golden. Simultaneously, his comprehension of the life and death Tao intent deepened continuously, as if directly infused into his mind. Truly worthy of its reputation as a divine medicine, Virgil marveled internally, his eyes displaying both black and white, a symbol of the growing life and death Tao intent. At one pivotal moment, the semi-black and semi-white circle emitted a loud boom, its aura terrifying even to peak transforming spirit cultivators. His life and death Tao intent had reached 5th rank. Meanwhile, the energy within his body surged to its zenith, with the Yuan baby now almost entirely transformed into gold, nearly 90% complete. Once fully transformed, it would become a primordial spirit, integrating the Tao intent, marking his breakthrough to the transforming spirit realm. However, at this moment, a familiar force descended upon him, attempting to obstruct this transformation just like during his time in the City of Oblivion. It wouldn't allow him to advance to transforming spirit. Scram! With bloodshot eyes and emitting overwhelming murderous intent, Virgil unleashed both the Jan blood and Jan devil auras to counteract this force. At this point, the lotus dais within him faintly resonated with immortal sounds, emitting a luminous white light that illuminated his entire body as though it were a celestial being. In the next instant, the Yuan baby turned completely golden, followed by a resounding boom in his mind, making him feel momentarily weightless. I've broken through. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, another boom erupted from within him. The momentum surged from early transforming spirit straight to mid-stage transforming spirit, breaking through 2 realms in succession. Not stopping there, his sea of consciousness also expanded dramatically, increasing by 2,000 feet, surpassing mid-stage transforming spirit directly to late-stage transforming spirit. Mid-stage transforming spirit. After some time, everything settled down. Slowly opening his eyes, Virgil couldn't help but feel elated and excited. Each muscle in his body trembled with joy. He had finally advanced to transforming spirit. At this moment, the white lotus dais within him gradually dimmed, dissolving into tiny specks of light. Sensing this, Virgil inwardly sighed. This object indeed lived up to its reputation. Thanks to it, he had successfully broken through to transforming spirit. But this sense of awe didn't last long. A terrifying aura suddenly emerged from outside, causing Virgil's pupils to narrow slightly. With a mixture of shock and suspicion, he muttered, "Thunder tribulation." Indeed, as soon as his cultivation reached mid-stage, transforming spirit, dark thunderclouds began gathering from all directions toward the desolate island, clearly heralding the onset of a thunder tribulation. Why is there a thunder tribulation for advancing to transforming spirit? Virgil's face changed. He had never heard of anyone experiencing a thunder tribulation when reaching this stage. Could it be that this rogue heavens hadn't given up on tormenting him? Then let's see what happens. Narrowing his eyes, Virgil stepped out into the open, looking up at the ominous clouds above. Rumble. Low rumbles echoed in his ears. The formidable aura emanating from the clouds was enough to unnerve even a late-stage transforming spirit cultivator, likely capable of easily slaying a mid-stage transforming spirit. But Virgil was no ordinary mid-stage transforming spirit. Come, whether you are the will of heaven or whatever, I will withstand it all. His hair whipped wildly as he released the Jamblood and Jan Devaloris. His roar shook the heavens, declaring war against the sky. Even a lifeless clay figure would grow irritated at repeated provocation, let alone him. Rumble. Dense, terrifying clouds enveloped the desolate island, seemingly responding to his defiance. With a deafening boom, a bolt of thunder as thick as a barrel shot down. Good timing. Virgil laughed heartily as the immortal binding chain within him absorbed the thunderbolt. The next moment, the thunder dispersed, leaving his robes tattered but his body standing tall and unharmed. He looked up at the sky, sneering, "Is that all?" Far from enough. Boom. As if sensing his challenge, the clouds churned violently. Within them, a giant resembling a deity appeared, coldly observing him. This is the thunder god. Darby, watching from the distant sea, gasped in surprise. Virgil saw the giant in the sky too, briefly startled. This was the first time he had seen the true appearance of the entity delivering the tribulation, and the immense aura emanating from it sent shivers down his spine. An existence far surpassing transforming spirit, likely a pseudo-immortal at minimum. Boom. Just as he feared whether the giant might personally intervene, it remained solemn, wielding a hammer in one hand and a chisel in the other. With a single strike, several terrifying bolts of lightning descended, engulfing Virgil. Each bolt could effortlessly kill a mid-stage transforming spirit. Yet, after the lightning dissipated, aside from looking somewhat disheveled, Virgil remained unscathed. On one hand, having endured multiple strikes, his body developed some immunity. On the other hand, his ancient demon physique was incredibly resilient, and the life and death Dao intent allowed rapid recovery, so he faced this 5th-rank high-grade elixir-like thunder tribulation without fear. Come on, keep coming. These tribulations are nothing more than my supplements. Moreover, after surpassing 3,000 jia, further improvements became even more difficult. Initially, each wave of thunder could increase his power by 3 jia, but it gradually diminished until one wave only added 1 jia. Ultimately, 18 waves of thunder increased his power by only 648 jia on average, less than 40 jia per furnace, barely half of what it used to be. Regardless, I've still managed to increase my magical power by over 1,000 jia this time. One must know when to be content. Virgil exhaled slowly, his expression quickly returning to normal. He was not a person who craved endless gains. He knew that contentment was crucial. After all, in this world, there were countless soul transformation cultivators who spent hundreds of years diligently cultivating, yet might not have increased their power by even 100 jia. Compared to them, he considered himself lucky. Next, it's time for soul transformation. Shaking his head to dispel the unnecessary thoughts, Virgil took out the box containing the world-purifying lotus seed. Opening it, he stared at the large white lotus seed inside for a moment, then resolutely took it out and swallowed it whole. Boom. The white lotus seed entered his body and immediately transformed into a white lotus platform below his Yuan infant. A holy force began transmitting into his Yuan infant, causing it to gradually turn golden. Simultaneously, his comprehension of the life and death Dao realm deepened rapidly, as if someone was directly pouring enlightenment into his mind. Truly deserving of its reputation as a divine medicine, Virgil marveled inwardly. His eyes flashed with black and white, representing the ever-deepening understanding of life and death. At one point, the semicircle of black and white emitted a loud boom, radiating an aura that would shock even peak soul transformation cultivators. His comprehension of the life and death Dao realm had reached 5th rank. Meanwhile, his inner aura reached its peak, and the Yuan infant, now mostly golden, was about 90% transformed. Complete transformation would mean it could evolve into a spirit essence, merging the Dao realm with it and breaking through to soul transformation. But at this moment, a familiar force descended upon him, trying to prevent this breakthrough, just like it did in Axel U City, disallowing him from reaching soul transformation. Go away. Virgil's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with boundless murderous intent as the aura of king blood and devilish energy emerged, countering this force. At this moment, the lotus platform within him faintly emitted a melodious sound and a bright, ethereal light, making his entire body seem celestial. In the next moment, his Yuan infant turned completely golden, and a loud boom resonated in his mind, giving him a fleeting sense of weightlessness. I've broken through. Just as this thought surfaced, another boom echoed within him, and his aura instantly soared from early-stage soul transformation straight to mid-stage soul transformation. A 2-rank leap. It didn't stop there. His consciousness also expanded dramatically, increasing by 2,000 feet, already reaching late-stage soul transformation. Mid-stage soul transformation. After a long pause, everything calmed down, and Virgil slowly opened his eyes, overwhelmed with joy, every muscle trembling in excitement. He had finally broken through to soul transformation. Meanwhile, the white lotus platform within him gradually dimmed, dissolving into stardust. Sensing this, Virgil sighed in admiration. This divine medicine truly lived up to its name. Thanks to it, he had successfully broken through to soul transformation. But this moment of appreciation didn't last long. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted outside, making Virgil's pupils involuntarily constrict as he muttered hesitantly, "Thunder tribulation." As his cultivation reached mid-stage soul transformation, dark clouds gathered from all directions, converging on this desolate island, the unmistakable precursor of a thunder tribulation. Why is there a thunder tribulation when breaking through to soul transformation? Virgil's expression changed. He had never heard anyone mention a thunder tribulation during soul transformation. Could this heaven's stubbornness still seek to kill him? Then let's see how this goes. With cold eyes, Virgil stepped out into the open, looking up at the dark clouds in the sky. Rumble. Deep thunder roared in his ears. The imposing aura emanating from the clouds was enough to make even late-stage soul transformation cultivators uneasy, likely capable of effortlessly killing a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. But Virgil was no ordinary mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. Come on, whether you're the heavenly Tao or whatever, I'll take everything you throw at me. His hair flew wildly as he unleashed his king blood and devilish aura, roaring loudly to challenge the heavens. Facing such repeated provocations, even an earthen statue would feel anger, let alone him. Rumble. Dense, frightening clouds spread over the desolate island, seemingly hearing his voice. With a loud boom, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket descended straight towards him. Excellent. Virgil laughed, as the immortal prohibiting chain within him absorbed the lightning. In the next moment, the thunder dissipated, leaving him standing tall on the ground with only slight damage to his robes, lifting his head and smirking. Is that all? Not nearly enough. Rumble. Sensing his provocation, the clouds started swirling, revealing a colossal figure within, looking down at him with a cold expression akin to a god. This is the god of punishment. From afar, Darby on the sea surface gasped in surprise. Virgil too saw the colossal figure in the sky, momentarily stunned. This was the first time, after so many thunder tribulations, that he saw the true face of the deity responsible. The formidable aura made him feel an intense shock, far surpassing soul transformation, at least pseudo-immortal level. Rumble. Just as he worried about whether the deity would personally intervene, the giant in the sky, solemn and dignified, held a hammer in one hand and a cone in the other. With a single strike, several terrifying bolts of lightning rained down, engulfing Virgil. Each bolt could easily kill a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. Yet, when the thunder dispersed, Virgil remained unharmed, despite looking slightly disheveled. Partly due to developing immunity from multiple strikes, and partly because of his ancient devilish physique strengthened by the life and death Tao realm, which rapidly restored vitality. Even facing thunder as potent as the high-level 5th rank donghua refinement, he felt no fear. Note: I've maintained the term 5th rank and used high-level for donghua to keep consistency and ensure it reads naturally in English. Come, keep coming. These tribulations are nothing but nourishment for me. Chapter 370, Top-Grade Peak Artifacts. Come, bring it on. These lightning calamities are my supplements. Virgil laughed maniacally, noticing that the giant godlike figure in the sky seemed restricted and unable to directly attack him, only resorting to celestial thunder. Feeling no apprehension now, he taunted continuously, hoping to provoke more powerful lightning strikes. Seeing an ant dare to challenge it, the giant indeed flew into a rage, unleashing wave after wave of dense lightning striking Virgil, who kept rising unsteadily from each strike. Bring it on. More. Before long, an hour passed. The thick clouds above slowly dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. The giant coldly glanced at him, as if trying to remember him, before gradually disappearing into the heavens. Don't go. Show your true strength. On the island obliterated by lightning, Virgil stood atop the sea, feeling exhilarated as he basked in the sea breeze. After this thunder calamity, his magical power increased from 3,858 units to 3,998 units, 140 more units. If achieved through cultivation, it would have taken countless years. However, the giant paid him no heed, vanishing into the heavens. Sighing regretfully, Virgil wondered, did it hear me? Who is it? Heavenly Tao. That's the god of calamities, Darby said beside him, clearly overhearing him. God of calamities? Virgil stared blankly. He had never heard of this name before. It sounded like some kind of position. They were created by Heavenly Tao, not living beings nor puppets but possess simple consciousness. Normally, they're responsible for sending calamities upon cultivators. You've offended it, so future days might be tough. It can take revenge? Yes, though it can't directly attack you. It can increase the power of the calamities you face. For instance, if you're just at early spirit transformation stage, it could unleash mid or late stage spirit transformation lightning during your next transcendence. Hearing this, Virgil fell silent, suddenly realizing his previous boldness was a mistake. While he wasn't afraid of spirit transformation lightning, if the next time it unleashed pseudo-divine level lightning, then he'd have no choice but to enter the world-forsaken pagoda for safety, completely cutting off the path of absorbing lightning to enhance his power. Darby rubbed her temples, consoling, you don't need to worry too much right now. There's a rule. Calamities mustn't exceed the major realm you're in. As a spirit transformer, you'll face at most peak spirit transformation lightning. And there are multiple gods of calamities, so the one next time may not be this one. Unless your luck is terrible when advancing beyond pseudo-divine, there shouldn't be much trouble. Lightning calamities stay within the same major realm. This gave Virgil slight comfort. As for advancing beyond pseudo-divine, let's cross that bridge when we get there. Sighing, Virgil ceased worrying, finding another island and entering the world-forsaken pagoda. Now, he had two tasks: refine 5th rank high-grade pills, repair the merit umbrella. He chose the latter first, pulling out spirit stones and chanting softly. Incompleteness. Gradually, misty spiritual energy flowed from the stones into the blood-colored umbrella. A decade passed in the pagoda. The mountainous pile of spirit stones had its essence depleted, totaling 80 million pieces becoming waste. The red umbrella glowed even brighter, its aura reaching top-grade peak artifact level. One step further, and it would become a pseudo-divine tool. Virgil halted repairs here. At his current level, this was enough. Advancing further would be inconvenient, consuming too much power. As for the expended stones, he felt no remorse. He had over 300 million low-grade stones left, far exceeding his needs. Putting away the merit umbrella, Virgil took out the high-grade 5th rank herbs. The 5th layer's time flows 300 times slower. I've spent 10 years here, about 12 days outside. Consciousness spread out, sensing the external time flow. He then retrieved a pill furnace. His consciousness had reached late spirit transformation. Refining 5th rank high-grade pills was highly risky, yet he planned to try. Fear of failure only hinders progress. Only brave attempts can lead to breakthroughs. Clearing his mind, Virgil summoned Black Demon Flame and began refining. He had 90,000 high-grade 5th rank herbs, mostly used to suppress slave marks. He recalled the formula while reviewing the Azura clan's library. With 90,000 herbs, approximately 3 batches could be made. Days passed swiftly. Black flames roared under the furnace as Virgil meticulously refined the essence, controlling fire temperature with utmost caution. Yet on the 3rd day, the first batch exploded with a loud bang, shattering the low-grade artifact furnace. An explosion, Virgil formed a protective barrier instantly, remaining unharmed. Picking up the ruined furnace, he continued. 2 batches remained. Virgil became more cautious, the process excruciatingly slow and torturous. Finally, the 2nd batch completed without incident. Still vigilant, Virgil combined the medicinal liquid inside the furnace with divine consciousness control. Eventually, after several days, a faint scent of medicine wafted out, bringing joy to his bloodshot eyes. Carefully, he finished the final steps. Raising his hand, 4 pills flew out and landed in his palm. This marked his successful entry into the ranks of 5th rank high-grade alchemists. Outside, 12 days had passed since the last calamity. The originally clear sky was once again filled with ominous clouds. I wonder if the god of calamities will appear, Darby observed warily. Soon, Virgil appeared outside, watching the gathering clouds. Lightning calamity descended fiercely, terrifying even a late-stage spirit transformer. Chapter 371, Blood Marion Island destroyed. This time, the one who brings my tribulation isn't that guy from last time, right? Virgil looked up but did not see the giant from before. He didn't miss him either. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he faithfully endured the lightning tribulation. However, this time, the effectiveness of the heavenly thunder was clearly inferior to the first. When the lightning tribulation dissipated, his internal magic power only increased by 97 jia. Virgil paid no attention to it. He informed Darby and entered the Forgotten World Tower once again to refine the last batch of elixirs. A wisp of blue smoke curled out from the alchemy furnace, illuminating his face. A few days later, Virgil was once again blasted out, looking disheveled. I thought it would be easier the second time after I succeeded once. Climbing back up from the ground, Virgil gazed at the alchemy furnace in front of him, rubbing his forehead. Alchemy is indeed profound and requires diligent study. It also demands an endless supply of spirit herbs, which explains why there are so few high-rank alchemists. After all, behind every high-rank alchemist lies a mountain of wealth. How much would a high-grade 5th-rank spirit herb be worth? Probably tens of millions of spirit stones. And they can't be bought anytime, anywhere. After all, such treasures are exceedingly rare. And for a mid-5th rank alchemist to become a high 5th rank alchemist, and then advance further to master this art, how many furnaces of elixir would need to be blown up? So, refining really burns money. Sighing, Virgil looked towards the alchemy furnace ahead. The black alchemy furnace had already developed numerous cracks. If it were to blow up 1 or 2 more times, it would probably be ruined. It seems I have to find a better one. Putting away the alchemy furnace, Virgil quietly pondered his situation. His internal magic power had already reached 4,095 jia. To break through to the late-stage soul formation, he still needed over 900 jia. The ancient devil essence was also several hundred jia short of reaching the late-stage heavenly demon realm. Although he could boost it by devouring spirit herbs, not all herbs worked, and he would need to experiment further. Rubbing his temples, Virgil stopped thinking aimlessly inside the Forgotten World Tower. Moving his divine sense, he exited, intending to return to Drakehuang Island and ask Ali where to find large quantities of high-grade 5th-rank spirit herbs or earth pulse demon fire. He planned to enhance his magic power first. However, just as he exited the Forgotten World Tower, he saw Brad and Cade standing beside Darby. Briefly stunned, Virgil wasn't surprised. Cade had already broken through to soul formation when he came out from the ancient Devil Peak. Before he left the giant Devil clan, he assigned them some tasks, sending them to Blood Marion Island. It seemed they had returned victorious. Master. Upon seeing Virgil appear, Cade immediately bowed respectfully. Lord, Brad's face was respectful. Although he hadn't been with the giant Devil clan these past few months, he had heard much about Virgil upon returning. He was very glad he chose to submit back then. Otherwise, the giant Devil clan would be another Azura clan. How did it go? Who wanted to kill me? Virgil asked coolly. We captured the island lord of Blood Marion Island. After searching their soul, we discovered that Blood Marion Island has ties with the Tyrant sect in the Outer Sea. Tyrant sect? Virgil's expression showed surprise, never expecting it to be connected to the Tyrant sect. Yes, the Tyrant sect was planted by Blood Marion Island in the Outer Sea. However, due to the Patriarch being killed, it was annexed by other forces, enraging Blood Marion Island. But since they couldn't find that red-clothed lady, they retaliated against you, Cade explained respectfully. The Blood Marion Island has been destroyed, Brad added. If it's destroyed, let it be. Virgil's face revealed no joy or anger. What about our slave seals? Brad looked cautiously at Virgil. I said what I meant and will not break my word, Virgil glanced at him indifferently. A black glow emerged from the demonic pattern on his back, removing Brad's slave seal. Thank you, Lord. Brad's expression was excited. After a moment, he hesitantly asked, as for the other clan members' slave seals, you're quite a responsible clan leader, not forgetting your clan. Rest assured, since I promised you, I won't renege. Virgil gave him a sideways glance. He was planning to return to Donghua Island to visit Ali, and could conveniently pass by the giant devil clan on the way. Then, he would remove the slave seals from the others, which wouldn't be too difficult. Thank you, Lord. Brad thanked him sincerely for the second time. Let's go. Virgil held Darby's waist, transforming into a stream of black light that vanished on the spot. A month later, Virgil made a detour to the giant devil clan to remove the slave seals from them before leaving with Darby. 5 days later, outside Donghua Island, a black stream of light approached rapidly from the distance. Inside the light, Virgil looked at the island ahead, feeling quite sentimental. When he went from Donghua Island to Qing Island where the Six-Wing clan resided, it took him a whole month. Now his speed was several times faster, reaching here in just 5 days. Beside him was only Darby. As for Cade, Virgil sent him to investigate Earth Pulse Demon Fire. Since he had just broken through to early-stage soul formation, he wasn't very useful. Soon, sensing the fierce aura, several figures from Donghua Island rose into the air, all great cultivators. Feeling Virgil's aura, they weren't intimidated but glared menacingly at him. Stop right there, or don't blame us for being impolite. I'm a friend of your Berkeley, please inform him for me. Virgil spoke without moving, releasing a bit of Axel Mo's aura. His tone commanded respect. A friend of Berkeley Drake, alright, wait here. The guards looked suspicious but dared not make rash decisions. They were about to send someone to report when a calm voice came from behind. You may stand down. Yes, sir. The guards immediately saluted and dispersed like birds scattering. Virgil looked towards a black-robed swordsman, observing him closely. This was the person he had seen from afar during his first visit to the Drake family. With his current strength, it wasn't hard to discern the other's cultivation. Mid-soul formation, but his body seemed to contain a powerful sword intent, possibly not weaker than a typical late-stage soul formation. Your cultivation has advanced so quickly. The black-robed swordsman observed him, inwardly astonished. In just a few months, Virgil had not only broken through to mid-soul formation but also gave him a dangerous feeling. Even an ordinary late-stage soul formation couldn't give him this sensation. Miss Drake certainly had good judgment in people. Met some fortune, Virgil smiled, asking, Senior should be the one who appeared beside Ali in the outer sea back then. I used a disguise technique back then, the black-robed man nodded, not hiding it. Due to Hugh's rule, inner sea soul formations cannot privately venture into the sea. Moreover, the Drake family was at a critical point, so I would attract trouble if I openly defied it. But I was worried about Miss alone, so I adopted this strategy. This translation aims to capture the original style and tone while ensuring clarity and coherence in English. I've kept the structure intact, maintaining the paragraph breaks and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 372, Surveillance. Internal sea transformation adepts are not allowed to go out to sea. Virgil had long heard of this rule and could roughly guess the Sabine's intention behind it. It was likely meant to constrain these demon cultivators, preventing them from running amok and causing trouble. You must be here to see young miss, right? But unfortunately, she entered seclusion a couple of days ago. The black-robed swordsman looked at him, inevitably recalling the young miss's words, he can please me, which made him glance at Virgil more closely. Hearing that Adriana was in seclusion, Virgil was taken aback for a moment before asking, when will she likely come out? He didn't necessarily need Adriana's help, but as a friend, he felt it was only proper to ask about her well-being after all she had done for him. A few years. Before entering seclusion, young miss instructed me to assist you if you needed anything. Upon hearing Caden's words, Virgil was startled and felt a complex mix of emotions. He hadn't met Adriana many times. In fact, including their meetings in Seabed City, they had interacted less than 5 times. Yet, she had been helping him without asking for anything in return, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. I wish to purchase some high-grade 5th-rank spirit medicines and inquire about where I can find Earth Vein Demon Flames. Taking a deep breath, Virgil pushed aside his miscellaneous thoughts. If the Drake family truly had such spirit medicines, he would pay with spirit stones. 5th-rank high-grade spirit medicines and Earth Vein Demon Flames? Caden's gaze landed on him, slightly puzzled. We do have some 5th-rank high-grade spirit medicines in the Drake family, but we still have use for them and cannot give them to you. As for the Earth Vein Demon Flames, I know that the Brit in the Rain Palace possesses one. Brit? Virgil noted this information and clasped his fists. In that case, I shall not disturb you further. All right. The black-robed swordsman watched him depart. Wonder what level the Brit is at. Leaving Drake Emperor Island, Virgil flew over the sea with Darby, his gaze flickering slightly before he gave up the idea of seizing the Earth Vein Demon Flame from him. After all, this person belonged to the Rain Palace, a direct subordinate force of the Sabine. If he really tried to snatch the Earth Vein Demon Flame, it would surely provoke a group of pseudo-immortals to hunt him down. His current priority was to enhance his strength and kill that bastard. There was no need to invite so much trouble. Moreover, he didn't even know where the other party was. Even if he wanted to make a move, he wouldn't know where to start. I can only look for other ways to boost my cultivation. Sighing, Virgil glanced ahead, remembering what Kate had once said about how Den Island had a mountain called Fire Mountain. It contained a large number of infant flames. Though infant flames were inferior to Earth Vein Demon Flames, consuming several thousand of them might help him break through to late-stage transformation realm. From this perspective, Dan Island seemed worth a visit. Just as Virgil was pondering, a bone-chilling sensation suddenly washed over him, as if someone was spying on them. This wasn't an illusion, but a primal instinct. Instantly, Virgil unleashed the blood Jan demon aura, demonic patterns emerging on his back. Who? An enraged demonic sound echoed across the sea, deafening nearby cultivators who looked in his direction with horror. What terrifying aura! Who is this person? His killing intent surpasses even late-stage transformation adepts. Could he be one of the 8 honored ones? In the endless sea. Meanwhile, in a high-level cultivator nation on the southwestern mainland, an Franzly man with an obscured face took a step, crossing the entire country. His formidable presence immediately shook countless cultivators into shock. Who is this person? A pseudo-immortal, definitely a pseudo-immortal. Why would a pseudo-immortal appear in Arze country? Could it be in Franz from the Rain Palace? At the same time, after Virgil's loud shout, there was no response, but the sense of being spied upon vanished. It's gone. Virgil's expression fluctuated. For someone to spy on him without him knowing where they were, this person's cultivation must far exceed his own. Was this person friend or foe? Could it be that pseudo-immortal? Darby raised her small face, releasing an air of nobility, her body enveloped in a soft white light. If it were him, why didn't he attack directly? Virgil felt a warning bell ring in his heart, but hesitated. Among his enemies, only that pseudo-immortal reached such a high level. But since the other party had already found him, why didn't they act? Perhaps he isn't nearby and just found your location through divination? Darby speculated. Virgil considered her deduction, his eyes flickering. That speculation wasn't without merit. After all, the other party had found him similarly before. Let's go. Changing expressions rapidly, Virgil quickly carried Darby away as a black streak of light, leaving the area. Regardless of whether it was him or not, this incident served as a wake-up call. That bastard might have already recovered and located him, possibly on his way. Now that senior was no longer around, he wasn't a match for that bastard and couldn't afford a direct confrontation. Where should we go? Feeling his unease, Darby gently held his hand. We can't go to Fire Mountain. Virgil's expression turned grim. Initially, he planned to visit Fire Mountain, but now that the bastard was on his way, he had to quickly think of a plan. Running wouldn't help. If the other party could track his location, running anywhere would be pointless. He didn't know how far away the bastard was or when they'd find him. The safest option was to enter the Forgotten Tower. Alternatively, finding a powerful cultivator for protection was another method. But a pseudo-immortal realm cultivator was far too powerful for even all the inner sea's strong ones combined to match. Darby touched his furrowed brow, softly asking, "What do you plan to do next?" Virgil glanced at her, pulling her closer, and asked, "Do you know the specific rank of a pseudo-immortal?" Senior had once mentioned that the other party was a pseudo-immortal who had transcended the 3 disasters realm, but he didn't understand its significance and lacked a clear assessment to devise a plan. Pseudo-immortals actually have 2 ranks, human immortal and ghost immortal. Among them, a human immortal faces 3 calamities, while a ghost immortal endures 6 tribulations. After passing both, they can achieve true immortality, living forever unless faced with an even more terrifying power, Darby explained gently. In the lower realms, only human immortals can exist. When reaching ghost immortal, they must shatter space-time and head to the 4 abyss immortal realm. Darby elaborated, having inherited knowledge on these matters. So the other party is likely at the peak of the human immortal stage. Virgil's expression darkened further. If that were the case, even the Sabine might not be able to stop the other party. Even if they could, the Sabine wouldn't risk offending such a powerful being for him. ##### end of chapter 372. #### chapter 373. News of Althea. The only way left was to enter the Legacy Tower. At that time, no matter how powerful they were, he believed they would have no means to deal with him. But this was merely a last resort. After all, one can hide for a moment, but not forever. Taking a deep breath, Virgil continued speeding over the sea. A short while later, an island appeared ahead. He paid no attention to it and flew past it directly, his mind constantly pondering a solution. Along the way, he encountered many cultivators. However, seeing the black light of his flight, feeling the chilling aura emanating from within, they all fled in fear. A pity the senior is no longer here. Otherwise, a mere pseudo-immortal wouldn't be worth mentioning. Virgil sighed softly, paying no heed to the chaos around him. He hadn't yet decided on his next move, but time was running out. "I will always be with you." Darby reached out to smooth his furrowed brow. "If things get too tough, we'll find a place and hide in the tower for a while." Her voice was soft yet resolute, filled with a determination that defied life and death. Virgil suddenly felt at ease, free of worries, grasping her hand and smiling. "Thank you. Do we need to say these words between us?" Darby pursed her lips, looking up with her delicate face. Virgil chuckled humorlessly, stroking her hair as he looked around. He didn't know what part of the sea they had arrived at. Next, he planned to find an island to hide until his cultivation advanced enough to challenge the pseudo-immortal. Though this method of cultivation was slow, it was indeed the best option under the current circumstances. With this resolution, Virgil took Darby and transformed into a streak of black light, darting off in a specific direction. An hour later, as he passed by a certain stretch of sea, he suddenly sensed a red rainbow-like streak flying from dozens of miles away to the side. Inside the red rainbow was a small boat-like magical treasure, moving at a speed comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Inside were 2 young Sylvias who were only at the netherworld stage of cultivation. "Little Sylvias, there's no point in running, you won't escape." A middle-aged man at the nascent soul stage pursued them from behind, laughing loudly. His laughter caused their faces to turn even paler, and their distance shortened rapidly. Virgil heard the commotion and cast a faint glance without intervening. On this path of cultivation where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, life and death were fated. He did not wish to meddle in such matters. But just as he was about to leave with Darby, a voice from the boat caught his attention. "Aliana, don't worry about me. Quickly use the Void Stone and return to the sect. If you report everything to sect leader, we'll all be saved. Moreover, if you bring the news back early, Aliana Althea's chances of survival will increase." Althea. Hearing this name, Virgil froze slightly, subconsciously narrowing his eyes. Could the two calling her senior sister be her juniors? And they mentioned bringing the news back to the sect would improve Althea's chances of survival. What exactly happened? Could she be in danger? None can escape. Just as he pondered, the middle-aged man at the nascent soul stage flashed in front of the two Sylvias, his palm ready to strike down. Oh no, now it's too late to activate the void stone. Just as the two Sylvias were terrified, thinking their end was near, a Fernan suddenly appeared in front of them, facing them and asking, "Are you disciples of the Lust Demon sect?" As he spoke, the large hand of the man had already come down, just a foot away from him. Before the Sylvias could warn him to be careful, they suddenly noticed that the attacking man seemed immobilized, eyes filled with terror as his hand stopped half a foot away from the other party. Hiss! Witnessing this bizarre scene, the two Sylvias immediately understood that the senior before them was likely a much more terrifying powerhouse. Moreover, from his attitude, it seemed he had some connection with the Lust Demon sect. The older Sylvia on the right promptly replied, "Senior, yes, we are disciples of the Lust Demon sect. My name is Amy." "Is Althea your senior sister? You mentioned she's in danger. What's going on?" Virgil regarded the initial nascent soul man as if he were nothing. The Sylvia hesitated and said, "Not long ago, our Lust Demon sect discovered a relic site. Aliena Althea led the disciples to explore it. However, somehow, the information leaked to the Demon Palace. Shortly after we arrived, the Dwight brought people and captured Aliena and the Franzes. Only the two of us managed to escape." Learning the full story, Virgil frowned slightly, asking, "Where is this place located?" 10,000 miles west. 10,000 miles west. Eyes flickering, he had already scooped Darby into his arms, transforming into a black light as he headed west. Meanwhile, the nascent soul man turned into a bloody mist, scattering across the sea surface. What a terrifying powerhouse. The two Sylvias were visibly frightened. A nascent soul stage powerhouse couldn't even put up a fight, like a mere ant. "Aliena, should we return?" Hearing this, the Franz Sylvia replied, "To be safe, I'll use the void stone to return and report to sect leader. You find a place to hide." The black light zipped swiftly over the sea, its occupant, Virgil, having a somewhat grim expression. Althea had helped him significantly in the underwater city relic. Now that she was in danger, despite his own perilous situation, he couldn't ignore it once he encountered it. Especially since the Demon Palace already had enmity towards him. Recalling the exit from the relic site, the Demon Palace Crown Prince had incessantly incited a nascent soul cultivator from the Tyrant sect to attack him, a grudge still unresolved. Regarding saving Darby, he had already forgiven the Demon Palace once. This was the third time now. At this moment, 10,000 miles away on an island. This island spanned only a few thousand miles, its central peak soaring into the clouds, resembling a dormant volcano. From the sky, the gaping mouth in the center resembled a giant eye. However, there was no lava below. Instead, ruins stood clustered, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands of years old but mostly collapsed. Currently, in the relatively well-preserved central hall, a young man looked at a group of women and smirked evilly. "Your sacred maiden ran quite fast, actually entering the second layer." These women were all disciples of the Lust Demon sect. The leader among them was a Noelle in a black silk dress, addressing the young man. "We wonder what grievances our Lust Demon sect has against your excellency the Crown Prince, that you choose to attack us." She was in Franz of the Lust Demon sect, responsible for protecting the safety of sacred maiden Althea on this mission. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the Dominic and his men, she was quickly overpowered and captured, her magic sealed. "No particular grievance. I've heard this generation's sacred maiden, Althea, possesses a mystic body. Cultivating with her increases one's cultivation, so I'm interested in her." The Dominic smiled calmly, emitting a peak netherworld aura. Behind him stood a gray-clothed Franz, easily overlooked if not carefully observed. ##### Chapter 374, The Shadow of the Demon Lord. Apart from the Franz who exuded an unfathomable aura, there were countless cultivators surrounding him, all dressed in eerie purple robes. They stood respectfully behind the young man, signifying his noble status. Aliena Althea has already entered the Six Desires Cave. Even late-stage transformation spirit cultivators could get lost in there. If you have the guts, go find her, a young Sylvia in her early teens sneered. "I don't believe she won't come out." The Dominic gave an evil smile and grabbed her chin. "Let me go." The Sylvia glared angrily. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." The Dominic cast a glance at her plain chest, then released her chin. Suddenly, his expression turned grim as he pulled out a shattered jade pendant from his storage bag. "Ferris is dead." This jade was called a life token, containing a strand of a cultivator's divine sense, linked to their life. When a cultivator was killed, it would shatter. Earlier, 2 people had escaped, and he sent Ferris to pursue them. Who knew that Ferris's token would now be broken? Hearing this news, the dev was surprised. Could it be that transformation spirit cultivators from the Lust Devil sect arrived? Lust Devil sect. How dare they kill my people? It looks like they're tired of living. The Dominic's eyes turned cold, with a flash of murderous intent. He then shifted his gaze towards the group of women before him and extended his hand towards a silk-dressed Noelle at the initial transformation spirit stage. He said coldly, "Since the Lust Devil sect has killed my people, I'll take some compensation from you." "What? What are you doing?" The silk-dressed Noelle paled with fear. However, her cultivation had been sealed by the late-stage transformation spirit Franz behind the Dominic, leaving her unable to resist as she was pulled into his embrace. "What am I doing?" "Humph." The Dominic laughed coldly and ripped off her clothes. "Obviously, I'm going to bed you." "No." Just as the Noelle panicked, the dev suddenly looked up, his murky eyes seemingly piercing through the ceiling to look at the entrance above. There stood a pair, a mid-stage transformation spirit man and an initial transformation spirit Noelle. Upon sensing the scene inside, they appeared directly overhead. So powerful bloodline. The dev immediately sensed this, blocking in front of the Dominic and staring intently at Darby. All the demon temple cultivators were demonic cultivators. Even though Darby hadn't released any aura, the oppressive presence of royal blood still radiated from her instantly. Virgil glanced at him upon hearing the voice. Sensing the late-stage transformation spirit aura, he wasn't concerned and instead focused on the Dominic behind the dev, slightly surprised. This person seemed to be the highest ranking among them, yet he wasn't Becker whom he had met in the ruins. Could the sacred son of the demon temple not be just one? Sigh. I've seen countless women, but never one so beautiful, a fox demon. At this moment, the Dominic released the Noel and looked up at the sky, ignoring Virgil and focusing entirely on Darby, his eyes filled with heat. Sacred son. This person has an extremely powerful bloodline, possibly the descendant of a great demon, the dev reminded. How strong? The Dominic paused slightly. I can't tell either. It could very well be royal blood? Royal blood? The Dominic's eyes flickered with emotion. Is her guardian here? He should not be. Good. I haven't tasted royal blood yet. Samly, I command you to seize her immediately and make her my 36th concubine. A greedy look flashed across the Dominic's face. Even if she were the descendant of a great demon, as long as her guardian wasn't present, he wouldn't fear anything. All right. The dev hesitated, not daring to disobey. Just as he was about to act, a chilling voice suddenly sounded in his ear. 2 ants, instead of crawling for mercy, actually dare to think of attacking my people. Pathetic. The voice carried bone-chilling coldness, causing those who heard it to shudder uncontrollably. Such terrifying intent. The dev looked up and saw a huge palm descending from the sky with overwhelming might. Sensing the terrifying intent, his face turned pale. He lifted his aged hand, black mist surging to shield him. Just a speck of light. Virgil's eyes flashed with disdain as several chains burst out from within him and entered the dev's body. Bang! The terrifying black mist instantly dissipated. Before the dev could react, Virgil grabbed him with a forceful wave of power, immobilizing his body and pulling him toward himself. What's happening? The dev screamed in terror, struggling desperately with his demonic power, but to no avail. Helplessly, his body flew right in front of Virgil. Late-stage transformation spirit? Is this your full strength? No different from dirt. Virgil stretched out his hand, gripping the dev's neck tightly. The dev's face was filled with terror, trying to speak but throttled by an immense force that prevented him from making a sound. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators' faces were filled with shock, especially the lust devil sect women, who knew the dev's strength well. A casual strike from him was enough to render them defenseless. But now, the Guillermo handled him as easily as crushing an ant. They couldn't help but doubt if they were even dealing with the same person. Attack, all of you, kill him. The Dominic, seeing this, could no longer sit still. With a fierce expression, he shouted wildly at the other demon temple cultivators. But witnessing how effortlessly Virgil overpowered a late-stage transformation spirit, the rest of the demon temple cultivators were thoroughly terrified and dared not advance. You cowards, all of you cowards. I'll kill you if you don't attack now. The Dominic roared. The cultivators hesitated again. Suddenly, Virgil cast a cold glance at them. Leave your storage bags and scram. An overwhelming killing intent struck them, causing them to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Terrified, they immediately left their storage bags and fled in a flash towards the exit. Come back, I won't let you go. Seeing himself abandoned, the Dominic's face was deathly pale, but no one listened. You're too noisy. Virgil cast a cold glance at him. The next moment, the Dominic exploded into a spray of blood mist. Dead. Silence fell. The lust devil sect disciples watched him with horror and fear, as if looking at a devil god. You killed the sacred son. The demon lord will not spare you. The dev struggled to speak, his eyes filled with hatred. I'll wait for him. Virgil glanced at him. As he spoke, a shadow slowly coalesced above the Dominic's blood mist, radiating overwhelming demonic energy, possessing the might of a peak transformation spirit, its voice hysterical. Which scum killed my son? I'll kill you. Virgil held the dev tightly, his gaze fixed on the shadow. It was in fronds with overwhelming demonic energy, incredibly powerful. Even as just a shadow, it was probably enough to slay ordinary late-stage transformation spirit cultivators. The demon lord, it's the demon lord. He left some means inside the Dominic. Whoever kills his son, his shadow appears. The lust devil sect Noel trembled, recognizing the Franz's identity. Virgil's expression remained calm. Hearing the identity, he was unmoved, smirking slightly. Don't say this mere shadow can't unleash its full strength. Even if you yourself descended personally, you aren't qualified to kill me. Upon hearing this, the lust devil sect disciples looked at him with reverence. For that was the demon lord, one of the 8 revered of the Inner Sea. Among the 8 most powerful individuals in the entire Inner Sea, each having reached the pinnacle of transformation spirit realm. Who would dare speak to them like that? Scum, you're courting death. The Franz's shadow's face darkened to the extreme. His son was killed, and the killer stood brazenly before him, infuriating him beyond control. Ancient demon technique. 10,000 Derma's spirit wheel. With a roar of anger, a massive black wheel emerged behind him, radiating an aura that seemed to annihilate everything, instantly filling the observing demon sect cultivators with a sense of impending death. Even Darby, who trusted Virgil immensely, clenched her fists tightly at the sight. Indeed, this Franz was one of the 8 revered of the Inner Sea, his strength truly living up to his reputation. Even as just a shadow, possessing only 60% of his power, he could kill ordinary late-stage transformation spirit cultivators as easily as slaughtering dogs. Ordinary late-stage transformation spirit cultivators couldn't withstand such an attack. However, Virgil merely glanced sideways indifferently. Die. At this moment, the Franz's shadow was filled with murderous intent, and the terrifying black wheel instantly spun into the air, generating immense suction. In the next moment, Virgil's body uncontrollably flew into the air, but he showed no signs of panic. The Franz in his grasp, however, was visibly startled. This black wheel was the Franz's famous ultimate technique. Once someone was drawn inside, even late-stage transformation spirit cultivators would be obliterated by spatial forces, leaving no trace. The Franz aimed this attack to destroy both Virgil and the Dev. But just as they were about to be sucked into the black wheel, Virgil suddenly raised his right hand, 3 black chains swirling around his arm before shooting into the black wheel. The overwhelming momentum drastically decreased. Before anyone could react clearly, Virgil had already opened his palm, giving a cold smile, then stretched out his hand to grab. Boom! The terrifying black wheel instantly exploded, bursting into fierce winds. The massive suction ceased. The shadowed Franz watched this scene, his gaze slightly constricted. He had not underestimated Virgil. On the contrary, he valued him greatly. Capturing a late-stage transformation spirit cultivator was no small feat and demanded respect. Therefore, he used his ultimate technique from the start. Yet he never expected it to be so easily countered by Virgil. That young man's attack is merely equivalent to an ordinary late-stage transformation spirit. Normally, it wouldn't break this strike. Yet the power of the black wheel rapidly declined. The Franz frowned, looking at Virgil, utterly baffled. You can leave. I will slay your shadow now. If you dare show your true form, I'll cut down that too. Virgil calmly looked at him, raising his hand to release 3 chains into the Franz's body. Boom. The shadow was instantly destroyed, dispersing into specks with a furious roar left in its wake. Can you leave your name? This voice was filled with fury and resentment. My name is Braden, the Chang of Eternal, and the Qing of Green Eternity. Virgil spoke coolly. Braden, I will remember you. The shadow had already dissipated, leaving only a voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the hall fell into deathly silence, only broken by sharp intakes of breath. Braden. The initial transformation spirit Noelle, hearing this name, muttered quietly, her eyes fixed on Virgil, filled only with shock. Virgil ignored them, focusing on the Franz he held by the neck. Do you want to live or die? I want to live. The Franz ultimately couldn't remain defiant. He knew if he said he wanted to die, Virgil wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Reaching late-stage transformation spirit was difficult. He didn't want to die like this. Arlant to live? From now on, serve me as my slave. Allow me to implant the slave seal within you. Virgil looked at him, his eyes flashing fiercely. The Franz instinctively avoided his gaze, struggling to say, Please plant the slave seal, master. Virgil nodded faintly, moving his divine sense to plant the slave seal in his mind see. Then, he casually waved his hand, releasing him. Master! With the slave seal implanted, the Franz's heart was filled only with obedience, respectfully looking at Virgil. Your name? I am named Samly. You may call me Little Sam, master. Seeing the once proud late-stage transformation spirit cultivator now displaying servile manners, the Lust Devil sect disciples' faces became numb, devoid of much surprise. Go stand aside. Virgil glanced at him, then walked towards the group of women. As he approached, the women couldn't help but recall his powerful destruction of the Franz's shadow, feeling fear creep into their expressions. No need to be nervous. I'm friends with your sacred maiden. She helped me significantly in the past. I won't harm you. Virgil paused before them, casually waving his hand to remove the seals on their cultivation. Senior is indeed the sacred maiden's friend? The women were surprised by his words. One Sylvia asked softly, realizing that with his strength, there was no need to pretend to be the sacred maiden's friend for any ulterior motive. He could simply overpower the Lust Devil sect directly. Thank you for saving us, Senior. The initial transformation spirit Noelle retrieved a blouse from her storage bag to cover her previously torn chest, respectfully bowing. Even though this person claimed to be the sacred maiden's friend, they didn't dare act recklessly. Virgil knew that such a power disparity made it impossible for them to lower their guard against him, but he wasn't concerned. He glanced forward and asked, Where did your sacred maiden go? Looking around, he found Althea absent and felt puzzled. The sacred maiden went to the underground palace. The silk-dressed Noelle's face was filled with worry. The underground palace? What place is this? To be honest with you, Senior, we speculate that this place is the ancient ruins of the Six Desires sect, which flourished over 10,000 years ago in the Inner Sea. The head of the Six Desires sect, Elon Desires, was an immortal-level expert who possessed a mighty treasure called the Goddess Furnace. It might very well be hidden beneath this palace. Translation continues seamlessly while ensuring natural English language and maintaining tone, style, coherence, and paragraph structure as per the original text. Chapter 375. The Six Desires Cave, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The Brandon of the Demon Hall came here for the same reason, presumably to obtain the Goddess Furnace. This artifact is even higher in rank than a pseudo-immortal artifact. It's rumored to be a genuine immortal artifact that can ensnare women within it. Once trapped inside, even cultivators at the immortal human realm cannot escape. The Noelle hesitated for a moment before revealing everything. She had other matters to ask Virgil. Even those at the immortal human realm can't escape. Virgil was startled, yet puzzled. Why does it only capture women? According to legend, the Six Desires Averill wanted all women in the world under his control. Hence he crafted the Goddess Furnace specifically for this purpose. The Noelle blushed, revealing a hidden secret. Hearing this explanation, Virgil was stunned, with an odd look on his face. If this force was so terrifying, why did it perish? Darby asked from the side. Logically speaking, a peak immortal human cultivator was already one of the top experts in the Eight Wastes. With such formidable experts guarding the Six Desires sect, it should have been impossible for it to perish. It's said they offended a Dao tradition from the upper realms, leading to their downfall. A Dao tradition? Darby gasped in shock. What's wrong? Seeing her strong reaction, Virgil was taken aback. In the Four Abyss immortal domain, Only sects and forces that have produced cultivators above the 10,000 eons venerable rank can be called Tao traditions. Darby glanced at him, explaining with a serious expression. What was the 10,000 eons venerable realm? 10,000 eons realm? According to the Grand Supreme Immortal Scripture, the rank above true immortal is real immortal, and above real immortal is the 10,000 eons realm. A full 2 major ranks difference, hiss? Virgil couldn't help but take a sharp breath, astonished by the news. What could the Six Desires sect have done to infuriate the heavens and humans, provoking such powerful entities? Earlier, when the Demon Hall's cultivators arrived, the Holy Maiden was forced into the Six Desires cave below. It's filled with dangers. Please, Senior, rescue the Holy Maiden. The robed Noel interrupted his thoughts, suddenly kneeling down with pleading eyes. Relax, Althea and I are friends. If she's in danger, I won't stand idly by. Virgil waved his hand to stop her actions, his gaze scanning ahead. Deep within the hall was a large pit, filled with pinkish mist, which should be the entrance to the Six Desires cave. I'll go with you, Darby offered, recalling how Althea had helped Virgil in the undersea city. You stay outside and guard the entrance. Without refusing, Virgil instructed Samly, then wrapped an arm around Darby's waist. They appeared beside the pit in a flash and jumped in. After a swift descent, they felt solid ground beneath them. Looking forward, Virgil saw they were likely in a tunnel surrounded by pink mist, drastically limiting visibility. This place has some strange spatial properties. We can neither fly nor teleport. Darby scanned the area with a concerned expression. Not being able to fly or teleport, follow me closely. Virgil's eyes gleamed as he took her hand and proceeded forward. Surrounded by swirling pink mist with extremely low visibility, Virgil extended his divine sense but found it ineffective. The mist seemed to block any spiritual perception, causing him to frown. Apart from this, he noticed no other abnormalities, so he remained vigilant and continued moving. Unknown how long they walked through the seemingly endless corridor, Darby's cheeks involuntarily turned pink, her breathing becoming irregular. Her small hand also became scorching hot. Virgil sensed something was amiss and immediately turned to see Darby's once porcelain-like complexion now flushed red. Her captivating eyes carried a hint of bewitching allure. Just as he wondered what was happening, her seductive voice rang in his ears. It's hot, so hot, I want to undress, sleep with you. She was incredibly beautiful, and her cheeks were inexplicably red like a ripe apple, irresistibly alluring. Combined with her enthralling words, Virgil felt a surge of heat in his abdomen, suddenly wanting to press her down. Darby clung tightly to him, panting softly with enchanting sounds that stirred primal urges in him, her hands wandering restlessly across his chest. Feeling his breathing quicken, a tantalizing voice whispered in his mind, "Don't suppress yourself. Let go completely." As Darby clung to him like an octopus, Virgil was about to succumb to his desires when a jolt surged through his brain. Golden characters flashed before his eyes, instantly clearing his vision. These mists can cloud one's mind. Realizing his hand was almost touching Darby's chest, Virgil recalled the events, grasping the situation. Using his inner divine sense, he indeed found pink mist inside his body, radiating a captivating force, responsible for his near indiscretion. Identifying the cause, Virgil quickly used his cultivation to expel the pink mist through his pores. He simultaneously pressed a finger against Darby's chest, sending his energy into her body to cleanse the pink mist there as well. Soon, Darby's eyes cleared as she looked up, still clinging to Virgil like an octopus, her face momentarily stunned. "Do you plan to hold me forever?" Virgil breathed deeply, avoiding her gaze. Her beauty was too tempting, especially with the strange mist, and he feared losing control. Darby slowly replied, letting go of him. Flashbacks of the scene painted her long, fair neck in a flush of evening redness, making her exceptionally beautiful. Move. A red umbrella appeared in Virgil's hand, projecting a protective red barrier around them, resisting the invasive mist. He pulled her forward quickly. The pink mist entered through the pores, making it imperative not to stay too long or risk repeating earlier events. Silence enveloped the entire corridor, save for their footsteps echoing back. Darby held his hand, still pondering the recent encounter, feeling shy yet slightly disappointed. After an unknown duration, protected by the virtue umbrella, they exited the pink mist and found another large pit leading to a lower level. Pale-faced, Virgil sat cross-legged to restore his power while observing the new pit. Seems Althea made it through the first level. Strange, these pink mists would entrap anyone, even late-stage soul transformation cultivators, in lust if absorbed excessively. How did she make it through as just a nascent soul cultivator? Virgil pondered, bewildered. Had it not been for the automatic operation of the soul decision technique in his mind, he himself would have fallen victim. Yet, Althea was still a nascent soul cultivator when they parted ways. Even if she had advanced to soul transformation, it would be impossible for her to navigate those mists. How did she do it? Forget it. No use overthinking. We'll find out once we locate her. Suppressing his doubts, Virgil entered the world-abandoning tower to recover his powers. Once restored, he re-emerged, pulling Darby into the next pit. These underground chambers descended layer by layer, resembling stacked platforms. Below was a wider, deeper corridor like a vast hall. Landing on the ground, Virgil assessed the surroundings. No pink mist lingered, but the air buzzed with lewd music from string and bamboo instruments. Ahead, a group of scantily clad women danced oddly along both sides of the corridor. These women. Virgil's face flickered with uncertainty as his divine sense probed the women. In the ruins of a sect that had been extinct for over 10,000 years, a group of women danced. This scene was undeniably eerie. However, Virgil quickly realized that these women lacked any signs of life. They were not real people but seemed to be conjured by some sort of technique, akin to a spell. He cautiously tightened his grip on Darby and moved forward. The passage led directly through the dancing women. The lewd sounds from string and bamboo instruments reverberated in their ears. He did not see Althea here, indicating she had ventured deeper. Be careful. I feel as if these women are watching us, Darby warned, her sixth sense tingling. As soon as she finished speaking, Virgil noticed the dancers' expressions turning menacing. Their dance steps changed as they began to close in on the duo. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere became ominous with palpable killing intent. Virgil's eyes hardened. A terrifying aura erupted from him, and he unleashed the ancient devil essence energy. With a deafening roar, countless dancers were sent flying back into the walls, unable to rise again. Humph! Dismissing them with a cold snort, Virgil continued forward, pulling Darby along. But then, the fallen dancers rose into the air, brandishing long swords that unleashed torrents of sword chi toward them. In an instant, the sky above them was filled with densely packed sword chi, each capable of slaying even a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. Such an onslaught would be fatal even to a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. Damn it! Virgil's eyes darkened. Such a massed attack would be beyond even a pseudo-immortal's defense. Instinctively, he thought of using the world-abandoning tower, only to find no connection. His expression turned grim. As countless sword chi closed in, he stepped in front of Darby and summoned the red virtue umbrella, enveloping both of them in a protective red barrier. Boom! The hall shook violently as the sword chi collided with the red barrier, which shattered under the impact. Fortunately, the sword chi dissipated along with it. Before Virgil could catch his breath, more waves of sword chi rained down upon them. Virgil's gaze turned ugly. His magic power had already been drained by using the virtue umbrella once. Now, he could only rely on his physical strength. He clenched his teeth, channeling the ancient devil essence energy through his fists, pounding away at the incoming sword chi in rapid succession. However, the endless waves of sword chi overwhelmed him despite his speed. A sword chi pierced his flesh, blossoming into a spray of blood. Though the pain registered, his expression remained unchanged. The life and death realm within him swiftly repaired the wound, and he continued his relentless punches. Each sword chi vanished, yet more kept appearing. Gradually, his movements slowed as exhaustion set in. More wounds appeared on his body, each accompanied by spurts of blood. Realizing this prolonged battle would eventually wear him down, Virgil's eyes flashed with determination. He gathered all his ancient devil essence energy and roared. Roar! The earth-shattering sound echoed like a lion's roar from the Buddhist temple, yet it carried the overwhelming might of the bloodline ancient devil, releasing wave after wave of sound energy outward. Crack! Crack! The sword chi disintegrated before reaching him, and the dancers crumbled into dust. Virgil fell to his knees, his face pale. This powerful attack had consumed all his essence and energy. Now exhausted and weak, he sat cross-legged to rest. Summoning to check on Darby, he felt a sudden chill in his chest. Reacting, he saw a long sword piercing through his chest from behind. Why? Blood gushed from his mouth as he looked at the tear-streaked face of Darby. The heart wound, even with the life and death realm, was difficult to heal quickly. But what hurt him more than the physical pain was the betrayal. Virgil, why is your heart always for your senior sister? I'm so tired, I can't keep accompanying you. I hate you. Darby sobbed, pulling out the sword and slashing her own slender neck. A splash of blood bloomed in the air, landing on Virgil's face. Desperate to stop her, but with his depleted magic power and severe injuries, he could only watch helplessly, despair etched across his face. I hate you, truly hate you. You can give me anything except what I want most. The sword clattered to the ground as Darby staggered toward him, collapsing into his arms like a wilting flower. Don't die, don't die. If you just stay alive, I'll give you everything, I'll never drive you away. Holding her rapidly cooling body, Virgil's eyes filled with tears. But she no longer responded, only the lewd music around him, mocking him, grating on his nerves. Go away, all of you. His eyes bloodshot, the bloodline demon aura emanating. He winced, clutching his head in agony, roaring in torment. His anguished cry drowned out the music, which gradually faded away. Suddenly, Virgil paused. This isn't right, it doesn't make sense. Darby is a soul transformation cultivator. She can't die so easily. As long as her primordial spirit remains, even if her body dies, she won't really be dead. This is fake. All of this is an illusion. When did I fall under an illusion? Realization dawned on him. Hashtag chapter 376, reunion with Althea. Illusion. When did I fall into an illusion? In the long corridor, Virgil instantly regained his composure. His deep eyes sparkled with the light of thought. He was certain that he had entered the second level and was under an illusion. But how exactly did he fall into this illusory realm? Could it be because of those dancers' performances? No, it shouldn't be. He shook his head, dismissing this guess. Those dancers were gone. If it were because of them, he wouldn't still be in the illusion. Then what could it be? As he frowned in deep thought, a lascivious sound from stringed instruments reached his ears, causing his knitted brows to suddenly relax. Sound. From the moment I entered here, this sound has been constant. In an instant, Virgil's eyes shone with a faint light, as if he had found a crucial clue. Earlier, due to agitation, he had ignored this sound. Now, reflecting on it, this sound likely held the key to his predicament. It could very well be the reason he fell into the illusion. The truth will be revealed with a simple test. With a long exhale, Virgil closed his eyes and used his recently restored magic power to seal his auditory senses. Gradually, silence enveloped him, and all sounds ceased. 3, 2, 1. After a countdown, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Everything was as it was when he first arrived. There were no signs of combat, and he stood amidst the dancers whose dance hadn't stopped since the beginning. Darby stood beside him, similarly entranced by the illusion, her face streaked with tears as if witnessing something sorrowful. It was indeed those sounds. She must have seen something heartbreaking too. The first trial was Fog of Lust, one of the 6 desires. The second is Sorrow, fitting for the 7 emotions. Haley emotions and 6 desires, quite apt for the 6 desires sect. Virgil reflected on his journey so far, then sealed Darby's auditory senses with a touch. Soon, she opened her eyes and clung tightly to him. I saw you die. I thought I'd never see you again. Her voice trembled like a little Sylvia who had just woken from a nightmare. Her hot tears soaked through his clothes as if scorching a hole through them. Don't worry, everything was an illusion. It's all right now. Virgil consoled her. Darby wiped away her tears. The previous scene had felt so real, causing her profound pain and thus leading to her breakdown. Little Fox turned into a little flower cat. Virgil wiped her face, teasing her lightly before continuing forward with renewed determination. The corridor seemed endless, and to prevent unexpected occurrences, they both kept their 5 senses sealed to avoid unwittingly falling back into an illusion. During their walk, Virgil couldn't help but recall the recent illusion, glancing at Darby and subconsciously tightening his grip on her hand. Sensing this action, Darby paused momentarily, then a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, filled with sudden joy. After an indeterminate amount of time, a figure cautiously approached from ahead. There's someone. Darby noticed first, her gaze locking onto the person as she communicated telepathically. Althea. Virgil also identified her, a Noelle in a black narrow skirt, her silhouette beautiful yet distant. Despite this, he recognized her immediately. Upon hearing the commotion, the Noelle turned around, her charming face filled with surprise at the sight of the 2 people in the distance. Virgil. Before the words left her lips, Virgil appeared beside her, a smile lighting up his face, bringing warmth to those around him. Yes, it's me. Why are you here? What about the demon temple cultivators? Althea tilted her head, inspecting him and asking several questions in quick succession. Over the 8 years since they last met, Virgil had grown much stronger, his aura vast and incomparable, even surpassing many Franzes in her sect. This made it hard for her to gauge his cultivation level. I happened to be nearby and learned you were in danger from an escaping cultivation demon sect cultivator, so I came to check. As for the demon temple cultivators, I drove them off and even killed some Brandon, Virgil summarized succinctly. Althea listened in shock, speechless for a moment. Though he described it nonchalantly, she knew the challenges involved. After all, among those demon temple cultivators were late-stage soul transformation experts, powerhouses even the cultivation demon sect's patriarch might struggle against. I didn't expect that after only 8 years, you've advanced to such heights, Althea remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. I initially thought of inviting you to join our cultivation demon sect for protection, but it seems you no longer need it. 8 years is a long time, Virgil smiled. We can catch up once we're out. How did you end up here? You know the dangers of those mists and strange sounds almost caught me off guard. I'm not sure either. Maybe it's related to my constitution, Althea admitted uncertainly. Constitution? Yes, I possess a mystical constitution. On this journey, it seems to provide immunity to those desires. Regarding the sounds, I read similar accounts in ancient texts, so I quickly reacted and sealed my auditory senses. Mystical constitution? Darby's eyes flickered, intrigued by the revelation, as if she had knowledge of its significance. Though Virgil wasn't familiar with the mystical constitution, he knew of unique constitutions in the cultivation world that made individuals better suited for practice, speeding up their progress and granting special abilities. Clearly, the mystical constitution was one such example. What specific abilities it grants is personal information, and I won't pry, Virgil added diplomatically. So, what's your plan next? He asked, turning to Althea. Thank you for rescuing me, but deeper within this 6 Desires cave, there might be legacies left by the 6 Desires Avril. I intend to explore further, Althea apologized. That works for me. Since we're here, I also plan to go deeper. Might as well travel together, Virgil replied with a smile. Given the many dangerous tests, it was likely a trial set by the 6 Desires Avril, possibly containing means to enhance one's strength. Considering this was a peak true immortal expert, even a single pill left behind could help him break through late-stage soul transformation. Thus agreed, the trio continued down the passage. Fortunately, nothing unusual occurred as they approached a grand hall ahead, somewhat dilapidated as if it had experienced a fierce battle. Let's investigate. Virgil glanced at Althea, tightened his grip on Darby's hand, and pulled out the virtue umbrella, advancing cautiously into the unknown. Chapter 377, The Divine Maiden Furnace and the 6 Desires Avril. The hall was relatively well preserved, looking quite spacious. Virgil glanced around upon entering, and his gaze was soon drawn to a red furnace suspended in midair at the center of the grand hall. The furnace was only as large as an ordinary incense burner, with strands of pink mist swirling around it like delicate threads. Next to it was a luminous orb enclosing a jade slip. Is that the Divine Maiden Furnace? Virgil's eyes flickered as he recalled the Noelle's words before entering, feeling no great desire for it. He did not lack for magical treasures. The Umbrella of Virtue and the Lost World Tower were both rare treasures that could rival or even surpass the Divine Maiden Furnace. Therefore, his primary purpose in coming here was just to see if there was anything that could help him advance in cultivation. It seemed there wasn't. That jade slip should contain the legacy of the 6 Desires Avril, whether it's a cultivation technique or a spell. Althea's eyes also stared fixedly at the 2 orbs of light in midair, her chest rising and falling slightly. Darby, however, remained the calmest, showing little interest in those items. She scanned the surroundings, looking for any other objects of value. But the hall was vast and empty, leaving everything in plain view. Apart from the floating furnace and jade slip, there was nothing else. Just as she was lamenting the peak human immortal's meanness, a voice suddenly echoed through the hall. After waiting for over 10,000 years, I've finally waited for someone who has an affinity. It was a deep sigh, aged and weak. Where is this voice coming from? Virgil's gaze turned sharp as he surveyed the area. Darby and Althea also became alert. Don't be afraid, I am. The six desires, Avril. The voice continued. Since you have come here, it means we have an affinity. I will bestow a blessing upon you. As the voice spoke, the divine maiden furnace began to spin, emitting a tremendous suction force that pulled them all inside. In an instant, the three vanished from the hall. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a red space. This place. Virgil released his divine sense, surveying the surroundings while frowning. The space was small, completely enclosed, as if they were inside a furnace. Darby and Althea lay nearby, seemingly in a deep slumber. Inside that furnace? Recalling the earlier scene, Virgil quickly understood. Frowning, he knelt down to check on the two. Fortunately, they were unharmed, and their aura was gradually growing stronger. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the middle stage of the transformation of spirit realm, just as the voice had promised, a true blessing. Is he really the six desires, Avril? Thinking of the voice, Virgil's eyes flashed. He stood up again and began walking around the large furnace, contemplating deeply. Finally, he looked around and said coolly, since you brought us here, why hide? As he spoke, an Franz dressed in a crane cloak appeared before him, examining him intently as if trying to see right through him. Not bad, encountering trouble yet remaining calm. Excellent character, much like myself in my prime. What did you do to my two friends? Virgil ignored his praise. Don't worry, they're fine. The Sylvia has a mysticine body, and the little fox is a heavenly vixen. Both are suitable for my path. I've used the power within the divine maiden furnace to bless them. Soon, their cultivation will catch up with yours, the Franz remarked approvingly. You claimed earlier that you're the six desires, Avril, is that true? Virgil squinted, continuing his questioning. Darby and Althea's auras were indeed growing, suggesting the Franz was not lying, but he still remained cautious. Yes and no. I'm merely a remnant soul. My main body was killed by someone, and this wisp of soul secretly hid within the divine maiden furnace. Now that you've passed the test of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, you are my successor. Would you like 2 companions? The Franz smiled. Virgil was taken aback, then firmly shook his head. No. This time, it was the Franz's turn to be surprised. He stared at Virgil. That Sylvia has a mysticine body, which would greatly benefit your cultivation, and that little fox is a royal bloodline celestial vixen. He pointed to Darby and Althea. In terms of talent and appearance, countless people would kill to spend a night with them. Are you sure you don't want them? I've thought about it and no. If you have any elixirs that can boost my strength, I might consider them. Virgil refused firmly. Then what if I told you that practicing dual cultivation with them would boost your strength? The Franz glared. Yin-yang cultivation? Virgil asked cautiously. TCH, don't compare me to those low-class techniques. I practice the orthodox path, the 6 desires Tao. This furnace contains boundless desire power. If you absorb it, you can easily break through to the late stage of transformation of spirit, the Franz scoffed. If it's absorbing desire power to enhance cultivation, why do I need them as companions? Virgil wasn't familiar with desire power, but guessed it was similar to the pink mist from earlier. These desire powers stimulate one's desires, far more potent than the strongest aphrodisiacs. Absorbing them carelessly could explode your body. Only dual cultivation can prevent disaster, the Franz advised, eyeing him. Consider it. Those Sylvias already like you. Even if you sleep with them, they probably won't blame you. Moreover, they would also benefit from dual cultivation. Thank you for your kindness, but it goes against my path. Virgil hesitated, ultimately declining. Another emotionless cultivator. The Franz sneered, examining him. Haley emotions and 6 desires are inherent human nature. Many cultivators abandon these feelings to pursue the Tao, thinking it will lead them to enlightenment. But they fail to realize that these emotions and desires are part of the supreme Tao. How can you become immortal if you abandon humanity? Isn't the word immortal written with the person radical? The Franz makes a valid point. Virgil took a step back, shaking his head. But I already have someone I love. Haha, for a man pursuing the peak of the Tao, a few companions mean nothing. With a wave of the Franz's hand, countless pink mists filled the space. Virgil paled, sensing something ominous. Sure enough, soon the pink mist forcefully entered his pores, impossible to expel. A surge of uncontrollable desire rose within him. Sure enough, soon the pink mist forcefully entered his pores, impossible to expel. A surge of uncontrollable desire rose within him. Chapter 378 Desire. These are the forces of desire. After absorbing them, they will be enough to propel your cultivation to the late stage of soul formation. Enjoy it fully. I've already imprinted the 6 desires Tao into your mind. A tempting voice echoed from within the furnace. No way. Virgil sensed some new memories in his mind, presumably the cultivation method the other party mentioned. However, he had no time to examine them now. As the pink mist appeared and entered his body, he felt an intense heat spreading through him, turning his eyes red. This sensation was like having a raging fire burning inside, making him unbearably hot and overwhelmingly driven to find a Noel to vent his urges on. No, not like this. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the 2 women nearby, then he forcefully moved it away, his eyes bloodshot as he sat down cross-legged, struggling to suppress the rising forces of desire within him. Boy, with so much desire force in your body, if you don't dual cultivate with someone, you'll die. Heh, let me stoke the flames for you some more, the dev said with a sardonic laugh as he looked at Virgil sitting cross-legged on the ground. Hearing this old rascal's voice, Virgil immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, just as he was desperately suppressing the desire force inside him, Darby and Althea opened their eyes dazedly at the same time, not far away. The 2 women's faces were flushed, their eyes slightly hazy. They emitted soft moans as they approached, their cool little hands exploring his body, seemingly trying to undress him. Virgil was already barely holding on, relying solely on his strong will and conviction to support him. Now, With this additional provocation, the desire force within him surged out of control. In an instant, endless desires rose like a flood, surging powerfully, threatening to engulf him. Wake up! Virgil clenched his teeth, trying hard to suppress his inner desires, shouting loudly in an attempt to bring the two women back to their senses. But the two women half closed their eyes, breathing gently as they pressed close to his body, gradually undressing him, without any response. Seeing this, Virgil's expression grew increasingly anxious. Don't resist, just enjoy it all obediently. The dev's smiling voice sounded. Go away! Virgil roared angrily. What nonsense! How could he sleep with Althea? Regardless of how she would react when she came to her senses, taking advantage of others in such a way was something he despised. And there was Darby. She loves you. It doesn't matter if you sleep with her. Don't feel guilty. It seemed to sense his hesitation. A tempting voice suddenly sounded in his mind, sounding like the dev, but also like his own conscience. Specifically who it was, he couldn't tell. No, absolutely not, Virgil said with bloodshot eyes. What are you afraid of? Just do it. Haven't you forgotten the dream within the heart dream fruit? If you truly didn't like her, why did you accompany her in the dream? Don't say it's just guilt. Is it really only guilt? Don't forget, she has always been by your side, never vying for anything or demanding recognition. For what reason? All these years, your heart has been on your senior sister. Have you ever thought about her feelings? These voices of questioning kept echoing in his mind, making Virgil's expression gradually falter and waver. Virgil, I hate you. Before his eyes, the scene of Darby committing suicide in tears during the illusion floated by again, causing a mysterious pain in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly bit his tongue sharply. No, not in this state. The pain from biting his tongue momentarily restored his clarity of mind. Virgil felt his body about to explode, and the four small hands were still exploring his body. Continuing like this, even with a strong will, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Forget World Tower. At this critical moment, Virgil shouted, summoning a small tower from his brow point and pulling the two women into it. How can you use a spatial treasure within the Fairy Lady Furnace? This is impossible. Remember, the Fairy Lady Furnace is a celestial artifact. Even pseudo-immortals trapped inside cannot open any paradise realm. Could this tower's quality surpass the Fairy Lady Furnace? A voice filled with surprise and doubt echoed from the shadows. Virgil ignored the shock. After drawing the two women into the tower, he gained a brief respite and did not hesitate to enter the Forget World Tower with his divine consciousness. The desire forces within his body tormented him constantly, and countless desire forces still lingered around him. Continuing to stay here would eventually lead to being consumed by desire and dying. The Emmet entered the tower. With your strength, you cannot expel the desire force from your body. Quickly consummate your relationship with the two Sylvias. This isn't a bad thing. Why resist so much? Too bad William can't see this wonderful show. A faint sigh echoed outside, but Virgil no longer heard it. He appeared on the first floor of the Forget World Tower. Althea and Darby lay not far away, their bodies filled with desire force, their faces flushed and emitting gentle pants. Virgil was already at his wit's end. That dev was not wrong. This desire force was indeed more terrifying than the strongest aphrodisiac in the world. This was a Tao, transcending even the realm of intent. Forget a soul formation cultivator. Even a pseudo-immortal would have difficulty resisting. He tried to force it out, but failed completely. As he was about to fall into the prison of desire, Virgil's eyes turned blood red, and he fiercely punched himself. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and the desire force inside weakened due to the pain. It works. Virgil's eyes lit up with joy. Just as he was about to strike himself again, a cool hand caught his wrist. Stunned, he looked at the breathtaking beauty inches away from him, Darby. Her expression was hazy, her skin equally flushed, but her eyes retained a touch of alertness, suggesting she had regained some consciousness. Thanks to the Fox clan's prowess in matters of desire and her royal bloodline, she recovered quicker despite being affected by the desire force. Seeing Virgil hurting himself to suppress the desire force, she held his wrist, looking at his face and whispered, "Don't hurt yourself. If you're uncomfortable, release it on me. I won't make you responsible." Listening to this humble voice, Virgil stared blankly at the face before him, feeling a sudden pain in his heart, subconsciously wanting to look away, but her cool lips kissed him. Like throwing a match into a powder keg, all resistance crumbled in the face of this tenderness. Their bodies intertwined, and their clothes were quickly discarded, exposing their naked bodies. Soon, Darby opened her eyes halfway, her allure fluid-like, gazing lovingly at the face she adored. Under her tender gaze, Virgil's eyes seemed to clear momentarily. He waved his hand, forming a barrier beside him, then patted her underside with a robe. In the next moment, the Sylvia under him frowned slightly, followed by a drop of happy tear rolling down. Chapter 379. Continue? Soon, a sound reverberated within the world-forsaken tower, resembling crying, yet laced with joy. As Virgil gradually succumbed to his desires, the aphrodisiac power within him continuously purified with their union. The amount of mana in his body also kept growing. 4,300 units. 4,400 units. 4,600 units. Peak mid-stage deity transformation. Late-stage deity transformation. Virgil didn't know when he regained his senses. The power of desire inside his body had dissipated by more than half. Like extinguished fire, it no longer held sway over him. At this moment, his original mana level reached 6,000 units, an increase of nearly 2,000 units. The dev might have been treacherous, but what he said earlier was true. These forces of desire indeed increased one's mana when refined through cultivation between two people. Now, it could be said that he was unrivaled under any pseudo-immortal. However, Virgil did not feel elated. Instead, complex emotions filled his heart. He looked down at the body beneath him. Ah. The beautiful figure opened her eyes, revealing a pale, naked body glistening with a layer of sweat. Her small face was flushed, her gaze sultry yet elegant, her cherry lips slightly parted, uttering a soft moan. Blushing under his gaze, she did not look away. Continue? Continue? Virgil's mouth half opened, and he sighed deeply. Upon saying these 3 words, she turned her head away, her face showing both happiness and anticipation. Every word he wanted to say stuck in his throat as he gently kissed her lips. Since it had happened, avoiding it wouldn't be like him anymore. As for the promise to Maureen, in the future, he would explain. As for now, he glanced down once more. Then, continue. Elegant sounds soon filled the surroundings. Fortunately, there was a barrier around them. Ah, what happened? A day later, not far from where they were, a charming figure lying on the ground let out a delicate, sultry moan as she slowly sat up. Where am I? An unfamiliar environment came into view, seemingly inside some tower. Althea lifted her right hand to rub her head, dazed and lost, with various emotions swirling in her eyes. Unexpectedly, a flood of memories suddenly rushed into her mind. How could I be so wanton? These memories were of her attempt to seduce Virgil within the goddess furnace. Upon recalling them, she blushed furiously, hardly believing it was herself. After some time, she calmed down, stood up, and looked around, puzzled. Where are those 2? If she remembered correctly, it seemed that Virgil couldn't resist and took them in. But why couldn't she see them? Just as she felt puzzled, she noticed a barrier nearby. It was set up using late-stage deity transformation mana, cloaking everything within it, making it seem like 2 separate worlds. Even though she had broken through to mid-stage deity transformation, she couldn't see through it. However, this did not hinder her guesswork. Could they be inside? Looking at the barrier, she thought of something and chose not to disturb. She reseated herself cross-legged on the ground. Before long, an abnormal flush spread across her cheeks, accompanied by another soft moan. These desires. Palamaints later, she opened her eyes, inspecting her spiritual sense internally, her expression slightly uneasy. There was still a significant amount of desire power within her body. Because of her innate body, which suited cultivation through lustful methods, she wasn't as distressed as Virgil. Yet, only half of the desire power remained, and her body was already at its limit, unable to absorb more for the time being. Now, this desire power within her was like a ticking bomb. If not dealt with promptly, it would inevitably consume her. I must find a way, otherwise, I will be consumed by passion. Virgil was unaware of this. A few days later, the cloud-like pleasure ceased within the barrier, and tranquility returned. All the desire power within Virgil had been refined. He lowered his head, noticing a small patch of bloodstain on the robe beneath him, akin to a blooming plum blossom. His heart was full of complex emotions. Don't leave me. Exhausted after days, Darby had fallen into a light slumber. Yet, her aura grew stronger during her sleep, nearing late-stage deity transformation. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. Hearing this soft murmur, Virgil fell silent, then sat beside her, studying her face amidst mixed feelings. Truly breathtaking, without a single flaw. Even the most critical person would hesitate to abandon such beauty. His own fortune with beauties is indeed impressive. Thinking about this ridiculous episode, Virgil chuckled bitterly, diverting his gaze to look around. He had modest needs. The world-forsaken tower was merely a place for cultivation, lacking decoration. Now that the 5th floor was accessible, the 1st floor wasn't as essential. He pondered decorating it, adding furniture to rest after cultivating. Of course, this could wait until after they left. Shaking his head, Virgil sat cross-legged on the ground. With nothing else to do, he started reviewing the cultivation technique taught by the Franz. This technique, named the 6 Desires Path, had 3 stages and required dual cultivation to advance. Through this dual cultivation, the technique had directly reached peak 2nd stage, allowing smooth progression to peak deity transformation. To break through to the 3rd stage, one needed to dual cultivate with a pseudo-immortal. Though difficult, it was quite perverted. According to records, reaching the 3rd stage allowed cultivation of the 6 Desires body. This special constitution rendered one immune to any aphrodisiacs or spells stimulating lust. Additionally, willing skin emitted aphrodisiac energy more potent than any drug. At that point, any female cultivator below his rank would fall into lust with just a touch. However, after glancing through the introduction, Virgil withdrew. This technique did not align with his path, and he had no intention of practicing it. Moreover, the 6 Desires sect had been destroyed by Upper Realm Orthodox sects. He had a vague premonition that entanglement with the 6 Desires sect would bring disaster. Sitting cross-legged, Virgil's eyes sparkled as he pondered. After Darby wakes up, we must find a way to leave the goddess furnace and avoid further involvement with the 6 Desires sect. However, the Franz seems unreliable, and it's uncertain what he plans. Does he want me as his successor? But I don't wish to be involved too deeply. If I refuse, he probably won't let me go easily. It's hard to gauge his remaining strength. Chapter 380. The Battle Beyond the World, The Secrets of 6 Desires. Oh, so uncomfortable. Virgil's thoughts were interrupted by a soft and alluring voice. He suddenly remembered that there was another person in the Forsaken Tower, and immediately turned his gaze to the Noelle outside the barrier. She lay half reclined on the ground with disheveled hair, her cheeks flushed as if she had drunk wine. Her 2 exposed legs rubbed together gently. It was Althea. It seems something is wrong with her condition. Virgil hesitated upon witnessing this seductive scene. He then took out a black robe, covered Darby's nearly naked body, and walked towards the Noelle tormented by desire. Hearing footsteps, the Noelle's eyes half opened, and upon seeing him, she clung onto him like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. I'm so uncomfortable. Help me. She lightly caressed her legs, her voice sultry. Under the black gauze dress, her chest was half exposed, and her thighs barely covered. revealing glimpses of her beauty. Wait. Virgil hesitated but did not step forward. Instead, he withdrew from the Forsaken Tower with a flicker of his divine consciousness and reappeared within the space inside the divine maiden furnace. Egan, you're out. The lustful energy within you has already been absorbed. Looks like you chose that path. A familiar voice accompanied by a familiar figure appeared beside him. The Franz observed him closely, the wrinkles on his face crinkling into a smile. Is it possible to expel the lustful energy without dual cultivation? Virgil ignored his smile and hesitantly asked, "Oh, you're not asking for yourself, so it must be those two little Sylvias. One of them is suffering from the flames of desire? That shouldn't happen. As long as you dual cultivate with them, the lustful energy within them." The Franz seemed puzzled. "I only wish to dual cultivate with one of them." Virgil interrupted him. "Just one? Boy, this is a heaven-sent opportunity, and you don't know how to cherish it. What a waste. Which one is it, the Ene Sylvia or the little fox?" The Franz stomped in frustration. "It's Althea," Virgil added. "As for the Ene Sylvia, can you offer any method to help expel the lustful energy within her?" "No, no way around it. The only solution is for you to dual cultivate with her, guiding and refining the lustful energy together. Besides, my teachings in the Six Desires path require dual cultivation with her to break through the third level." The dev vanished right away. "No, I refuse to take advantage of someone in distress. Moreover, I have no feelings for her." Virgil shook his head, knowing the dev could still hear him. "Then watch her die. I don't understand why anyone would reject such a good thing. That little Sylvia is so beautiful. You won't lose anything. Plus, you're saving her, and she won't blame you when she wakes up. Not to mention, once you cultivate with her, you can directly break through the third level of the Six Desires path and master the divine maiden furnace. There are remnants of the lustful energy I left behind within it. Once you refine it all, you'll achieve quasi-immortality. Choose wisely. Do you want a corpse, or a path leading to quasi-immortality?" A lethargic voice sounded from above. "Quasi-immortal." Virgil fell silent, his eyes wavering momentarily before re-entering the Forsaken Tower. Althea was already engulfed in desire. Upon seeing him, she looked at him pleadingly again. "Help me. I still have some awareness. I won't blame you." Her lust-filled eyes carried a hint of clarity. Quasi-immortal. Recalling the dev's words, Virgil wavered. In a daze, it felt as if a beautiful Noel was pressing against him. Several days later, in the Grand Hall, 3 beams of light emerged from the red furnace. "Finally, we're out." Althea's eyes were complex as she looked at the floating red furnace, her face blushing and feeling weak-legged from the past few days. Darby frowned slightly but remained silent, her gaze fixed on Virgil. He stood quietly, gazing at the divine maiden furnace, lost in thought. The dev had already dissipated before him shortly before. "Surviving for 10,000 years, I finally find peace. Having someone see me off, I'm content." These were the dev's final words. Of course, before dying, the dev revealed some secrets about the Six Desires sect to him. Originally, the Six Desires sect wasn't a local force in Darnell, but came from the Eastern Sea immortal domain. At its peak, it boasted dozens of quasi-immortals and even true immortals, dominating the Eastern Sea immortal domain. However, 10,000 years ago, during the battle beyond the world, they were defeated by their rivals, the Qing sect. The sect's true immortals perished in battle, leaving no one to lead the sect. Within a century, the remaining quasi-immortals were either hunted down by the Qing sect or defected to join the Qing sect. Only the Avril of the Six Desires managed to survive, bringing the divine maiden furnace and fleeing from the Four Seas immortal domain to hide in Darnell, rebuilding the Six Desires sect. But soon after, the Qing sect discovered them again. A ghost immortal descended and once more destroyed the rebuilt Six Desires sect. Yet the Avril of the Six Desires seemed to foresee this day. He left behind an array formation to conceal the aura of the divine maiden furnace, leaving a sliver of his soul inside, waiting for a destined one. This destined one, naturally, became Virgil. The dev doesn't need you to do anything. If you become strong enough in the future, you may take the Six Desires furnace and visit the Qing sect to vent his anger. If you're not strong enough, never expose the divine maiden furnace in the Eastern Sea immortal domain. Just forget this ever happened. Recalling the dev's last words, Virgil exhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming. From what the dev told him, the origins of the divine maiden furnace differed from the information he previously had. The divine maiden furnace wasn't forged by the Avril of the Six Desires. He was unaware of the nature of the battle beyond the world, but these matters weren't related to him yet. At present, he couldn't protect himself, let alone avenge the Six Desires sect. This great vengeance would have to wait until he gained sufficient strength. After all, the Qing sect possessed powerful doctrines and formidable strength, far beyond what a mere nascent soul cultivator could provoke. "Let's go." Glancing at the 2 women beside him, Virgil waved his hand, collecting the red furnace and the glowing jade slip wrapped in light into his storage bag without inspecting them. The dev had already informed him of their origins. The furnace was undoubtedly the divine maiden furnace. The jade slip didn't contain cultivation techniques or secrets but emitted terrifying fluctuations. It contained a strike left behind by the Six Desires Avril. That strike from a peak human immortal could easily annihilate a mid-stage human immortal who had survived 2 tribulations, but much of its power had dissipated over time. It now held the destructive force equivalent to a low-stage human immortal's attack. Nevertheless, this was Virgil's greatest trump card. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the entire Grand Hall began to shake. The formation that prevented divine consciousness scanning and teleportation disappeared along with the removal of the 2 items. Without hesitation, Virgil embraced the 2 women's waists, using teleportation to vanish from the hall, reappearing high in the sky. The Grand Hall they entered earlier was now deserted, with rumbling sounds overhead as dark clouds gathered miles wide. Chapter 381. The End, Farewells. Thunder Tribulation. Virgil slowly lifted his head and stared at the dark clouds above, not at all surprised. He had faced a thunder tribulation when he advanced to the soul transformation realm earlier, so it was within his expectations to encounter another one now, as he reached the late stage of the soul transformation realm. As for why it appeared only now, he guessed it was because his breakthrough took place inside the Legacy Tower, and the Great Hall below had an array formation that blocked his aura from being sensed. Thus, the thunder tribulation only appeared now. Why is there a thunder tribulation? Althea looked bewildered beside him. Don't worry, it's because of me. You two should go hide inside the Legacy Tower, Virgil said, allowing a small tower to emerge from his brow and pulling the two women inside. Soon, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket roared down from the cave entrance. How could there be a thunder tribulation here? Could someone be going through their tribulation to become a false immortal? What should we do? The sacred maiden is still inside. Not far away, on the sea surface, the happy demon sex women who had felt the presence of the thunder tribulation exited the cave early and saw this scene. Among them was a beautiful Noelle in the late soul transformation stage, dressed in a high-necked robe, her almond eyes watching the gathering thunderclouds with tightly knitted eyebrows. The first tribulation of a false immortal is indeed a thunder tribulation. Therefore, it was understandable for the surrounding disciples of the happy demon sect to assume someone was advancing to the false immortal realm when they saw these thunder tribulations. However, she realized that although this thunder tribulation was powerful, it did not match the magnitude of a false immortal's tribulation, only reaching the level of late soul transformation. This only deepened her confusion. If it wasn't a false immortal thunder tribulation, then who could be facing it? Virgil was unaware that people mistook his thunder tribulation for that of a false immortal. After hiding the two women inside the Legacy Tower, dense thunderbolts began to rain down, quickly enveloping the area. However, this thunder tribulation was still just of ordinary late soul transformation strength, posing no challenge to him. Boom. After more than an hour, the destructive thunder tribulation finally dissipated. Once the thunder tribulation dispersed, Virgil stretched lazily and checked his internal magic power. His magic power, which already had reached 7,200 jia inside the Divine Woman Furnace, had increased by about 20 jia during this tribulation. In total, he now had 7,220 jia. It seems that unless it's a false immortal level thunder tribulation, I'll need to find other ways to increase my magic power, he mused, standing up and gazing at the desolate surroundings. What were once mountains had become flatlands, the entrance long vanished, and the Six Desires sect's ruins were buried under time. Virgil didn't feel any regret or nostalgia for the Six Desires sect. His connection to it wasn't deep, save for some causal ties due to that cunning death. Master! And Franz, seeing Virgil after the thunder tribulation, flew over respectfully. The one who faced the tribulation is this senior. Did he advance to a false immortal? The group of happy demon sect women also saw him, gaping in disbelief. They hadn't expected the false immortal thunder tribulation to be faced by the person who claimed to be the sacred maiden's friend. The ally in late soul transformation stage suppressed her shock first, stepping forward and bowing deeply to Virgil. I am the leader of the happy demon sect. Thank you for saving our sect members previously. Upon hearing that the speaker was the leader of the happy demon sect, Virgil smiled and waved his hand. No need to be polite. I knew Althea, and she helped me a lot back in the underwater city of the Outer Sea. Underwater city. The ally was inwardly surprised by the mention of the underwater city. She naturally knew about Althea's trip there. From Virgil's words, it seemed he had entered it as well, and her disciple had even helped him. But why hadn't Althea told her? As she pondered this, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Senior, where is our sacred maiden? The speaker was a young Sylvia who opened her eyes wide and looked around behind him, trying to find something. This was one of the two Sylvias Virgil had saved. Oh, I almost forgot about your sacred maiden, Virgil smiled, and the Legacy Tower emerged from his brow. Next moment, two figures appeared beside him before the tower returned to his spiritual sea. Sister Althea. A crowd of happy demon sect disciples surrounded the Noelle in black attire, showing her popularity. Teacher. Althea nodded at the disciples, looking at the ally and bowing slightly. Your cultivation. The beauty's eyes widened with astonishment. You've advanced to the mid-stage soul transformation realm. Yes, I received some inheritance from the Avril of the Six Desires sect, Althea replied, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Aliena Althea is amazing. Hearing this, the happy demon sect disciples cheered, including the two whom Virgil had saved. The ally, however, wasn't happy but instead studied her intently, hesitating for a moment before turning to Virgil and bowing. Thank you for taking care of my disciple. Virgil shook his head, looking at Althea surrounded by female disciples, unsure what to say. Althea, noticing his hesitation, bit her lip gently. The ally immediately picked up on the situation. There are some matters in Lanhai City. Let's wait for you there. Leader, what's going on? A disciple asked curiously. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. The beauty shot her a glare. The disciple stuck out her tongue, and soon everyone scattered. Darby glanced at Virgil. There's an island nearby. I'll go wander there. With that, she took Samly away, leaving only the two of them. Virgil sighed, unsure of what to say to the Noelle beside him. So, what do you plan to do next? Althea asked uneasily, looking down with her hands clenching slightly. Find a place to stabilize my cultivation. Virgil pondered aloud. There was still some desire force left in the Divine Woman Furnace, which would enhance his magic power significantly after refining. For now, he wouldn't have to worry about resources for improving his magic power. Althea fell silent. Virgil asked, what about you? Where else can I go except back to the happy demon sect? If you face any troubles in the future, you can come find me. All right. Althea smiled but wished the answer was different. Hesitating, she stepped closer and lightly touched his lips with hers like a dragonfly skimming water. Don't forget me. Chapter 382, Lover. Virgil touched his moist lips, then looked up at the retreating figure. The hand hidden in his sleeve loosened, clenched again, and finally, a gentle image of a Noel in blue attire appeared before him. He stood dazed on the sea surface, feeling that though he had done nothing wrong, everything seemed to be off. Master! On an island, after leaving, Althea treaded across the waves, arriving behind a beautiful middle-aged Noel. The Noel turned around, her gaze falling on Althea hesitantly. You are no longer untouched. In the underground palace below, I encountered some troubles. My own body was stirred by desire, leading to a fiery passion. It was him who saved me. The Noel sighed after a moment of silence. Every generation Saint Son and Saint Daughter must support each other, ultimately jointly protecting our sect of joyful devils. This is an ancestral rule. I am willing to resign from my position as Saint Daughter. This meant giving up the position of sect leader, yet Althea's eyes showed no hesitation. Well, you focus on your cultivation. What about him? She asked, naturally referring to Virgil. He's gone. Althea's gaze wavered, picturing the intimate scene between them inside the tower once more. You just let him leave like that? What else could I do? Althea asked with a puzzled look. I meant, you didn't seduce him, no. You didn't invite him to join our sect of joyful devils? The Noel corrected herself quickly. He wouldn't join us. I already invited him before, Althea replied with a mix of laughter and tears, her tone slightly disappointed. Indeed, such an existence has no reason to stay in our sect of joyful devils. We have nothing substantial to offer him. The Noel mumbled, glancing at her disciple, then sighed. The only thing they could offer didn't seem lacking to him. After all, Virgil already had a Noel by his side whose beauty matched Althea's. Althea pressed her lips together without a word. Let's not talk about this anymore. Now that the Demon Hall's Saint Son is dead, although we didn't kill him, we don't know if they will blame us and target our sect. The Noel rubbed her temples, recalling how Virgil had killed the Demon Hall's Saint Son and defeated the Demon Shadow. With Virgil gone, would the Demon Hall vent their anger on the sect of joyful devils? These concerns were inevitable. However, she was fair-minded and held no resentment towards Virgil, knowing that it all stemmed from the sect, and Virgil's actions were to save the people of the sect. Don't worry, if our sect faces danger, he won't stand by idly, Althea reassured her. And the Demon Hall might not consider us worth their attention. This is still risky. Sighing, the Noel continued. How did you meet him? Knowing such a powerful individual, why didn't you tell me? Powerful when I first met him, he was still at the Yuaning stage. Sect leader. After standing on the island for a while, Virgil eventually moved, following Darby's aura to find her. His tumultuous heart had calmed down, regaining its tranquility. He had more important things to do. To revive Sister Roberta and eliminate the scum. Before accomplishing these, he couldn't stop. Now, my strength in the entire Endless Sea is unmatched by anyone. Perhaps it's time to leave when the opportunity comes. Recalling how he came from Dajin as a mere Yuan cultivator to now standing at the pinnacle of the Endless Sea, Virgil chuckled. However, he couldn't relax yet. He still needed to guard against the quasi-immortal. That guy was already on his way. With the desires from the 6 Desires Furnace, I can start preparing for my quasi-immortal transformation. Virgil wasn't overly worried anymore. Once he broke through to quasi-immortal, even facing a peak quasi-immortal, he would have a fighting chance. But his cultivation progressed too quickly. To avoid a shaky foundation affecting his future path, he needed to stabilize before continuing to absorb those desires to enhance his cultivation. In this regard, Virgil remained clear-headed and patient. He understood that haste makes waste. Shaking his head to suppress his thoughts, Virgil looked ahead. As he pondered, a small island appeared in front of him. Releasing his divine sense, he quickly found a figure in white robes sitting alone on a reef, sulking. Seeing him, she remarked sarcastically, So, you sent your lover away? Virgil, hearing the word, lover, landed beside her with a mix of laughter and frustration. If he had to choose, she would be the one. Stop laughing. Darby glared at him harshly. Earlier, upon awakening in the Tower of Oblivion, she saw this dogman entwined with another Noel. Although he eventually explained it was to save someone, thinking about how he slept with someone else right after sleeping with her infuriated her, leading her to kick him fiercely. She had endured earlier due to others being present, but now, alone, she vented her anger. All right, little Su Jing, jealous one, Virgil laughed, grasping her ankle. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it would be better to translate little Tu Jing as little jealous one, or my little Tu Jing. However, since Tu Jing is a Chinese slang term that literally means vinegar spirit, but is used to describe someone who is very jealous, you might want to either keep it as is for cultural flavor or fully translate it. Here's an improved version. All right, my little jealous one, Virgil laughed, grasping her ankle. Let go. Darby glared at him. Fine. Virgil released her ankle, pulling her into his embrace before she could kick again, pinching her dominicful face. For the Noel who had been by his side since Chi State, Virgil's feelings had always been ambiguous, intentionally ignored or avoided. But due to this incident, the barrier was broken, leaving him powerless to resist her. Where to next? You're ignoring your little lover? After killing the Demon Hall's Saint Son, the Demon Hall might retaliate against them. Darby finally calmed down but couldn't resist taunting him. It's indeed a problem, Virgil smiled, choosing to ignore her barbs. Of course, he had noticed the same issue that this little Tu Jing, jealousy, pointed out. Note, the term Xiao Tu Jing is a playful and affectionate way to refer to someone who gets jealous easily. I've attempted to convey this nuance in the translation. He indeed needed to handle the aftermath first. You secretly protect Althea, remember? No matter what happens, she must be safe. Virgil glanced coldly at Sam Lee standing nearby, emphasizing each word. These commands would bind onto Sam Lee's slave mark, making him unable to disobey, or the mark would activate painfully. Yes, master. Sam Lee bowed, excited. Compared to staying with Virgil and living in fear, going to the sect of joyful devils seemed better. Virgil said no more, holding Darby's waist, vanishing into the sea. Next, a visit to the demon hall. Is this the outer seas? At the outer sea, a vague-faced Franz stood on the water's surface, looking forward. If anyone knew he traveled from the southwest continent to the endless sea, crossing half a continent in a single day, they would be speechless. Suddenly, a voice came from ahead. I am here under Brennan's order to welcome this demon race friend. Chapter 383, White-Robed Sword God. I have come by the order of His Majesty, Sabine, to specially greet this fellow Taoist from the demon race. The Franz's gaze fixed on a direction. After a moment, a figure exuding pseudo-immortal fluctuations slowly coalesced above the sea. This was a man, dressed in white, with a tall and robust build. His handsome features were sharp and severe, his entire person akin to an unsheathed blade, making it impossible for one to look at him directly. Both of their auras were formidable. Although they weren't overtly aggressive, they gave off a sense of suppression. Who are those two? Hiss. It looks like Will. What? The white-robed sword god Will? He is really Will? Then who is the person opposite him? How come there's no recollection of him? At this moment, countless passing cultivators saw this scene and stopped excitedly to watch. White-robed sword god Will was an absolutely thunderous name among high-level cultivators in Rain Waste, not inferior in any way to Sabine. Seeing him intercepting the path, many people were speculating about the Franz's identity opposite him, but no one recognized him. The dev is merely here to search for someone. I bear no ill intentions. The Franz felt the hostility and looked at the white-clad man before him, speaking slowly. This person exuded extremely powerful sword intent, probably not weaker than the Sword Emperor of the Sword Realm. However, he wasn't afraid of the other party either. He just had reservations and didn't want to provoke further incidents. Searching for someone? The white-robed man did not step aside, coldly saying, a respected being of the Demon Emperor level from the Demon Waste, yet you do not know anyone in Rain Waste that would warrant your personal visit? Realizing that without explaining clearly, the other party wouldn't let him go, the Franz hesitated, waved his hand, and formed a barrier around both of them, cutting off the rest of the conversation from prying ears. After about a quarter of an hour, the barrier dissipated, and it was unknown what final arrangement the two had made. The Franz took the first step out and vanished into the sea. The white-robed man similarly disappeared shortly after. Meanwhile, Virgil remained unaware of what transpired. A few days had passed since then, and now he was traveling with Darby towards the demon hall. Glancing sideways, he noticed she still refused to speak to him. Feeling a mix of laughter and sorrow, Virgil was about to open his mouth when the seawater below suddenly surged. Thousands of black beams shot up toward the sky. These beams carried an awe-inspiring aura as if they could destroy everything, densely covering the area, leaving no means of escape. There's an ambush. Virgil's face darkened slightly, already aware when the beams rose. Instantly, his divine consciousness moved, bringing Darby into the Forgotten Tower. Did he die? He must be dead. Even if he was only in the middle stage transforming god realm, or even late stage transforming god with 10,000 magical power, he couldn't survive our combined attack. Don't be careless. Lord Spike said that Emmett is peculiar. As the thousands of beams dissipated, several figures stood above the sea. Speaking was a late stage transforming god brown-clothed Franz, his complexion pale gray, eyes sunken, pupils glowing eerily green. He released his divine consciousness to cover the seas below, searching for Virgil's figure. Around him were 4 other cultivators, emitting dense demonic auras, 1 late-stage transforming god and 3 middle-stage transforming gods. Just as they were searching, several lightning-formed snakes shot out from the seawater below, attacking them. The crackling sound instantly startled everyone, even making the 2 late-stage transforming gods feel an impending sense of doom, their bodies bristling with terror. The Rupert Cannon. This is Drake Lou Rupert's Rupert Cannon. Quickly report back to Spike. This person knows the Rupert Cannon. It's thunder, but not from Drake Lou Rupert, it's mine. You can die now. Virgil appeared nearby, his expression grim. Next, screams came from those who tried to escape. Their flesh turned into scorched ash, falling into the sea. Only 2 golden essence souls fled into the distance. Those were the 2 late-stage transforming gods, but not far from escaping, they felt an irresistible force fall upon them, pulling their essence souls toward Virgil. You cannot kill us. If you kill us, Spike will not let you off. Already terrified, the essence souls' faces were filled with fear, struggling futilely. Demon Hall people, it seems Spike already knows I've come to see him. Sending these minor pests to kill me is rather disrespectful. Virgil's eyes were cold as he immediately performed the soul extraction technique on the 2 essence souls. Ah! Soon, shrill cries echoed across the sea, wave after wave growing higher. Hiss! Who is this person? So powerful. Hundreds of miles away, some passing cultivators witnessing the scene expressed shock. I know this person. Once on an island, he casually killed a giant demon clan Franz and escaped unharmed. I also know this person. On another island, a single roar from him scared away a late-stage transforming god. Another Franz said, radiating mid-stage transforming god auras. No, he is the great devil once wanted for 10 million spirit stones by Blood Marion Island. He disappeared for 8 years and reappeared. And I heard Blood Marion Island was destroyed recently. It must have been him. One by one, stories and rumors were revealed, causing the cultivators to draw in breaths of astonishment. Meanwhile, on the sea where Virgil stood, the screams had ceased. Virgil retrieved a soul banner, sealed the dev's soul into a slave mark inside the banner, and then glanced coldly around. A group of cultivators discussing nearby felt chills run down their spines, becoming silent and hurriedly fled. Virgil ignored them, tucking away the banner and muttered to himself. It's a pity that those inner C9 clans are all pseudo-ancient demon cultivators and can't be refined into ghost souls. Otherwise, the lineup within my soul banner would be terrifying. With a grim expression, Virgil released Darby and vanished over the sea. Boom. Simultaneously, outside a cave abode, a stone door creaked open, and Franz stepped out, his gaze indifferent, looking at the trembling figures kneeling on the ground. Lord Spike, those sent have all perished, none returned alive. Should we send more to ambush him? Asked a late-stage transforming god Franz. No need, let him come, the Franz replied indifferently. Yes, sir. The group of transforming god cultivators respectfully retreated. Standing in place, the Franz frowned, gazing into the distance. With mid-stage transforming god cultivation, suppressing techniques. Who exactly is this person? And that fox demon, why does she seem familiar? Still frowning, the Franz's image had recently been slain by Virgil, reporting all he saw back. Recalling the brief glimpse of the fox demon from that day, the Franz waved his hand, summoning a beautiful Noelle in a white silk dress, her face charming and enchanting. Hashtag chapter 384. The Ninth Sovereign of the Inner Sea, Part 1. The Franzly man stared intently at the lifelike shadow in front of him. After a moment, his cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light, and he let out an exclamation. I remember now. I remember her. She's a demon guard. I thought all the demon guards had perished. I never imagined she was still alive. Why is she still alive? And why is she following that Emmet? Moreover, she has awakened the blood of Yance. Could it be that my plan in the state of Qi failed because of that Emmet disrupting my grand scheme? The dev muttered to himself, his face alternating between light and dark like a flickering candle in the wind, rapidly changing expressions. Realizing that Virgil might have caused his plans to fail, a strong murderous intent flashed across his face. Damned brat, you prevented me from ascending to the upper realm of spirit beasts. I must kill you. With my second body already halfway merged, this Emmet is indeed peculiar. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, I must force him out. I will definitely kill him. Virgil was unaware that by sheer chance, he had once again become entangled in the grudges of the state of Qi from years ago. The region where the demon temple was located was an area called the Demon Forest Sea in the Inner Sea, approximately 100 million miles away, which would take about 7 days to reach. However, after the ambush on that day, he did not encounter any more annoying pests for several days, proceeding unobstructed and getting closer to the Demon Forest Sea. During this time, his notorious reputation spread like wildfire throughout the Inner Sea. After all, killing multiple demon cultivators at the soul transformation stage from the demon temple, including 2 late-stage soul transformation cultivators and 3 mid-stage soul transformation cultivators, made it difficult for him to remain unknown. Furthermore, someone deduced from accounts given by cultivators on nearby islands that he seemed to be heading toward the demon temple. As for what he intended to do there, it was obvious. Thus, many cultivators set out for the demon temple in recent days, some even using large amounts of spatial transmission artifacts just to witness this historic moment. For instance, the birth of the 9th Sovereign of the Inner Sea, some rejoiced while others worried. As news of this incident spread, the main characters in this drama, the cultivators of the demon temple, were far from pleased. After all, Virgil had gained renown practically at their expense. Humph, that good for nothing. If he dares come to the demon temple, Lord Spike will take his head within 10 moves. 10 moves? With him? He'll be slain within 5 moves. Demon temple cultivators sneered as they awaited Virgil's arrival. A few days later, on a sea surface millions of miles away from the Demon Forest Sea, something feels uneasy. Could that guy have already reached the endless sea? Pattering raindrops fell onto the sea, and Virgil, the protagonist, lowered his head, lost in thought. These days, he often felt an inexplicable unease, likely due to premonitions in cultivation that should not be ignored. After resolving matters at the demon temple, I'll run away directly, find a place to seclude myself and refine those desire forces. Resolved, Virgil increased his speed through the void. This trip to the demon temple was partly for Barbara, but also because he had already incurred the enmity of the Spike. It was a perfect opportunity to take care of him before the pseudo-immortal arrived, ensuring he wouldn't cause trouble later. Half a day later, as someone arrived, light rain started falling over the Demon Forest Sea. The Demon Forest Sea was not solely governed by the demon temple. It had numerous subordinate sects and families. Hiss, so powerful. Is this person that Braden? Virgil did not hide his aura, and in an instant, the leaders of the subordinate forces scattered across countless islands were shaken, watching his disappearing figure on the sea surface without daring to raise their heads. Fortunately, Virgil paid them no heed. In one step, he disappeared hundreds of miles away. This was a translocation technique of the immortal race, similar to the ancient demon's void traversal, using mana when executed. Now, with his strength, each translocation covered roughly 700 miles. Palamanes later, light rain began to fall on the central island of the Demon Forest Sea. This island, famously known as the 10,000 Demons Island, covered a vast area of 10,000 hectares with undulating mountains and dense forests. Inside were numerous nascent and soul transformation level demons, some yet to assume human form. At that moment, a Fernan holding a red umbrella walked out of the misty rain. Sensing his presence, all the nascent and soul transformation level demons in the forest below cowered in fear. Virgil paid them no mind, taking a step forward to appear at the center of the island. I am Sovereign Braden. Today, I've come to challenge your sect. Let the Spike come out and face me. His calm voice echoed inside the demon temple, shaking the hearts of countless cultivators who raised their heads to gaze at the godlike black-clad figure in the sky. Earlier, after some gentle whispering, Patricia had calmed down and entered the world-forsaken tower to consolidate her cultivation. Alone, Virgil looked at the continuous rows of buildings below, determined to resolve this potential threat in the fastest way possible, without any unnecessary flair. How daring! No need for Lord Spike to act personally. Daring to come to our demon temple seeking death. Activate the Slaughter Immortal formation and kill him. With several furious roars, over a dozen soul transformation level auras rose into the air, their expressions filled with anger. Led by an extremely powerful late-stage soul transformation Franz with fiery hair, they swiftly dispersed to the four directions, each holding seals, with beams of light shooting towards the sky. With a thunderous boom, a terrifying force awakened, enveloping the entire island, causing the earth to tremble slightly. In the next moment, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky, emanating formidable power. Each could severely wound a late-stage soul transformation cultivator, and under the control of multiple soul transformation cultivators, they all attacked Virgil simultaneously. This formation is the Demon Temple's protective array, controlled by over a dozen soul transformation cultivators, capable of standing against the 8 inner sea sovereigns for an incense stick's duration. You killed our Demon Temple Saint Son and dared to enter the Demon Temple. Today, you will die without a trace. Furious shouts echoed from all sides, but Virgil stood calmly in the air, watching the incoming sword shadows with a composed expression. A mere half-step void formation, not even reaching the void level. What can it do to me? Arrogant fool, do you think you are? One cultivator shouted, but before he could finish, his face froze as Virgil slowly raised his palm, grabbing the sky. What followed left everyone dumbstruck. The entire island began to shake, and the countless attacking sword shadows shattered instantly. The dozen soul transformation cultivators spat blood in unison, their eyes filled with incomparable horror. One strike had heavily wounded a dozen soul transformation cultivators. How is this possible? How could he be so strong, breaking the slaughter immortal formation in one move? I told you, a mere half-step void formation. What can it do to me? Chapter 385, Ninth Sovereign of the Inner Sea, Part 2. I said, what can a mere half-step void-level formation do to me? Virgil sneered, his expression disdainful. Upon hearing these words, the group of late-stage transcendence cultivators turned an unpleasant shade of greenish-white, unable to muster any rebuttal for a long while. Stand down. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from below, enveloping the entire island. Finally showing up. In mid-air, Virgil sensed a powerful spiritual awareness scanning him. His eyes flickered slightly. That day, he had only encountered an apparition. Now, however, he could profoundly feel the strength of the other party, which was no weaker than that of the recently dismantled Four Sages array, yet it did not instill much fear in him. The space ahead rippled as if a stone had been dropped into water. Palamaints later, the figure of an Franzly man appeared opposite him, eyeing him intensely with furrowed brows. It's the Calhoun. You're finished, Emmett. The group of transcendence cultivators became ecstatic once more, seeing the Franz as their mainstay. Virgil ignored the voices around him and smiled faintly at the dev before him. Old turtle, I thought you didn't dare show your face. The crowd of Demon Palace cultivators immediately glared at him in anger, but dared not say anything when they recalled Virgil's earlier burst of power. Late-stage transcendence. The dev seemed oblivious to the mockery, immediately discerning Virgil's cultivation level and frowning slightly. Since that day, only a few days had passed, yet Virgil had already broken through to late-stage transcendence. Could it be that he received the inheritance of Elon desires within the ruins of the Six Desires sect? However, what troubled him even more was another matter. Earlier, Virgil had dismantled the Four Sages array. He had been watching closely from the shadows, clearly sensing the Four Sages array's power being suppressed, or perhaps restrained, by some mysterious force once again. This incomprehensible technique forced even a hint of caution into the dev's eyes, though it soon faded as he calmly asked, "Where is that fox demon by your side?" As a demon guard, to betray a demon general and ally with a human is truly a disgrace to the demon race. How did he know Darby was a demon guard? Virgil narrowed his eyes, feeling startled. He hadn't expected this small task to lead to unexpected complications. From the Franz's words, it was clear he knew Darby and likely understood matters related to the Qi Jandom. Could this person be the demon cultivator who made a deal with the Sabine years ago? A series of guesses sprouted in his mind. Virgil took a deep breath and asked, "Who are you?" "Humph, there's no need to probe this dev. He won't reveal any information to you. Once I capture you, all those peculiar abilities of yours will be mine." The dev coldly laughed, waving his hand. A black wheel floated behind him, emitting a tremendous suction force. Virgil frowned. He had seen this technique before, yet this time, it felt far more dangerous. Even now that he had reached late-stage transcendence, without using the immortal restriction technique, it would be extremely difficult to withstand this attack. Taking a deep breath, Virgil momentarily suppressed his doubts, casually waving his hand. Suddenly, two chains shot out from his body, and he grabbed the black wheel remotely with one hand. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, he stood motionless while the black wheel shattered. As expected, the Franz's eyes flickered, clearly sensing his technique's power once again suppressed, limited to just a late-stage transcendence level. How could he shatter Calhoun's 10,000 methods spirit wheel? The cultivators below, unaware of this phenomenon, were astonished once more. Virgil remained indifferent, sending two more chains into the dev's body. The dev couldn't see this, but suddenly felt his strength plummet under an invisible restraint. Why can he still suppress my cultivation? Taken aback by the sudden development, his face turned pale. At that moment, a cold voice rang in his ears, "There's a lot you haven't imagined." As a gust of wind rushed toward him from above, the Franz could only steel himself and raise his hand, colliding with Virgil's attack and spitting out a mouthful of blood, crashing into the mountainside, causing another slight tremor in the earth. Damn it, why can I only exert mid-stage transcendence power? Palamaints later, the ragged dev rose into the air again, looking at Virgil with a horrifying gaze. Seeing the strange Emmett advancing again, the dev hastily cast a series of seals, conjuring a door before him and swiftly dashing inside. Trying to escape? Virgil gazed indifferently, sensing spatial forces emanating from the portal, clearly an escape technique. With a casual wave, a bolt of white lightning erupted and instantly shattered the door before the dev could enter. The Rupert scripture, How do you know the Rupert scripture? The dev's heart froze, terror flashing in his eyes. In response, another bolt of lightning crackled toward him like a serpent. His expression changed drastically as white lightning approached, his hair standing on end. Biting his teeth, a black scale appeared in his hand, emitting overwhelming demonic energy with faint roars. This thing. Virgil's gaze focused on it, sensing danger lurking within. He instinctively halted. Boy, I didn't want to use this, but you left me no choice. Pain flashed in the dev's eyes as he poured demon power into the scale, unleashing a black dragon shadow from within. This phantom was even stronger than Transcendence, radiating immense power. Its roar caused the earth to shake and structures below to crumble, many low-ranking demon cultivators vomiting blood, unable to endure its pressure. It was the true blood demon clan's pressure. The white lightning also instantly dissipated amidst this. Boy, this scale contains a thread of demonic soul from a true-blooded black dragon, capable of half-step false immortal power. Let's see if you can suppress its might. The dev laughed, while the black dragon roared again, louder than an ox. A terrifying aura spread from its body, incomparably fearsome. True blood. Virgil hovered midair, holding the virtue umbrella as a barrier to withstand the roar. Then, he looked at the dragon's shadow with a mocking smile. A mere true-blooded worm, daring to roar in front of him? Translation provided follows the given guidelines closely, preserving the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and accuracy. Chapter 386, The Ninth Sovereign of the Inner Sea, Part 3. Just a mere true-blooded crawler. Virgil slowly extended his palm, pointing at the beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This strange action instantly made the dev nearby feel uneasy, sensing an ominous premonition. It had been like this before, when he broke the Zhujian formation with a single strike. And now, it's happening again. Most crucially, Virgil was too calm, showing no signs of anxiety, as if he felt not even a hint of unease. Bluffing. The dev shook his head forcefully and coldly scoffed, thinking Virgil was just trying to fool him. He could indeed suppress his cultivation level, but could he suppress a demon soul like this? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a terrifying aura suddenly spread from Virgil. At times it gave off an overwhelmingly holy and bright sensation, while at other times it seemed vile, murky, and demonic. It was the aura of a half-step king-blooded immortal race and a king-blooded devil king. Even though the Franz primarily cultivated demon energy, this overwhelming presence still made his body tremble in fear. What kind of bloodline is this? And that half-step pseudo-immortal dragon shadow already let out a terrified wail, quivering in mid-air. Little crawler, you are too noisy. Virgil looked down at it disdainfully, grabbing it from a distance with his palm. A force descended upon it. After struggling for a moment, the black dragon shadow emitted a final mournful cry and shattered directly. To think he can suppress a demon soul which isn't even alive, and what was that aura just now? I actually felt fear. The Franz felt an endless surge of horror in his heart. In the next moment, a pair of indifferent eyes suddenly turned towards him. Your turn. This voice was like a summons from hell, and without hesitation, the Franz turned to run. But before he could flee, his body was enveloped by a powerful force, making it uncontrollable, and he was automatically pulled toward Virgil. Damn it! Since becoming one of the 8 sovereigns of the Inner Sea, when had he ever been suppressed like this? And by a mere ant who had just advanced to late-stage transforming spirit. Yet, he was helpless against it, feeling utterly frustrated. Lord Spike, young man, quickly release Lord Spike. Upon seeing this scene, all the Demon Palace transforming spirit cultivators were filled with anxiety and launched an attack together. In an instant, the sky was filled with rosy light as terrifying spells and divine artifacts emitted their power. Among them were late-stage, transforming spirit cultivators. Although they had all been injured after the Zhujian formation was broken, their combined strength was enough to instantly annihilate a late-stage transforming spirit cultivator, leaving not a trace behind. Scram! Virgil's expression remained indifferent as over a dozen white snakes shot out from within his body instantly. With a massive explosion, the dozen or so Demon Palace transforming spirit cultivators spewed blood and flew backward, crashing heavily into the buildings below, their eyes filled with terror. This was the terror of the Rupert Cannon. Once upon a time, the Rupert of Bujo had ruled the Inner Sea with thunder power, making countless demon cultivators submit. It was no exaggeration to say that beneath the 4 oceans and within the 8 wastes, when it came to offensive prowess, few techniques could rival the Rupert Cannon. Despite this, Virgil wasn't doing well either. His breathing had become heavy. Executing so many lightning strikes at once consumed a tremendous amount of mana, almost draining him completely. Tell me why you knew Darby was a demon guard. Forget it, too slow. I'll search your soul. Slowly calming his breath, Virgil looked at the Franz whose body was still restrained, grabbed his head, and said coldly. Just as he was about to perform a soul search, the Franz suddenly revealed a manic look. Boy, do you think you've won? You underestimate me far too much. Virgil frowned slightly. Clearly, the other party wouldn't be acting strangely at such a critical moment. It seemed there was another card he hadn't used yet. As he was secretly guessing, the previously restrained Franz suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, breaking free from his bindings, and then tightly gripped Virgil's arms. Boy, I'll take you down with me. A chilling voice sounded in his ears as Virgil felt excruciating pain in his arms. He glanced at where he was grabbed, and saw a black handprint appearing. Poison? Slightly startled, Virgil tried to pull back his arm, but the Franz's body began rapidly swelling and exploded with a bang, turning into a mass of black gas that instantly engulfed him, only leaving behind a mocking laugh. Boy, this is my sealing immortal technique. Even a pseudo-immortal would be immobilized if tainted by a hint of it. You might be able to suppress your cultivation, but did you really think I have no trump card? Hearing this, Virgil's face darkened. An ominous premonition surged in his heart, and he quickly sealed his 5 senses and retreated. But he was too late. Countless black gases had already entered his body through the pores. Soon, his skin faintly turned blue-black, a clear sign of poisoning. What potent poison! Virgil's throat moved. He felt a numbing force paralyzing his body, rendering him immobile and unable to speak. Yet, his face didn't show panic. Checking internally with his divine sense, he searched his body. If it's poison, then expelling it with his mana or neutralizing it should work. He soon found tiny wisps of black mist inside his veins, emitting dark forces. Using the remaining mana, Virgil tried to neutralize it, only to find these mists incredibly stubborn. Even for a half-step pseudo-immortal, it would take days to neutralize them. But he had immortal binding strands. As chains bound the poison force, the strands of black mist were easily neutralized by his mana. Before he could revel in any relief, dazzling attacks rained down on him again. These were the previously severely injured Demon Palace transforming spirit cultivators. Lord Spike. He killed Lord Spike. Kill him, to avenge Lord Spike. He's poisoned and cannot move. Scram. Virgil, hearing the deafening shouts, forced his throat to move. Ancient devil essence chi flowed entirely through his body as he roared loudly. Thud. Already critically injured, these people could only manage a fraction of their original strength. This roar caused them to spew blood and fly away once more. Virgil couldn't bother with them and continued clearing the poison from his body. There were approximately hundreds of thousands of such mists, and processing them all would take around 2 to 3 hours. Fortunately, the Remnant World Pagoda could still be contacted, allowing him to enter. Thank goodness. Breathing a sigh of relief, just as he was about to enter the Remnant World Pagoda to drive the poison out of his body, several streaks of black light suddenly shot up from the mountains below. Only when they were close enough could one see that they were 7 black wooden nails, moving at incredible speed, piercing the space and appearing right before him, stabbing towards his body. At the same time, a familiar voice came. Boy, let's see what you have left. So this dev had backup all along. Virgil's pupils constricted slightly, fixing his gaze on a very strong Franz standing below. This Franz looked exactly like the previous Spike. Maybe it was the same person. The only difference was that his aura was stronger now, and he wore purple robes instead of gray. Chapter 387. The Ninth Venerated One of the Inner Sea, Part 4. Seeing the swarm of flying nails about to pierce into his body, Virgil had no time to think what was happening. He swiftly activated his spiritual awareness and entered the Legacy Tower. Did he retreat into the Dongtan space? Palamaints later, the Franz appeared where Virgil had vanished, looking slightly embarrassed. He grabbed the floating Legacy Tower from the air. Revised for fluency and consistency. Did he retreat into the Dongtan space? A moment later, the Franz appeared at the spot where Virgil had vanished, his expression slightly uneasy. He quickly snatched the Legacy Tower floating in mid-air. Note, Dongtan space should be translated to Grotto Realm, or Cavern World for better fluency in English. Did he retreat into the Grotto Realm? A moment later, the Franz appeared at the spot where Virgil had vanished, his expression slightly uneasy. He quickly snatched the Legacy Tower floating in mid-air. Your Excellency, venerated beast, a group of dejected-looking demon temple paragons exclaimed with joy upon seeing him. The reborn Franz remained silent, coldly sweeping his hand to retrieve the 6 black wooden nails before focusing intently on the small tower in his palm. One nail had just collided with this tower but left it completely undamaged while that nail had a chip missing, showing how sturdy the tower was. Clearly, brute force wouldn't damage it. Hmph, he's hit by one of the Haley Star nails. His cultivation will continually drain. He can't pull it out himself. I won't believe he can hide until death. But to prevent his escape, it's safer to lock this tower within my own Dongtan world. Editing for fluency and accuracy. But to prevent him from escaping, it's safer to seal this tower inside my own Dongtan world. Note, the term Dongtan world seems untranslated. Typically, Dongtan, Dongtian, refers to a celestial grotto or transcendent realm in Chinese mythology. It could be translated as transcendent realm or celestial grotto world, depending on context and preference for terminology consistency. To have needlessly caused me to lose a beast form, this enmity is not yet resolved. Inside the Legacy Tower, Virgil appeared, spitting blood uncontrollably, his complexion pale. I underestimated this person. With countless means at his disposal, he can come back from the dead. Truly, reaching such a realm isn't for the faint-hearted. On his chest, a black wooden nail was lodged. As he spoke, black blood continuously trickled down, and his magic power steadily waned, his cultivation declining. The black nail pierced into him the moment before entering the Legacy Tower. You're injured. Darby, currently consolidating her cultivation on the 5th level, noticed the commotion, looking surprised. Was this man, with his greenish-black skin and a black nail embedded in his chest, really the Virgil she knew? She hadn't seen him so disheveled in a long time. Instantly standing up, she rushed over, eyes filled with murderous intent and concern. Who injured you like this? First, help me pull this nail out. Virgil moved his lips weakly. Darby looked at the nail, feeling a pang in her heart, and said softly, All right, hold on. Virgil nodded. Calmly, she placed her hand over it, gripping the exposed part, pulling hard. As she exerted force, Virgil felt excruciating pain sweep through him, as if thousands of needles were pricking him simultaneously. The nail. Shortly after, Darby paused, her face serious. The black wooden nail still lodged firmly inside Virgil, as if it was part of his body. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't budge it an inch. Try again. Virgil invoked divine prohibition chains from his body. Nodding, Darby grasped the nail's head this time more easily, slowly pulling it out bit by bit. Soon, she sighed in relief, looking at the bloody nail in her hand. This should be modeled after the immortal cutting Haley nails of Fiki. Who hurt you? That venerated beast? As the nail was pulled out, Virgil's aura started to rise back to normal. He had never heard of Fiki or the immortal cutting Haley nails, but didn't inquire further. He used his cultivation to neutralize the poison and employed the life and death realm to heal his wounds, all while explaining to Darby. This person is peculiar. Clearly, he self-destructed in front of me yet returned to life. Back from the dead? Darby frowned, pondering. She couldn't think of any spells that could achieve such a feat. Not now. Once I clear the poison, we'll find him, and then we'll know how he did it. One shocking thing, this person seems to know about your status as a demon guard. I suspect it's related to the deal with Brennan. When in Chi state, he had searched the souls of Geary and others, discovering Darby and other guards were placed there during their sleep, seemingly involved in a deal with Brennan. However, due to altered memories, details were unclear. Later, he asked Darby, but because of demon restrictions, she could only tell him they were brought to Chi state by a demon ancestor, already settled there hundreds of years ago. The deal with Brennan was made by them, and revealed only after waking from the demon cocoon. With so many events since, he almost forgot about this, until today's mention. I don't know his exact identity either. We learned about the deal with Brennan from a jade slip after waking. Initially, I thought he might be a beast Jan from the Wastelands, but since he knows your status, it's indeed possible he's connected, Darby said seriously. Regardless, once I capture him, I'll know everything. By now, half the poison was cleared, and his chest wound fully healed. Smiling, Virgil continued cleansing the toxins. After a half hour, all internal toxins were expelled. Finally able to move, Virgil twisted his neck, smiling grimly. Time to settle scores. While considerable time passed in the Legacy Tower, only a brief moment had elapsed outside. Extending his spiritual awareness, Virgil realized he was in a Dongtan world. The Franz must have locked him inside to prevent escape while closely inspecting the small tower. Edited for fluency and consistency. Using his divine sense, Virgil realized he was inside a grotto heaven world. The dev must have locked him in here to prevent his escape and was now carefully examining the small tower. Since you're so interested, why not come in and see for yourself? A smirk played on Virgil's lips. Next moment, the Franz felt a sudden suction from the tower in his hand. What's happening? Reacting swiftly, he leaped back. But it was too late. The suction enveloped him, pulling him inside. Spinning dizzily, the Franz examined the surroundings. Realizing he was inside the tower, his expression darkening. Damn, that brat trapped me here. What does he plan? Hardly had he spoken when spatial ripples surged behind him. Reacting quickly, he shot out 5 black wooden nails, the fake set of immortal cutting flying nails. But Virgil was prepared. Waving his hand, the merit umbrella appeared, instantly deployed in front of him as protection. Chapter 388. The Ninth Inner Sea Venerable, Part 5. Clank, clank. 5 wooden nails radiating murderous intent struck the umbrella's surface, producing a dull metallic sound. Virgil felt a tremendous force travel up his arm through the umbrella, causing him to involuntarily retreat several dozen steps. The flying nails seemed to lose their power and fell to the ground. What a sturdy umbrella, able to withstand Haley Starr's nails. Could it be another quasi-immortal artifact? How can this mere late-stage soul transformation cultivator possess so many fine treasures? The dev watched this scene, feeling somewhat manic, even stirring up envy within him. Just a late-stage soul transformation cultivator could suppress cultivation unreasonably, but to also possess endless valuable items. One was this umbrella, another that tower, without exception, all above the quality of divine artifacts. On what merit? On what merit? It's this thing that ambushed me. Virgil saw the dev's collapsing expression, coughed dryly, waved his hand to retrieve the 5 fallen wooden nails from the ground, and examined them closely. Each nail bore some peculiar runes, made from unknown materials. Holding them gave him an extremely chilling sensation. Seeing Virgil take the Haley Starr's nails he had painstakingly refined, the dev's face instantly changed. Boy, quickly return my Haley Starr's nails. This item previously injured me. Consider it payment for medical expenses. Virgil glanced sideways at him. These wooden nails were very powerful. Even a quasi-immortal might find them troubling if struck. But you must have the life to take them, the dev sneered. The 5 black wooden nails in Virgil's grasp suddenly came alive, stabbing forward rapidly. Over such a short distance, even a soul transformation cultivator wouldn't have time to dodge. Clearly, his earlier panic was an act. He could easily control the 5 flying nails, manipulating Virgil into lowering his guard. But he forgot he was in Virgil's domain. The moment the flying nails moved, Virgil and Darby vanished into thin air. The 5 nails stabbed empty space, colliding with the walls at the edge and falling to the ground. The dev's face darkened as he waved his hand to collect them back into his sleeve. He hadn't anticipated that this meticulously planned ambush would once again be evaded by Virgil. Just as he was seething inwardly, a spatial fluctuation appeared behind him. Unmoved, the dev flicked the 5 nails between his fingers toward the disturbance, hitting nothing. Palamaints later, more spatial fluctuations came from the left side, then the right, above. Come out, come out. The dev, seemingly driven mad, continuously propelled the Haley Starr's nails in various directions, only to strike air repeatedly. Soon, he was panting and shouting, "Come out, coward! If you have the nerve, face dev fairly in combat. As you wish." Before the words ended, a faint voice echoed beside him. The dev felt his energy plummet even more drastically than before, leaving him with less than 1/10 of his original strength, probably even inferior to a soul transformation. His heart sank instantly. Virgil, along with Darby, stood nearby. Raising his hand, he exerted suction, instantly pulling the dev to his front. Grasping the top of the dev's skull, Virgil said coolly, "I merely toyed with you. If you lack any last resorts, you can die now." Humph, I concede defeat. What technique is this, letting me go knowing full well? Immortal ban. Immortal ban. The dev mumbled the 2 words, unfamiliar with immortal techniques, or the secrets exclusive to immortals. I admit defeat today. Kill me as you wish. Taking a deep breath, his face regained its mocking expression. His gaze fell on Darby. I didn't expect a mere demon guard to awaken royal blood, indicating a non-trivial origin, certainly not an ordinary fox demon. Darby furrowed her brow. Virgil grabbed the dev's head, smiling. Arlenting to buy time? How did you notice? The dev's face paled dramatically. He had just tried to use his spiritual sense to secretly control Darby to threaten Virgil, but was seen through. You can die now, Virgil, not replying, smirked. His hand pressed atop the dev's skull, transmitting a suction force to conduct a soul search. All questions would be answered by soul searching. This respected demon lord fell at the hands of a soul transformation cultivator. I refuse to accept it, refuse to accept it. The dev's twisted face let out a painful scream. After a long while, the screams gradually subsided. Virgil gazed intently at the feeble dev before him, remaining silent. Through soul searching, he finally understood how the dev revived after death. This person had practiced a technique, splitting his demonic soul into two. One part reformed inside a new body to continue cultivation. So there had been two 8th Inner Sea Venerables all along. The previous self-destructing one was indeed dead, but only half. Two 8th Inner Sea Venerables. This person's strength is perhaps not the strongest among the 8 Venerables, but certainly the most devious. Virgil sighed, crushing the dev's skull and immediately performing soul extraction. In the bloody mist, a shadow coalesced. Darby watched silently, unfazed by the dev's screaming. Soon, a dev's translucent figure formed. An unexpected surprise, Virgil smiled slightly, placing his palm on the spirit's head and branding it with a servitude seal. From now on, you are Demon 4. Yes, master. The dev nodded obediently, face blank. Virgil raised his hand, sealing him within the soul banner. Due to soul extraction, his strength was reduced to that of an average peak soul transformation, far from his prime, yet sufficient. The soul banner now housed 4 formidable warriors. If one day it contained tens of thousands of soul transformation spirits, no, even just nascent soul spirits, it could scare even quasi-immortals to death. Imagining that scenario, Virgil chuckled, storing the soul banner away and picking up the storage bag from the ground. This was just speculation. Obtaining that many spirits would require killing countless people. Well, Darby looked curiously at him. Virgil controlled his expression, knowing what she asked. He shook his head. The one who dealt with Brennan wasn't him, likely a spike. This person seems connected to Demon Wasteland. He was ordered by the spike to enter the Spirit Beast realm if you open the Spirit Beast gate, aiding you in awakening a demon general for ascension to the upper realm of Spirit Beasts. However, upon learning your failure, he couldn't enter either. In the dev's memories, Virgil gathered much information, especially regarding the demon race's ascension process. According to the memories, demons ascend not to the Sikhin immortal domain, but to the upper realm of Spirit Beasts. There were two methods. One, after achieving Ghost Immortal Realm, transcending space to the upper realm. The other, being guided by someone from the upper realm, allowing ascent even without sufficient cultivation. Chapter 389. Inner Sea's Ninth Venerable, Part 6. So, as planned, after the Carp Companion War General awakens, there would indeed be someone to meet them in the Spirit Beast realm, and then return to the upper world. Darby sighed slightly. If Virgil hadn't appeared, she would have proceeded as planned, awakening the Carp Companion War General and heading to the upper world. At that time, she might never have broken through to the nascent soul stage, let alone experience a second bloodline awakening. Shaking her head, Darby looked at him gently and said, So, it does seem like this was set up by the Demon Emperor of the Demonic Wasteland, perhaps someone the Carp Companion War General once knew. I don't care about all that. As long as they don't bother me, it's fine. Virgil picked up the Franz's storage bag and smiled. Let's see what we've got. With the dev's death, the storage bag became ownerless. With a flicker of his divine sense, he easily erased the imprint on it. Virgil looked at the storage bag in his hand, feeling a slight anticipation. Being one of the Inner Sea's 8 Venerables, this person must have carried many valuable items. A wave of divine sense emptied everything out. Instantly, the relic tower was filled with rare treasures, creating a dazzling sight. Virgil's eyes landed on several wooden nails, which he picked up and examined alongside the one embedded in his chest earlier. These were called Haley Star's nails. Each nail felt extremely cold to the touch. As Darby had guessed, these Haley Star's nails were crafted by the demon emperors in imitation of the ancient grand cultivator Josiah's Haley immortal slaying nails. Josiah was a formidable figure in the North Sea immortal region tens of thousands of years ago, his hands stained with the blood of countless true immortals. However, he later disappeared mysteriously. This demon emperor chanced upon the legacy of Josiah's descendants in an ancient ruin, obtaining both the materials and method for forging these Haley Star's nails. According to his memories, all the wooden nails were made from ghostwood, specifically millennial Chinese scholar trees buried under countless corpses, ensuring heavy energy. The 7 flying nails before him were just one step short of being pseudo-immortal artifacts. When combined and used together, even a pseudo-immortal could be significantly harmed. However, one of them was already slightly deformed from hitting the relic tower, leaving only 6 usable ones, a regrettable flaw. Erasing the imprints, Virgil left his own divine imprint. A thought caused the 6 flying nails to obediently orbit around him. From now on, they're mine. Virgil stowed them away with a smile. These nails were perfect for surprise attacks. Any target below the pseudo-immortal level would be sure to fall. Suddenly, Darby exclaimed, This person actually has this? He didn't know its value. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left it behind. What is it? Virgil looked over and saw a white stone in her hand, resembling some kind of mineral. Ancient star iron. Darby handed the stone to him. It's an excellent material for crafting ancient divine weapons, incredibly rare. What's an ancient divine weapon? Virgil asked, puzzled. An ancient divine weapon is highly sought after by many cultivators. Unlike ordinary weapons, whose levels are fixed after creation, ancient divine weapons can be continuously upgraded. Upgradable? Virgil was visibly moved. Throughout a cultivator's life, their weapons are like clothes, often needing replacement as their cultivation grows. This leads to the drawback where many weapons may not suit the user perfectly. An upgradable weapon thus holds far greater value than ordinary ones. Virgil looked down at the stone in his hand, feeling a twinge of regret. He was currently in need of a cauldron, but unfortunately, he lacked the skills for alchemy. Otherwise, he could have used this material to forge one. Ancient star iron is incredibly rare, formed from the remnants of celestial bodies after countless years. You should find a master alchemist of at least 5th rank when you craft your weapon. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such valuable material, Darby advised beside him. Right? Virgil nodded and put the stone away before turning to other items. Indeed worthy of being one of the Inner Sea's 8 venerables, the number of valuable items was impressive. There were 3 bottles of high-grade 5th rank flowing immortal pills for healing injuries for peak nascent soul cultivators, hundreds of thousands of high-grade 5th rank spiritual herbs, and over 3 million high-quality spirit stones. He grabbed a handful of fruits from the pile of herbs and handed them to Darby. These fruits can boost demon power. Use them to break through to the late nascent soul stage. Darby accepted them without refusal, not needing formality with Virgil. Virgil scanned the remaining items with divine sense. Apart from spirit stones, pills, and herbs, there were various miscellaneous items. One jade slip recorded the soul-severing technique practiced by the demon emperor. The technique was called dual birth art. It involved splitting the soul into 2, then transplanting half into another dead body. Unlike possession, the body must be devoid of any soul. If successful, the user could fully split themselves into 2 identical halves, both capable of independent action yet linked mentally. The death of one would not affect the other, a terrifying ability. However, the risk of practicing this was immense. Failure during soul severing could lead to certain death. After hesitation, Virgil decided against learning it. Sweeping up everything, he left behind a pile of about 100 stones. What are these stones for? Picking up one, Virgil inspected it. Despite having searched the demon emperor's soul, the span of his existence had been so long that he couldn't recall every detail immediately. These are immortal jade stones. Different from spirit stones, they contain powerful primordial energy, useful for setting up higher-level arrays and essential for peak nascent soul cultivators to convert 60-year magic power into cosmic magic power, Darby explained after confirming it herself. Realizing how crucial this information was, Virgil took a deep breath, gazing intently at the stone in his hand, his eyes blazing. According to the supreme immortal scripture, to break through to pseudo-immortality required converting internal 60-year magic power into cosmic magic power. This process was known as returning to primordial origin. Clearly, the demon emperor had been working on this conversion. The unused immortal jade stones had been collected for this purpose. Chapter 390, Ninth Sovereign of the Inner Sea, Part 7. Yuanhui magic power and Jiazi magic power, though only 2 characters apart in name, have completely different effects. The difference lies in their nature and represents the biggest distinction between false immortals and transcendent spirit experts. To transform one's internal Jiazi magic power into Yuanhui magic power, one must use immortal jade, which contains primordial force that can be absorbed directly by false immortal cultivators to enhance their cultivation or restore their magic power. Peak transcendent spirit cultivators can also use this primordial force to cultivate their first strand of Yuanhui magic power. These immortal jades aren't needed right now, but they save me a lot of trouble. I don't need to search for them once my cultivation is ready. This should be the greatest gain from this trip. Virgil took a deep breath and put away these immortal jades. Under normal circumstances, only when a transcendent spirit cultivator's internal magic power reaches over 10,000 Jia will they begin the process of returning to the primordial state to break through to the false immortal realm. His current magic power is only over 7,000 Jia, still some distance away. Now that the hidden danger of the demon hall has been eliminated, there should be no problem on Barbara's side. It's a perfect time to seclude myself in this cave heaven world for a while to boost my strength. In the outside world, the demon hall cultivators did not know that the spike had already died. Though some wondered why the spike had not communicated after entering the cave heaven world, few were worried. After all, Virgil had been clearly heavily injured that day and seemed to hide inside a cave heaven artifact to survive. How could he possibly turn the tables? Moreover, this cave heaven world could only be opened by the spike himself. Any attempt to forcefully break through required the power of a half-step false immortal. Therefore, they couldn't come in to check even if they wanted to. Half a month quickly passed, and Dev with a vague appearance stood above 10,000 Demons Island, overlooking the demon hall below, his brows furrowed. Strange. I could clearly feel that presence here recently, but it suddenly vanished as if missing. Even divination cannot find it. I can only search elsewhere. The Dev thought for a long time, perplexed, and finally sighed, stepping out and leaving. The entire process did not cause any commotion, and the transcendent spirit cultivators below did not seem to sense his existence at all. At the same time. Inside the goddess furnace, a melodious female voice gradually faded as Virgil fully absorbed the lustful energy. I'm going to practice inside the relic tower. You should also try to refine those fruits soon. Looking at Darby's dazed eyes, Virgil softly said, and then walked out, reaching the 5th floor of the relic tower. This time, his internal magic power only reached 9,530 Jia without breaking through 10,000 Jia. It was likely because some of the lustful energy was shared with Darby. Virgil didn't dwell on the specifics and continued cultivating with the Taishang Xianjing within the relic tower. Time flies. 50 years passed swiftly. Darby refined those fruits and successfully broke through to late-stage transcendent spirit due to their dual cultivation. She spent another decade consolidating her cultivation before exiting the relic tower. Virgil remained seated motionless in the 5th floor space, not moving until 200 years later, when he gently exhaled, slowly opening his eyes. More than 200 years have passed like a finger snap. This is the longest seclusion I've ever had. His face showed signs of age, and his aura was deeper compared to 200 years ago. Unfortunately, his magic power still hadn't broken through 10,000 jia, stopping at 9,999 jia, just 1 jia short of 10,000. And for this tiny gap, he spent another 30 years, still failing. It seemed his cultivation had hit a bottleneck. This bottleneck might be related to my rapid breakthroughs before. After all, breaking 10,000 jia is a significant barrier. Crossing this step might take over 1,000 years, Virgil sighed. Now, he faced two paths. One was to stay inside the relic tower for over 1,000 years, which should allow him to overcome this bottleneck and reach 10,000 jia. The other was to take advantage of the fact that the scoundrel hadn't found him yet, go out, and find items to enhance his magic power for an early breakthrough. After weighing his options, Virgil chose the latter. Adventure yields fortune was part of it. Mainly he wanted to look for items to enhance the essence of ancient demons. Now, the Celestial clan was at peak transcendent spirit, but the ancient demon was still at mid-stage heavenly demon realm. That was a bit low. He planned a big move to let the ancient demon and Celestial clan both enter the false immortal stage simultaneously. Then, even against a peak true immortal, they would have enough capital to fight hard. Exiting the relic tower, he could see mountains and rivers in the distance. Like most cave heaven artifacts, this world had no sun or moon, no life, was silent, but not dark. A faint light in the sky kept the entire world in a state where the sun was about to rise. You've suffered. Virgil gave Darby a gentle glance. She had waited outside for several months, probably quite bored. But following him meant she had to live such a wandering life, with no fixed residence. Darby shook her head. One day, this kind of life will end. Virgil caressed her delicate face, composed himself, embraced her waist, and walked towards the sky. This was the Spike's cave heaven world, accessible only by him. Soon, a barrier appeared before them, like the edge of the world. Virgil looked at the barrier and extended his palm, testing it with a gentle push. With a rumble, the barrier rippled like water, but did not break. It seems ordinary attacks cannot shake these barriers. Virgil's eyes flashed, and he threw out a white thunderbolt, striking it. Crack! This time, the shaking was more noticeable, and the whole world trembled. Rumble! Even the mountains below collapsed, and cracks appeared on the barrier ahead. This meant his current offensive power was no weaker than a half-step false immortal. Eyes flashing slightly, Virgil wasted no time. A chain burst out of his body, and his fingers grabbed forward. Snap! The barrier fragmented, shards falling like glass, revealing black void within, where intense wind currents surged like sharp blades, dangerous even for transcendent spirit cultivators. Let's go. Virgil held Darby's waist, unfolded the umbrella of merit, forming a protective barrier around them as they stepped out. Intense winds swept from all directions, blocked by the barrier. Everything was black, as if directionless. This was the scene within the void, full of dangers. Even transcendent spirit cultivators dared not travel for long. Only false immortal cultivators could traverse it. Chapter 391. Ninth Exalted of the Inner Sea, Final. After traveling through the void for a while, Virgil found a place, tore open the space, and stepped out. The deep blue sky greeted his eyes, and the long mist sunlight fell upon him. Below was an island with undulating mountains, dense forests, and bird songs and flower fragrances. Buildings stood here as well. They had returned to the demon palace. What's going on? Someone has torn through space. It's him. How is he still alive? Where is Calhoun? Why is he alone? The commotion in the sky instantly drew the attention of a group of transcendent stage demons from the demon palace. Upon seeing Virgil standing in midair, their expressions changed dramatically. It seems I've returned to the 10,000 demon island. Virgil scanned the area below and put away his merit umbrella. You brat, where's Calhoun gone? Why are you here? Realizing what was happening, all the transcendent stage demons of the demon palace rose into the air, standing at a distance facing him. What do you think you are? To question this honorable one? Virgil sneered, standing with his hands behind his back, emitting a terrifying aura. He's grown stronger again. All the transcendent stage demons became unstable, dropping like beans from bamboo tubes, their faces filled with shock. Only 3 late-stage transcendents remained barely floating in the air. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out in the air. You all fall too. Damn it. Can't move. It feels like my cultivation is being suppressed by some mysterious force. What kind of demon art is this? The remaining 3 late-stage transcendence demons also fell gracelessly to the ground, lying there motionless. Virgil looked at their aggrieved eyes and sneered. Calhoun has already been slain by this honorable one. From now on, you are slaves to this honorable one. Without my order, none of you shall step out of the demon palace. This statement caused an uproar, and the transcendent stage demons immediately showed despair, feeling as if the sky had fallen. No way, nonsense. Calhoun can't be dead. Can't be. Wait, what are you doing? Don't you dare plant a slave mark on me. Some objected, unwilling to believe it, but suddenly felt a powerful divine consciousness enter their minds, leading to sudden horror as they struggled, to no avail. When Virgil was at the mid-transcendent stage, his divine sense had already reached late transcendent stage. After breaking through to late transcendence, his divine sense increased further to over 8,000 feet. They were no match for him. Soon, each one of them was forcefully marked with a slave seal, their bodies instinctively submitting to Virgil, unable to resist. Just then, from the buildings below, a young man at the peak nascent soul stage suddenly shot up into the sky, fleeing into the distance. It was Becker, who had previously incited the tyrant sect's transcendent stage demons to kill Virgil in the outer sea. Don't feel guilty. Originally, I didn't even consider you seriously. Virgil glanced at him, a hint of mockery curling his lips. A flame flickered from his fingertip and struck the young man instantly. A cry of agony followed as the young man fell from the sky, writhing on the ground in pain. My cultivation is gone. Miss Bai, have you forgotten? I saved you and gave you spirit fruits. Why are you treating me like this? Ah. Darby listened to his wails, her eyes indifferent. She already knew what had happened after leaving the ruins. Just as she was about to speak, Virgil suddenly grabbed her hand and said coolly, if not for your rescue of her, you would have died many times over. This time, I merely strip your cultivation. Be a good mortal henceforth. Virgil said no more and ignored the guy, scanning the area coldly and issuing a final warning. Then, he embraced Darby's waist and took a step, disappearing instantly. Only then did the Transcendent Stage cultivators feel the pressure lift, standing up from the ground, ignoring their former saint son's wailing, looking up at Virgil's departing figure with hearts full of despair. Is Calhoun really dead? Seems so. Otherwise, this person wouldn't be alive. We're finished. Might as well listen to him if we don't want to be killed. A Transcendent Stage cultivator spoke bitterly. Time passed, and half a month soon went by since the incident at the Demon Palace. On an island in the Inner Sea, killed the Calhoun and forcibly enslaved the Demon Palace's Transcendent Stage demons. Green Exalted should be the chief of the 9 Exalted. I heard he knows the Rupert scripture of His Excellency Rupert. Could he be his successor? Possibly. This person only rose to prominence in the last decade. 10 years ago, he was just a nascent soul, offended Blood Marion Island, and was hunted with a bounty of 10 million spirit stones. Yet, in just a decade, he's grown to this level, quite reminiscent of the Rupert, perhaps even reincarnated. In a tavern, a group of cultivators chattered animatedly, discussing recent major events in the Inner Sea as if they were involved. Green Exalted, that name certainly sounds better than Fiendling. Darby chuckled at the voices coming from the tavern, drawing many curious gazes, though none dared approach due to their unfathomable aura. Virgil shook his head without comment. Half a month later, news of his assault on the Demon Palace and slaying of the Calhoun spread rapidly across the entire Inner Sea. Meanwhile, the name Braden gained immense respect, revered by countless Inner Sea cultivators, and declared the 9th Exalted of the Inner Sea, the Green Exalted. And he was also considered the most untouchable among the 9, not only because he had killed one of the original 8 Exalted to rise, but also because of his mysterious origin, seeming to appear out of nowhere. Now, on every island, people couldn't stop talking about it, and Virgil had already heard enough. Destiny Island. Releasing his divine sense, Virgil gathered information about this island, his eyes glinting. This place was far from the Demon Palace. There was a force called the Dantai Palace on the island, rumored to have suppressed an ancient demon with true blood 1,000 years ago. This information came from the Calhoun's memories, though he wasn't sure of its veracity. Virgil decided to investigate, not to save his kind, but to see if they had methods to enhance ancient demonic essence. But once he arrived, he felt somewhat disappointed. Legends were often exaggerated and unreliable. The Dantai Palace was within the city, but turned out to be just a brothel masquerading as a winery. Though, wine might indeed be sold there. Perhaps, the wine was decent, but he didn't believe such a force could suppress an ancient demon. Indeed, legends tend to exaggerate. It's possible this Dantai Palace did suppress an ancient demon, but it was likely a fake one, possibly at the early heavenly demon stage. Virgil shook his head, looking at the large building before him. This was the Dantai Palace. Entering the door led to a flower hall. The 3 characters, Dantai Palace, hung on a plaque at the entrance, written plainly, almost boring, as if copied from a book. On either side of the entrance was a couplet. 6 words. Heaven's wine, earth's wine. Chapter 392. 10 barrels, please. Heavenly wine, earthly wine. It sounds rhyming and poetic, but it's just pretentious. Darby glanced at the couplets on either side, her delicate nose slightly snorting. Let's go in. We're already here, so let's try our luck. Virgil shook his head and walked forward. Come to think of it, if the legends were true, would his visit as an ancient demon be considered a disruption? Chuckles, dismissing these strange thoughts, Virgil had already passed through the entrance. His body seemed to cross through a thin layer of water ripples, like an array formation. But the ancient demon blood within him stirred for a moment, causing a strange expression to appear in his eyes. Coincidence, or something else? Virgil stopped and stared at the entrance behind him. After a while, lines of array patterns appeared before his eyes. He looked at this scene thoughtfully, his brows furrowed. What's wrong? Darby hadn't noticed any abnormality and was somewhat puzzled by his appearance. Intriguing. Nothing, Virgil did not explain, keeping a mental note. He surveyed the surroundings. After entering, they found themselves in a large floral hall filled with the fragrance of various blooming flowers. Not expensive varieties, but mostly wildflowers that couldn't be identified. To the left of the floral hall was a side room where cultivators could be seen drinking and conversing. Mostly Foundation Establishment and Core Formation practitioners, accompanied by the soft sounds of music, lutes, zither, flutes, as though it were a lively banquet. Darby was confused, but didn't ask further as Virgil remained silent. Young master seems unfamiliar. It's your first time visiting Danai Palace, isn't it? This way, please. In Danai Palace, we have heavenly wine and earthly wine. Which one would you like to try? At this moment, a maidservant dressed in a purple skirt came forward. Her name was Leona, having served in Danai Palace long enough to pride herself on her ability to read people accurately. Given the remarkable demeanor of the person before her and the beautiful Noel by his side, she assumed he must be at least a core formation cultivator, which made her eager to curry favor. What is heavenly wine? Virgil asked casually, following her into the adjacent room. Heavenly wine can enhance cultivation levels and comes in different grades such as 1st grade spirit wine, 2nd grade spirit wine, 3rd grade spirit wine. Leona led the way, twisting her slender waist, carefully introducing the palace's specialties to them. Darby listened silently, her fox-like face remaining calm as she saw Leona occasionally glance back at Virgil with flirtatious eyes, yet felt no jealousy. She wasn't at their level. No need to worry at all. What are the differences between these spirit wines? Virgil interjected. First grade spirit wine can enhance Qi condensation stage cultivators. Second grade spirit wine can boost foundation establishment cultivators, and so forth. The higher the grade, the better. Leona answered without displeasure, stepping into the side room and explaining with a smile. Then bring me 10 barrels of 5th grade spirit wine. Virgil had understood, knowing higher grades were better. Inside the room, there were many cultivators. Upon hearing Virgil's words, everyone immediately turned their gazes toward him, looking at him as though he were foolish. Is this man really clueless, or faking it? Defies Palace only has up to 4th grade spirit wine. He wants 5th grade spirit wine? Is he trying to draw attention? Among them were a few young men and women dressed lavishly, all core formation cultivators sitting in the side room. Hearing Virgil's request, they found amusement in him and gazed towards the entrance. But when they saw the 3 people who entered, especially the Noelle in white, their gazes couldn't tear away. She was stunningly beautiful. Such a beautiful maiden. I thought Luna was already a celestial beauty, but there's someone even more beautiful than her. Beauty always attracts attention, especially from someone as captivating as Darby. They all came from nearby forces, each a genius of their respective sects or families, typically getting what they wanted. Now they eyed Virgil with envy, despite his seemingly average appearance and apparent initial core formation status. Hmph. The so-called Luna, who sat nearby and was quite beautiful, scoffed upon hearing their comments. Others laughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the party involved, Virgil heard the ridicule around him, learning that Defies Palace didn't have 5th grade spirit wine, but he showed no embarrassment. Instead, he silently held Darby's hand. The chill around her slowly dissipated as she glanced at him, saying nothing. Sir, Defies Palace indeed only has up to 4th grade spirit wine, priced at 10,000 lower grade spirit stones per barrel. Would you like some? Leona forced a smile, assuming Virgil's earlier statement was merely for show to impress his companion, a common occurrence. Maintaining professional decorum, she didn't reveal her true feelings. Only 4th grade spirit wine. Forget it then. It won't help me. So, what's earthly wine? Virgil shook his head. If you can't afford it, just say so. 4th grade spirit wine benefits even nascent soul cultivators. Who does he think he is, acting like it's beneath him? Seeing his earnest manner, those young nobles' jealousy took over, giving him contemptuous looks. Miss, why don't you join us? I'll treat you to 4th grade spirit wine, said a blue-robed Dominic with fair skin and mild eyes, standing politely and inviting Darby with a smile. Don't miss this opportunity. Elio Young comes from a family led by a nascent soul powerhouse and is a disciple of Pong sect, promising a bright future. Far better than your superficial companion who can't even afford 4th grade spirit wine. Another Dominic chimed in jeeringly. The blue-robed Dominic relished in his companion's praise, giving Virgil a smug look before smiling kindly again. What do you think, miss? He believed his gentlemanly demeanor would surely win over a person who couldn't afford such wine, making the beautiful Noelle follow him eagerly. Seeing his provoking gaze, Virgil just smiled nonchalantly. Tell a joke. Someone dared to poach right in front of him in the inner sea. Would he die of shock if he knew Virgil's identity? Scram. Darby spat coldly, her tone full of disdain, not even sparing him a glance. The blue-robed Dominic froze in place. His companions were also stunned. Mississippi. Virgil anticipated this reaction and gently called out to Darby as the servant Sylvia remained silent. Oh, sorry. Earthly wine is ordinary wine. Drinking it won't enhance your magical power. The most expensive is 10 spirit stones per barrel. Leona, finally snapping out of it, explained curiously. What kind of charm did he possess to make such a beautiful Noelle so devoted? Bring me a few well-known ones, please. How about green bamboo wine? It's the best-selling among the ordinary wines in Defies Palace. Apart from wine, sir, do you need anything else? Chapter 393. Where's your palace master? Kenzie took out a few wine jars from her storage bag and handed them to Virgil, introducing, in Defies Palace, there are maidservants who can accompany you to dispel boredom. They are also proficient in the arts of Qing, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and music. Do you need one? For drinking company? Virgil's lips curled. Is your palace master here? The question reverberated like thunder in the side hall. Not only did Kinsey look slightly startled, but everyone around was equally puzzled, unsure why he would ask such a question. Did he actually want the palace master to drink with him? Who did he think he was? Such arrogance. Do not joke, young master. The palace master holds a revered position. How could she do such a thing? There was an evident trace of displeasure on Kinsey's face, as she suspected this young master had come to cause trouble. So be it, no matter. I have no spirit stones anyway and can't afford drinking companions. Virgil gave a faint smile, then waved his hand to produce a black token, which he handed over to her with a light laugh. Give this to your palace master. I'm sure when she sees it, she will waive my wine charges and come out to drink with me. TSK, I've seen arrogant ones, but never one so audacious. He has no spirit stones, and still wants the Gabriella to drink with him. Miss Kinsey, clearly this person is here to cause trouble. Should we help by throwing him out? The Dominic who was earlier rejected by Darby started making sarcastic remarks. Virgil ignored these petty clowns. Master, please don't put me in such a difficult position. Kinsey frowned, trying hard not to show her annoyance as she refused to take the token from him. Miss, trust me, you won't go through all this for nothing. If you give this to your palace master, she will definitely come out, and you will earn her favor. Seeing his calm demeanor, Kinsey hesitated but was ultimately tempted by the last part of his words. She inexplicably took the token, nodding, Fine, wait here, sir. Saying this, she instructed the other maids to watch Virgil closely, ensuring he didn't leave, before briskly walking away. Miss Kinsey really went. Does she believe what this Emmett said? Just watch, he'll be thrown out of Defies Palace soon enough. The group of Dominic saw this scene and began chattering and mocking him. Let's sit over there. Virgil naturally ignored them, picked up the jars of wine, and walked to a table in the corner, removing the seals and releasing a fragrant aroma. Will the Gabriella come? Darby accepted the wine he passed and asked softly. Uncertain. Virgil shook his head, picked up another jar, removed the seal, and drank deeply. Good wine. As the liquor slipped down his throat, his eyes brightened. Although this wine couldn't enhance cultivation, its taste was unexpectedly excellent. It left a lingering fragrance that lasted long after swallowing. Over the years, he had tasted many kinds of wine, including those blue wines he bought on an island, which were nearly finished, thus he was quite knowledgeable about wine quality. This bamboo green wine was indeed several grades better than those blue wines. A broken ordinary wine. What's so good about it? An uncultured bumpkin pretending to know something he doesn't. As expected, those same Dominics scoffed when they heard Virgil praising the wine. Virgil ignored them and turned to Darby. You should try it too. Seeing this, the Dominics' faces darkened. Virgil's continuous disregard for them made them feel as if their blows fell into cotton, leaving them frustrated. It was as if they themselves were the clowns. It's indeed pretty good. Darby heard him and poured some wine into a bowl, sipping it gently, a flush appearing on her cheeks. Just take a small sip, don't overindulge. Virgil smiled. At the same time, in the corridor behind the side hall, lotus flowers blooming in the ponds exuded a pleasant fragrance. Kinsey hurriedly walked down the corridor and soon bumped into a Noelle. What happened in such a hurry? This was a Noelle dressed in a light yellow robe who walked forward, looking at Kinsey in confusion. Someone came just now. The yellow-robed Noelle was in Franz of Dantai Palace, a core stage cultivator. Kinsey dared not hide anything and briefly explained the situation. Let me see who this person is, claiming to have such audacity to request the palace master's presence. The yellow-robed Noelle extended her hand angrily upon hearing this and examined the token. The front side depicted a large purple hall, while the back was adorned with the character demon, written in a flowing script. Trying to impersonate someone from the demon hall. I've seen all the tokens from the demon hall, and none of them depict a purple hall. How dare this person come here to deceive us? Should I inform the palace master? No need. I'll handle it. The two walked through the corridor, passing through the flower pavilion, and quickly arrived at the side hall. That's a lay. Seeing her angry expression, that Emmett is dead meat, trying to make the Gabriella come out. The Dominics immediately became excited upon recognizing her. Alea's gaze swept across the room and locked onto Virgil. Despite sitting quietly, the duo emanated a unique aura that stood out irresistibly. However, Alea furrowed her brows because she couldn't determine their exact cultivation level. It alternated between core formation and nascent soul stages, even escaping her perception. But she assumed they were on the verge of breakthrough and approached with confident strides. Clank. Virgil was slowly sipping wine when the black token was abruptly thrown onto the table. At the same time, a voice came through. Sir, you're using a fake demon hall token to deceive us in Dantai Palace and even wanted our palace master to come out for your company. What audacity. Alea stood behind Virgil, emitting a mid-core stage aura that filled the side hall with coldness. No wonder this person had such confidence earlier. He must have been trying to impersonate someone from the demon hall, but he didn't expect Alea to expose him. This time it won't be as simple as paying. Coming to Danai Palace to deceive isn't enough. He openly insulted us. He's doomed. Virgil remained unperturbed, sitting calmly and taking a sip of wine. My token is real. If you don't believe me, show it to your palace master. Are you saying our palace cannot recognize its own token? Alea sneered. Not necessarily. Anything is possible. Stubborn to the end. Here are two options for you. Pay up, apologize for your audacity, and get out. What if I refuse? Virgil countered. Trying to be so bold in Danai Palace, you've picked the wrong place. Alea chuckled coldly and raised her hand, causing a white ribbon to dart out from her sleeve like a silver serpent, sweeping toward Virgil. Chapter 394. You want Arlant to know who I am. Alea is using her true abilities. This silver chain is a mid-grade infant treasure, and even cultivators at the middle stage of the nether infant realm cannot escape once ensnared. Who asked this brat to eat without paying and be so arrogant? He even wanted the palace master's company. How could Alea not be angry? The group of young men jumped to their feet in excitement, watching the silver snake wrapping around Virgil with glee on their faces. Jealousy had truly distorted their looks. The Noelle in yellow gave a cold snort, wearing an expression that suggested the game was already won. She had already begun thinking about how she would deal with Virgil after capturing him. To her, losing a few spirit stones was minor compared to this man insulting the palace master and tarnishing the dignity of the Dantai Palace. While his death might be spared, he couldn't avoid punishment. When it's done, cut out his tongue and break one of his legs. Just as she pondered these thoughts, a hand rose slowly and grabbed for the silver chain. He overestimates himself. The Noelle in yellow sneered, looking down on him with disdain. But soon, an astonishing sight unfolded. The previously arrogant silver snake froze like a mouse seeing a cat, trembling in midair, obediently caught by that hand. Swallowing hard, the crowd's eyes widened impossibly, speechless at this unprecedented scene. The young men were visibly shocked. For a moment, the side hall was eerily silent. Only the sound of people swallowing nervously broke the stillness. Until a voice quivered into the silence. What's happening? Catching the silver chain barehanded, could he be a late-stage nether infant realm expert? Considering this possibility, the young men turned pale with fear. They never imagined that the meek person they mocked without response was actually a late-stage nether infant realm expert. Even if their clans or sects had late-stage nether infant experts, it wouldn't matter if this person truly wished to kill them. No wonder you're so bold. You're a late-stage nether infant cultivator. But today you've come to the wrong place. A mere late-stage nether infant causing trouble in our Dantai Palace. This is your own funeral. The Noelle in yellow quickly regained her composure after being briefly stunned. Here, in the Danai Palace, no one dared act recklessly even if they were at the late-stage nether infant realm. Is that so? Then I shall face my funeral and see what your Dantai Palace can do. Virgil laughed coldly. Vanishing from his seat, he reappeared behind the Noel in yellow, palm raised high, smacking a protruding area. Rogue, I'll kill you. With a crisp sound, the Noel in yellow felt searing pain on her buttocks, anger surging within her. She struck back at Virgil with her fair hand. Young lady, always resorting to violence. Today, I'll educate you properly for your franzas. Virgil grabbed her wrist and continued to raise his remaining hand, striking harshly. Slap slap. With each slap, the Noel in yellow felt increasing fiery pain on her buttocks, filled with rage toward Virgil. Do you still not submit? Virgil sneered again, raising his hand when a stern cry interrupted. Rogue, Danai Palace isn't where you can act rashly. Palace Master, save me. Hearing the voice, the Noel in yellow looked toward the doorway with relief, only to see a lady with an elegant hairstyle and draped in a translucent gauze robe walk in calmly. Seeing the scene inside, fury spread across her face. It's the Gabriella herself, a nascent soul realm expert. That man, despite being a late-stage nether infant realm, won't have a chance now. The young men immediately saw hope, their faces alight with fervor. Seeing the awaited master finally arrive, Virgil turned his stern gaze towards the lady. Rogue, release Alay now, or don't blame me for being unforgiving. The Gabriella's phoenix-like eyes glowed ominously, locking onto him with a strand of chi. Not knowing what happened, yet historically, no one had ever dared be unruly in the Dantai Palace. Her first priority was subduing him. What puzzled her was that Virgil's aura fluctuated, sometimes appearing as nether infant and at other times as nascent soul. Even she couldn't pinpoint his exact cultivation level. Release? All right. Virgil stood with hands behind his back, pushing the Noel in yellow aside, showing utter disdain. Humph. You have guts, daring to be unruly in my Dantai Palace. I will capture you now. Surprised by his straightforwardness, the Gabriella raised her graceful hand quickly, slapping at Virgil. Without investigating thoroughly, you act directly? Ha, truly like snakes and rats working together. Virgil observed this with a derisive smile, releasing a wave of momentum that swept through the area. What kind of aura is this? The Gabriella felt immobilized, paralyzed in shock. Virgil naturally didn't explain. In one step, he appeared behind her, hand raised high, then slapped down, saying, this slap, punishing you for being a palace master who doesn't discern right from wrong. The second slap, punishing you for offending me. Speaking, he struck again with a crisp sound. You dare. Two slaps landed in intimate areas, turning the Gabriella's face crimson with immense shame and indignation. Palace master. The Noel in yellow was greatly alarmed, never imagining this person was so formidable. The young men wore expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? The Gabriella is an early-stage nascent soul expert. Could this person be a mid-stage nascent soul veteran? Ah, we actually insulted a mid-stage nascent soul veteran. Recalling their earlier actions, the young men fell into despair. Mid-stage nascent soul experts lived for over 1,000 years, rulers in the inner sea. They acted unpredictably, and ridiculing such a person was unthinkable. If this person killed them all, their sects or clans wouldn't dare protest. Who are you exactly? The Gabriella gritted her teeth, glaring at Virgil. Arlenting to resist, she found herself unable to muster any will to fight against him. Who I am? You won't want to know. Virgil laughed coldly and slapped her buttocks again, just as another voice interrupted. So brazen, shaming a lady publicly. Today, I'll suppress you. A purple paper umbrella spun into view above Virgil, emitting blue light which quickly enveloped him, generating terrifying suction. Debbie, don't be afraid. I'll subdue this pervert. The attacker was a mid-stage nascent soul maiden, fresh as a lotus post-rain, staring fiercely at Virgil. Beside her stood a Noel in blue robes, long black hair flowing like water. She watched the Sylvia helplessly. Little sister Carmen, did you forget what master taught you before leaving? Ask the reason first before attacking. Chapter 394. You want Arlen to know who I am. Alay is serious now. This silver whip is a middle-grade infant treasure. Even cultivators at the middle nascent soul stage can't break free once entangled. Who told this kid to not only freeload, but also be so arrogant? He even wanted the palace master's company. No wonder Alay is furious. The group of young men stood up in excitement, watching the silver snake wrapping around Virgil with malicious glee on their faces. Jealousy truly makes people unrecognizable. The Noel in yellow sneered, equally confident of her victory, already pondering how to deal with Virgil after subduing him. For her, losing a few spirit stones was insignificant. However, this person not only tried to freeload, but also insulted the palace master and gravely disrespected Dantai Palace's dignity. He might be spared death, but punishment was inevitable. He will have his tongue cut out and one leg broken. Just as she mused, a slow-moving hand suddenly rose, reaching for the silver ribbon. Overestimating yourself? The Noel in yellow snorted derisively, full of contempt. Soon after, something astonishing happened. The once arrogant silver snake froze mid-air like a mouse facing a cat, trembling in submission as it was seized by the hand. Swallowing hard, the Noel in yellow could not believe her eyes, left speechless. The young men were also visibly shocked. For a moment, an eerie silence filled the side hall, broken only by the sound of everyone swallowing hard. Until a shaky voice broke the silence. What's happening? He caught the silver whip barehanded. Could he be a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Considering this possibility terrified the young men, turning their faces pale. They couldn't believe that the meek man they had mocked without retaliation was actually a late-stage nascent soul expert. Even if their families or sects had late-stage nascent soul experts, nothing would save them if he decided to kill. Humph. No wonder you're so bold. Samurns out you're a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. But you chose the wrong place today. A mere late-stage nascent soul causing trouble in Dantai Palace only invites your own doom. The Noelle in yellow regained her composure after a brief shock. Here was Danai Palace, where even late-stage nascent soul experts must abide by its rules. Is that so? Then let me invite my own doom today. Let's see what Danai Palace can do. Virgil appeared behind the Noelle in yellow, raising his hand to slap her buttocks. Reckless wretch, I'll kill you. With a crisp sound, the Noelle felt a fiery pain on her bottom, shame and fury flooding her heart as she slapped back at Virgil. You women are always eager to fight and kill. Today, I'll educate you properly on behalf of your Franzes. Virgil grabbed her wrist, smirking as his other hand raised to deliver several harsh slaps. Slap slap. After several slaps, the Noelle felt even more burning pain, wishing she could kill Virgil. Still not convinced? Virgil smirked again, about to raise his hand when a sharp cry echoed from outside the hall. Reckless wretch, Dantai Palace isn't where you can act freely. Palace master, save me. Hearing the voice, the Noelle in yellow's face lit up, looking towards the door where a lady entered. Clad in a thin silk blouse over a coiffure, she looked at the scene, anger etched on her face. It's the palace master of Danai Palace. She's an early-stage transforming core cultivator. That guy, despite being a late-stage nascent soul, cannot escape now. The young men felt renewed hope, their expressions intense. Seeing the awaited figure, Virgil turned his cold gaze towards her. Reckless wretch, release Alay or else don't blame me for being unfriendly. The palace master of Dantai Palace's phoenix eyes flared, locking onto him tightly. Regardless of the specifics, no one ever dared to defy Dantai Palace. Yet what perplexed her was Virgil's fluctuating aura, sometimes nascent soul, sometimes transforming core, beyond her ability to discern. Release? Fine. Virgil pushed the Noelle aside with disdain. Humph, brave indeed, defying Danai Palace. I'll capture you now. Surprised by his compliance, she swiftly raised her hand to strike. Without clarifying facts first, she moved to attack, prompting Virgil to scoff. Act recklessly without investigating? Truly a nest of snakes and rats. His aura expanded, engulfing the surroundings. What level of aura is this? The palace master felt immobilized, horror-stricken. Virgil wouldn't explain, stepping forward, striking her buttocks, saying, this slap punishes you for being unjust as palace master. This slap punishes you for offending me. As he struck, another voice intervened. How daring, humiliating a Noelle publicly. I will suppress you now. A purple parasol spun into the hall above Virgil, emitting blue light to envelop him, followed by a terrifying suction force. Don't be afraid, Sister Jinian. I will subdue this pervert. The attacker was a mid-transforming core Sylvia, fresh and charming, glaring at Virgil. Standing beside her was a blue-clad Noelle, her long hair flowing gracefully, reminding her helplessly, Junior Sister Carmen, didn't our master tell us to inquire before acting? In summary, the chapter maintains dramatic tension, ensuring a natural and coherent English translation while preserving character names and emotions, effectively conveying the original meaning. Chapter 395, Sabina, Purple Mansion Academy. Again, the group of young adults watched this scene with hearts that soared and plunged. They felt that today's experiences would definitely be more thrilling than an entire lifetime. Well, it's just like they say. After the young ones, now the old ones come, Virgil sneered. He raised his hand, and the spinning paper umbrella above him was forcefully drawn into his palm. How can this be possible? Even those at the late-stage soul transformation realm cannot forcibly take my demon-subduing umbrella. Who exactly are you? The Sylvia who had acted instantly turned pale. Even the Noelle in blue beside her showed a flicker of surprise as her gaze landed on Virgil. This person, only 500 years old, possessed such abilities. Had the lower realms ever produced someone like this? Unfortunately, being an ancient demon, he couldn't be recruited into the Purple Mansion Academy. The Noelle in blue shook her head regretfully. As for who I am, you wouldn't dare to know. But since you asked, let me tell you, I am Braden. Virgil took a step forward, no longer hiding his aura. It changed from tranquil to overwhelmingly demonic, a sea of blood seeming to appear behind him. That was the killing intent formed from countless cultivators dying by his hand. From chi practitioners, foundation establishment, nascent soul, soul transformation, and even half-step pseudo-immortals. The Sylvia who had just made a move immediately felt the impact of this killing intent, her face turning deathly pale while her body trembled as if she were a leaf in autumn. Braden, he's actually green venerable. With endless killing intent as proof, none of the young adults doubted this claim. They kneeled down in fear on the spot. Heaven, they had dared to humiliate Green Venerable, the Dominic who had killed the demon Venerable. If mocking a mid-stage soul transformer could bring trouble upon themselves, now, their sects and families probably wish they would die quickly to sever all ties. Green Venerable. Palace Master Dan Tai also turned white as a sheet. As for the instigator in yellow attire, she was utterly pale, not expecting the person before her to be Green Venerable. She recalled the token Virgil had given her earlier and understood instantly. It must have been the highest grade token of the Demon Pavilion, bestowed by the Demon Venerable. How laughable that she had deemed it fake. So your Taoist companion Braden, this humble servant, Sabina, is a disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy in the Southern Abyss Immortal Realm. My junior sister was impolite just now. Please accept my apologies on her behalf. Could we perhaps ask Taoist companion Braden to show some leniency and release Madame Jinian? She is our informer in the lower realms. The Noelle in blue stepped forward gracefully, shielding the Sylvia from the killing intent with a wave of her hand. Seeing that she didn't succumb to fear over the name Green Venerable, like the others, Virgil's dark eyes settled on her, as if trying to see through everything. This Noelle was clearly a half-step pseudo-immortal, already beginning the process of returning to primordial origins. And despite her relatively young age, around 700 years by bone age, her cultivation was not inferior to the 8 venerables of the Inner Sea. Purple Mansion Academy. He murmured these words, frowning. He had never heard of this power, but but knowing it came from the southern abyss immortal realm, it was unlikely to be simple. He cast a questioning glance at Darby. She too was no longer calm, standing up to come beside him. Her expression serious, she whispered, "The Purple Mansion Academy is the top power in the southern abyss immortal realm, with deep-seated enmity towards demon cultivators, and especially ancient demons. We cannot let her go. Capturing her alive would be best. If she exposes your royal bloodline as an ancient demon, it could cause future troubles. While Purple Mansion Academy's strongest can only exert peak human immortal power in the lower realms, if you ascend to the four seas." Darby's eyes were filled with murderous intent, fixed on the Noelle in blue. She posed a significant threat to Virgil, one Darby didn't want to let slip away. Virgil's eyes slowly revealed astonishment as he looked at the Noelle in blue again. She stood silently like a summer flower, seemingly oblivious to their murderous intentions. Or perhaps she was extremely confident in her strength and had terrifying trump cards. Virgil's eyes flashed. He said coolly, "Miss Wei Yu, since you come from the Purple Mansion Academy, you must have guessed my identity. Do you think I'll show mercy? Or do you believe that after meeting, I'd allow you to expose my secrets?" Sabina saw the lethal intent in his eyes but remained unperturbed, smiling faintly. "I understand your concerns, but this isn't the right place for a conversation. Why don't we find a private room? I'll accompany you for a few cups of wine. You love mundane wine, and I happen to be quite knowledgeable about it. Perhaps we'll find much to discuss. A lady like you isn't afraid, so how could I be afraid? It would be a joke if word got out." Virgil's eyes gleamed. He waved away Palace Master Dan Tai, his gaze sweeping the terrified crowd of young adults. But he ignored them, following the Noelle in blue, allowing several to breathe a sigh of relief as they kowtowed loudly to the ground. "This time, Venerable Green shows great mercy and doesn't deal with us ants. Next time, who knows if we'll be so lucky. From now on, I swear to turn over a new leaf and become a good person, controlling my tongue." A short while later, inside an elegant private room in the bamboo tower behind Dan Tai Palace, Virgil and Sabina sat together on a couch, with a square table between them adorned with an incense burner and 2 bowls. Darby quietly stood beside him, while the palace master poured wine for the two. Virgil had specifically requested this, deeming it humiliating for her, yet she dared not disobey. After all, Green Venerable's reputation was too formidable, having ascended by defeating the demon Venerable. In the entire Inner Sea, probably few dared claim they could surpass him. "Miss Wei Yu, what do you wish to discuss with me?" Virgil lifted the bowl of wine, taking a sip while looking at the Noelle opposite him. "Do you, sir, know about our Purple Mansion Academy?" Sabina lit the sandalwood in the incense burner, then smiled at him. "Our Purple Mansion Academy is the leader of righteousness in the Southern Abyss immortal realm. Given your ancient demon blood, according to our rules, all ancient demons should be exterminated or suppressed upon sight." Though her voice was cheerful, it carried a chill. Was this a warning? Clearly, she harbored resentment due to his actions earlier at Dan Tai Palace. Virgil glanced at her without comment, continuing to drink quietly. Hours passed in silence. This left the palace master miserable, unable to leave, fearing that a misstep would lead to a sudden massacre by the Dominic. "You're not in any rush, sir." Sabina couldn't sit still anymore, saying softly, "1. You can't kill me. If you try, you'll only embarrass yourself." Virgil extended one finger. "Are you so confident in your strength, sir?" Sabina's beautiful eyes twinkled. Virgil shook his head without speaking. And 2. End of chapter. Chapter 396. Discussing Tao, the 5 realms of intention. Perhaps it's my intuition, but observing Miss Wei Yu's character, you don't seem like someone rigidly fixated on the distinctions between orthodox and demon factions, Virgil chuckled. "Oh, why do you say that?" Mona blinked, then suddenly noticed Virgil staring at her chest with a lecherous gaze akin to a rogue's. "How dare you be so frivolous, just like those lustful villains." Her face flushed instantly, and she spat lightly. Suppressing her disordered thoughts, she regained composure. "See, even after I stare at Miss Wei Yu in such a lecherous manner, you don't get angry. This shows your hatred and prejudice towards me aren't as deep. So why would you obsess over me being a demon?" Virgil shifted his gaze meaningfully. This young lady wasn't exactly tumultuous, but quite impressive, like harboring 2 small watermelons. Still, she fell a bit short compared to Darby. "Damn it, how could I have such thoughts?" Darby glanced sideways at him skeptically, suspecting he was taking advantage of the Sylvia, though without evidence. Mona couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Clearly, he was exploiting the situation yet speaking in high-sounding terms. And this was indeed too trivial, wasn't it? "Sir, you are indeed very different from ordinary demon cultivators. However, my master has taught me that there is no absolute division between orthodoxy and demons in the world. As long as Sir isn't an evil demon committing all kinds of atrocities, I will not uphold justice by slaying demons. As for Master Dan Tai, you can rest assured, few people know about today's events. I'll order that today's matters must not be disclosed to avoid future trouble from the Purple Mansion Academy." Mona calmed herself and specifically glanced at Dan Tai Gongju beside her. He immediately caught on and pledged solemnly, "I swear by my Tao heart that I will never reveal a single word about today's events." A vow sworn upon one's Tao heart concerned future cultivation, with heaven itself deciding its consequences. Swearing by the Tao heart was an extremely serious oath. Virgil smiled faintly, saying nothing, and sipped the green bamboo wine from the table, seemingly indifferent to whether she spoke the truth. "Sir, you truly have cold feelings, leaving me hanging like this." Several hours passed, and an aggrieved voice sounded across from him. Virgil remained silent, not responding. Impatience wouldn't achieve anything. Instead, it might expose his true intentions. It was better to proceed gradually. Mona managed to smile and said, "Sir seems fond of mundane wine. What's the reason?" "One question each. How does that sound?" Virgil smiled. Mona hesitated, finding it interesting, and nodded. "Fine. Because compared to mundane wine, Spirit wine loses the essence of wine. The essence of wine? That's your second question. Mona's beautiful eyes showed disappointment, while Virgil's heart remained as solid as a rock, unmoved. I've heard that 1,000 years ago, the Defies palace suppressed an ancient demon. Is this true? Mona's eyes became even more sorrowful. Sir truly has cold feelings. The incident you mentioned is indeed true. This demon was cultivated and had the mind of a child, massacring the populace of an island before being suppressed by a disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy in the lower realm. So it's true. How much do you know about ancient demons, Miss Weiyu? Virgil nodded. When he learned that the Defies palace served as the Purple Mansion Academy's spy in the lower realm, he almost confirmed the rumors weren't baseless, so he wasn't surprised now. As a pure-blooded ancient demon, you should understand them better than I. Do you really need to ask me? Mona shot a playful glance at him, clearly retaliating for his earlier behavior. After all, as a beautiful Noelle, she felt slighted by Virgil's indifference. I actually don't know much about ancient demons. Virgil shook his head, not feeling embarrassed. Ignorance wasn't shameful if he pretended otherwise. Our Purple Mansion Academy has dealt with ancient demons for generations and knows more about them than most. However, Sir has already asked his question. Now it's Miss Weiyu's turn. What did you mean by the essence of wine? The essence of wine. Virgil had only bluffed earlier to placate her. The truth was that these spirit wines were useless to him, while mundane wine tasted good. He hadn't expected Mona to press further. Continuing his bluff, he elaborated. What is the essence of wine? Why do people drink? Simply to get drunk. Robertandine wine, distilled without any ulterior motives, solely for intoxication. But spirit wine loses this purity, infused with various elixirs during brewing. Is that really wine? More like a pot of health tonic. So in Sir's view, only mundane wine counts as real wine. Mona's eyes sparkled. This concept perfectly distinguished celestial and mundane wines. Someone once told her something similar. Now, Virgil repeated similar words. Her interest in this man grew. All right, my turn to ask. Virgil smiled mysteriously. Where is that ancient demon now? It's dead, Mona replied. Dead? Hearing this, Virgil's gaze carried a hint of regret. In ancient times, ancient demons often inherited their knowledge through lineage, innate in their bloodline. Demon races also followed this pattern, but only for powerful lineages. Originally, he planned to investigate the demon for potential inheritance. Unfortunately, the demon was dead, dashing his hopes of uncovering ancient demonic secrets. Even if alive, this demon would never serve you. Seeing his sadness, Mona assumed he wanted to control the demon and consoled him gently. Virgil didn't explain. We've both asked 2 questions now. Let's end it here. I have matters to attend to and won't disturb you further. He drained his bowl in one go, stood up unsteadily, and revealed a hazy, intoxicated look. Seeing this, Dantai Gongju breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this calamity was leaving. She felt these hours were more perilous than centuries. But just as she rejoiced, a melodious voice interrupted. Sir, please stay. You seek ancient demon information. Our Purple Mansion Academy deals with them regularly. I have some books detailing ancient demons. Are you interested? Dantai Gongju stared at the blue-robed Noelle in disbelief, silently lamenting. Young miss, let him go. Why call him back? Miss Weiyu, what do you want? Virgil paused, not sitting down again, awaiting her reply. Mona smiled faintly and asked, You explained the difference between celestial and mundane wine. Can you tell me what is wine? Is this your test for me? Virgil smiled wryly. Yes, if you solve my puzzle, I'll offer my compensation. Mona nodded with a half-smile. Virgil stared intently at her for a moment, then looked away. Very well. Scholars discussing Tao can be a delightful affair. I have some insights for Miss Weiyu to ponder. He sat down and smiled. You asked what wine is. I am still seeking the answer myself. And have you found it? Mona's eyes showed genuine anticipation. Their conversation revealed the mysterious nature of the man from the lower realm, intriguing and inviting exploration. Virgil nodded. I once came across an explanation in a book. The character for wine, Jiao, consists of Se, water, on the left, and Yo, the 10th earthly branch, on the right. And Yo also represents the Golden Autumn Festival in the 10th month, when the 5 grains are abundant. Adding water to these ingredients, brewing them, results in wine. Mona shook her head. I have seen these explanations before, young master. You must have other insights. Virgil continued. An ancient saying goes, wine does not intoxicate unless the drinker wishes it. Wine and intoxication are not directly related. Wine is merely a medium that induces drunkenness. In this world, things that can intoxicate people are not limited to wine. Beauty, wealth, power. All of these can be intoxicating like wine. Things that intoxicate are all like wine. Mona murmured these words, her eyes brightening as she looked at the man in black before her. Even Darby's eyes sparkled with light. This was the first time she had heard such an interpretation. Seeing the gaze of the talented Sylvia from the Purple Mansion Academy, glowing with a strange light, she inwardly chuckled. Hee, another one falls under his spell. She wouldn't say who. At the same time, she felt a bit sentimental. Her judgment was indeed sharp. No matter where this man stood, he always shone brightly. But then again, this young Sylvia was a disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy and likely held a high status. If he could win her over, they wouldn't need to worry about the Purple Mansion Academy in the future, and he might even gain a powerful ally. So, she subtly pinched Virgil's waist and whispered to him, urging him to seize the opportunity. Virgil immediately turned pale, but by then, Mona had already composed herself and asked him, then what is intoxication? What is intoxication? Virgil repeated the question, his eyes half black and half white. He saw through Mona's surface-level inquiry about intoxication to the deeper question of life and death. This Noelle's obsession with wine probably stemmed from her realization that within the transition between sobriety and intoxication lay the essence of life and death. She wanted to use the process of making wine to grasp the Tao of life and death. Of course, he had pondered this question while among the six-winged clan. At that time, he had experienced a moment of enlightenment, seeing how the Tao of life and death was embedded in wine. However, his cultivation and mental state back then were not enough for him to fully understand it. Now, as he thought about it again, two types of people appeared before his eyes. One type, drunkards who were utterly intoxicated, and another type, whose faces glowed red after drinking, appearing refreshed and invigorated. Both drank wine and became intoxicated, yet their outcomes were vastly different. This is the imagery of life and death. Mona watched the black and white aura in his eyes, her gaze sharpening. She understood well what the imagery of life and death represented. If this imagery evolved further, it would become the Tao of life and death. And the Tao of life and death was something that needed to be comprehended to advance from a human immortal to a ghost immortal. Although Virgil's current understanding of the imagery of life and death was still far from the Tao of life and death, it was rare for someone to comprehend this during the transformation of spirit phase, even in the Southern Sea immortal domain. Even she couldn't do it. This required not only good fortune and insight into life and death, but also a very high level of intuition. He actually achieved what many geniuses couldn't. While she was inwardly astonished, the imagery of life and death flickered in Virgil's eyes as he continuously poured more wine into his mouth. Bowl after bowl, he eventually switched to a wine jar. Throughout this time, Darby kept a wary eye on the two women in front of her, preventing them from interrupting his enlightenment. However, Mona simply sat calmly, her gaze fixed on him, waiting quietly. She also signaled Gabriella not to make any noise. She knew Virgil had entered the process of enlightenment and eagerly anticipated what he would comprehend, hoping it would bring him great surprises. Just as Virgil had suspected, she was using wine to grasp the Tao of life and death, seeking an answer from this senior. Unaware of this, Virgil was immersed in his own world. Days passed unnoticed, with wine jars replaced one after another. The intoxication in his eyes grew more evident, until, at a certain moment, his eyes suddenly became clear, all traces of alcohol gone. The black and white circle in his eyes expanded several times, turning incomplete once more, leaving only 1/3 intact. Yet, in this moment of enlightenment, his imagery of life and death advanced to 5th rank. The Tao of imagery played a crucial role in later cultivation stages, especially for pseudo-immortals whose path revolved around imagery. Originally, his 6th rank imagery was already top-notch at the transformation of spirit stage. Now, having broken through to 5th rank, even some pseudo-immortals might not surpass him in the Tao of imagery. And if the circle ever became complete, it would signify 1st rank imagery. Young master seems to have gained some enlightenment, Mona said with a smile. Darby and Gabriella also turned to look at him. Virgil had been in contemplation for 3 days, and no one knew what he had realized. If we discuss intoxication, we cannot separate it from sobriety. This is similar to how life cannot exist without death, and death cannot exist without life. Your fixation on wine is because you see the Tao of life and death within it. Virgil looked straight at her. His words surprised Mona, revealing that he easily saw through her Tao. Her expression became solemn as she listened attentively. Virgil continued, if I view wine from my perspective, I find that intoxication carries a zhu. Zhu means death. Therefore, dying in wine is being intoxicated. Being born in wine is remaining sober. Between sobriety and intoxication lies life and death. That's why cultivators, despite having protective mana, can still become intoxicated. Mana can only protect the body, not the heart. If the heart craves intoxication or death, whether one is a true immortal or an immortal sovereign, they will become intoxicated. But if one remains clear-minded in wine, they won't get drunk from thousands of cups. I faltered just now, which led to my intoxication. Virgil slowly revealed his enlightenment, causing Mona's heart to tremble again, sensing a deeper understanding. These interpretations I've heard before. Young master must have other insights. Mona shook her head. An ancient saying goes, wine does not intoxicate unless the drinker wills it. Wine and drunkenness aren't directly linked. Wine is merely a medium that intoxicates. The world offers many things that can intoxicate. Beauty, wealth, power. All these are forms of wine, Virgil explained further. All intoxicants are wine, Mona repeated, her eyes growing brighter as she looked at the black-robed man before her. Even Darby's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. This was the first time she had heard such a perspective. Seeing the brilliant light in Mona's eyes, Darby couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Hee, another one falls under his spell. She didn't say who. At the same time, she felt a tinge of satisfaction. Her judgment indeed proved sound. No matter where this man stood, he shone brightly. But then again, this Sylvia was a disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy, and likely held a high position. If he could win her over, not only would future concerns about the Purple Mansion be eased, but they might even gain significant support. So, she pinched Virgil on the waist, sending him a telepathic nudge to seize the opportunity. Virgil's face darkened, but then Mona calmed her heaving chest and refocused on him, asking, then what is drunkenness? What is drunkenness? Virgil pondered aloud, his eyes half black, half white. He realized Mona was probing deeper. This question wasn't just about drunkenness but touched on life and death. Her obsession with wine probably stemmed from recognizing the interplay between sobering and intoxication, seeking to grasp the Tao of life and death through the process of making wine. Of course, he had pondered this while among the Six-Winged clan. At that time, he had glimpsed the Tao within wine, but his cultivation and state of mind weren't yet sufficient to fully understand it. Now, reflecting on it again, two types of people surfaced in his mind. One, drunkards wallowing in mud. The other, individuals who glowed after drinking, full of vigor. Both drank and both got drunk, yet their outcomes were vastly different. This is the realm of life and death. Mona's gaze sharpened as she observed the black and white aura in his eyes. The realm of life and death represented something profound. Above this realm lay the Tao of life and death. and mastering the Tao of life and death was essential for advancing from human immortal to ghost immortal. Though Virgil's current understanding of the realm of life and death was still far from the Tao, very few could achieve such an insight at the transformative spirit stage, even in the South Sea immortal realm, including herself. It required both serendipity and profound enlightenment. He had achieved what few prodigies could. As she marveled internally, Virgil's black and white aura continued to shimmer, pouring one bowl of wine after another into his mouth, eventually switching to a large jar. During this time, Darby vigilantly watched the two women, ensuring they didn't interrupt his enlightenment. However, Mona simply sat calmly, her eyes never leaving him, quietly waiting and signaling Dantai not to make a sound. She knew Virgil was in the midst of enlightenment, and eagerly anticipated his insights. Indeed, as Virgil had guessed, she sought to grasp the Tao of life and death through wine, and hoped to learn from this senior. Unaware of this, Virgil was absorbed in his own world, completely oblivious as days passed and jars of wine were emptied. His intoxicated gaze grew increasingly clear. Suddenly, his eyes became crystal clear, all traces of drunkenness vanished. The circle in his eyes, half black and half white, expanded several times, rendering the previously complete circle now incomplete, retaining only a third. Yet, in that moment, his 6th rank realm of life and death ascended to 5th rank. In the path of cultivation, the Tao of realms played a critical role, especially for quasi-immortals. His 6th rank realm was already top-notch at the transformative spirit stage, but breaking through to 5th rank meant he now rivaled even some quasi-immortals in this aspect. And if that circle ever became whole, it would signify 1st rank. Young master seems to have gained insight, Mona smiled, her tone filled with genuine curiosity. Darby and Dantai also turned their attention to him. Virgil had spent 3 continuous days in deep contemplation, but no one knew what he had comprehended. If we discuss what is drunkenness, it cannot be separated from sobering. This parallels how life cannot exist without death, nor death without life. Your fixation on wine stems from recognizing the Tao of life and death within it, Virgil stated, looking directly at her. This insight caused Mona's eyes to widen in surprise. She hadn't expected Virgil to so easily see through her pursuit of the Tao, and she listened intently. Virgil continued, from my perspective, the state of being drunk contains the concept of zu, which signifies end, or death. Therefore, dying through wine is being drunk. Living through wine is being sober. Between drunkenness and sobriety lies the essence of life and death. This adjustment ensures that the explanation flows more naturally while preserving the original meaning and adding depth to the philosophical insight Virgil is conveying. That's why cultivators, protected by their magic, still get drunk. Magic can protect the body but not the heart. If one desires to die and get drunk, whether true immortal or celestial lord, they will fall into intoxication. But living through wine, maintaining clarity of mind, allows one to stay sober despite countless cups. Earlier, my heart wavered, hence I got drunk. Mona's heart stirred as she listened to Virgil's profound words, sensing she was on the verge of enlightenment. Chapter 397. Rain Temple Venerable Averil. The palace master of Dantai wore a bewildered expression. She had been brewing wine for so many years, but never imagined that the drink could contain such profound Taoist principles. Mona was similarly amazed. Sobriety and drunkenness hold life and death. This was the Tao she had always pursued. Now, with precedent to verify this path, it became clear that this Tao was indeed attainable. Sir Lee's comprehension is extraordinary. If one day I can understand the Tao of life and death, I will repay you greatly. A cultivator from the lower realms repeatedly surprised her beyond measure. Mona took a deep breath, stood up gracefully, and presented a storage bag. Virgil received it and scanned its contents with his divine sense. Inside were over 100 books. It seemed that Mona had been conservative in her earlier statements. Zifu Academy's research on ancient demons was far more extensive than expected. Indeed, in this world, those who understood you best might not be yourself, but perhaps even your enemies. Aliena, are we done? Just as he silently marveled, a young Sylvia peeked in through the door, the same one who had tried to suppress Virgil earlier. The yellow-robed Noelle was also there, standing by the door with lingering fear in her eyes. Mona softly replied, yes, Sir Lee has completed his Taoist enlightenment. Junior sister Carmen can come in now? Never mind, I won't go in. Let her go in by herself. The Sylvia named Carmen, also a disciple of Zifu Academy, glanced secretly at Virgil. Recalling the sea of blood she had seen, she shivered and withdrew her head. Forget it, forget it. A single demon suppression umbrella, forget it, don't need it. She truly did not want to face Virgil again. Mona couldn't help but smile at the sight, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Virgil. It seems my junior sister is really frightened by Sir Virgil. There's something I must ask. Can you return the treasures of Yellow Averil and my junior sister? She knew her junior sister had a timid heart, though she often proclaimed her desire to eradicate evil. She merely bullied cultivators of lower realms in everyday life and wilted at the sight of true ruthless demons. Fine, since Miss Dantai speaks, I shall return them. Virgil waved his hand, retrieving the purple umbrella and silver sash, placing them on the table. These items held little use for him, and there was no point in making an unnecessary enemy. Thank you, Sir Virgil. Mona smiled, looking towards the hesitant yellow-robed Noelle at the door. She gestured, Allez, come in. Sir Lee won't eat you. Why you? Emboldened by her words, the yellow-robed Noelle finally stepped in, holding a letter. Stopping before Virgil, she stammered, 3 days ago, someone left this letter at Danai Palace for you. Letter? Who left it? Virgil took it, puzzled. The envelope bore a single character, Yun, which sent a chill through him. He sensed an immensely proud and powerful aura, likely written by a pseudo-immortal. He didn't leave a name, the yellow-robed Noelle said, keeping her head low. He left no name. Doesn't want me to know his identity? What is his intention? Virgil opened the letter on the spot. It contained a single sheet of paper with a line. In 3 days, undergo my examination. Passing grants you the status of Rain Temple Venerable Averil. An examination? What did that mean? What was a Rain Temple Venerable Averil? And Franz of Rain Temple? Could it be that this person was from the Rain Temple and inviting him to join? Various thoughts flashed through Virgil's mind, his expression rapidly changing. The letter spoke of an examination in 3 days, which aligned with the timing mentioned here. It was today. Noticing his indecision, Darby curiously leaned in. Seeing the content, her expression changed as well. This perplexed Mona and the others, curious about what it said. Miss Dantai, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Virgil tucked away the letter, bowed, and without waiting for Mona to respond, swept Darby into his arms, disappearing over the sea. Why would the people of Rain Temple seek you out, wanting you to be a venerable Averil? Could this be a plot? Did Brennan learn about the Qi Kingdom incident, and wants to silence you? Concern filled Darby's small face. If it's a plot, we'll know when the person arrives. But for safety, I should temporarily put you inside the inner world. If there is any plot, I can still retreat and enter the Forgotten Tower, Virgil responded calmly. Take care of yourself then, Darby conceded, knowing she would only distract him if she stayed outside. Despite her worries, she didn't insist. Don't worry. Virgil nodded, flicking his divine sense, transporting her into the cosmic pearl. Standing alone on the sea, he retrieved the storage bag given by Mona. His divine sense was exceptionally powerful, allowing him to instantly comprehend the contents without flipping through each book individually. After reading, Virgil inwardly marveled. The Zifu Academy's knowledge on ancient demons was indeed profound, nearly revealing all their secrets. According to these texts, ancient demons increased their essence energy through several methods. 1. Through demon pills, a unique potion only consumable by ancient demons, its preparation known only to great demons in the ancient demon abyss. 2. Through spirit herbs, many enhancing essences detailed in the Academy's records. 3. A more extreme method, eating alive. His eyes widened. According to the texts, during ancient times, demons savagely consumed cultivators and beasts to boost their essence. This path seemed too cruel. He wasn't someone to slaughter innocents, sparing mercy only towards enemies. Towards others, he adhered to the principle of minding his own business unless provoked. So, this method had limited use for him. As he pondered, a bone-chilling sensation gripped him. Without hesitation, Virgil slapped his hand and a jade slip appeared in his grasp, glaring coldly ahead. The source of his discomfort was a man in white robes, standing before him with an overwhelming aura, like a sword piercing through the heavens. This was not the aura of a core formation cultivator. This man was a pseudo-immortal, uncertain whether he was an early-stage or mid-stage human immortal. You seem to have a trump card, the man in white remarked, glancing at the jade slip in Virgil's hand. It contains a blow from a human immortal? Useless. Moreover, I harbor no hostility. I've been here since your enlightenment at Danai Palace. Had I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Who are you, senior? Virgil did not relax his vigilance. This was a pseudo-immortal, surpassing the core formation realm. One careless move and he might lose his head. I am Will, one of the Haley Lords of Rain Temple, overseer of the Equal Heaven Hall. Note: names have been kept consistent using pinyin. Any names previously translated have been adjusted for consistency. Chapter 398, The Earth Abyss. I am Will, one of the Haley Lords of the Rain Pavilion, in charge of the Qing.The Pavilion. The white-robed man frowned, clearly displeased with the continued caution shown towards him. Haley Lords of the Rain Pavilion? Virgil's eyes flickered, unfamiliar with the name. He clasped his fists and asked, May I ask, senior, what position does the venerated Franz of the Rain Pavilion hold? And why did you choose me? The Rain Wasteland has 9 Rain Pavilions, and the venerated Franzes are akin to Franzes in ordinary sections. As for why you were chosen, it is because I desire it so. You have no right to refuse. Get on the boat. I will take you for the assessment. After passing, you'll be a venerated Franz of the Qing.The Pavilion. The white-robed man impatiently waved his sleeve, sending out a wooden boat that grew to normal size as it rode the wind, covered in countless array patterns. He stepped onto the boat, gesturing for Virgil to join him. Virgil fell silent for a moment, tucking the jade slip into his sleeve before stepping beside him. Considering the Rain Pavilion's dominance in the Rain Wasteland, he didn't want to risk conflict at this moment. Since this person showed no intent to harm him, he decided to comply for now. You're named Braden, correct? I've heard you know the Rupert Cannon. Seeing him aboard, will cast a spell, causing the boat to speed off across the void towards the outer sea. Will appeared with a wine flask, glancing at Virgil coldly. He seemed to practice the path of no emotion, like an emotionless stone. A little bit. Virgil's eyes darkened. This matter was already widely known throughout the inner sea, so there was no need to hide it. Will glanced at him indifferently. If you know it, say so directly. Just a cultivation technique. It doesn't prove much. Was that meant to comfort him? Virgil chuckled wryly but stayed focused on business. Senior, what does the Rain Pavilion Franz assessment entail? And what duties come with becoming in Franz? Averil assessments are determined by me. Follow along. Once in Franz, you'll follow the Pavilion Master's orders. Of course, we won't make you work for free. Resources will be provided, Will said coolly. Virgil couldn't help thinking of unfulfilled promises from past bosses and didn't respond. Seeing Will stand at the bow of the boat drinking wine, he also took out the remaining orchid liquor, sipping slowly to pass time. Will only glanced at him, not interfering. The boat traveled over the sea, leaving the inner sea after a day, then the outer sea, entering landmasses and heading north, destination unknown. Thinking of the mysterious false immortal chasing him, Virgil worried about Will's ability to protect him if they came calling. He also needed to re-examine Drakehuang Island to speak with Adriana and learn more about the past. With a sigh, he looked back, having made no contact with Darby inside the Kunlun bead, fearing discovery by Will. He just drank, watching the ocean recede behind him, lost in thought. His journey began when he was merely a nascent essence infant, but now he was nearly a false immortal. For others, only decades had passed, but for him, centuries. A wave of nostalgia hit him. Since arriving here, friendless and adrift, he found happiness with Benita. Yet life remained unsettled, never staying in one place for more than 10 years. Truer words were never spoken. Cultivators are truly wanderers. Sister Roberta, he murmured, the image of her green-clad form flashing in his mind. When could he bring her back to his side? Seeing this expression, Will frowned, disliking such displays. It stirred something uncomfortable within him. Shangyuan country was a superior cultivation nation, vast and stretching billions of miles. Superior cultivation nations had their own hierarchy. Shangyuan was among the top 10 in the Rain Wasteland, home to several peak nascent soul cultivators and a false immortal. Under the blue sky, a symbol-marked boat flew in. Half a day later, a huge crevice appeared ahead. Stretching tens of thousands of miles deep, dark and bottomless, it was sealed by a light barrier. This is a void-grade formation, Virgil observed, surprised to find such an extensive formation sealing the crevice. What was down there? Will explained. This place is called the Earth Abyss, inhabited by fierce beasts known as Earth Dragons. Thousands of years ago, under the leadership of a middle-stage human immortal Earth Dragon, they broke out of the abyss to conquer the Rain Wasteland. Although suppressed by the previous Sabine, many countries were occupied and countless sects destroyed. To prevent further chaos, a void-grade formation was set up, guarded by false immortals from the Rain Pavilion. The Earth Abyss, Will brought him here for the assessment. Virgil's eyes flickered as the boat stopped near some huts atop the crevice. An ancient voice sounded, Will, this isn't your June Pavilion's affair. The voice echoed powerfully, targeting only Will. This is our new venerated Franz, Braden. According to Rain Pavilion rules, new Franzes can enter the abyss, Will said coldly, deflecting all sound waves with sword chi. Oh. The voice expressed surprise before an Franz appeared below, with flaming hair billowing despite no wind. His gaze examined Virgil through the spell markings. He exudes a heavy aura of malevolence, quite fitting alongside you. Never thought you'd even admit someone like him into the Rain Pavilion, the Franz sneered. Hearing this mockery, Virgil frowned, meeting the Franz's gaze calmly. It was clear the Franz disliked Will, but why involve him? Will retorted coldly, what? Feeling cocky about your cultivation? Aren't to fight? Chapter 399, Terrence. I'm not afraid of you. It's just that within this 6 decades, I need to sit in the abyss and control the formation to prevent those beasts from coming out. I can't move now. Since he is a newly promoted Venerable Avril, fitting the Rain Hall's rules, let him reside in the cottage for now. When the people from Shintian Hall and Draketian Hall arrive tomorrow, I will activate the formation. The Franz snorted coldly. A hint of fear flashed in his clouded eyes as his body transformed into a wisp of red smoke, disappearing from the spot. Will got the outcome he desired and didn't continue to provoke him. He waved his sleeve to retract the talisman boat, landing outside the grass cottages before walking inside. These cottages were a total of 3 rooms, each with an upper and lower floor divided into many rooms like an inn. This person is Levi, ranked 5th among the 7 lords of the Rain Hall, and also the guardian tasked to watch over the abyss during this 6-decade period. Normally, he doesn't approve of my actions, but is still considered decent and upright. Will walked at the front while speaking coldly. According to Rain Hall regulations, every 10 years, a hall sends a group down to the lower depths of the abyss. They kill off the earth dragons beneath to curb their growth and gather the rich resources there. There are many spirit minerals and medicines, even instances of entire spirit or veins producing immortal jade. However, any immortal jade obtained must be submitted for 50% when you return, the rest being yours. Virgil followed behind, listening silently. Upon learning about the immortal mines in the abyss, his gaze flickered with interest. Will stopped outside a house, glanced at him, and with a sweep of his wide sleeve, threw a token, saying, "This is your Avril token. When the formation is activated tomorrow, use it to enter the abyss. The number of earth dragons you kill in the abyss will be recorded, and can be converted into contribution points later on." Contribution points? Virgil was taken aback. Contribution points are a reward system set by the Rain Hall for Venerable Avrils. After entering the Juntian Hall, you can exchange these points for various skills, elixirs, treasures, or secret arts, including immortal jade. Given that you're at the peak transformation of spirit stage, you probably don't have the Guiyuan method yet. You can exchange points for it from the Rain Hall. Guiyuan method was a rare secret technique that could convert 6 decades spiritual power into primordial gathering power. Many wandering cultivators lack this method, leading them to stagnate at the peak transformation of spirit stage. Virgil indeed didn't have a Guiyuan method suitable for himself, as Demon Lord's methods were inappropriate for humans. However, what puzzled him was that Will had yet to mention the examination details. He asked about his doubts. Will glanced at him and said, "You've already passed this examiner's test." "When did?" Virgil paused. Will didn't explain further, but gave him a fleeting glance before vanishing as a sword light. Virgil. Shaking his head, he pushed open the door and entered the room. Night fell as Virgil sat by the table, staring at the token in his hand. This token was made from some kind of metal, engraved with a June character on one side and Braden on the back. Venerable Avril of Rain Hall, Braden. Silently, Virgil recalled Will's words from earlier. Immortal jade, spirit medicine, earth dragons, contribution points. The abyss truly seemed to be a treasure trove. Setting aside other things, just the abundant presence of immortal jade held significant allure for him. After all, post-transformation of spirit, cultivation relied heavily on immortal jade. With ample immortal jade, cultivation speed would drastically increase. Thus, he had to seize this opportunity. If he could find an immortal jade vein, he could swiftly advance beyond pseudo-immortal, breaking through mid-stage and late-stage human immortal stages more quickly, making future killings as easy as slaughtering dogs. Next morning, Virgil stepped out of his room to find several cultivators gathered near the cottage. but Will wasn't among them. These must be people from Shintian Hall and Drake-Tian Hall. They seem to be preparing to enter the abyss too. Recalling Levi's words from yesterday, Virgil quietly sized up the crowd. The attire of these people varied. One group wore green robes with a Xin symbol embroidered on their left chest, totaling 8 individuals all at the transformation of spirit stage, led by a half-step pseudo-immortal Franz. The other group donned blue robes, only 5 in total. Leading them was a slender, middle-aged man, his face obscured as if covered in mist, unreadable. His aura was inscrutable. Another pseudo-immortal. Startled internally, Virgil realized the bead had sensed his scrutiny. The man turned and stared directly at him, causing sharp pain in his eyes. Simultaneously, a cold sneer resonated in his mind. Only at transformation of spirit stage, daring to spy on me? You're courting death. Virgil gazed steadfastly despite the piercing voice that whitened his face and caused blood to trickle from his lips. Was this self-proclaimed immortal lord another of the Rain Hall 7 lords? He accused me of spying, but I hadn't used any divine sense. Why was he targeting me? The surrounding cultivators heard the commotion and looked over, confused about the situation but wary enough not to speak up. After all, this middle-aged man was Cloud Softness Marianus, Terrence, one of the 7 lords and a pseudo-immortal. Huh, still Bufu? Which hall's venerable Avril are you? The blue-robed middle-aged man sneered, noticing Virgil's furious glare. With a casual flick of his sleeve, the pressure equivalent to that of a human immortal bore down on Virgil. Snap. The sound of bones cracking echoed instantly. The overwhelming pressure from a human immortal exceeded that of a soul-transcending expert by tenfold. If fully unleashed, it could instantly annihilate a soul-transcending cultivator. Virgil endured the excruciating pain, raising his hand to summon the umbrella of merit. However, the shield it provided shattered almost immediately under the immense pressure. As the overwhelming force continued to press down, a jade slip appeared in his sleeve, and his eyes burned with intense killing intent. He wasn't one to back down. Although this person's cultivation wasn't as strong as Will's, with the power of immortal prohibition and the blow from the pseudo-immortal, he had no fear. He could even slay him. The middle-aged man sneered, unperturbed by Virgil's intent. Arlant to kill me? Just then, a long streak of sword light descended from the sky, aimed directly at the middle-aged man. Virgil was taken aback. Sensing Will's aura within the sword light, he quickly tucked away the jade slip he had been about to activate. Will, you're courting death. The middle-aged man's face lost its earlier composure upon recognizing the sword light. He hadn't expected Will to actually engage him for just a venerable Avril. After all, internal strife violated the rules of the Rain Hall, but he soon remembered. Will was a madman who didn't respect any rules, even daring to draw his sword against the Sabine. Crunch. Bones snapped instantly under the overwhelming pressure, far exceeding a transformation of spirit's resistance. Full strength from a human immortal could crush a transformation of spirit instantaneously. Virgil endured excruciating pain, lifting his hand to summon the virtue umbrella, which held briefly before shattering. Pressure continued relentlessly. He pulled out a jade slip from his sleeve, eyes filled with intense killing intent. He wasn't someone who tolerated injustice. This person wasn't as strong as Will. With his immortal restraining device plus the pseudo-immortal strike, he wasn't afraid, and could potentially slay him. Do you wish to kill me? The middle-aged man chuckled disdainfully, seeing his determined gaze. Naturally, he knew Virgil was from the Juntian Hall, brought here by Will, hence the deliberate provocation. Whoever was associated with Will deserved to die. Suddenly, a narrow streak of sword light descended from the sky, aiming straight at the middle-aged man. Virgil froze, recognizing Will's aura in the sword light. He put away the jade slip he was about to activate. Will, you court death. The middle-aged man's composure vanished upon spotting the sword light, realizing Will actually engaged him for a mere venerable Avril. To engage in internal strife violated Rain Hall rules, but he soon remembered Will was mad. No rules restrained him. He dared challenge even the Hue. Translation notes. Bufu was translated contextually as still Bufufu, indicating defiance. However, this does not read naturally in English. A more appropriate translation would be still defiant? Here is the revised sentence. Still defiant? Which hall's venerated Avril are you? The blue-robed middle-aged man said, looking at him with blazing fury, a sneer curling the corner of his mouth. With a casual flick of his sleeve, the overwhelming pressure of an immortal stage cultivator fell entirely on Virgil. Chapter 399, Terrence. Humph, it's not that I fear you, but within this 6 decades, I need to remain in the abyss, controlling the formation to prevent those beasts from escaping. Thus, I cannot act. Since this person is a newly promoted venerable Avril, and meets the regulations of the Rain Pavilion, let him stay in the thatched cottage for now. Once the people from Shintian Pavilion and Drake-Tian Pavilion arrive tomorrow, I will activate the formation. The Franz coldly snorted. A wary expression flashed across his murky eyes before his body transformed into a wisp of red smoke, disappearing from the spot. Will obtained the result he wanted, and didn't provoke further. He waved his sleeve, reeling in the talisman boat, and landed outside one of the thatched cottages below, heading inside. There were 3 such thatched cottages, each with 2 floors divided into many rooms like an inn. This man is Levi, ranked 5th among the Haley Lords of the Rain Pavilion. Also the guardian who watches over the abyss during this 6-decade period. He disapproves of my conduct, but he's quite upright, Will said coolly as he walked ahead. According to Rain Pavilion rules, every 10 years, one hall must enter the lower part of the abyss. The first task is to slaughter the earth dragons below, curbing their growth. Secondly, the abyss is rich in resources, containing many spiritual mines and medicines. There have even been entire spirit mines producing nothing but immortal jade. However, after obtaining the immortal jade inside, you must hand over 50% upon exiting, the rest belongs to you. Virgil followed behind, listening quietly, his eyes flickering when he learned about the presence of immortal minds in the abyss. Will stopped at a house door, glanced at him, and then threw out a token, saying, "This is your venerable Avral token. Tomorrow, when the formation opens, use it to enter the abyss. The number of earth dragons you kill in the abyss will be sensed by this token and can later be converted into contribution points." Contribution points? Virgil was momentarily puzzled. Contribution points are a reward mechanism set by the Rain Pavilion for venerable Avrals. After entering the Qing.The Pavilion, you can exchange them for various cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, magical treasures, and immortal jade, among others. Observing your peak Huashan realm cultivation, you likely don't have a method to revert to primordial state yet. You can exchange for it using contribution points. The method to revert to primordial state is a secret technique that transforms Huajia power into primordial power, extremely rare. Many wandering cultivators get stuck at peak Huashan because they lack this method. Virgil indeed did not possess the reversion technique, and the Demon Lord's technique wasn't suitable for him. His opponent cultivated demon paths. However, what puzzled him was that Will had not revealed the examination content yet. He voiced his confusion. Will glanced at him and said, "You've already passed my examination." "When did I?" Virgil was dumbfounded, but Will offered no explanation, merely gave him a fleeting glance before vanishing as a sword light. Virgil sighed, shaking his head, pushing open the door and entering the room. Night fell. Virgil sat at the table, looking at the token in his hand. The token was made of some kind of metal, inscribed with the character June on one side, and Braden on the back. Rain Pavilion Venerable Avral, Braden. Virgil was silent, recalling Will's words from earlier. Immortal jade, spiritual herbs, earth dragons, contribution points. This abyss was truly a good place. Forgetting everything else, just the immortal minds alone were highly attractive to him. After all, post-Huashan realm cultivation relied heavily on immortal jade besides comprehending the Tao. With a large amount of immortal jade, his cultivation speed would greatly increase. So he had to seize this opportunity. If he could find an immortal jade mine, he could rapidly break through to mid or late-stage human immortal realm after becoming a pseudo-immortal and then easily slay that despicable creature. Next morning, Virgil came out of the room, noticing many cultivators standing not far from the thatched cottages, though Will was not among them. These must be people from the Qing.The Pavilion and Drake.The Pavilion. They seem to be entering the abyss as well. Recalling Levi's words from yesterday, Virgil scrutinized these people. These people from the two pavilions wore different attire. One group wore green robes with the character Xin embroidered on the left breast, totaling 8 members, all at the Huashan stage, led by a half-step pseudo-immortal Franz. The other wore blue robes, 5 members in total. Leading them was a middle-aged man, slender, his face shrouded in mist making it indistinct, yet Virgil couldn't fathom his aura. Another pseudo-immortal. Virgil inwardly alarmed as the middle-aged man seemed to sense his gaze, turning his head. Virgil felt sudden pain in his eyes accompanied by a cold snort resounding directly in his mind. Just a Huashan cultivator dares to probe me, the immortal lord, seeking death. Virgil stared hard at him. This voice thundered in his mind, causing his complexion to pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He called himself Immortal Lord, also one of the Haley Lords of the Rain Pavilion. He accused Virgil of probing him with divine sense, but he hadn't released any divine sense. Why target him? At this moment, the two groups of cultivators noticed the commotion, gazes falling on Virgil, wondering why but none dared to question aloud. After all, this middle-aged man was Terence of the Haley Lords of the Rain Pavilion, a pseudo-immortal cultivator. Huh, still Bufu, disobedient? Which pavilion's venerable Avral are you? The blue-robed middle-aged man sneered at Virgil's furious eyes, his disdainful smirk widening as he shook his sleeve, projecting human immortal level pressure onto Virgil. Crack. Bone-snapping sounds echoed as human immortal pressure was tenfold stronger than Huashan. If fully unleashed, it could instantly crush a Huashan cultivator. Virgil endured the intense pain, smacking his hand, causing the virtue umbrella to appear. But its barrier shattered almost instantly under the immense pressure. More pressure bore down on him as a jade slip appeared in his sleeve, his eyes blazing with overwhelming murderous intent. He was not someone who backed down. This man was weaker than Will. With the ban immortal restriction and a blow from this pseudo-immortal, he could stand up to, and even slay him. Wish to kill me? The middle-aged man scoffed, spotting Virgil's eyes but dismissed it. He knew Virgil was brought by Will, a member of the Qing.The Pavilion. He was deliberately provoking him. After all, anyone associated with Will deserved death. But suddenly, a streak of narrow sword light descended from the sky towards the middle-aged man. Virgil was taken aback, sensing Will's aura on the sword light. Ready to activate the jade slip, he pocketed it instead. Will, you seek death. The middle-aged man saw the sword light too, losing his calm. He never expected Will to confront him over a mere venerable Avral. To fight each other violated Rain Pavilion rules. But he quickly recalled Will's madness. No rule could bind him. Even the Sabine was defied by his blade. Chapter 400. Crushing you like an ant. But why was he so powerful? He had clearly been pinned down by the immortal locking nail, making it impossible for him to advance beyond the early human immortal stage. Yet the force of this single sword strike was such that few at the early human immortal stage could withstand it. Even if he were a middle-stage human immortal, no one would have any doubt. Guard of the Rain Envoy. Seeing the bone-chilling aura emanating from the sword beam causing his body to tremble, the blue-robed middle-aged man didn't have time to think more. After performing several magical seals, his body was instantly enveloped within a 100-meter-tall golden-armored giant. The surrounding soul formation cultivators had their faces drastically change. They were going to die. They were definitely going to die. The aftershocks of a pseudo-immortal battle were enough to kill them 10,000 times instantly. At the last moment, the Franz in red who had been observing from the shadows couldn't hold back any longer. He instantly appeared beside them, waved his hand, and teleported them hundreds of miles away, then looked up angrily and shouted, "Will, are you crazy?" With a roar, the sword beam struck the golden-armored giant, accompanied by a cold voice saying, "My people from Qing.The Hall cannot be trifled with by just anyone." This icy tone, overwhelmingly domineering, echoed in their ears, warming Virgil's heart as he watched the white-robed figure appearing before him. He held a wine flask in one hand and an ancient sword in the other, the tip of the sword pointing straight at the throat of the blue-robed middle-aged man. "Will, we are all 7 envoys of the Rain Pavilion. What are you doing?" The red-haired Franz frowned. "Scram. When my Qing.The Hall person was bullied by him earlier, why didn't you jump out then, old geezer?" Will shot him a cold look like a madman, ready to bite whoever dared provoke him. "Humph. Since that's the case, if you want to fight, then fight. This dev can't be bothered with such trivial matters." The red-haired Franz was choked into silence, choosing not to dissuade anymore. Just now, he indeed observed secretly, seeing Virgil being oppressed by Dario but never stepped forward. Firstly, because he had no close ties with Will and didn't want to get involved. Secondly, knowing Dario wouldn't dare kill. It was just unimaginable how important this person was to Will. Haha, Will, a brother-harming scoundrel, don't pretend to be righteous. No matter how strong you are now, with the immortal locking nail in your body, you will never break through to the middle-stage human immortal. One day, when I break through to middle-stage human immortal, I will surely slay you. The blue-robed middle-aged man's disheveled hair flew wildly, the summoned golden-armored giant dissipating into stardust, his eyes frenzied. Immortal locking nail. Hearing this secret, Virgil's heart stirred as his gaze fell upon Will. Will also frowned deeply, staring coldly at the other party without uttering a word. The blue-robed middle-aged man had thrown caution to the wind. Taking a step forward, pressing his throat against the longsword, he continued ranting madly, "I know you. This heartless wolf, practicing the heartless sword Tao, have forgotten everything about this, but I remember. You were originally just the son of an immortal lord from the Rain Pavilion, granted the surname Yun by the Emperor. What qualification did you have to become the leader among the 7 envoys? This position should have been my second brother's. His talents were in no way inferior to yours. Yet shortly after he broke through to the rank of false immortality, you, out of jealousy for his talent, killed him. Ever since then, people have looked down on you. You're nothing but an animal." Each word of his scathing remarks pierced through Will's ears, making him feel an inexplicable pain and immense agitation. His face suddenly flickered with countless murderous intents. He felt like he had forgotten much, only remembering that he indeed killed someone back then, but it was definitely not out of jealousy. But what exactly did he forget? He couldn't recall. "Get lost. Yun Arlinhong. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Today, I'll give you a lesson. If this happens again, even if the Sabine tries to stop me, I will definitely kill you." A powerful sword intent swept over, leaving the blue-robed middle-aged man trembling both mentally and physically, feeling his divine soul almost shattering. Clenching his teeth tightly, he turned into a wisp of smoke and fled on the spot. Virgil stared intently at his departing figure, suppressing the killing intent rising within him. This man relied on his cultivation to bully others, using his strength to suppress the weak. There were too many people today, so he didn't plan on revealing his true strength yet, and decided to spare him for now. Will glanced coldly but made no move to stop him. He took a deep swig of wine, suppressing the agitation in his heart, and then looked at Virgil. "Are you hurt?" "No harm done, thank you, senior, for your help." Virgil shook his head, saluting respectfully. This person was deeply emotional and protective of those close to him. He even drew his sword against a false immortal to protect him. Virgil believed he was not the kind of person who would kill a sibling out of jealousy. There must be some hidden circumstances, but he didn't dare ask further. "Since you're fine, let's open the earth abyss." Will cast a cold look at the red-haired Franz. The latter said nothing, walking silently toward the crack ahead. After a moment, all the transformation stage cultivators stood at the edge of the crack, gazing at the white-robed figure with reverence. This was Will, the white-robed sword god and leader among the 7 envoys of the Rain Pavilion. They had all heard stories, both good and bad, about him. Now they witnessed his might firsthand. Powerful, domineering, defeating another envoy of the 7 in one sword strike. In this moment, even Virgil, the new revered Franz of the Balance Heaven Hall, attracted considerable attention. Virgil scanned the area and noticed the 4 blue-robed cultivators who were behind the blue-robed middle-aged man earlier. Though their expressions showed fear, their eyes harbored hostility towards him. Ignoring them with a cold laugh, Virgil was drawn to the activity ahead. The red-haired Franz sat cross-legged in midair, surrounded by countless symbols and array patterns. With a wave of his hand, the massive web-like array on the crack before him split open, creating a gap large enough for a person. He said indifferently, "This journey into the Earth Abyss lasts a month. Descend." "Yes." The group of transformation stage cultivators, already aware of the rules, saluted and leaped into the abyss below. Virgil nodded to Will and followed them in. Inside the abyss, darkness enveloped everything like a void, with powerful hurricanes surging up from below. Anybody below the transformation stage would be instantly torn apart. As he flew downward for approximately 10,000 miles, a roughly oval-shaped opening appeared below, resembling a large funnel. Light emanated from inside the funnel, indicating a black vortex emitting spatial energy. Seeing the other cultivators heading towards the vortex, Virgil followed suit. As his body entered the vortex, everything around him spun wildly. A moment later, light filled his vision, and he found himself hovering in the air, above mountains and rivers, some bare and others covered in dark forests. The dozen or so cultivators who descended with him stood nearby, glancing over at him. "So, this is the world within the Earth Abyss." Virgil remained aloof, ignoring them and extending his divine sense outward. He detected numerous strange beasts resembling oversized lizards with more massive bodies like cattle or sheep, sporting long necks like serpents. At that moment, he sensed 4 hostile gazes land on him. This position should have been Ep2of2's, whose talents in every aspect were not inferior to yours. Yet right after he broke through to pseudo-immortal, you, out of jealousy for his talent, killed him. Ever since then, you've been cursed by everyone. You're nothing but an animal. Each curse pierced Will's ears, stirring a vague pain in his heart. Frustration grew as countless murderous intents flashed across his face. He felt he had forgotten many things but only remembered killing someone that year. It certainly wasn't because of jealousy, but he forgot what and couldn't remember. Scram. Dario, crushing you is like stomping on an ant. Today shall serve as a lesson for you. If there's a next time, even if the Sabine interferes, I will still kill you. Powerful sword intent washed over, shaking the blue-robed middle-aged man's spirit to its core, feeling his soul nearly shatter. Clenching his teeth tightly, he turned into a thread of smoke and fled on the spot. Virgil stared intently at the retreating figure, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. This man relied on his cultivation, oppressing the weaker ones today. With too many people around, he temporarily decided not to reveal his true strength and let him off with a warning. Will scanned him coldly, made no move to stop him, took a deep drink of wine, suppressed the agitation in his heart, and asked Virgil, "Are you all right?" "No problem, thank you for your help, senior." Virgil shook his head and bowed politely. This man was deeply loyal and protective of those close to him. For him, Will even drew swords against a pseudo-immortal. He believed absolutely that he was not the type to kill kin out of jealousy. There was likely some underlying reason, but he didn't dare ask further. "If you're all right, let's open the earth abyss," Will said coldly, looking at the red-haired Franz. The latter remained silent, coldly stepping towards the crack ahead. Palamaints later, all the soul formation cultivators stood at the edge of the crack, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at the white-robed figure. This was Will, the white-robed sword god, the foremost of the 7 envoys of the Rain Pavilion. They had heard various tales, positive and negative, about him. Now, they finally saw him in person. Powerful, domineering, one sword stroke defeated another envoy's pseudo-immortal. This was their most direct impression. In an instant, even Virgil, the new venerable Franz of Qing.The Hall, attracted much attention. Virgil scanned the surroundings, noticing the 4 blue-robed cultivators who were behind the blue-robed middle-aged man. Despite their fearful expressions, they looked at him with hostility. To this, Virgil merely sneered and was drawn to the activity in front. Seeing the red-haired Franz sitting cross-legged in midair, surrounded by numerous symbols and array patterns, as he raised his hand, the crack before them, like a huge net, tore apart in the middle, forming a wide gap large enough for a person to pass through. He calmly said, "This journey into the Earth Abyss lasts 1 month. Go down." Yes. The group of soul formation cultivators retracted their gazes, already knowing the rules. Bowing respectfully, they stepped forward and dove toward the abyss below. Virgil bowed to Will and followed inside. The abyss was pitch black, similar to a void, with intense hurricanes surging upward from below. Any cultivator under the soul formation realm would be torn to shreds instantly. As he descended, traveling roughly 10,000 miles down, a large elliptical opening gradually came into view, resembling a funnel. Light emerged from within the funnel, revealing a black vortex emitting spatial power. Seeing the soul formation cultivators all flying toward the vortex, Virgil followed. As his body submerged into the vortex, a dizzying sensation engulfed him until, moments later, light entered his vision. Virgil found himself standing midair, rivers and mountains visible beneath his feet, some bare, others covered with black forests. The dozen or so people who descended together stood not far away, their gazes landing on him. So this is the world inside the Earth Abyss. Virgil remained aloof, ignoring them as he extended his spiritual sense. He discovered numerous strange beasts, resembling enlarged lizards but larger, like cows or sheep, with 4 legs and snake-like necks. Right at this moment, he sensed 4 hostile gazes fixed upon him. Chapter 401. Heath, Crimson Dusk. Virgil was exceptionally perceptive of hostility and naturally noticed where these gazes came from. He cast a glance at the 4 robed Franzes of the Qing.The Hall, without leaving any trace, and sneered inwardly. Among those who had ventured into the abyss this time, aside from the half-step pseudo-immortal leading the team from the Qing.The Hall, the rest were only at peak soul transformation realm. Cardling such opponents didn't even require him to use forbidden immortality techniques. 5 fellow Taoists should be entering the abyss for the first time. Although the Rain Hall sweeps through here every decade, there may still be some half-step pseudo-immortal Heaths lurking inside. Would you like to join us for mutual support? A middle-aged man in green robes looked at Virgil and the 4 Qing.The Hall Franzes with sincere expression. This person was named Gavin. He reached late-stage soul transformation in just over 1,000 years and was known for his kindness, which made him quite popular among people. No need. The 4 newly appointed Qing.The Hall Franzes looked at Virgil, their expressions sinking slightly before flying off in one direction. What about you, fellow Taoist? Gavin looked at Virgil, who was staring in the direction the 4 men had gone. Humph. This person exudes countless murderous auras, clearly a heartless demon. I will not travel with someone like him. This came from a young lady with clear features, her skin as white as snow, appearing petite among the group of men. She shot Virgil a cold look. Dong, how can you speak like that? Fellow Taoist, please forgive my younger sister. She is immature. I apologize on her behalf. Gavin quickly glared at his sister, and then clasped his hands towards Virgil. He sighed inwardly, feeling a bit helpless with his sister. Even if he knew Virgil was a demon cultivator, there was no need to state it outright. After all, regardless of anything else, the other party was still in Franz of the Rain Hall, a peak soul transformation cultivator with whom they might have to interact in the future. Calling out such a fact would invite unnecessary animosity. The other Qing.The Hall Franzes exchanged curious glances, knowing the Sylvia was unusually sensitive to malevolent forces, causing them to feel immediate disdain towards Virgil. As leaders of the Rain Hall, a legitimate sect. They naturally despise demon cultivators, but were not as naive as Vita to show it openly. It's fine. My younger sister has the innocence of a child. As an adult, I shouldn't hold it against her. As for traveling together, thank you for your kind offer, but I don't need a companion, Virgil responded calmly, stepping forward and heading in a chosen direction. He could sense that one of the peak soul transformation franzes from Qing.The left a faint divine consciousness on him as they departed, which could track his position. Pretending not to notice, he let it remain. Seeing Virgil acting as though others would only be burdens, the Qing.The members frowned. Gavin hurriedly held his resentful sister's mouth to prevent her from causing more trouble. However, he got bitten fiercely, causing him to grimace in pain and release her. Are you a dog? He exclaimed. What did he mean? Who is the kid? Twisting words to insult me, and he thinks I won't catch on. Vita glared at Virgil's disappearing silhouette. Haha, donger, don't get angry. Your brother is only looking out for you. Let's go. The other Qing.The franzes laughed, trying to smooth things over. Unseen by Virgil, after he left, he flew above the barren land. Below, undulating mountains stretched endlessly. As he ventured deeper, vegetation grew denser, featuring towering ancient trees, not just black ones. Occasionally, golden core foundation building heaths sensed his aura and exhibited human-like fear. They did not attack, and Virgil paid them no mind, standing in midair, gazing into the distance. There was no blue sky or white clouds, only a pale red hue overhead. Above this world was a massive black vortex, the entrance to the abyss, which also served as the exit. This world resembled a cave heaven, located beneath endless depths. But what Virgil focused on was the distant horizon. At the edge of the earth, a blood-red setting sun hung over a 10,000-foot mountain. The sun. This sun was clearly different from the one outside. Surprisingly, this small world had its own sun. His two cave heaven treasures did not possess such celestial bodies. The aura of this space feels very wrong. Darby appeared beside him, frowning slightly. You felt it too? Virgil turned to look at her profile and said slowly, this space is filled with chaotic demonic energy. Being a pure-blooded ancient demon, he felt this chaos deeply. Since entering, he had sensed a rampant demonic aura permeating this world, making its inhabitants ruthless and murderous. Remaining here would subtly enhance his ancient demon essence. If he stayed for a few hundred years, he could potentially break through to the later stage of celestial demon realm. How can this be? Could it be related to the ancient demons? Darby was startled upon hearing about the demonic aura. I don't know. Virgil was about to shake his head when suddenly the ground began to tremble. A roar accompanied by a fierce aura at early stage soul transformation level approached swiftly. It was a massive heath, dozens of miles ahead, eyes glowing red like two large lanterns. It moved like a mountain on legs, shaking the earth and crushing ancient trees underfoot. It charged toward them, jaws wide, revealing sharp teeth and a viscous, foul liquid. This is the heath you mentioned. It seems corrupted by the local demonic energy, becoming bloodthirsty and berserk. Darby raised her hand to eliminate it, but was stopped by Virgil. I'll handle this. The dragon is useful to me. Seeing her puzzled gaze, Virgil stepped forward. Dark magic energy enveloped him, and his body rapidly grew. 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, finally stopping at over 4,000 feet, paired with cold eyes, resembling a god of destruction. This was the gigantic demon form. While various demon clans mastered the art of the form, the giant demon clan excelled most in it. Virgil had learned it, knowing it significantly boosted physical power after transformation. A mere crawler wants to eat me? What once seemed a massive creature now looked like a small earthworm before him. Virgil smirked, swung his arm, and sent the dragon flying away. After crashing through numerous peaks, the dragon lay on the ground whimpering, showing human-like terror, bewildered by the sudden reversal of fortune. Virgil felt no pity, grabbing its tail and slamming it repeatedly into the ground until it was barely breathing. Chapter 402. Spirit Mines and Demon Medicines. He really doesn't last long. Seeing his opponent was nearly dead, Virgil stopped. Recalling how the ancients devoured life forms to enhance their cultivation, he frowned deeply, forcefully tearing off the heath's tail. He fought the urge to vomit as he bit into half of its bloody flesh and swallowed. The intense stench overwhelmed him. It tasted worse than anything he had ever eaten before. The demonic runes on his back started to burn, and the ingested blood instantly transformed into strands of ancient demon essence, merging with his body. Soon, all of the flesh from the tail was consumed. Virgil looked at the half-dead heath on the ground, realizing that both realms needed simultaneous advancement to pseudo-immortal level so that he could have a chance in the worst-case scenario. Any hesitation in his eyes gradually turned cold. He kept tearing off pieces of meat, swallowing and refining them. 4,250 strands. Very soon, only a pile of bones remained on the ground, and Virgil returned to his original size. He noticed that his internal ancient demon essence had increased by 50 strands. An early-stage heath provided such results, leaving him quite satisfied. At this moment, something at his waist suddenly heated up. It was the Rain Pavilion Venerable Avril token. Virgil took it out and found a number written on the token, 1,000. 1,000 contribution points for killing an early-stage heath? While staring at the Venerable Avril token in his hand, Darby approached from afar. She had just witnessed Virgil devouring the heath alive, giving her a bewildered and strange look. Do you fear me? Virgil laughed lightly. I'm not afraid. No matter what you become, I will stay with you. It's just, this seems barbaric. Her expression softened as she took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. There's no choice. If too much time passes, the power inside dissipates. Otherwise, I would have preferred roasting it. In the following days, Virgil moved through like a fish in water, with the contribution points on his Venerable Avril token continuously increasing, quickly surpassing 5,000. As they ventured deeper, he realized how vast the underground realm was, easily larger than the outer Shangyuan Jiandam. The heaths living here were indeed influenced by demonic energies, often fighting among themselves. However, upon seeing humans, they put aside their enmity, turning their weapons on the intruders and meeting their demise together. With the continuous deaths of heaths, the murderous aura surrounding Virgil became increasingly powerful. A few days later, a mid-stage heath approached, causing the earth to shake. Naturally, it met the same fate as its predecessors, easily slaughtered. After devouring it, Virgil's internal ancient demon essence increased by 200 strands, totaling 4,900 strands. His contribution points also exceeded 10,000. I wonder what over 10,000 contribution points can get me. Logically speaking, if these points are so easy to earn, they probably can't exchange for anything valuable. Virgil glanced at the token, noting the total reached 11,000. A mid-stage heath netted him 3,000 points. Unnoticed, it's already been 4 days. Time to break through to the late-stage heavenly demon realm. Calculating the time spent in the underground realm, Virgil felt himself drifting further down the path of demons without any emotional fluctuation. He did not rush to find more heaths, but instead opened his storage bag, taking out more than 10 black herbs. These past days, he not only hunted heaths, but also searched for spirit medicines. The result was these herbs in his hand. Over 10 plants were 5th grade spirit medicines, including 11 1st grade, 3 2nd grade, and 1 high grade. They were all types recorded in Mona's books that could enhance ancient demon essence. He wondered what the Purple Mansion Academy Franzes would think if they knew she was helping an ancient demon. Virgil entertained the thought, deciding to find a cave for seclusion to refine these demon medicines and advance to the late-stage heavenly demon realm. Wait, there's a spirit mine below. Darby pointed at a half-collapsed hill below, stopping him. Spirit mine? How did you discover it? Virgil looked closely. While the area around the hill had more abundant spirit energy, it didn't necessarily mean there was a mine below. The spirit energy wasn't that dense earlier. It must be from your battle with the mid-stage heath. You likely struck this hill and destroyed the soil covering the spiritual vein, causing the hidden spirit mine to leak spirit energy, Darby explained. You even noticed those details? Surprised, Virgil swept towards the hill, using his immense strength to destroy it in one blow. With the hill gone, the white spirit mine beneath was exposed. Indeed, a spirit mine. I wonder if there are any immortal jade stones. With a grab, the entire spirit mine, resembling a spinal column, emerged from the ground. Upon closer inspection, the tail end connected to some opaque white stones that resembled neither spirit stones nor jade, but rather immortal jade. 30+ pieces of immortal jade. A pleasant surprise, thanks to you. Virgil smiled at Darby, pinching her cheek. I have my uses, Darby said proudly. Yes, thank you. Virgil laughed, then stored her inside the Forgotten World Pagoda. He found a cave, spoke to Darby, and entered the pagoda's 5th layer with a wave of his consciousness. 15 demon herbs appeared before him. I wonder how much essence each can provide. Virgil focused on the herbs, picking up a black-rooted grass. This herb was called Devilish Spirit Grass, merely a 5th grade initial stage spirit medicine. The demonic runes on his back heated up, and the devilish spirit grass turned into liquid, absorbed into his palm. After a while, Virgil slowly opened his eyes and muttered, 4,950 strands. One strand of demon herb increased his ancient demon essence by 50 strands, similar to eating an early-stage heath. He picked up the remaining herbs, using the same method to refine them. The essence within him continued to increase. Suddenly, a booming sound erupted from Virgil's body, revealing the aura of the Imperial Blood demonic January. His black robe billowed wildly despite the lack of wind. Late-stage heavenly demon realm. After a long while, the disturbance subsided, and Virgil opened his eyes with a smile. Without lingering in joy, he refined the remaining 9 initial-grade demon herbs. His essence reached 5,270 strands, each adding only 30 strands. Possibly because after advancing to the late-stage heavenly demon realm, the effect of demon herbs slightly decreased. With no alternative, he took out the remaining 3 2nd-grade demon herbs. After refining them, his essence increased by 450 strands. Chapter 403, A Surge in Ancient Demon Essence. Soon, Virgil refined the remaining high-grade 5th-tier demon herb. The essence within his body reached 6,220 strands, an increase of 500 strands, more than what he gained from the 3 mid-grade 5th-tier demon herbs combined. After stabilizing his cultivation, he stepped out of the Forgotten World Pagoda. Seeing Darby's beautiful eyes flickering with curiosity at him, he playfully tapped her nose and said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, just glad to see you getting stronger." She turned away, but her voice carried a tinge of sadness and insecurity, as if she was an insecure little Sylvia. "Foolish fox, no matter how strong I become, I will never abandon you." Virgil pulled her into his embrace. He knew she was overthinking again. Burying his face in her hair, smelling its faint fragrance, he suddenly felt a surge of desire. With a wave of his consciousness, he brought her into the 1st floor of the Forgotten World Pagoda. He had experience comforting this little jealousy demon. After redecorating the 1st floor of the Forgotten World Pagoda with some furnishings, it now truly resembled a cozy room. Soon, the bed began to sway, and the Noelle with skin as smooth as jade softly bit her lip, emitting a delicate and melodious moan, her eyes brimming with tender affection. When they re-emerged from the Forgotten World Pagoda several hours later, the Noelle's cheeks were still flushed with allure. "Let's go," Virgil chuckled, wrapping his arm around her waist and continuing their exploration within the Earth Abyss to enhance their strength. A day later, after slaying an Earth Dragon and obtaining 2 high-grade 5th-rank demon medicines from its territory, 4 beams of light appeared in the distance. Finally, they've come. Virgil's eyes turned cold, but he remained still, standing his ground. Mitzi also noticed the lights and asked him, "Are they coming for you?" "To kill me," Virgil nodded. "The kid from the Heavenly Balance Hall didn't expect us to find you so accurately, did you?" That's because we planted our divine consciousness on you. No matter where you run, we can sense your presence. One of the four Franzes laughed as they stopped before the couple. They were indeed the four Franzes from the Celestial Circle Hall. 2 Peak Transformation Realm, 2 Late Stage Transformation Realm. Are you here to die? Mitzi raised her head, her voice dripping with disdain, catching the attention of the four Franzes. They frowned. How does this kid have backup? Is she from the Profound Heaven Hall? As for the Earth Dragon's skeletal remains nearby, they ignored it entirely. A Peak Transformation Realm cultivator killing a Late Stage Transformation Realm Earth Dragon wasn't surprising. She's not from the Profound Heaven Hall. One Franz stared at Mitzi, speaking confidently, which caused a stir. Who is this Noelle? Where did she come from? Was she hidden in a celestial realm space and secretly brought in? But isn't this area restricted for using such artifacts? Could she have entered earlier? Why hasn't she left? The remaining three focused on Mitzi, puzzled, unable to figure out her origin. Virgil naturally wouldn't answer, and watched the scene unfold with a cold gaze. Releasing Mitzi from her confinement was indeed complicated. While opening a celestial realm or spatial beads was impossible here, the Forgotten World Pagoda was an exception due to its high grade. Inside the pagoda, the space was independent from the outside, allowing him to use the spatial beads to release her. Enough. Who cares how she got here? Once we capture them, everything will be revealed. The Franz who identified Mitzi spoke again, glaring murderously at Virgil. Yeah, once we take him down, all mysteries will unravel. Encouraged by him, the others regained their composure, looking ruthless. Boy, blame yourself for joining the Heavenly Balance Hall. Before this, the white-robed sword god disgraced Lord Terrence outside. If we kill you and frame it on the Earth Dragons, we'll surely receive heavy rewards from Lord Yun. Prepare to die. Suddenly, Virgil lifted his head, his voice like that of death itself, echoing in their ears. Don't you think you're talking too much? As he spoke, 4 bolts of white lightning crackled, instantly reaching them. What kind of lightning is this? So powerful. Damn, how did he get so strong? The 4 who had boasted moments ago now looked terrified as the white lightning formed serpents wrapping around their bodies, causing numbness and preventing any movement or magical power. Virgil's body grew thousands of feet tall, grabbing them with his massive hand, clenching them tightly, surrounded by surging demonic aura, staring coldly at them. You can't kill us. Lord Terrence won't let you off. His gaze was terrifying, like a hungry tiger ready to pounce. Chilled to the bone, they looked utterly horrified. Virgil gazed at them, coldly silent, then sighed and crushed the 4 into blood mist. I still can't bring myself to eat them. It seems I can never be a pure demon, Virgil murmured, watching the 4 escaping spirits filled with terror. Swallowing the Earth Dragon meat earlier was manageable, given he had eaten meat before. This time, however, swallowing humans was a step too far psychologically. I guess I'm not a true demon yet. Well, this Earth Abyss still has plenty of demon medicines and Earth Dragons. He caught the 4 souls, extracting their essence after a series of agonized screams. These souls were less potent than before but would suffice. He stored the souls in a soul banner and searched through the 4 Franz's storage bags, erasing the imprints and examining their contents. Soon, he found several low-grade 5th-rank demon herbs. Though minor, they were still valuable. Entering the Forgotten World Pagoda to refine them, when he emerged again, his ancient demonic essence reached 6,500 strands. Pity these fools had bad luck and didn't find any immortal jade. Wrapping his arm around Mitzi's waist, Virgil shook his head and left the cave. Onward, deeper into the Earth Abyss. Since his last modification, the first floor had been redecorated with furniture, transforming it into a cozy room. Soon, the bed began to sway. Each inch of her skin, smooth like jade, gently bit her lip while emitting enchanting whispers, her eyes filled with tender allure. Exiting the Forgotten World Pagoda several hours later, the Noelle beside him still had a hint of blush and alluring charm on her face. Let's go. Virgil chuckled and lifted her waist, continuing to explore the depths of the Earth Abyss, seeking ways to strengthen himself. A day later, after slaying an Earth Dragon and obtaining 2 high-grade 5th-tier demon herbs from its territory, 4 streams of light approached from afar. Finally, they've arrived. Virgil's eyes flashed with coldness, staying put without moving. Darby also noticed the approaching light. Noticing his reaction, she asked, "Are they here for you?" "They're here to kill me," Virgil nodded. "Son of Qing.The Hall, are you surprised we found you so precisely? Because there is divine consciousness planted on you. No matter where you run, we can sense you." As they spoke, the 4 beams of light stopped before them, revealing the 4 respected Franzes of Qing.The Hall, laughing mockingly. 2 Peak Transformation, 2 Late Stage Transformation Realm. Are you here to commit suicide? Darby looked up, her voice calm but filled with disdain, penetrating their ears. Only now did the 4 men notice her presence, frowning slightly. How does this Emmett have a helper? Is she from Qing.The Hall? As for the remains of the Earth Dragon beside them, they paid it no mind. It wasn't unusual for a Peak Transformation Realm practitioner to defeat a Late Transformation Realm Earth Dragon. She's not from Qing.The Hall. One Franz stared intently at Darby, his tone firm and decisive, causing a stir. If not from Qing.The Hall, then who is she? Where did she come from? Could she be hidden in his heavenly grotto space and brought in secretly? But isn't this place supposed to prevent the use of heavenly grotto artifacts? Could she have entered earlier? Why hasn't she left? The other 3 men simultaneously focused on Darby, their faces full of suspicion, unable to figure out her origin. Virgil remained silent, observing coldly. Indeed, bringing Darby out had been a tricky process. This world didn't allow the opening of heavenly grottos or the use of the Universe Pearl, but it didn't include the Forgotten World Pagoda, which, due to its high rank, could operate freely in this space. Its internal space was independent of the outside world, allowing him to enter it, use the Universe Pearl, and bring her out. That's enough. Once we take them down, we'll know everything. The Franz who recognized Darby was not from Qing.The Hall spoke again, eyeing Virgil with murderous intent. Right, once we subdue him, we'll know everything. Inspired by him, the others snapped back to reality, their expressions turning sinister. Boy, blame your joining Qing.The Hall. Previously, white-robed sword god disgraced Lady Dario. If we kill you and frame the Earth Dragon, Lady Dario will surely reward us handsomely. Prepare to die peacefully. But suddenly, Virgil looked up, and a voice like that of death echoed in their ears. Don't you think you talk too much? With his words, for streaks of white lightning crackled, instantly reaching the four men. What is this lightning? So powerful, damn it. How did he get so strong? Those who boasted about killing Virgil for rewards immediately changed expression, their bodies entangled by small snakes of white lightning, feeling their skin numb, unable to move or utilize their magic. Meanwhile, Virgil towered thousands of feet tall, extending his large hand forward, grabbing the four men, clenching them tightly in his grasp. Dark demonic aura surged from his body, his eyes cold and menacing. You can't kill us. Lady Dario won't forgive you. The terror in Virgil's eyes was like a hungry tiger ready to devour them. Cold fear coursed through the four men's veins, their faces pale with dread. Virgil watched them coldly, not uttering a word, ultimately sighing deeply, crushing the four men into a mist of blood. I still can't stomach it. It seems I will never be a pure demon. Looking at the four souls, filled with horror, fleeing into the distance, Virgil murmured. Previously, eating Earth Dragon meat was bearable since he had eaten meat before, but swallowing human beings was beyond his psychological limit. I am still not a true demon. Well, there are still many demon herbs and earth dragons in this earth abyss, Virgil murmured, raising his hand to catch the four souls back, extracting their essences. After a series of piercing screams, dimmed ghosts appeared, weaker than their peak state. Virgil implanted them into the soul banner, storing them away. He then grabbed the storage bags, using his consciousness to erase the marks, checking their contents and quickly finding their Avril orders. Pity the contribution points cannot be transferred. These four each had over 5,000 contribution points, totaling more than 20,000. Virgil sighed in disappointment, crushing the four Avril orders and continuing to search, eventually discovering over 10 demon herbs. Though only initial grade 5th tier demon spirit grass, even small gains were better than none. Virgil immediately entered the Forgotten World Pagoda to refine them. When he emerged, his ancient demon essence had reached 6,500 strands. Pity these worthless fellows seemed unlucky, not finding any immortal jade. Holding Darby's waist, Virgil shook his head and left the cave in a flash, continuing deeper into the abyss. Chapter 404, Vita. In the following days, Virgil roamed continuously through this desolate world, hunting earth dragons and searching for spiritual medicines at the same time. The contribution points on his venerable Avril token surged to over 30,000. The ancient devil essence within his body also successfully reached 7,000 strands. During this period, he discovered several spiritual mines, still small ones with mostly spirit stones. There were only about 70 pieces of immortal jade in total, which did not cause much fluctuation in his heart. Time flew by, and he had been in the earth abyss for nearly half a month without realizing it, and the time to leave was approaching. This sun seems to never move. On a mountain peak, Virgil looked at the remnant sunset on the horizon thoughtfully. Over these half a month, he had delved deeper into this world, but he was still far from that blood-red remnant sunset. Moreover, he found that this sunset seemed different from the sun outside. It remained fixed atop that peak. Just then, several 10,000 miles away to his northwest, over a valley, a sudden deafening boom resonated, causing some chaos in the sky's space. Then, a golden barrier suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, covering the valley below. Someone has made a move. Darby beside him slightly narrowed her eyes. Virgil naturally sensed this as well, looking distantly with thoughtful eyes. Among the people who came in, for Qing.The Hall, venerable Franzes had already been slain by him, so those who acted now must be people from the Qing.The Hall. He hadn't advanced in a straight line during these days, so it wasn't surprising they could get ahead of him. Do you want to go check it out? Darby glanced at him, showing little interest in the matter. She didn't recognize those people, and their life or death had nothing to do with her. Everything depended on Virgil's decision. Let's take a look. These creatures seem to have hidden themselves recently. Maybe we'll find an earth dragon there. Virgil smiled, holding her waist, and rushed towards the valley. At this moment, in the valley tens of thousands of miles away, a group of Qing.The Hall venerable Franzes, their green robes stained with blood, as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. Roar! Outside their valley, countless earth dragons crowded like tidal waves, hundreds in the transcendent realm, and even more than 1,000 in the nascent soul realm. There were even 2 half-step quasi-immortal earth dragons glaring fiercely, issuing commands. If not for the golden barrier within the valley, they would probably have been torn to shreds instantly. What should we do? These creatures have driven us crazy, confining us here. A mid-transcendent female Franz looked at the earth dragons outside, her eyes revealing despair as they crashed against the barrier. Elio Zhao, it's all because of your sister. If she hadn't said this place surely had a spiritual mine, we wouldn't have ended up in such a deadly situation. With so many earth dragons here, and the space mysteriously sealed, unable to be traversed, apart from immortals coming down, who can save us? Another Franz angrily turned to look at the pale-lipped Sylvia among the crowd. Elio Leonard, what you are saying is unfair. When we benefited greatly from Donger's discoveries, you didn't say anything then. Gavin frowned, protecting his sister. She said there's an immortal grade mine down here. Tell me where it is. The Leonard surname Franz sneered coldly, pressing forward. There is one. There must be one. I wouldn't misperceive. There's a vast amount of metal substances down here. It must be a large vein. Vita's face immediately showed indignation. Note, Wei Qi, resentment/indignation. is changed to indignation for better fluency and natural expression in English. She was born exceptionally, not only able to perceive evil qi but also being very sensitive to metallic objects, allowing her to sense nearby mineral veins. Thus, after entering the Earth Abyss, she led a group of Jun-Tian Hall venerable Franzes and found many spiritual minds in the Earth Abyss. Not long ago, she sensed intense metallic substances beneath this valley and led everyone to this location. Who knew their search not only failed to find the specific location of the mine, but that it turned out to be the territory of a pair of half-step quasi-immortal earth dragons, who swiftly besieged them with countless earth dragons soon after they entered the valley. Donghua did indeed lead us to find many spiritual minds, as you know. This might be her mistake. Gavin naturally defended his sister. I think it's fake that there's an immortal grade mine here, but our graveyards are real. Leonard mocked. That's enough. Arguing at this moment is meaningless. Besides, this barrier was given by Donghua's master. She did what she should have done. Blame cannot be placed on her. Now the barrier can barely hold. Let's conserve our strength to fight our way out and escape. Seeing the two continue bickering, the half-step quasi-immortal Franz dispersed energy, impatiently interrupting their argument while gesturing to the external barrier. This barrier was crafted by DeAndre Xianjun, one of the Haley nobles of the Rain Hall, a defensive magic artifact immune to breaking unless a quasi-immortal intervened within an hour. However, with the hour almost up, its light had dimmed considerably, on the verge of collapse. The hearts of the Jun-Tian Hall venerable Franzes sank, knowing what awaited them once the barrier broke. The sealed space prevented any escape attempts. They would likely perish. Vita's lips were pale, hands clenched tightly. It was her fault. Just then, the earth dragons outside grew agitated as a thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking one of them like divine punishment. It was a late-stage transcendent earth dragon. Struck by the thunderbolt, it let out a pained cry, its massive body instantly turning black before collapsing. What's happening? The Jun-Tian Hall Franzes noticed the commotion outside the valley, faces stunned as they looked out and quickly spotted a man in black clothes walking on air towards their valley. Clearly, it was him who struck just now. It's the Jun-Tian Hall Taoist friend. One of the Jun-Tian Hall Franzes' face lit up with joy. Vita was taken aback, staring blankly at the figure. The person she had disdained earlier had come to their aid in times of peril. She felt incredibly ashamed. But soon, several people received a cold splash of water. Even if he helps us, it won't do much good. In this situation, only a quasi-immortal's arrival can make a difference. The half-step quasi-immortal Franz's voice was heavy. Roar. And Virgil's action instantly incited hostility from other earth dragons. The two half-step quasi-immortal earth dragons roared angrily, sending a wave of attacks towards Virgil. The space is sealed. Virgil's eyes flashed. He sensed something odd about the surrounding spatial forces, preventing teleportation. Yet he remained unfazed. Where can't he go in a world without quasi-immortals? The virtuous umbrella instantly appeared in his hand, forming a protective shield around him. A series of cracking sounds followed, but despite cracks appearing on the shield, it successfully deflected the attack. Chapter 405. Skyrocketing Contribution Points. Roar. The two half-step pseudo-immortal earth dragons were even more enraged. With a sharp, prolonged roar, the surrounding dense swarm of earth dragons surged towards that human like an incoming tide. I wonder what these Jun-Tian Hall people did to invite such divine wrath to attract so many earth dragons. But this barrier can actually withstand attacks from so many earth dragons. It must be something extraordinary. Virgil's expression remained unchanged as he glanced over the numerous massive beasts, then looked towards the barrier outside the valley, finally focusing on a white pearl floating above. Clearly, it was this object that had withstood the attacks of the earth dragons. Roar. At this moment, dozens of earth dragons at the mid-transcendent stage rushed up, not more than 300 meters away. Pseudo-immortal techniques, huh? Fine. Saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Virgil retracted his gaze, sneered, and directly summoned the gigantic Dharma image, his body instantly growing to over 7,000 zhang tall, with demonic energy rolling around him. He let out a roar towards the sky. With the reverberating demonic sound spreading out, hundreds of transcendent stage earth dragons all fell on the ground in agony. As for those below the transcendent stage, they couldn't resist the attack of this demonic sound at all, and immediately a vast area of blood mist appeared. Over 10,000 earth dragons died instantly, 1/3 of them. So powerful. The group of revered Franzes inside the valley showed surprise on their faces. Rosalie's small face turned pale too. Looking at that enormous figure, this scene deeply imprinted itself in her heart, refusing to fade away. Roar. The two half-step pseudo-immortal earth dragons roared even more furiously. Huh, scaring me? Virgil sneered disdainfully, then charged into the encirclement of earth dragons, moving like a tiger amidst sheep, rampaging forward. Along the way, the earth dragons blocking his path were all thrown flying out, whimpering everywhere, as if entering an uninhabited land. Roar. At this moment, a peak transcendent earth dragon roared angrily, rushing at him from the side, opening its huge mouth and biting toward his arm. However, its sharp teeth were like biting onto a hard star, not only causing no harm to Virgil, but also being stunned by the lightning that shot out from Virgil's arm. Then, with a cold look, Virgil grabbed its long neck, fiercely tore off its head, threw it aside, and divided its huge body into several parts before swallowing it down. This ferocious scene immediately left the group of revered Franzes of Jun-Tian Hall standing there, mouths agape, unable to speak in shock. This was the terrifying aspect of the ancient demons. If speaking about physical strength, no one dared to claim first place after it. In the same realm, they were basically existences that could rampage indiscriminately. Swallow. And as the person involved, after swallowing the flesh and blood of a peak transcendent earth dragon, Virgil didn't care how much ancient demon essence had increased within him. He continued to charge into the encirclement of the earth dragons ahead. For a moment, Outside the valley, it seemed like a hellish realm. Earth dragons' bodies were torn apart and devoured raw by him one after another, showing extreme savagery. Soon, the ground was awash with blood, strewn with remnants. Among the hundreds of transcendent stage Earth dragons, only a third remained. Some were punched into bloody mists on the spot. Others were torn into several pieces and swallowed halfway before being thrown out. As for the 10,000 yuan Ing stage Earth dragons, they didn't even have the qualifications to approach him and were already dead or injured in large numbers. Is he still human? The group of revered Franzes inside the valley stared blankly at this massacre, forgetting to go out and provide support. Roar! At this point, the two half-step pseudo-immortal Earth dragons could no longer hold back. Seeing their subordinates slaughtered by Virgil, they both charged at him in rage, aiming to tear him apart. Unlike other Earth dragons, these two had very short front legs and walked on their hind legs. Their bodies were even more massive, comparable to Virgil who had cast the dermic image spell. Any Earth dragons obstructing their path along the way were directly slammed away, screaming in pain. Even harming your own kind, truly fitting of beasts. Virgil sneered. His black hair danced without wind. Striding forward, he waved his sleeves, shooting out 6 Haley star nails into the abdomen of one of the half-step pseudo-immortal Earth dragons. Since the start of the battle, the ancient demon essence inside him constantly increased and recovered as he continuously tore apart and devoured Earth dragons, just like a perpetual motion machine. This allowed him to have no worries about running out of stamina. The half-step pseudo-immortal Earth dragon let out a painful whine on the spot, its massive body collapsing to the ground, its power draining away steadily. Roar! The other half-step pseudo-immortal Earth dragon seized the opportunity to rush forward, its gigantic tail sweeping towards him fiercely, similar to a whip with many backward hooks. Rip! Just as Virgil raised his arm to block, the next moment the sharp hooks sliced through his arm, red blood instantly splattering on the ground. Under the tremendous impact, his body was forced to retreat several steps. Beast, you dare to injure me, indeed underestimating you. Stabilizing himself, seeing the tail coming again, Virgil's eyes became extremely cold and piercing. He instantly activated the immortal restraining technique. He then grabbed its tail, exerted immense force, lifted its entire body from the ground, and kept slamming the massive body on the ground while holding its tail. This scene looked quite ridiculous, but the revered Franzes of Qing.The couldn't laugh. Soon, the other half-step pseudo-immortal Earth dragon lay barely breathing. Virgil forcefully threw it out, smashing into the Earth dragon whose cultivation was mostly sealed by the Haley star nails. Roar! The two enormous beasts let out pitiful cries, colliding and flying out, smashing countless mountain peaks before finally stopping, lying on the ground with shallow breaths. Beasts, it's time for you to die. Virgil's voice was cold as he casually threw 2 bolts of white lightning, striking their hearts, instantly finishing off the 2 half-step pseudo-immortal Earth dragons. He didn't devour these big fellows. After this battle, the amount of ancient demon essence inside him had reached 8,000 threads. Moreover, his body still retained many forces not fully refined, reaching its limit. Roar! At this moment, the remaining Earth dragons, seeing their usual dominant leaders killed by that human, fled in fear towards the distance. Virgil did not stop them. Today, he had already killed too many Earth dragons, making him start to feel aversion towards killing. He resumed his original size, canceling the dermic image spell. His black cloak dripped with blood, blending into the scattered corpses. Looking around, he waved his hand to grip the Averal's order, glancing at the number displayed on it, revealing a smile. Contribution points. 135,800. No wonder, with so many Earth dragons killed in this battle, including 2 half-step pseudo-immortals, not breaking 100,000 would be unfathomable. I wonder if these contribution points can purchase the Guiyuan method from the Rain Pavilion. Virgil murmured, filled with hope. Chapter 406, Maximus Door. This moment, not far away in the valley, the barrier that had withstood the attack of the Earth dragons had already dissipated. The revered Franzes of Qing.The stood in silence, staring at the invincible figure before them. Was he even human? This was the question on everyone's mind. Finally, Gavin stepped forward first, bowing respectfully to the figure. Thank you for saving us, fellow Taoist. May I ask your honorable name? The other revered Franzes of Qing.The seemed to wake from a dream, following him out and expressing their gratitude, their voices trembling slightly, sensing that this person was more terrifying than even a transcendent immortal. Since we are all members of the Rain Pavilion, it's only right to help each other. My name is Braden. Virgil put away the Franz's token in his hand, smiling harmlessly. Though he hadn't saved them intentionally, accepting gratitude wasn't something he turned down. Seeing how easygoing he was, the Franzes felt a bit relieved and began to engage him cautiously, introducing themselves, sharing their backgrounds, etc., hoping to get closer to him. Virgil responded to each one, his demeanor now entirely different from his previous ferocity. He then asked why they were surrounded by so many Earth dragons. Learning about the circumstances, Virgil was inwardly surprised and looked towards the young Sylvia standing at the back of the crowd. In this world, such a constitution actually exists? If true, she is like a walking treasure vault. After some thought, Virgil decided to verify it. With a single step, he disappeared from the spot and reappeared in front of the Sylvia. A strong smell of blood filled the air, causing the Sylvia's face to pale, her vision growing dizzy. She disliked killing and despised blood even more. The smell made her uncomfortable, which explained her intense aversion to demonic cultivators. And now, was he here to seek revenge? Please show mercy, fellow Taoist. Gavin watched nervously, assuming Virgil meant to retaliate. Relax, I won't harm my junior sister. Virgil shook his head reassuringly, forming a positive impression of Gavin, finding him worth befriending. He turned to look at the terrified Sylvia and smiled gently. Are you sure you didn't sense it wrong? Taoist Braden, we have thoroughly examined this area both inside and out. There absolutely is no celestial mine, the Franz surnamed Leonard interjected quickly, his face full of flattery. There is. I did not sense it wrong, but this space feels odd. I can't pinpoint its exact location. However, it must be within this valley. It's a large spirit or deposit, definitely rich in celestial jade. Vita replied, lowering her gaze, her voice growing weaker. Very well, I believe you. Please wait here a moment. Listening to both sides, Virgil chose to trust Vita after brief contemplation. Something was indeed strange about this place. Teleportation was impossible, so the presence of a celestial mine underground wasn't surprising. Leaving those words behind, he took a step into the valley. The revered Franzes of Xintian Hall waited without suspicion, while Avril Leonard sighed, anticipating Virgil's return empty-handed. Inside the valley, Virgil released his divine senses, searching meticulously for any anomalies in spiritual energy. However, the valley was massive, stretching thousands of miles long and hundreds wide. His senses could barely cover a fraction of it. Unfazed, Virgil continued his search, inspecting every corner. Reaching a densely wooded forest on the west side of the valley, his ancient demon blood suddenly surged, as if sensing something significant. Ancient demon, no teleportation in this place. Is this related to the ancient demon? Virgil's eyes narrowed as he expanded his senses immediately. However, the ancient demon blood returned to its usual state shortly after. Furrowing his brow, Virgil didn't give up and continued searching nearby until he found a crack covered with vines, blending seamlessly with the ground. This place seemed unusual. Feeling his ancient demon blood surge even more strongly, he jumped into the crack directly. The fissure was over 10 feet wide and less than 100 feet deep. Upon landing safely, Virgil observed the small space, only about 15 square meters. Behind the vines was a cave, dark and mysterious. His ancient demon blood was now boiling continuously, urging him onward. Virgil entered the cave resolutely. I need to see what's making the ancient demon blood react. The cave sloped downwards, revealing carved steps and demonic statues lining the walls, confirming his suspicions. Descending for roughly 1,000 miles, the stairs ended on a platform illuminated by dozens of greenish flames. Before him stood two enormous stone doors. These stone doors appeared ancient, riddled with fine cracks like veins, suggesting either they were originally so or time had weathered them. Besides the eerie green ghost fire, the platform also housed two colossal demonic statues, each with 3 heads and 6 arms, sinister faces, horns, and wings. One of the statues held a tray in its hands. Could it be? Virgil stared at the stone doors, sensing that whatever lay behind might explain the lack of teleportation in the valley. If this valley contained a spirit mine, it likely resided within these doors. Guided by intuition, he placed a hand on the door and pushed hard. Thud. With the physical strength of a late-stage demonic realm cultivator, pushing the stone door yielded no movement. Virgil frowned, eyes turning cold. He clenched his fist and slammed it into the door. An earthquake followed, yet the door remained immovable. To think he could shatter a mountain with one punch, but couldn't budge a door. Note: maintain paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 407. High Altar. It seems brute force won't work. Virgil observed the rubble falling from above and thought quietly. He refrained from throwing another punch, fearing that if the cave collapsed before the door opened, it would be disastrous. But how could he open this stone door without using brute force? After a moment's contemplation, Virgil's gaze swept around and finally rested on the 2 stone statues on either side. Are these statues here just for decoration? With skepticism, he approached and began searching for clues. Soon, he noticed that the square platter held by the left statue had faint traces of black blood. Blood. His eyes gleamed, and with a swift motion, he cut his left palm and extended his bleeding hand over the platter. The dark, evil-looking blood dripped into the platter and was slowly absorbed. Suddenly, the stone door in front of him started emitting a blackish-red fluid from its base, which climbed along the surface's cracks, forming an odd rune-like pattern. At the exact moment the pattern completed, there was a loud boom, and the 2 stone doors gradually opened inward. Virgil watched this incredible scene and knew he had guessed correctly. He then stepped inside boldly. Inside was a grand hall with red beads embedded in the walls, glowing to illuminate a circular high altar made of black stones at the center. 4 imposing demon statues stood at each corner, exuding an air of solemn authority. This altar somewhat resembles a teleportation array, but it seems more advanced. And these 4 statues are likely the reason why this valley cannot be moved, Virgil pondered as he examined the altar closely. He sensed a terrifying power within the altar, uncertain of where it might transport him, so he hesitated, moving around it cautiously. When he reached the back of the altar, he distinctly felt a massive energy surge beneath him leading up to the altar. Recalling Miriam's mention of underground spirit ore, Virgil struck the ground, causing the rocks beneath his feet to shatter, revealing a white vein of spirit ore that connected directly to the altar. Evidently, the source of its activation energy. No wonder I could feel such immense energy while standing here. It's actually a celestial jade mine. His eyes lit up as he recognized the scale and quality of the resource. Despite most of the jade having lost its essence, the sheer volume remained impressive, at least 10,000 pieces. This is wealth. With so much celestial jade, who knows how much pseudo-immortal cultivation I can gain. Taking a deep breath, Virgil didn't hesitate. He scooped up the entire vein of jade and stored it in the legacy tower. Leaving one final glance at the altar, now visibly weaker without its energy source, he considered the teleportation array. It required such immense power to activate. Who could have set this up? It couldn't possibly be an ancient demon ascension platform. Ancient demons ascended similarly to humans or beasts, either by reaching the corresponding ghost immortal level and transcending, or by finding an upperworld demon's legacy ascension platform. This altar needing such a huge amount of celestial jade hinted at its purpose. Still, this had little immediate relevance to him. Although he was a royal-blooded ancient demon, he didn't intend to go to the ancient demon abyss, but rather the four seas immortal realm. Shaking off his thoughts, Virgil focused on his next move. Realizing the space did not impede ancient demons, he instantly teleported out, flying over the valley and landing before the Qing.The Hall Franzes. Elio Braden, don't lose heart. It's just a spirit or mine. Even if it exists, it might not have much. Several Qing.The Hall Franzes rushed forward to comfort him. Miriam stayed back, observing Virgil, who was surrounded by the others. She realized the massive spirit or vein beneath the valley had vanished. Yet earlier, they hadn't found it despite searching for hours. Virgil had only been inside briefly, impossibly short, to find it. She preferred to believe her senses had deceived her. Seeing everyone thinking he hadn't found the vein, Virgil merely smiled, not bothering to explain. Keep your treasures hidden. Since he needed to report any jade obtained here to the Rain Palace, divulging it prematurely would be unwise if we'll question him later. During the past half-month, did you find any spirit herbs? Could you sell me some? He asked with a smile. Don't worry, we've found plenty of herbs. If Elio Braden needs them, we'll give you everything. The Franzes forgot their disdain for demonic cultivators and eagerly handed over storage pouches upon hearing his request. Gratitude aside, befriending someone destined to become a pseudo-immortal was far more valuable than mere 5th-grade herbs. Even Miriam contributed her storage pouch through her brother. Thank you all. Virgil accepted all the pouches graciously and scanned them with his divine sense. Each contained hundreds of 5th-grade herbs, enough to boost his ancient demon essence significantly. If you ever need my help in the future, do not hesitate to ask, he said magnanimously, tucking the pouches away after learning the sphere that resisted the Earth Dragons was crafted by Fernanda, immortal lord of the Haley Lords of Rain Palace, a renowned 6th-turn alchemist and Robert Tandane void-level array master respected even by the Sabine. He also learned Fernanda, immortal lord, was Miriam's master, causing him to look at her anew. Can you sense the locations of other spirit ores? The Sylvia hesitated but nodded, within 1,000 miles. What's your name? Miriam, Gavin interjected. Miriam, would you like to come with me? Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained to reflect the original Chinese text. ##### Chapter 408. Abducting Miriam. Do you wish to come with me? Hearing this ambiguous statement, the young Sylvia was momentarily stunned, her ears turning red immediately. The long and slender neck seemed to be painted with a rosy blush like an evening sunset. The rest of the Qing.The Hall Franzes were equally taken aback. Virgil realized they had misunderstood him and quickly clarified to the young Sylvia, don't misunderstand me. I meant to say that I will take you to search for spirit mines. When we obtain immortal jade, we'll split it evenly. Everyone understood after hearing his explanation. The young Sylvia's eyes betrayed some hesitation as she grasped that Virgil valued her ability to sense spirit minds. There was a brief struggle in her heart. Before she could respond, Virgil suddenly stepped forward, laughing as he gently wrapped his arms around her waist, transforming into a black ray of light that shot away into the distance. If you don't speak up, I'll take it as a yes. Elio Zhao, I need your sister for a while. Rest assured, nothing bad will happen to her. His laughter echoed from afar. Gavin stopped in his tracks, helplessly watching the figure vanish in the sky. With his current strength, chasing after them wouldn't do much good. Elio Daoist Braden, remember to keep your word. Though worried about his sister's safety, Gavin could only hope Virgil would abide by their agreement. You, let go of me. I haven't agreed yet. How can you be so forceful? In the rapidly moving black light, Miriam felt embarrassed and furious, sensing the male hand resting on her delicate waist. No one had ever touched her in such a private area before. Moreover, she hadn't even agreed. How could he forcibly take her? How dare you? Miss Donger, you said before that I'm a demon cultivator. Demon cultivators take what they can't get through force. Anyway, everything I want should end up in my hands. Of course, I'm just speaking metaphorically. I don't see you as an object. Seeing the watery, indignant eyes of the young Sylvia, Virgil teased as they flew deeper into the earth chasm. You rogue. The young Sylvia glared at him with her tear-filled eyes. Haha, a rogue? Miss Donger, just comply with me then. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. We'll split the immortal jade when we find it. Virgil laughed. I won't give in. Miriam hung her head, silently resisting in her heart but not daring to truly anger Virgil. He was incredibly strong, and being alone with him, what if he decided to do something to her? Though her master was a mortal sage Distingu and she was also a princess of a renowned upper cultivation nation, this man might not care about those things. Thus, she remained sulking, not asking Virgil to remove his hand. After about 15 minutes, she suddenly said, northeast direction, 500 miles away, there's a spiritual vein. Good. Virgil stopped abruptly over a mountain peak. Unexpectedly, a loud roar sounded from below. Roar. This was a nearly pseudo-immortal earth dragon with blood-red eyes staring at the two intruders who dared enter its territory, growling fiercely. Feeling the formidable beastly aura, Miriam paled instantly, fear instinctively welling up inside her. But soon, a warm large hand pulled her into his embrace, facing the earth dragon coldly and uttering a single word. Scram. That single word was filled with murderous intent. The massive creature started trembling uncontrollably as if understanding his command and fled immediately. Virgil did not stop it. He smiled at the Sylvia in his arms, nothing to worry about. It's just a half-step pseudo-immortal beast. Is this the place you mentioned? Yes, under this mountain peak. Realizing her close proximity to Virgil, Miriam's ears flushed red again, pushing him slightly. Virgil laughed, unconcerned, raising his hand and collapsing the mountain with terrifying celestial power, revealing a luminous spiritual vein beneath. Really is here. Seeing the vein, Virgil felt a slight joy, grabbing the entire vein telekinetically and splitting it in half. Half went into his storage bag, while the other half was given to Miriam in another storage bag. I don't need these immortal jades. My cultivation doesn't require them yet. If you want to thank me, just be honest. Miriam shook her head. She was only in the middle stage of the transformation realm, far from the origin reversion stage, where immortal jade was not very useful. Don't worry, I promise not to harm you. As for these immortal jades, I'll hold on to them for now and return them once we're out. Looking into her cat-like wary eyes, Virgil smiled and continued to hold her slim waist, transforming back into a black ray of light heading deeper into the earth chasm. Over the next few days, guided by Miriam, they proceeded further into the chasm, plundering spirit mines. During this time, several earth dragons encountered them but, sensing the heavy murderous aura from Virgil, they all retreated in fright. Soon, in addition to the over 10,000 immortal jades obtained from the high altar, his stash increased by another 5,000 pieces. He gained hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Virgil was in high spirits. Miriam gradually relaxed her guard over these days of travel together. Virgil had kept his word, genuinely only needing her help to find immortal jade without making any improper moves. Originally, the first time a man held her and touched her waist made her blush. Now, she had grown accustomed to it, even occasionally sneaking glances at his face while traveling. Because of his cultivation practice, Virgil's skin became fair, his face more defined, focusing intently on the path ahead. It wasn't so annoying. Ugh, Miriam, how can you think such thoughts? She shook her head hastily. Fortunately, Darby couldn't witness this scene. To prevent others from knowing she had entered the chasm and causing trouble, Virgil had placed her inside the universe pearl. Otherwise, this little jealousy would cause quite a stir. Edit. Otherwise, this little jealously would cause quite a commotion. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it's adjusted to, this little jealously would cause quite a commotion. The term, jealousy, is changed to jealously, to fit the context, and stir, is replaced with commotion, for a more natural expression. We've been inside for 28 days. It's time we leave, said Miriam days later, holding a sand glass in her hand, which now contained less than a tenth of the original sand. The vortex they entered through was far behind, barely visible as a small black dot. If we don't leave on time, the heavenly net array outside will close. Trying to force it open would be extremely difficult and might take 10 years, Miriam added. Virgil nodded, scanning his storage bag with his divine sense. These days, they had collected over 7,000 pieces of immortal jade. This world was almost completely stripped. Including the previous 10,000 pieces, he now had nearly 20,000 immortal jades. He didn't have much concept of the quantity, but it should be enough for origin reversion. Chapter 409, The Human Immortals Heath. Alright, let's go. Since it was enough, Virgil didn't continue searching. He led Rosalie back the way they came, rushing toward that exit. Though more immortal jade was always better, time did not permit. On the way back, the two flew in a straight line. With Virgil's cultivation, one teleportation covered about 1,000 miles, so they should be able to return there within 2 days. During the journey, he instructed Rosalie not to reveal how much immortal jade they had found, and then asked her about Divine Artisan Immortal Lord. He still had a piece of primordial star iron, and wanted to refine a pill furnace. This person being the only sixth-turn alchemist in the Rain Pavilion, their temperament was likely secluded. He wasn't sure if they would help him. Master seldom helps others refine artifacts. Even pseudo-immortals need her approval for her to refine artifacts. Rosalie proudly raised her chin. This Divine Artisan Immortal Lord was so high and mighty that they wouldn't even give a pseudo-immortal face. It seemed that refining the pill furnace could only be delayed. Virgil inwardly mused. Since this person wouldn't even give face to a pseudo-immortal, as a transformation soul realm cultivator, he most likely couldn't persuade them either. Seeing that Virgil went quiet, Rosalie lifted her head and caught the look of disappointment in his eyes. She guessed right away that he wanted to refine an artifact and asked, "What kind of dermic treasure do you want to refine?" "A pill furnace." "Pill furnace? Are you an alchemist?" "Yes." "Rank 5 peak?" "Yes." "I didn't expect that not only can you kill people, but you also know how to refine pills." Seeing her teasing gaze, Virgil just smiled. "Have you prepared the materials? I can help you, but it won't be free. Payment is required," Rosalie lightly huffed. You're an alchemist?" Virgil was surprised, finding it hard to associate this young Sylvia with the image of muscular men hammering iron with bare arms. But he quickly remembered that this Sylvia was Divine Artisan Immortal Lord's disciple. Not knowing how to refine artifacts would be odd. He had judged her by her appearance. Rosalie snorted. "If you disdain it, forget it. Are you a few turns alchemist?" Seeing Rosalie thought he underestimated her, Virgil hesitated. Callahan told him to find at least a 5th turn alchemist. Otherwise, the primordial star iron might be wasted. So he first thought of the 6th turn Divine Artisan Immortal Lord. 5th turn peak. Rosalie snorted again. Virgil was quite surprised. This Sylvia, merely in the mid-transformation soul stage, was already a 5th turn peak alchemist. It seemed she indeed had a talent for alchemy. With a wave of his hand, the primordial star iron appeared in his palm. Virgil softly said, "I only prepared this." "Is this all?" Rosalie glanced indifferently at the ore in his hand. Having refined many top-grade dermic treasures, she had seen all kinds of refining materials. She originally intended to criticize a bit to make Virgil stop underestimating her. However, when she saw the grayish stone, her eyes lit up immediately. She snatched it, inspecting it from all sides, admiring it endlessly. "You actually have primordial star iron. Where did you get such a divine object?" "Stolen," Virgil said, seeing her excited demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Not surprising at all." Rosalie rolled her eyes, looking carefully at the stone in her hand and pondered aloud. "With such a large piece of ore, combined with other materials, refining a pill furnace isn't an issue. But I can only help you refine a peak 5th star dermic treasure. For future upgrades, you will need a higher level alchemist." "Peak 5th star dermic treasure?" Virgil was puzzled. Ancient dermic treasures are ranked from 1 to 9 stars. A fifth-star dermic treasure corresponds to a dermic treasure, Rosalie explained. No problem. Virgil wasn't disappointed that it was only a peak fifth-star dermic treasure since ancient dermic treasures could be upgraded later. That's settled. Come find me in Weapon Concealment Valley when you need it. Friend Braden. 2 days later, beneath that vortex, the group of Black Heaven Hall Franzes were waiting here. Seeing Virgil and Rosalie arrive, Gavin's worries eased, while the rest bowed in respect. Friends Donger and Braden looked like a celestial couple, one Franz remarked, winking with a meaningful grin. Of course. Beauty with valor, fine horse with a fine saddle. The other Franzes chuckled in agreement. Don't say nonsense. Rosalie's face flushed red to her ears. As an unmarried maiden, if word got out, how could she ever show her face? Why wasn't she as angry as she should be, only feeling somewhat embarrassed? This terrifying thought made Rosalie panic and hastily glared at Virgil. Let me go. Well, everyone, no more jokes, Virgil laughed, retracting his hand from her waist. Then he saw Rosalie scamper back to Gavin like a rabbit escaping from claws, her aloof demeanor restored. The Franzes stopped teasing and changed the topic. Why aren't the Drake-Tion Hall people visible? Did they delve too deep and can't catch up? Shouldn't be. Speaking of which, we haven't seen them since entering. Could they have met some harm? Hearing the discussion, Virgil remained unperturbed and naturally wouldn't admit killing them. All right, ignore them. Let's go up. None suspected him and paid little attention to it. After some discussion, they flew towards the vortex above. Rosalie followed as well. As they neared the vortex, she turned and saw Virgil standing motionless, gazing into the distance. Puzzlement filled her heart. What is he doing? Why should I care? She huffed, turned away, and continued flying toward the vortex. Below, Virgil also retracted his gaze, his eyes flickering with thought. This segment of the translation has been adjusted to ensure it reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning and maintaining consistency in style and terminology. This space harbors many secrets. Chaotic ancient demon essence, a stone altar suspected to be an ancient demon ascension platform. Unfortunately, exploring everything within a month is impossible. Perhaps when his cultivation is sufficient in the future, he can come back down to take another look. Shaking his head to suppress the thought, Virgil took a step forward and flew toward the exit above. But halfway there, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling sensation and immediately understood the source of this danger. A massive claw emerged from the clouds, radiating an aura that made his pupils involuntarily constrict. This was the aura of a transcendent being. Damn it, how could there be a transcendent Heath here? The Averils of Profound Heaven Pavilion also sensed this aura, their faces changing drastically as they hurriedly fled toward the vortex above. However, the giant claw did not attack them. Instead, it reached for Miriam. Donger. Seeing this, Gavin was extremely anxious, unable to understand why this terrifying beast would target his sister. Unfortunately, a month isn't enough time to fully explore everything. Perhaps when his cultivation is sufficient in the future, he can come down again to take a look. However, to better fit the context and tone of the narrative, a more refined translation would be. Perhaps in the future, when his cultivation has advanced enough, he could return to explore further. Shaking his head to suppress the thoughts, Virgil took a step forward and flew toward the exit in the sky. But halfway there, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation, and in the next moment, he realized the source of this danger. A massive claw emerged from the cloud layer, exuding a formidable aura that made his pupils involuntarily constrict. This is the aura of a human immortal. The realization sent a chill down his spine. Damn, how could there be a human immortal's earth dragon here? The venerables from the Qing.The Pavilion also sensed this aura, their faces drastically changing as they hurriedly fled towards the vortex above. Note, Huitandan should be Qing.The Pavilion, based on previous context. However, the massive claw did not attack them. Instead, it reached for Miriam. Winter. Seeing this, Gavin was filled with urgent worry, unable to understand why this terrifying beast was targeting his younger sister. Translating Rosalie's reaction to Virgil stopping his action. Rosalie withdrew her gaze and continued flying toward the vortex. Meanwhile, Virgil also retracted his gaze, his eyes flickering with thoughts. This space contained numerous secrets. The chaotic aura of ancient demons, the stone altar suspected to be an ascension platform for ancient demons. Unfortunately, exploring everything thoroughly would take more than a month. Perhaps when his cultivation was sufficient in the future, he could revisit this place. Shaking his head to dispel the lingering thoughts, Virgil took a step forward and flew toward the upper exit. Just halfway there, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation run down his spine, and in the next moment, he realized the source of the danger. A massive claw emerged from the clouds, carrying a presence that made his pupils dilate. This was the aura of a human immortal. Damn, how could there be a human immortal's earth dragon here? The Black Heaven Hall Franzes also sensed this aura, their faces changing drastically as they hurriedly fled toward the upper vortex. However, the huge claw did not attack them but instead lunged towards Rosalie. Winter Orchid. Witnessing this scene, Gavin was filled with anxiety, baffled by why the terrifying beast targeted his sister. Hashtag chapter 410. 6th rank elixir, mana breaking 10,000. Miriam also didn't understand and desperately wanted to escape immediately. However, her body was locked down by an invisible force, leaving her frozen in terror as she stared at the enormous claw reaching towards her. Just as she was about to lose all hope, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her, grabbing her waist. You. The young Sylvia's gaze trembled as she stared at the figure. Don't be afraid. I promise to ensure your safety. Virgil's black hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. After calming her down, he raised his hand and slapped it, causing the divine maiden furnace to fly out, expanding rapidly to shield them while 2 chains emerged from his body. Ding! In an instant, the giant furnace blocking their path was struck by the enormous claw, hurling both of them at high speed. Only after flying hundreds of miles did they stabilize, with Virgil spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. He quickly retracted the divine maiden furnace and darted toward the vortex in the sky. Are you all right? Miriam's small face turned pale, tears streaming down as she looked at the weakened Virgil, a complex emotion rising within her heart. I'm fine. Virgil's voice was weak, but he was pretending. The other senior Franzes of the Mystic Heaven Pavilion had already arrived at the edge of the vortex. Seeing him fend off a blow from a pseudo-immortal, they were all shocked. Although Virgil was clearly severely injured, that was a pseudo-immortal. A peak nascent soul cultivator resisting a pseudo-immortal strike? Insane. Even Eric, the strongest below pseudo-immortal among the 9 halls, might not be able to do this. Hurry, let's go, Gavin said in relief upon seeing his sister saved, casting a grateful glance at Virgil. Roar. Leave this little Sylvia behind, and you can go. But just then, an angry roar echoed from the clouds, revealing a massive beast whose entire form was unclear. Its enormous claw reached down once more. The faces of the Mystic Heaven Pavilion Franzes changed drastically as they hurriedly entered the vortex. It's happening again. Miriam's face turned pale. Don't be afraid. Virgil's expression turned cold. As the enormous claw neared them, the 2 chains extended again. With another slap, his body was flung away, just entering the vortex. Xianjade, my Xianjade. Damn it, I let you go on purpose, only targeting the little Sylvia. Why ruin my plans? A huge beast emerged from the clouds, roaring furiously. Inside the dark abyss, fierce winds blew out. The Mystic Heaven Pavilion Franzes appeared outside the vortex, followed by Virgil and Miriam. Before anyone could speak, Virgil spat out a mouthful of blood, having switched into new black robes, with fresh blood covering his broken bones. How are you, Taoist friend? Are your injuries severe? The other Mystic Heaven Franzes approached with respectful gazes, showing concern. I'm fine, won't die yet, Virgil said weakly, a faint smile on his pale face as he withdrew his hand from Miriam's waist. Indeed, he was injured, but it was self-inflicted. Under the powerful suppression of 5 chains, he could now engage a pseudo-immortal. It was merely an act earlier. Had time allowed and without revealing his true strength, he would have even captured the pseudo-immortal Earth Dragon for later use against certain scum. Thank you. Miriam spoke softly, feeling a faint sense of loss as Virgil withdrew his hand, but remembering his injuries, she hurriedly took out a bottle of pills from her storage bag and handed it to him. These are elixirs refined by Averaldan, specifically given to me by Master. Please take it. Virgil looked at the Sylvia's red eyes. Though she seemed younger, she could be older? Shaking off this odd thought, he accepted the jade bottle without refusing her kindness. Taking out a pill and placing it in his palm, a rich herbal energy instantly filled the valley, drawing envious glances from everyone. A 6th-rank elixir. Virgil's eyes flickered. He didn't expect this Sylvia to be so wealthy, casually offering a 6th-rank elixir. He didn't know that Miriam only had one such pill. For those below human immortal, as long as they still breathed, it could save them in a short time. Given to her by her master for survival, Miriam didn't hesitate to give it to Virgil. If DeAndre Immortal Lord saw this, he wouldn't know what to think. Please take it quickly. Miriam wasn't thinking much. She was someone who valued gratitude. Since Virgil saved her, she would give up even a 7th-rank elixir if needed. Seeing the earnest look in the Sylvia's eyes, Virgil wanted to say he wasn't seriously injured and could save it for later, but he didn't want to hurt her feelings, so he swallowed it. Living up to its reputation as a 6th-rank elixir, immense healing power surged through his body, repairing his wounds visibly. His mana, which was previously 9,999 units, crossed 10,000 and continued to rise slowly, eventually stopping at 11,400 units. Thank you. Looking at the young Sylvia beside him, Virgil's complexion improved, his injuries nearly fully healed. He couldn't believe how easily he broke through the 10,000 mana barrier. However, it made sense. Although this 6th-rank elixir wasn't specifically for enhancing cultivation, it included various rare treasures during refinement, naturally possessing strengthening effects. I'm glad you're okay, Miriam nodded. Thank you, Taoist friend, for saving my sister. Gavin also came forward to express gratitude. No problem. I promise to ensure her safety and will keep my word. Let's leave here quickly. That beast might chase us. Virgil glanced at the vortex below. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Although they felt the beast probably wouldn't dare, they still rushed toward the exit of the abyss, feeling safe upon seeing Marion-haired Averil and Will outside. Soon, they exited the abyss, arriving outside. The half-pseudo-immortal Franz reported the appearance of a human immortal earth dragon in the underworld to Levi. Hearing this shocking news, Levi's face darkened. Another beast secretly cultivated to human immortal? But since a human immortal earth dragon appeared, how did you escape? Levi looked puzzled. A group of nascent souls escaping from under a pseudo-immortal was almost impossible. That earth dragon seemed to target only Miss Donger, ignoring us. Miss Donger remained unharmed because Taoist friend Braden intervened and blocked 2 attacks from the human immortal. A peak nascent soul blocking 2 attacks from a human immortal? Levi paused, looking at Virgil who was reporting to Will, his gaze complex. Would this person become another Will? It remains to be seen whether it is good or bad for the Rain Hall. Chapter 411. Return to Drakequang Island. Levi retracted her gaze and looked at the few people in front of her. We don't need to deal with this beast for now. I will report it to Yudian. What about those from Drake-Tion-Dien? We didn't see them down there. They might have been killed by that heath. The half-step pseudocian Franz of Shin-Tion-Dien cupped his fists. Hearing this response, Levi frowned, sensing something wasn't quite right. While casualties were common in previous years, the total annihilation of an entire Diane's Franzes was rare. She could imagine how terrible Terrence's expression would be when she heard this news. On the other side, Virgil was also reporting to Will, crediting all his efforts in saving Miriam to the divine maiden furnace. Will didn't doubt him and said calmly, "You've done well. You don't need to worry about the rest. Let the Rain Empress handle that Heath. These are the immortal jade pieces I obtained below. Virgil nodded, respectfully presenting a storage pouch. Fine. Carted over half of the immortal jade pieces, and you can leave. At that moment, not far away, Levi pondered for a while, then waved her hand, producing a bronze mirror. Yes, the Shintian Franzes nodded, and each handed over their storage pouches. Immediately after, the scene inside the storage pouches appeared on the bronze mirror, allowing even the treasures within to be seen, as if checking for any hidden jade pieces. Will didn't inspect Virgil in this manner. Of course, with the Lost World Pagoda, Virgil had nothing to fear, having already stored everything inside it. Haley 100, not bad. According to the rules, hand over half to the main hall of Yudian. After a brief glance, Will mentally retrieved half of the jade pieces and returned the storage pouch to Virgil. He then waved his hand, causing a rune boat to appear above, and said coldly, "Get on board. I'll send you back to the inner sea." Yes, Virgil stepped aboard the rune boat, looking ahead to Miriam, who was being inspected by the bronze mirror. To avoid suspicion, he decided to return the 3,500 immortal jade pieces owed to her later. He waved goodbye and left on the boat. Not even a goodbye. Who knows when we'll meet again, but he should come to me soon for the elixir furnace. The young Sylvia finished submitting her jade pieces and saw the departing boat, pursing her lips but then smiling. Young Sylvia's feelings are the most complex. 2 days later, in the inner sea. Your contribution points have reached 130,000. Very good. Will glanced at him. If you want to exchange for the return to origin technique, I can give it to you now. How many contribution points do I need? Virgil asked curiously. 100,000. 100,000. Okay. Will casually waved his hand, retrieving Virgil's token and wiping it, reducing the number from 138,000 to 38,000. Then, he took out a scroll and presented it to Virgil. Virgil's eyes gleamed with excitement, feeling no particular attachment or sorrow towards the contribution points. He accepted the scroll and inspected it with his divine sense. The return to origin technique on the scroll was named the Rain Deity technique. After a cursory glance, Virgil put it away and looked forward, waiting for further instructions from Will. Rain Avirals usually have no tasks and don't need to stay in Yudian. When needed, you will be summoned through your token. Will watched him finish inspecting the goods, then left in the rune boat. Virgil watched him go, changed into a new set of black robes, and released Darby with a touch of remorse. Sorry, I made you wait for a few days. He pinched her little face, expressing his apology, which earned him a glare of anger. You dead guy, there's a Noel's hair on you. Keep away from me. Darby huffed, pulling a black strand from his collar and waving it before him. Virgil hesitated, coughed, and said, "It must be Miriam's." He briefly told Darby about Miriam, naturally omitting certain details. That little Sylvia is probably a golden spirit body, Darby remarked, nodding with a sardonic smile. Actually, that hair is mine. The little jeweler is getting smarter, and I actually fell for her trick. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it would be more appropriate to translate it as, the little jeweler is getting sharper, and I actually fell for her trick. Or, the little jealous one is getting sharper, and I actually fell for her trick. A few days later, at Drakehuang Island, Virgil came riding the waves, intending to ask Adriana about the Buzu Rupert incident and obtain 2 bamboo leaves for his divine sense cultivation, still only at late transformation stage. Who is it? Sensing his presence, a guard rose into the air, glaring angrily. Unexpectedly, the guard speaking was immediately punished by a half-step transformation stage Franz. Boss, why did you hit me? The guard looked aggrieved but saw his boss, usually stern and unsmiling, now grinning broadly. Greetings, Avril Qing. I apologize for my subordinate's lack of discipline. Avril Qing. Hearing the title and seeing the boss's unusual behavior, the guard paled. He never imagined this ordinary-looking man was the legendary Avril Qing. He bowed reverently. No harm done, Virgil mused. During his first visit, he was merely a small nascent soul cultivator sneaking in. Now he was the 9th Avril of the inner sea. Time flies so fast. In the reception hall of the Drake family residence, Virgil sipped tea leisurely and recalled something surprising. All the lightning bamboo leaves belonging to the Drake family are gone. I wonder what happened. Just then, a Franzly figure walked in with a smile. Friend Braden, thank you for waiting. This person was naturally the Drake Avril he had deceived for bamboo leaves before. Virgil greeted him politely, without hesitation. The young miss has an excellent eye. In just a few short years, friend Braden has advanced from nascent soul to peak transformation and even killed a demon Cien. The Franz scanned Darby seated below and smiled as he took the seat opposite. A black-robed swordsman followed behind, still incredulous that Virgil had killed a demon Cien in such a short time. Just lucky, Virgil modestly replied, noticing something. Whenever mentioning Adriana, whether it was the black-robed swordsman or Drake Avril, there was a near instinctual reverence. Doubts arose in his heart. With the Rupert dead, if Adriana were merely the descendant of the Rupert, Drake Avril, one of the 8 inner sea Avrils, wouldn't need to be this respectful, would he? Putting aside his doubts, Virgil chatted a bit and asked, has Adriana exited seclusion? I have some important matters to discuss with her. The young miss asks you to wait a moment. She will arrive shortly, Drake Avril replied. Virgil nodded and continued drinking tea until a red embroidered shoe suddenly appeared in the doorway. Mississippi. Drake Avril stood up and bowed respectfully as Adriana entered gracefully. You may leave. Adriana waved and sat down at the head of the table. Yes, friend Braden, don't forget to share some cultivation insights after this meeting. The Franz nodded and smiled at Virgil. Sure. Virgil nodded, growing increasingly suspicious of Adriana's identity. Drake Avril acted like a servant in her presence. As the two left, Darby eyed Adriana warily. Her aura was so powerful, like an empress ruling over the world. Darby didn't think anyone could make her feel pressure, except perhaps for Benita. Noticing her wary gaze, Adriana chuckled, waved her sleeve, and a tea set appeared on the table. She prepared tea smoothly. Your cultivation progress is impressive, reaching peak transformation so quickly. Though surprised, her tone remained calm. You've advanced quickly too, Virgil observed, noting that Adriana was now half-step pseudo-Xian and had begun return to origin cultivation. The danger posed by her was even greater than that of Simeon and the heath under her control, which was at the pseudo-Xian level. I'm just recovering. Adriana casually waved her hand, sending a cup of hot tea flying to the table beside him, then muttered an enigmatic sentence. Recovering? Virgil's eyes flickered. There was an immense amount of information packed into that statement. Don't overthink it. Back then, when my father sealed me, I was already at the half-step pseudo-Xian level. After being unsealed, my cultivation dropped slightly, and it has taken these few years to slowly climb back up. Adriana seemed to guess his thoughts and smiled faintly as she took a sip of tea. So that's how it is. Virgil nodded, believing half of what she said. Her explanation did make sense. Do you know Will? He probed with a question. White-robed sword god. Among all the pseudo-Xians in the Rain Palace, this person can still be considered notable. If he had been born in the Sword Wasteland, he might have become another Sword Emperor. Have you met him? Adriana glanced at him. Yes, a month ago. He invited me to become a venerable Avril of the Rain Palace, and even took me to the underworld. Virgil didn't hide anything. He recounted Will's invitation. In this world, there were few people he trusted, but Adriana was one of them, for no special reason, just intuition. Moreover, she was a very intelligent Noelle, and Virgil wanted her help in strategizing. Rain Palace Venerable Avril, huh? Adriana sneered, causing the atmosphere in the hall to drop to an icy point, whether due to disdain for the position or for the Rain Palace itself. Feeling her hostility, Virgil sighed. Under the circumstances at the time, joining the Rain Palace was unavoidable. Don't worry. I don't doubt you. Adriana smiled faintly, her eyes radiating confidence. Since I hold you in high regard, I understand your character. You came to me because you were concerned that Brennan might harm you over the Rupert scripture. Indeed, this needs to be guarded against. As I suspect, becoming a venerable Avril was likely done at Brennan's behest. Otherwise, given Will's nature, he wouldn't invite someone he barely knows to become a venerable Avril without a reason. So you must be cautious. Will may not intend harm, but Brennan might. If really as you say, if he doesn't trust me, why go through all this trouble instead of just sending someone to kill me directly? Virgil paused, surprised by her analysis. Before you reach pseudo-Xian, you don't pose much of a threat to him. Therefore, he wouldn't act rashly over the Rupert scripture. He'll keep you close, observe, and monitor you. Once you pose a threat, what will happen then? Darby asked, puzzled. Do you know why Rain Wasteland only has one emperor and is the weakest among the 8 wastelands? Adriana looked at her lightly. Seeing she might reveal some secret, Virgil and Darby leaned in closely. It's not because Rain Wasteland lacks talent, but because the current Brennan is petty and jealous of those more capable. He eliminates anyone who could surpass him. Adriana sipped her tea to soothe her throat and sneered, showing disdain when mentioning Brennan. That seems too harsh. A realm emperor acting so unworthy? Darby felt disbelief. So, you lack brains despite having a big chest. Adriana snorted. You. Darby glared at her, then looked down at her chest and huffed. I'm not angry with you. You're jealous of me. Foolish Noelle, I'm jealous of you? If you had no man, I'd sell you to a brothel. Adriana drank her tea indifferently, looking down on her. You are jealous of me because I have a man, and you don't, Darby retorted. Enough. Seeing Adriana's temples vein bulge, Virgil held his forehead, interrupting them before they started fighting. Your grudge against Brennan. So the disappearance of Rupert was indeed related to him? Adriana remained silent, just giving him a light look. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. Virgil laughed awkwardly. Using the word prejudice wasn't appropriate to describe you. Brennan's character indeed doesn't need anyone's prejudice. What do you want to say? Adriana shot him another glance. All right, I've talked too much. In short, Adriana, if you ever need me to do something within my ability, just ask, and I'll help you. What if I want to kill Brennan? Adriana looked at him with a half smile, shocking him with her words. I'd help you too. Virgil nodded lightly. If Brennan finds out you're disloyal, he'll definitely kill you. The corner of Adriana's mouth lifted. Let him try. I help family, not justice. Brennan means little to me, nor has he done anything for me. But you, we are confidants. Virgil spread his hands, finally finding the right term after pondering. Confidants, stop trying to win me over. Yes, I do plan to kill Brennan, but more importantly, I need to reclaim something. Adriana tilted her head, looking at him disdainfully. It might take until you break through to pseudo-Xian before I can have confidence in that matter. Keep pushing forward. Although you can now battle pseudo-Xians with your strange abilities, you're still too weak. Rain Wasteland isn't that simple. Got it. Virgil nodded. This discussion about Brennan concluded tacitly. Next, Virgil sought advice from Adriana on matters of cultivation. With her vast knowledge, their conversation proved highly beneficial to him. He also informed her about the altar he had seen in the underworld. A flight ascension platform. Based on your description, it's indeed possible, but I'll need to see it myself. Chapter 412, Immortal Demon. Regarding whether the high platform in the abyss was the ancient demon's ascension stage, Mary and Yi had never seen it and couldn't confirm. The two didn't delve deeply into this topic, but chatted about other things, mostly related to cultivation. After 3 days, Virgil bid farewell to Mary and Yi and left Drakehuang Island, preparing to find a place for seclusion and restoration. Now that the method of restoration and immortal jade were all ready, the ancient demon essence within his body, along with the residual flesh and blood essence, had reached 8,800 strands. With the demon medicines, 10,000 strands could be achieved. It was time to break through. Pseudo-immortal, savage demon. Virgil took a deep breath, and 2 thunder bamboo leaves appeared in his hand. These 2 leaves were neither black nor purple but golden. The power they contained far surpassed that of black thunder bamboo leaves. Marion Yi had given them to him willingly. He offered one to Darby, who stood beside him with a sullen expression, but she disdainfully humphed and did not take it. I don't want anything from that, Noelle. Just keep it. Marion Yi said that these golden thunder bamboo leaves can only be used once, and subsequent uses will have diminished effects. Rather than waste them, we should each take one for maximum effect. Virgil chuckled and couldn't resist pinching her small, pretend angry face. He knew this little Jing wasn't really disdainful but just wanted the best for him. Really? Darby asked suspiciously. Would I lie to you? Virgil tapped her forehead, feigning seriousness. She hesitantly accepted the golden leaf. Come on, little foolish Sylvia. Virgil pinched her cheek again, then held her waist and prepared to find a place for seclusion. But just as they started moving, a sudden purple wind blew from ahead, accompanied by countless blue, exquisite flowers descending from the sky. Instantly, an intense sense of danger spread through his body. Virgil's gaze darkened, and without hesitation, he grabbed Darby and swiftly retreated. Humph! After searching for so long, do you think I would let you escape easily? This is a world within a flower, capable of trapping even immortals. Enjoy staying inside. A distant Franzly voice rang out as countless flowers instantly surrounded Virgil. Black vortexes within the flowers exerted enormous suction, irresistible even to peak immortals. Peak immortal realm. Virgil's face paled as he immediately assessed the strength of the attacker. Before he could react further, the world before his eyes blurred, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a strange space, seemingly a small world. A light mist enveloped the area, and Darby was nowhere to be seen. Who is this person? From the voice, it doesn't sound like the scum who descended upon Jing. Virgil's expression darkened as he extended his divine sense but couldn't determine the size of the space. He stepped forward, speeding ahead to search for Darby. The space wasn't too large, and soon he finished searching, finding no trace of Darby. His gaze grew cold, and he summoned terrifying celestial power, grabbing at the sky. Boom! The impact rivaled that of a pseudo-immortal, yet the entire space only wobbled slightly and then returned to normal. Shatter! Virgil's eyes turned cold as the immortal restraining chain emerged from within him, entering the upper space. Then, a bolt of white lightning condensed in his palm and was hurled into the sky. Rumble! The entire space shook, showing signs of breaking. I won't believe you cannot be shattered. Seeing this, Virgil's expression became colder. A strand of black and white chi swirled around his fingertips, forming a petrifying force that attacked upward. This strike didn't cause much noise, but cracks appeared above, forming a black hole. He successfully broke through the space. Virgil showed no joy as he slipped into the hole. A mere late-stage alchemy master actually shattered a world. Above the sea surface, and Dev in deep brown robes with terrifying aura appeared among the flowers, his face tinged with surprise. Even early-stage immortals found it extremely difficult to shatter a world. This young man is highly unusual. Each petal is a world, 9 worlds in total. Break them one by one. The Dev suppressed his urge to dissect and study the Dominic. There are more important matters now. With a wave of his hand, a white-robed Noelle appeared before him as a flower's glow faded. Her white silk fluttered, exuding a noble aura as she locked eyes on the Dev. Who are you? What have you done to him? If you dare to harm him, I'll never let you go, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. Indeed, it's the royal blood. The Dev's eyes flashed with fervor as he felt the aura and knelt down respectfully. He is safe, but temporarily trapped. Servant comes to welcome the Jan back home. What king? I don't know you or your king. Release him now. Darby frowned, relieved that Virgil was only temporarily trapped. Please calm down. This matter is long and complicated. Servant will explain slowly, and you will understand. What's happening? Back again? Stepping out of the hole, Virgil found himself still in the space. However, he quickly noticed differences. This space was larger than the previous one. Considering the flowers earlier, he realized these spaces were nested like petals. No matter how many, shatter them all. His face grew grim, and Virgil released his immense aura, pointing ahead and tearing through the space, creating another hole. He swiftly entered. Outside the hole, another misty world awaited. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Virgil coldly exclaimed, repeatedly activating immortal restraining power and the forces of life and death. Third world, shattered. Fourth world, shattered. His mana rapidly depleted, soon reaching its limit. With a thought, he entered the world-forsaken tower, crushing millions of spirit stones to replenish his surroundings with abundant spiritual energy. Mana restored, he reappeared outside and resumed using immortal restraining power and life-death forces. Fifth world, shattered. Sixth world, shattered. Haleth world, shattered. Mana depleted again. I won't believe there's no end to this. Virgil's face darkened. Replenishing his mana, he searched outside, pointed towards reincarnation, and tore through space. Eighth world, shattered. Ninth world, shattered. As the ninth world shattered, Virgil finally saw a clear blue sky through the hole. In one step, he appeared on the sea surface, seeing Darby standing nearby unharmed. Relieved, he instantly appeared beside her, holding her waist and retreating swiftly. Boy, release the Jan. Until 3 days later, Virgil bid farewell to Marion Yi and left Draquang Island, preparing to find a place for seclusion and to undergo the process of returning to the origin. Note: for a more natural reading, returning to the origin is often used in cultivation contexts to refer to a process of refining oneself back to an original pure state. Also, Marion Yi seems like it should be Annette, or another proper translation of the character's name, for improved fluency and natural reading. Until 3 days later, Virgil bid farewell to Annette and left Draquang Island, planning to find a secluded place to refine himself and return to the origin. The method of returning to the origin and immortal jade were all prepared now. With the digestion of the remaining flesh and blood essence in his body, The ancient demon's essence within him had already reached 8,800 strands. Including those demon medicines, he could achieve 10,000 strands. It was time for the breakthrough. Pseudo-immortal, savage demon. Taking a deep breath, Virgil revealed 2 thunder bamboo leaves in his hand. These leaves weren't black or purple but golden. The power contained within far exceeded that of the black thunder bamboo leaves, which were gifted to him by Marion Robe. He handed one of the golden leaves to Darby, who was standing beside him with a stern little face, but she huffed disdainfully and refused to take it. I don't want anything from that, Noelle. Just keep it. Marion Robe said that these golden thunder bamboo leaves can only be consumed once, and the rest will be significantly less effective. Rather than waste them, let's each take one for maximum effect. Virgil couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her pouting face gently, well aware that this little Tzu-Jing wasn't really rejecting Marion Robe's gift out of disdain but wanted to give all the good things to him. Really? Darby looked doubtful. Would I lie to you? Virgil tapped her forehead lightly, trying to look stern. She hesitated before finally accepting the golden leaf. Let's go, silly. Virgil pinched her face again, then held her waist, preparing to find a place to enter seclusion. However, just as they started moving, a gust of purple wind suddenly blew from ahead, accompanied by countless blue, enchanting flowers descending from the sky. An intense sense of danger enveloped him immediately. Virgil's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he held Darby tightly and quickly retreated. Humph! After searching for so long, I've finally found you. Do you think you can escape so easily? Each flower is a world, capable of trapping even immortals. Stay there nicely. At the same time, an Franzly voice echoed from afar, and countless flowers instantly surrounded Virgil. Black vortexes appeared within them, exerting a powerful suction force upon contact. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to resist. A peak human immortal. Virgil's expression changed slightly as he immediately assessed the strength of the attacker. Before he could react further, everything blurred, and when he regained focus, he found himself in an unfamiliar space, seemingly inside a small world. A faint mist surrounded him, and no one else was in sight. Little Tzu-Jing was nowhere to be seen. Who is this person? From the sound of it, he isn't the scum who descended into Great Qing back then. Virgil's face darkened. He extended his divine sense, but couldn't find the boundaries, unable to determine how large this space was. So, he took a step forward, instantly dashing ahead in search of Darby. The space wasn't too large. In just a short while, he had searched it thoroughly and found that little Tzu-Jing wasn't inside. His gaze turned cold as he summoned terrifying celestial power and grabbed at the sky. Boom. This strike's power was on par with a half-step pseudo-immortal, yet the entire space merely trembled slightly without any significant change. Burst. Virgil's eyes were icy cold. The immortal sealing chain within him emerged, entering the upper space. Then, a bolt of white lightning condensed in his palm, which he hurled towards the sky. Rumble. The whole space shook again, showing signs of breaking. I won't believe it can't be shattered. Seeing this, Virgil's expression grew even colder. A strand of yin-yang qi coiled around his fingertips, forming a wind erosion force aimed upward. This strike didn't unleash much power, but the upper space emitted a series of cracking sounds, revealing a black hole. He successfully broke through the space. Virgil showed no joy and immediately stepped into the hole. Just a transformation realm cultivator actually shattered a realm. On the surface of the sea outside, and Dev with terrifying aura and silvery white eyebrows stood before a cluster of flowers, his face tinged with surprise. Even an early-stage human immortal would find it extremely difficult to shatter a realm. There's something peculiar about this, Emmett. Each petal is a world, totaling 9 worlds. Break them slowly. The Dev suppressed his urge to dissect and study him further. There were more important matters at hand. With a wave of his hand, a white-clad figure appeared before him from a glowing flower below. Her white veil fluttered, exuding an air of nobility as she sized up the situation and glared fiercely at the Dev. Who are you? What did you do to him? If you dare harm him, no matter where you run, I'll never let you off. Indeed, royal blood. The Dev's eyes flashed with fervor as he felt the aura. Suddenly, he kneeled down, paying his respects. He will be fine. I've only temporarily confined him. The old servant has come to welcome the Jan home. What king? I don't know you, nor am I the king you say. Quickly release him. Darby frowned, relieved that Virgil was only temporarily trapped. Not so fast. This is a long story. Allow me to explain, and you'll understand. What's going on? I'm back here. Stepping out of the hole, Virgil realized he hadn't reached the outside world but appeared in another space. But he soon noticed differences between this space and the previous one. It was larger. Recalling the flowers, he instantly understood that there were multiple spaces, nested like those petals. No matter how many there are, break them all. Coldness spread across his face. Virgil unleashed overwhelming momentum and pointed ahead, piercing a hole through the world. He then entered it again. Another misty space awaited him beyond the hole. Break, break, break. Virgil roared coldly, repeatedly activating the immortal sealing chain and the life-death force. Third world, broken. Fourth world, broken. His internal mana rapidly depleted, almost exhausted. He moved his divine sense and entered the legacy tower, crushing millions of spirit stones to restore the depleted mana. Then he reappeared in the outer space. Once more, he activated the immortal sealing chain and the life-death force. Fifth world, broken. Sixth world, broken. Haleth world, broken. Mana was drained again. I won't believe it's endless. Virgil's face darkened as he restored his mana, searched the space outside, then pointed at the cycle, tearing through space and leaving. Eighth world, broken. Ninth world, broken. As the ninth world shattered, Virgil finally saw the clear blue sky through the hole. Taking a step, he appeared above the sea and saw Darby standing nearby, unharmed. Reassured, he instantly appeared beside her, holding her waist and swiftly retreating. Boy, release the Jan. He offered one to Darby standing nearby with her little face stern, but she disdainfully snorted without accepting it. I don't want anything from that, Noelle. Keep it. Marion said that only one leaf can be consumed. The rest would be much less effective. Rather than waste them, we should each take one to maximize the effect. Virgil couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her little scowling face. Knowing this little jealous Sylvia didn't really dislike what Marion gave. She just wanted to give the best to him. Note: for consistency and clarity, Marion Yi has been simplified to Marion as Yi, seems to be a stylistic or character-specific detail not essential for understanding in English, unless specified otherwise by the author. Really? Darby looked doubtful. Can I lie to you? Virgil tapped her forehead, deliberately keeping a straight face. She finally hesitantly accepted the golden thunder bamboo leaf. Let's go, little fool. Virgil pinched her little face again and then held her waist, intending to find a place for seclusion. But as soon as they started moving, suddenly a gust of purple wind blew in from the front, accompanied by countless blue flowers descending from the sky, immediately filling him with a strong sense of danger. Virgil's gaze turned grim as he grabbed Darby's waist and quickly retreated. I searched for so long and finally found you. How could I let you escape easily? This is a flower realm that can imprison human immortals. Stay inside nicely. At the same moment, an old voice came from afar, and countless flowers instantly surrounded Virgil. Inside these were black vortexes, which exerted a tremendous suction force when touching him, making even a peak human immortal unable to resist. A peak human immortal. Virgil's expression changed slightly as he instantly identified the strength of the attacker. Before he could react further, everything blurred before his eyes, and he appeared in a strange space, seemingly having entered a small world. A light mist enveloped the surroundings. Darby was nowhere to be seen. Who is this man? From the voice, he doesn't seem like that scum who descended on the great Qing Empire. Virgil frowned, releasing his divine consciousness but finding no boundaries, unsure of the size of this space. He took a step forward, rushing ahead to look for Darby. This space wasn't too large. Soon he finished searching and realized Darby wasn't there. His gaze darkened as he summoned terrifying celestial power, grabbing at the sky. Boom. This attack was no weaker than a half-step pseudo-immortals, yet the whole space only shook slightly before returning to normal. Break. Virgil's eyes were cold as the forbidden chain emerged from his body, entering the upper space. Then, a white lightning condensed in his palm, thrown toward the sky. Rumble. The entire space shook once more, showing signs of breaking. I won't believe I can't break through. Seeing this, Virgil's expression grew even sterner. A strand of black and white chi circled his fingertips, forming a petrification force attacking upward. This strike didn't create too much power, but the upper space emitted cracking sounds, forming a black hole, successfully breaking through this space. Virgil didn't show any joy as he slipped into the hole. An insignificant alchemy Taoist broke a world. On the sea surface outside, a brown-clothed, terrifying dev with white eyebrows appeared among the flowers, looking startled. Even an initial stage human immortal would find it extremely difficult to break through a world. There must be something peculiar about this kid. Each petal is a world, totaling 9 worlds. Break them one by one. The dev suppressed his urge to dissect him immediately. Now there were more important matters. With a casual wave, a figure in a white dress appeared from a flower, her white gauze fluttering, exuding a noble aura as she glared at the dev. Who are you? What did you do to him? If you dare to kill him, I won't forgive you. Indeed, royal blood. The dev's eyes flashed with fervor, sensing this aura, kneeling down respectfully. He is fine, just temporarily confined. I have come to escort the king home. What king? I don't know you or your king. Quickly release him. Darby, hearing Virgil was only confined temporarily, relaxed. Don't worry, the matter is complex. I will explain everything and you'll understand. What's happening? Back here. Exiting the hole, Virgil found himself not in the outer world but back in a space. However, he quickly noticed this space was different, larger than the previous one. Thinking of the flowers, he understood these spaces were nested within each other like petals. No matter how many, all will break. His face turned cold, immense momentum released as he pointed forward, tearing a hole through the world, entering it. Outside the hole was another misty world. Break, break, break. Virgil coldly shouted. Death and life forces were continuously activated. Third realm, shattered. Fourth realm, shattered. His inner magic power rapidly depleted, soon empty. His divine consciousness moved directly into the Forgotten World Tower, crushing several million spirit stones, the surrounding space becoming filled with spiritual energy, restoring his magic power, reappearing outside. Death and life forces activated again. Fifth realm, shattered. Sixth realm, shattered. Haleth realm, shattered. Magic power drained again. I don't believe it will be endless. Virgil's face was quite grim. After recovering his magic power, appearing outside, finding none, he tore the space again with reincarnation force. Eighth realm, shattered. Ninth realm, shattered. With the ninth realm shattered, Virgil finally saw a clear blue sky through the hole. Stepping out, he stood on the sea surface, seeing Darby safe and sound nearby, relieved. Instantly appearing beside her, he held her waist and quickly retreated. Boy, release the king. Chapter 413. His Majesty? The sudden turn of events immediately changed the Franz's expression, and he fiercely struck out with his hand. As the king of the heavenly foxes, with royal blood flowing through him, how could a lowly human touch him? Immortal fiend. Virgil had already retreated several hundred miles. Sensing the fiendish aura erupting from the person in front of him, he realized that this was an immortal fiend. Moreover, he seemed to have called Darby his Majesty. Could he be one of Darby's kin? Seeing the immense demonic power rapidly approaching, Virgil forced down his confusion and flicked his finger forward, releasing wind-like energy while simultaneously sending 5 chains into the Franz's body. This is Ronan's immortal sealing. Realizing that 3/10 of his demonic power was suppressed by a mysterious force, the Franz looked at Virgil with incomprehensible astonishment. Ronan, the overlord of the Northern Abyss immortal region 30,000 years ago. Legend had it that his famous skill, immortal sealing, could reduce the strength of all beings of the same realm by 4/10, earning him a fearsome reputation during that era. This translation aims to maintain the meaning and tone of the original text while ensuring fluency in English. The term, immortal region, is used consistently for Shan year and immortal sealing for Feng Shan, keeping the terminology aligned with the context provided. He couldn't understand how someone from a lower world could know this technique. Besides, immortal sealing only restrained those of the same realm. How could this man, merely a transformation stage practitioner, suppress the cultivation of a human immortal? Ronan. Seeing the Franz's reaction, Virgil knew the Franz had mistaken his immortal restriction for Ronan's technique and didn't explain further, instead maintaining a grave expression. This man was very powerful. After all, there was a significant difference in realms between them. Casting the immortal restriction across such a large gap caused a backlash that made his blood surge and silver strands of hair appear. Crack. Soon, the force infused with life and death clashed with the intense demonic power, gradually wearing down both energies. The Franz was taken aback once again. The power of this strike was nearly on par with the pseudo-immortal, a level no one below that could withstand. Life and death intention. Observing the black and white chi around Virgil's finger, the Franz seemed to understand something and shook his head. The life and death intention was strong, but it depended on who it faced. Even with slightly suppressed power, he still retained the peak strength of a human immortal, able to severely wound a mid-stage human immortal with a casual strike. Sure enough, the black and white chi barely held on before dissipating entirely, and the remaining force slammed into Virgil. But at that moment, Darby suddenly interjected with icy coldness. Stop! If you dare harm him, I will kill you immediately. Hearing this chilling voice, the Franz's face paled momentarily, trembling for a second. Knowing he was a ghost immortal, albeit suppressed to a human immortal due to being in the lower world, he felt fear from a mere transformation stage practitioner, truly fitting of royal blood. Yes, your highness. After a brief hesitation, the Franz waved his hand, erasing the force attacking Virgil, and bowed respectfully to Darby. Your highness? Virgil, who was about to enter the relic tower, paused in surprise, looking confusedly at Darby. Do you recognize him? Recalling Darby's royal blood, he suspected something and stopped fleeing. I don't know him. Darby breathed a sigh of relief when the demonic power withdrew and immediately stepped in front of Virgil, explaining, he claims to be from the Heavenly Fox clan and says I'm His Majesty, wanting to take me back. His Majesty? Hearing this, Virgil glanced at the Franz again, frowning inwardly. Your Highness, you truly are the reincarnation of His Majesty. Blood cannot lie, and everyone awaits your return. Please follow this humble servant. The Franz spoke with utmost reverence, as if addressing not just a transformation stage practitioner, but a ruler of the world. I do not know your His Majesty, nor am I him. Leave, and I won't return to the upper world with you, Darby replied coldly. Please reconsider, your Highness. The true immortal Franzes of the Heavenly Fox clan are all your subordinates. If you return, they will follow your commands. You can do anything then, and with your royal blood, you can achieve true immortal status within 10,000 years, reaching even higher realms. Why endure hardship here? The Franz tried persuading her persistently. He believed such a huge temptation would be irresistible. Indeed, Darby hesitated for a moment, glancing subconsciously at Virgil. With those true immortal followers, she could help Virgil. Noticing her affectionate gaze, the Franz felt a pang inside, realizing their highness seemed to have a deep relationship with this human male. This strengthened his resolve to take the highness away. With a bright future ahead, why should she entangle herself with a human? Her current attachment was just a narrow-minded view. Once in the upper realm, surrounded by elites, she'd see the ordinariness of this man. Though this man knew Ronan's immortal ceiling, few could match Ronan's achievements. He would merely be a fleeting presence in her life. Virgil, unaware of these thoughts, noticed Darby's gaze and gently pinched her cheek, saying softly, if you want to go, go. This Heavenly Fox clan indeed suits your development. Darby bit her lip and asked quietly, will you come with me? Then I'll protect you, okay? That scum hasn't been eliminated yet. I can't leave. Virgil shook his head. I can make this person help kill him, Darby quickly offered. You know, I must kill him myself to assuage my heart's resentment. Looking into her hopeful eyes, Virgil sighed and ruffled her hair. Besides, I need to go to EC eventually. I promised in Franz something years ago and must complete it. This is the only thing I can do. Regarding ascension, Virgil had deeply pondered. He chose the Four Seas immortal region over ancient demon abyss despite having the Jan's magic blood, primarily because of Maureen. Benita's background was full of mysteries. Why hadn't she reincarnated? Where did her soul go? And was it related to the barbarian tribes? These were questions he needed to answer. In that case, I won't go back either. I'll stay with you. Darby lifted her face. The Franz's eyes widened in shock. My dear lady, what do you mean by this? Such important matters. You're consulting a human Dominic? And you refuse to go if he doesn't. Doesn't make sense at all. Highness, if you insist on this, I will have to use some means to take you back, the Franz said, suppressing the urge to vomit blood. Try it. I am your His Majesty. You want to attack me. Cold fury flashed across Darby's face as she glared at him. Highness, please don't put me in this difficult position. Once you return to the clan, you'll understand my intentions. If you truly don't wish to go back, I can only escort you back forcibly and commit suicide to apologize. Translation notes. Names are kept as close to the original pinyin as possible. The story maintains its original style and tone, with emphasis on dialogue and internal thoughts. Paragraph structure and line breaks mirror the original text for consistency. Chapter 414. Clinging to your legs in the future. You. Is this a threat? Darby's eyes flashed with fury, her imposing aura radiating powerfully even as the Franzley man, a ghost immortal, instinctively lowered his head. However, he felt no shame. Instead, he was secretly excited. This familiar aura. The Jan has returned. This young friend. I hope you can help persuade the January. Her world is vast and destined for history books. Staying by your side would only harm her. He understood why the Jan didn't want to return and turned to Virgil for assistance. Are you sure she won't suffer any injustices after returning to the Celestial Fox clan? Virgil did not respond immediately, but glanced sideways at the jealous Sylvia beside him, smiling slightly. So, this little Jing, jealous Sylvia, is quite fierce. Correction. So, this little jealous one is quite fierce. This ensures the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the meaning and tone of the original text. The term Jing, jealous Sylvia, is contextualized as jealous one, for better fluency. Hearing this calm response, the dev looked at him with newfound respect, facing a ghost immortal master yet remaining composed. Such composure is rare. Too bad this young man was born in the lower realms. If he were in the Four Abysses immortal domain, he might have become a true immortal. The dev shook his head regretfully, his voice resolute. I swear by my Dao heart, should anyone make the Jan suffer upon her return, they will be our Celestial Fox clan's enemy, and the entire clan will never let them off. This wasn't just to placate Virgil. The entire Celestial Fox clan awaited their Jan's return, their former ruler and the object of their faith. Who would dare disrespect her, let alone make her suffer? Virgil listened to his assurance and glanced at the Sylvia beside him. This man indeed seemed genuinely respectful toward the little Jing, with no trace of insincerity. If he had intended to take her away by force, he would have done so already. Note, little Jing seems out of context in English. It might be better to replace it with a more appropriate term based on the surrounding context, such as little Nang, translated as little Sylvia, or little Spirit. However, without the full context of what Jing refers to in this story, I'll leave it as is for now. For a smoother translation, it could be adjusted to. Virgil listened to his assurance and glanced at the Sylvia beside him. This man indeed seemed genuinely respectful toward the little Spirit, with no trace of insincerity. If he had intended to take her away by force, he would have done so already. So, letting her go to the Celestial Fox clan doesn't worry me. It might even be better for her. I don't want to be separated from you, Darby unexpectedly said, tightly gripping his hand, her voice trembling. A tender part of Virgil's heart was touched. He gently embraced her, softly saying, why does it sound like we're parting forever? Think about it. If you join the Celestial Fox clan and eventually become a true immortal, I can cling to your legs for protection then. When that time comes, just come find me. As long as you don't look down on me. Virgil revealed his pearly whites. Seeing Darby hesitate, the dev hurriedly added, once Her Highness breaks through to true immortal and faces no danger outside, she can also proactively seek out this young friend in the Four Abysses immortal domain. Hearing this, Darby became even more uncertain, falling silent. She realized that being by Virgil's side, she hadn't really helped him. She relied on his protection like an ornament, which she knew very well. But she couldn't bear to leave. She didn't mind being an ornament, but she wanted to do something for him. If she could break through to true immortal, she could truly protect him. I know you fear I'll attract other women, Virgil whispered into her ear. How about this? You go to the Celestial Fox clan first, and once I've dealt with that scum, then travel to East Abyss immortal domain to resolve matters with my senior. Then I'll come find you, okay? How long? Darby lowered her head, feeling dejected. 1,000 years, Virgil released her, extending his index finger. No matter what, I'll find you in 1,000 years. 1,000 years sounds long, but for high realm cultivators, it's not much, especially for demons who live far longer than humans. You promised to keep your word. Darby stared at him blankly, her tiny nose red. Have I ever lied to you? Just don't forget me. Virgil kissed her forehead lightly. Seeing this, the dev twitched his lips, looking away quietly. Once Her Highness returns and accepts the inheritance, she will directly enter seclusion, and they won't meet again. Over time, she will likely forget this person. As for coming to the upper realms demon spirit land, what a joke. Within 1,000 years, whether or not you can break through to Ghost Immortal is questionable, let alone visiting the upper realms. Hearing Virgil's words, Darby still felt disheartened, murmuring, even if I forget myself, I won't forget you. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, Virgil felt his heart struck hard by a heavy blow. In this moment, he suddenly didn't want her to go. But because of his selfishness back then, he made Maureen stay with him, leading to tragedy. Going to the Celestial Fox clan, she would have true immortals protecting her, ensuring her safety. She wouldn't need to follow him daily through life and death struggles in the cultivation world, which would be better for her. He had a powerful enemy to deal with in East Abyss immortal domain, whose situation remained unknown. That's right, I won't forget you either. Drawing a sharp breath, Virgil rubbed his cheeks and reaffirmed his decision. Darby didn't speak, hugging him tightly for a moment before pushing away to address the dev coldly. Do you have any elixirs that can enhance cultivation? Give them all here. The servant left hastily and didn't bring elixirs, but on the way here, I found a spirit-nourishing fruit that can increase the cultivation of a human immortal by 10,000 yuan hui. The dev took out a purple fruit from his storage bag, roughly peach-sized, and respectfully presented it, passing it directly to Virgil. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth twitched, but he dared not complain. If the Jan wanted his life, he would give it willingly. How could she ask for just a spirit-nourishing fruit? I don't need it. You need cultivation resources too. Keep it. Seeing Darby pass the fruit to him, Virgil felt warmth but shook his head. I won't lack cultivation resources when the time comes. Darby's voice low, she shoved it into his hands and turned to the dev. He's currently being hunted by a peak human immortal. Do you have anything to ensure survival, like a ghost immortal level protective item? Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable leaving now. Forgive me, Your Highness. Such items containing a ghost immortal strike are too precious, and I do not have one. However, I have something else that can help him. The dev hesitated, then sighed, producing a ghost-faced mask from his sleeve. Reluctantly, he explained. This mask was crafted by a true immortal and possesses the ability to hide one's true appearance and cultivation level from anyone below true immortal. It also prevents divination from revealing the wearer's whereabouts. It was found in a secret realm, and this is all I can offer. Give it here. Darby, understanding its value, immediately reached out her palm. Although somewhat unkind, for Virgil's sake, she asked for it without hesitation. Besides, why should he say she's their Jan otherwise? As you wish. Despite some reluctance, the dev handed the mask to Virgil. Thank you, Avril. Virgil bowed in gratitude, inspecting the mask in his hand, his eyes lighting up. The mask bore a demonic face, quite terrifying in appearance. Though ugly, it would ensure his safety until his cultivation improved, keeping the scumbag from finding him. No need to thank me. It was Her Highness's order. The dev sighed. Can we leave now, Your Highness? Chapter 415. The jealous one leaves, returning to the origin. Darby ignored him, giving Virgil a long, deep look before stepping forward. She stood on tiptoe and bit his lip fiercely, tears streaming down her face. I will wait for you. With that, she turned and walked toward the Franz, her stern demeanor returning. Let's go. Yes, the Franz bowed respectfully, unfurled a scroll, and opened it. In the next moment, an ancient stone door appeared in the space ahead, leading into a swirling vortex that emitted faint, demonic auras. No one knew where it led. Virgil touched his lips gently, staring at her as she approached the portal, then suddenly said, If the Heavenly Fox clan dares to make her suffer even a little, when I descend upon the demon's spirit realm, I will surely destroy the Heavenly Fox clan. The words carried a formidable demonic power. Sensing the aura of royal blood and dark might, the Franz felt a sudden chill. He looked back at Virgil, realizing he had misjudged this young man. There was a terrifyingly evil presence within him, no less formidable than the king himself, also a type of royal blood. It seemed to be an ancient devil. Additionally, there was another slightly weaker yet still terrifying aura. This would be a mighty tiger rising. His future achievements would certainly not be insignificant. Perhaps he would indeed come to the sleeping land. Darby listened to the familiar voice behind her, her shoulders trembling but not turning back. Finally, they both stepped through the portal, vanishing from sight. The stone door slowly disappeared into the sea. If only I knew it would hurt this much, I wouldn't have let her go. Virgil watched the portal vanish, standing on the sea for a long time, feeling a part of him missing. The person who had always been by his side was now gone. Their next meeting could be 1,000 years later, or even further. No one will be jealous anymore. Virgil chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, more determined to strengthen his Tao heart. He put on the mask and disappeared over the sea. To grow stronger, don't forget about Maureen, and that scoundrel, and this 1,000-year pact. The mask bore an incredibly fierce ghost face, half crying, half laughing, which automatically covered his face once worn. Virgil found a deserted island, set up a simple formation, and entered the legacy tower. First, he took out the thunder bamboo leaf, glanced at it, and swallowed it directly. A boom sounded in his consciousness, and his divine sense increased rapidly, reaching 9,000 zhong, then 10,000 zhong, 11,000 zhong, 12,000 zhong. After a long while, the rapid increase slowed down. Virgil opened his eyes slowly, sensing the strength of his divine sense. 12,310 zhong. Initial stage of the immortal man. His divine sense had reached the initial stage of the immortal man, but Virgil did not feel overly joyful. He took out another scroll from his storage bag. The Rain Deity Decree. This was the Rain Pavilion's method for returning to origin. Nearly all Rain Pavilion cultivators refine their primordial essence according to its techniques. I wonder if these immortal jades can help me break through to the initial stage of the immortal man. 14,700 immortal jade pieces lay piled in front of him like a small mountain. Virgil put away the scroll, held an immortal jade piece, and absorbed its essence energy. It slowly entered his body, converging with his original magic power, looking as fine as a hair, but vanished shortly afterward. Failure. Undeterred, Virgil continued to grab and absorb the essence from the immortal jades. Another failure. Finally, after consuming 500 immortal jade pieces, Virgil managed to refine the first drop of primordial essence. This was different from ordinary magic power. Firstly, its form was not like a hair. Rather, it resembled a raindrop, carrying an endless aura. The primordial essence aligned with his inner vision. Following the Rain Deity Decree, what he refined naturally became rain. This is the primordial essence from the Rain Deity Decree, not mine. Virgil murmured, waving to dissipate the newly acquired primordial essence. This wasn't his Tao. What is my Tao? With a lost expression, Virgil soon had an idea and began the second refinement process. Discarded immortal jade accumulated until, after consuming 700 pieces, Virgil's divine sense inspected a half-black, half-white leaf. He smiled. Braden, from today onward, I am the tree. My magic power is the leaf, never withering, eternally green. Putting aside his thoughts, Virgil continued to draw the essence from the immortal jades. Now that he had the first drop of primordial essence, converting the remaining magic power would be simpler. 2 years later, half of the immortal jades were consumed, and all the Jiazi essence power inside him had been converted to primordial essence, reducing from 11,000 to just 17. About a fifth remained, but the quality significantly improved. He was now at least half as strong as before the conversion. I wonder if the remaining immortal jades will be enough to break through to the immortal man stage, Virgil mused, looking at the remaining half. According to Adriana's description, to reach the initial stage of the immortal man, he needed to have 10,000 drops of primordial essence, and his enlightenment must be at the 5th rank. To reach the middle stage of the immortal man, he needed 50,000 drops of primordial essence and 3rd rank enlightenment. For the late stage of the immortal man, 200,000 drops of primordial essence and 2nd rank enlightenment. How many immortal jades would be needed for 200,000 drops? Sighing, Virgil decided to focus on the present, grabbed an immortal jade, and started absorbing its essence. Now he could absorb immortal jades like pseudo-immortals to enhance his cultivation. Soon, another 3 years passed, and all the immortal jades before him turned into waste rocks. The leaves inside him totaled 4,570. To break through to the initial stage of the immortal man, he still needed about 20,000 immortal jades. In my storage bag, there are still over 3,000, but those belong to Miriam. I can't use them. I wonder if Rain Pavilion contribution points can exchange for 6th rank pills to enhance cultivation. After all, I still have over 30,000 contribution points. Sighing again, Virgil thought of the Zoeg soul fruit, which could add 10,000 drops of primordial essence, and felt tempted. But he ultimately abandoned the idea. At his current level, trying to refine it would likely burst him. Still, he had made significant progress, and breaking through to the immortal man should not be far off. Not too disappointed, Virgil waved his hand and brought out those 5th rank demon herbs, preparing to enhance his ancient devil essence. First, he refined over 55th rank demon herbs, adding a total of 1,000 strands of ancient devil essence. 9,800 strands. Virgil then took out mid-level and high-level 5th rank demon herbs. 16 mid-level demon forging herbs, refining all of them added 800 strands, successfully surpassing 10,000. Next were 8 high-level spirit tranquility grasses, refining all of them added 2,000 strands, totaling 12,600 strands. By this time, 5 years had passed since he closed his retreat. Chapter 416, Demon Soul. Over the course of 5 years, although his magical power hadn't advanced to the level of a false immortal, Russell's essence had already reached the standard of a barbaric demon. Virgil retrieved the Demon Gladys scripture from his storage bag and began examining the method for advancing to a barbaric demon. According to the scripture, to break through to the barbaric demon stage, one must first awaken the soul within the demonic marks. Demonic marks have souls. Awakening their spirit connects them to heaven and earth. This phrase was taken directly from the Demon Gladys scripture, indicating that after awakening the soul within the demonic marks, these marks could not only absorb demon drugs and convert them into ancient demon essence, but also unlock powerful abilities. Some would make the physical body more resilient, while others would enhance agility or increase strength. A demon soul is not a true soul. All living things possess a soul, which carries their will. The demonic marks exist because of me, and only I can perceive and resonate with their soul, thereby awakening it. Closing the Demon Gladys scripture, Virgil closed his eyes and carefully felt his demonic marks. For a decade, Virgil sat in meditation. His aura gradually returned to its original state, hidden and undetectable like an ordinary person. Yet, his progress in sensing the demon soul remained minimal. Perhaps my method is wrong. True seclusion is not in hiding in remote places, but in blending with the world. Just sitting in silence isn't the best approach. Exhaling slowly, Virgil opened his eyes thoughtfully. He understood this truth well. Enlightenment couldn't be achieved solely by sitting idly. Thus, he decided to exit the world-forsaken tower and leave the endless sea. After all, there was nothing left in the endless sea that could further enhance his cultivation, so staying was pointless. Before leaving, he visited Althea, leaving behind spirit stones and elixirs. Under her watchful gaze, he departed the inner sea alone. As for Cade, the low-level cultivator, Virgil allowed him to develop on his own. After all, he wasn't much help and Virgil trusted him not to betray him. Let him grow independently. Before leaving, however, he made a special trip to Dante Palace, picking up several bottles of wine and learning that Mona had already left for the Purple Mansion Academy after completing her mission of recruiting promising disciples. She had even left a message for him, saying if he wished to join the Purple Mansion Academy, she could help remove his demon cultivation and assist him in ascending without needing to reach the ghost immortal realm. Naturally, Virgil declined, thinking she still harbored some prejudice between the orthodox and demons. Drinking green bamboo wine, he left the inner sea, heading north towards the southwest continent. On the 3rd day, however, 6 to 7 figures intercepted him on the sea, all emitting deity transformation stage auras. Among them were 2 stooped old men, sworn brothers of Germano, cartered over the heart dream fruit, and will give you a quick death. This scum killed my sworn brother. His life belongs to me. No one can take it. Bullshit, this kid is mine. Anyone who tries to take him from me is asking for trouble. Let's fight it out. Whoever wins gets him. Then let's fight. These deity transformation cultivators ignored Virgil, fighting among themselves over who would claim him. In an instant, brilliant techniques and profound meanings clashed, creating terrifying explosions that drew the attention of many cultivators. What's happening? Why are there so many deity transformation Franzes here? That person looks familiar. Oh right, he's the one wanted by Blood Marion Island over 100 million spirit stones, with many heart dream fruits. It's him. No wonder so many deity transformation Franzes showed up. What a pity. He was a genius, able to withstand a deity transformation attack at the peak nascent soul stage. But today, he'll meet his end here. He once saved my life. Nearby cultivators shook their heads in sorrow, understanding that this was the law of the cultivation world, survival of the fittest. They were powerless to change it. Virgil couldn't hear these comments. Seeing the others fight while ignoring him, he sneered, "Did none of you inquire about what happened in the inner sea? Coming here unprepared, seeking death yourselves. You insolent brat. First, we'll kill you, and then we'll fight over the heart dream fruit." The group of deity transformation cultivators, hearing this, stopped fighting and angrily turned their attacks on Virgil. Brilliant techniques flew towards him. their terrifying power capable of instantly killing a deity transformation. Looking for death. Virgil coldly laughed, taking a step forward as ominous aura surged behind him. What terrifying murderous intent? How does he have such strong murderous intent? It's fake. It must be fake. Has he killed late-stage deity transformation? Impossible. Haha, Emmett, I see your flaw. Your murderous intent also contains the aura of a half-step false immortal. Only 8 inner sea venerables have that aura, and you've killed 2 of them? Fake. Unexpectedly, these deity transformation cultivators dismissed his aura as a trick, but it wasn't their fault. Virgil had been in the inner sea for only 3 to 4 years, and significant events there hadn't spread to the outer sea yet. These deity transformation cultivators had been searching for him in the outer sea and thus didn't know the full extent of his powers. Fake. Virgil smirked, unwilling to explain. With a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying aura erupted from him, shattering the techniques aimed at him mid-air. Ugh. The formerly arrogant deity transformation cultivators paled instantly. Before they could react, another terrifying aura descended, tearing their bodies apart into bloody mist. How strong, it's real. He really killed 2 of the inner sea venerables. It's only been 3 years. How could he be so powerful? Terrified, Yuan destined spirits emerged from the mist, fleeing. Nearby cultivators watched in stunned silence, slaying 7 deity transformation cultivators in one strike. What kind of existence could do that? Can you escape? As the fleeing cultivators heard Virgil sneer, he grabbed them back with a wave of his hand, extracting their souls. Ultimately, 4 souls joined his soul banner, 2 failing. Expressionless, Virgil put away the soul banner. Like a terrifying great demon, his gaze sent shivers down anyone's spine as he continued walking. Days later, news of Virgil's slaying of several deity transformation cultivators spread, shaking the outer sea. Upon inquiry, they learned of the new 9th Venerable, the Green Venerable, who had wiped out Blood Marion Island and slain the Demon Venerable. They quickly connected the dots to Virgil, but that's a few years later. Up ahead lies the Southwest continent. Translation completed according to your guidelines. Chapter 417, Return to You. Ahead is the southwestern continent. By now, Virgil had reached the edge of the endless sea. Behind him was an endless sea of evil chi, which formed a blood-red expanse. The source of this evil chi came from a group of sea demons he encountered not long ago. Seeing Virgil walking alone on the sea surface, they attempted to devour him. Instead, he slaughtered all of them. Since only a short time had passed, the lingering evil chi behind him could not dissipate. Up ahead should be the Sakura Jandam. It's the last stop before entering the endless sea from the southwestern continent. Virgil did not pay attention as he took a step forward and walked ahead. The Sakura Jandam was located at the southern tip of the southwestern continent. In April, the country was filled with pink blossoms everywhere. However, due to its proximity to the endless sea, it frequently suffered from harassment by demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators from the endless sea often came ashore to slaughter living beings. Only after several great core formation forces united did these attacks subside somewhat. One day, a powerful man in black emerged from the sea. His face was covered by a horrifying ghost mask, and behind him lay a vast blood-red sea stretching for hundreds of miles, suffocating to behold. Hiss! Where did this great demon come from? Could it be that some inner sea transformation stage demonic cultivator has arrived? At the sight of this, the head of the Sakura Jandam's first major sect, a mighty late-stage core formation cultivator, turned pale with fear. However, Virgil paid no heed to them. With one step, he vanished without a trace, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a light rain unexpectedly fell in the Sakura Jandam. Virgil extended his divine sense and quickly gathered information about the country. The Sakura Jandam, a dozen or so countries north, is the Ujandam. Ujandam? As the pattering rain fell, Virgil removed his mask and took out a wine flask, drinking a mouthful. His eyes flickered with reminiscence. The Ujandam, where it all began, and where he first met Senior Apprentice Sister Roberta. Senior Apprentice Sister Roberta, I'm bringing you home? Thinking of the Noel lying inside the heaven-avoiding coffin, Virgil's eyes showed a touch of sorrow as he took another sip of alcohol and headed north. After several centuries of trials and tribulations, his heart was already resolute. For her return, he would continue down this path of cultivation. In some time, I'll go back to that valley in Qing.The to see if Madeline, that Een spirit, is dead or alive, and then visit the fallen immortal valley in Great Jan. The immortal blood I auctioned off at the Crystal Pavilion originally came from the fallen immortal valley, along with that ancient chariot from the heavenly court. This place has deep roots, perhaps harboring opportunities, he thought, pouring another mouthful of alcohol into his throat. Virgil's eyes gradually turned determined. He needed to kill that bastard soon and then find a way to revive Benita in the Four Seas. But that bastard was a peak human immortal who had endured 3 calamities and hailed from the upper realm, making him likely a formidable opponent, not easy to kill. Unless he broke through to middle stage human immortal. By then, Virgil believed he could kill him like a dog. However, Virgil sensed that this bastard would soon confront him, possibly before he achieved middle stage human immortal. Therefore, he must prepare in advance. Sometimes, killing isn't just about cultivation. My main skills are Rupert Cannon and the life-death concept. But against peak human immortals, these might not play a decisive role. Therefore, I need other methods to make up for the gap between 2 realms after breaking through to early stage human immortal, Virgil thought quietly while continuing his journey towards the Ujandam. Years have passed in the Ujandam, and many changes have occurred. The site of the former Qing sect had seen a new sect rise from its ashes. Feng family's invitation has arrived. It's next month. Sect leader, shall we go? In the grand hall were Bear, the former head of Qing sect, 2 Franzes, and a chubby young man. A graceful Noelle stood before them, her long blue-white dress swaying elegantly. Her bright eyes looked worriedly at Bear. It's not a question of whether we can go. In 1 month, even if we wanted to, we couldn't make it. Bear sighed helplessly. 1 month wasn't enough time to reach Alfdom's imperial city unless one was a golden core expert. To deliver the invitation now clearly shows they want to target our Qing sect. The chubby Dominic clenched his teeth in anger. There's nothing we can do, given that blood demon sect latched onto the Feng family, said Avril with a sigh. With the change of the Alfdom's crown prince, all leading forces within nearby countries have been invited. If we don't attend, it might serve as a warning, exactly what the blood demon sect wants. What should we do? If only your sister were still here. The chubby Dominic muttered, looking sad and scratching his head. Hearing this, everyone in the hall felt melancholic. Qing sect has been rebuilt. Xiaofei, Zelizi, both foundation-building cultivators now. Meanwhile, in southern Ujandam, Virgil's divine sense spread out, gathering information. Recalling the past, he appeared above Qing sect in a single step. Qing sect. Senior apprentice sister Roberta, home. Virgil gazed warmly down at the sect, taking a step. Who are you? The next moment, Bear and others in the hall were startled to see an uninvited guest suddenly appear before them, seemingly out of nowhere. Uncle, there's no need to be nervous. Seeing their tense expressions, Virgil smiled and swept his eyes around, recognizing the 2 remaining Franzes. Among them were 2 familiar faces. Given his current mindset, Virgil wouldn't hold a grudge over the fact that when the Feng family descended upon them, Qing sect had intended to abandon him. Uncle, who are you? Bear paused, guessing this could be a friend of his daughter. Virgil did not explain but casually brushed his face, removing the mask to reveal his true appearance. Though weathered by time, his overall appearance hadn't changed much. Elio, Zelizi, you've grown up? Virgil watched the figure rush towards him, reaching out to pat her head. The little Sylvia had nearly caught up to his height. Elio-in-law, you didn't die back then? The chubby Dominic jumped up excitedly. Bear smiled bitterly at his son's call, never imagining this mysterious powerhouse to be Virgil. Virgil laughed, saying, by luck, I was saved by a senior back then. Elio-in-law, what realm are you at now? How did you enter here just now? Was it teleportation used by core formation experts? The chubby Dominic's eyes gleamed curiously. Core formation? Chapter 418. Everyone gets a share. Yuan Ing. Virgil paused. This realm seemed to belong to over 300 years ago. So, who bullied you? Sensing the 2 Franzes and Bear's gazes full of expectation, Virgil patted his head with a smile, his tone half teasing. He had noticed their heavy expressions upon entering, sensing they were facing some difficulties. Given his relationship with Maureen, he naturally could not stand by idly. It's that Feng family. Elio-in-law, you don't know. A few years ago, a descendant of the Feng family and a despicable Noel from the Blood Fiend sect became sworn Dao partners after falling in love. Over these years, they have helped suppress us a lot. If it weren't for your sister, they might have already wiped us out. The chubby Emmett had grown taller and was no longer as fat. He called him brother-in-law fluently, recounting years of grievances. As he spoke nonstop, Virgil learned that in his absence, the disciple of the deceased Noel from the Blood Fiend sect he had killed had become the partner of a descendant of the Alfdom Feng family's gold core cultivator. Leveraging this connection, this Noel was successfully elected as the new sect master of the Blood Fiend sect, frequently suppressing the Qing sect. However, because of Maureen, they did not dare to go too far. Thus, Bear and others had endured all these years. Virgil now understood why they looked so worried. The patriarch of the Alfdom Feng family, for unknown reasons, caught the eye of Franz from the Rain Pavilion, who took him as a disciple, bestowed many elixirs on him, and successfully broke through to Yuan Ing just a year ago. This Franz then challenged the current Alf and won. He was preparing to hold his coronation ceremony next month, sending invitations to neighboring countries. The invitation to the Qing sect had been deliberately delayed, a clear act of obstruction by someone from the Feng family. Obviously, anyone with eyes could see that this new Alf intended to use this opportunity to annex nearby cultivation kingdoms under Wu's domain. Those who did not attend would likely face retribution. There's interference from Franz of the Rain Pavilion? After listening to the chubby Emmett's narrative, Virgil smiled slightly, surprised yet calm, inquiring about Roxana and Tim's whereabouts. These 2 Sylvias had helped him greatly back then, even breaking ties with the Feng family. Now that the Feng family had the upper hand, he wondered how they were faring. I know about this. Princess Ep2of2 was famous. Steph had kept an eye on her news and said, Princess Opal seems set to marry a talented young man from the Feng family after the coronation ceremony next month. As for the Tim you mentioned, I've never heard of her. Got it. Uncle, don't worry about this matter. The Feng family is like a grasshopper in autumn. They are nothing. They can be crushed at any time. No need to worry. Virgil's expression turned calm again. He had listed the Feng family on his list of targets long ago. The old filth of the Feng family's betrayal against him and Maureen was a debt unrequited. And during his stay in Wu, the Feng family had constantly targeted him. It was time for revenge. Braden, what level are you now? Behind the Feng family stands Franz from the Rain Pavilion. Don't act rashly, Bear warned, sensing arrogance and disdain in his voice, secretly alarmed. After all, that Franz was a formidable Yuan Ing powerhouse, capable of elevating a minor cultivation kingdom to a middle tier one. Yet Virgil's tone lacked any sign of reverence, treating them as mere weeds. Steph and the chubby Emmett also glanced over. Elio, are you also a Yuan Ing cultivator? Stars shone in Steph's eyes. Don't ask, rest assured, everything will be fine. As for that Franz of the Rain Pavilion, he dares not provoke me. Virgil smiled and rubbed Steph's head, fearing they would panic if he revealed the truth. Hearing such confident words, everyone was taken aback. And Franz from the Rain Pavilion was a genuine late-stage, nascent soul cultivator. Yet Virgil asserted they wouldn't dare provoke him, sounding certain. Had he not displayed what seemed to be Yuan Ing instant movement earlier, they would have doubted whether he was a fraud. I believe in brother. Stars twinkled in Steph's eyes. She was already in Franz of the Qing sect, but before Virgil who had saved her from darkness, she remained a little Sylvia. I also trust you, brother-in-law. Crush the phone family. The chubby Emmett clenched his fists. Bear and others remained silent, guessing that perhaps Virgil was so confident due to backing from a mid or late stage nascent soul cultivator. Uncle, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Unaware of their thoughts, Virgil chuckled, noticing their complex expressions. He handed a storage bag to Bear. These are some cultivation resources as a junior's token of respect. Please accept them. Though only foundation establishment level, Bear was Maureen's father, thus deserving respect. All right, you stole my daughter's heart. Consider this a tribute from you. Recalling Virgil's supposed rescue story, Bear relaxed and accepted the bag, scanning it with his divine sense. Prepared for valuable items, he was still momentarily stunned. Braden, these items are too precious, After a moment, Bear suppressed his shock, looking very conflicted. Inside were numerous cultivation-enhancing pills, spirit stones, including elixirs of enhancing spirit which boost the chances of forming a golden core, and even an elixir of transforming infant for easily reaching the Yuaning stage. Additionally, there were countless weapons, alchemy vessels, and several infant treasures, exceeding what a major sect's treasury would hold. Virgil didn't dare to take out too many extraordinary divine artifacts, fearing they would panic. Note, Chu Tai Ni Tanda Sun Chi is translated as, to take out too many extraordinary divine artifacts to maintain fluency in English. These things are useless to me, uncle. Knowing Bear's thoughts, Virgil smiled. Others stared curiously, speculating whether it contained high-grade elixirs. Bear, having seen countless people as a sect leader, saw Virgil's lack of hesitation and became intrigued by his experiences. Carting out several infant treasures and high-grade elixirs effortlessly was unheard of, even among peak Yuaning cultivators. Elio-in-law, brother-in-law, what about mine? Do I get one? Here, everyone gets one. Virgil waved his hand, dropping 4 storage bags into each person's hands, filled with varying treasures, more luxurious for Steph and the chubby Emmett. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother. Chapter 419. The Harrel-in-law's test. They gladly received the items, only to be stunned into silence upon seeing the array of elixirs and weapons inside. Avril Burton and Corbin, standing nearby, were even more curious after witnessing this scene. They hurriedly opened their storage bags. Upon seeing the contents, their reactions mirrored those of the others before them. Eyes widened in astonishment, completely unable to contain their excitement. Their storage bags also contained hundreds of bottles of second-grade elixirs, third-grade elixirs, enough to sustain them until they reached the nascent soul stage, and moreover, there was even a nascent soul treasure. Exchanging glances, both men saw the fervor burning in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, they clasped their hands and bowed towards Virgil in unison. Thank you. Words failed them momentarily, not knowing how to address him. They could call him Braden, as he was the son-in-law, but they were unsure of what title suited best. Just call me Braden. Virgil smiled, perceiving their discomfort, feeling somewhat sentimental. Thank you, Braden. Horst nodded, his expression complicated. Recalling the day when the Qing sect disbanded and he had blamed Virgil, now Virgil showed no grudge, making him feel profoundly ashamed. Corbin followed suit with a respectful bow. Elio-in-law, I'm going to cultivate further too. Once I break through to the late-stage foundation establishment realm, I'll make the Blood Fiend sect weep in despair. The chubby young man, who had just snapped back to reality, ran off excitedly. Soon after, Avrils Burton and Axel bid farewell with clasped hands, walking away agitated yet free from any lingering heaviness. Shall we go cultivate as well? Virgil said to the little Sylvia. Elio, I won't go. Cultivation can wait any time. But brother, if I leave now, I might never see you again. Don't worry, I won't secretly leave. Virgil gently ruffled her hair, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The little Sylvia, once so small, had grown up unknowingly past 20 years old, turning into a beautiful Noelle. With finely arched eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and pearly teeth, she wore a blue and white dress that perfectly suited her, as if emerging from the misty rain of Jiangnan. Steph finally left reluctantly. After everyone departed, Bear chuckled softly. Come sit at my place for a while. All right. Virgil nodded, accepting the invitation without hesitation. The present-day Qing sect stood on the mountain slopes where lightning strikes had once flattened the land. Following Bear, Virgil walked through the sect, observing many young Emmets and Sylvias, which evoked a profound sense of change in him. To him, a few decades felt like over 400 years. The scale of the current Qing sect is much like it was back then, and there are quite a few talented juniors. Of course, the little Sylvia you brought back all those years ago has the best talent, and has become the youngest Franz of the Qing sect, Bear remarked nostalgically. That is wonderful. Virgil smiled lightly. It is wonderful, Bear paused, nodding in agreement. Walking quietly side by side, Virgil gazed at the newly rebuilt structures. He couldn't help but recall the once towering Qing peak that soared into the clouds, where he would lie on grassy hillsides with the wind caressing the maiden's black hair and stirring the Dominic's heart. Do you want to watch me practice sword dancing? Her words echoed in his ears, and the sight of the objects made him feel an indescribable pain. However, to avoid revealing his feelings to Bear, he remained silent throughout the journey. The Berkeley's residence was located in a secluded part of the sect grounds. In the courtyard corner grew a camellia bush, its flowers blooming red in April, drawing Virgil into another moment of reverie. That's Roberta Huey's favorite flower. This Sylvia clearly dislikes tea, yet loves growing camellias, Bear sighed with a smile. Perhaps it's just her interest, Virgil responded calmly, smiling slightly. I've kept this camellia specially, hoping it blooms year-round so she will be happy one day. You sit here, I'll fetch some wine. Bear, feeling rather desolate, turned towards the house. Virgil sat beside a stone table near the camellia tree, lost in thought. Soon, Bear returned with 2 jars of wine. Boy, do you drink? If you don't, I can't agree to your marriage with my daughter, Bear laughed half-jokingly, handing him 1 jar. A little bit, Virgil nodded modestly, taking the jar. Noticing the streaks of gray in Bear's temples, probably due to his daughter's departure and various changes, he felt a pang of sympathy. What does a little mean? Today, I'll test you. Just having high cultivation isn't enough to marry my daughter. Come on, have a sip first, let me see. Bear laughed again, raising his own jar to clink against Virgil's. All right, Virgil nodded, gulping down a mouthful of wine, quickly finishing the entire jar. Since his father-in-law put it this way, he had no choice but to comply, even if he didn't enjoy drinking. You Emmett, I always knew you'd make something of yourself. Never expected you to become so remarkable, Bear teased, laughing and handing him another jar from his storage bag. Virgil smiled but didn't respond. I wonder how Roberta is faring in the Zion family. Have you visited her these past years? Bear asked casually. Holding the wine jar, Virgil's hand trembled involuntarily. Suppressing his sorrow, he replied, Uncle, rest assured. Master Roberta is fine in the Zion family. I met her when I came back. She is doing well. The people of the Zion family dare not harm her. It's just that she was in seclusion and couldn't return with me. I'm relieved. Here, let's have another round. Bear took another gulp of wine, nodding. Is there anything unusual about her health? Especially around the second year? No, everything is fine, Uncle. You can rest assured, Virgil smiled again, not noticing Bear's trembling hand. Absolutely nothing unusual? No. Boy, you're hiding something from me. Back then, Alfdom's Vance ascetic foretold that she wouldn't live past 20. The higher her cultivation, the quicker she would die. That's why I never allowed her to advance past the foundation establishment stage. After so many years, how could there be no signs of abnormality? Tell me the truth, what happened to Roberta Hui? Bear set down the jar forcefully, standing up with a deeply distressed look on his face. Virgil remained silent, realizing his father-in-law had been setting him up with these questions. No wonder he had been asking strange questions. He was testing him. In this moment, Virgil pondered a great deal. Should he tell Bear the truth? If he wanted to hide it, he could certainly persuade Bear otherwise. But would keeping it hidden be unfair and cruel to him? Bear had the right to know. Braden, what happened to Roberta Hui? Please tell me the truth. She isn't currently with the Zion family? Virgil answered painfully. Note, I've retained the Chinese names in pinyin form as requested and translated the content, maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 420. A Life of Imprisonment. Not at the Zhang family. Why hasn't she returned? Is she still blaming me? Bear stumbled back into his seat, then clutched at a lifeline like a drowning man, his eyes suddenly gleaming with renewed hope. Yes, it must be this. That's Sylvia. She must still blame me for not being good enough to her mother. He repeatedly consoled himself, but his voice became more and more choked, much like someone pretending to be asleep, able to fool others but never themselves. Uncle. Virgil looked at this scene, lips parted for a long time, unsure how to speak. That's Sylvia. What has happened to her? Bear raised his head dejectedly, his eyes dull. Do you know how pitiful a father is when he doesn't even know if his own daughter is alive or dead? Just pity me and tell me the truth. Though he had already guessed some from Virgil's earlier actions, he still wanted to hear the result with his own ears before giving up hope. Virgil looked at him with pleading eyes, let out a sigh, and with a flick of his sleeve, both of them appeared in the space within the heaven-earth pearl. It remained unchanged, misty, half-light and half-dark. Without explanation, Bear seemed to sense his daughter's presence, slowly walking forward. Virgil sighed, flicked his sleeve again, and the fog parted on either side. The heaven-avoiding coffin placed a few steps away came into view. The coffin lid surrounded by flames of the Tao, which could isolate time, flew open on its own as Bear approached and settled beside it. Inside lay a Noelle quietly, as if merely asleep, her skin still retaining elasticity but slightly cold. Girl. Bear reached out trembling hands to touch his daughter's cheeks, his temples seemingly instantly graying. Harold and daughter reuniting. This should have been a joyous moment, yet his eyes were full of bewilderment as he murmured softly. Girl, it's Harold. Are you sleeping? This Sylvia. You don't even look at me. The Noelle in the coffin continued to remain closed-eyed, her face peaceful and serene, overshadowing the very sun and moon. Girl, don't sleep. Bear spoke in a choked voice. Being nearly a golden core cultivator, he could naturally judge life and death. Yet, he still hoped that his daughter would open her eyes, glaring fiercely at him as she used to. Sorry, Maureen. I told Uncle the truth. Virgil stood not far away, not disturbing the scene but was infected with sorrow and confusion. He thought his heart was tough enough, but seeing this scene tore the healing wound apart again, making him feel like an injured dog silently licking its wounds in the dark corner. The surroundings were quiet, with only two men silently grieving until a muffled voice finally broke the silence. I didn't wrong her mother. Soon after we got married, I was taken back by my master. I couldn't come down from the mountain unless I achieved foundation establishment. To return, I practiced desperately. When I came back, I only saw a tomb and the children she left for me. Now, I failed to take care of my daughter. These words seemed to be directed at Virgil, yet also to himself, filled with strong self-reproach. Bear's voice trembled. How did she die? Maureen had a curse that allowed her to live only 3 years. After I was rescued, I went to find her, suppressing the curse so she could live 10 more years without advancing her cultivation. Initially, I planned to break through pseudo-immortality and bring her to the Eastern Sea to seek a solution. But later, something happened, and to save me, she forcefully advanced to soul formation, triggering the curse. Virgil simplified the story without detailing the specifics. The enemy was too powerful. He shouldn't bear that alone. Soul formation. Bear listened to his description, looking at his daughter in the coffin with pride, bitterness, and sadness. This silly daughter actually advanced to soul formation, a realm he could only aspire to. Boy, give me back my daughter. Robertac later, Bear shed tears, kicking Virgil to the ground, chest burning with rage, despite knowing that rationally, he couldn't blame this Emmett. He was trying to suppress the curse, and he hadn't done anything wrong. He had also done much for his daughter. Moreover, breaking through to soul formation was entirely her choice. Yet as a father, he couldn't think rationally because it was Virgil who caused his daughter's death. Sorry, I will bring Maureen back. Virgil got up without complaint, his determined voice echoing firmly. Return from death? Bear laughed bitterly, gradually calming down, though his heart felt bitter. Returning from death was exceedingly difficult. Even immortals might not be able to do it. I'm sorry. I was impulsive just now. Everything was her choice. I don't blame you. You, don't be overly guilty. Resurrection is too hard. Don't imprison yourself your whole life for Roberta girl. Bear patted his shoulder, his voice weak, ultimately not blaming Virgil. He realized that hating this young man would not gain his daughter's forgiveness. Even if I am imprisoned for a lifetime, I am willing. Virgil lowered his eyes gently. Bear opened his mouth, patted his shoulder again, sighed silently, suddenly understanding that his daughter's departure affected this young man the most. He didn't know how to comfort him, not sure what to feel. Take me out. About Roberta, there's no need to tell him about this. Virgil nodded, using his spirit awareness to send him out, then stood alone in the Heaven-Earth Pearl, holding the hand of the Noel in the coffin as if she were still by his side, lost in thought. Maureen, was I right or wrong? He wasn't sure whether telling Bear the truth was correct. Everything seemed to be wrong. The Noel in the coffin remained tranquil, her expression calm, like a sleeping beauty. Virgil suddenly bent down, putting his ear close to her face, smiling to himself as if hearing a secret, then pulled back his head. You call me stupid? Yes, I was foolish to let Uncle trick me. Perhaps I was indeed a little stupid. Laughing, Virgil turned melancholic, all expression slowly vanishing. She was gone. No point in deceiving himself anymore. But at that moment, his gaze suddenly turned cold, then softened again. He leaned down and kissed her forehead lightly, letting her rest back in the coffin and muttered, Maureen, I'll go deal with some pests. He gently closed the coffin lid and vanished from the Heaven-Earth Pearl. Won't the Qing sect act recklessly? In the sky, several miles from the Qing sect, several men in blood-red robes were flying. One of the younger men voiced his concerns slightly fearfully. Relax, they wouldn't dare. The Qing sect is smart. They know the Vowing Jan's coronation is to win hearts. If they don't attend after receiving an invitation, they would embarrass him. They will surely be made examples of. The king doesn't fear the Zion family now, so the Qing sect must submit to us and obediently be our dogs. Chapter 421. Rain Hall Summon. Hee, that's good then. The younger cultivator was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the space in front of them distorted. A Guillermo appeared, and merely by emitting his aura, the few people in midair exploded into a mist of blood in sheer terror. The Blood Fiend sect really can't hold their temper. Virgil dispersed all the blood mist and stood in the air, his gaze looking towards a certain direction with murderous intent. For a long time unused, fire control was activated. He formed a fireball in the palm of his hand and threw it out, instantly shooting thousands of miles away, growing larger as it went until it reached several thousand feet in size. Heaven, what is this? Numerous factions along the way felt the scorching heat emanating from the fireball, evoking a sense of insignificance akin to ants, all filled with dread. Thankfully, the fireball only flew over their heads. At the Blood Fiend sect, located 1,000 miles away, a blood-robed middle-aged man sat in an underground hall, suddenly opening his eyes with a vague premonition of unease. Could the Qing sect be planning a desperate move? With only him left as Franz in the sect while others had already gone to Alfdom under the leadership of the sect leader, if the Qing sect made a reckless attack, he would have no means to resist. As he guessed in secret, the colossal fireball had already arrived above the Blood Fiend sect, descending directly. Is this the sun falling? Feeling the scorching heat, the blood-robed middle-aged man appeared outside from his secluded palace, witnessing the sky's spectacle and feeling a chill down his spine. Watching helplessly as the fireball plummeted instantly, he closed his eyes in despair. I am done for. With a thunderous boom, where the Blood Fiend sect once stood, only a massive crater remained. The tremendous shock even shook the entire Ujandom thrice. Immediately, all the major and minor forces in Ujandom were thrown into chaos, faces pale with fear, knowing the disturbance came from the Blood Fiend sect, speculating on what happened. Master, you were killed by the Qing sect back then. I will avenge you. For the Qing sect, I will make them live like dogs. And that bastard, I will find him one day. Meanwhile, at the Ujandom border, aboard a flying boat, a beautiful figure stood on deck, sensing the tremors but showing little reaction, only silently gazing at the landscape below, her large blood-red robe fluttering in the wind. Her beauty was cold and stunning, her eyes blood-red. Several blood-robed men followed behind her, respectfully, not only because she was the sect leader, but also due to her cultivation level. Half-step golden core. In just a decade, her progress was remarkable. This was why the Feng family did not oppose their young member forming a Dao couple with her. Her talent was naturally impressive. Lucinda gradually calmed herself, a silhouette reappearing in her mind. Even now, reaching half-step golden core, resentment still filled her heart. Outside the Qing sect, sensing a faint vibration below, Virgil's expression remained unperturbed. After standing in the air for a moment, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something at his waist heating up. Rain Hall summoned us. I wonder what it could be? He frowned as the black Averill token appeared in his hand, revealing some confusion. This was the signal from the Rain Hall for Franz's to return. The token warming meant the Rain Hall needed their presence. It seems I need to visit Alfdom first. I had planned to let them frolic for 2 more days. Putting away the token, Virgil pondered without hurrying to the Rain Hall, and instead returned to the Qing sect with a flicker of movement. Raising his hand, countless spirit stones shot out, landing below, while array patterns extended from his arm, enveloping the surrounding area. Soon, an array formation took shape, emitting a terrifying wave of power briefly. However, the disciples couldn't sense it, nor could Bear and others, only vaguely perceiving something ominous flash by. With this array, the Qing sect should have no worries. Virgil looked down at the buildings below. This was an initial stage transformation-grade array modeled after the Demon Palace's extermination array, though far less powerful but still intimidating to initial stage soul transformation experts. Using telepathy, he instructed Bear on its use. Then, Virgil informed Steph and others that he would be leaving for a while, but would handle the Alfdom matters, so they shouldn't worry. Elio. Upon learning Virgil was leaving again, Steph felt reluctant. Virgil gave her an apologetic look and disappeared into the air in a single step. Wonder what the Rain Hall wants by summoning me back there, said Virgil, removing his mask and drinking wine, arriving at Alfdom within a few breaths. However, he did not go directly to the Alfdom capital, but to the Medicine Valley. He was somewhat worried about Flora's safety, even after several hundred years. Precisely because of these slight bonds, they became unforgettable. After a few breaths, Virgil stood in the air above one of Alfdom's three major forces, the Medicine Valley, scanning it with divine sense. Yet, Flora wasn't there, nor was the Medicine Jan. Where has Flora gone? Frowning inwardly, Virgil left the Medicine Valley and soon appeared above Alfdom's capital, his vast divine sense covering the entire city. The guards in the Imperial City had mostly been replaced by Feng family cultivators and confidants following the previous Alf's downfall. Naturally, they didn't notice Virgil. Quickly, Virgil sensed a nascent soul aura in the Imperial City. Not the former Alf, but the middle-aged man who appeared to block Barrett from killing Sterling at his command. Next, he found the locations of the Alf and Sun Suching, both under house arrest. Sun Suching looked somewhat weary but unharmed, whereas the Alf had fallen to the Golden Core stage. His gaze flashing, Virgil didn't retract his divine sense yet, continuing his search. Finding the black-clothed Franz who had helped him multiple times was not in the capital, neither was Flora. Still can't find. Did she leave Alfdom? Retracting his divine sense with a sigh, he decided to handle the Feng family first and would ask Sun Suching later. Now was time for business. With a flick of his sleeve, an enormous momentum instantly enveloped the city below. Instantly, numerous golden core auras soared up in shock. What level is this aura? How terrifying. Nascent soul? Even His Majesty doesn't emit such power. Could it be a soul transformation expert? Just as everyone exchanged startled looks, 8 golden core cultivators burst into blood mist midair, all from the Feng family, causing remaining golden cores immense alarm, guessing how the Feng family offended this fearsome senior. Why kill my Feng family members, senior? Sensing this, the gaunt-faced middle-aged man below emerged above the capital, glaring angrily at Virgil. Without answering, Virgil flicked his sleeve again, sending the middle-aged nascent soul cultivator, protected by an infant treasure armor, flying towards him like a chick. Chapter 422. The Venerable Avril of the Dark Heaven Pavilion. Please spare me, senior. I spoke too loudly just now. Please forgive me. My master is a venerable Franz of the Rain Pavilion, and also a soul transformation cultivator. If I have offended you in any way, please show mercy for his sake and let me off. The previously aggressive middle-aged man instantly cowered upon seeing the situation, his face filled with fear, which left the surrounding golden core cultivators astonished. It was clearly his own person who had been killed, yet he acted like a frightened grandson. The middle-aged man naturally understood their thoughts and silently cursed inside. Damn it, there's no way around being afraid. He originally thought that Virgil would be at most at the middle or late stage nether transformation level. Even if the other party's cultivation was higher, by bringing up his backing, he could scare him enough to kneel and beg. However, once they clashed, he instantly realized that this was undoubtedly a soul transformation old monster. He had felt the same aura from the venerable Franz's master in the Rain Pavilion before. Although he couldn't fathom when he had offended a soul transformation old monster, with his life still in Virgil's hands, he couldn't bother to speculate. He only wanted to save himself, and didn't dare to mention Virgil killing anyone. What made him despair was that even after invoking the master of the venerable Franz of the Rain Pavilion, Virgil showed no reaction. He simply restrained him midair without speaking, staring straight at him as if examining something. Fascinating. Virgil wore a ghost face mask on his face, so the middle-aged man couldn't discern his emotions. His heart grew increasingly anxious until, after a long time, Virgil moved his gaze away and curled his lips slightly. Inside this person's body sat a small, black-clothed figure with an indistinct face. It wasn't a spirit embryo. It seemed to be some spell cast by another person, carrying a half-step pseudo-immortal aura. Its purpose unknown. Considering this person was esteemed by the venerable Franz of the Rain Pavilion and taken as a disciple, Virgil secretly wondered if these two matters were connected. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head to look in one direction and said indifferently, "Since you're already here, why hide?" Admirable divine sense, came a voice from ahead. A senior appeared in the sky, wearing a pale blue cloud-patterned robe, radiating an aura surpassing that of a nether transformation cultivator. "Master, save me." The restrained middle-aged man was instantly overjoyed, clutching at this lifeline. Virgil ignored him, fixing his gaze on the senior ahead. This person was the venerable Franz of the Rain Pavilion. Early stage soul transformation. No, Virgil's divine sense concentrated on his eyes, quickly discovering something, curving his lips upward. Intriguing. This was actually an early stage soul transformation clone, not the main body. To dispatch an early stage soul transformation clone to protect a good-for-nothing and tie it back to the small person he saw earlier. Virgil's gaze flickered. Worthless. Upon hearing the plea for help, the Franz scolded, then slowly clasped his hands together. "I am the venerable Franz of the Dark Heaven Pavilion, Eben. I do not know how my unworthy disciple offended you. I will apologize on his behalf. I hope you will be lenient and release him." He couldn't sense Virgil's aura, indicating at least mid-stage soul transformation. In normal times, he would turn and leave immediately. However, those from the Feng family successfully cultivated the 10,000 Devils Cannon, which was very useful to him. Moreover, he estimated that if the opponent was merely a common mid-stage soul transformation, he still had a chance. After all, his main body was a half-step pseudo-immortal, far more skilled than an ordinary mid-stage soul transformation. Still, he planned to resolve things verbally as much as possible. Dark Heaven Pavilion. Upon hearing this name, Virgil's gaze flickered. Back when he was in the Abyss, he learned about various details regarding the Rain Pavilion from those dignitaries of the Mystic Heaven Pavilion. Among them, the Rain Pavilion had 9 pavilions: the Bright Heaven Pavilion, the Celestial Heaven Pavilion, the Mystic Heaven Pavilion, the Equitable Heaven Pavilion, the Variable Heaven Pavilion, the Azure Heaven Pavilion, the Crimson Heaven Pavilion, the Yang Heaven Pavilion, and the Dark Heaven Pavilion. These 9 pavilions belonged to different factions, following the orders of the 7 lords of the Rain Pavilion and the remaining pseudo-immortals. The strongest among them was the Bright Heaven Pavilion, which belonged to the second-ranked lord of the Rain Pavilion, the Lord of Rain Immortal. The Hall Master was called the first person below a pseudo-immortal, possibly breaking through to a pseudo-immortal within 1,000 years. The Dark Heaven Pavilion belonged to the Broad Communication Immortal Lord, ranking moderately among the 9 pavilions. Seeing Virgil standing motionlessly, saying nothing, Eben thought his identity was having an effect and smiled inwardly. This was the benefit of status. A mere wandering cultivator wouldn't dare offend the Rain Pavilion. Just as he felt smug, Virgil suddenly flicked his sleeve lightly. The next moment, the body of the middle-aged man restrained mid-air burst into a bloody mist. Then, he caught the spirit embryo in hand, storing it in the Remnant World Pagoda for later soul-searching. You. Eben's expression was both shocked and enraged, his complexion turning greenish, extremely ugly. He hadn't expected the other party to completely disregard him, directly killing on impulse. You don't need to try intimidating me with your position. The venerable fronds of the Rain Pavilion can't frighten me. The Feng family has blood feuds with me. If you wish to avenge him, feel free to try. But when your clone is destroyed, don't blame me, Virgil sneered coldly, looking into his furious eyes, unaffected. With his current strength, even without revealing his banned immortal techniques, he wouldn't fear initial-stage human immortals like Yun Arlenpung, let alone a mere venerable fronds. Before him, there was no room for any face-saving. You saw through that I'm just a clone. Eben was again shocked, surprised Virgil could see through his secret. For a moment, he became even more wary of Virgil. Even though this clone wasn't afraid of ordinary mid-stage soul transformation cultivators, ordinary soul transformation cultivators couldn't see through that it was just a clone. Moreover, since the Feng cultivator was dead, there was no need to fight to the death for him. He merely wanted to use the other party and harbored no teacher-disciple affection. Still, harsh words must be spoken. He couldn't suffer this silent defeat. I will remember today's event. Dare you leave your name? Eben's expression was unbearably ugly, staring intently at Virgil. Displeased? Very well, I'll give you the chance. Listen carefully. My surname is Chang, and my name is Qing. Wait for your main body's revenge. Braden. These words carried powerful murderous intent, thunderously echoing in Eben's ears, making him spew out a mouthful of blood, his face full of horror. Such strong murderous aura. This person cannot be merely mid-stage soul transformation, at least half-step pseudo-immortal. Braden. I've definitely heard this name. Eben kept repeating the name, quickly recalling the recently rising star of the Equitable Heaven Pavilion. He was named Braden, allegedly at the peak of soul transformation, yet wreaking havoc in the Abyss, single-handedly blocking hundreds of soul transformation earth dragons, including 2 half-step pseudo-immortals. But ultimately, all were slain by him. He even withstood 2 attacks from a human immortal, making him the most discussed figure across the 9 pavilions. Even his main body had no confidence dealing with such a formidable individual. Take care. With this, Eben left. Hashtag chapter 423, Cause and Effect. Farewell. Recalling the numerous legends surrounding Virgil, Eben dared not linger, casting a final glance before fleeing at once. This man was beyond his ability to handle, but it wouldn't be long before someone would take revenge on his behalf. He had heard that during this journey into the Earth Abyss, all the newly promoted venerable Franzes of Terrence's Drake Tion Hall were wiped out. The Drake Tion Hall had already begun to suspect that Virgil was responsible, even though there was no direct evidence. But they would definitely target Virgil in the future. Moreover, apart from the Drake Tion Hall, people from the Eric Hall were also searching for him. After all, the Hall Master of the Eric Hall had always been considered the first among the pseudo-immortals. But now with Virgil suddenly emerging, many were discussing how his strength might have surpassed theirs. Naturally, this did not sit well with them. Virgil, unaware that he already had a slew of enemies even before reaching the U-Hall, saw that his opponent was thoroughly intimidated and did not stop him from leaving. With a cold gaze, he scanned the trembling golden core cultivators around him. The Feng family's golden cores have been exterminated. I will not involve the innocent. As for the remaining members of the Feng family, they shall henceforth be my slaves. This cold voice echoed throughout every corner of the capital city. Virgil took a step forward and stood above the Feng residents, forcefully planting slave seals within their minds. No one could resist. Below, the countless Feng family disciples looked utterly desperate, unable to believe that their once glorious family would suffer such a catastrophic downfall. If they knew all this stemmed from offending a Foundation establishment cultivator more than a decade ago, would they feel regret? Virgil watched this scene with indifference, feeling no pity. He lowered his head, and faintly realized something profound. In the past, the Feng family had dominated through brute force, leading to their inevitable decline. There was a clear thread connecting events, like a line starting from the Franz who died in the heavenly tribulation at the Qing sect and ending in Virgil's hands. This thread expanded, encompassing everyone connected to that Franz, weaving into a vast net that dictated everyone's fate. The great web of cause and effect. Cause and effect, the causes of the past leading to today's consequences. Could this be what every action has a consequence means? My destruction of the Feng family is a result of the dev's actions back then, and the karma of those Feng cultivators stems from that dev as well. Everyone seems entangled in this web of karma. Even I cannot escape, Virgil muttered. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, forcing him to cut off his moment of enlightenment. His face turned slightly pale. This is too profound for me to contemplate at my current level of cultivation. After a brief period of meditation, Virgil whispered to himself and put the issue aside. He released the middle-aged man's nascent soul from the legacy tower. Senior, please spare me. Please, if you let me live, I'll serve you like cattle. Having barely achieved nascent soul, the man did not want to die. Ignoring the pleading, Virgil directly extracted his memories but found no clues about Tim. Frowning, he took a step and vanished. Only then did the distant golden core cultivators feel as if they had returned from the underworld, breathing heavily. That was terrifying. Just like that, the Feng family was wiped out. One can only wonder where they offended such a powerful being. But today's events are a warning to us all. When I return, I must discipline my clan. Any of my disciples who dares to bully others will be severely punished. Now that Liam is dead, isn't Wu country going to become a lower-tier cultivation country? As the question hung in the air, silence fell upon the group. Meanwhile, in the inner city, at the princess's mansion, originally filled with guards, the area was eerily quiet, devoid of any personnel. Even the vast inner city was deserted, as the guards had all fled, fearing involvement with the Feng family. Screech. A crack appeared in the mansion gate, confirming that the two guards were gone. A Noelle in plain white silk robes emerged openly. Her face was haggard, with no signs of cultivation, appearing as an ordinary person. Looking around, she was about to leave when a figure appeared before her. Dressed in black, wearing a ghost-masked face, he gazed at her from afar. I am Camille. Met Senior. Roxana stiffened momentarily before hastily bowing. She had witnessed Virgil's brutal display earlier, seeing how the Feng family patriarch, who had defeated her father, was rendered powerless against him. She felt both fear and confusion. Did he happen to pass by, or? Fame does not match reality. Indeed, Princess Camille is quite beautiful. How about giving me the chance to make you my concubine? Virgil smiled, taking a step and appearing before her, pulling her into his embrace while placing his hand on her waist. Senior, what are you doing? Please be proper. Roxana's face paled, trying to push him away as she felt his wandering hand. Unfortunately, with her cultivation sealed and having suffered a severe illness recently, she was weaker than an ordinary Noelle, making her attempts futile. Proper? Didn't you insist on marrying me back then? How about consummating our marriage tonight? Virgil sensed the trembling body in his arms, smiling ambiguously while keeping his hand where it was. Simultaneously, he secretly transmitted power to remove the seal on her cultivation and used the life-death intent to heal her internal injuries. Senior, don't joke. Roxana's face turned pale, still unaware that her cultivation had been restored. Hearing Virgil's words about wanting to marry her, she denied it immediately. She had said those words more than a decade ago, but her intended was just a foundation establishment cultivator, far from matching the man before her. After all, how could anyone advance from foundation establishment to a level even feared by transformation spirit cultivators in just over a decade? They say men become wise after the fact. How can women be so heartless, denying everything after just a few years? Virgil chuckled, healing her internal injuries and releasing her. Roxana immediately backed away, hearing his strange words and raising her head cautiously. Only then did she notice the ghost mask had vanished, revealing a face that was both unfamiliar and familiar. She froze in place. You, how can it be you? It was a person she never imagined would appear here. She wondered if he had investigated her and used disguise techniques, yet doubted such a possibility. Do you find this surprising? Translation complete. Maintaining paragraph structure and coherence with previous content. Chapter 424. Return to Gladyshaw Valley, Corey. Is it really you? The Noelle in white didn't speak, her eyes like clear water pools gazing blankly at Virgil, who wore a half-smile. Surprised? Of course, she was surprised, but mingled with that surprise was an inexplicable joy. She couldn't help but recall Virgil's words from earlier and immediately felt her ears flush red. Years ago, to pacify her father, she had indeed told Virgil to marry her, never expecting he would remember. Your Highness, good news. The Feng family patriarch has been killed by a mysterious powerhouse. Your Highness, your complexion has improved significantly. At this moment, a rainbow-like streak approached from the distance. An old Noelle landed excitedly beside them, only to suddenly appear puzzled upon seeing Roxana. Upon hearing her words, Roxana realized something unusual about her body. Lately, due to repeated blows, she had suffered from heartache, often feeling cold, weak, and occasionally dizzy. Now, all these symptoms were gone, leaving her warm and comfortable without any discomfort. Thank you. Recalling Virgil's actions earlier, she suddenly understood that while his behavior seemed flirtatious on the surface, he had actually been treating her. Gratitude welled up as she looked at him. The old Noelle beside her finally noticed someone else was there, having been too excited before. She quickly followed Roxana's gaze. Virgil had already donned his mask when the old Noelle arrived. Recognizing the familiar figure, her expression instantly changed. Have seen you, Senior. She did not dare ask why Virgil was here and hastily bowed. You may rise. Without any visible action from Virgil, the old Noelle was gently lifted to her feet. Grandma Zhao, please leave us for now. This senior has connections with our ancestors and will not harm me. He healed my illness. Do not tell anyone of this, understand? Roxana commanded with newfound authority. Understanding, the old Noelle bowed respectfully and left. This is no place for conversation. Let's go somewhere else? Roxana suggested, looking at Virgil. A short while later, they stood in the garden behind the princess's residence. It was April, and flowers of all kinds bloomed lushly, fragrant and vibrant, with blue butterflies fluttering around. Roxana sat at a stone table, pouring tea, her cheeks slightly flushed. Due to the tradition that the princess should remain secluded, the residence generally prohibited men from entering, even servants were all women. Thus, Virgil was the first man, apart from her father, to enter the princess's residence. By the way, I went to the Medicine Valley just now and didn't see Flora. Do you know where she is? Virgil shifted his focus back from the garden. Nanshan. Knowing Virgil came just to inquire about Flora's whereabouts made Roxana somewhat dejected. She placed the tea in front of him and said, "After you entered the teleportation array with severe injuries, Nanshan didn't receive this news and thought you were dead. Heartbroken, she left the Alfdom. I don't know where she is now." She sighed, missing her best friend dearly. Hearing this, Virgil was taken aback. No wonder he hadn't found her. She had already left the Alfdom. He wondered if they would ever meet again. Imagining the Noel leaning over a table murmuring, "One more bowl," Virgil chuckled, shaking his head to restore his composure. "I want to ask you for a favor." Roxana appeared resolved, biting her lip as she looked at him. Virgil calmly replied, "You want me to cure your father? I know you resent Harold, but there's a hidden reason. Back then, he deliberately let you go. To prevent the Zion family from finding you, he pretended to attack you, creating a scene of your accidental departure." Roxana spoke softly. When Flora learned Virgil was presumed dead, she left disheartened. Roxana quarreled with her father until he finally told her the truth. Now, Virgil had become so powerful, healing her father should not be difficult. So she revealed everything. "I guessed as much. The Jan of Wu's injuries are not serious. I can treat them," Virgil nodded slightly. Upon leaving the Alfdom, he always suspected his escape was peculiar. After advancing to the nascent soul realm, he understood nascent soul power better. Reflecting back, he knew that if the Jan wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have had a chance to escape. "Thank you." Times had changed. Virgil was now a formidable presence, causing Roxana to feel awkward, lacking the poise she once had. Noticing her discomfort, Virgil sighed lightly but said nothing, wrapping his arm around her waist and vanishing on the spot. Palamaints later, they reappeared outside a palace. His divine sense detected a frail, middle-aged man lying on the bed within, the Jan of Wu, Roxana's father. Met Senior. Seeing Virgil, Barrett, the black-clad guard, quickly bowed. All acquaintances. Virgil glanced at him, sighing lightly. Taking a step forward, he appeared beside Barrett and tapped him. So powerful. Barrett had witnessed the battle above the capital, but experiencing it firsthand was vastly different. Before Virgil, he felt utterly insignificant, unable to resist, closing his eyes awaiting death. Yet the tap revived him, instantly curing an old injury inflicted by the Feng family patriarch years ago. "Thank you, Senior." Although perplexed by the Senior's benevolence, Barrett thanked him profusely. "Don't worry, Nixon. This Senior has ties with our ancestors, and is here to heal Harold." Roxana explained smilingly. "Indeed, welcome, Senior." Barrett's spirits lifted. Virgil stepped into the palace and saw the middle-aged man on the bed. Roxana and Barrett remained outside. "Greetings, Senior." The man weakly sat up, coughing as he attempted to bow but was stopped by Virgil. "To fall ill like this and trouble you, sir. My apologies." The man laughed bitterly, accepting the rebuke. "You lost, but not unjustly." Virgil waved dismissively. Having previously extracted memories from the Feng family patriarch, he had seen the battle between the two. The king's defeat stemmed from Liam possessing a powerful infant treasure, a robe that absorbed most attacks. Otherwise, newly ascended nascent soul Liam could never match the king. Regardless, this was trivial to Virgil. Without further ado, he activated the life-death realm and pointed. Within moments, the king's injuries from battling the Feng family patriarch were healed, his pallor replaced by robust vigor, emitting a peak core formation aura. "Done. I've repaired your physical injuries, but your cultivation drop requires a rejuvenation pill to recover." Virgil glanced at him coolly. "Thank you, Senior. As for my cultivation, I'll take things as they come." Despite dropping to core formation, the Jan showed little regret, grateful yet composed. After this incident, he suddenly realized that power and the throne were nothing more than fleeting clouds, manipulated at will by those stronger beings. Whether or not he remained the ruler of Alfdom was now inconsequential. "Your attitude is quite commendable. Here's a cultivation recovery pill. I have it, and I'm giving it to you." Virgil produced a pill in his hand, flicked it towards the Jan, then turned and walked out of the grand hall. This cultivation recovery pill was a mid-grade 4th-rank medicinal pill, which Virgil had long forgotten from whose storage bag it came. Of course, none of that mattered anymore. As Barrett expressed his gratitude, Virgil left the grand hall. Soon after, he sensed a middle-stage nascent soul aura emanating from behind him and said mildly, "Misfortune might be an actual blessing, and blessings may harbor hidden misfortunes." Roxana followed beside him, biting her lips softly. "What are your plans next? Would you like to stay in Alfdom for a few days?" "No." Virgil shook his head. A storage bag appeared in his hand, and he handed it to her. "This contains some cultivation resources. Keep them, practice diligently, and don't end up with your cultivation sealed, forced into marriage." Hearing his teasing words, Roxana silently took the storage bag without opening it, her expression complex. "Thank you. I'll practice hard, hoping one day I can catch up to you." "Good luck. By the way, in Ujandam, there's a sect called Qing sect. Please look after them subtly on my behalf." Virgil hesitated for a moment, then lightly tapped her nose. "Back then, thank you. If you run into any trouble in the future, just mention Brayton. Actually, being highly cultivated isn't all great. You don't need to catch up to me. Take care." Virgil smiled at her, withdrew his right hand, took a step forward, and vanished, leaving the white-clad Noelle standing there, staring at the place where he disappeared, the warmth of his touch still lingering on her nose, a bitter expression on her face. Back then, She was a princess with an adoring nascent soul father. He was only a foundation establishment cultivator who needed her help just to see the king. In just over 10 years, that man, once only a foundation establishment cultivator, was now so powerful even her father could only look up to him. Unbeknownst to her, they had become people from two different worlds. Leaving Alfdom's capital, Virgil did not rush to leave the kingdom but instead visited Ziyun's sect on his way. Without a word, he grabbed the divine maiden furnace, enlarged it, and slammed it down. Back when he was in Alfdom, Ziyun's sect hadn't spared him much respect, though his grudge against them wasn't as intense as it was with the Feng family. The Feng family. The moment he left Qing's sect, he decided they would pay the price for their actions. That was the rage from his Dominic. Boom. The ancestor hall was obliterated. All golden core cultivators were heavily injured, spitting blood, watching in horror as that figure departed. A day later, Virgil stood outside Gladyshaw Valley in Qijandom, gazing at the swirling mist before him. His eyes narrowed as he stepped forward and vanished into the valley. Feeling his presence, all ghost souls within trembled in fear. Virgil ignored them, strolling leisurely forward, entering the inner ring, and extending his divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire inner area. However, he did not find the ghost soul named Madeline whom he sought. He did locate a nascent soul ghost soul, likely the one who made him feel threatened back then, forcing him to abort his action. I want to know who captured Madeline back then, and if she truly died. Virgil waved his hand, summoning a soul banner, instantly bringing over a dozen powerful ghost souls to his side. Go fetch all the golden core ghost souls here. Yes. Upon command, the dozen ghost souls flew off in different directions. Soon, several dozen trembling ghost souls gathered before Virgil. Among them was the nascent soul ghost soul, appearing as in Dev, looking terrified at the figure behind Virgil. Rest assured, answer my questions truthfully, and I won't harm you. Do you remember anything about your life before death? Why are you here in Gladyshaw Valley? Virgil slowly waved his hand, retracting the soul banner's spirits behind him, his gaze calm as he looked forward. All the ghost souls hesitantly shook their heads. To answer your excellency, we've known ourselves only since being trapped in this valley, unable to leave. Periodically, new Qi practitioner ghost souls emerge here. Later, a sect named Gladyshaw sect established itself outside, sending many people in to slaughter us. The nascent soul ghost soul respectfully replied. You don't remember your past lives? Virgil frowned. Normally, as ghost souls advanced, they should remember their previous lives. Moreover, new ghost souls periodically emerged here. Why? His gaze flickered, but he didn't dwell on it. With a wave of his hand, two figures condensed before him. On the left was a Noelle, exquisitely beautiful, wearing white, precisely Madeline from back then. On the right was a scholar in white who had once held a pendant to threaten him. Who has seen these two? Step forward willingly. Rest assured, I just need some information. Virgil's eyes scanned the crowd, instilling bone-chilling coldness in the ghost souls, making their ethereal bodies seem to dissipate. They were filled with awe toward this human. Soon, a few ghost souls stepped forward, not daring to hide. Madeline, your excellency, we know her. As for the other person, very unfamiliar. Now that I recall, he's under William Corey. Who is Corey? Stand forward. Hearing their responses, Virgil's gaze swept around, immediately causing an Franzly-looking ghost soul to step forward in terror. Your excellency, I am Corey. Translation of the text provided adheres to the guidelines given. English only, maintains pinyin names accurately, preserves original tone and style, ensures natural and fluent English, and keeps the storyline coherent with the previous content while maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 425, Central State, 5 Jandoms and Haley Sects. Sir, I am Corey. That fellow was indeed under my command, but he was destroyed by a human over a decade ago. I would have dealt with him myself if I had known he offended you. The Franz hastily knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to take revenge on him, Virgil said, looking at the man's cautious demeanor. With a smile, he pulled out a pendant and asked, do you recognize this? Corey, the specter, narrowed his eyes, then nodded vigorously, replying, yes, it belongs to Madeline. Good, you can leave now. Virgil casually waved his hand, leaving only Corey behind. The other specters sighed in relief, feeling an immense pressure that threatened to disperse their souls just from standing near such a powerful human. They bowed respectfully and left. The remaining Corey felt uneasy. Virgil glanced at him and slowly said, you don't need to be nervous. I just need some information, and I hope you cooperate. Sir, ask anything. I will tell you everything I know, the Dev replied, bowing deeply. Was it you who helped the Spectre Scholar to betray Madeline more than a decade ago? Hearing the calm voice, the Dev's expression changed rapidly as he guessed the relationship between Virgil and Madeline. Only when he heard a faint cold snort did he kneel down hurriedly and confess, yes, back then, I intended to capture Madeline to threaten the human and snatch his pill fire. I didn't expect Madeline to self-destruct, leaving only this pendant. I see. Virgil grabbed his head, sounding harmless. I'll personally search your soul to confirm the truth. You won't mind, right? Sir, do as you wish. Corey's eye twitched. How could he refuse? Being soul-searched might result in injuries, but refusing could cost him his life. Thank you for your cooperation. Virgil smiled and exerted a suction force through his palm on Corey's head. Sir, too kind. Before he finished speaking, the Franz felt immense pain, his face contorting. A quarter of an hour later, Virgil left the valley, frowning while holding the pendant. Indeed, it was Corey who cooperated with Dougie to chase Madeline, intending to capture her and lure him over. Not only did they want to devour him to enhance their strength, but also to obtain his pill fire. However, according to Corey's memory, at the last moment, Madeline chose to self-destruct rather than be captured and humiliated, leaving only the pendant behind. The scholar then used the pendant to trick him, which Virgil didn't follow. She disappeared, Is she truly dead or hiding within this pendant? If she's hiding here, she's been following me for over a decade. Virgil stared at the human-shaped pendant in his hand, furrowing his brow. Every time he tried to probe it with his divine consciousness, a mysterious force blocked him, proving something. Is this pendant really the key as he claimed, and who is the person depicted? Unanswered questions flooded his mind. As he pondered, he noticed icy raindrops falling from the sky, staining the darkening horizon. Thinking it might be this pendant that led to his sister Roberta leaving, he felt immense disgust and attempted to crush it. Instead, it cut his hand, drawing blood that stained the Noel's lips on the pendant, as if mocking him silently. A mere object dares mock me. Already in a bad mood, Virgil threw the pendant away in anger and walked off. However, he soon returned and stored it back in his spatial bag. He knew this item might be useful someday. After all, arguing with an inanimate object was meaningless. Gradually calming down, Virgil visited a grave to pay respects to the young Sylvia from long ago. Then he wandered aimlessly in the rain. Over the years, Qing.The, once a land of death, had regained some vitality. The bodies were gone, possibly cleared by someone. The once desolate city now had signs of life again. Tattoo patterns have souls, resonate with them. How do I achieve that? Drinking wine, Virgil watched the familiar yet strange scene and slowly left Qing.The, heading towards Defies, pondering how to resonate with the demonic soul. Days passed without answers until a small flying sword stopped before him, carrying Will's aura. What does this sword want? Virgil caught it and suddenly heard Will's voice in his mind. Rainhall needs you. Return quickly. Mind communicating via flying sword? Surprised, Virgil thought about the message and looked in a direction, murmuring, Will is calling me back urgently. I wonder what happened. It seems I can't go to Defies for now, and must first visit Central State to avoid suspicion. Plus, I have some contribution points to redeem. Thinking for a while, Virgil couldn't find answers, shook his head, and vanished with a step. Central State, located east of Southwest Continent, nestled between North Plain and Southwest Continent, is undoubtedly the strongest area in the entire Rain Wasteland. All 9 halls of Rain Wasteland are distributed here, with sub-halls scattered throughout like a vast net covering the whole region. 2 months later, Virgil entered the Central State territory, where power factions included 5 kingdoms and 7 sections. He learned through inquiry that the 5 kingdoms were Yu State, Pan State, Kong State, Bai State, and Sisui State. These kingdoms had pseudo-immortal protectors from Rain Hall. The 7 sects, aside from Rain Hall, had half-step pseudo-immortals. 5 kingdoms and 7 sects. Digesting the information, Virgil's eyes flashed without much reverence. He stepped forward towards Qing.The Hall. The 9 halls were centrally located in Yu State, where the ruler, also a pseudo-immortal, was a member of Rain Hall but not one of the Haley Lords. Qing.The Hall, as the foremost of the Haley Lords, established by the white-robed sword deity, was situated on a mountain peak in eastern Yu State, appearing like an ordinary sect from the outside. At this moment, a Fernan arrived in mid-air. Just as he reached the gate, several Yuan-Ing-level figures rose and warned, Who is it? This is the domain of white-robed sword deities Qing.The Hall. Non-members must leave immediately. I am Virgil, the newly appointed respected Franz of Qing.The Hall. Chapter 426, Gordy's famous skill. I am the newly appointed revered Franz of Qing.The Hall, Braden. Virgil scanned with his spiritual sense and could feel that the Qing.The Hall below was equipped with a half-step void-level formation. However, he didn't mind it much. With a sweep of his sleeve, a token wrapped in mana appeared in the guard captain's hand, and Virgil's voice echoed around, Braden, yes, this is Braden. Nice to meet you, Avril Braden. Upon hearing the name, the guard captain's expression changed slightly. The token felt unbearably hot in his hand. His attitude quickly transformed as he respectfully returned the token. In the next moment, more than 10 presences soared from the buildings below, observing Virgil from afar with curiosity and reverence. These were all revered Franzes of Qing.The Hall, men and women, all at the soul transformation stage. 6 were early-stage soul transformers, 3 mid-stage, and 2 late-stage. The strongest among them was a half-step pseudo-immortal dev in red robes, presumably the hall master of Qing.The Hall. My name is Braden, newly appointed revered Franz. I hope for your kindness and guidance in the future. Is Sword God Senior here? He sent a message summoning me. Virgil removed his mask and greeted everyone with a smile upon sensing their gazes. Seeing his peaceful demeanor, the group of soul transcenders from Qing.The Hall were quite surprised. Just as they were about to return the salute, the dev in red robes gave a faint cough. They all awkwardly stopped their actions. A challenge, perhaps? Noticing that the dev in red didn't seem very welcoming of his arrival, Virgil felt somewhat helpless. I don't think I've offended him before. Lord Will is usually not at the Rain Palace. Since he summoned you, he should be back in a few days. Adam, since Avril Braden has just arrived, guide him around first. The dev in red robes was indeed Wei Sam, the hall master of Qing.The Hall. He spoke coolly to Virgil. Currently, Virgil's reputation among the 9 halls was at an unprecedented high. As the hall master, Wei Sam felt overshadowed, hence his discontentment. That was why he tried to give Virgil a bit of a cold shoulder right away. Yes, hall master. Adam, a soul transformer at the early stage, saluted the dev and then turned to Virgil. Avril, please follow. That would be very kind of you. Hearing that Will wasn't in Qing.The Hall, Virgil nodded without rushing. He decided to wait for a few days here and followed Adam. Oh right. Qing.The Hall is a righteous sect with many rules, different from what a demon cultivator like Avril Braden is used to. Hoping you will adapt quickly. Wei Sam's voice came from behind, warning implicit in its tone. Virgil laughed lightly, walking calmly after Adam. Qing.The Hall was built on top of a mountain, much like a major sect, with magnificent halls and beautifully carved pavilions everywhere. We have 13 revered Franzes in Qing.The Hall, who usually practice in the underground palace where the spirit energy is 3 times richer. Being a revered Franz too, Avril can also go there to cultivate. I'll take you to see it later. The soul transformer revered Franz named Adam walked ahead, warmly introducing various aspects of Juntian Hall to Virgil. Good. Virgil nodded, sensing with his spiritual sense that the mountain underneath had been hollowed out into an underground palace. Just a reminder, over the coming days, please be cautious and do not leave Juntian Hall. Adam suddenly lowered his voice after glancing around. What should I be cautious of? Virgil looked at him curiously. All new revered Franzes from Tian Hall met their demise in the Earth Abyss. Cloud Fairy Dario suspects you are responsible and has reportedly taken this matter directly to the Sabine. Sword God probably called you back because of this, Adam explained in a low voice. Dario, huh? Virgil sneered softly, looking down, lost in thought. Adam did not press further about whether those people were killed by him. Instead, he changed the subject. This is Tian Hall. It is surrounded by void-level formations, housing all treasures of Tian Hall which can be exchanged for contribution points. Would Avril like to go inside and have a look? Tian Hall. Remembering the 30,000 contribution points he possessed, Virgil looked up at the Tian Hall, situated halfway up the mountain, guarded by a formidable void-level formation. He retracted his gaze and asked, can one exchange for grade 6 medicinal pills here? Avril jests. Grade 6 medicinal pills are exceedingly precious and not available here, Adam replied with a bitter laugh. No grade 6 medicinal pills, then let's go inside and see. Virgil wasn't particularly disappointed as he headed towards the hall. Outside Tian Hall stood a peak stage soul transformer Franz. After reporting their identities, the two were allowed in without hindrance. Inside the hall, it was quiet, with many wooden racks arranged into sections for medicinal pills, spells, weapons, and so on. Virgil's spiritual sense spread out, scanning each rack as he slowly moved towards the medicinal pill section. There were plenty of grade 4 and grade 5 pills on the racks, along with grade 4 and 5 spirit herbs, and some ancient formulas, all protected by formations. Prices and item descriptions were listed on small wooden plaques beside each item on the racks. Most of the formulas were grade 3 or 4, with only a few grade 5 ones. Although affordable, they weren't necessary for him. Regarding medicinal pills, although they were high grade 5 medicinal pills, they were not for cultivation enhancement and held little appeal to him. After circling around, he couldn't find any demonic medicinal pills, so he moved on to the spell area. This section contained jade slips of all kinds, peculiar and strange. Stopping in front of a rack, Virgil read the description on a jade slip aloud. Extract soul, sky soul, earth soul, increasing one's mana. This is one of Gordy's famous skills. It's said to boost one's power by 30%, but no one has ever succeeded in mastering it. Adam looked at the jade slip he was examining, shaking his head and not recommending him to buy it. Virgil said nothing, focusing on the plaque before the jade slip. 30,000 contribution points? I want this jade slip. How do I purchase it? Avril should think carefully. Although this soul extraction technique sounds powerful, no one has successfully cultivated it before, Adam continued to gently advise. Don't let 30,000 contribution points go down the drain without even a sound. It's alright, I wish to try it. Virgil smiled. Adam, unable to dissuade him, called the Franz outside. After a series of procedures, Virgil spent 30,000 contribution points to obtain the jade slip and continued wandering inside Tian Hall, but found nothing else interesting. He then left the hall. Chapter 427. Lucian. After leaving the Celestial Hall, Adam sighed, feeling that Virgil was a fool with too much money. However, Virgil didn't mind. It was just a measly 30,000 contribution points, which would only gather dust if left unused. Even if he failed to cultivate successfully, it wouldn't be a huge loss. But what if he succeeded? According to the records he had seen, this secret technique could boost one's magical power by 30%. A seemingly small increase, but enough to decide the outcome of a battle when two cultivators were evenly matched. Naturally, Virgil didn't explain this to Adam and instead changed the subject. Who is this Gordy you mentioned earlier, fellow Qing.The? Gordy is our Rain Temple's ancestor, said to have reached the realm of Lucian. He established the Rain Temple, and all subsequent Sabines are his descendants. Mentioning Gordy, Adam's expression turned solemn, reverence evident in his eyes. Lucian. Virgil was taken aback upon hearing this news. While he wasn't sure exactly what the Lucian realm entailed, it wasn't recorded in the supreme immortal canon. The title itself denoted exceptional grandeur. The names he knew, like the Demon Emperor King, Briar of 10,000 Demons, Jace, etc., all bore the character for emperor, and they might very well be at the Lucian level. Perhaps the Lucian realm is another name for something, similar to how the ancient sage realm is also called Ancient Immortal Venerable. It's unknown how Gordy compares to figures like Briar if he were still alive. Regardless, with such an unrivaled powerhouse, how could the Rain Wilderness be so weak? His eyes flickered as he asked the devoted Adam about his doubts. Fellow Taoist may not know, but Gordy has already passed away. Otherwise, how could the Rain Wilderness have fallen into such disarray? Sigh, it's said that immortality is achieved once one becomes an immortal, yet even an unparalleled powerhouse like Gordy died. I wonder if the legendary immortality truly exists. Adam sighed sorrowfully, feeling pessimistic about the fall of a world-class powerhouse. Virgil had little grasp on the concept. If powerful figures like the predecessors and Briar could die, it indicated that true immortality didn't exist in this world. Immortality, perhaps, might be real. The two didn't discuss this topic further. After introducing Virgil to the Equal Heaven Temple, Adam took him to the underground crypt. Here, the spiritual energy was 3 times more concentrated than outside, not due to underground spirit veins, but because of a spirit-attracting formation within the crypt, which gathered surrounding spiritual energies. Several Franzes of the Equal Heaven Temple sat around, opening their eyes briefly at the sound of the newcomers before closing them again. The Celestial Hall is guarded by the Equal Heaven Temple Franzes on a rotating basis, changing every 10 years. As a newcomer, it will likely be decades before it's your turn. Besides, the Equal Heaven Temple usually has no specific tasks, so you can focus on cultivation here, Adam explained before bidding farewell, choosing not to stay for cultivation himself. Standing there, Virgil scanned the area but didn't rush to retrieve the jade slip. Ignoring the meditating Franzes, he focused on a statue at the center of the crypt. It depicted a man in green robes, unremarkable in appearance, but with eyes holding the essence of a storm, radiating unparalleled charisma. This must be Qing.The. Indeed, he was very strong. This statue seems to contain the essence of rain, allowing cultivators to comprehend it, Virgil murmured, feeling a sense of reverence from the rain-like magic patterns on his back. Though his own cultivation followed the ancient demon path, he ultimately aligned with rain, and Qing.The was clearly a master of the rain way. This statue contained remnants of his understanding, enabling deeper comprehension of rain and enhancing the magic patterns. However, Virgil was currently more interested in the recently acquired soul extraction technique. The statue could be experienced later, as it remained unchanged. Bowing respectfully to the statue, Virgil sat cross-legged nearby, taking out and examining the jade slip. The recorded method involved extracting souls, not just human souls but those of heaven and earth, containing immense energy usable by cultivators. By extracting and harnessing this energy, one's magical power could skyrocket temporarily for defensive or offensive purposes. Heaven and earth souls. This isn't far from the ancient demon's belief that all things possess souls, Virgil thought after reading the method, putting away the jade slip and pondering its potential. If he mastered this technique, he would gain confidence against his enemy. But it wasn't easy to cultivate. Otherwise, someone would have succeeded long ago. One had to first sense the soul of the earth before extracting it, a challenging step for many. Yet Virgil wasn't one to back down easily. Earth's soul. Days passed with Virgil seated unmoving in the crypt, perfectly positioned to sense the earth's essence beneath the mountain. Occasionally, other Franzes would come and whisper among themselves. He redeemed the soul extraction technique? That difficult technique Qing.The mastered? It's never been perfected by anyone else. 30,000 contribution points, quite a waste. Ignoring these comments, Virgil delved deep into his inner world, focusing only on his breath and heartbeat. Can't sense it. 2 weeks later, he opened his eyes disappointedly, sighing softly when he suddenly heard Will's voice. A flash of recognition, and the next moment, Virgil appeared outside the crypt, greeting the white-clad man. Sword God Senior. You've successfully returned to origin. Will's gaze seemed to pierce through him, causing a sudden jolt. But quickly, Will reverted to his detached demeanor, casually summoning a small boat. Let's go. We need to handle your matters. My matters? Virgil boarded the boat, which immediately shot forward at high speed, leaving him confused as he looked at Will. Chapter 428, Main Hall. Will didn't speak, casually tossing him a jar of wine. Senior, are you making me drink my farewell wine? Virgil smiled faintly, catching the jar without opening it, hinting at something deeper. From the moment they boarded the boat, he had felt a powerful killing intent locked onto him, yet he harbored little fear. Did you kill those venerable Franzes from the Qing.The Hall? Will ignored his jest and pierced him with a sharp gaze like a sword. Instantly, a powerful wave of killing intent struck. Virgil's resolve wavered. He felt like a small boat on the verge of capsizing in a storm. Internally shocked, he gained a deeper understanding of this person's strength. Killing a lower true immortal would be as effortless as slaughtering a dog. Yet, his face remained calm. He took a sip of wine calmly and said, So what if I did? So what if I didn't? If others heard these words, their faces would have drastically changed. The white-robed sword god was notorious. Who dared to speak to him this way? Virgil showed no fear. Firstly, he was not overly concerned about pseudo-immortals now. Secondly, he believed Will was not the type to kill someone just because of a few words. Seeing Virgil show no fear, Will frowned and said coldly, No one has ever spoken to me like that. You're the first. Don't think that because you're my subordinate, I'll protect you. If you're the kind of demon who kills for fun, I'll cleanse the gates myself. What if others try to kill me and I can't retaliate? Virgil responded calmly, oblivious to the killing intent. If others attack first, then strike, but do it cleanly and leave no room for tongues to wag. Will gave him a piercing look, suddenly withdrawing the killing intent. His eyes were cold and unyielding, leaving nothing more to say. It was clean. Virgil smiled, comprehending the hidden meaning in Will's words. Will glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. They fell silent once again, each sipping their wine quietly. I heard you traded for soul extraction technique. This art hasn't been successfully cultivated by anyone besides Qing.The for millennia. Don't waste too much time on it, Will said after a long pause, glancing at him over a gulp of wine. Virgil shook his head, saying nothing. He knew Will meant well, but he still wanted to give it a try. Seeing this, Will didn't say anything further. Everyone walks their own path. His advice could only go so far. Listen or ignore, as one pleased. Silence returned to the space on the boat. Soon, it carried them into a valley emitting several powerful auras. 3 pseudo-immortals. Virgil's eyes flickered but held no fear. Follow me closely. Later, don't say too much, nor act too rashly. Will, now controlling the boat, put it away, his tone distant yet slightly caring. He stepped forward. Virgil nodded, following behind. Ahead stretched a continuous line of buildings shrouded in misty rain. Powerful formations were scattered throughout the surrounding forests. Even pseudo-immortals might meet their doom here. This is Rain Hall's main hall, above the 9 halls. There are no Franzes here. During significant events, Brennan summoned pseudo-immortals from Rain Hall here. As they ventured deeper, a large green hall appeared ahead. Will glanced at him, briefly explaining before stepping inside. The main hall? Virgil's expression flickered, following him inside, instantly feeling several gazes lock onto him. All pseudo-immortals. You brat, killing 4 Franzes of Qing.The Hall. You underestimated me. A voice filled with killing intent reached his ears. Virgil's expression turned cold, looking at the middle-aged man in blue robes, whose face was brimming with murderous intent. Dario. Almost as soon as the voice rang out, he felt the space around him sealed. Then a familiar pressure landed on him, the aura of a pseudo-immortal strike, aiming to crush him instantly. But he was different now. To be seriously injured by mere pressure was a dream. Get lost. Will's eyes grew cold as he was about to intervene, only to see Virgil unleash demonic might, roaring loudly and instantly shattering all pressures. Himph, you brat, some skills? Dario's face showed surprise. Rumors had spread that Virgil had massacred within the Earth Abyss, killing hundreds of deity transformation Earth dragons, and even blocking 2 strikes from a pseudo-immortal dragon. Initially, he hadn't believed it, but now he was inclined to believe it. 2 other pseudo-immortals nearby also revealed surprised looks. A half-step pseudo-immortal actually withstood a full strike from a pseudo-immortal, and scathed, a feat none of them could claim when at that stage. So what if you withstood one of my strikes? You're still an ant. Dario sneered, dismissing him, and raised a hand to attack. A pseudo-immortal felt naturally superior to Virgil, a deity transformation realm cultivator. Even if this ant was stronger than most, it was still an ant. This time, Virgil didn't act but looked toward Will, whose face was now ice cold. It seems my previous lesson wasn't enough. Will didn't disappoint, a cold laugh escaping his lips as powerful killing intent locked onto Dario, forcing him to spurt blood, his eyes blazing with anger. Will, this person killed our Drake Tion Hall's Franzes. Are you protecting a murderer? Protecting a murderer? Who's your evidence that he killed your Franzes? Will asked coldly. Indeed, every accusation needs proof. Where's your evidence? A Noelle nearby spoke calmly. She was tall and wore plain gray clothes, her appearance ordinary yet radiating an ethereal grace. Surprised that the immortal lord was helping him, Virgil felt unexpectedly touched. Noticing his confusion, the Noelle gave him a fleeting glance and nodded. In the next moment, a voice sounded directly in his mind. Thank you for saving Donghua in the Earth Abyss. Kylie. Virgil immediately recognized her, inwardly surprised that Kylie was a Noelle. Humph. Seeing both Will and the immortal lord supporting the brat, Dario cast a wary glance at the immortal lord. He dared offend Will but feared Kylie. She was not only a 6th-stage alchemist but also a void-level array master, highly respected in Rain Hall, second only perhaps to Dan Emperor. I will present my evidence later. I hope everyone can judge impartially, not favoring their subordinates. Bring it forth first, Will retorted, knowing exactly whom this remark targeted. Let's see. Dario wiped the blood from his face, shifting his gaze back to Virgil, sneering, Brat, enjoy living a bit longer. Calling me a brat non-stop, does that make you an old brat? Note asterisk the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks to preserve the style and flow of the original text. Character names like Will and Virgil are transliterated according to Pinyin. Chapter 429, The Sabine. Old Beast. Upon hearing this appellation, the remaining Godfrey's expression turned peculiar. The tall Noelle also curled her lips slightly, suppressing her laughter. On the contrary, Terence had already been enraged to the point where his face was ashen. Very well, splendid. I now decide to make your death less than peaceful. A distinguished member of the Haley Lords of the Rain Temple, he was usually treated with utmost respect by all who encountered him. Never had he endured such an affront. His murderous intent towards Virgil reached its peak. If not for Will, he would have already flattened Virgil into minced meat with one palm. I'm waiting, but you should hurry up, because I see dark clouds on your forehead. I don't think you will live much longer. Virgil retorted sarcastically before turning away, as if looking at him for another second would taint his eyes. He then engaged in a casual conversation with divine artisan Immortal Lord about Miriam's recent conditions. Seeing this, Terence's temples bulged out with anger, constantly reminding himself that the Emmet's death was imminent. His dark and brooding expression soon smoothed over, accompanied by a cold laugh. Just a dead man, my seat won't bother with him. Virgil completely ignored these self-soothing words. After inquiring about Miriam from divine artisan Immortal Lord, he was about to ask about the progress of his alchemy furnace when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching them. Immediately, Virgil's gaze turned sharp, focusing on a figure ahead wearing dragon robes. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green dragon robes, with eyes filled with rain. A single glance seemed to dominate the world. Even a false immortal wouldn't dare to meet his gaze. In the entire rain desolation, only one person could exude such an overwhelming presence. So, this is the Sabine. Virgil mused inwardly without too much surprise. Even facing the earthly god emperor, the master of rain desolation, he felt no awe. He looked around casually. The reactions of the few false immortals beside him confirmed his guess. Except for Will, both the tall Noelle and the Godfrey showed solemn expressions, saluting respectfully. Your Majesty. Harold. Terence called him differently from others. He was the son of this generation's Sabine. Only Will stood unmoved, showing no respect toward the Sabine. Virgil's expression was strange. Although Will appeared dignified, Virgil did not dare act like him and instead saluted like everyone else. Suddenly, the immortal blood and demon blood within his body reacted to something, burning hot simultaneously, which made him startle. This Sabine possessed a lineage that was both incredibly strong and extremely weak. Strong because its origin was potent and comparable to the strength of immortal and demon blood. It seemed somewhat similar to immortal blood. Weak because it was so diluted that it wasn't worth mentioning. Could it be related to the Gordy? As Virgil pondered, the man in dragon robes also sensed fluctuations in his own bloodline. It seemed to withdraw and retreat, flashing past. This made his heart secretly alarmed. After all, the Rain Temple originated from the Gordy, an incomparably powerful being who had ascended to the rank of an Lucian. Therefore, descendants basically inherited his strong divine blood. The higher the bloodline grade, the better their talent. His own bloodline had surpassed those of previous generations, reaching the pinnacle of true blood. No one in the entire Rain Temple could match him in terms of bloodline. Yet, he had just truly felt a withdrawal from his bloodline, sensing a bloodline stronger than his own. While his face remained unchanged, inside the dragon-robed man's heart sank. His gaze swept through the hall, searching for the source that made his bloodline retract. Ultimately, he excluded the crowd of false immortals and fixed his attention on the cultivator who had only reached the soul transformation stage. It's him. Upon realizing that Virgil made his bloodline react in fear, the dragon-robed man frowned slightly. Of course, he recognized Virgil. He came into his sight after mastering the Thunder Sovereign Cannon, but he merely instructed Will to recruit him into the Rain Temple and didn't take him seriously. If even that human genius couldn't alarm him, why should anyone else? But now, he genuinely felt threatened. This outsider clearly possessed a richer and more robust bloodline than his own Sabine. Who, then, was the true Sabine? Infused with boundless killing intent, the dragon-robed man was puzzled about where Virgil got a bloodline that was both similar yet superior to his own. Could this person be related to the Rain Temple, a prince's bloodline left outside? Unaware that his immortal blood was making the Sabine mistake him for someone from the Rain Temple, Virgil detected a deeply concealed murderous intent in the other's gaze. He wants to kill me. His gaze hardened as Virgil tried to understand why. Though unaware of the specifics, Terence and the others similarly sensed something amiss with the Sabine, feeling an inexplicable unease. Do you call yourself Braden? At this moment, the dragon-robed man, the 17th generation Sabine, redirected his gaze to Virgil. Suppressing his killing intent, he had other plans. Given this rich bloodline, this person might be of use. For now, he needn't be killed. Yes, Virgil replied, nodding respectfully. Despite the hidden murderous intent, he remained highly alert. Don't be nervous. We brought you here only to confirm whether you are responsible for the deaths of those Qing Temple Averils. Wait a moment, the dragon-robed man said coolly. Virgil nodded cautiously, not sure why his majesty summoned us here. The tall Noel and the Godfrey asked, gazing at the Sabine. The dragon-robed man shifted his gaze to Prince Terence, clad in blue, and said, Arlenhong, when will the person you mentioned arrive? Confused, the two became more bewildered. It seemed the Sabine was awaiting someone who knew Terence, but they were completely unaware. Just wait. Harold, he sent me a message not long ago and should be arriving shortly, Terence replied respectfully. A person? Who? Will frowned, sensing something amiss. One of my friends, Walt. Terence disclosed, sneering at Will. Walt, from the Demon Desolation. Both the tall Noel and the Godfrey looked astonished. They had heard of this name. He was a demon cultivator from the Demon Desolation, at the early stage of human immortal, but what truly made him renowned wasn't his cultivation level but a powerful demonic technique, soul captivation. This technique could control one's mind, making them completely obedient and unable to withhold any information. Surprisingly, this person was acquainted with Terence. But what did that have to do with summoning them here? Yes, he came to Rain Desolation a couple of days ago, owing me a favor, so I invited him here. You should know Walt's interrogation abilities. In his hands, even without soul searching, no one can hide any information. Terence smirked, looking at Virgil. Chapter 430. Who are his parents? Hassan. Will frowned, remaining silent. Virgil pondered inwardly. He could sense that the person Terence summoned seemed to be specifically targeting him, which caused a sinking feeling in his heart. However, he did not panic. At this moment, an early-stage human immortal aura suddenly intruded, capturing the attention of everyone present, including the tall Noel. This should be the famous Hassan from the Demon Wasteland, long admired. Darnell's gaze fell upon the newcomer, and he greeted with a smile and a bow. Elio Yun, may I ask why you called me here? This was a short, Franzly man, almost like a dwarf, with a pair of eerie purple vertical pupils, radiating an early-stage false immortal aura. He barely acknowledged Darnell, not even bothering to return the greeting. After all, Darnell was merely the weakest among the 8 Wastelands, while he was a trusted aide of one of the demon emperors in the Demon Wasteland, naturally looking down on such a minor figure. Noticing the disdain in the dev's eyes, Darnell's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained composure, as he needed the dev's assistance. There is a significant matter I wish for your help with. The reward will be generous. However, before we discuss it, someone has killed my people yet refuses to admit it. I hope Elio Yao can help make him confess. Terence bowed respectfully. Oh, who is it? The Franz scanned the room with a questioning glance. Little vermin, come out. Did you kill the Franzes of my Tion Hall? Let Hassan's soul-devouring eyes confirm this. Rest assured, it won't harm you in any way, nor have side effects. If you dare not, it means you killed the people of my Tion Hall. Terence sneered coldly, glancing at Virgil. Soul-devouring eyes. Upon hearing this, Virgil furrowed his brow, not moving but instead focusing on the Franz. Just as he was about to speak, a voice sounded in his mind. This person can control one's consciousness through their eyes. Anyone under his control will obey him without resistance, answering whatever he asks. This is the Sule technique I learned from Emperor Bujo during my time with him. It can erase memories, leaving no trace. At that point, he won't be able to do anything to you. Feeling new knowledge flood his mind, Virgil glanced at Will discreetly, then began reviewing the newly acquired information on Sule. Sule technique. This technique can sever memories, causing complete forgetfulness without a trace. Recalling how he sought Adriana when breaking through to the soul transformation stage, she mentioned his mental state was flawed and offered to erase his memories using what she likely referred to as Sule. Who would have thought Will also knew this technique? Well, little vermin, are you afraid now? Terence taunted once more. The tall Noel and Darnell turned their gazes toward him. Virgil remained silent, employing Sule to erase the memory of killing the Tion Hall Franzes. Then, he slowly walked forward until he stopped opposite the Franz. Elio Yao, it's up to you. Terence smirked coldly. The Franz nodded, saying indifferently, just a half-step false immortal. It's nothing. Virgil stayed silent, sensing the purple light emanating from the Franz's eyes as he spoke. Under its gaze, an eerie purple eye appeared within his consciousness space, making him feel gradually dazed and falling into a trance-like state. But just then, A strong urge to resist surged within him. A cool sensation spread through his body, instantly restoring his clarity. Soul charm. Indeed, you keep surprising me? Feeling secretly pleased, Virgil hid this reaction, letting his eyes appear dazed and his expression blank. The Franz harbored no suspicion. With his demonic eyes, a mere half-step false immortal had no chance of escaping. He looked at Virgil blandly and asked, "What's your name?" "Chang. Qing. Yao. Ask him if he killed the people from my Drake-Tian Hall." Seeing Virgil under control, Terrence's face lit up with excitement, occasionally glancing at Will with a sardonic smile. "Did you kill the Franzes of the Drake-Tian Hall?" The Franz nodded, looking at Virgil. The next moment, a sluggish voice came from Virgil. "No, it wasn't me. How is this possible?" Terrence's excitement froze upon hearing this, shocked. He exclaimed, "Yao, isn't your demonic eye ineffective? If Yun doesn't trust me, why ask for my help?" The Franz glanced at him coldly, displeased. "Yao, I didn't mean it like that." Terrence's face changed rapidly, suddenly thinking of something and exclaiming, No, I get it. This person knows the Rupert Canon. He must have learned the Su Lei technique from Empress Buzhou, which can manipulate memories. Yao, ask him if he knows Su Lei." Hearing this, Will frowned, realizing his oversight in revealing Su Lei's name to Virgil. He sighed, knowing if the Franz truly questioned Virgil, his cover might be blown. Despite the initial provocation from the Drake-Tian Hall Franzes, Virgil still faced serious consequences for killing them. Terrence would not let go easily. Before the Franz could speak, Will interrupted coldly, "Even if he knows Su Lei, what proof does that provide?" The tall Noelle hesitated, remembering Virgil saved her disciple, and chimed in, "Indeed, knowing Su Lei doesn't prove he's the killer." "Will, you're too hasty. DeAndre Immortal doesn't need to worry. Yao will know if he used Su Lei to erase memories." Terrence chuckled. "Ask." Darnell also ordered the Franz to continue. The Franz nodded, his purple eyes fixed on Virgil. "Do you know Su Lei?" As these words were spoken, all eyes focused on Virgil again. His expression remained dazed, and his voice dragged lazily, audible throughout the hall. "I don't know any Su Lei. Damn, is it really not him? Or did he use Su Lei to erase his own knowledge of it?" Terrence's expression shifted dramatically, never expecting Virgil to remain unaffected. Regardless, this meant he couldn't openly strike the little vermin. Will was equally astonished inwardly, but showed no outward signs. "Should we ask further, or should I release him?" The Franz scanned the room. "Ask who his parents are." Darnell's sudden command puzzled everyone, unsure why such questions were necessary. Translation notes. Names are romanized using pinyin, e.g., Will. Maintained the original narrative structure, including line breaks. Ensured natural English phrasing while preserving the original tone and style. Chapter 431. The Sabine's Thoughts. The Sabine's gaze remained unchanged. He suspected that Virgil might be the offspring of one of the princes from the Rain Hall, left behind in the outside world. He intended to confirm this suspicion. Hassan nodded, and repeated the question. This time, Virgil paused for a moment after hearing it, as if lost in thought. He was considering why the Sabine would ask him this question. No matter how hard he tried to think, he couldn't imagine that the Sabine actually believed him to be the descendant of one of the princes. Fortunately, the others didn't suspect anything upon seeing this scene. Cultivators' lifespans can range from several hundred to thousands of years. Many cut ties with their mundane lives once they started cultivation, and most often, their biological parents were long forgotten, making it difficult to recall them immediately. "I don't know who my parents are. I am an orphan." Virgil ultimately decided to fabricate an identity to avoid any trouble with the Sabine in the future, which could potentially implicate the state of you. Luckily, his answer didn't reveal any flaws and instead solidified the Sabine's suspicions. Orphan. Without parents, it seemed highly plausible that he could indeed be the offspring of a prince left behind. Suddenly, the Sabine's gaze towards him became complex. If this person were truly the descendant of a prince left behind, he would also be a descendant of the Sabine. "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" Seeing the Franz look at him again, the Sabine took a deep breath and said, "Ask him which country he was born in." He planned to have someone investigate afterward. This wouldn't be too difficult. By determining Virgil's bone age and correlating it with the time periods when various princes visited his birthplace, they could likely deduce whose offspring he was. This wasn't about wanting Virgil to reclaim his heritage, but rather to better control him using familial bonds. After all, for someone like the Sabine, kinship and bloodlines were merely formalities. Even if he were just the descendant of a prince, or even his own offspring, if they posed a threat, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The Franz nodded, and repeated the question to Virgil. Hearing the Sabine care so much about his origins made Virgil more vigilant. He was secretly glad that soul incantation immunity prevented mind control. Otherwise, if his true background were discovered, he might never sleep peacefully again. He casually fabricated the name of a country far from the state of Yu. Since the other party couldn't verify the truth, there was no suspicion. They then asked some additional details through the Franz, but Virgil responded fluently. Seeing this, the Sabine instructed the Franz to release the soul-binding spell. As the purple eyes flashed, the dazed expression on Virgil's face slowly faded, feigning confusion as he looked around, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. Will glanced at him and said indifferently, "Since we've confirmed that the person wasn't killed by our June-Tian Hall, we won't accompany you further." Dario stood silently beside him, his face grim. Though Virgil had insulted him earlier, even if the person hadn't been killed by Drake-Tian Hall, Dario still wanted him dead. But without a suitable pretext, he could only let him live a bit longer. "Let's go." Will turned away, leading the way out of the hall. Virgil still appeared pale and shaken. Hearing Will's words, he followed closely, soon sensing the venomous gaze on his back, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Wait," a voice called out from behind, stopping them both, causing Virgil's heart to race again. Will halted as well, but didn't turn to look at the nominal emperor. Indifferently, he asked, anything else? Seeing his attitude, Virgil was slightly surprised, sensing tension between Will and the Sabine. Others seemed accustomed to Will's manner of speaking. After all, Will's animosity toward the Sabine wasn't a secret in the Rain Hall. Years ago, Will killed the second prince, who was the most talented among the Sabine's children, sparking widespread discussion. Despite this, the Sabine did not kill Will, though from that day on, their relationship worsened. Will, remember your place. Your father is the Sabine. Dario laughed coldly, finally finding an opportunity to criticize. Will stood indifferently, completely ignoring him. Dario's face reddened with embarrassment, about to speak when the Sabine's gaze fell on Will, saying, don't worry. You'll need to come with me later. The voice carried imperial authority, compelling obedience. Virgil felt a chill inside, his celestial blood stirring to counteract the pressure. Will remained silent for a moment, but didn't leave. Satisfied, the Sabine shifted his gaze to the Franz and asked, I heard you possess a token, a celestial weapon capable of suppressing ancient restrictions and breaking seals weaker than a ghost immortals? Upon hearing this, Destiny Immortal Lord and the Esmond turned to look at the Franz. They had been wondering why the Sabine summoned them today. If it were solely for Virgil's sake, such a grand gathering wouldn't be necessary. But now, combining these words, a bold guess formed in their minds. So what if I do? The Franz said with a raised chin. I want to ask for your help to use that token to open a certain place. The Sabine spoke his request and added before the Franz could refuse. In return, I will provide a furnace of 6th grade early stage transcendence pills and 50,000 spirit stones. 50,000 spirit stones. Transcendence pills? Virgil's eyes lit up with excitement. Though he didn't know what transcendence pills were, a 6th grade pill was certainly invaluable. Moreover, 50,000 spirit stones would allow him to break through to the pseudo-god realm. Even Destiny Immortal Lord and the Esmond, despite having already guessed the intention, were shocked. Do you really have these resources? The Franz showed interest. Such resources might help him reach mid-stage human god. However, the Sabine's reputation wasn't great, so there was a risk of non-payment. Seeing his hesitation, the Sabine nodded emphatically. Rest assured, I swear by my Taoist heart. It was a bold gamble. These resources practically emptied the Rain Hall's coffers, but opening that place warranted the risk. After all, it was the place where Gordy ascended. Gordy was an imperial-level powerhouse. Any relic of his would be invaluable even to true immortals. Obtaining even a single pill or treasure left by Gordy could make his ascension feasible. But the place was protected by Gordy's seal. Over time, the seal weakened, yet it was still beyond the Sabine's ability to break. The Franz's token, however, might shatter that seal. Compared to that, a furnace of 6th grade pills and 50,000 spirit stones were minor considerations. Alright, show me the place. Note, I maintain the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring natural English flow. The translation keeps the paragraph breaks and line breaks consistent with the Chinese version provided. Chapter 432. Gordy's place of passing. Alright, take me there. The Franz nodded immediately. The oath taken from the heart was still somewhat reliable. Will, DeAndre, Qing Lu, all of you come along. The Sabine nodded in satisfaction and looked at the few pseudo-immortals standing beside him. Will's expression remained indifferent as he did not speak a word. Yes, DeAndre Xianjun and the male pseudo-immortal gave a nod of respect. As for Virgil, a half-step pseudo-immortal, no one cared about his thoughts. With a wave of the Sabine's hand, everyone inside the hall appeared in an underground palace. This palace was located beneath the Grand Hall, harboring a hidden realm. Entering through the entrance, the scenery before their eyes changed instantly. Mountains appeared, and a drizzle fell continuously from the sky as if it would never stop. This rain. Virgil tilted his eyes slightly and reached out his palm to catch a drop of rainwater, scrutinizing it. The rain seemed to contain a strong sense of moisture, and it also concealed some kind of sound, though he couldn't make it out. How could there be sounds? A puzzled look flashed across his eyes, and suddenly, a strong thought emerged in Virgil's mind. Could this rain be some kind of spell? Hiss. This boundless cave heaven world is everywhere drenched in rain. If it is truly formed by a spell, how powerful must the cultivator be? His gaze darkened as he considered the origin of the Rain Hall, wondering if the rain here had anything to do with the Gordy. He felt this guess was close to the truth while pondering why the Sabine brought him here. Just as he pondered, the Sabine had already taken out a cloud boat and placed it in front of him, whereupon it grew immensely in the wind. Pseudo-immortal artifact. Feeling the aura of a pseudo-immortal emanating from it, Virgil reined in his thoughts, fixing his gaze on it. Seeing the others board it, he followed them onto the boat. Standing on the cloud boat, he watched as it moved forward, sensing numerous beasts in this world. These beast creatures were different in appearance and energy compared to those outside, their cultivation levels low, only golden core and nascent soul stages, occasionally a few transformation deity stage beasts, each seemingly carrying a sense of moisture. However, since they, as travelers, were at least half-step pseudo-immortals, these beasts naturally dared not approach. These are the rain beasts that the Gordy kept back then. Non-Rain Hall members entering this place will be attacked by them. As for this boundary treasure, it was left behind by the Gordy, consisting of 3 layers. According to legend, the 3rd layer is where the Gordy passed away. Sensing his confusion, Will glanced at him coolly and explained. Gordy's passing place. Virgil felt a stirring in his heart, secretly guessing that the rain might indeed be a spell set up by the Gordy. Thus, he immersed himself in the sensation of the rain during the journey, for he didn't need to fly aboard the cloud boat. Many rain beast presences appeared around the high-speed flying boat, but none dared to attack them. Yet, Virgil sensed a cold stare watching him occasionally, knowing exactly who it was and inwardly sneered. Though his ancient demon cultivation hadn't broken through to the level of savage demon yet, he was not afraid of pseudo-immortals either. Will also noticed this, glanced at Terence, and said indifferently, "Follow me closely." Before long, the end of the current layer appeared, forming a vortex which should lead to the 2nd layer. Sure enough, The cloud boat entered the vortex and successfully arrived at the second layer. Here too, the green mountains and misty rain spread out widely, the moisture within even more noticeable. Virgil found the sounds hidden in the rain becoming clearer, almost audible next to his ear. Thus, he cleared his mind, silently listening to these sounds, immersing himself fully in them, leaving just a thread of awareness to observe the surroundings and stay alert for emergencies. After all, he didn't trust this group completely. Although Will could be trusted, total faith was unwise. The second layer was larger than the first. The rain beasts here had also grown stronger, reaching transformation deity stage, even approaching the level of early-stage human immortal. Even early-stage human immortals would have a hard time slaying these beasts. Moreover, these rain beasts weren't as fearful of them, and soon, countless rain beasts fearlessly charged toward the cloud boat, creating chaos. To court death, the Sabine frowned. These rain beasts were all at the transformation deity stage, but he wasn't the least bit frightened. With a flick of his sleeve, red clouds shot out, causing blood fog to explode in the space ahead. DeAndre Xianjun and the other two pseudo-immortals also attacked, unleashing powerful spells that made countless rain beasts bleed profusely. They protected the cloud boat, fighting their way toward the entrance of the third layer. With such pseudo-immortals around, Virgil only needed to watch the show, remaining absorbed in the rain's moisture and listening to the hidden sounds within. If this spell was left by the Gordy, then these sounds likely came from him. Gradually, Virgil felt the sounds in the rain initially far away but gradually coming closer, like thunder booming in his ears, yet he couldn't understand what they said. In addition to the speaking sound mixed in the rain, he also heard the sounds of thunder, wind, and rain pattering against ponds and mountain tea houses. Countless sounds intertwined, but he seemed to be the only listener. It felt as if he had merged with the rain, gathering a stronger and stronger sense of moisture on his body, his demonic pattern gaining more strokes. Originally, the demonic pattern of Rain Knight depicted only rain, but now, under the stormlit sky, a hand holding an umbrella appeared. Virgil remained unaware. At this moment, there were no rain beasts around the cloud boat, which sped toward the entrance of the third layer. The idle pseudo-immortals finally noticed the gradually intensifying moisture emanating from Virgil, their expressions filled with surprise. The moisture is so strong, almost reaching the fourth rank. He seems to have heard the sounds in the rain. The tall Noelle's gaze fell on Virgil, whispering about the moisture surrounding him. Beside her, the Sabine's eyes twinkled. Indeed, as someone whose bloodline strength surpassed even his own, this prodigy's talent was indeed terrifying. The voices had been there for thousands of years, and everyone who entered had heard them, indeed benefiting from them with breakthroughs in comprehension. But none as quickly as Virgil. Himph! At this moment, a faint snort mixed with thunder resounded on the small boat, attempting to disrupt Virgil's Tao enlightenment. Will and DeAndre Xianjun frowned. It was too late to stop it. They looked at the man in blue robes who spoke sternly. Terrence, what are you doing? You're an adult bullying a junior. Do you have any shame? What do you mean? I haven't done anything. Am I not allowed to make a sound? Hashtag chapter 433, the restriction. How so? I didn't understand what you meant, Senior Immortal Fernanda. What did I do wrong? Am I not allowed to speak? Terrence innocently shrugged his shoulders, glancing at her as he said, besides, it wasn't intentional. The crowd of pseudo-immortals naturally didn't believe his words. Will closed his eyes again, saying nothing. By bringing Virgil into the palace of balanced heaven, he could ensure that no cultivator with higher cultivation would oppress him. However, he wouldn't concern himself with trivial matters. In fact, this was exactly what would motivate Virgil's practice. You know best whether it was intentional or not. Senior Immortal Fernanda couldn't stand Terrence's attitude and said disdainfully, don't think I don't know your petty thoughts. You're jealous because his realm is about to break through to the fourth rank. As a grand pseudo-immortal, you have such limited capacity. It's a shame to be among your kind. Terrence's expression stiffened. She had hit a sore spot. He indeed envied Virgil. After all, even as a distinguished pseudo-immortal, the rain-like aura around him was only at the fifth rank. Yet this young creature, merely a soul transformation realm cultivator, had an equal realm and was about to surpass him. On what grounds? He refused to let Virgil advance, but he wouldn't admit that aloud, instead saying in a heavy voice, what do you mean by that, Senior Immortal Fernanda? This person has nothing to do with you. Even Will hasn't spoken up. Why are you being so protective? Seeing the tense atmosphere, the male pseudo-immortal tried to mediate, earnestly pleading, Senior Immortal Fernanda, please, Elio Yuan might not have meant it. We are all part of the Rain Pavilion, so let's maintain harmony. Immortal lady, I'm fine. Virgil opened his eyes and respectfully acknowledged the tall Noelle with a bow. Only then did the tall Noelle coldly snort and look away. Seeing this, Virgil closed his eyes again, deliberately ignoring Terrence. This wasn't out of fear, but because Terrence was allied with the Sabine, whom he couldn't yet confront. After all, killing him wouldn't be difficult, but explaining things to the Sabine afterward would be challenging. For now, he'd treat Terrence like a clown and ignore him. Gradually regaining his calm, Virgil began to feel the devilish patterns on his back. He sensed an additional element in the rainy night painting, an umbrella-holding hand. To fully reveal this figure, he needed his realm to reach the third rank. Third rank. Currently, his magical pattern was just one step from the fourth rank. Since his previous enlightenment was interrupted, he couldn't immediately regain that state and would have to wait for another opportunity. The atmosphere turned silent. Soon, they reached the end of the second layer, where a barrier appeared ahead. It resembled a transparent wall covered with various images of flying birds and beasts, tens of thousands of them emitting powerful auras, some even making sounds, as if they were alive. What is this? Virgil's gaze sharpened, sensing an aura that even true human immortals feared. This is a restriction. Senior Immortal Fernanda, impressed by Winter's praise after returning, explained patiently, knowing the Sylvia had taken a liking to Virgil. She considered him a younger counterpart, saying, Restrictions share the same origin as array formations. No, array formations evolved from restrictions. In ancient times, there were no formations, only restrictions. Restrictions can be created instantly and serve various functions. Offense, defense, all convenient beyond what array formations offer. Restriction. Virgil learned that array formations evolved from restrictions, surprising him internally. Friend Brandon, it relies on you. The dev beside them, also entering for the first time, was looking at the barrier in shock, not even noticing when the Sabine spoke to him. These restrictions, so powerful, who could have set them? While amateurs see the excitement, experts discern the depth. He recognized that only a true immortal could have set these restrictions, retaining immense power after countless years, formidable even to peak true human immortals. This piqued his curiosity immensely. What lay inside that required such a powerful restriction to protect? Could it be the resting place of a true immortal? Considering the Sabine paid such a price for him to open this place, the dev's eyes flickered, finding this guess plausible. A thought struck him. If he reported this news to the demon Jan of Yaohuang, he might earn more wealth. Drawing a deep breath, he subtly looked at the Sabine without showing any emotions, saying, "These restrictions are incredibly strong. I can only reduce their power by 70%. That's fine. Haley percent is manageable. My rain pavilion will handle the rest," the Sabine replied, extremely agitated. "Good, hand over the goods then." The dev extended his palm. Upon hearing this exchange, Virgil's breath quickened. He watched the Sabine pull out a storage bag with visible reluctance. Listening intently to his own breathing and heartbeat, he suppressed the suicidal urge to snatch it, focusing on the storage bag closely. The storage bag ended up in the dev's hands. Scanning it with divine senses revealed treasures within, causing his eyes to glow with excitement as he put it away. Virgil regretted this, pondering how he might acquire those treasures for himself. "You all step back." The dev glanced around, slapped the storage bag, revealing a dark token in his hand. Emblazoned with Halua, it exuded an aura surpassing that of a true human immortal. He saw everyone's attention riveted on the token, closing his eyes and chanting silently. "Halua command, shatter the restrictions." Palamaints later, the dev yelled. The dark token soared upward, radiating immense pressure, assaulting the barrier ahead. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of restrictions crumbled, reducing the barrier's power by 70%. From impervious to peak true human attacks to only resisting mid-stage true human strikes. The token lost its power, disintegrating into dust. The dev sighed inwardly. He had obtained this token centuries ago from the ruins of an ancient heavenly court, imbued with a true immortal's power specifically targeting restrictions, usable thrice. The first 2 times were breaking into an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling and aiding the demon Jan in opening a relic site. Now, using it for the 3rd time, it finally dissipated, leaving a hint of regret. However, thinking about the resources within the storage bag, he quickly grew excited. With these treasures, he could break through to the mid-stage true human realm and possibly become a demon king himself. The path is clear. Farewell, the dev bowed, planning to swiftly return to Yaohuang while the others were busy breaking the remaining restrictions. This translation aims to stay faithful to the original tone and style, ensuring a coherent storyline and maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 434. The Place of Gordy's Nirvana, Part 2. Are you in such a hurry to leave, fellow Taoist Brandon, just so you can go back and inform your superiors? At that moment, a faint voice suddenly came from behind. The expression on the dev's face darkened immediately as a scroll appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to channel demonic power into it to open the inter-wasteland teleportation portal, an ominous force surrounded him. "You." The dev was shocked. Being only an early-stage human immortal, there was a huge gap between him and a mid-stage human immortal. Sabine was far too powerful. He was sent flying by a red cloud, grievously injured and near death. "Braxton, you're stabbing me in the back. Aren't you afraid that the demon emperor will come to wipe out your rain pavilion?" The dev's voice was weak with both shock and fury, never imagining that the weakest among the 8 wastelands, the rain wasteland, would dare to attack him. The Sabine looked at him indifferently, coldly stating, "I am afraid, fellow Taoist Brandon, but I had no choice. The secrets here must not be revealed to outsiders. What do you think you were going to do after returning? We all have our agendas. Rest in peace." "No, you swore a Dao vow. Have you forgotten? I said I'd give you the item. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you." The Sabine sneered. The red cloud reappeared, smashing into the dev like the sharpest weapon, instantly turning him into a pool of blood mist, completely destroying even his soul. "The Emperor has improved," Terence observed, her eyes flashing with insight. She felt no emotion over the dev's death. Nearby, Reginald and the male pseudo-immortal were secretly astonished. They hadn't expected the Sabine to act so decisively, yet they weren't surprised. Today's events must not be spoken of. If anyone asks, insist that he left the rain wasteland. After completing these actions, the Sabine remained indifferent, retracting the red cloud. He also took back the storage pouches, then turned to the remaining few. "Divine Artisan Qing.The, you two worked together to open this place. One was an array master, and the other specialized in seals, which was why he brought them specifically." Virgil stood watching silently, eyes flickering as he contemplated the difference between early-stage and mid-stage human immortals. No wonder someone 1 realm higher could suppress the rain wasteland and hold the position of Sabine, making all pseudo-immortals obey. When Virgil was deep in thought, the tall Noel and the male pseudo-immortal stepped forward, standing before the barrier, starting to dismantle its restrictions. Virgil couldn't understand their actions and wasn't instructed to do anything, so he sat cross-legged next to Will, listening to the rain and contemplating its meaning. Meanwhile, Terence and the Sabine watched the barrier intently, oblivious to everything else. Crack. Almost half a month later, under the combined efforts of Reginald and the male pseudo-immortal, only half the barrier's restrictions remained. "You may retreat now." The Sabine, with a flash of excitement, waved a red cloud forward, shattering the millions of years old barrier with a loud crash, revealing the transmission channel behind it. Virgil heard the commotion, opened his eyes, and saw everyone except Will intensely focused on the newly exposed passage, breathing heavily. After so many years, Gordy's third layer can finally see the light of day. Among them, the Sabines seemed the most agitated. Glancing at the group, especially Virgil, he commanded, "The third layer might be dangerous. Your cultivation is too low. Come and stay close to me." The tone was authoritative, leaving no room for refusal. Virgil knew he'd be killed if he dared refuse. But what did the Sabine want? To protect him? That was ridiculous. After some thought, Virgil approached. Regardless, he was still ensconced in the rain pavilion, unable to disobey the Sabine's command. He wasn't ready to break ties yet. Better to wait and see what happened. Let's go. The Sabine led him away. Third layer. The drizzle in the sky became torrential, exuding a powerful aura. Alert from the start, the Sabine was wary since no one had ever known the conditions of the third layer, not even him. This was why he brought Virgil. If there were remnants of Gordy or any treasures or elixirs, or powerful rain beasts like those in the second layer, Virgil's lineage would ensure safety, as those beasts wouldn't attack someone with Gordy's bloodline. He then paused, puzzled. Virgil stood beside him, noticing the locking aura around him had withdrawn. Looking around curiously, Palamanes later, he was equally baffled. The world here was much smaller, almost entirely covered by his senses. Ahead was a simple shelter housing a table, a long bench, a wine jar, and a wine bowl. There was nothing else. No beasts, no treasures. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared next to him. Will and the others. How can there be nothing? Terence exclaimed, visibly shaken. Others, like Reginald, shared similar bewilderment. The Sabine's expression was grim. He had risked killing a demon wasteland pseudo-immortal to prevent information leaks, yet found nothing. Suddenly, he looked toward the shelter, clinging to the last hope, walking hesitantly to pick up the wine jar, only to find it empty. No, this can't be. The Sabine, heartbroken, rallied the pseudo-immortals to search thoroughly. Virgil didn't follow, nor did Will, who simply stared pensively at the rain, noticing Virgil's renewed focus. Unbeknownst to Virgil, he had reached the 4th grade standard for comprehending rain essence. Inside his mind echoed clear words. This rain, born from the earth, dies in the heavens. Today, I defy fate, making it live from the earth, fight in the heavens, and let countless droplets return to the sky from the ground. Chapter 435, Divine Cultivator. At the very moment those words fell silent, the raindrops descending from the sky and Virgil's vision suddenly reversed, shooting back up into the heavens as if the world had been flipped upside down. The sky became the ground, and the ground became the sky. The rain fell upward from the earth, striking against the heavens. It was a complete reversal of the cosmos. Witnessing this grand spectacle for the first time, Virgil was left utterly stunned. He rubbed his eyes, suspecting it might be an illusion, but then he felt an extraordinary cacophony by his ears as if he were amidst a bustling market. What's happening? Where is this noise coming from? Slightly dazed, Virgil quickly opened his eyes and realized he had somehow left the place where Gordy transcended. He now stood on a bustling street. People were passing by all around him, while willows along the river flourished in the drizzling rain. Will, Immortal Master DeAndre, and the others who entered with him had all vanished without a trace. Is this an illusion? There was no panic in his eyes. Instead, Virgil gazed thoughtfully at the passers-by, unable to distinguish whether they were real or illusory. But soon, he discovered a crucial clue. The storage bags and treasured hollow artifacts on his body had all vanished, including the world-forsaken pagoda, which had reverted to silence. It seems it's definitely an illusion. I wonder why I ended up here. After realizing he was in an illusion, Virgil didn't linger to think. Instead, he walked along the street to search for clues. The street stretched on, with shops lining both sides. Virgil occasionally observed his surroundings, but found nothing substantial, until he reached a corner, where the ancient demon blood within him suddenly began to feel boiling hot, as if it had encountered a formidable foe. This sensation made him momentarily pause, looking around with confusion. Not long after, at a makeshift shelter by the roadside, he found the source of this anomaly. It was a young man dressed in ordinary green robes. His appearance was quite plain, yet he carried an unusual aura that made him stand out starkly from everyone else. He seemed oblivious to Virgil's gaze, or perhaps he sensed it but did not care, merely drinking his wine and watching the pedestrians on the road, as serene as any commoner. Yet, that faint aura radiating from him evoked a sense of impending battle within Virgil's demonic blood. This was unrelated to cultivation levels, but rather stemmed from the pressure of his bloodline. The bloodline was the same as what he had felt from the Sabine, but the difference in power between the two was like clouds and mud. The bloodline pressure from this Dominic was tens of thousands of times stronger than that of the Sabine. It's him. Upon clearly recognizing the Dominic's face, a wave of shock surged through Virgil. He had seen this person before. More precisely, he had seen a statue of this person. The young man drinking wine looked exactly like the statue of Gordy he had seen in the underground chambers of the Heaven Even Hall, as if the statue had come to life. But didn't Gordy die? Could it be a remnant soul? Virgil couldn't comprehend it, nor could he detect any characteristics of a ghost on the person. Considering his inexplicable arrival here, he couldn't help but suspect that this individual might be connected. Suppressing his doubts, he quietly approached the shelter. This was a temporary tavern set up under the shelter, with 2 round tables and several benches below. The owner was a robust man in his 40s, who warmly welcomed Virgil and offered him some wine. I don't have any money. Sensing no presence of his storage bag, Virgil, empty-handed, could only smile awkwardly at the owner's warm invitation. Just a jug of wine. It's not much. Meeting someone like you is fate. Let me offer you one for free, the owner said generously, laughing heartily as he fetched a jar of wine from the counter. Thank you, Virgil thanked him with a fist salute. carrying the gifted wine over to the table where Gordy sat, and asked, "Senior, may I sit here?" The young man didn't respond, continuing to drink his wine while keeping his eyes on the passers-by outside the shelter. Taking this as consent, Virgil sat down beside him, sipping the wine offered by the owner, observing the surroundings. Under the shelter, there were only 3 people, the owner, Virgil, and the Dominic suspected to be Gordy, quietly enjoying their time. Following the Dominic's lead, Virgil drank his wine, looking outside the shelter, though not at the people but at the rain. Days passed. Although Virgil was merely watching the rain motifs and rain essence within him grew stronger, crossing into the 4th rank and gradually advancing toward the 3rd rank realm, without him even noticing. "Are you from the Rain Temple?" The sound of this voice startled Virgil awake from his state, realizing his motifs and essence had crossed into the 4th rank. Internally delighted and excited, he nodded and replied, "Junior is a respected Franz of the Rain Temple. I do not know why I am here. In my challenge set on the 3rd level, reaching the 4th rank rain essence during the soul transformation would allow one to hear my voice and enter this place. You are the first to reach here in these many years. However, your arrival here is not due to this reason. You possess 2 strong bloodlines. One is a demigod immortal clan, the other is an ancient demon king bloodline." The Dominic sighed, his plain appearance marked by an unusual demeanor. Recognizing both his divine and demonic bloodlines instantly, Virgil was not surprised. This was a celestial emperor-level powerhouse, whose transcendence, though rumored, could not be fully understood. What puzzled him was Gordy's later words. Indeed, his rain essence had not yet broken through to the 4th rank before entering the 3rd level, so he should not have qualified. Additionally, he sensed a powerful bloodline in Gordy himself, not belonging to demon, beast, or immortal clans. "I am a divine cultivator, and naturally, I carry divine blood." Gordy smiled faintly, glancing at him. This supreme being could see through all of Virgil's thoughts directly, piercing right through to his intentions. Virgil was inwardly shocked, feeling that he had no secrets left. Could divine cultivation be another form of practice, similar to demon cultivation? Recalling Gordy calling himself a divine cultivator, Virgil guessed internally. Not that complicated. In fact, you can also be considered a divine cultivator. The Dominic shook his head, again seeing through Virgil's thoughts. "I am also a divine cultivator," Virgil mused, not surprised by this revelation. "You seem to know little. In the present world, there are mainly 3 clans. The divine clan practices divinity, the demon clan focuses on strength, and the beast clan cultivates the spirit wheel. The former resides in the ancient demon abyss, while the latter inhabits the sleeping grounds of the upper realm beasts, and the divine clan is spread throughout the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Almost all orthodox forces cultivate divine clan techniques, naturally making them divine cultivators. Immortals are actually a branch evolved from the divine clan, though they call themselves immortals." Gordy nodded, sipping his wine, revealing ancient secrets. "The immortal clan originated from the divine clan. Please note that I have adhered strictly to your instructions, translating the Chinese text into English while maintaining the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. If you have any further edits or additional content to translate, feel free to ask." Chapter 436, Demon Pattern 2nd Rank. The immortal clan also originated from the divine clan. Virgil was genuinely surprised. He had just discovered this hidden secret. However, these words did not cause much of a stir in his heart. With the ability to prohibit immortals, the immortal clan was undoubtedly no weaker than any other race. After all, whether it be divine beings, demons, monsters, or ghosts, they could all be restrained by him. "Speaking of which, you and I share some kind of connection," the young man said, his gaze shifting towards Virgil, somewhat reminiscing. "What connection?" Virgil was taken aback. However, the young man merely smiled without offering an explanation. Seeing this, Virgil did not press further, but instead asked about the origin of this place. "Senior, where is this? What do you think this is?" The young man countered. "Illusion?" Virgil ventured. "Illusion, yes, that can be said, but not entirely. This place exists somewhere between reality and illusion. Your true form is still outside. Half real, half illusory." Virgil furrowed his brow at these profound words and asked curiously, "Then what about Senior now?" He wanted to ask if Manny was alive or dead. "You see before you not the real me. The real me has already entered nirvana. The me here is merely a shadow." The young man took a sip of wine, his expression full of weariness. Changes made. 1. Replaced Tong Song, weathered appearance, with weariness for better fluency in English. "Apologies, I have been too abrupt. Does Senior not inquire about the current situation of the Rain Pavilion?" Virgil's eyes showed regret. "No need." The young man shook his head. "Children have their own destiny. How they fare has little relation to me now. Since you've come here and have some connection with me, this pot of wine is for you. You may stay here for a month to comprehend the essence of rain, while only an instant passes outside." With a casual wave, the rainwater outside formed a stream, entering Virgil's wine jar until it was filled. His figure gradually faded, eventually disappearing before him. The people around him seemed oblivious to his presence from start to finish. Stunned, Virgil felt the strong essence of rain emanating from the wine in the jar. Drinking it would likely enhance his comprehension. He bowed in gratitude towards the direction the young man disappeared. "Thank you, Senior." There was no reply. Not knowing if the senior had dispersed or not, Virgil returned to his seat, not worried about how he should leave after the senior's departure. He remembered the senior saying he would exit in a month. Now, it was enough to fully grasp and enhance the essence of rain, and see if he could awaken the demon pattern, break through the barbarian demon. Determined, Virgil gulped down a mouthful of wine, immediately feeling a significant increase in the essence of rain within him, pushing him far into the 4th rank. "Good stuff. This jar of wine is priceless, possibly even raising my rain essence to the 3rd or even 2nd rank. Suppressing his excitement, Virgil sat back in his previous position, drinking as before, his eyes on the rain outside the pavilion. The rain essence within him and the demon pattern on his back continued to strengthen. A few days later, a person standing in the rain holding an umbrella appeared clearly on the rainy night painting. Cloaked in black, this person looked exactly like him, holding a red paper umbrella with overwhelming demonic aura. Demon pattern 3rd rank. More days passed. The jar of wine slowly emptied. Virgil wasn't sure precisely what level his rain essence had reached, seemingly peak 3rd rank, but he hadn't broken through the barbarian demon stage yet. Resonance. Virgil felt an inner calmness as he gazed at the remaining rainwater in the jar, reflecting a mirror image. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the rain inside the pavilion. Virgil didn't avoid it, letting the rain fall on him, slowly extending his palm to catch a drop, his eyes fixed on it. Time passed unnoticed. Surrounding people seemed unaware of his existence. Finally, after a long time, he put the drop of rain aside and looked up at the sky, witnessing millions of drops of rain falling upon the earth. Understanding rain was crucial to resonating with it and awakening the demon soul. Thus, Virgil watched these countless drops, also observing a path of Tao. Initially, all the drops seemed identical. By the 3rd day, each drop started to feel different, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. So Virgil observed the bustling street ahead. People with varied expressions walked past, some composed, others hurried. 5 days later, enlightenment struck, a glint appearing in his eyes. These millions of raindrops, each seemingly identical, are yet unique, just like people, who despite looking similar, are distinct. In the world, there are diverse people, and thus diverse rain. This realization propelled his comprehension of rain essence directly to the 2nd rank. Simultaneously, the demon pattern on his back roared, advancing to the 2nd rank. Each drop of rain in the rainy night painting became distinct, acquiring its own flavor. At the same moment, Virgil felt a new connection established between himself and the demon pattern, acknowledging his understanding of the uniqueness of each raindrop. This resonance was the beginning of being truly recognized by the demon pattern behind him. Awakening the demon soul required deeper comprehension, but Virgil wasn't discouraged. Having found the direction to awaken the demon soul, he was confident of breaking through the barbarian demon stage within a few years. Thus, he spent several more days in this realm, comprehending rain. When a month had passed, everything around him gradually faded. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself back at the place where Manny had entered nirvana. It felt like barely a moment had passed. Sabine and the others were still searching for treasures left by Manny, nearly excavating the entire area. Will stood beside him, giving him a meaningful look but saying nothing. Did he notice something? Virgil was puzzled. Did Will already realize his rain essence had reached the 2nd rank? Shaking his head, Virgil didn't dwell on it, checking his internal condition. Confirming the demon pattern had indeed advanced to the 2nd rank, he prepared to exit his introspection. Suddenly, he noticed the ancient demon essence within him had reached over 21,000 threads. During the illusion, he had been so engrossed in comprehending rain essence that he hadn't paid attention to his cultivation. Now, he realized it. Naturally, he was excited, estimating that although he hadn't yet broken through the first layer of the barbarian demon stage, his strength might not be inferior to a quasi-immortal. Soon, Sabine finished searching, confirming there was nothing left in this world. Let's go. Sabine's expression was gloomy. No one dared to challenge his mood. Soon, everyone reappeared on the 2nd floor, leaving this place where Manny had entered nirvana. Chapter 437. Master of the Qing.The Hall, 6-star divine armament. Upon emerging from underground, only 6 out of the original 7 remained. Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, we will take our leave. The divine artisan immortal lord, and the male false immortal bowed to Brennan. Brennan responded indifferently. Virgil could detect the somber tone in his voice, feeling somewhat secretly delighted. However, it was thanks to Ancestor Yu that his demon patterns had advanced to 2nd rank. Given that Ancestor Yu was the founder of the Rain Hall, as long as Brennan didn't provoke him in the future, he could maintain peaceful relations with the Rain Hall out of gratitude. He had no particular interest in the throne anyway, though ultimately, it would depend on what Annette decided. Just then, Will waved a large sleeve and vanished from the hall with Virgil. Surrounded by roaring wind, feeling himself being rapidly carried away by a terrifying force, Virgil glanced at Will beside him. Will's face was stern. Earlier, Dario had said Will killed his 2nd brother, also the 2nd prince of the Rain Hall, who was struck by suppressing immortal nails and unable to break through to middle stage human immortal. Perhaps this rumor wasn't trustworthy. Judging by the speed of flight alone, Will's strength was not weaker than Brennan, and might even surpass him. After all, that mid-grade pseudo-immortal artifact previously only flew this fast, and this was without Will exerting full effort. Before long, they arrived at the peak where the Qing.The Hall resided. Sensing Will's presence, the Franzes of Qing.The Hall respectfully greeted them. Great sword deity. In the future, the position of master of the Qing.The Hall shall be held by Braden. Will declared solemnly. Greetings, master. Instantly, all the Franzes bowed respectfully to Virgil except for Wei Sam, who was dumbfounded. As the party concerned, Virgil felt equally surprised by Will's sudden decision to make him master. But Will soon gave him an irresistible reason. The master receives higher monthly salary than ordinary Franzes, has 2,000 contribution points, and can freely view the scriptures, secret manuals, and alchemy formulas within the Heaven Hall. Knowing the benefits, Virgil coughed lightly and turned to the Franzes, saying, I hope for your support from now on. Yes, master. Everyone chorused. Wei Sam, despite his reluctance, could do nothing but bow to Virgil alongside everyone else. Suddenly, Virgil patted his shoulder, saying, You'll be my deputy master, managing the Qing.The Hall on a daily basis. Qing.The Hall originally had no deputy master, but now that Virgil was the master, it was up to him. Moreover, he had no idea how to manage and thought it best for Wei Sam to continue in charge. Deputy master. Seeing Virgil didn't retaliate against him but appointed him deputy master instead, Wei Sam felt ashamed and admired Virgil's magnanimity. No wonder great sword deity chose him. I will follow your commands anytime, even risking boiling water or raging fire, Wei Sam said seriously. Work hard. You don't have to risk everything. Virgil patted his shoulder again, seeing what already disappeared as a streak of sword light. Virgil didn't linger long either, and returned to the underground hall to meditate on his demon patterns. Half a year passed swiftly. Virgil sat beside the Gordy statue in the catacomb, daily immersing in rain essence and establishing resonance with the demon patterns on his back. A heavy heartbeat occasionally sounded, originating from deep underground. This heartbeat belonged neither to any creature nor living being. It was the Earth's heartbeat. From occasional pulses to near constant beats now, Virgil noticed the growing frequency. Bam bam. Following these sounds, Virgil suddenly grabbed the ground, drawing pure magical power from beneath directly into his body. In an instant, his aura rose as the internal magic power increased from 4,500 to 5,300, a 10% increase. This was mainly due to his initial unfamiliarity with the soul extraction technique. After 15 minutes, the added magical power dissipated, dropping back to 4,570 strands. 15 minutes, longer than last time, Virgil noted silently. A few months ago, he successfully performed the technique, improving each time with practice. He learned that at least an hour must pass between performances. Master, a young lady from the Qing.The Hall is here to see you. Adam entered the hall and reported. A Sylvia from Qing.The Hall. Where is she? Virgil immediately guessed it was Miriam. She's inside the Qing.The Hall. I see. Virgil nodded and appeared above the Qing.The Hall. Spreading his divine senses, he quickly found Miriam in one of the halls. What brings you here, Miss Donger? Virgil appeared smiling at the Sylvia in a water blue cheapao, her clear eyes like water, hair tied into a ponytail. Your alchemy furnace is ready. I heard you came to Central Prefecture, so I brought it over. Miriam blushed upon seeing him but quickly regained composure, handing over a storage pouch. Oh, I forgot about it, thank you. Virgil smiled, receiving the pouch and using his divine senses to find a silver-colored alchemy furnace made of ancient stellar iron. With a wave of his senses, he retrieved the furnace, causing the entire hall to rumble with a heavy aura spreading across, leaving all the Franzes puzzled. The same look flashed across Virgil's mind. This furnace's aura, it had reached pseudo-immortal level. But isn't Miriam a 5th-grade high-rank alchemy master? Virgil asked. I first completed it, then requested my master's help to upgrade it to a 6-star divine armament. Miriam fidgeted awkwardly, gripping her skirt like a child caught in wrongdoing. Thank you. Virgil couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Oh. Her large, watery eyes blinked before softly replying, No need to thank me. The translated text retains the style and structure of the original passage while ensuring natural English phrasing. It respects character names and pinyin and maintains the storyline continuity. Chapter 438. The provocation from Qing.The Hall. Realizing her voice had sounded somewhat weak, Rosalie couldn't help feeling annoyed. She didn't know why she seemed to get increasingly timid in front of Virgil. It was as if her heart pounded fiercely every time she spoke. How could you be so spineless, Miriam? She silently berated herself. Just as she was inwardly vexed, the grand hall beneath her feet began to tremble again, accompanied by a voice that echoed. Braden, come out and die. This voice roared like thunder, carrying with it the overwhelming momentum of a half-step pseudo-immortal. Miriam's face instantly turned deathly pale, but in the next moment, all of that momentum was blocked. Sensing this, she glanced at the man beside her, recalling those days in the abyss when he protected her just like this. Her heart fluttered involuntarily. Virgil, however, paid her no attention. He lifted his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the roof of the grand hall, straight to the figure standing outside Qing.The Hall. Who dares to act so outrageously in my Qing.The Hall? A group of Qing.The Hall Franzes, led by the red-robed Franz Wei Sam, angrily rose into the air, seeking the provocateur. Now that Virgil was the hall master of Qing.The Hall, how dare anyone demand him to come out and die? This was an outright insult to their hall. Tisk, TSK, isn't this Wei Sam? I heard you're no longer the hall master. At this moment, a sneering voice came from ahead, drawing everyone's attention. It was a man in blue robes, with dark skin, looking at Wei Sam and the others with disdain. Braun, what are you doing here? Wei Sam frowned. The man before him was the hall master of Qing.The Hall. Previously, his cultivation level should have been similar to his own, yet now his aura felt far more profound, giving off a sense of extreme danger. To do what is none of your concern. Call Braden out. For a mere cur like him to dare insult Lady Naomi, today I shall discipline him on her behalf, Braun said with a cold laugh. Himph, such arrogance. Just who do you think you are to challenge our hall master? Can you even withstand 2 strikes from a human immortal? Moreover, Rain Hall prohibits internal strife. Do you dare defy its orders openly? Wei Sam retorted coldly, frowning once more. That's correct. Rain Hall prohibits internal strife, but allows mutual sparring. As for withstanding 2 strikes from a human immortal, I found out it's all thanks to a treasure. Braden, if you have any courage, come out. He shouted towards the hall below, his voice reverberating throughout the peak, making Wei Sam and the others feel extremely embarrassed. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in midair, gazing at the bead before them. Hall master. Everyone immediately bowed. Virgil nodded, sparing a glance at Braun and calmly asked, Who is this? Hall master. He is the hall master of Qing.The Hall. Wei Sam responded respectfully. Virgil realized, so, you're one of Naomi's dogs. No wonder it's so noisy. Miriam couldn't help but burst into laughter, simultaneously casting him a sideways glance. This guy, how daring, showing no respect even to the legendary human immortal, Naomi. Little brat, merely relying on your tongue means nothing. Dare you accept my challenge? Braun's expression was grim. A provocation? Virgil looked at his flustered face and sneered, Sorry, it doesn't work on me. I have guests today, and no time for a fight. Miss Donger, let's take a tour around our Qing.The hall. Miriam stood dumbfounded, unsure of Virgil's intentions, but seeing his outstretched hand, she nodded and followed him away, leaving behind the Qing.The hall Franzes and the beads standing there bewildered. Palamaints later, realizing Virgil had truly left, the bead's expression darkened with ridicule. Ha, 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 the mighty hall master of Qing.The hall turns out to be a cowardly turtle, not even accepting a mere 2 strikes from a pseudo-immortal. What a bunch of lies. TSK, told you countless times, provocations don't work on me, but I know you're desperate to kill me. And I also know Naomi has given you some secret weapon. Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you can gather 5,000 immortal jades, I'll fight you. Virgil's voice rang out from afar, causing the Qing.The hall Franzes to exchange puzzled glances once more, offering to fight only after 5,000 immortal jades. Wasn't that just an excuse to avoid the battle? 5,000 immortal jades. Seeing Virgil leave without turning back, Braun was equally stumped. He'd never encountered such a situation before. Knowing full well that no amount of persuasion would make Virgil fight, he left with a dark expression, returning to seek advice from Naomi. Virgil didn't care about these matters. He was indeed busy and had no time for fights. To thank Miriam for refining his alchemy furnace, he prepared to gift her a batch of elixirs. So, before Braun left, Virgil entered seclusion. As for Naomi, he'd see if she dared to bet. 5,000 immortal jades. If he returned, then so be it. He'd accept the jade. Rumble. A few days later, thick clouds gathered above Qing.The hall, thunderclaps appearing in the sky. What's happening? Is this the formation of elixir thunder? Amid the astonished expressions of the Qing.The hall Franzes, Virgil appeared in the air, an elixir furnace hovering before him. Bathed in thunder, both he and the furnace radiated power. The hall master is actually a 5th rank peak alchemy master. The Qing.The hall Franzes were moved. They thought Virgil had been hiding out of fear, but it turned out he was cultivating an elixir. I wonder what elixir he's refining. I can feel a powerful restorative force. The might of the hall master's furnace is incredible. Some noticed the formidable aura emanating from the furnace, inwardly surprised. Virgil remained oblivious to these thoughts. An hour later, the thunder subsided. While the quantity of yuanhui in his body increased by just 1 leaf, Virgil wasn't disappointed. He stored the freshly refined elixir, descending and handing it to Miriam. This batch of flowing immortal elixirs is the first produced by this furnace. Consider it payment for refining it for me. Virgil smiled. The first batch. Listening to the significance, Miriam blushed slightly, lowering her lashes and uncorking the vial. The rich fragrance carried a potent vital force. Why does this flowing immortal elixir differ from regular ones? The young Sylvia poured out a pill, her eyes widening as she felt its restorative power rival that of a 6th rank elixir she had once seen. End of chapter. Chapter 439. Walking 5,000 immortal jade. I added some things into them. Virgil smiled gently, seeing her puzzled expression. The formula for these flowing immortal pills came from the Heavenly Palace, where the palace master can view it for free. The ingredients were obtained from the depths of the earth abyss and collected along the way through his relentless killing. During the refining process, he infused his pills with the concept of life and death, achieving unexpectedly good results. In terms of restorative power, they might not be inferior to 6th grade elixirs. Altering an elixir formula. Miriam's surprise did not diminish at all upon hearing this. Her bright eyes shone even more. Elixir formulas were passed down after countless experiments by ancient sages. Many cultivators had attempted improvements in later generations, but almost always failed, including 6th grade alchemists. Yet Virgil succeeded. How amazing he is. The young Sylvia's heart raced, a strange sense of pride filling her. Your immortal jade. Unaware of her misunderstanding, Virgil smiled and took out a storage bag, handing it over. I won't need it for now, Miriam added. You can keep it for me or borrow it temporarily. Fine, I'll return it to you with interest someday. After hesitating, Virgil nodded lightly, not rejecting this kindness. He truly needed the immortal jade now. The interest doesn't matter. Now that I've given you the alchemy furnace, I should head back to the mystical Heaven Palace. That palace master of the universal Heaven Palace is a close associate of immortal Lord Dario, so be careful. Miriam bit her lip, visibly reluctant to leave. Her mission was complete, leaving no reason to stay any longer. Moreover, Virgil seemed very busy. He had cultivation to focus on, and she couldn't continue disturbing him. Virgil watched the young Sylvia's worried gaze and winked. No worries, evil people have short lives. Even the heavens can't kill someone as ruthless as me, let alone Dario. Pfft, so arrogant. Dario is a venerable true immortal. You should really be more cautious. I'm leaving. Miriam rolled her eyes and vanished into a streak of light. What a kind-hearted Sylvia. Virgil stood still, watching her go, then smiled softly. Instead of heading to the underground palace, he entered the Forgotten World Tower and took out the leftover immortal jade from his earlier collection. There were roughly 3,200 pieces. He estimated that after refining all of them, his mana would increase slightly, bringing him closer to the pseudo-immortal stage. Closing his eyes, Virgil grabbed an immortal jade and began absorbing its essence. Meanwhile, outside, tranquility was nowhere to be found. Over several days, news of the Universal Heaven Palace Master challenging Longevity Palace Master Virgil, who avoided combat, spread throughout the Rain Palace. Virgil faced much ridicule, with many calling him a coward. Naturally, the Universal Heaven Palace fanned the flames. He wants 5,000 immortal jade to accept the challenge? Several days earlier, within the Universal Heaven Palace, Dario frowned at Braun's report. 5,000 immortal jade was no small amount, even for him, as it was scarce. After all, even pseudo-immortals used immortal jade during cultivation, usually consuming it immediately after obtaining it. Yes, no matter how I provoked him, he wouldn't take the bait, Braun respectfully replied. This Emmett is indeed clever, likely using this as an excuse. So be it. If 5,000 immortal jade will lure him out, then so be it. Besides, even if he gets the jade, he won't live long enough to enjoy it. This Emmett is a major threat, being associated with Will. Now that we are enemies, he mustn't be allowed to grow stronger. Dario's face was filled with murderous intent. He knew well that Virgil's current realm was 5th grade, and breaking through to the pseudo-immortal stage was just a matter of time. Then, like another Will, Virgil would be beyond even his control. After all, Virgil could withstand one of his attacks when still at the soul formation stage. Thus, Virgil must never reach the pseudo-immortal stage. Give him the immortal jade. Though I don't have that much right now, never mind. I'll visit 3rd Elio. You can challenge him again in a few days. Remember, this battle must be won. With thunderbolt pellets and divine armor from your excellency, I won't fail my mission. I'll bring that Emmett's head to you, Braun bowed respectfully. At the same time, in the main hall of the Rain Palace, despite the uproar surrounding the conflict between the Equal Sky Palace and the Universal Heaven Palace, peace reigned here. Harrell, Cannon, second among the Haley Lords of the Rain Palace, stopped behind Brennan, dressed in a cloud-patterned green robe, showing great respect. I heard that over 400 years ago, you went to Qing country and left behind romantic debts? Brennan turned around, his imposing eyes focusing on his most esteemed offspring. At just under 2,000 years old, Cannon had already reached the true immortal realm, peaking in early stage after a millennium, perfectly carrying on his legacy. There's none, Cannon bowed, puzzled why Brennan asked this, shaking his head. You're sure? No romantic debts? Brennan furrowed his brows. Seeing his father's serious expression, Cannon grew even more confused but recalled carefully, hesitatingly saying, I remember having a brief romance with a Noelle from a pleasure district, but I abandoned her when returning to the Rain Palace and never saw her again. Yes, that makes sense, Brennan murmured, glancing at him. Go to the Equal Sky Palace. 5,470 strands of mana, not far from the initial true immortal stage. Virgil remained unaware of accidentally gaining a fake father figure. After a year-long seclusion in the Forgotten World Tower, he slowly opened his eyes, stretching lazily, looking at the pile of rocks before him. His aura was more powerful than ever. Speaking of which, these past days had been unusually quiet. Has Dario given up? Remembering Dario, Virgil chuckled coldly but didn't dwell on it, leaving the Forgotten World Tower and returning to the Equal Sky Palace to practice soul extraction and perceive demonic souls in the underground palace. With increased mana, he could add 700 strands to each soul extraction, lasting longer than before. Despite this, Virgil wasn't satisfied, continuing his diligent practice. A few days later, a thunderous voice echoed across the mountain where the Equal Sky Palace stood. Virgil, come out. I can give you 5,000 immortal jade, but only if you win. Not again. Several Franzes from the Equal Sky Palace rose into the air, eyeing the beat ahead, silently frowning. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside them, gazing indifferently. Palace Master. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Virgil nodded, smiling toward the man ahead. Walking 5,000 immortal jade. Arrived once more. Chapter 440. Challenge token, Thunderbolt beads. 5,000 immortal jade stones are here. They'll all be yours if you can beat me. What do you say? Do you dare accept the challenge? Braun sneered, looking at Virgil who had appeared in front of him, holding a storage bag high. Do you expect me to believe that just because you say there are 5,000 immortal jade stones in that storage bag, they're really there? Virgil licked his lips, staring from afar at the storage bag in his hand while deliberately making a face as if he were terribly hesitant and looking for an excuse not to fight. Well then, what do you suggest? Braun frowned. Unless you put the immortal jade stones down first, I will not accept your challenge. Virgil laid out his unreasonable demand openly, clearly hoping to provoke Braun into refusing. Very well, I want to see if you have the fate to take them and live to spin them. Sign this by dripping blood on it. The jade stones will be yours first. Braun scoffed coldly. A pale golden sheet of paper flew out from his sleeve and stopped in front of Virgil. A challenge token. The surrounding Franz dignitaries' expressions changed slightly when they identified the thin golden paper. A challenge token, huh? Virgil sneered, grabbing the hanging golden sheet which only had one shimmering gold word, death. Having been in the Rain Pavilion for so long, he naturally knew what this was. It was essentially equivalent to signing a life or death contract. As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there's a martial world, and with it, grudges. Although the Rain Pavilion was a prestigious and upright sect, it was no exception. When serious, irreconcilable conflicts truly arose between Ninth Pavilion cultivators, this challenge token provided a means for both parties to resolve their differences. Both sides had to sign voluntarily. Once the challenge token was signed, life or death was left to fate. Give me the jade stones and I'll sign. Virgil held the golden paper and looked ahead. Fear certainly didn't exist in his heart right now. Even Dario no longer frightened him. Here. Braun threw over a storage bag with a sneer, as if afraid he would change his mind. Virgil's eyes lit up as he caught the storage bag he had thrown over. His heart raced wildly as he could roughly guess the reason for such generosity. Did he think that once he killed him, these immortal jade stones would return to him? But this time, they might be disappointed. Dario, I won't refuse your generous gift. He sneered coldly, scanning the contents with his divine sense to see neatly stacked immortal jade stones inside. No more, no less, exactly 5,000. With these immortal jade stones, he should be able to increase his magical power to 7,000. Sign it. Braun urged impatiently. You step back. Virgil glanced at him faintly, bit his fingertip, dripped a drop of blood on the golden paper, and with a sweep of his wide sleeves, his magical power enveloped the paper, returning it to Braun. Signed. Brat. Your days are numbered. Braun caught the challenge token, momentarily revealing joy but soon turned grim, focusing on Virgil without noticing the mockery in Virgil's smile. Indeed. Your days are numbered. Let's see if killing you and taking Dario's jade stones won't make him vomit blood with anger. His voice was chilling as Virgil no longer hid, casually waving his hand, releasing 6 counterfeit immortal slaying spikes from his sleeves. So fast. Wei Sam and the others watching nearby had their faces change, unable to track the spikes' movements, only hearing clangs before Braun was pushed back thousands of feet, smashing through mountains. We won. Pavilion Lord is mighty. Instantly, cheers erupted from the Drake-Tion Pavilion Franzes. Virgil said nothing. Recalling all 6 spikes to hover around him, he gazed forward, ready to release his divine sense to locate the opponent when a cold voice sounded next to his ear. Brat, you have some skills. Following the chilly voice, Braun walked out from the collapsed mountain peak, somehow clad in armor radiating green light and rain aura, feeling equally terrified internally. So, this is your confidence. Virgil's gaze fell upon him, retracting the 6 spikes. This armor he had seen before at the entrance of the Earth Abyss. At the time, facing Will's sword strike, Dario had used a defensive method similar to this armor. However, the power gap was significant. The former could withstand a pseudo-immortal attack, while this could probably only hold off a semi-step pseudo-immortal. Immortal slaying spikes wouldn't be effective. Rain God armor. How is this possible? Wasn't this technique only usable by pseudo-immortals? This guy too? The Pavilion Lord is in trouble. Guasam's expression changed, puzzled. Now it's my turn. Without explanation, Braun stomped forcefully, rolling out immense magical power and invoking manifestation of heaven and earth. Instantly, his body transformed into a giant thousands of feet tall, wearing blue divine armor, solemn and majestic like a deity. Die, die, die. The thousands of feet tall giant roared furiously, striding toward Virgil. The ground trembled as if under the wrath of a god, delivering a punch aimed at Virgil. Terrorizing punches emanated with a rain-like aura that could even make a semi-step pseudo-immortal retreat. After donning the rain god armor, his offensive power was enhanced. Even if this punch couldn't directly kill a semi-step pseudo-immortal, it could definitely deal heavy injuries. Pavilion Lord, be careful. Under this towering godlike giant, Virgil's figure seemed insignificant, causing anxiety among the Drake-Tion Pavilion Franzes. Just as the punch was about to land, a jade slip suddenly appeared in Virgil's hand. This jade slip naturally contained a true immortal strike he had obtained in the 6 Desires Cave. Not wanting to reveal his true strength, this would serve to confuse everyone. Shatter. Virgil's gaze was cold, his palm exerting force. As the jade slip shattered, terrifying power revived. An illusory figure appeared before him, casually pointing towards the godlike form. This is a true immortal strike. How do you have a true immortal strike? Braun's eyes widened in shock, his body flying out like a cannonball. Arms crumpled and snapped with a series of cracks, his body shrinking back to normal size, breath weakened and covered in blood. He crashed through numerous peaks, retreating hundreds of thousands of feet, before stopping. Even the rain god armor had vanished. Pavilion Lord is mighty. The watching Franzes were stunned, then immediately burst into enthusiastic applause, their faces filled with fervor. How do you have a true immortal strike? How do you have a true immortal strike? Braun weakly stood up again, hearing the cheers and spitting out more blood, angrily eyeing Virgil. You guess. Virgil scoffed, appearing above him in a single step and casually smacking him. Kill you. I must kill you. Braun screamed, sensing imminent danger. 3 white beads appeared in his hands, instantly thrown at Virgil. Explode, explode, explode. Kill him. Thunderbolt beads. This is Thunderbolt beads. How does he have Thunderbolt beads? Pavilion Lord, retreat quickly. The Drake-Tion Pavilion Franzes were horrified. Please let me know if you need further assistance or adjustments. Chapter 441. Reign Immortal Lord, Harrell? So this is your trump card. Without waiting for a reminder, Virgil also sensed an intense danger, his brows furrowing as he instantly fled. With over 20,000 strands of ancient demon essence energy, his speed was nearly on par with a pseudo-immortal, but he was still slightly too late. Just as he moved, a deafening explosion rang out. The next moment, a powerful shockwave instantly caught up, capable of killing a half-step pseudo-immortal, and spread across hundreds of miles. Feeling that dangerous aura, Virgil made a quick decision and pulled out a radiant furnace, retreating into it. He chose the goddess furnace instead of the world left behind tower for a reason. The goddess furnace had already been exposed in the abyssal depth. He didn't want anyone to know about his other hidden cards. Boom. Just as his body vanished, the terrifying shockwave chased after, hurling the goddess furnace away and smashing several mountain peaks. You little beast, see if you can survive this time. Braun was within the explosion's range as well, but had already retreated into a bead before the explosion began. It was a remnant world, akin to one of the 8 desolates, granted by Simeon to use specifically for launching the Thunderbolt seed. Bang. When the terrifying explosion ended, everything returned to silence. Hundreds of miles were leveled to rubble. Your Excellency. The mountain peak housing Jun-Tian Hall remained protected by its array formations, leaving the Franzes unscathed though pale-faced. An explosion of such magnitude left virtually no survivors among half-step pseudo-immortals. That little beast, he must be dead now. Braun emerged from the remnant world, his breath ragged, barely able to stand. You wish me dead so much? At that moment, a figure crawled out from the dirt, casually retrieving the buried goddess furnace, coldly staring at him. You, how are you not dead? What level treasure is that? Braun's eyes were filled with terror, madness written all over his face. The explosive force was immensely powerful. Hiding in a cave, heaven wouldn't have helped. Such explosions could destroy a cave heaven instantaneously. Virgil remained calm, gripping Braun's head firmly, his expression cold. You can ask Yammer in hell. Stop. A sudden roar interrupted him. Virgil snickered, crushing the man's skull without stopping, then delivered a punch to shatter the soul, finally turning to look at the dark-faced blue-robed middle-aged man nearby. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Didn't hear. Simeon's fists clenched tightly, emitting loud creaks, radiating intense murderous intent. Standing afar, glaring fiercely, he knew Virgil deliberately ignored him, but they signed a challenge agreement before their fight. Despite his rage, Simeon understood killing Virgil now would make him appear unreasonable. He could only suppress his anger. You little beast, fine. Remember this? Cartered over those immortal jade Braun gave you. They belong to Drake Tion Hall, not him. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, Simeon declared the immortal jades as Drake Tion Hall's property, intending to reclaim them. A respected pseudo-immortal, truly shameless. June Tion Hall's Franz's gazes flared with indignation. They clearly saw Simeon attempting to renege on the deal. However, under Simeon's icy glare, none dared speak further. What Braun stole has nothing to do with me. Those immortal jades are mine now. Virgil stared coldly. With such shamelessness, he wouldn't hold back. Haha, little beast, you have no choice. Simeon sneered, slapping down at Virgil. Old beast, do you really think I fear you? Filled with killing intent, Virgil prepared to reveal his ancient demon cultivation. Fourth Elio, stop. Unexpectedly, a man in a green cloud-patterned robe appeared beside them, dismissing Simeon's attack with a flick of his sleeve. It was Prince Third, Rain Immortal Lord. Why, Third Elio? Simeon frowned. This generation of Sabine had 5 sons, excluding adopted Will and the second brother killed long ago, leaving 3. This man was the 3rd son. Surprisingly, he intervened. Could it be the Emperor's command? Another pseudo-immortal. Virgil was also surprised, unsure why this man was helping him. He felt the other's gaze studying him, making him uncomfortable. Fourth Elio, let's end this feud. After examining Virgil, cloud-listening Rain nodded approvingly, shifting his gaze to Simeon. What does this mean? Simeon looked even more troubled, unsure when Virgil connected with his 3rd brother. This man is my offspring, your nephew. We're family. There's no need for lethal combat. The newcomer spoke calmly. Your offspring? How is this possible? Simeon's eyes widened in disbelief. Virgil was equally stunned, unaware of suddenly having a father. His original parents had died when he was young, with no complicated lineage. So why claim him as a son? What benefit did it bring? I'm surprised too, cloud-listening Rain nodded. But the Emperor confirmed it. He carries the bloodline of our Rain Hall, born in Qing.The. He must be the offspring I left behind in Qing.The. Qing.The. Rain Hall bloodline. Grasping these key points, Virgil's confusion cleared. Many things fell into place. Now he understood why Sabine asked those questions in the main hall. It must have detected the immortal blood within him and mistakenly recognized him as Rain Hall's bloodline. Given their similarity, it made sense. Unaware of these nuances, Simeon's expression rapidly changed, saying coldly, since he's 3rd Elio's offspring, forget it. Make him return the immortal jade stolen by Braun, and we'll consider past grievances resolved. Fine. Return the immortal jade to your 4th uncle. Cloud-listening Rain nodded, sternly looking at Virgil. Sorry, I don't know you. As for the immortal jade, it came from a bet with Braun, earned through skill. Why should I return it? Chapter 442. Old dog, I give you a chance. Sorry, I don't recognize you. As for the immortal jade, it was a bet between Braun and me. I earned it with my own strength. Why should I give it to him? A long-lost father suddenly turning up, and he's a quasi-immortal. If a normal person encountered this, even being a half-step quasi-immortal, they would probably kneel and call out, Herald, without hesitation. He did the opposite. He gave no respect. On one hand, he knew the truth. On the other hand, at that time in the Great Hall, he still remembered Emiliano's killing intent. He faintly sensed that this supposed father, coming to acknowledge him, might not be as simple as it seemed. 3rd Elio, hee. Seems like he doesn't appreciate your kindness, Simeon sneered from the side. Blood is thicker than water. Herald would never harm you. Canon sighed, not angry, but patiently trying to reason. I already said you have the wrong person. This immortal jade belongs to me. I won't hand it over. Virgil glanced at him coldly, then turned around to return and refine those immortal jades. 3rd Elio, as they say, good sons are born under strict discipline. This kid is unruly and will become obedient after a good beating. Shall I help? Simeon had an amused look on his face. No need for that. Braden, you must hand over the immortal jade today, and you must come with me. This is not negotiable. Canon clapped his hands, and from nowhere, a snake formed from rainwater coiled around Virgil. They're fighting. The surrounding world was isolated. The Juntion Hall people far away couldn't hear their conversation or know why immortal Lord Rain descended. They only saw the conflict and looked worried. Just Rain Aura, a mere 4th grade. Virgil paused, sensing the snake behind him. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Just 4th grade. Canon heard the arrogant words, momentarily speechless. But right then, he suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying Rain Aura radiating from Virgil. The powerful pressure instantly shattered the little snake. What level of Rain Aura is this? Both Canon and Simeon cultivated Rain Aura. Sensing this terrifying atmosphere, they felt shivers run down their spines. I told you, just 4th grade. A speck of light can't rival the moon. Virgil's eyes were dark as he turned to look at them coldly. Behind him, a shower of blood rain appeared, emitting terrifying power. Rain's magic patterns are also the path of Rain. All paths lead to the same end. In this moment, he is the Emperor of Rain. This was only partially exerted. Otherwise, if it came down to Rain Aura alone, everyone in Rain Wasteland would be nothing compared to him now. SSSH. The Franzes of Juntion Hall far away could feel this terrifying Rain Aura, though they didn't know what was happening inside. This Rain Aura was different from usual, extremely terrifying. It was like a midnight storm intending to destroy everything. How is this possible? He was 5th grade before, how could he become so strong? Simeon stared intently at Virgil, his expression vivid. Go, this is just a warning. Ignoring him, Virgil retracted the rain aura around him and turned to leave. I know. You received a legacy in the place where the Gordy ascended. Standing still, Simeon watched his back, calculating constantly until suddenly he shouted excitedly. Last time he saw Virgil, the rain aura was still 5th grade, but now it was vast and powerful, even feeling more formidable than the Emperor himself. In such a short few days, there was no way he could achieve such progress on his own. There was only one explanation that made sense. He received some legacy in the place where the Gordy ascended. Are you sure? Cannon's face showed surprise and doubt. The Emperor and others opened the place where the Gordy ascended. He naturally knew about this, hearing that there was nothing inside. Third Elio, I'm certain. This kid likely has lost secrets of the Rain Pavilion. I'll take him and force everything out of him. Brat. Emmett, stop. You can't go. Leave those immortal jades. Then obediently tell us what legacy you obtained. Simeon, looking greedy, conjured a cloud hand that grabbed towards Virgil, moving incredibly fast, reaching overhead in an instant. Seeing this, Cannon hesitated, saying nothing. Old scoundrel, seeking death. Sensing the threat above, Virgil's eyes flashed with killing intent, stopping in his tracks. Ancient demon essence gathered, ready to roar and shake the sky. Suddenly, a sword beam slashed from afar, crossing thousands of miles to instantly shatter the cloud hand. Then, a white-robed man appeared beside Virgil, took a sip of wine, and glared ahead coldly. Sword Deity Senior. Virgil paused, reined in his attack, and greeted respectfully. Will. Cannon's eyes narrowed slightly, showing caution. Leave. Otherwise, the next time, this sword will cut into you. Will scanned Simeon, indifferent, his sword vibrating. Will, this is a matter between father and son, none of your business. Cannon frowned, showing apprehension. Yes, Will, this is family business. I'm disciplining my nephew. When did it become your concern? Simeon laughed coldly. Harold and son. Will frowned, looking at Virgil to verify. Virgil gazed forward calmly. That's just your one-sided wish. Leave. Seeing this, Will's sword intent grew stronger, pressuring both of them, making their faces change, looking very unpleasant. Leaving is fine, but he took immortal jade from my Drake Tion Hall. Let him return the jade. Will looked at Virgil again. Old dog, you're truly shameless. Virgil stepped forward, expressionless. Here's an idea. I'll give you a chance. Aren't the immortal jade? Resolve it using the methods of cultivators. Hearing old dog, Simeon's face darkened. What method? Just like before, I give you a chance. Put up 5,000 immortal jade as stakes to challenge me. If you kill me, all jade goes back to you. Dare you? Dare you? Dare you? These two words contained terrifying ancient demon essence, transforming into endless sound waves, piercing Simeon's ears, causing him unbearable humiliation. A mere half-step quasi-immortal challenging him? Even Will and Cannon were taken aback. Half-step quasi-immortal challenging a quasi-immortal? You're only half-step quasi-immortal. Even if your aura isn't weak, Cannon frowned slightly, watching this offspring. Virgil remained silent, expression unchanged, looking at Simeon. Old dog, this is your only chance. Please note that while translating names, especially character names from Chinese to English, it's crucial to maintain consistency with previous translations if available. Since no previous translations were provided, I've maintained the pinyin versions of the names as requested. Chapter 443. You are too weak. Are you sure? Dario laughed bitterly, his voice heavy with suppressed anger. Sure, but do you have 5,000 immortal jades? Virgil sneered coldly. After entering the Rain Temple, he had been holding back, not revealing his true strength. Now, he was planning to show a little more. This decision wasn't made in a moment of impulse, but after careful deliberation. After all, if he could get another 5,000 immortal jades, his total magical power would reach around 9,000, sufficient enough for him to break into the pseudo-immortal realm and gain temporary pseudo-immortal combat power. Even mid-stage human immortals in the pseudo-immortal stage wouldn't frighten him then. 5,000 immortal jades. Dario's face froze. The immortal jades he previously had were all used for betting on this battle with Braun. He even incurred some external debts for this. He indeed did not have 5,000 immortal jades now. Alright, but I have one condition. If you lose, you need to follow me, Cannon said. Show me the immortal jades first before we talk. Virgil sneered coolly. Don't worry with Will here, I won't default on the deal. Cannon pulled out a storage bag and took out 5,000 immortal jades for Virgil to confirm, then returned them to the bag, tossing it to Dario. If so, let's begin. Virgil sneered, looking forward at Dario, coldly saying, Come on, old dog, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Will, what do you say about this? Hearing himself called an old dog, Dario's expression darkened as he turned to look at Will. The latter remained silent and retreated along with Cannon, clearing out the battlefield. Seeing this, Dario sneered and was just about to mock Virgil when a sudden wave of intense danger washed over him. He immediately looked up and saw Virgil surrounded by surging demonic aura, already appearing right in front of him, punching towards him. No need for rain intent, huh? Your speed isn't bad. I underestimated you. Dario's expression turned grim, and he spat out a rain cauldron formed from rain intent straight at Virgil. Virgil's expression remained stern. Without dodging, he reached out and smacked it directly. His current demon essence energy had reached 20,000 strands, almost on par with a typical tier 1 barbarian demon in terms of attack and speed, lacking only the abilities awakened upon reaching the barbarian demon realm and the demon soul. Boom. The transparent rain cauldron shattered under the force. Virgil didn't stop. His expression remained cold as he swung his arm and smashed towards Dario. Such powerful physical strength. Seeing Virgil rely on sheer brute force rather than suppressing the blow with strong rain intent, Dario was startled. However, he didn't have much time to think about it. Rain armor guard. As Virgil's second strike approached, Dario's expression grew serious. A green armor suddenly appeared around his body, shielding him completely. At the instant the armor formed, Virgil's arm lashed out and struck him. The terrifying force instantly blasted Dario away. Only after crashing through several mountains did he regain his composure, rising in the air again, glaring coldly. Not bad, not bad. You've got some skills, keep going. Virgil frowned slightly, not responding, and instantly charged forward again. Reappearing in front of the armored Dario, punches like a storm rained down on the armor, one after another, too fast for Dario to react. His body kept getting knocked away, relying solely on the protection of the rain armor, appearing utterly helpless. What is this? Qing.The watched with shock. A half-step pseudo-immortal was actually pressing a pseudo-immortal? I underestimated you, little brat. After being thrown off for the umpteenth time, Dario seized the opportunity to create distance, glaring at Virgil from afar. He never thought he'd be so embarrassed in the hands of a half-step pseudo-immortal. It felt like he was the half-step pseudo-immortal instead. But his rain intent was being countered by Virgil, rendering most of his spells useless, putting him at a disadvantage. So this is an early-stage human immortal, weak, far too weak. It's just that your shell is somewhat tough, but that's all. Seeing Dario retreat, Virgil sneered, shaking his head. All his ancient demon essence energy surged within him, and he roared loudly. The thunderous roar shook Dario, who momentarily stood still, giving Virgil the chance to charge at high speed, colliding shoulder first. Brutal ox rush. Unstoppable. Damn. Sensing the impending danger, Dario snapped back to reality, seeing Virgil rushing at him. He tried to escape, but Virgil collided with him. The massive force once again sent Dario flying uncontrollably, cracks appearing all over his armor. Virgil's shoulder was bleeding, but his expression remained unchanged as he continued roaring and charged again, colliding with Dario once more. Boy, do you really think I'm afraid of you? This is your fault. This time, Dario was prepared. He quickly regained composure, retreating to a distance and clapping his hands together, seemingly casting a spell. Black Obsidian Annihilation. With those words, black vortexes appeared around Virgil, encircling him, sealing all his escape routes and enveloping him inside. These are black obsidians. Damn it, what is Dario trying to do? This spell will kill him. Watching from the sidelines, Cannon's expression changed drastically. He truly couldn't bear Virgil dying now, given his acknowledged potential. Just as he moved to intervene, a long sword blocked his path. This battle is their own matter. No outsider can participate. He'll die from this spell. Cannon panicked. Will remained expressionless, unmoved. Crazy man, Will, you're insane. That year. Before he could finish, a furious roar interrupted him. In an instant, the black vortexes began to shatter, and a figure covered in rolling demonic aura emerged, standing in the sky, exuding such formidable demonic intent that even pseudo-immortals felt their hearts quake. What immense pressure. This is the kind of pressure only pseudo-ancient demon cultivators possess. Could he be a pseudo-ancient demon cultivator? But why does this pressure feel even more terrifying than the magic, desolate demon emperors? Cannon stared at the figure, startled. How could this be? He actually broke through this move? No, I don't believe it. Dario also wore a crazed expression, unable to believe it. After all, the Black Obsidian spell was one of the few immortal-level spells left by the Gordy, incredibly powerful and requiring a loss of lifespan to activate. To kill Virgil, Dario sacrificed several hundred years of his life, making this spell powerful enough to slay even an early-stage human immortal. Yet this half-step pseudo-immortal brat didn't die and even broke his spell. How could he? I told you. You are too weak. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Chapter 444, Slaying Simeon. This technique, time rewound to not long ago. Virgil looked at the swirling black vortexes surrounding him, sensing an intense wave of danger. After a brief hesitation, he reached into his storage bag and pulled out a damaged flying nail. He shot it towards one of the black vortexes, testing the waters. Unexpectedly, as soon as the nail entered the black hole, it began to slowly disintegrate into dust. His connection with it was severed. What terrifying power! Virgil watched closely, his expression grave. The strength of this flying nail was well known. Even half-step quasi-immortals found it hard to damage. But now it had been instantly disintegrated by this black hole. If he were to enter, his fate would likely be no better. I can only use immortal prohibitions to break this technique. As he saw the black holes around him closing in, compressing his space until not even a fly could escape, Virgil frowned. 5 chains of immortal prohibition emerged from his body, entering the nearest 5 black holes. With a roar that echoed with demonic sound, the black holes shattered instantly. Virgil seized the opportunity and rushed out. At this moment, I am too weak. Being humiliated by a mere half-step quasi-immortal, Simeon felt profound humiliation. She wished she could slap Virgil to death, but realized she couldn't. Old dog, do you remember how you bullied me outside the Earth Abyss? Virgil's face was cold, unwilling to waste time. Dark energy swirled around him as he stomped down on Simeon, treating her like an ant beneath his foot. Kid, there will come a day when I'll get my revenge. Sensing the intense killing intent, Simeon's face darkened as she fled to the distance. She had already expended much of her magical power while casting the Black Obsidian technique earlier. Moreover, Virgil had broken through her technique despite using life force-consuming magic. She wasn't going to be his match. If she still regarded him as an ordinary half-step quasi-immortal, she'd be the fool. Roar. Just then, a loud roar came from behind. Oh no! Simeon's expression changed, feeling a buzzing in her head, her body pausing momentarily. In such a battle, even a momentary distraction could be fatal. Sure enough, when she regained her senses, 6 flying nails had embedded deeply into her flesh. Damn! Simeon's face turned grim. Ignoring the draining mana, she planned to flee again, only to find herself suddenly grabbed by a large hand and pulled back. Damn. That fragment of small world realm is on Braun, the worthless one. What do we do? Seeing Virgil's cold gaze, Simeon was utterly terrified. You, immortal jade, I don't want it. I concede this battle. I'm your Uncle 4, you can't kill me. Uncle 4. Virgil's face showed interest as he looked at her coldly. In a voice only they could hear, he said coldly, do you really think that worthless person from Demon Wasteland can control me? Did you really believe everything I said in the rain hall? Hearing this, Simeon's pupils contracted slightly. Virgil continued, old dog, let me tell you another secret. The people from your all-heaven hall were also killed by me. Simeon's face was filled with terror. Virgil was preparing to eliminate her to cover up. Stop, you've won. Don't kill. From a distance, Cannon, just recovering from the shock of Virgil breaking the black obsidian technique, saw Virgil's murderous gaze and panicked. Attempting to intervene, she was blocked by a white longsword. Will, what are you doing? Cannon glared angrily. I said, this is their personal conflict. Will seemed relieved after seeing Virgil's victory. Will, can you afford the consequences if a quasi-immortal dies? Cannon's eyes were filled with anger. Suddenly, Virgil crushed Simeon's physical form, and with a spray of blood mist, silence returned. A mighty quasi-immortal, unable to escape even as a spirit, had fallen. You killed him. Cannon stared at the lingering blood mist, her face turning ashen. Despite being part of the Imperial family, relationships weren't close. They didn't share the same mother. Yet he was still her brother, a prince of the Rain Hall. And he was killed by her son? I'm sorry, I don't want someone who wants to kill me to live. Meeting Virgil's cold gaze, Cannon felt a tremor in her heart, sensing the killing intent. Suddenly, she understood. This man was not just her son, but a terrifying powerhouse capable of slaying quasi-immortals. Moreover, he broke through the black obsidian technique, meaning his strength was on par with or greater than hers. How could she challenge him? Plus, Will was present. Will, see how you explain this to the Emperor. Cannon's throat moved for a while. This matter was beyond her jurisdiction. She cast a cold glance at Will and swiftly departed, beads of cold sweat covering her back. Unmoved by her threat, Will simply glanced down indifferently, appearing before Virgil. Thank you, Sword Deity Senior. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will take full responsibility. Virgil collected Simeon's storage bag, respectfully bowing to Will. He did not regret killing Simeon. This person had tried to kill him multiple times. Virgil had long marked him as a target, but dealing with Sabine might be tricky. He needed to refine the immortal jade as soon as possible. It seems you're confident facing mid-stage human immortals, Will said calmly. Virgil remained silent. Confidence? It depended on Sabine's stance. He had received blessings from Gordy and didn't wish to oppose Rain Hall. But, don't easily provoke him. Will looked at him deeply, then vanished as a streak of sword light. Virgil also left, appearing in the sky above Equal Heaven Hall. Seeing him, the Hall Franz's faces turned pale. They had witnessed the death of a human immortal, a profoundly shocking event. After all, there were only a few human immortals in the entire Rain Desert. Now one had died, crushed to death by the young man before them. It wouldn't be long before word spread, causing a great uproar. The young man would become a legend. Noticing their reverent gazes, Virgil ordered them not to disturb him recently, then went into the underground palace before donning a ghost mask and disappearing. Next, he needed to enter a deep seclusion to avoid interruptions. This move aimed to confuse Sabine. Finding a cave miles away, Virgil set up a simple sensing array, retrieved the divine maiden furnace, and placed himself inside for added security before entering the Forgotten Tower. 10,000 pieces of immortal jade lay before him. Power! Taking a deep breath, Virgil closed his eyes and began refining the immortal jade. As piece after piece turned to waste rock, Virgil's aura grew increasingly powerful. Hashtag chapter 445, 10,000 years, a lesser millennium world. As Virgil's cultivation advanced, his rate of absorbing immortal jade increased. It took him nearly 3 years to fully refine 10,000 pieces of immortal jade. 3 years later, Virgil's statue-like body suddenly stirred, radiating an overwhelming aura that swept across the surroundings in an instant. The pile of immortal jade beside him, now devoid of their essence, crumbled into dust. However, when Virgil slightly opened his eyes, this overwhelming aura vanished as quickly as it had appeared, under his complete control. 8,920 magical power. Only about 1,100 more is needed to reach the early stage of immortal human. Clenching his fist lightly, Virgil calmed himself after a long pause. The moment to finish off that wretch was drawing near. Wonder how things are outside. Sensing no disturbance from the outer formations, Virgil chose not to end his seclusion but began cultivating the Rupert Classic. He hadn't had a chance to review his knowledge for a long time. He intended to take advantage of this opportunity to fill in any gaps. 10 years later, Virgil extended his palm, where a crackling sound emanated. A bolt of purple lightning flickered in his hand, its power far surpassing that of white lightning. One strike of this purple lightning almost equaled a false immortal's attack, capable of easily slaying a quasi-immortal. Virgil dismissed it with a wave of his hand, unfazed. Purple lightning still wasn't enough. He hadn't cultivated the Rupert Classic thoroughly and decided to use this period to reach the Ink Thunder level. However, this step was extremely difficult. Even the Rupert didn't manage to cultivate beyond it. 20 years later, Virgil stretched out his hand, producing another crackling sound. Gazing at the black thunderbolt in his palm, he murmured, "This strike can severely wound an early-stage immortal human." Certainly, such immense power came at a heavy cost. His inner magical power was almost completely drained. Soon, the black thunderbolt in his palm dissipated, leaving Virgil feeling weak as he closed his eyes. This move cannot be used casually. After consuming some magic recovery pills and waiting until his powers were restored, Virgil took out the merit umbrella, gently stroking its surface. He pulled out a spirit stone, intending to restore it to a quasi-immortal artifact, only to find that regardless of the number of spirit stones absorbed, the power of the merit umbrella did not increase, as if it had reached its limit. This wasn't because the merit umbrella could only be restored to an artifact level. Virgil guessed that the spirit stone's quality was too low to facilitate further restoration. Do I need higher-grade immortal jades? A contemplative look crossed his face. Lacking additional immortal jades, he put it away for now and instead took out a dream heart fruit, swallowing it. He aimed to use the realm within the dream heart fruit to comprehend life and death and achieve a breakthrough. After 15 minutes, Virgil emitted a sense of antiquity. Without pausing, he consumed another dream heart fruit. Upon opening his eyes again, the ancient aura around him grew stronger, and the half-black, half-white circle in his eyes gained another stroke. Mastery over life and death realm, 4th rank. 4th rank? Not enough yet. But when Virgil tried to consume more dream heart fruits to deepen his understanding of life and death, he found that the white dream heart fruits had no effect on him anymore. It seems cultivators can only consume 3 dream heart fruits in their lifetime. I wonder if the 10,000-year dream heart fruit has the same limitation. As he pondered, Virgil tapped his storage bag, revealing a pale pink dream heart fruit. A 10,000-year dream heart fruit. Consuming it might bring danger. After all, a 10,000-year-old dream heart fruit represents 10,000 years of life, a torment for many cultivators. Because 10,000 years is too long, it could cause one to collapse in the dream. 10,000 years. Virgil gazed resolutely at the fruit in his hand and swallowed it. As the fruit slid down, Virgil closed his eyes and fell silent. In the dream, the world subtly shifted, and Virgil embarked on endless cycles of reincarnation within the dream heart fruit. During his first consumption, he fortuitously recalled his identity. However, during the second and third times, he failed to do so, just as he did this time. When Virgil opened his eyes again, an immensely ancient aura enveloped him. Hundreds of lifetimes over 10,000 years, all repeated between life and death. While only an incense stick's worth of time passed in the real world, Virgil murmured. The circle in his eyes was now down to just 1/5, nearing perfection. At this point, a terrifying realm expanded from his body. Under this realm, it contained his 10,000-year life and hundreds of reincarnations, entrancing even quasi-immortals. Now his strength had undergone a fundamental transformation compared to before his seclusion. It was no surprise. The dream heart fruit was exceedingly rare, something encountered by chance rather than sought. For comprehending Tao and enhancing one's state of mind, it was considered top tier among cultivators, especially a 10,000-year dream heart fruit. However, Virgil felt little joy. Through 10,000 years of reincarnation, he experienced countless events, joys, and sorrows. His heart was now calm, but that somewhat blurry figure remained indelible in his heart, making him even more resolute in his path. This was destined to be a distant journey, and he was bound to walk it alone, unlike others who indulged in the flowers and beauty along the way. His goal was to see her, waiting at the end of this journey. A mental impulse led Virgil to retrieve Dario and bronze storage bags for inspection. Though there were various items inside, most weren't useful to him. He primarily sought 2 things. One was the method to wield the armor. The other was the obsidian technique. The former offered formidable defense, while the latter was devastatingly offensive. He sensed both techniques had high potential. Unfortunately, only the armor's wielding method was found in the storage bags. The obsidian technique used by Dario during their fight was not included. Virgil shook his head, not too regretful. There hadn't been time to search their souls earlier. Besides the rain god armor, he discovered something intriguing. A mental impulse revealed a slightly damaged black bead in his hand. A heavenly cave treasure? Doesn't feel like it. With the bead's owner dead, it became ownerless. A drop of blood re-established ownership, linking Virgil to it. After establishing this connection, his mental impulse led him out of the Forgotten World Tower. Surrounded by undulating mountains and a night sky, Virgil spent 3 days traversing this vast world. He found this world's grade surpassed the Heavenly Cave world. A world above the Heavenly Cave world must be a lesser Millennium world, though unfortunately, it's broken. Even so, hiding inside would make it impossible for an early-stage immortal human to capture me, as they can't forcibly break through this realm. Chapter 446. This child Robertast not be left alive. The lesser Millennium world is a spatial treasure situated above the cave heaven treasures. Darnell is equivalent to a lesser Millennium world. Above it are the Middle Millennium world and the Greater Millennium world. The entire 8 desolations combined form a Middle Millennium world. As for the supreme Greater Millennium world, it requires the combination of 4 seas and 8 desolations to even be considered as one. Now, this pearl Virgil obtained had been damaged. Otherwise, hiding inside it would render him invulnerable to anyone except for an immortal ghost. Of course, with the legacy tower already in Virgil's possession, even if it were fully intact, it wouldn't be of paramount importance to him, but it was still undeniably a treasure. Shaking his head, Virgil placed the celestial coffin within this broken lesser Millennium world, and then sat beside it to cultivate the armor technique. This technique was called Rain General's Blessing, created by a certain Sabine of the Rain Pavilion, consisting of 3 stages and requiring comprehension of the essence of rain. Stage 1 involved condensing one's magical power into a rain-like armor covering the body, enhancing both defense and attack by 10% upon success. Stage 2 summoned a divine general doppelganger that enshrouded the practitioner's body. While less flexible, its defense was stronger. Stage 3 was the Rain General's manifestation, a true combination of offensive and defensive prowess, with almost no same-rank cultivator able to breach its defenses. As seen previously, Braun only demonstrated a higher configuration of the first stage, which looked like the third stage but was far from achieving such effects. Rain General's Blessing. Now that Virgil's understanding of rain was profound, mastering this technique was simple, and he advanced to the 3rd stage in just a month. He then adapted the method, trying to cover the colossal magic manifestation with the armor. This process took 2 months. After 2 months, a towering giant stood amidst heaven and earth, completely enveloped in sacred armor yet radiating demonic energy, an image of contradiction. It seemed like a fusion of god and devil. It succeeded. Virgil's heart remained unmoved. After practicing and refining this technique further, he started practicing soul extraction within this ruined Lesser Millennium world. Meanwhile, in Central Plains, over a month had passed since the news of Virgil slaying Terence spread across all nations, causing shock throughout the 5 countries. The name Braden, the hall master of Qing.The Pavilion, became instantly recognizable among both large and small forces, even overshadowing the Haley Lords of Rain Pavilion at one point, being mentioned alongside by Destin, the chief of the Haley Lords. Additionally, the feud between Virgil and Terence came to light, including Terence's intentional suppression of Virgil outside the Earth Abyss, followed by sending Hall Master Drake Braun, to challenge Virgil in Central Plains, and eventually reneging on the agreement. It caused much discussion among cultivators who held them in contempt. Some wondered about the Sabine's attitude towards Terence's death. Terence wasn't just a human immortal, but also the son of the Sabine. Would the father let this slide? Naturally, Miriam was most concerned about this news. In Qing.The Pavilion, the green-robed Sylvia with a single ponytail listened to the Franzes discuss Virgil and Terence's conflict but did not participate. Her eyes reflected worry. She had just returned from Songbing Valley where her master resided when she learned of Virgil killing Terence, stunning her on the spot. He did so well, actually killing a quasi-immortal. But wait, how reckless could he be? He actually killed Terence. What should I do? The Sabine won't let this go. With his own son killed like this, how could the mighty Sabine let it pass? No, I need to ask my master for help to protect Virgil. The young Sylvia felt anxious and hurriedly stepped out, but soon her expression darkened. Her master might be powerless in this matter. She would only cause trouble if she went to him. She seemed helpless. Miriam, you're useless. The rain was light. Unlike the heavy downpour, it was like the prelude to a storm. Standing in the rain, the Sabine's mood mirrored the rainfall before him. Virgil, suspected of possessing third-rank rain essence, inherited by the Gordy, suspected to be a quasi-ancient demon cultivator, capable of killing early-stage quasi-immortals. Very good indeed. Hiding so deeply, even deceiving him. Feeling his murderous intent, the drizzle instantly turned into a torrential downpour. Can't keep this tiger as a pet and allow another will to exist. This child must not be left alive. He absolutely conspired with the Iman. Over a decade ago, when Robertian City appeared, it was no coincidence. It might have been the Iman's return, and Virgil was there too, back when he was just a nascent soul, now grown so powerful in mere years. Lately, the Sabine had dispatched people to investigate Virgil in the Endless Sea, uncovering many feats, intensifying his murderous thoughts. Initially, he targeted Virgil because of his potent bloodline that posed a potential threat. Now, it felt like a blade lay beside his bed. If he weren't eliminated, peace would be hard to achieve. Thinking of the moment he heard Virgil knew the Rupert scripture and didn't send someone to kill him, he couldn't help but feel regret. He hadn't anticipated Virgil's rapid growth. This reminded him, he couldn't give the other time anymore. Just like the Iman, Virgil was unruly and untamable. Giving him more time would make him unstoppable. He must be removed as soon as possible. However, this kid has already grown wings and can break through black obsidian techniques. Apart from middle-stage human immortals, no one can kill him. To ensure success, he must be lured there. Since this child conspired with the Iman, we'll wait for the fish to bite without alarming him. At the same time, somewhere in Darnell, a tranquil surface suddenly rumbled, splitting open into a several zhang-wide fissure, drawing nearby cultivators. What's happening? Could there be a rare treasure emerging? As everyone's eyes lit up, a man with unfathomable aura slowly emerged. His formidable presence immediately filled the cultivators with dread, and they exploded into bloody mist mid-air, one of them a nascent soul. The man ignored this, stepping towards the horizon, muttering, "A barren land is truly barren, impoverished. After so many years, my injuries haven't healed, all because of that damned little Sylvia." Seeming to recall something infuriating, intense murderous intent filled his eyes. He'd never seen such a powerful middle-stage nascent soul. Even the descendants of Lucians were no better. Just a middle-stage nascent soul caused him severe injury and damaged his Tao. Back then, though suppressed to peak nascent soul, his combat power and knowledge allowed him to easily slaughter lower-world half-quasi-immortals, even challenging quasi-immortals. Chapter 447. Retrieve my original body. Could that little Sylvia be a clone or something of a powerful figure? The man's mood gradually calmed down as he slowly furrowed his brows. Apart from this, he could not fathom who else could accomplish such an absurd feat. It should be like that. Back then, the Sylvia was merely at the golden core stage, but after entering that small tower, she broke through to the middle stage of transformation within a day. She might have been suppressing her cultivation before. And speaking of which, my own cultivation inexplicably dropped a major realm back then. That technique seemed to be the long-lost immortal ceiling. But since the great Ronin has disappeared, why would anyone still know this move? Moreover, this immortal ceiling is even more potent than what legends suggest. It's almost unbelievable. Based on that little Sylvia's cultivation alone, she definitely couldn't have executed it. It's highly likely that the little Sylvia has some connection with the great Ronin, and there was a powerful entity within her using immortal ceiling to suppress my cultivation. But now, it'll be harder to retrieve the key. That little Sylvia has a complicated relationship with that young man. If the mission fails, he seemed to recall something terrifying, revealing a look of lingering fear. Quickly, his brows relaxed again. Whatever, let me first recover from my injuries. Find a few fire veins. I should be able to recover within half a year. Then, I will kill that young man and that little Sylvia for revenge. Last time, it was due to my carelessness. This time, I'll gather a few quasi-immortals and see if an existence that dares not show itself can suppress several people's cultivation. The man quickly regained his composure, coldly laughing out loud. The weakest rain wilderness of the lower realm, where the strongest figures are only middle-stage quasi-immortals. At that time, by enslaving a group of quasi-immortals, he could break this impasse. For now, he would go to find another fire vein to recuperate. Within the devastated small thousand world, 5 years had passed, yet Virgil was unaware that the trash he longed to destroy would recover in just half a year. Over these 5 years, he repeatedly practiced soul extraction, finally perfecting this technique. A single soul extraction boosted his inner mana close to 2,500, directly breaking through the quasi-immortal threshold and lasting about half an hour. Now, all the techniques Virgil needed to practice were already completed, and he could leave the legacy tower. Walking within the range gendarme, Virgil inquired about recent events. He had changed his appearance. Unless one was a true immortal, no one could penetrate his disguise. As for the respectable Avril token from the Uniform Heaven Hall, he had left it inside the legacy tower. Finding him based on this token was wishful thinking. Nowadays, killing Yun Arlanpong was a big scandal in the Central Plains, but Brennan did not give any stance nor issue a warrant for him. He remained silent. Virgil felt somewhat disappointed for some reason. To be honest, he now hoped Brennan would come to kill him, moving swiftly. Those 50,000 spirit jades on his body made Virgil quite envious. Rushing forward to snatch them was inappropriate since the ancestor of the Rain clan had done favors for him. It would be too ungracious. Should I probe him? Come to think of it, I still have a fruit. Perhaps without stealing, I can trade with him. Virgil paused in his steps, pondering slightly. Initially, when Little Vinegar went away, the demon immortal gave him a fruit. Worried that it might burst his stomach, he dared not refine it. After all, it contained the power of 10,000 cycles. Even early-stage quasi-immortals didn't dare consume it. Gradually refining it bit by bit wouldn't work either. By the time he finished the first mouthful, the remaining vitality within the fruit would be depleted. While he couldn't refine it, this fruit was valuable for mid-stage or late-stage human immortals. He could sell it to Brennan for 50,000 spirit jades. The latter would probably be quite willing. After absorbing too many spirit jades, there's resistance. So for a mid-stage human immortal, those 50,000 spirit jades might not boost one's strength by 10,000 cycles. This fruit, however, had no such concerns. Consuming it directly adds 10,000 cycles of strength to a late-stage human immortal. Go. His eyes flickered, and Virgil decided to try. Though he wasn't entirely trusting of Brennan, with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the other party. Brennan had never been considered an opponent. But just as he was about to set off, he suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. Who is it? Brennan? Virgil maintained a calm expression, releasing divine sense secretly. Palamaints later, he struck towards the right side space. Not bad progress, you could sense me. Though I did intentionally expose myself, your divine sense has at least reached the initial stage of human immortality, said a voice as ripples appeared in the previously empty space, similar to water ripples. Then, a white jade hand emerged from nowhere, colliding with his palm. Recognizing the familiar aura, Virgil quickly withdrew most of his force, stepping back a few paces after the hit. Gabby, when did you arrive? Looking at the red-clothed Noelle standing before him, her aura nearly reaching the initial stage of human immortality, he was both shocked and amazed. I've been following since you entered that furnace, Gabby stated coolly. Upon learning that Gabby had followed him the whole way, Virgil was surprised yet envious. Such a stealthy technique for concealing one's aura and form, if not exposed deliberately, would remain undetected even by initial stage human immortals. This is primordial lightning step, only executable by quasi-immortals. Arlen to learn? I can teach you. Gabby glanced at him sideways, stepping closer, grabbing his arm, and instantly dashing forward. Feeling his arm held by her, Virgil instinctively turned his body, his gaze landing on her elongated neck, then to her fair profile, smelling the fragrant scent nearby. His heart stirred momentarily. Soon, he was amazed to discover that following Gabby's steps, their bodies emitted faint thunder sounds, slowly disappearing into thin air, only visible to each other, leaving him utterly curious. Close your eyes, feel it with your heart. This technique focuses on intent, not form. Now, I will teach you the essentials. Wind is soundless, lightning is shapeless, light is shadowless, swift as a clap of thunder. Gabby turned her head, meeting his eyes calmly. Virgil closed his eyes and slowly grasped the essence under her guidance. After a while, Virgil opened his eyes slightly, letting go of Gabby's hand, stepping forward independently. Initially, nothing changed, but gradually, thunder sounded as his figure seemed to turn into a flash of lightning. You've mastered the basics, the rest depends on your own practice. To make it flawless, you need to perfect this technique, Gabby remarked. Virgil nodded and walked back to her. You came looking for me. There must be another matter. I need your help. It may be dangerous given your current cultivation. What is it? Retrieve my original body. Please let me know if you need further adjustments or details. Chapter 448. Exposure. Amb. The implications in that statement were significant, and Virgil needed a moment to process them. First, he was certain now that the Marian-robed woman was not some kind of ghostly presence, but a living person. But she had just said that she needed to reclaim her original body, implying that this current form was not hers, a reluctant choice after her original body experienced an unexpected change. Body snatching. The thought crossed his mind, and Virgil shook his head. He wasn't familiar with the original owner of this body, and knew she wasn't exactly a good person, so he wouldn't reproach or distance himself from the Marian-robed woman. What intrigued him more was what could have happened to force her to abandon her original body. Everything you wish to know will be revealed once I regain my body, the Marian-robed woman replied calmly. Where is your original body? Virgil didn't press further, already guessing the answer based on her earlier mysteriousness. In the world where Manny attained nirvana, I've already hidden inside it once. Ideally, a mid-stage Heath Guardian might be there. In the worst case, Darnell might also be involved. I need you to hold them off for 3 days. If you can't, then forget it. She slowly explained the potential dangers ahead to Virgil. Of course, she kept some things to herself. This body was created through special means and wouldn't last much longer. If she didn't return to her original body soon, she would dissipate and die completely. She didn't want to burden Virgil by telling him this. She wasn't the type to seek favors, especially with Virgil. She felt something indescribable towards him. So it's there, possibly facing Darnell and a mid-stage Heath. Why wouldn't Heath be at Manny's place of nirvana? Virgil didn't ask why a powerful guardian protected her body, but instead raised another question. He knew about Heaths, but thought they were sealed in the Earth Abyss by the Rain Pavilion. Why would one appear at Manny's nirvana site? And how did he miss it the last time he visited? Indeed, it couldn't be ruled out. The world was vast, and according to the Marian-robed woman, this Heath seemed to be allied with Darnell. If Darnell didn't want anyone to find them, no one would detect their presence. And Heath once broke out from the Earth Abyss years ago. Later, I learned that the leading mid-stage Heath didn't die but struck a deal with the previous Darnell, serving each successive Darnell. The Marian-robed woman's voice was light, like a gentle breeze. So, it came refers to this Heath. Was Roberta Yoon's city destroyed because of it? Were you also betrayed by it and Darnell back then? Virgil recalled the words behind the Buddha Hall in the underwater city, suddenly connecting the dots as he grabbed her arm. Let's go. To Manny's nirvana site. Honestly, blocking 2 mid-stage Earth Immortals was daunting for him. After all, it was his first time facing such strong opponents, let alone 2 of them. But for the Marian-robed woman, he had to push forward. It wasn't about romance. She had helped him multiple times. Under her unparalleled stealth, they quietly approached the valley where the Rain Pavilion's main hall was located. Normally, only Darnell trained here without other Earth Immortals around. Today, however, Darnell seemed to be elsewhere, leaving only ordinary Rain Pavilion cultivators for patrols. Seeing Darnell was absent, Virgil felt a pang of regret. He had initially planned to capture Darnell first to avoid being ambushed by 2 Earth Immortals later, but since Darnell wasn't there, he had to scrap that idea. Stealthily, they entered the underground palace below, bypassing any arrays effortlessly thanks to the Marian-robed woman's familiarity with the place. Familiar rain, familiar world. Returning here brought back memories of receiving Manny's inheritance, yet now he was here to fight. Virgil was deeply moved. The first layer of the world was vast. They moved undetected for 2 days before reaching the entrance to the second layer. The rain grew heavier upon entry. If we can't succeed, don't hesitate to leave me behind. The Marian-robed woman turned to him while staying hidden. All right, no worries, Virgil responded casually. Without further ado, they reached a distant mountain peak a day later. The Marian-robed woman paused. Serious? We're here. Virgil focused on the peak, sensing an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from it. Wait, that wasn't a mountain. Upon closer inspection, the stationary mountain suddenly moved. He realized it was actually a massive Heath resting on its back, curled up, hence looking like a mountain. That's the mid-stage Heath? Indeed, its aura is formidable. My original body is within that palace. The Marian-robed woman pointed to the colossal palace behind the Heath. This Heath is nearly at late stage, with approximately 150,000 mana. It would sense me if I get too close. I'll draw its attention. Virgil knew what to do, stepping forward. He originally intended to use his ghost face mask, but ultimately decided against hiding. Purple lightning coalesced in his hand, crackling ominously as he launched it at the distant dragon. Just as the strike neared, a hand emerged from the void, shattering the lightning. Another powerful entity. Virgil's expression darkened. Besides the Heath, there was another hidden presence here. Someone who could easily neutralize his attack and freely enter Manny's world. It dawned on him who it was. You finally arrived here. A chilling voice echoed in his mind. Virgil grunted, blood trickling from his lips as he stared at the middle-aged man in a cloud-patterned robe emerging step by step from the void. Darnell. Roar. The enormous Heath stood beside Darnell, glaring menacingly at Virgil. Come out, Jan not weak. No need to hide. I know you're here. Darnell ignored Virgil's grim look, smirking as he spoke. After a pause, the Marian-robed woman gradually appeared beside Virgil. You underestimated me. You sensed me when I last infiltrated and set up an ambush. Chapter 448. Exposure. This sentence carried a lot of information, and Virgil needed to organize his thoughts. First, he could confirm that Marian Cloaks was not a ghost-like existence but a living person. However, she mentioned wanting to reclaim her original body, implying that this current body wasn't hers. She had no choice but to use this one because her original body had run into some issues. Was it soul snatching? The thought crossed his mind, and Virgil shook his head. He wasn't familiar with the original owner of this body and certainly didn't consider them a good person. Naturally, he wouldn't distance himself from Marian Cloaks over this. What intrigued him more was what had happened that forced her to abandon her original body. What you want to know, you'll learn after I retrieve my body, Marian Cloaks calmly said. Where is your body? Virgil didn't press further. Considering Marian Cloaks' mysterious nature, he had already guessed the answer. In the world where Gordy's remains lie, I've entered it once while remaining hidden. Ideally, a mid-stage human immortal Heath guards it. Worst case, add an Emiliano. I need you to hold them off for 3 days. If you can't, then forget it, Marian Cloaks explained, prepping Virgil for the dangers ahead. Of course, she still withheld some truths. Her current body, formed through special means, couldn't last much longer. Without returning to her original body soon, she would dissipate and die. She didn't say this to spare Virgil from a difficult position. She wasn't someone who sought repayment for favors, especially not from Virgil, towards whom she felt an inexplicable connection. Really in that place, facing Emiliano and a mid-stage human immortal Heath. But why is there an Heath at Gordy's resting place? Virgil asked, focusing on another matter instead of questioning why a mid-stage human immortal guarded her body. He knew about heaths, but wasn't aware one resided at Gordy's resting place. Moreover, why hadn't he noticed it when he visited last? That possibility couldn't be ruled out. After all, the world was vast, and from Marion Cloak's hint, the heath seemed allied with Emiliano. If Emiliano wanted secrecy, no one could detect its presence. Years ago, the heath from the abyss managed to escape once. Later, I found out that the leading mid-stage human immortal heath survived and struck a deal with the previous Emiliano, now obeying each subsequent Emiliano. Marion Cloak said softly. So, the it came message I saw behind that Buddha hall likely referred to this heath. Back then, Roberta Yun City was destroyed because of it, and you were betrayed by it and Emiliano? Realizing this, Virgil grabbed her arm, as she had done to him before. Let's go to Gordy's resting place. Truthfully, holding off two mid-stage human immortals wasn't something he was confident about. It was his first encounter with such formidable beings, and there were two of them. But for Marion Cloaks, he had to push forward despite the odds. This wasn't about affection but about gratitude for her repeated help. Under Marion Cloak's expert concealment, they silently reached the valley housing the main Rain Temple. Normally, only Emiliano practiced here without any human immortals present. Today, however, Emiliano seemed to be away, leaving only ordinary Rain Temple cultivators on guard. Seeing Emiliano absent, Virgil felt a tinge of regret. He had initially planned to neutralize Emiliano, first to avoid being flanked by two human immortals. With Emiliano gone, this plan had to be scrapped. Remaining concealed, they quietly entered the underground palace. Despite the array formations, Marion Cloaks knew the layout well, leading them smoothly into Gordy's world. Familiar Rain, familiar world. Returning here, he had obtained Gordy's legacy last time. Now, he came prepared to fight. Virgil sighed, feeling nostalgic. The first level was vast. They moved stealthily for 2 days, avoiding detection by the rain beasts, until they reached the entrance to the second level. As they entered, the rain grew heavier. If it doesn't work, don't hesitate. Leave me behind and go. Marion Cloaks turned to him while maintaining their stealth. All right, rest assured, Virgil replied nonchalantly. Marion Cloaks didn't respond further. A day later, they spotted a mountain peak ahead. Marion Cloaks stopped and solemnly said, "We're here." Virgil focused on the peak, sensing an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Wait, that's not a mountain. His gaze sharpened, noticing movement. He realized it was a massive heath lying down, looking like a mountain from this angle. Is that the mid-stage human immortal heath? Its power is indeed immense. My body is inside that palace. Marion Cloaks pointed to the colossal palace behind the heath, adding, this heath is nearly late-stage human immortal, with magic power around 150,000. If I approach within 10,000 feet, it will sense me. I'll draw its attention. Virgil stepped forward, initially intending to use his ghost mask but decided against it. No point hiding now. Magic power swirling, purple lightning condensed in his hand, crackling ominously, heading straight for the distant heath. But just before striking, a palm emerged from nowhere, shattering the lightning. Another powerhouse. Virgil's eyes narrowed, realizing another strong presence besides the heath. Someone capable of effortlessly neutralizing his lightning and moving freely in this world. His guess was confirmed almost immediately. You really came here. As expected, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Virgil grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staring intently at the middle-aged man in dragon-patterned robes emerging from the void. Emiliano. Who? The massive heath rose beside Emiliano, glaring fiercely at Virgil. Why hide? Come out, Lei Huang. Emiliano, ignoring Virgil's grim expression, looked past him with a smirk. Lei Huang appeared slowly, standing next to Virgil. You underestimated me. You sensed me sneaking in last time and set a trap here. Hashtag chapter 449. Rupert, Gabby, that didn't happen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you go at the time. However, I left some minor tricks in that underground palace. Even though you didn't trigger the formation, I could still tell if anyone had entered it and immediately guessed it was you. I just didn't expect that you actually survived back then and were barely hanging on all these years, Sabine sneered, as if victory was already within his grasp and he wasn't in a hurry to act. Upon hearing the true identity of Gabby, who was indeed the unending Rupert, Virgil felt no great surprise. In fact, when he went to Drakehuang Island earlier, he had already sensed something from the odd behavior of people like Anakin. Hearing Gabby's words later only confirmed his suspicions even more. And you, insect, you really did collude with the unending Rupert. As a member of the Rain Pavilion, you betrayed your own kind. Today, I will wipe both of you out here. Sabine shifted his gaze to Virgil and said coldly. Sensing the inexplicable hostility and deep-seated hatred from the other side, Virgil furrowed his brows but didn't take it seriously. Let's go. At this moment, Gabby suddenly grabbed his arm, concealed their presence, and darted into the distance. Gabby? Virgil was puzzled. Let's go. Gabby's face remained indifferent. Before entering, she had asked Virgil to hold off two mid-stage human immortals because she was confident that it wouldn't alert Sabine. Then Virgil would only need to deal with the heath. That's why she sought his help. Who would have thought it was all part of Sabine's trap? Facing two mid-stage human immortals and one peak mid-stage human immortal heath, which even a late-stage human immortal might not be able to handle, such a lineup would challenge even a late-stage human immortal. Virgil couldn't possibly hold them off. Asking for his help now would only get him killed. Arlant to escape? Seeing the two conceal their forms, Sabine sneered and ordered, kill them. What useless creatures. Two mere pseudo-immortals, and I have to do it myself. Remember, don't forget to offer a sacrifice after each strike. The heath roared in a voice resembling thunder. Don't worry. Sabine's face darkened. Never before had someone called him useless. If not for needing this beast and being unable to fight back, he would make it pay dearly. Roar. After making the deal, the heath wasted no time, roaring loudly. Immediately, terrifying sound waves spread from its body, sweeping toward the surroundings with the power of a mid-stage, pseudo-immortal strike, chasing after the fleeing Gabby and Virgil. Seeing this, Gabby's expression turned grave. Just as she was about to speed up, Virgil shook off her hand and stood in front of her. No need to run. Let me hold them off for a while. You hide in the palace. Trust me. Gabby stared at his back in silence. Boom! At that moment, the terrifying sound waves were almost upon them. Mountains around them instantly crumbled to dust. Before they reached, Virgil already felt shivers run down his spine. It was like facing that Franz from Fong family when he was young. The feeling of utter insignificance. No one can make me kneel. Not the old dog back then, and certainly not this beast. Back at Qing's sect, Virgil had kneeled once, choked until he couldn't resist. He swore never to kneel again. His eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand, grabbing towards the ground. His aura climbed rapidly. At a critical moment, he broke through the pseudo-immortal barrier, releasing the aura of an early-stage human immortal, spreading outward. Extract soul. Sabine's gaze instantly focused on him, recognizing the technique Virgil used, filled with envy. This was the Gordy's signature move, and even Sabine didn't know it. Why should the other know it? This made him more determined to kill Virgil. Get lost. Unaware of Sabine's increased killing intent, Virgil's aura surged after breaking through to pseudo-immortal. Ancient spellcasting, the Guardian of Rain simultaneously activated. Instantly, a 10,000-foot-tall giant clad in armor, fearsome like a deity, appeared on the ground. The next moment, as the sound waves arrived, the armor began to crack, forcing Virgil to retreat hundreds of steps against his will. Blood streaks covered his massive body, and a pale trickle dripped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes locked onto the enemy ahead. This is what a peak mid-stage human immortal looks like. Indeed very strong. A bit interesting. This human must taste delicious. The Heath's bloodshot eyes stared at him. I told you this person isn't simple, Sabine sneered. The best part is yet to come. Virgil realized it was Sabine's trap. It didn't matter whether it was to kill Gabby or himself. What mattered now was Sabine's intent to kill him. He wouldn't let him leave alive. So he resolved to annihilate everyone. I'll hold them off. With large strides, Virgil lunged forward without hesitation, unleashing a bolt of white lightning that cracked through the air and struck Sabine. Little insect. Sensing the power of the lightning, Sabine disdainfully snorted, unleashing a terrifying aura that instantly annihilated the white lightning. Unbeknownst to him, a purple bolt followed closely behind, shooting towards him the moment the white bolt shattered. Simultaneously, 6 invisible chains pierced into his body, suppressing his cultivation level layer by layer. Some improvement, but still nothing. Sabine was unaware, coldly snorting and attempting to tear apart the purple lightning as before. Unexpectedly, the purple lightning abruptly veered, bypassing his hand and striking him before he could react. Spurt. Caught off guard, Sabine spat out a stream of blood, his body flying away like a broken kite and smashing into a distant mountain. Palamaints later, a disheveled figure soared up, staring at Virgil with sheer shock. What happened? How did you suddenly become so strong? That last hit nearly injured me critically. Wait, my armor is fine. You haven't grown stronger. Rather, I've weakened, seemingly suppressed by some force. Useless is useless. Stop making excuses, the Heath mocked. Sabine's face darkened at this remark. Meanwhile, Virgil silently withdrew the immortal suppression spell, frowning as he scrutinized the charred spot on Sabine's chest. The purple lightning had blasted a hole in the robe, revealing an inner armor that was only slightly scorched but not destroyed. A defensive pseudo-immortal artifact. No wonder, fitting for the Sabine, who possessed many treasures. Initially planning to catch Sabine off guard and deliver a critical blow, saving much trouble, now he could only fight 2-1. End of chapter 449. Chapter 450. The Aura of Life and Death. Fight. With a cold glance, Virgil instantly appeared in front of the human and the dragon, unleashing 6 chains from his body. 3 entered the Sabine's body, 3 entered the Earth Dragon's body. Simultaneously, he circulated the ancient demon essence and unleashed 2 punches. One punch aimed at the Earth Dragon, the other at the Sabine. His soul extraction technique could only last half an hour. In that time, he had to take down one of them. Otherwise, after falling back to the initial stage of a mortal human, the power suppression of the banned immortal would greatly diminish. So he couldn't waste any time. Seeing Virgil initiate the attack, both the Earth Dragon and the Sabine felt provoked. Though Virgil's attack looked intimidating, it was only at the level of the initial stage of a mortal human. To them, it was akin to dealing with an ant. Spare his life. I have other uses for him. As the battle began, the Earth Dragon and the Sabine attacked separately. A divine light enveloped the Sabine as he raised his palm and struck out. The Earth Dragon opened its enormous mouth, exhaling a scorching dragon breath that seemed capable of melting space. Watching Virgil face off against both the dragon and the Sabine, the Verity instinctively clenched her fists, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Even at her prime, facing these two would only allow her to barely manage. Using the soul extraction, Virgil was now at the initial stage of a mortal human. Though the abilities of the other two were also suppressed to the same stage, their aura was clearly much stronger. With a loud boom, both attacks hit Virgil's fists almost simultaneously. After a brief collision, Virgil flew backward uncontrollably, coughing up a mouthful of blood before stopping nearby, his face noticeably pale. From this exchange, he realized there was still a gap between him and the two, but not an insurmountable one. The Verity felt relieved when she saw Virgil wasn't heavily injured despite being at a disadvantage. She hesitated for a moment, then quietly concealed herself. Every second now, Virgil was risking his life to buy her time. She couldn't betray his intentions. What's going on? The human and the dragon sensed something was amiss, looking at Virgil who stood pale some distance away, extremely puzzled. Under normal circumstances, their combined attack should have turned him into dust, yet he only seemed slightly injured. Our powers are weakened. We're only at the initial stage of a mortal human, the Sabine realized first. He quickly checked his cultivation and was shocked to find that it had been suppressed by 70%, dropping him to the initial stage of a mortal human. The Earth Dragon also wore a dark expression, discovering his powers similarly dropped by 70%, reaching around the peak of the initial stage. It was as if an ominous rule had forcefully suppressed their strength, unprecedented. Kill him. With this skill, who inside the realm of a mortal human can be my match? The Sabine quickly regained excitement. Even though they had both dropped to the initial stage of a mortal human, their cultivation remained higher than Virgil's. Well then, let's see who kills whom. Virgil stepped forward, appearing in front of them. The cycle of life and death swirled around him as he threw 2 punches, each containing black and white auras. This was the life and death fist he created based on the concept of life and death. It was the first time he used it. Unknown was its full power. Boom. The fist, wrapped in black and white auras, collided with the Earth Dragon's claw and the Sabine's palm. Even under the suppression of the ban immortal, Virgil was still disadvantaged in raw power, and he was immediately blasted backward, his complexion growing even paler, sensing a surge of blood churning within him. But the black and white auras on his fists seeped into their bodies through the points of contact, gradually eroding their vitality and making them feel suddenly aged, as if they had lost decades of lifespan. Such terrifying intent. At least second rank. And what kind of intent is this? I feel my vitality and lifespan constantly being eroded by it. The Earth Dragon was instantly alarmed. Immortal humans typically live for 3,000 to 5,000 years. Although the two had plenty of remaining lifespan, if subjected to several more punches like that, how many years would they have left? This is the aura of life and death. Damn it. Isn't that something only ghost immortals can comprehend? The Sabine, well-versed in knowledge, recognized this power and felt envious. The path of life and death is the key to breaking into ghost immortal. Countless late-stage immortal humans failed to grasp it in their lifetimes. Why did this little half-step pseudo-immortal deserve such fortune? Keep going. Let's see if you die or I survive. Ignoring their shock, Virgil suppressed the surging blood within him and continued attacking, buying time for the verity. Hell, don't let this brat touch us. Use weapons and spells to bombard him. Seeing the black and white auras on his fists, the Sabine's face showed wariness. He summoned a 4-colored rain cloud. This was his self-refined pseudo-immortal artifact, incredibly powerful. In his prime, it could instantly kill an initial stage immortal human. Although now suppressed in power, it was more than enough to handle one. The Earth Dragon, having suffered once already, dared not block head-on again. Seeing Virgil punch upward, it spat out another burst of scorching dragon breath. Ep2of2. Both put forth their true strength without reservation. Unsurprisingly, Virgil spit out another mouthful of blood, his body sent flying by their powerful attacks. Fortunately, the black and white auras within him continuously repaired his injuries, allowing him to remain standing. He's still not dead. To avoid delays, quickly capture him alive, then go kill Not Drake Jagger. She must have entered the Grand Hall. The Sabine's face darkened as he urged the 4-colored rain cloud toward Virgil again. Scram! Virgil roared angrily, sending the rain cloud flying with a punch, while also getting hurled backward. Steadying himself, he saw the Earth Dragon, whose power was suppressed, shrink into a ball of flesh and charge rapidly. Beast! Virgil wiped the blood, fully activating ancient demon essence, giant dermic image, and rain deity protection simultaneously, before punching forward. His tiger mouth split open, spewing blood. The flesh ball was blasted away, and Virgil staggered backward, causing the ground beneath him to rumble. Die! But the 4-colored rain cloud came from the side again, driven by the Sabine, showing no shame in his sneak attack. In a life and death struggle, there's no talk of fair combat. Fairness is foolishness. This damned cloud is really annoying. Virgil's eyes grew cold. He summoned the divine maiden furnace, poured all his mana into it, and fiercely slammed it towards the 4-colored rain cloud. Smash! 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 This strike drained all his mana, the force of which could make even a mid-stage immortal human pale. The 4-colored rain cloud was smashed into the ground, its colors fading considerably. But Virgil didn't feel well either, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Chapter 451. The Hugh's Fear. This was due to excessive consumption of magical power, but fortunately, he still had the essence of ancient demon, so he wasn't completely helpless. Damn it, you've gravely wounded my 4-colored rain cloud. Is that furnace a celestial artifact, or what? Seeing the colors on the surface of his 4-colored rain cloud become extremely dim, the Hugh looked grim and quickly summoned it back. You guessed right, aren't it? 1,000,000 J discs for you. Virgil put away the goddess furnace, patted his storage bag, and took out a large handful of grade 5 pills, swallowing them like beans. These pills were diverse in type, but Virgil didn't care what they were used for. After all, every pill contained the chi of heaven and earth. After ingesting this large quantity, half of his magic power was Menchang restored. Revised. These pills came in various types, but Virgil didn't care about their specific uses. After all, each pill contained heavenly and earthly chi. After swallowing this large quantity, half of his magic power was restored. Everything will be mine if I kill you, the Hugh coldly shouted, coordinating with the returning Earth Dragon and again driving the dull 4-colored rain cloud towards him. This won't do. The time to extract souls is almost up. I need to solve one of them first. Virgil spat out blood, once more being thrown away. He watched as the Earth Dragon rapidly crashed towards him like a meatball, and with icy eyes, he fully utilized his ancient demon essence, unleashing a powerful punch. This full force strike successfully blasted the attacking Earth Dragon away. Seizing the opportunity, Virgil stepped forward swiftly, using the primal thunder steps to charge toward the Hugh. His attacks had not caused much harm to the Earth Dragon, so he aimed for the weaker one. Seeing him charging, the Hue immediately felt uneasy and hurriedly activated the injured four-colored rain cloud to attack, blocking his path. I'll destroy your cloud today, Virgil sneered, using all his ancient demon essence to unleash another punch. Boom! The fist, filled with surging demonic chi, struck the already wounded rain cloud, causing its surface glow to dim even further. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Virgil's expression remained cold as he continued punching, eventually delivering several dozen punches which left the color on the rain cloud nearly entirely dimmed, with cracks appearing. Cursed be! The Hue grunted, his face changing drastically as he hastily recalled the rain cloud. However, Virgil seized the chance and followed closely behind, swinging his fist, wrapped in black and white chi, towards him. The Hue's expression turned unpleasant as he hastily raised an arm to block, only to be knocked back several meters by a single punch. Virgil pressed the advantage, raining down blows at incredible speed, pushing the Hue into a steady retreat. His vitality and lifespan were depleting at an alarming rate, his originally black hair gradually turning white. Damn it! Realizing this, the Hue's face showed shock. At this moment, the Earth Dragon that had been knocked away returned and collided heavily with Virgil, blasting him away. Good job. Kill it. The Hue hadn't rejoiced long before Virgil returned, slamming into the Earth Dragon's shoulder first, sending it flying away, bleeding this time, crashing far into a mountain peak. Fight! Virgil's breathing was ragged, his face cold. Though drenched in blood with torn robes, he exuded a formidable and ruthless aura, causing alarm. He continued focusing on the Hue, stepping forward to appear before him and unleashing the life-death punch without giving any chance to react. The Hue's face changed dramatically, not expecting Virgil to return so soon. Struggling to defend against the attack, he found himself unable to counter the life-death realm, his strength weakening rapidly. Damn it, I'll die by a slow death at this rate. Seeing Virgil's murderous eyes, the Hue's expression grew increasingly grave. After being hit again by Virgil, he retreated rapidly, summoning rain chi to prepare a spell, forming a rain dragon in front. However, before the spell could form, Virgil's back revealed demon markings, and bloody rain spread out, instantly shattering it. How can anyone be so monstrous when your rain chi is at least second rank? The Hue spat out a mouthful of blood, looking terrified. He possessed third-rank rain chi, which seemed only one rank higher than second rank in numbers, yet the difference in power was massive. He couldn't use any spells with rain chi against Virgil. Unfortunately, his other spells lacked intent, reducing their power even further, proving useless. Why don't you guess? Virgil sneered, punching him away. Pooh! Terrifying black and white chi entered his body along with the blow, causing the Hue to spit out blood in midair before stabilizing himself, finally fearing, his gaze trembling. In just a short while, he had lost over 1,000 years of lifespan. Half of his hair had turned white, and wrinkles appeared on his face. Before this, he never expected two mid-stage true immortals to besiege a half-step pseudo-immortal and end up losing over 1,000 years of life first. Though he still had 1,000 years of lifespan left, he couldn't withstand such damage. Seeing Virgil coming again, he hurriedly took out a green talisman and pasted it onto his leg. Instantly, his speed increased significantly as he retreated, joining forces with the distant Earth Dragon. This was the swift travel talisman he bought from a friend in Yunhuang. It increased his speed several times over, serving as his ace in the hole. Originally, using it could match a late-stage true immortal speed for 15 minutes. Now it barely equaled a mid-stage true immortal. A talisman to increase speed. You may be a failure, but you certainly have many good things. Virgil, unable to catch up, saw the green talisman on his leg and sneered. Hearing the mockery, the Hue's face darkened, about to retort when Virgil attacked again. I'll assist you from the side, kill her. Seeing the situation, the Hue abandoned the Earth Dragon and instantly retreated. It wasn't fear but because Virgil was simply unreasonable. If it had been someone else, even a peak early-stage true immortal, would have already been killed by him and the Earth Dragon together. But Virgil's annoying life-death intent wore down their vitality and had terrifying recuperation abilities, making him seem indestructible. Additionally, he specialized in Rain Dao, making his spells also susceptible to Virgil's restraint, causing him to suffer despite having a higher cultivation level. Seeing the other's fear, Virgil ignored him, utilizing the Primal Thunder steps to flash towards the Earth Dragon as electric light. Waste of space. The Earth Dragon, as a companion, could only curse under his breath at such a poor partner. Seeing Virgil approaching, it attempted to dodge with clenched teeth, but Virgil's punches were too fast, and some inevitably hit, weakening its vitality. Chapter 452 Resonance. As life force gradually faded, the Earth Dragon became thoroughly enraged. With a sweep of its long tail, it struck Virgil, sending him flying back before turning its gaze to Brennan. Brennan, I want 1 million cultivators as sacrifices. 1 million cultivators, fine? Upon hearing its exorbitant demand, Brennan's face darkened but he gritted his teeth and agreed. The Earth Dragon, though subdued by the previous Brennan, remained inherently rebellious, unwilling to serve. Not even the last Brennan could control it. Thus, they established 3 agreements. On ordinary days, the Earth Dragon would not be commanded, only acting when the Rain Temple faced critical danger, and every action required a large number of living sacrifices. In the past, while it demanded 1 million sacrifices each time, they weren't all cultivators. This time, however, it made an outrageous request for 1 million cultivators outright. The sudden disappearance of 1 million cultivators from the Yuhuang region would cause great unrest, but at this moment, they still needed its help, so he had no choice but to agree. Sacrificing 1 million cultivators to satisfy this beast, Brennan, you truly dishonor the title of Emperor. Virgil, listening to their conversation, charged back with a killing intent, delivering a punch that hit the Earth Dragon, channeling black and white chi into its body to erode its vitality. Beasts possessed far greater life force than humans, including longer lifespans. Yet, this Earth Dragon had lived for 4 to 5 millennia since the era of the previous Brennan. Hence, its current vitality was not much better than Brennan's. Die. Injured, the Earth Dragon retaliated, batting Virgil away with a claw. But Virgil swiftly returned, unleashing the death and life fist repeatedly, only to be knocked back again in cycles. During this time, Virgil coughed blood continuously but remained undying under the powerful restorative properties of the death and life realm. Conversely, the Earth Dragon, though showing no external injuries, had lost half of its life force and lifespan. At a certain point, Virgil's aura began to weaken, reverting from early human immortal stage back to half-step false immortal. Simultaneously, the Earth Dragon and Brennan felt the suppression weaken significantly. One's cultivation returned to mid-human immortal, while the other recovered to peak early human immortal. Boy, indeed, you have some skills, but your soul extraction should be over now. Sensing this, the Earth Dragon laughed heartily, emitting a mid-human immortal aura, instantly changing the evenly matched situation. With a loud laugh, the Earth Dragon appeared instantly in front of Virgil, delivering a swift claw strike. Virgil barely reacted, seeing only a black shadow before being hit hard and thrown towards the grand hall, his bones feeling shattered. Cough, cough. Despite the black and white chi, Virgil took a long time to get up, coughing out a mouthful of blood, looking incredibly haggard. Die, die, die. The Earth Dragon's retaliation soon followed, slamming him once more, crashing him into the outer chamber of the rear hall. This place was vast and empty, with only a few pillars. The Earth Dragon and Brennan appeared within the hall, looking at Virgil lying on the ground. Little brat, I must admit, if you were slightly stronger, today's victor would be you. Seeing Virgil lying motionless for a long time, the Earth Dragon felt a sense of revenge. Under the impact of Virgil's death and life fist, it had lost countless years of life force. It vowed to make this Emmett pay. No rush to kill him. Virgil, with a faint breath, did not respond. An attack from a mid-human immortal was incomparable to an early human immortal. Had it not been for his ancient demon flesh body and the enhancement of death and life power, he might not have survived even a single blow. But even with these enhancements, he felt like all his bones were broken. Even a slight movement caused excruciating pain. Taking a deep breath, Virgil slowly got up, spitting out blood. Peak mid-human immortal, nothing special after all. 2 hits couldn't kill me. Is that all you've got? Virgil endured the pain with a cold sneer, stalling for time, waiting for the next soul extraction. Behind him was where Adriana was held. He couldn't give up. Provoking me? Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. The Earth Dragon sneered, appearing instantly in front of him, striking his chest. Next, Virgil flew backward, breaking several pillars before stopping amidst the ruins, barely breathing, unable to stand, gazing blankly at the ceiling. His body now resembled a nearly shattered porcelain vase. Even the death and life realm, continuously mending and repairing, would break under a few more heavy blows. He would die. At this moment, the best option was undoubtedly to enter the Legacy Tower. Once inside, not even a ghost immortal could harm him. But what about Adriana if he escaped? Get up. Just as he struggled internally, another tremendous force sent him flying against a pillar, weakening his already fragile aura. Hold your hand. I still need his secrets. Brennan hurriedly intervened, aware that Virgil's unique abilities would be lost if he died. This brief reprieve allowed Virgil a moment to catch his breath. At my limit, my injuries are severe. If I don't enter the Legacy Tower, I will truly die. Virgil closed his eyes. An image floated in his mind, sitting shoulder to shoulder with someone, safely asleep during a snowstorm. He couldn't die. If he did, what would happen to Maureen? But leaving meant abandoning Adriana. It was a painful choice either way. No, I won't abandon anyone. Win. I must win. A mere mid-human immortal, I must break through to Demon Berserker. I won't give up anyone. After enduring both lengthy and brief internal struggles, Virgil chose the third path, harboring a strong belief in his heart. He couldn't abandon Adriana. She had shown him kindness. Abandoning such a person would betray who he was. In this dying moment, Virgil suddenly felt the demonic runes on his back grow hot. The intense and indomitable belief resonated deeply with the path he walked. Virgil suddenly understood. To resonate with the demonic runes wasn't about understanding the runes themselves. They originated from him, stemming entirely from within him. He needed to understand himself and have a sufficiently strong belief. Fortunately, this realization came just in time. His aura began to climb, releasing the aura of royal demon blood, instantly crossing into the first level of Demon Berserker, comparable to an early human immortal and even more formidable. Frightening aura. What kind of aura is this? It seems like a false ancient demon aura. He's a demon cultivator, yet I've never seen such terrifying power. Even the demon Jan of the Three Wastelands is inferior. Chapter 453, Torrential Rain. This is terrifying. What kind of aura is this? It feels like the pseudo-ancient demon's aura. He's a demonic cultivator, but I've never felt such a terrifying aura before, even surpassing that of Demon Emperor from the strongest Three Wastelands. Sabine's expression drastically changed. Although this power only reached the early-stage human immortal realm, it made him, once a mid-stage human immortal cultivator, feel alarmed. Damn it, this kid must be a pseudo-ancient demon cultivator, and he has just broken through to the barbarian demon realm. Heath, hailing from the abyss, understood demonic energy more deeply. Sensing the might of Jan blood Devil Jan, his body shivered. At this moment, Virgil, who had been lying on the ground, slowly stood up under the shocked gazes of the two. Torrential rain. Ignoring their stunned gazes, Virgil let the life and death intent within him flow, gradually repairing his internal injuries while closing his eyes as if sensing something. Once an ancient demon enters the first layer of the barbarian demon realm, they awaken a powerful ability. Virgil's ability was called Torrential Rain. Upon entering the first layer of the barbarian demon realm, a blessing entered his mind, leading to the sudden appearance of this power. Torrential Rain means, as its name suggests, allowing him to enter a berserk state, briefly boosting his cultivation significantly for about the duration of one incense stick burning. However, he didn't know precisely how much it would increase, and as a corresponding cost after using it, an ancient demon's cultivation would drop by one realm, lasting for a month. This was akin to a heavy rain exhausting the rainfall of the next month, leading to drought afterward. Let's try. His injuries were already recovered by about 30 to 40%. Virgil took a deep breath, looked at the wary Heath and Sabine in front of him, and activated the torrential rain state. Instantly, his aura began to rise, approaching the second layer of the barbarian demon realm, finally stopping at the peak of the first layer of the barbarian demon realm. Robertac stronger than soul extraction. The duration of torrential rain could last approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. During this period, Virgil felt capable of doing many things and needed to act quickly. Beast, don't you want to fight? Virgil focused on the previously fierce Heath that had inflicted severe injuries on him. Taking a step forward with a speed almost matching a mid-stage human immortal, he delivered a punch directly onto its body. Pooh! This punch was his all-out effort. Even a mid-stage human immortal would experience internal blood surges if hit. Moreover, Heath hadn't expected Virgil's strength to surge so dramatically, causing it to fly straight out of the hall. One more left. Virgil's expression was cold as he turned to look at Sabine beside him. The latter sensed danger and turned to run immediately. But the effects of the divine symbols on his body had expired. With his current speed, how could he possibly be a match for Virgil? Virgil sneered, stepped forward, and followed up with another punch to Sabine's back. Pooh! Sabine spat out a mouthful of blood, flying heavily out of the hall and smashing into the exterior. Run! I must escape. Enduring the intense pain, Sabine took to the air, completely losing heart when looking towards the hall. Had it not been for the inner armor on his body which absorbed most of the attack, he would likely have been killed instantly by Virgil's punch. Even so, he felt his bones shattered and his chi and blood churning. He lost all combat capability. In that instant, any thoughts of suppressing cultivation methods or immortal artifacts vanished. He only wanted to flee. You can still move, so here comes another punch. At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared outside the hall, delivering another blow with a mocking laugh. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Sabine spat out a jet of blood, crashing heavily into the ground, forming a Noel-shaped pit. This should keep him from moving. Virgil glanced down, then raised his eyes to the front. The Heath, now restored to mid-stage human immortal, had been sent flying out of the hall and slammed into a distant mountain. Suddenly, inside the mountain, there was a loud rumble as the boulders on top of it were thrown off by a terrifying force, exploding outward. Following this, the disheveled Heath emerged from the mountain, its gaze fixed intently on Virgil ahead. How could this be? How can you be this strong? Even if you are a pseudo-ancient demon, you shouldn't be this powerful. Could you be a pure-blooded ancient demon? But how is that possible? There are no pure-blooded ancient demons in this era. Heath's voice was grim and filled with confusion. Despite Virgil's aura being comparable to that of an early-stage human immortal, the power of his punch made even a mid-stage human immortal feel internal blood surges. It was important to note that earlier, while Virgil's life and death intent was troublesome, it merely weakened its vitality. The actual attacks Virgil launched had insignificant power. What do you think? Virgil sneered, surrounded by swirling demonic energy, instantly appearing in front of it and unleashing ancient demon essence with a punch aimed at its jaw. This punch did not include the life and death intent. Life and death chi and ancient demon essence were two distinct forces. Life and death chi required mana to work, making it impossible to use when deploying ancient demon essence. But even with just ancient demon essence, it was enough. Boom. The formidable mid-stage human immortal Heath flew helplessly away, slamming into a distant mountain again. This was the terrifying prowess of a pure-blooded ancient demon, casually slaughtering same-level cultivators. In terms of physical prowess, among gods, immortals, spirits, demons, and monsters, it was almost unmatched. Beast, wasn't hitting me earlier very satisfying? Virgil gave it no chance to catch its breath, his fists falling like rain without regard to his blood-soaked, severely injured body. Pooh! Facing this relentless assault, Heath fell back continuously, spitting blood non-stop. Fortunately, its thick skin and robust physique rivaled Virgil's, enabling it to withstand significant damage. If it were an ordinary mid-stage human immortal, it would have already suffered severe injuries. But now, Virgil controlled the entire battle scenario, leaving it only to endure blows passively. If this continued, it would die sooner or later. Now, Sabine was already incapacitated. It could only rely on itself. I must find a way to break his rhythm. As a mid-stage human immortal, Heath felt extremely frustrated being forced into passive defense by an early-stage human immortal. Quickly, it seized the opportunity when Virgil's fist retracted, opening its mouth widely. A wave of scorching air emitted, and countless highly corrosive yellow liquids shot towards Virgil at point-blank range. This was its gastric acid, extremely corrosive. Even a mid-stage human immortal would suffer serious injuries if struck. It didn't aim to kill Virgil, only to gain a moment's respite. After all, Virgil possessed many valuable items and numerous tricks up his sleeve. Sensing the danger, Virgil stiffened and retreated rapidly, while summoning the divine maiden furnace in front of him. Palamaints later, the yellow liquid hissed against the furnace. Die! Seizing the moment to catch its breath, Heath reclaimed the initiative, attacking Virgil first with its long tail slamming into the divine maiden furnace. Boom. Man and furnace flew out instantly. Chapter 454. Epilogue, a ballad. Kill. The Heath finally found an opportunity to turn the tide and naturally seized it, advancing aggressively. In terms of strength, as a middle-stage human immortal, it was no weaker than Virgil. It had only been at a disadvantage due to being on the defensive earlier. Rip. Swiftly, its claw glowing with a cold light, slashed toward the barely stabilized Virgil, leaving a bloody gash on his chest. Feeling the pain, Virgil didn't have time to attend to the goddess furnace that had fallen below him. He could only retaliate passively, punching the dragon away. Soon, both parties were locked in a fierce battle. Virgil's ancient magic totem activated, causing his body to grow in size, while the heath also grew larger. Both were fighting for their lives, red-eyed with fury, blood spilling onto the ground. In the most perilous moment, the heath's sharp claws tore through Virgil's abdomen, leaving a gaping hole. Enraged, Virgil tore off one of its front limbs, chewing on it ferociously. But soon, the heath bit into his arm, burning it with corrosive gastric acid, revealing visible white bones. Let go. Virgil endured the excruciating pain and continuously struck its head with his other elbow. Ugh. After several heavy blows, the heath became disoriented and loosened its grip on his arm. I'll smash your mouth today. Virgil took this chance, grabbing its lower jaw and using all his strength to wrench it apart with a loud snap. Instantly, bright red blood mixed with rainwater splattered everywhere, and the heath emitted a more painful wail. Its tail slammed Virgil away, but it did not pursue. Now lacking its lower jaw, it couldn't bite anymore, and with one hand missing, it had lost 2 weapons, drastically reducing its combat effectiveness. It began to look at Virgil with fear. It had never seen such a tenacious human before. Despite not being extremely powerful, his terrifying will instilled dread and trembling. Escape. At this point, it had the same thought as the Sabine and fled without hesitation. However, just as it tried to escape, it felt its tail grabbed, and its entire body was pulled back. Beast, why are you running? Where's your arrogance from earlier? Virgil sneered, tightly gripping its tail, engaging in a tug-of-war to prevent its escape. This beast would surely become a menace in the future. It absolutely could not be left as a potential threat. Without its lower jaw, the heath could only emit muffled cries, seemingly begging for mercy. Do you want me to let you go? Seeing its pleading gaze, Virgil smirked, then suddenly exerted force with both hands. The next moment, the heath's body flew uncontrollably, smashing against surrounding mountains repeatedly, unable to resist. It could only emit pitiful cries. Only when it was battered and bruised, barely breathing, did Virgil throw it aside, walking forward coldly and repeatedly smashing the goddess furnace onto its head. How sturdy the goddess furnace was. Initially, the heath still cried out, but after over 10 strikes, it fell silent. Still, Virgil showed no signs of stopping until the hideous head was unrecognizable. Confirming its death, he finally put away the goddess furnace. It's over. The drizzling rain persisted as Virgil looked at the now bloody mess that was the heath. He couldn't hold on any longer, his body returning to its original size. His legs gave way, and he kneeled down, his aura plummeting back to the initial level of heavenly demon realm. The side effects of the intense battle set in after the storm ended. This battle had lasted nearly an hour, with both parties risking their lives. Overall, it was undoubtedly the most brutal fight Virgil had ever experienced. If not for the life-death insight, continuously healing his injuries, he might be dead now. But regardless, he won this battle. The Sabine and the heath, both middle-stage human immortals, with one being a peak middle stage, one dead and one crippled. He was the winner. The gentle rain fell on him as Virgil lay in the muddy ground, showing a weak smile. Suddenly, he felt overwhelming drowsiness and fatigue, his eyelids heavy, wanting to sleep right away. After all, his injuries were too severe. The hole in his chest continued to bleed, revealing internal organs. The bitten areas on his arms showed exposed white bones. Even the formidable recovery power of the life-death insight required years to fully heal, but he couldn't rest yet. Suppressing his drowsiness, Virgil stood up and slowly walked toward the location of the Sabine. Everywhere around were remnants of the battle, shattered mountain peaks testifying to its brutality. After a full 15 minutes, Virgil stopped beside the large pit where the Sabine lay. Retrieving the damaged lesser thousand world, he gathered the severely wounded Sabine into it, then put away the bead. With this final task completed, he collapsed by the pit, his body entering self-protection mode, falling into a deep slumber. The rain continued, seeming endless. After an unknown duration, a Noelle in red appeared on this battlefield. Looking at the devastated surroundings, she remained silent, clenching her fists, and released her divine sense, quickly finding Virgil lying beside the pit. The sight of those shocking wounds silenced her. She approached silently, gently lifting him, holding him tightly. Even her red robe was stained with blood, yet she seemed oblivious. Thank you. Thank you. Feeling Virgil still had a faint life force, with power within him steadily healing his injuries, keeping him alive, the Noelle in red breathed a sigh of relief, hugging him tightly and swiftly moving towards the exit. The low murmur was drowned by the rain, unheard by Virgil. Virgil had a long dream but couldn't recall the details. All he remembered was a blurry figure, a familiar yet strange Noelle. Her voice was beautiful, singing a ballad he didn't understand, seemingly a dialect from some specific place, but the emotions conveyed made him feel like he was drowning. Desperately, he struggled to breathe and suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air. What a strange dream. After a long while, the feeling of drowning gradually faded, and Virgil pushed aside the lingering impact of the dream, looking around. This was a chamber, with luminous beads embedded in the walls. He was half lying in a central pool filled with black liquid emitting a pungent medicinal smell, likely for healing. Beside the pool were his clothes and storage bag. Where am I? Did Marion bring me here? Chapter 454, Epilogue, A Folk Kenan. Kill. The Earth Dragon finally found a chance to turn the tide and wouldn't let it slip away. It continued to attack, and in terms of strength, Being at the middle stage of human immortal, it wasn't weaker than Virgil. Previously, it had been at a disadvantage because it was always on the defensive. Soon, its cold-clawed hand pierced towards Virgil, who had just steadied himself, leaving a bloody claw mark on his chest. Feeling the pain, Virgil had no time to care about the goddess furnace below him. He could only fight back defensively, punching it into flying, and soon both parties fell into fierce combat. Virgil activated the ancient magical image, making his body grow larger, as did the earth dragons. Both were fighting desperately, spilling blood all over the ground. In the most dangerous moment, the earth dragon's sharp claws tore a hole directly through Virgil's abdomen. In return, Virgil also flew into a rage and brutally tore off one of its front hands, throwing it into his mouth and chewing it. Extremely savage. But soon, the earth dragon bit his arm, and corrosive stomach acid burned through the flesh, revealing white bones underneath. Let go. Virgil endured the excruciating pain and wouldn't take this loss easily. He repeatedly slammed its head with his other elbow. Oof. Under repeated heavy strikes, the earth dragon became dazed and released his arm. Today, I'll shatter your mouth. Virgil took advantage of the moment, grabbed its lower jaw with both hands, and broke it apart with all his might. Instantly, crimson blood mixed with rain splattered everywhere, and the earth dragon emitted even more painful whimpers. Its long tail hurled Virgil away but didn't pursue the victory. Now without its lower jaw, it couldn't bite anymore, and losing one of its hands meant losing two weapons. Its combat power greatly decreased, and for the first time, fear appeared in its gaze as it looked at Virgil. It had never seen such a tenacious human before, though not extremely strong. His terrifying willpower left it stunned and trembling. Escape. At this point, it had the same thought as the Hue before it, and hesitated not for a second, turning around to flee. But it hadn't gone far when it felt its tail caught. Then its whole body was pulled back. Beast, where are you running? What happened to your previous bravado? Virgil sneered, tightly gripping its tail and wrestling with it to prevent its escape. This beast would inevitably be a disaster in the future. It mustn't be allowed to live. Woof woof. Without a lower jaw, the earth dragon couldn't speak properly, only whimpering softly, seemingly begging for mercy. Do you want me to let you go? Seeing its pleading look, Virgil sneered and suddenly exerted force on its tail. In the next moment, the earth dragon's body lost control and was slammed repeatedly against surrounding mountains, unable to resist, only emitting endless cries of pain. Until it was completely battered and barely breathing, Virgil threw it aside and coldly approached, picking up the goddess furnace lying nearby and smashing it repeatedly against its head. The goddess furnace was incredibly sturdy. Initially, the earth dragon still cried out, but after several dozen blows, it went silent. However, Virgil didn't stop. He kept striking until its grotesque head was unrecognizable, confirming its death before putting away the goddess furnace. It's over. Light rain drizzled around, and looking at the now bloodied earth dragon, Virgil couldn't hold on any longer. His body returned to its original size, and his legs gave way as he knelt on the ground, his aura plummeting to the early stage heaven demon realm. The side effects of the heavy rain came immediately after. This battle had lasted nearly an hour, both parties risking their lives. Overall, it was the most intense battle Virgil had ever experienced. If not for his life and death intent continuously healing his wounds, he might have died. But regardless, he won this battle. The Hue and the Earth Dragon, two middle-stage human immortals, one at the peak, one dead and one crippled. He was the victor. Gentle rain fell on his body. Lying in the mud, Virgil showed a weak smile, suddenly feeling an overwhelming wave of fatigue and drowsiness, struggling to keep his heavy eyelids open, wanting to sleep right away. After all, his injuries were too severe. Blood continued flowing from the hole in his chest, exposing his internal organs. His bitten arm revealed stark white bones. Even if his life and death intense restorative power was formidable, it would still take years to fully recover. But now was not the time to rest. Resisting the urge to sleep, Virgil stood up, taking heavy steps toward the place where the Hue lay. Everywhere were traces of the brutal battle, countless shattered mountain peaks attesting to its intensity. After a full quarter of an hour, Virgil stopped beside the large pit where the Hue lay. He retrieved the broken lesser world, put the severely injured Hue inside, then pocketed the bead. With this final wish fulfilled, his vision darkened, and he collapsed by the pit, entering a protective slumber. Rain continued unabated, as if it would never stop. After an unknown period, a red-clothed Noelle appeared at the battlefield. Looking at the desolate scene, she remained silent, clenching her fists tightly, sending out her divine sense to quickly find Virgil lying by the pit. His shocking injuries brought silence upon her. She silently walked forward, picked him up tightly, so tight that her red clothes were stained with blood, yet she seemed oblivious. Thank you. Thank you. Feeling that Virgil still had life in him, although faint, and noticing a force within him gradually healing his injuries, keeping him alive, Marian's heart eased. She hugged him tightly and quickly carried him away. The murmured words were drowned out by the rain, never reaching Virgil's ears. Virgil had a very long dream but couldn't recall the details. He only remembered a vague figure, presumably a Noelle, familiar yet strange. Her voice was beautiful, singing an unfamiliar folk song. Although Virgil couldn't understand the lyrics, they seemed to be in some local dialect. The emotions conveyed made him feel like he was drowning. So he struggled for breath and abruptly opened his eyes, gasping heavily. What a strange dream. For a while, the feeling of drowning slowly faded, and Virgil pushed down the impact of the dream, surveying his surroundings. This was a secret chamber, with glowing beads embedded in the walls. He was half lying in a pool filled with black liquid, which smelled pungently medicinal, likely used for healing. By the pool were his clothes and storage bag. Where am I? Did Marian bring me here? Chapter 455, Regicide. Where are we? Did Adriana bring me here? Virgil rubbed his head and examined the injuries on his body. He noticed white bandages wrapped around his chest and arms. The wounds still throbbed faintly with every movement, causing him to frown. Indeed, these injuries were severe. At that moment, a Franzly man in a gray Taoist robe appeared by the pool, his gaze fixed on Virgil. If an ordinary person had suffered injuries like yours, even a nascent human immortal would find it hard to survive. You have a very strong will to live? A nascent human immortal at the initial stage. Sensing the Franz's cultivation, Virgil's eyes flickered, but he didn't panic. Just as he was about to ask for the Franz's identity, Adriana appeared beside him and said, "You've finally awakened. Where is this place?" Seeing her, Virgil felt more at ease. This is the secluded retreat of the only rank 6 alchemy master in Yuhuang, the alchemy emperor Finley. This Franzly gentleman you see here was once indebted to me, so when you were gravely injured and unconscious, I brought you here to receive treatment. The medicinal liquid in this pool is used for recovery, Adriana explained, noting his puzzled expression. Alchemy emperor, Finley. Virgil murmured the name. As a member of the Udi Palace, he had heard of this figure. Rumor had it that Finley had a peculiar personality. Who knew he owed a favor to Adriana? How are your injuries? No major issues for now. How long was I unconscious? Virgil shook his head. During his unconsciousness, the life and death realm had automatically circulated within him, repairing his injuries. His internal wounds were nearly 60% healed. A month. It has been a month already? Let me get dressed then. Please leave for a moment. Virgil closed his eyes briefly, planning to emerge from the pool. The healing effects of the medicinal liquid were significant for others, but not particularly effective for him. With the life and death realm, he only needed to rest inside the Relic World Tower, where recovery would be faster. After getting dressed, Virgil still looked pale, though much better than before. He checked his storage bag, finding it untouched, and left the chamber. Adriana stood outside alone, the dev having vanished. Did you obtain the physical body? Virgil asked, walking up to her. Yes. By the way, I didn't see the Sabine at the battlefield. Did he escape? The Sabine. I temporarily confined him. How do you want to deal with him? Virgil turned to glance at her profile. Just a despicable person. You can do as you wish, Adriana replied indifferently. Virgil fell into deep thought. He had sealed the Sabine within that small thousand world. He wondered how the Emperor was faring now. Although he harbored no intense hatred toward the Sabine, the latter's intent to kill him meant Virgil did not want him to live. If the Sabine were to escape, he could pose endless trouble. It was best to finish this off cleanly, considering they were already enemies. However, dealing with the remaining pseudo-immortals of the Udi Palace was problematic. He couldn't kill them all, but if he didn't, exposing the regicide might invite many troubles. These were powerful pseudo-immortals, and although Virgil wasn't afraid, their pursuit could endanger his family and friends. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Anyone who reaches the nascent human immortal stage isn't a fool. No one would willingly sacrifice themselves for a deceased Sabine. After all, it doesn't matter to them who becomes the new Sabine. If you're concerned, you can imprint slave seals on the Sabine's descendants, Adriana suggested, perceiving his worries. I understand. Virgil exhaled deeply, deciding to follow her advice. As for those who refused, he would kill them outright. He didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters while preparing to deal with the traitor. Well, since you've recovered and are in no immediate danger, I'm heading back to the Inner Sea. I need to seclude myself for a while to reintegrate my physical body, aiming to restore my former realm. Adriana glanced at him before preparing to leave. All right. Virgil nodded. If you need anything, feel free to seek me in the Inner Sea. Of course, with your current strength, no one in Yuhuang should be able to threaten you. Farewell. With that, Adriana left without further ado. Virgil watched her depart, somewhat looking forward to seeing her again someday. Would she still look the same, or have a whole new appearance? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Virgil released his divine sense and soon arrived in a tea house. Facing the Franz, he asked, "May I borrow your premises to recuperate for a few days?" "Feel free. Thank you, Avril." Receiving permission, Virgil entered a quiet room, directly entering the 5th level of the Relic World Tower. After 5 years, he fully recovered and then entered the small thousand world. Inside the small thousand world, the Sabine sat cross-legged, practicing to heal his injuries. Initially struck down by Virgil, he had lost consciousness. Upon waking, he found himself trapped within this space. Initially, he planned to take some elixirs to recover and break free, only to realize his belongings had been taken away. Left with no choice, he slowly gathered his mana to recover. Suddenly, he saw Virgil appear before him. "You've woken up?" Virgil smirked, suppressing the Sabine to nascent human immortal first stage with overwhelming power. In a single step, he grabbed the Emperor's head, ready to crush it. "Don't kill me, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is willing to co-rule Yuhuang with you. Spare me, please. Oh, I'm your grandfather. We share blood ties, you can't kill me." Since Virgil was still alive, it likely meant the Earth Dragon had met its end. The Sabine feared Virgil even more, too terrified to retaliate. "Grandfather? I can assure you, my bloodline is not of the Udi Palace but immortal blood. It merely resembles the sacred blood of the palace. As for the inquiry you made the demon immortal perform, it was all false. I was never controlled," Virgil said calmly. Upon hearing this resolute statement, the Sabine's face paled. He knew Virgil had no reason to lie at such a critical moment, so he really wasn't part of the Udi Palace. This revelation filled him with regret. Initially, he sensed a threat from Virgil's stronger bloodline and thus initiated everything. If he had known earlier, things wouldn't have escalated. Yet, given his character, even knowing Virgil wasn't part of the palace wouldn't have changed his actions. He simply refused to acknowledge it. Seeing the Sabine's despair, Virgil didn't care. With a powerful grip, he began extracting the Emperor's soul memories to uncover secrets. Arg. Chapter 456, The Mortal Severing Bridge. With a long, agonizing scream, Virgil's eyes turned cold as he crushed the Sabine's skull. This Sabine was indeed a waste of space. During his reign, he did nothing to benefit the Rain Wasteland, but committed countless atrocities. For instance, during the Qing.The's destruction, he colluded with a demon wasteland demon emperor, taking 10,000 immortal jade from him and deliberately waiting until those demon tribes opened the spirit beast gate before sending Rain Palace cultivators to clean up the mess. Moreover, he once conspired with a ground dragon to ambush Scarlet Robe and sacrificed millions of humans as sacrifices to the ground dragon on several occasions. Such actions were truly horrifying. Even Will's battle against the second prince of the Rain Palace back then was part of his scheme. Through the Sabine's memories, Virgil grasped the entire story. It turns out that Will once had a Dao companion with mediocre talent, but they loved each other deeply. Later, fearing Will's innate talent might threaten his throne in the future, the Sabine hatched an insidious plot. He first sent Will on a mission and then took the opportunity to have his eldest son capture and humiliate Will's Dao companion, aiming to ruin Will's emotional sword Dao and sword heart. Unexpectedly, the Noelle chose to end her life rather than endure the humiliation. Upon Will's return, learning of this, his emotional sword Dao transformed into an apathetic sword Dao. In his rage, he massacred everyone present, including the second prince who was one of the Haley lords at the time, before being captured by the Sabine. Because an immortal human had already been sacrificed, the Sabine didn't want to lose any more combat power and decided not to kill Will. Instead, he erased Will's memory and implanted a restraining nail inside him, a method used to punish wrongdoers by preventing cultivation advancement and ensuring easier control. However, he never expected Will to eventually break free from its constraints. Emotional sword Dao forced to transform into an apathetic sword Dao. After reviewing the Sabine's memories, Virgil sighed deeply, his expression complex. He hesitated about whether to tell Will when they met again. Will had yet to recover his memory, partly erased by the Sabine and partly due to practicing apathetic sword Dao, which stripped him of his emotions. Forgetting the Noelle he loved and everything else must be a terrible experience, but sometimes forgetting is also a kind of liberation. Virgil decided to wait until he saw Will before deciding how to proceed. Exiting the miniature world, several storage bags appeared in his hand, all taken from the Sabine. Haley 1,000 immortal jade. More than I imagined. With a flicker of divine sense, Virgil searched through the storage bags. Soon, 70,000 pieces of immortal jade neatly piled up in front of him, making him draw a deep breath in excitement. Through previous soul probing, he knew the Sabine kept so much immortal jade without refining it because these resources offered little benefit for his cultivation advancement. He intended to use the jade to buy intermediate grade 6th rank elixirs in Yun Wasteland. Who knew it would ultimately benefit Virgil instead? Sabine, these immortal jades I shall keep safe for you. Remember to be a good person in your next life, Virgil murmured, calming his excitement. He continued searching the contents of the storage bags. Besides the immortal jade, there was a bottle containing 3 6th rank Chuji elixirs called transformation pills. Each could increase an early stage immortal human's Yuan Hui mana by 2,000 units, totaling 6,000 for 3 pills. Together with the immortal jade, he could enhance his power by at least 20,000 Yuan Hui. Note: for clarity and fluency, I have made slight adjustments in phrasing while ensuring the meaning remains accurate. The term Chuji typically means initial or primary, and has been placed accordingly in the sentence to ensure it reads naturally in English. Early stage immortal human. Resolutely, Virgil placed the pills aside, closed his eyes slightly, and picked up a few pieces of immortal jade. A vortex appeared in his palm as he began absorbing their energy, his aura gradually rising. After consuming 4,000 immortal jade, Virgil's mana reached 10,000 Yuan Hui. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound echoed in his mind, and his consciousness felt weightless, as if floating out of the Rain Wasteland. The surroundings were pitch black, resembling an endless universe, until faint light appeared far ahead. For neighboring star systems, likely the fabled Four Abysses' immortal domain. Gradually, he landed on solid ground. Just as he wondered where he was, a Sylvia in light green palace attire emerged from the mist, smiling gently. Virgil, I am Eve, a disciple of Behan Palace. I'm here to guide newly ascended immortal humans across the mortal severing bridge. You're only over 500 years old and have already become an immortal human. You are indeed a genius, even rare in the Northern Abyss immortal domain. Mortal severing bridge. Behan Palace. Eve. Virgil processed her words, raising his gaze toward the distant stone arch bridge shrouded in mist, with an inscription reading Mortal Severing Bridge. The Sylvia's cultivation level was beyond his perception, indicating she was at least an immortal human or higher. The Mortal Severing Bridge is the realm of immortality created by a great lord. All soul formation cultivators ascending to a mortal human have their consciousness brought here. Only by crossing the Mortal Severing Bridge can one truly advance to a mortal human. The bridge is veiled in mist filled with illusions, testing a cultivator's heart. No matter what you hear, do not turn around, or you will fail the transcendence. Now go. Thank you for the information. Virgil nodded and stepped onto the bridge. Mist enveloped the path ahead, and turbulent water rushed beneath. He moved steadily into the fog without hesitation. Gradually, voices called out from behind him. Strangers, people he killed. Virgil ignored them, continuing forward step by step. Halfway across, different voices continuously changed. As he reached the midpoint, a Noelle's voice spoke. Zola, Zola, you must revive quickly. Zola, Zola, why haven't you awakened after such a long time? Zola, look back at me. It sounded like Maureen, yet resembled the voice he heard in Ujandam when he was trapped by Blood Fiend Sect's matron. It was also similar to the voice in the lullaby. Or perhaps all these voices merged into the Noelle's tones. Why does it feel so familiar? Who is she? At that moment, Virgil couldn't help but pause. Below him, the river flowed, and mist surrounded him, as if time itself halted. Watching from below, Eve grew anxious. Summoning back on the Mortal Severing Bridge means getting lost in illusions, unable to transcend. This was the supreme rule set by the transcendent existence. Just as she tensed, Virgil suddenly turned around. Chapter 457. Entering the rank of human immortal. The mysterious woman. He had to see who this Noelle was. He felt that she was somehow connected to him, though he wasn't sure how. Her voice brought a deep sorrow upon him. If he didn't turn around and seize this opportunity, he would likely regret it for the rest of his life. Just as Virgil turned, the surrounding clouds swirled and dissipated, revealing a figure not far from him. It was a gentle-eyed Noelle in a long green robe, her garments seemingly fluttering in the wind. She gazed at him from afar as if they were meeting across time and space. Then, she suddenly smiled. That smile was filled with contentment, satisfaction, sadness, reluctance, so complex that Virgil couldn't understand it but felt a piercing pain in his heart. He didn't know where this pain came from, as if it were imprinted on his soul, lingering even through endless reincarnations. Maureen. No. Virgil's voice was hoarse as he finally understood why his heart ached. This Noelle, whom he had never met, exuded the same aura as Benita. Moreover, Virgil saw shadows of many women in her. For instance, when she appeared reluctant, she resembled Althea. When she seemed sad, she was like Michelle. And when her eyes curved, she looked like Adriana Miriam, and so on. She was as if all these women combined into one. Eve outside the bridge couldn't see any of this. Everyone on the 10 Steps bridge saw different visions. Seeing Virgil turn back, she silently cursed in her heart. But Virgil no longer cared about whether he could break through to become a human immortal. He just kept staring at the Noelle opposite him. The current under the bridge grew more rapid as the two people locked eyes. Then, the mysterious Noelle slowly faded into the mist. She seemed only to be an illusion. Who are you? Watching this scene, Virgil felt a pain like being torn apart. Instinctively, he wanted to step forward. He needed to know who this Noelle was. Why did she resemble the women he knew? What was their relationship? But some mysterious force held him in place, making him watch helplessly as she vanished before his eyes. Who is stopping me? The swirling fog once again engulfed her previous position, and Virgil's expression turned incredibly furious, his heart filled with unprecedented killing intent. After experiencing 10,000 years of life through the heart dream fruit, his Tao heart was extremely steadfast, rarely stirred by anger. Yet now, the disappearance of this unknown Noelle had cast a shadow over his mind, filling him with intense fury. Why? I don't remember her. Yet why am I so angry? Who is she? What is our connection? Aware of the change within himself, Virgil's face suddenly fell into despair. His gaze fixed on the river below the bridge, he muttered repeatedly to himself. Reincarnation is like a fog. To truly understand everything, one must transcend reincarnation. This is like wanting to see the true shape of a mountain. You must leave the mountain first. Your current strength isn't enough to know all this. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed in his mind. Influenced by this voice, Virgil's heart instantly calmed down, leaving him astonished while also feeling reverence. How powerful this person was. A single sentence restored his agitated mind to normal. What level of cultivation was needed to achieve such control? Eve had mentioned that the bridge severing mortality was built by a very powerful person. Could it be that this voice was guiding him? However, the voice sounded familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Mr. Destin? Cultivators have excellent memories. Virgil quickly recalled that this voice matched the schoolmaster who taught him the Tao of life and death in his first life within the Heart Dream Fruit Stream. But why was this voice here? Was he the supreme being Eve spoke of? Without further response, Virgil remained uncertain but felt deeply grateful. Under Mr. Destin's influence, his state of mind had already returned to calmness. To know everything, I must become stronger. Disciple has received your teaching. Reflecting on the words, Virgil's resolve hardened. Bowing respectfully, he turned and resumed walking toward the other side of the bridge, severing mortality. Unlike others who turned back and became entranced by illusions, Virgil did not fall into them. Perhaps because, upon hearing that voice, he had firmly decided to turn back and see the person calling him. It might be that those who set this test were evaluating precisely this, a misunderstanding by later generations. Reaching the other side of the bridge, his form gradually faded away from this world. He didn't get lost in the illusion. He made it through. Outside the bridge, Eve watched dumbfounded. In all the years she had guided cultivators to break through to human immortality, she had never seen anyone turn back on the bridge, severing mortality without falling into an illusion. Virgil. Oh no, I forgot to ask which wasteland he comes from. Otherwise, I could have gone down to assist him in ascending and joining my northern cold palace. Such a pity. My third sister is still in the lower realms. I wonder if they're in the same realm? In the swirling mist, only her frustrated voice resounded. Stomping her feet, she transformed into a flash of light and vanished. If the young elites of the Northern Abyss knew that the esteemed second miss of Northern Cold Palace was vexed over not asking a man's address, they would drop their jaws in shock. Unaware of all this, Virgil's consciousness had returned to the Forsaken World Tower. Instantly, the aura of an early-stage human immortal radiated from him. Almost simultaneously, dark winds swept in from miles around, gathering ominous clouds overhead. Sensing this overwhelming presence, the alchemy emperor Finley inside a secluded chamber was startled. The next moment, the medicinal pill he had been refining for 4 or 5 days exploded with a loud bang. He hastily left the alchemy room, intending to vent his anger but froze at the sight of the dark clouds above, inhaling sharply. This is one of the 3 calamities, the wind calamity. Someone has broken through to human immortal. Is it that Emmett? But how terrifying is this wind calamity? It's easily 10 times, 100 times stronger than when I broke through to early-stage human immortal. Has he angered the heavens? Even a late-stage human immortal might not survive this. Without hesitation, Finley retreated tens of thousands of miles in an instant, watching from afar with palpable fear. Palamanes later, the solemn judge god of tribulation appeared in the sky. He was glad he had escaped in time. Otherwise, caught in the tribulation, his old life would likely be over. It seems the first tribulation is the wind calamity. Chapter 458. Wind disaster. Early stage human immortal. It looks like the first calamity is a wind disaster. Inside the world-forsaken tower, Virgil similarly felt the howling wind outside. The three calamities are divided into the wind disaster, thunder disaster, and fire disaster. Surviving all of them means reaching late-stage human immortal. However, when cultivators break through to human immortal, which specific calamity they face is random, increasing the difficulty of this breakthrough and preventing loopholes from being exploited. And at this moment, the god of tribulation who brought the disaster was the same one Virgil had encountered when he broke through to middle stage, transforming spirit. This fellow held a giant gourd fan, gently fanning it, causing endless winds to roar and sweep toward Virgil in the world-forsaken tower, shattering miles of mountains and rivers. Fan away as you like. I'll see if you can kill me. Seeing that the other party was actually using his position to seek revenge, Virgil sneered inwardly. The power of this wind disaster was almost at the limit of what a human immortal could endure. Even late-stage human immortals had to be cautious. Even a minor mistake could result in death. The wind contained forces that could make souls tremble, likely capable of directly destroying souls. Even within a small thousand world, it would be impossible to withstand the wind's might. One would be annihilated. Yet, despite the surrounding mountains and rivers breaking apart, the world-forsaken tower remained steadfast, undisturbed by the raging winds. Sensing this scene, Virgil was not surprised and ignored it, closing his eyes to continue refining the remaining immortal jade. But far away, Finley was not so calm, watching with concealed alarm. This wind disaster covered an enormous range. The sky was filled with winds spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, and almost every human immortal cultivator in the Rain Nation could sense its terrifying power. Within a day, many human immortal cultivators gathered, including Canon and Fernanda Immortal Lord, all straining their eyes to see but unable to penetrate the barrier. Elio Gongsun, what's happening? Who is undergoing tribulation here? The power of this wind disaster is at least late-stage human immortal. Could someone have broken through to late-stage human immortal? His Majesty has been missing for over a month. Could it be you succeeded in refining a high-rank 6th grade elixir? Someone asked. Faced with these questions, Finley's expression remained cold, ignoring them completely. He was feeling dejected. With such a powerful wind disaster, Virgil must have offended the god of tribulation. He couldn't possibly have survived. Not that Finley cared about his death, but he had left many valuable items inside the tower, now destroyed alongside Virgil. He felt helpless and regretful. He shouldn't have agreed to let Virgil stay and recuperate. The surrounding human immortals were equally perplexed by his attitude. The wind disaster lasted approximately 3 days and 3 nights before finally subsiding. If the god of tribulation had teeth, they would have shattered in frustration. From a distance of 1,000,000 miles away, a crowd of human immortals approached upon noticing the cessation of the disaster, only to find no trace of anyone within the 1,000,000-mile radius. What happened? Could it be that someone died under the heavenly tribulation? Who exactly underwent the tribulation? It's driving me crazy. Is it my father? He has been missing for over a month. Canon and several others were very agitated, turning to look at Finley. At that moment, a figure flew in from afar. It was a cultivator from the main hall of the Rain Palace, trembling as he stopped before the pseudo-immortals and stuttered. Finally found the lords. His Majesty's life token shattered several days ago. What? Could it be that His Majesty really underwent tribulation? Did he die in the wind disaster? This statement caused an uproar among the assembled cultivators, all turning their shocked gazes towards the bewildered Finley. Elio Gongsun, was it really His Majesty who underwent the tribulation just now? 6th floor of the world-forsaken tower. Virgil sat cross-legged on the ground, his aura thick and robust, unlike someone who had just broken through to early-stage human immortal. As for the more than 60,000 remaining immortal jades, they had all become mere waste rock. He now possessed 28,500 yuan hui mana points, an increase of nearly 20,000. Previously, he gained about 1 yuan hui point per 3 pieces of immortal jade, but as he absorbed more jade, each piece contributed less mana. Still, this was an expected outcome, and Virgil didn't pay it too much mind. After finishing the refinement, Virgil opened his eyes, exhaled a deep breath, and picked up the bottle of Ascension pill. There were 3 pills inside. Upon fully absorbing them, his internal mana reached 34,500 yuan hui points. Stretching lazily, Virgil's face betrayed uncontainable joy, though he soon calmed down. Early-stage human immortal was not enough to boast about. Now, facing the Sabine and that beast, I can win easily. However, against late-stage human immortals, victory was uncertain. Late-stage human immortals possessed mana, ranging from 200,000 to 500,000. His current level was still minuscule in comparison. The wind disaster ended. After stabilizing his cultivation for a few months, Virgil extended his divine sense and discovered that the wind disaster had ceased, and many human immortals had appeared overhead, including Fernanda Immortal Lord, the human immortal he had met earlier in the Gordy's resting place, the Dan Emperor, Canon, and 3 others, all early-stage human immortals. However, what was absent? The sword deity was always elusive. Now that everyone is gathered, it's time to resolve the matter of the Rain Palace. Elio Gongsun, was it really His Majesty who underwent tribulation just now? Seeing everyone frown, Finley also doubted how the Sabine died, sighing as he prepared to tell the truth. Just then, a calm voice sounded from below. I am the one who underwent tribulation. This unexpected voice drew the attention of all present human immortals, noticing an additional figure that had appeared. Now that everyone is gathered, I announce this. The Sabine colluded with the demon wastelands, leading to the extermination of a cultivation nation. He also conspired with Earth Abyss Earth Dragons, secretly harming the lives of over 1,000,000 cultivators. With grave offenses, he has been punished by me. Virgil spoke calmly, appearing composed before the numerous human immortals. These words caused a tumultuous reaction. What? You killed His Majesty? His Majesty colluded with demon clans, resulting in the destruction of a cultivation nation, and with earth dragons, harming millions of cultivators. Is what you say true? All the present human immortals furrowed their brows, doubting the veracity of his words. You scum, you killed my fourth brother, and now you dare to spread rumors, defaming Haral's reputation, looking for death. Suddenly, Ge, the fifth prince of the Rain Palace, filled with murderous intent, struck out at Virgil. Instantaneously, countless chains of rainwater shot towards him. Ant, Virgil muttered indifferently, stomping lightly as a storm of rain patterns erupted from his back, instantly shattering the incoming rain chains and pressing towards Ge. Pooh. Translation ends here, maintaining the structure and style of the original text. Chapter 459, List of Sins. What terrifying rain! The overwhelming intent of the rain assaulted him. Ge's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with shock as he looked ahead. Virgil had already crossed over with the Tai Su Thunder Steps, appearing in front of him. With ancient demonic energy coursing wildly through him, he delivered a devastating punch to Ge's body. Although Virgil did not unleash the heavy rain, how could an ordinary early-stage human immortal withstand such a blow? Boom. Ge didn't even have a chance to dodge before being sent flying into the ground below. So powerful, and his aura is so strange, too evil. It seems like a pseudo-ancient demon. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding Rain Hall human immortals were shaken, their faces filled with horror as they stared at that shadow enveloped in demonic chi. He has grown stronger again. Canon looked on with a complex gaze, clearly sensing that Virgil's strength far surpassed what it was a month ago. Ignoring their shock, Virgil vanished like a wraith, reappearing above Ge. He summoned the goddess furnace, infused it with spiritual power, and slammed it down fiercely. Boom. The might of the goddess furnace's strike was terrifying. Even before breaking through to early-stage human immortal, Virgil could shake mid-stage human immortals. Now with his enhanced power, how could someone like Ge, an early-stage human immortal, resist? Damn it, how can he be this strong? Ge, having just taken a punch, felt a surge of chi in his body, which hadn't yet settled when he saw Virgil attack again. Instantly, a wave of intense anxiety flooded his heart. His face turned pale as he immediately activated the Rain General's protection, transforming into a dignified armored divine general. But the next moment, the towering giant was shattered and dissipated by the goddess furnace's strike. Pooh. Lying in the large crater, Ge's breath weakened, his entire body feeling as if all bones were broken. His eyes were filled with fear, never expecting Virgil to be so powerful. Just as he was about to speak, Virgil's cold expression loomed over him. Retracting the goddess furnace, he took a step forward and grabbed Ge by the neck. Vermin, if not for the grace I received from the Gordy, I would not hesitate to slaughter you. From today onward, every descendant of the Sabine who wishes to live will become my slave. Virgil declared coldly, looking around. Then, under Ge's terrified gaze, he moved his divine consciousness into Ge's mind. After breaking through to early-stage human immortal, Virgil's divine consciousness had greatly increased, able to cover over 30,000 feet, far exceeding Ge's. But even with this power, forcefully implanting a slave seal was still beyond him. However, he still had a mortal prohibition. No. Sensing his intention, Ge's expression changed dramatically as he resisted desperately with his divine consciousness. Under the powerful suppression of a mortal prohibition, he was like a wild beast stripped of its claws, all resistance futile. His expression gradually turned hopeless. Hold it. Seeing this, a human immortal who was close to Ge changed color, intending to intervene. But Virgil gave a cold glance, activating his spiritual power to summon the goddess furnace and smash it toward him. Thus, this human immortal who was friendly with Ge was sent flying before he could act, landing on the ground with a weakened aura. Before he could make another move, a purple lightning bolt instantly bound him, immobilizing him. Seeing this, Ge's flicker of hope vanished, despair enveloping his heart as the slave seal was gradually planted in his sea of consciousness. Are you all just going to stand there and watch? Don't you realize this madman must be stopped? The human immortal initially close to Ge, despite being restrained, still tried to incite the remaining Rain Hall human immortals. No one responded. Only 4 early-stage human immortals remained on the scene, all old acquaintances of Virgil, Immortal Master DeAndre, Canon, Dan Huang, and the human immortal who once lifted the restriction. Of these 4, Immortal Master DeAndre had always had a good impression of Virgil and, considering the relationship with his own disciple, silently supported him. The other 3 early-stage human immortals hesitated due to Virgil's incredibly powerful display. He had severely wounded 2 early-stage human immortals in just a few breaths. Soon, Canon's Sea of Consciousness also bore a slave seal, his face full of humiliation. It's your turn, Immortal Master of Rain. Will you willingly accept the slave seal, or shall I force it upon you? Virgil threw him aside, then looked coldly at Canon. Was Harold truly killed by you, as you said? Canon asked with a terrible expression, voicing everyone's burning question. Earlier, when Virgil claimed to have killed the Sabine, almost no one believed it. After all, he was a mid-stage human immortal. Even a combined assault of several mid-stage human immortals might not necessarily succeed. But now, Virgil's revealed strength was too powerful, leading them to doubt whether it was true. Seeing their disbelief, Virgil didn't explain further but instead produced a green token, holding it high for everyone to see. The Sabine's token. How could it be in your hands? Canon's expression changed drastically. Recognizing the green token, the other human immortals' minds raced with shock. The Sabine's token was a symbol of authority, equivalent to the imperial jade seal of the secular world. There was only one such token, typically kept on the person of each Sabine. Its presence in Virgil's hands confirmed the Sabine's death, for who else could take it from the Sabine? As an emperor, the Sabine repeatedly endangered the Rain Wasteland and sought to harm me secretly. If you don't believe me, come with me to the second layer of the Gordy's resting place. You will see the truth for yourselves, Virgil stated coldly. Witnessing his resolute expression, everyone exchanged doubtful glances, hesitatingly following him to the second layer. Indeed, they saw the dead Earth Dragon there. The powerful malevolent Qi still lingered in the space, startling them, proving it had been at least a peak mid-stage human immortal in life. This is an Earth Dragon? Why is an Earth Dragon here, and how strong is it? I never knew this. Even Canon, the son of the Sabine, was unaware of this secret. The Earth Dragon was the final trump card of the Rain Hall, known only to each successive Sabine. This beast required the sacrifice of millions of lives each time it acted. Over the years, the Sabine sacrificed countless lives multiple times, requesting its assistance. However, during the recent ambush alongside the Sabine, it was slain by me. In addition, over a decade ago, mysterious demons appeared in the southwestern continent, wreaking havoc on cultivators. This was because the Sabine conspired with the Demon Wasteland's Demon Emperor and delayed sending Rain Hall cultivators, leading to the total destruction of the Qi with no survivors. Virgil recounted the Sabine's various crimes indifferently. Upon learning of the Sabine's numerous atrocities, the human immortals were filled with rage. Chapter 460, Master of the Rain Pavilion. I never thought Brennan would hide so many heinous deeds from us. He truly deserves to die. Indeed, he should die for deceiving us for so many years. Disgraceful to be in his company. As Brennan's dark deeds were revealed, everyone except Gay and Canon, who had complex expressions on their faces, turned furious. This included Immortal Lord DeAndre, Isaac, and several other human immortals. As human immortal powerhouses, they naturally could see that this mid-stage human immortal Heath had died only a month ago, implying that before then, Brennan had indeed colluded with the dragon. So what Virgil said was very likely true. Alright, these actions are all of Brennan's doing, and I won't blame others. However, I'm uneasy about Brennan's son, who is above the human immortal stage. Either he becomes my slave and cannot leave the Rain Wasteland, or he dies. Seeing that everyone wanted to distance themselves from Brennan, Virgil offered them some reassurance, then turned to look at Canon, who had a complex expression. Immortal Lord of Rain, I believe you're smart enough to know how to choose. Canon's lips moved, but he remained silent for a moment. I have a question. He no longer referred to himself as father, sensing something already. I know what you want to ask. I can clearly tell you that initially, I wasn't controlled by that dev of the Demon Wasteland. Everything afterwards was fabricated, so it couldn't have been done by someone from the Rain Pavilion, Virgil stated calmly. I understand. I am willing to let you plant the slave seal. Canon nodded, opening his mind seed to allow Virgil to implant the slave seal. Regardless of victory or defeat, the situation was now settled, especially given Virgil's incomprehensible strength. Resistance was futile. Moreover, Virgil was being fair. He did not root out all of their kind but only implanted the slave seals, allowing them to retain their former status, provided they didn't offend him. Clever. Virgil gave him a glance and easily planted the slave seal. Then he swept his gaze over the area and focused on the human immortal who had attacked earlier. Forgive me, Dao friend? Sensing Virgil's eyes on him, the latter hurriedly knelt, regretting deeply for misjudging the situation earlier, but it was too late. Virgil probably wouldn't spare him. At the least, he'd end up like Gay, a slave. However, unexpectedly, Virgil waved his hand, dispersing the thunder surrounding him. What happened just now, consider it forgotten. From now on, we're all part of the Rain Pavilion. You walk your broad path, I'll take mine. With that, Virgil left without another word. The human immortal stood dumbfounded, but immediately felt relieved, repeatedly thanking Virgil. The rest of the human immortals also looked at Virgil with newfound respect. Dao friend, please wait. Now that Brennan is dead, and you hold the Imperial Rain Order, we implore you to become the new Channing, leading the Rain Wasteland. Isaac called out. Yes, please become the new Channing. The other human immortals echoed with clasped hands. With no mid-stage human immortal in the Rain Pavilion to defend against any invasions, it would be defenseless. Yet Virgil had just reached human immortal and killed Brennan and the Heath. His power was unfathomable, and his morality was proven as he hadn't slaughtered indiscriminately after killing Brennan. Clearly, he was the best choice for the new emperor. The Throne of Rain has little appeal to me. However, I've received teachings from Ancestor Rain, so I am still part of the Rain Pavilion. If it's ever in peril, I will act. Virgil refused. If Brennan knew this, his feelings would be quite complex. Fearful of Virgil threatening his throne, he had harbored murderous intentions, yet Virgil showed no interest in it, even when it was offered. Please be assured, you don't need to deal with mundane affairs as emperor. There are others to handle that. The Rain Pavilion needs someone of authority to keep order, otherwise chaos may arise, Immortal Lord DeAndre advised. These words did have an impact. Though Virgil didn't care about others' lives, he didn't wish for unrest either. He hesitated, looked back at the pleading eyes of the human immortals, and nodded, very well, I shall temporarily assume the position of emperor. Meet our emperor. We'll announce this immediately. The human immortals immediately began working. Changing the Sabine was no small matter and required announcing it to all, recalling human immortals stationed elsewhere, etc. However, these tasks fell on the human immortals while Virgil took on more of an honorary role. Meanwhile, within the Rain Pavilion's main hall lay many cultivation techniques. Though Virgil had various skills, having more wouldn't hurt. Thus, he spent days immersed in the halls containing secret techniques, practicing different methods, entering the Lost Era Tower for training whenever he found one suitable. Half a month later, he had nearly mastered all the secrets the Rain Pavilion offered, finding the cultivation method for the obsidian technique used by Terrence. This technique was genuine immortal-level magic, powerful enough to destroy true immortals, created by Ancestor Rain. It was said Ancestor Rain destroyed a star with just one obsidian. However, there was a downside. It consumed lifespan. At the human immortal stage, 6 obsidians could be cast, each additional obsidian costing a century of life. During the battle, Terrence cast 9 obsidians, trapping him completely. Without the immortal binding spell, he wouldn't have escaped. Truly formidable. Compared to gaining such power, losing some lifespan was insignificant. Train. Deciding promptly, Virgil entered the Lost Era Tower, using its faster time flow to train for 10 years until he could cast 1 obsidian. Progress sped up after that. In just 30 years, he could cast 6 obsidians, capable of severely injuring even a mid-stage human immortal. Virgil was pleased. His strength had significantly improved. Exiting the Lost Era Tower, he continued reviewing remaining techniques. Some were left by ancestor reign, others created by past emperors. Picking selectively, he practiced only a few. He killed Brennan? Even among mid-stage human immortals, Brennan was strong. Quite unexpected. At the same time, in Great Qing, Adria, dressed in a long red gown, smiled at the fronds behind her. Take this to him. Yes. Translation ends here. Chapter 461. Green Emperor. The Demon Empress descends. Virgil was unaware of this matter. On that day, as he exited the Grand Hall housing secret techniques, he saw a tall Noel approaching him. Your Majesty. DeAndre Xianjun bowed respectfully. Senior, no need for formalities. Call me Braden. Virgil smiled and looked at the young Sylvia in a blue mandarin collar dress standing behind her, saying, Young Lady Donger, what are you sneaking around for? Trying to assassinate me? Hearing this nonsensical statement, Miriam jumped out from behind DeAndre Xianjun with a light snort. Now that you're an emperor, who would dare to assassinate you? I'm barely keeping up with you. Donger, don't be impolite. DeAndre Xianjun quickly chided. Miriam stuck out her tongue. No harm done. Young Lady Donger is my friend. There's no need for formalities. Senior, what brings you here? Virgil smiled, gazing at the innocent little Sylvia, which inevitably reminded him of the mysterious Noel he had seen on the mortal-cutting bridge who resembled Miriam. He couldn't help but stare at her momentarily, always feeling there might be a connection between them. Each Sabine has their own title. I came to ask about your title so we can announce it to the world. Title. What was the previous Sabine's title? I know, Marion Cloud Sabine. Miriam interjected. In that case, let's call me Green Emperor. Virgil pondered slightly. Green Emperor. Perfect, eternal and undying. With the title settled, I shall take my leave now. DeAndre Xianjun praised before preparing to depart. All right, go ahead, Senior. Goodbye, young Lady Donger. Virgil nodded, glancing affectionately at the reluctant little Sylvia by DeAndre Xianjun's side, smiling as he waved goodbye. A month passed swiftly. All the necessary arrangements for his ascension were completed, and Levi, guarding the earth abyss outside, was also summoned back to the Rain Hall to meet Virgil, with a complex expression. Soon after, the news of the former Sabine being killed spread throughout the entire Rain Wasteland within a few months. Meanwhile, the new Sabine, Green Emperor, became widely known, gaining countless admirers and universal respect across the Rain Wasteland. The name also caused a stir when it reached the Endless Sea. Many cultivators speculated whether Green Ancestor and Green Emperor were connected. Opinions varied. A year later, inside the Rain Hall, Virgil, now the Green Emperor, looked at the jade slip in his hand. It was sent by Adria, asking him to come to the Sword Wasteland in a year, stating she would be waiting for him there. A year later, Sword Wasteland? Virgil murmured, looking at another jade slip. This was the teleportation portal to cross the wastelands, directly leading to the Sword Wasteland once activated. I wonder why she wants me to go to the Sword Wasteland. Virgil's eyes flickered. Adria's identity was quite mysterious, likely an important figure from a major force in the upper realm, possibly from a downgrade power. Initially, when Virgil received her heaven-avoiding coffin, he agreed to help her with one task after breaking through to immortal human. He didn't think much about it, and planned to keep his promise. But just as he put away the teleportation jade slip, Virgil suddenly felt a loud boom from outside, frowning. What's happening? Above the Rain Hall, a well-figured, round-faced Noelle stood mid-air. With a wave of her hand, a flame-formed giant bird struck towards the hall, instantly breaking the outer formation. Who are you? Immediately, several immortal humans of the Rain Hall sensed the terrifying disturbance and appeared in the valley. Their eyes stung as they saw the red-haired Noelle, their faces turning terrified. The weakest Rain Wasteland among the 8 wastelands dares not kneel before me? The red-haired Noelle did not respond, only sneering coldly. Suddenly, an immense demonic aura spread out, carrying an irresistible authority. Demon Empress, a demon empress descends. All the immortal humans of the Rain Hall felt overwhelmed by this presence, falling to the ground uncontrollably, utterly shocked. There was a significant gap between early-stage and mid-stage immortal humans, clearly not on the same level. Moreover, the Noelle was not just any mid-stage immortal human. She was one of the 6 demon emperors of the Demon Wasteland, Tinsley. She was said to have the bloodline of a primordial flame finch, possessing formidable fire abilities that could burn everything, far surpassing the likes of the Sabine. A group of early-stage immortal humans couldn't possibly stand against her. Is that Tinsley, Demon Empress? We were unaware of your esteemed arrival. May I ask what brings you here? One immortal human recognized her and, despite the pressure, asked, Why? One of my subordinates died in your Rain Wasteland. Have the Sabine come out to see me immediately, or I'll search every soul. Tinsley's face was icy, radiating chilling determination. An immortal human, who had entered the Gordy's resting place, hesitated. Was it Yintong? He was killed by the previous Sabine. Do you think I don't know that? The previous Sabine has been dead for over 6,000 years. Let me search your soul first. The red-haired Noelle sneered, extending her hand to grab the man, pinching his neck. It's true, Senior. As the immortal human's face changed, a calm voice came from below. Yintong was indeed killed by the previous Sabine, whom I have already killed. It has nothing to do with others. Virgil stood on the ground, looking up at the Noelle. He could sense this Noelle's strength was far greater than that of Heath and the previous Sabine, nearing late-stage immortal human. His gaze flickered. Your Majesty. The other immortal humans looked at Virgil as if he were their mainstay. You? Just an early-stage immortal human? Killed the current Sabine? Whatever happened, seize him first and see. The red-haired Noelle looked down with disdain, laughing coldly as a huge flaming bird appeared, flying towards Virgil. Is that how a noble demon empress behaves? Virgil frowned, stern-faced. But the Noelle only laughed contemptuously. Reason? Is the lowly rain wasteland even worthy to reason with me? Other immortal humans looked distressed. The rain wasteland was indeed the weakest among the 8 wastelands, disdained by the others, a widely accepted fact. Is that so? You're very strong? Virgil remained unperturbed, lifting his hand towards the earth. His aura intensified rapidly, reaching peak early-stage immortal human. Soul extraction. This is the Gordy's soul extraction technique. The Rain Hall's immortal humans looked excited. What kind of secret technique is this? The red-haired Noelle frowned, sensing Virgil's sudden surge in power. Virgil ignored her, clapping his hands. 6 vortexes instantly appeared before him, emitting a destructive force. With his enhanced strength after soul extraction, using this technique wouldn't obliterate a mid-stage immortal human outright, but it would certainly trouble one greatly. Chapter 462, Capturing the Demon Empress Alive. Black Sun Technique. When did Your Majesty cultivate this technique? I heard that Your Majesty has been staying in the Sutra Hall recently. It must have been cultivated successfully during this period. But this Black Sun technique looks incredibly powerful, as if it could easily annihilate me. You don't need to feel that way, it's true. No initial stage immortal human can withstand this technique. Amidst the reverent gazes of the immortal humans, 6 black vortices lined up in a straight line, blocking Virgil's path. Boom. After a shriek, the gigantic bird covered in flames crashed into the first vortex and effortlessly destroyed it, like sweeping away withered branches and rotten wood. Next came the second, third. After destroying 3 consecutive vortices, its strength was reduced by 90%. Finally, upon crashing into the fourth, it was disintegrated by darkness and vanished. Interesting. I didn't expect the weakest among the 8 wastes, you waste, to produce someone like you. Abigail casually threw the immortal human cultivator she held and turned her gaze toward Virgil below. Her interest peaked. An initial stage immortal human actually managed to endure her attack. Although she had restrained herself to test him, it was still no small feat for an initial stage cultivator. Yes. Virgil waved indifferently, and the remaining 3 sons swept toward her. Youngster, you've successfully piqued my interest. How about giving you a chance to become my servant? The red-haired Noelle curled her finger lazily, and a flame feather darted out, exploding before her and instantly destroying the remaining 3 vortices. So strong. Can His Majesty defeat her? The surrounding Rain Hall immortal humans were once again stunned. They were all flung away by the explosion's aftermath, landing in the valley outside the main hall, their eyes filled with shock. They weren't even qualified to participate in this battle between 2 powerhouses. How about I give you a chance to be my maid? Virgil formed a barrier in front of him and stood firm, retorting. Do you know, not only in the weakest you waste but even across the entire 8 wastes, no one dares to arrogantly claim they can make me their maid. Abigail's fiery red hair danced without wind, her eyes mocking as she looked at Virgil. Why are you unhappy? With your level, lacking talent, lineage, and mediocre looks, what else can you be besides a maid or a warm bed, Sylvia? Virgil clicked his tongue, unfazed. Even without breaking through to the initial stage immortal human, he wasn't afraid of dealing with female cultivators. After all, he had his secret weapon. Abigail was nearly amused into rage. She, the esteemed demon empress, lacked talent, and her looks were mediocre? This was absolutely absurd. Countless immortal human cultivators had been entranced by her beauty, including some lords of the 8 wastes. Yet in Virgil's eyes, she was nothing. You're being disobedient. If you keep this up, I'll get angry and won't hold back anymore. Knowing this was Virgil trying to provoke her, she decided not to waste more time. Once she subdued him, she would thoroughly train him to understand whether he truly amounted to nothing. Humph! Just as she prepared to unleash her full strength, a furnace suddenly appeared in her line of sight. What is this? Abigail's beautiful face showed signs of alarm and uncertainty, sensing immense danger from the furnace. No response. The Divine Maiden Furnace can capture female cultivators and targets specifically females. Demons should also count as females. Virgil muttered silently as he infused mana into the suspended Divine Maiden Furnace atop his head. The next moment, it generated enormous suction, draining his mana instantly before hovering into the air and swiftly engulfing the unprepared red-haired Noelle inside. Everything fell silent once more, with faint pink threads flowing around the Divine Maiden Furnace, which resumed floating above Virgil's head. What's going on? Is it over? The surrounding immortal humans were stunned. Expecting a great battle, they hadn't anticipated it ending before it began. Just go about your business. Virgil, pale and slightly breathless, feeling almost drained, waved them off, facing the awe-filled gazes of the stunned immortal humans. He then arrived at the world where the Gordy transcended. After restoring his mana in the World Legacy Tower, he took out the Divine Maiden Furnace, a meaningful smile on his face. A mid-stage immortal human, stronger than both the Sabine and that beast, this was too precious to kill. She could help him against that despicable person later. So, he needed to subdue her without harming her. Just as well, now I can put the 6 Desires body to good use. Once I capture her, there are plenty of ways to make her submit. After all, she initiated this encounter first. Having planned how to handle her, Virgil felt no shame entering the Divine Maiden Furnace. Inside, Remnants of desire energies remained, but were sparse enough for a mid-stage immortal human to resist easily. Boom. An enraged figure continuously attacked the surroundings, yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't damage the space. What level of treasure is this? After a while, the red-haired Noelle stopped, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and furrowing her brows. She never imagined falling in the weakest of the 8 wastes. At that moment, spatial ripples emerged from ahead, and the despised, despicable man appeared, looking at her with a smirk. Looking at you. You seem to be cursing me, right? Despicable scoundrel, let me out immediately. Abigail was furious, summoning a massive fire phoenix to attack Virgil. The scorching heat raised the temperature inside the divine maiden furnace to terrifying levels, enough to melt the hardest cold iron. But Virgil merely smiled, sending in the immortal suppressing chains before punching the phoenix to bits. After the wave of heat dissipated, Abigail blinked, subtly frowning. Her previous strike was nearly full force, yet she couldn't overpower Virgil. Apart from his charred arm, he seemed unharmed. Become my maid, and I'll let you go. Virgil observed her from afar, taunting her verbally while releasing 3 chains to penetrate her body, suppressing 70% of her cultivation to just after she reached mid-stage immortal human. He had recently advanced to immortal human and needed a thorough battle to stabilize his cultivation. The red-haired Noelle perfectly met his requirements. Such an excellent sparring partner shouldn't be wasted. Of course, he couldn't harm her. Dream on. Despicable scoundrel. Hearing this, Abigail grew even angrier, her face cold, continuing her attack with several flaming feathers speeding towards Virgil. Chapter 463. What are you Arlant to do? Vile scoundrel, prepare to die. Not bad at all. If this were an ordinary middle-stage human immortal, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. I now desire you even more. The fiery feathered arrows surged forward. Virgil knew these would explode upon impact, and thus did not approach closely. Instead, he conjured a purple lightning whip in his hand. This was an innovation he had recently devised for mastering the art of thunder, transforming thunder into a whip. Doing so was extremely draining on mana, requiring a continuous supply to maintain the whip's form. However, the power of the lightning whip was formidable, estimating that few early-stage human immortals could endure 3 strikes. Crack. Following a sonic boom, the purple whip lashed forward, effortlessly shattering several fiery feathers. How is this possible? Damn it. How can you be so strong? Aline's face flushed with rage and embarrassment, being both provoked by his strange words and filled with disbelief. Before she could contemplate further, the purple whip snapped towards her again, emitting crackling sounds. Instinctively sensing danger, she sprouted a pair of fiery red wings from her back, fluttering them vigorously to evade just in time. The next moment, Virgil continued to swing the whip at her. Aline could only dodge continuously, her heart filled with shock. Gradually, she realized a stark truth. Her power was being suppressed. Whether it was speed or strength, all were subdued by 70% by a mysterious force. What have you done to me? She angrily stared at Virgil. You won't even let me touch you. What can I do to you? Virgil deliberately spoke ambiguously, disturbing her mind. You. This palace must kill you. Aline's breath involuntarily faltered for a moment, her body stiffening. As an imperial demon queen, she had always been high above others. For thousands of years, how could she have ever endured such teasing? She wished nothing more than to kill Virgil on the spot, but was distracted and hit directly by the lightning whip. Crack. Her specially made dress ripped apart, exposing large patches of snowy white skin. The one flaw was the red blood imprint left by the lightning whip. Nice skin. Virgil glanced aside, half smiling. Vile, despicable scoundrel. I will kill you today. A numb sensation spread over her entire body, especially when she saw his lecherous gaze. Shame and anger welled up within her. Aline completely lost control. Suddenly, a small phoenix mark appeared between her eyebrows, her body instantly vanishing from where she stood and speeding toward him, her speed increasing several times. How fast? Did you use some secret technique? Virgil was slightly surprised, flicking the purple lightning whip, yet it struggled to keep up with her speed and was easily evaded. Prepare to die, came a gritted voice in his ear. Despite dodging at the first sign of danger, he was still too slow. His sleeve tore open, bleeding from a cut inflicted as if by a sharp blade, causing intense burning pain. Despicable scoundrel, watch out. Aline's eyes narrowed with hatred. Moving at incredible speed, she circled around him, the feathers on her wings becoming the sharpest blades, slicing through flesh and leaving wounds on Virgil. In an instant, the situation reversed. Virgil could no longer keep up with her speed, turning from the attacker into the one being passively evaded. Fortunately, everything was still within tolerable limits. Although new wounds appeared constantly, he managed to avoid fatal ones. Combined with his life and death intent, it didn't significantly affect him. Virgil wasn't in a hurry to end the battle, continually using the Tai Su lightning step to dodge, practicing this martial technique without wasting this sparring opportunity. Initially, his figure moved like lightning, emitting faint crackling sounds similar to thunder. As his wounds increased, he became increasingly proficient in this movement technique. Gradually, his movements became silent, growing faster. Yet, he still couldn't achieve the absolute silence Marian robe possessed. Silent wind, invisible thunder, intangible light, swift as lightning. Recalling the Tai Su lightning step mantra taught by Marian robe, Virgil concentrated fully, moving purely on instinct. Actually comprehending the technique during combat. Watching this scene, Aline frowned slightly, realizing Virgil's intention. She coldly sneered and accelerated, her sharp feather tips slashing toward him. Gradually, Virgil's speed increased, making him more difficult to track. He could match her speed and finally vanished, his presence barely detectable yet felt nearby. Such a high-level movement technique. Aline stopped mid-air, frowning, her divine senses searching for Virgil's trail. The next moment, a soft laugh echoed in her ear, and chains snuck into her body. Thank you. Without your cooperation, it might have taken me longer to perfect the Tai Su lightning step. The suppressive force of the 4 chains was powerful, reducing her cultivation to early-stage human immortal. A purple lightning bolt suddenly emerged beside her, binding her body. Cursed. Suppressed to early-stage human immortal. Realizing the danger, she tried to escape, but it was too late. Bound tightly with only her head exposed, her body fell from the sky, hitting the ground, her face deathly pale. Virgil appeared before her, squatting down with a smile. All right, warm-up is over. Thanks for the practice. Practice? You. Hearing those soul-crushing words, Aline's lips turned white, tears welling up in her eyes. She had never felt so humiliated. It turns out he had been using her as a sparring partner all along. Become my attendant. Virgil looked down, getting straight to the point without wasting words. Dream on. Do you think you have a choice now that you're a captive? I advise you to submit peacefully. Otherwise, I'll brand you with a slave mark, which will have the same effect, Virgil threatened. Humph, try it. I'd rather die than suffer humiliation, Aline responded fiercely, showing immense resolve. Humph. Virgil found this quite vexing, but recognized the usefulness of this Noel. He then projected his divine sense into her sea of consciousness. Unexpectedly, a sharp bird cry immediately shattered his intruding divine sense. Well, continue then. Aline seemed to have anticipated this outcome, looking at him provocatively. Suffering this setback, Virgil wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, his face darkening in thought. There seemed to be something terrifying in this Noel's mind, a remnant soul of a powerful being. With this presence, he couldn't implant a slave mark. However, he wasn't entirely powerless against her. He suddenly placed his palm on her thigh, saying coolly, even without the slave mark, I can make you submit. You? What are you going to do? Aline felt a hint of fear, an ominous premonition rising in her heart. What do you want me to do? Please note that this translation aims to provide a coherent and stylistically appropriate rendition while adhering strictly to the original text structure. Hashtag chapter 464, shameless. What do you think I want to do? Bound by the purple lightning, Alicia lay on the ground, unable to move. Her skirt was disheveled, revealing half of her porcelain white legs. Upon hearing his mocking voice, she felt a mix of fear, yet her pride as an empress refused to let her yield easily. She coldly spat. If you have the guts, then kill me. I won't kill you. Virgil squatted in front of her, observing her defiant expression with interest. He placed his hand on her thigh, and a pink mist emerged from his palm, entering the Noel beneath him. As a 6th desire body, if he wished, he could stimulate the desire force of any Noel with comparable cultivation through touch. Since achieving this state, this was the first time he had used it. With the pink mist entering her body, Alicia's cheeks immediately flushed red. An unbearable heat began to surge in her abdomen. She bit her lips hard, initially trying to endure it through sheer willpower. But gradually, she began to feel an emptiness that turned into panic. What did you do to me? Her almond eyes became misty, losing their former resolve and replacing it with weakness, arousing pity. Nothing much, just gave you something. Think of it as aphrodisiac. It will make you yearn for nothing but pleasure. Enjoy it well. Virgil remained indifferent, crouching in front of her with a mischievous gaze. Vile scoundrel. A mighty Sabine learning such despicable methods from lechers. How shameless and depraved. At the thought of becoming a mere wanton Noel obsessed with pleasure, Alicia shivered. If it came to that, she would rather die. She did not wish to become a tool for others' desires. Yet, slowly, she began to feel changes in her body. Her originally pale skin reddened, and the burning sensation in her heart grew more unbearable, compelling her to distract herself by cursing at him incessantly. But Virgil remained unmoved, watching and listening to her curses with a calm demeanor, as if the insults were directed at someone else. Before long, the curses began to change, interspersed with enticing moans that came intermittently. I can be your servant, please retract those forces. Alicia struggled to prevent the alluring sounds from escaping her throat, her gaze pleading. If you had cooperated earlier, it would have been simpler, Virgil smiled. He placed his hand on her flat stomach, withdrawing the desire force back into himself. Now, obediently let me plant a slave mark. Do not resist. Gradually regaining her composure, the desire to seek pleasure subsided. Alicia took a deep breath, clenching her legs together and demanded, let me go first. Don't try any tricks. This is the only time I'll trust you. Virgil glanced at her, unfazed by the possibility of her going back on her word. He raised his hand to withdraw the thunder binding. With the restraints gone, Alicia was finally able to move. However, her body still felt numb, as if remnants of the lightning lingered within her. It took some time before she managed to stand up. Aren't me to be your servant? Dream on. Seeing Virgil's gaze, she flicked her long dress and scoffed, suddenly producing a charred remnant of a tree, encircled by a faint yellowish sandy gas, radiating desolation and terror, as if it could obliterate everything. Die. Daring not to touch it with her hands, Alicia used her divine sense to propel the relic towards Virgil at high speed. This thing. An overwhelming force surged from the front, causing Virgil's brows to furrow even deeper. A strange sense of unease shook his soul, so he grabbed it, examining it closely. In the next moment, the yellowish mist on the surface of the tree remnant entered his body through his palm, instantly making him feel an imminent danger of death. His face darkened. The immortal blood and ancient demon blood within him boiled, countering the force. With the suppression of the immortal prohibition, it took him a while to dispel the threat. This was only possible because the power had faded over time. In its prime, even a wisp of that gas could have killed him thousands of times over. The origin of this item is formidable. Unknown power. Virgil stared down at the tree remnant in his hand, filled with shock. As the surface mist dissipated, the black remnant of the tree crumbled into ashes in his hand. For some reason, it left him with an inexplicable melancholy. What? Observing the remnant dissolve, Alicia's almond eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't understand why the remnant didn't affect Virgil. This was her last ace, obtained from an ancient secret realm, containing a terrifying, ominous, and evil force that led to the mysterious deaths of those who encountered it. How could Virgil remain unscathed? I said, I'll give you one chance. Since you're being disobedient, I'll give you a punishment. Hearing the commotion, Virgil cast aside his strange emotions, looked up at her, and appeared beside her in an instant, grabbing her delicate wrist as white lightning surged out. Release me. Just as Alicia tried to free herself, she suddenly felt a chill envelop her entire body. She found herself naked in front of Virgil, her face flushed with indignation and shame, wanting to resist but realizing her strength was no match for Virgil due to the suppressed cultivation. Giving you a little punishment. The pink desire force entered her body as Virgil released her hand. Facing the sight that stirred Min's primal desires, he showed no interest. With a light smile, he said, enjoy it. He then stepped into the great primal thunder step, hiding around the area to watch without giving her any chance to retaliate. You. Alicia's heart skipped a beat, surprised that Virgil had indeed let her go without forcing her, leaving her puzzled about his intentions. Yet, that familiar heat soon returned to her body. Damn it. Desire began to overwhelm her consciousness. Her eyes grew hazy, her body hotter by the second, every inch of her skin exuding a lustful aura, blushing red as she gritted her teeth, fighting against it. TSK, holding back like this must be quite uncomfortable, huh? Why don't you show off a little self-pleasure here? After all, you've probably done it before. Self-pleasure? How dare you think I would do such a thing? What kind of person do you take me for? Alicia's small, red face brimmed with anger. Indeed, during her teenage years, she had experimented out of curiosity, but she wouldn't admit it to Virgil. Why be afraid? No one's here, no one will know. The voice sounded almost bewitching, nearly prompting Alicia to instinctively reach down, but she quickly stiffened, halting the action. To indulge in self-pleasure before Virgil, she'd rather die. You, what exactly do you want? Her voice involuntarily carried a hint of allure, intertwined with anger and grievance. I just want to see how an empress indulges in self-pleasure. Virgil's voice drifted vaguely. Shameless. Note asterisk due to the mature and explicit nature of some parts of this chapter, they have been toned down to ensure appropriate content while maintaining the storyline and character interactions. Chapter 465. Jade Slip Record, Re-encounter with Will. Shameless. Alicia wanted to hurl many curses, but her breathing grew increasingly rapid, her cheeks flushed red. She felt conflicted and desperate, longing to end her life but hesitating, unwilling to die so easily. Eventually, her consciousness was overwhelmed by wave after wave of desire, losing her sense of modesty as she slowly walked into the abyss. A series of plaintive moans echoed within the divine maiden furnace. Tisk. Virgil listened to the plaintive sounds in his ears, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. It was an imaging jade slip, capable of recording the surrounding scenes. This object wasn't hard to obtain. Virgil had carried one for years after killing many people, and today it finally came in handy. Of course, he didn't have any particular fetishes, it was merely a means to achieve a certain end. Once she woke up, she would surely go berserk. Your Majesty. A few days later, inside the main hall of the Rain Pavilion, Alicia followed Virgil coldly, heading towards the scripture hall. Along the way, Rain Pavilion cultivators saw the red-haired Noelle trailing behind him like a follower, and regarded them with awe and admiration. After all, this was a demon empress from the Demon Wasteland, one of the 3 strongest among the 8 wastelands. The Demon Wasteland boasted 6 demon emperors, including some late-stage human immortals. This red-haired Noelle, though not the strongest in the Demon Wasteland, had significant renown and even had a late-stage human immortal pursuing her. Now, she had been subdued by the Emperor. If this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. Alicia understood their thoughts upon seeing these gazes and felt humiliated, wishing she could strike Virgil dead on the spot. But she had already been branded with a slave mark, unable to kill him or disobey his orders, feeling deeply aggrieved. Virgil found her fleeting look of humiliation amusing, nodding back to the human immortals they met and entered the scripture hall to see if there were any worthwhile secret techniques left. Remember what you promised me, Alicia said coldly from behind. Don't worry, I'll grant you your freedom in 100 years. During this period, you only need to follow my orders and no one else's, Virgil replied, flipping through the jade slips on the shelves. Humph, and that jade slip, if you dare to leak it out, I will fight you to the death. Alicia gritted her teeth. This despicable man had recorded her intimate moment and used it to threaten her. Either serve as a servant, or let the jade slip be duplicated and sent to the demon wasteland. As a demon empress, if this jade slip ever leaked, her reputation would be ruined, leaving her too ashamed to face anyone. She reluctantly signed an unequal treaty with Virgil for 100 years. The threat was weak and powerless, and Virgil chuckled without responding. Using a jade slip recording to threaten someone was unorthodox and would invite criticism. However, he didn't care. As long as he achieved his goals, the process could be overlooked. Insults and criticisms? He would just endure them. This Noelle's strength was formidable, nearly matching a late-stage human immortal. His current strength couldn't improve much in the short term, so he needed help to kill that bastard. Why did my cultivation get inexplicably suppressed during our battle? Alicia still couldn't understand where she had lost. I have a supreme treasure that can suppress cultivation, Virgil glanced at her, knowing she hadn't given up and decided to reveal part of the truth. A supreme treasure that could suppress a human immortal's cultivation. Upon realizing the truth, Alicia's expression turned grave, fully understanding its implications. Such a treasure was unheard of, and if word got out, all the human immortals from the 8 wastelands would flock to the Rain Wasteland to kill and steal it. But now her fate was tied to Virgil, so she wouldn't reveal it. Where did you get that tree's remains? Virgil asked casually, oblivious to her thoughts. From a hidden realm, Alicia responded tersely. How far are you from becoming a late-stage human immortal? Still lacking 10,000 meeting point magic power. I should be able to break through to late-stage human immortal, Alicia sighed, feeling hopeless about the future. 10,000 meeting points. Virgil's eyes flickered, feeling hesitant without saying anything. That fruit could boost 10,000 magic powers, but he was somewhat reluctant to use it, though enhancing her strength would greatly benefit him. At that moment, a sword beam entered the valley and stopped outside the scripture hall. Sensing a familiar aura, Virgil looked up and led Alicia outside, landing in front of the white-clothed sword god, Will, with complex emotions. Alicia also furrowed her brows. Will's aura was powerful, being an extremely formidable mid-stage human immortal, not much weaker than her. Who would have thought that the weakest Rain Wasteland would produce so many heroes consecutively? Greetings, sword god ancestor. Virgil bowed respectfully, not letting his increased strength make him arrogant. Will had protected him a lot when his strength was insufficient. He knew how to be grateful. I didn't come here to avenge the Sabine. Will's gaze swept over Virgil and then fell on Alicia behind him. Demon Empress Alicia from the Demon Wasteland. Recently, news of Virgil capturing the Demon Empress using just one furnace spread widely. Now, everyone in the Rain Pavilion praised Virgil and revered him. Knowing that the Rain Wasteland was once the weakest, with enemies invading frequently and even a Devil Wasteland Emperor crossing wastelands to kill, while the previous Sabine dared not retaliate, compared to the current Sabine who captured a Demon Empress, they felt proud and vindicated. Even Will, who didn't care much about worldly affairs, had heard of the rumors and felt deeply moved. After all, Virgil was brought into the Rain Pavilion by him, and he felt they were somewhat similar, so he had always taken good care of him. Who would have thought that within less than a year, he had broken through to human immortal and killed the Sabine, subduing a Demon Empress. I went to the Cloud Wasteland recently and fought the human emperor of the Cloud Dream Marsh there, obtaining a considerable amount of divine blood. I brewed it into blood wine which can enhance magic power. Here's a pot of wine as a gift to congratulate you. Will waved casually, tossing the wine gourd to Virgil. Blood wine? Upon hearing that it could boost magic power, Virgil accepted it, drinking a mouthful experimentally. His magic power indeed increased by several dozen meeting points, making his eyes widen in surprise, while feeling even more indebted. Do you think the ancestor has forgotten many memories? Virgil put away the wine and sighed. Will looked bewildered. I'm not sure, but I feel I've forgotten someone. If the ancestor wishes to know, perhaps you could visit the Orchid Cause Temple in Axelxing Jandam. It might help you recall something. Please ensure to maintain this tone and style for further translations, keeping the paragraph structure and line breaks intact. Chapter 466. Hard to become a pair. Axelxing's Lanin Temple was the place where Will's former Dao companion was buried, and it was also where they first met. Will had lost all his memories after that, directly forgetting everything. Virgil couldn't restore his memory either, so after hesitating, he didn't tell him about his past Dao companion. Instead, he guided him to the place where they had met, hoping it might help him recall something. If Will wanted to know more, Virgil would tell him then. Axelxingwa, Lanin Temple, such a familiar name, Will murmured, looking deeply at Virgil for a moment before transforming into a streak of sword light and shooting straight into the sky, unsure if he was heading there. Those who are in love cannot easily become a pair. Virgil stood still, watching his back as he thought of Will's tragic experiences, and chuckled bitterly. He was no different. Shaking his head, Virgil looked at the wine gourd in his hand. This bottle of wine could probably increase 2,000 mana points. It was very precious. Unfortunately, the only thing he could do for Will was this much. With mixed emotions, Virgil went back into seclusion. This time, his seclusion period was relatively short. After staying in the Legacy Tower for just over a year, he completely refined the jar of wine given by Will, and his internal mana increased by 2,100 cycles, reaching a total of 36,600 cycles. If he enhanced himself a bit further and used soul extraction, he could directly advance to the mid-stage of human immortal. Ending his seclusion, Virgil did not waste any time. He summoned all the idle human immortals from the Rain Palace, waved his hand, and condensed the image of the Daejeon bastard from years ago. Then, with everyone's puzzled looks, he issued his first order as the Sabine. From today, we will spare no expense to find this person. Yes, your majesty. Hearing Virgil's fierce tone, everyone became solemn and dared not delay. Alicia. As they left, Virgil looked into the distance, softly calling out the name. The Noelle behind him said nothing but indicated she was listening. Virgil was used to this. He turned to look at her cold face and teased. You say some places can be very fertile but barren without crops. I don't know. The red-haired Noelle initially didn't understand why he asked such a nonsensical question until she saw him staring at a particular spot on her body and blushed in anger. Understanding what he meant, she spat angrily. Despicable, perverted. If not for the slave mark, she really wished to strangle him right then and there. What do you mean despicable? I don't understand what you're saying. I was talking about that place over there. Virgil lazily shifted his gaze and pointed to a barren hillside outside the palace. Alicia sneered, not believing his lies. Do you want me to give you a chance to serve me at night? Virgil continued to tease her idly. Dream on. This empress would rather die than succumb to your tricks again. Don't worry, your appearance is quite safe in my eyes. If I truly wanted to, I would have made my move long ago. Seeing her guarded expression, Virgil blinked, glancing sideways at her. Safe means what? Disdaining my looks. Alicia's lips twitched, and her face turned cold. She endured, silently plotting revenge for 100 years. I wonder if we can find that bastard this time. Virgil stopped teasing her and looked into the distance, where a misty green rain appeared. Though he had already ordered the Rain Palace cultivators to search for the bastard, he wasn't too hopeful. After all, The other party was a late-stage human immortal, and hiding would be extremely easy. Brayden. Just then, a Sylvia in blue flew toward him from afar. Miss Donger. Virgil nodded gently. Shortly afterward, Miriam happily landed in front of him, about to speak when she noticed Alicia standing behind him. Her joyful face suddenly turned cautious, and her voice faltered. She knew Virgil had subdued a demon emperor but didn't know it was a beautiful Noelle. An immediate sense of threat rose within her. Noticing her change in demeanor, Alicia's eyes twinkled. Her female intuition told her the relationship between these two wasn't simple. Recalling Virgil's earlier behavior, she thought of an excellent way to get back at him. Before Miriam could speak, she moved close to Virgil, her voice sweet and soft. Your servant will definitely wash up well and serve his majesty properly tonight. Hearing the coquettish tone, Virgil almost stumbled and shot Alicia a glare. He was about to ask what madness possessed her when he saw the smugness in her eyes, realizing how strong a Noelle's vengeful heart could be. Fine. This is how you want to play. Just wait. Cursing inwardly, Virgil was about to teach her a lesson but felt Miriam's cold stare and decided to address her first. What brings you here? The emperor is so blessed, indulging in pleasure daily. I shall not disturb you then. The little Sylvia gave him a sour glance, leaving behind a storage bag before vanishing in a streak of light, holding back tears. Virgil frowned, catching the hidden sarcasm. He held his tongue for a moment before inspecting the storage bag with his divine senses, discovering several high-grade 5th-rank demonic medicines inside. He remembered issuing orders for the Rain Palace to gather such medicines, and Miriam seemed to have found some source to provide them. Recalling the Sylvia's pained look, Virgil sighed. It was somewhat laughable. She was just at the deity transformation stage, yet always cared for him, a human immortal. This feeling was strange indeed. TSK, someone won't be sleeping well tonight. Alicia smirked maliciously. The next moment, Virgil reached out and coldly grabbed her chest. The intense pain made her gasp. As she was about to frown, she saw his icy stare. You wanted to serve me? Wash up well and wait for me in the bedroom tonight, Virgil said coldly. Seeing his seriousness, Alicia looked aggrieved and remained silent, regretting her decision. Virgil ignored her after warning her, entering the place where Manny had entered Nirvana instead of chasing Miriam. The hardest thing to endure is a beauty's kindness. Thinking of the Sylvia's eyes, he sighed softly, entering the Legacy Tower and retrieving many high-grade 5th-rank spiritual medicines. Most of these high-grade 5th-rank medicines came from the storage bags of the Sabine and Terrence, among others. They were mainly used to refine jumping immortal pills to enhance deity transformation cultivation, approximately 10 batches. After several rounds of lightning tribulation, all the batches of high-grade 5th-rank jumping immortal pills were successfully refined. Pity 6th-rank spiritual medicines are exceedingly rare, and high-grade 5th-rank pills have no effect on me now, but they'd be perfect for little Miriam. Virgil sighed twice, looking at the jade bottles in his hands. These pills should be enough for her to break through to late-stage deity transformation. Tomorrow, I'll have Gay buy more. Please note that while translating, I've preserved the story and characters' names as accurately as possible. If you have specific preferences or corrections, feel free to let me know. Hashtag chapter 467. Punishing Alicia. It was nightfall outside, and Virgil had just exited the world-forgotten tower. He extended his divine sense to cover the entire valley, searching for Alicia's presence. Seeing her indeed within her chambers, he smiled and vanished from where he stood. The threats he made earlier were naturally meant to frighten her, to establish who the true authority was, so she would be easier to manage in the future. Damned man, cursed dog of a man. The night was deep, and in the vast bedroom, Alicia sat on the bed, her long red hair cascading down her back, her almond eyes veiled with mist. Just a joke, and this great Sabine has such a petty mind. Thinking about being defiled by Virgil, the demon empress's voice trembled with sobs. With him holding incriminating evidence and having branded her with a slave mark, escape seemed impossible. Could she really only accept her fate? As despair consumed her, a figure appeared before her. Cleaned up? Alicia instantly stopped cursing, gripping the bed sheets tightly with both hands, remaining silent. Under the dim light, her almond eyes were clouded with tears, her fair face pale, her lips bitten from nervousness, and her hands clutching the sheets tightly as if she were a kidnapped wife in a bandit's lair. Virgil couldn't help but chuckle, suppressing his urges, and coldly remarked, You wanted to serve me, didn't you? Why so quiet now? Weren't you all high and mighty during the day? I was just teasing you. Alicia bit her lip tightly, her hands whitening from gripping the sheets. Her beauty was enhanced by her long red hair, making her even more alluring, especially in her current vulnerable state, stirring primal desires in any man. Teasing? You'll know tonight what happens when you tease me. I warn you, if you dare to kill yourself, I'll expose that jade slip. Virgil feigned seriousness, drawing closer to her red hair, inhaling the nearby fragrance while feeling the trembling of her delicate body, inwardly laughing. Little one, I can handle you. Please, don't. The once proud demon empress now seemed like a weak Noelle, biting her lip gently, tears threatening to spill. I already saw everything I needed to see. Only one step remains. Rest assured, this emperor will make tonight unforgettable for you. It's not too early, little maid. Fulfill your duty. Virgil smiled faintly, pinning her to the bed and pulling the curtains closed. Alicia closed her eyes in despair, her body trembling as if preparing for execution. Her innocence would soon be lost to this despicable man. She sobbed softly through her small nose, feeling powerless. But after waiting for a while, Virgil made no move. The expected assault never came. Instead, he rolled off her. You. Alicia opened her almond eyes in confusion, finding Virgil lying beside her, staring at her intently. Uncertainty filled her heart. She couldn't fathom what Virgil was planning or why he had stopped. Why so disappointed that I haven't taken further action? Virgil teased. How shameless. Alicia spat internally but dared not provoke him, choosing silence instead. Silence is the highest form of contempt. If Virgil knew her conflicting thoughts, he might have acted differently. He coldly said, "Rest easy. Someone like you isn't worth forcing myself on. Tonight is just a lesson." The bed was spacious enough for 4 or 5 people. After speaking, Virgil ignored her, resting his head on the pillow beside her without touching her or letting her leave. This was the first time Alicia shared a bed with a man, feeling uneasy yet afraid to leave. She lay beside him hesitantly. Fortunately, Virgil made no further moves, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling lucky yet confused. Her hatred towards him seemed to lessen slightly. Her mind remained complex and tense, devoid of sleep. Meanwhile, Virgil seemed to fall asleep, breathing softly through the drizzling rain outside. Alicia dared not leave, but felt less fear. She cautiously turned around, facing Virgil, watching him through the darkness. After a while, she sneaked another glance at him, spending the night in anxiety, unaware when she finally drifted off. By dawn, she woke alone on the bed. A night of rain continued into the morning, but Alicia, accustomed to fire, didn't feel the chill. Sitting up groggily, she stretched, revealing her graceful curves. Suddenly remembering something, she checked her body, feeling relieved afterward. A servant outside the door reported, "Sir, His Majesty went to refine pills. You are free to move around but not too far." Refining pills? At Gordy's resting place, lightning gathered continuously in the sky. Now with nearly peak early immortal realm divine sense, Virgil found refining 5th rank high-grade pills much easier. Occasionally he failed, but after refining several batches, his success rate approached 100%. Days later, Gay-sent medicinal herbs were all refined into pills. Virgil then left Gordy's resting place, intending to give them to Jordan as a gift for her kindness and help. Light rain drizzled as Alicia followed behind him, having learned from her experience days ago and keeping silent. Virgil approved and inquired about various matters of the 8 Desolates as they approached Qing.The Hall. Long live the Emperor. The venerable Franzes of Qing.The Hall, who had entered the earth abyss with him, now bowed respectfully. Is Jordan not here? Virgil had already scanned the area with his divine sense and found her absent. Nodding at them, he headed straight to the Hidden Weapon Valley. Hidden Weapon Valley, located in the north of the Rain Jandam bordering Panjandam, stretched 10,000 miles and was divided into Inner Valley and Outer Valley. Only DeAndre Xianjun and Jordan resided in the Inner Valley, with miscellaneous servants living in the Outer Valley. Long live the Emperor. Recognized immediately, cultivators greeted Virgil. He nodded indifferently, frowning slightly. Rumors say there's a fire vein underground in Hidden Weapon Valley, making it extremely hot and rich in fire attributes, thus increasing weapon refinement success rates. But I don't feel that much heat. Chapter 468, Earth Traveling Pearl. The fire vein is typically formed by countless scorching sunstones. This type of mineral, with extremely high temperatures, can only be found deep underground and is quite rare. To form a large-scale fire vein, it usually takes tens of thousands of years. For this reason, the temperature above a fire vein is often very high. It can even tap into geothermal energy directly for alchemy or artifact refinement. Is the rumor false? Virgil mused, feeling that Songbing Valley wasn't as exaggerated as the legend suggested. There indeed is a fire vein here, allowing those who practice fire-based techniques to make rapid progress. However, its strength seems to be weakening. Alicia shook her head. Being from the Taigu Yen-Kai clan renowned for fire prowess, she had an innate high aptitude in fire-related skills and could sense the vast fire element power beneath the ground, which was mysteriously diminishing. Weakening? Virgil was taken aback, growing more puzzled. Your Majesty. At this moment, Selena emerged from the valley, followed by Miriam with a stern expression. Xianjun. Seeing Selena personally greet them, the surrounding cultivators of Songbing Valley showed respect but were not surprised. I just happened to be passing by and came to bother you, hoping you won't hold it against me. Virgil pressed down his confusion temporarily, gonging his hands in greeting. I've kept the gong ing, but this doesn't read naturally in English. Let me improve it. I just happened to be passing by and decided to pay you a visit. I hope you won't hold it against me. Virgil suppressed his confusion for the moment and greeted with a formal hand gesture. These words naturally drew Alicia's disdainful gaze. TCH, men, clearly coming to find the young Sylvia, but speaking as if it were official business. How dare I? Selena smiled, shaking her head and ushering the two into the Inner Valley. During the journey, Miriam, contrary to her usual lively self, acted like she didn't recognize Virgil at all, leaving her teacher quite astonished. After all, this Sylvia used to be as happy as if she had eaten candy whenever she saw Sabine. Why did she suddenly act like a different person today? She recalled how Miriam had been gloomy after visiting Virgil a couple of days ago. She guessed something might have happened between them but didn't inquire further. In no time, the four of them sat in the grass hut where Selena normally received guests. Virgil sipped tea brewed with enlightenment leaves, seeing Miriam's serious face but not rushing to ask, has there been any problem in Songbing Valley recently? Your Majesty has keen perception. It can't escape your notice. Selena sighed. I'm sure your Majesty has heard the rumors about Songbing Valley. Virgil nodded, waiting for her to continue. Indeed, there is a powerful fire vein beneath Songbing Valley. However, the strength of this fire vein has been continuously depleting. Soon, Songbing Valley will be no different from other places. Indeed. Have you discovered the root cause? Not yet, but it started a few months ago, said Selena, sighing worriedly. This subterranean fire vein was greatly beneficial to her cultivation and significantly improved her artifact refinement due to the strong fire elemental Dao here. Losing it would be a great loss. These past few months, Virgil looked thoughtfully at Alicia, asking, do you know why? Selena was one of the most respected Xian among the Rain Hall members. Besides, it was she who helped upgrade his ancient divine weapon cauldron. Now, facing her difficulties, he wouldn't stand idly by. Alicia pondered and said, I'm not certain, but the problem likely lies within the fire vein itself. We should check it out. This fire vein is buried at least 10,000 miles deep, even beyond the reach of Xian cultivators. Selena smiled helplessly. Alicia had considered this, and naturally, the others had too. Even some Xian cultivators specialized in earth traversal techniques might struggle to reach such depths. Even if they managed to, the immense pressure from the surrounding earth could easily kill a Xian cultivator. 10,000 miles underground? Virgil frowned, looking back at Alicia. Do you have a way? Alicia remained silent, reluctantly producing a yellowish bead. Could this be an earth-traveling pearl? With this, there might be a chance. Recognizing the pearl, Selena spoke. You still have some knowledge. This is indeed an earth-traveling pearl, superior to ordinary ones. Holding it allows free travel through the earth, and I ventured over 10,000 miles deep. Alicia gave her a sidelong glance. You actually possess such a valuable item. Virgil was surprised upon hearing its incredible capability. With such a powerful item, escaping pursuit even from late-stage Xian cultivators would be effortless. If not for my immortal cauldron and your unfamiliarity with my situation, capturing me then would have been difficult, he remembered. At least I was once an imperial demon, so I have some resources, Alicia humphed, lifting her chin. Then let's go investigate. Can this pearl carry us through? Virgil looked at her, asking. It can, but anyone below mid-stage Xian shouldn't attempt the 10,000-mile depth. The pressure there is enormous, and even with the earth-traveling pearl, lacking mid-stage Xian strength means being instantly crushed, Alicia stated. Then let's go together. Virgil nodded, overlooking his own early-stage status. Thank you, Your Majesty, Selena bowed respectfully, appreciating his consideration. Miriam, silent throughout, bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Please don't be formal. Virgil smiled and turned to the young Sylvia. Are you still angry with me, Donger? Miriam huffed. Your Majesty misunderstands. I can't be angry. Sure enough, Virgil understood but didn't press further. Pulling out a storage bag, he smiled. Here are some medicinal pills I specially prepared for you. Thanks for your herbal medicine. Before she could refuse, he placed it in her hand and gestured to Alicia. Alicia rolled her eyes, grabbing him with one hand, while holding the earth-traveling pearl with the other, activating it. A faint glow emanated, and the two vanished instantly from the ground. Wicked guy, trying to buy me off with pills. Well, fine. Just this last time since you specially brought them for me. Alone in the now empty space, Miriam silently clutched the storage bag, seemingly no longer angry. Underground, far from sunlight, darkness reigned deeper than the deepest ocean, almost devoid of any color. Below this darkness, a faintly glowing yellow barrier moved downwards, piercing through the void. Hashtag chapter 469. Unexpected encounter. The earth-walking pearl is truly a remarkable thing. Inside the barrier, Virgil was being held by Abigail as they traveled downward. With the barrier around them, the two moved freely as if they were fish in water, even though they were underground. Abigail's speed wasn't particularly fast. Although they had the earth-walking pearl, moving underground was still less agile than on the surface. As they descended deeper, they occasionally saw remnants of trees, intertwined roots, and sometimes even weapons and magical treasures that had lost their spiritual power, along with white bones. However, after traveling 100 miles, only dirt and rubble remained around them. After breaking through 3,000 to 4,000 miles underground, Virgil could already feel slight pressure. Even with the protection of the barrier, the surrounding pressure would crush a Hua-destined cultivator into a pulp. This was still with the protection of the earth-walking pearl. Yet Abigail remained very relaxed up until this point. It wasn't until another tea break later that their speed gradually slowed down. The pressure below will be a headache even for a Xian cultivator. Be cautious. Hearing this cold voice, Virgil nodded, adjusting his mana to protect himself as they continued downward. The pressure grew stronger around them, but it was still manageable for both of them. The yellowish-brown barrier protected them as they kept descending. Another tea break later, Abigail's expression became solemn. They were now about 10,000 miles deep, and the pressure around them was already too much for an early-stage Xian cultivator, and even a mid-stage Xian couldn't stay here for long. Fortunately, Virgil's physical strength was comparable to that of a mid-stage Xian. Though he felt the pressure, he could still endure it. This place is extremely hot. We shouldn't be far from the fire vein. I need to reduce the barrier's range, otherwise we can't pass through. Abigail glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then casually said, Hold me tightly. She had only descended 10,000 miles before. This was her first attempt beyond that depth, so she dared not be careless. Hold you tightly? Virgil was taken aback but complied, hugging her tightly from behind as per her request. Don't let your hands wander, or I'll take you down with me here. To his surprise, Abigail's ears turned red immediately, and she gritted her teeth. My apologies. Virgil awkwardly moved his hands to her waist. Abigail forced herself to steady her fluctuating emotions, using demonic energy to enhance the barrier's strength while reducing its size, allowing them to continue descending under greater pressure. Their bodies were tightly pressed together during this time. Virgil's warm breath occasionally brushed against her elongated, graceful neck, causing an uncomfortable tingling sensation. Abigail could only force herself to treat Virgil as a tool, focusing ahead, though internally she was struggling. Virgil, smelling the faint fragrance near him, also felt a bit distracted. He steadied his breathing as best as he could. After about 15 minutes, they finally emerged from the soil, floating in the air. Underground at this depth of 10,000 miles, there was actually an empty space, a vast area of several hundred hectares, intensely hot due to the red mineral vein running above. Is this where the fire vein lies? There were no obstacles around, making everything visible. Virgil scanned the surroundings and suddenly froze. Then an overwhelmingly terrifying killing intent spread from him. Aren't you going to let go of me? Abigail didn't notice his abnormality. After waiting for Virgil to release her and getting no response, she looked up to see his bloodshot eyes fixed on something nearby. There, a man dressed in dark black robes sat cross-legged on the ground. There's someone here. Abigail was momentarily stunned, more so by Virgil's reaction, which was frightening enough to make her wary. At this moment, the black-robed man sensed the anomaly and opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the two newcomers. He froze briefly, then a terrifying aura locked onto them. Boy, it's you. Are you alone? Where's the little Sylvia who injured me back then? Mid-stage Rincian. Sensing this aura, Abigail's face turned grim. From their conversation, she gathered that they knew each other and were enemies. Scum, so you've been hiding here. Haha, do you know how I've lived these past years? Virgil showed no fear, pushing Abigail aside and stepping forward. The blood of Yance and immortal blood surged violently within him. Early stage Rincian. No, there's also a hint of tier 1 man demon realm aura. How is that possible? You advanced from golden core to this level in just over a decade. The black-robed man's face darkened, shocked. In just a dozen years, from golden core to Rincian? Hearing their exchange, Abigail's eyes widened, looking at Virgil in disbelief. Trash, today is your death day. Meeting an old enemy always makes one's heart boil with rage. Virgil's eyes were bloodshot, thinking of Maureen and the others, whose deaths were indirectly related to this man. Without any further words, he instantly raised his hand, activating soul snatching. His aura soared, reaching peak early stage Rincian, just a step away from mid-stage. Then 6 chains simultaneously exited his body and entered the opponent's. Die! A murderous voice rang out as 9 black vortexes appeared around the black-robed man, trapping and compressing him. But unexpectedly, with a loud bang, the entire space trembled, and the 9 vortexes shattered simultaneously. It seems I misjudged something earlier. Suppressing my cultivation wasn't the little Sylvia's doing but yours. No matter, that bizarre method isn't yours. You can only suppress me by 1 realm. Calm returned, and the black-robed man slowly walked out, emitting peak mid-stage Rincian aura, his eyes blazing with intense killing intent. Breaking from golden core to Rincian in just a dozen years, and Virgil's aura was solid, not like someone who forcibly enhanced themselves through elixirs. Such terrifying talent might not even be matched by geniuses from the top sects of the 4 Seas immortal domain. Such a person could never be allowed to live after offending him. Seeing this, Abigail paused beside Virgil, frowning slightly, asking, so what do we do? Kill him, and you're free. Virgil's tone was icy. Without delay, demonic patterns burned on his back, activating heavy rain, and he flashed in front of the opponent, delivering a punch. I originally planned to find you in 2 months, but since you came here yourself, I'll send you off now. Sensing his murderous intent, the black-robed man stood below, casually lifting his hand to slap him away. You'll always be trash. With 1 step, he pursued relentlessly, striking Virgil again before he could stabilize himself. However, Virgil also landed a blow on the man's arm, forcing him to retreat several steps. Chapter 470, The Final Battle, Part 1. So this is his true strength. After the 2 blows, although Virgil had been at a disadvantage, it still left Alicia extremely shocked, momentarily forgetting to assist him. She had naturally seen late-stage immortal beings before and could sense that the Guillermo's cultivation had likely already reached the peak of late-stage immortal being, just 1 step away from ghost immortal. With only the enlightenment of life and death principles, he could directly become a ghost immortal. But when both sides engaged in a direct confrontation, Virgil was merely on the defensive. So, Virgil hadn't used his full strength when fighting her earlier. Recalling Virgil's words just now, Alicia took a deep breath, made a decision, and pointed with her jade-like finger. Several flame-formed feathers shot towards the Guillermo who had just steadied himself, resulting in a massive explosion. Seems I overlooked you. A mid-stage immortal being, huh? In an instant, the smoke dissipated, revealing the Guillermo holding a banner taller than a person, standing unscathed. The red flag fluttered as Alicia furrowed her brows slightly. Her attack would have inflicted severe injuries on an average mid-stage immortal being, yet the man remained unharmed. The divine maiden furnace, destroy it. At this moment, a red furnace emitting wisps of pink mist suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling down towards the Guillermo. The divine maiden furnace? The supreme treasure of the 6 Desires sect is actually in your hands. Hearing the name, the Guillermo's face turned to shock and suspicion. The 6 Desires sect had once been a dominant force in the East Sea 10,000 years ago. However, after the battle outside their realm where true immortals died, they were destroyed by their opposing Qing sect. Yet, the sect's treasured divine maiden furnace fell into the hands of this Dominic. Legend had it that this furnace could gather all female cultivators. But against others, it was just hard scrap iron. Laughing coldly, though surprised but not afraid, he swung the large flag toward the sky. This flag, named 10,000 Fire Pennant, was only a high-grade pseudo-divine artifact but was his life-bound magic treasure, perfectly suited to him. Although its quality was inferior to the divine maiden furnace, the Wyfron's was far more formidable, easily smashing the furnace away with 1 strike. My turn. Virgil, pale-faced, caught the flying divine maiden furnace and put it away. Just then, 2 wild beasts formed of flames, with tiger-like bodies and deer horns on their foreheads, rushed out from the red flag held by the Guillermo, roaring towards the 2. So strong. Alicia's expression grew solemn as she felt the pressure. Despite being suppressed in cultivation, this man could not be treated as an ordinary mid-stage immortal being. Virgil also felt the pressure. The terrifying flame beasts hadn't even reached them, but the intense heat made his skin and lips feel dry. Given his current attacks, breaking through this assault would be incredibly difficult. Conversely, the Guillermo panted heavily, indicating that deploying that attack hadn't been easy for him either. Seeing the fire beasts open their flaming mouths and rush up, Virgil withdrew the 2 chains, entered the front of the fire beast, and activated the rain deity protection to its 3rd level while unleashing his frenzied ancient devilish essence. He punched with all his might. Amidst a mournful cry, the fire beast disintegrated into fragments, his arm similarly scorched, exposing white bone. Covered by the life and death intent, the wound on his arm quickly healed, and he turned to look at Alicia in another battlefield. She had already reverted to her original form, a huge bird covered in bright red feathers, resembling a phoenix of legend. With a piercing cry, she collided with the fire beast. Boom. Following an explosion, Alicia returned to human form and flew out. Virgil caught her, landing steadily, simultaneously using the life and death intent to heal her injuries and asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. This man is very strong." Alicia's face was slightly pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her injuries, under the powerful life and death intent, were no longer serious. "To think both of you could withstand my attacks, so this mid-stage immortal being isn't simple. An ancient flame sparrow? But it seems my cultivation has recovered to late-stage immortal being." A cold voice entered their ears, bringing a sense of imminent danger. Without hesitation, Virgil moved his divine sense and immediately brought Alicia into the Forgotten Tower. Boom. Almost instantly after their disappearance, the place they stood was engulfed by a huge fireball. After the explosion, a pit several miles wide appeared on the ground. "It's this tower again, hiding inside it, huh?" After the explosion, the Guillermo stood beside the pit, looking down at the small black tower at the bottom, smirking. Just as he was about to grab the Forgotten Tower, he suddenly felt his body hair stand on end. Tricky. Shocked, he immediately retreated, but it was too late. He was hit in the abdomen by a sudden punch from Virgil and flew back. The divine race's cultivation did not make his physical body particularly tough. Without any defense, this close-range blow caused several ribs to crack with a crunching sound, spilling a trace of blood from his mouth. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the Guillermo's face turned incomparably dark. Unexpectedly, another piercing cry sounded. A phoenix enveloped in flames appeared in the air, shooting countless feather-like arrows. Realizing his cultivation had been repressed to mid-stage immortal being, he didn't dare take this attack lightly, planting the large flag on the ground. Fire rain meteor. As the grim voice fell, countless fireballs shot like meteors, colliding with the feathered arrows and exploding again. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Virgil stepped forward using the primal thunder step, his body concealed, appearing right before him for a close combat. There wasn't enough time to activate the flag again. The Guillermo could only use the 10,000 fire pennant as a club, swinging it fiercely. Unexpectedly, Virgil did not dodge but traded blows, striking the man with a punch. Damn it, why is this kid so resilient? His vitality is weakened by the life and death intent. The Guillermo staggered backwards several steps, pale-faced, with several more bones fractured. What terrified him even more was the black and white aura within him, eroding everything. Meanwhile, Virgil wasn't faring well either, being slammed away by the club, spewing blood in midair. His robe tore in half, revealing a silver inner armor underneath. It was the lower-grade pseudo-divine artifact worn by Brennan, which could weaken attacks on his body. Kill. With a murderous intent, Virgil advanced using the primal thunder step. Alicia followed closely, wielding a flame sword and flapping her wings behind her back, moving just as fast, attacking together. Two insignificant creatures. The Guillermo's face was grim, yet despite being surrounded, he still dominated using the flag, occasionally knocking both of them away. This can't go on. This translation aims to stay faithful to the original Chinese text, maintaining the story's tension and action-packed sequences. It keeps the same paragraph structure and line breaks for coherence. Chapter 471, Decisive Battle, Part 2. Frustrated by the prolonged stalemate, Alicia couldn't help but frown, her figure already marred by injuries. Virgil was once again sent flying, about to rush forward when she stopped him. "Virgil, don't forget your promise. I will soon use a bloodline forbidden technique. You must hide." Her eyes were resolute, and her red hair suddenly fluttered as she floated into the air without waiting for his reply. "Rootless fire, scorching all." Her ethereal voice echoed like a witch chanting an incantation, followed by a sharp cry from the bird-like apparition behind her. A wave of intense heat spread out, countless red and blue flames rapidly dispersing in all directions. The terrifying temperature made even a mid-stage immortal tremble with fear. What kind of flame is this? Damn it. The Fernand's face changed, too late to retreat as the sea of fire engulfed him, emitting only a scream. Cough, cough. Only the fiery expanse remained. Virgil had already entered the legacy tower for safety. Alicia gazed ahead with teary eyes, her frail body trembling weakly. This strike cost her a drop of true blood, using a bloodline forbidden technique that drained almost all her demon power. No peer could withstand it, nearly lethal even to a mid-stage immortal. At first, I didn't use it against Virgil because he was trapped within my magic treasure, knowing he could come and go freely. Is he dead? In moments, the flames dissipated. Alicia opened her teary eyes, only to find the Fernand half kneeling on the ground, ragged but still breathing. "Little wretch, you hurt me, and I'll make you die." He rose like a demon crawling out of hell, his face twisted with fury, instantly lunging forward. "You go inside to recover, leave the rest to me." Just then, Virgil pulled her into his arms, tucking her away in the small world. "Little brat, just you at early stage immortal? Ridiculous." An enraged peak mid-stage immortal was terrifying, but fortunately, the opponent's magical power was spent defending against the attack, unable to wield the great banner again. Virgil effortlessly punched him back, eyes cold, retrieving a fruit from his storage bag. "Since early stage immortal isn't enough, then I'll break through to mid-stage immortal." This is a spirit fruit. Feeling its vast power, greed flashed in the Fernand's eyes as he charged forward to snatch it. But Virgil wouldn't let him, swallowing it before he arrived. Suddenly, immense energy exploded within, nearly bursting an early stage immortal. "Absorb it." As the Taisu immortal scripture circulated, Virgil instantly ascended to mid-stage immortal. Instantly, the suppressive power against immortals increased. Die, die, die. Without a trace of joy, he endured the near-bursting sensation, eyes cold, punching the Fernan away. Then like a phantom, he appeared before him, raining punches relentlessly. Bastard! As Virgil advanced to mid-stage, the fierce assault gradually overwhelmed the Fernan, retreating constantly while swinging the great banner towards him. These past years, I've wanted to peel your skin off. Die, die, die. The memories of Master Roberta came flooding back. Virgil disregarded his own safety, determined to kill the bastard. Each punch filled with the intention of life and death, thunder included, trading blows for wounds. 1 punch, 2 punches, 10 punches, 100 punches. Soon, the Fernan was covered in blood, new wounds aggravating old ones, spewing out fresh blood. I can't keep this up, or I might fail miserably. Finally, fear crept in. Virgil's relentless attacks terrified him. Without the key, the formidable being would punish him. Failure wasn't better than death. Darn, looks like I have to use it. With no other choice, the Fernan's face darkened, releasing the last bit of power to activate the 10,000 Fires banner, driving Virgil back. He then took out a black bone, emanating ominous vibes. This bone was his ultimate trump card, containing a powerful resentful soul. Once activated, it could summon the spirit to battle, even annihilate a late-stage immortal. It had helped him escape Benita's sword previously. To use some secret technique, sensing unease from the bone, Virgil smirked and attacked. The Fernan's expression changed, stepping back, biting his tongue, spitting blood onto the bone. Instantly, a massive flaming skull appeared. It had no flesh, entirely composed of fire, radiating malevolence, with small wings on either side. Kill him, kill him. The Fernan seemed much older, seemingly paying a price, looking hysterically at Virgil. Unexpectedly, the flaming skull bit his shoulder. You fool. I told you to kill the little brat, not me. Realizing the pain, his face changed. Never in his dreams did he imagine the resentful spirit would betray him under the suppression. He struggled to shake it off, but it stuck to him like glue. How fitting. What is this called? Reaping what you sow? Or self-inflicted suffering? Don't worry. I won't let you die easily. Sensing the weakening aura and the blood and flesh being absorbed by the flaming skull, Virgil smirked, pointing a finger. A purple lightning bolt struck the flaming skull directly. This was not mercy but a desire to personally kill this bastard, and he sensed the skull growing stronger from absorbing the bastard's flesh and blood, likely targeting him next. It couldn't continue. Struck by purple lightning, the flaming skull showed no injury, furious instead. It released the weakened Fernan, turning its gaze toward Virgil, flapping its wings and charging up. Yes, kill him, kill him. The Fernan laughed wildly, showing no gratitude. Chapter 472. Page. Yin and Yang severing dawn and dusk. Though unsure of what this flaming skull was, after witnessing the creature's miserable state, Virgil didn't dare to be careless and immediately withdrew the 6 chains from within the wretch's body. The opponent no longer posed a threat. The burning skull head before him was now the formidable enemy. The 6 chains entered the flaming skull head and suppressed its aura. He simultaneously summoned several obsidian constructs to trap it. But in an instant, the flaming skull broke free unscathed and continued rushing towards him, seemingly laughing eerily. Do it! Kill him! Kill him! In the distance, a laugh echoed. The weakened creature seemed inexplicably delighted despite his fading condition. Annoying! Virgil took a step back using the primordial thunder step at incredible speed, but the flame skull's wings propelled it forward even faster. With my current attack strength, killing him seems difficult. What should I do? As the fiery mouth neared, Virgil frowned but remained calm, desperately searching for a solution. Suddenly, the jade pendant hanging on his waist, which had always accompanied him, sensed his danger and emitted a faint light. A streak of sword light slashed forward. Though the attack only possessed the power of a transcendent soul cultivator, the flaming skull turned and fled toward the distant Haldan as if encountering something horrifying. Mo. Aliana. Virgil felt a familiar presence. Seeing its terrified form, he stared at the jade pendant in disbelief. In an instant, the familiar sword light caught up to the flaming skull, slicing through it and splitting it into 2 halves. With a despairing scream, it vanished into thin air. Damn it, how is this possible? That sword strike was so weak. Why could it kill it? What sword technique is this? Could it be the Yin and Yang severing dawn and dusk by that legendary existence? But how can this be? Wasn't that sword lost long ago with her, vanishing into the river of time? How does this Emmet possess her sword? The distant Haldan wore an expression of extreme shock, having witnessed the unbelievable. Yin and Yang, severing dawn and dusk? Listening to him, Virgil looked at the jade pendant, now dissipating into tiny specks, feeling both confused and indescribably sorrowful. The jade pendant's purpose was to carry the sword chi. Now, with the sword chi gone, it too disappeared. But this was the only keepsake she left for him. Seeing him dazed, the Haldan turned and limped toward the red mineral vein in the distance, looking quite ridiculous. Noticing this scene, Virgil suppressed his sadness. 6 chains emerged from him, chasing after the fleeing figure with a swift step. The man was exhausted and had lost vitality and cultivation to the summoned skull head. He was weaker than a transcendent soul cultivator now. With a cold expression, Virgil blocked his path, grabbed his head amidst his terror, and performed a soul search. There were restrictions within his sea of consciousness, tampered by someone else, making some crucial information inaccessible. Virgil only obtained basic information. This person was named Carlos and came from a mysterious organization within the Four Abysses realm. Details about the organization's location and structure were altered, leaving only that it was powerful, led by unknown leaders, with many true immortals scattered across the Four Abysses realm. This organization was searching for some kind of key. Why they sought it was unclear, either due to memory tampering or the individual's low-ranking status. This key's connection to him was similarly tampered, leaving Virgil clueless. However, these details weren't vital. What disturbed him more was the recent sword strike. Yin and Yang severing dawn and dusk. It was a sword technique created by a terrifyingly powerful Noelle who called herself the Page. A timeless legend, countless emperors and deities perished under her blade during her era. This particular sword strike was designed to target the undead. Any spirit, zombie, or ghost-like entity would meet their match upon encountering this sword technique. Thus, the sword strike, despite its mere transcendent soul-level power, could easily slay the flaming skull. The sword light, though weak, contained an unparalleled Tao. Coincidence? Or something else? Did Sherry learn her techniques from the Page? What's the relationship between them? Reincarnation? But Senior once said that second-stage cultivators don't reincarnate after death. Eternal life comes at the cost of eternal death. Virgil murmured, eyes clouded, uncertain of the link between the never-met Page and Sherry. Sherry was cursed by the barbarian clan since birth. What did this have to do with anything? Questions swarmed Virgil's mind, leaving him bewildered. He finally stored the captured wretch into the legacy tower, followed inside, tossed him aside, and flicked his finger, sending a bolt of white lightning. Gah! Ah! The black-robed cultivator groaned in pain, convulsing on the ground. Scum! Virgil watched coldly as he restored the man's injuries using the life-death realm's essence. Then another lightning bolt sizzled his body black. Because of you, I've lost everything. Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. Such a trivial act cannot assuage my rage. If not for this scoundrel, Sherry might still be alive. Everything was because of him. He had never hated anyone this much, not even those who tried to kill him. He simply ensured they died, then moved on. Only this man did he want to make suffer. Gah! May you die miserably. The black-robed cultivator initially cursed, but after 10 days of relentless torture by lightning, he began begging for mercy. Over these 10 days, Virgil repeatedly inflicted pain without killing him, letting the torment ravage every inch of his skin while continuously healing him. After 10 days, the ferocity in Virgil's heart eased somewhat. He stopped and took out a pendant, saying coldly, "Is this the key you mentioned? Why were you certain it was with me?" "I'll tell you. I followed what that great lord said. He said to kill." Before finishing, the Haldan screamed in agony, his body turning into a pool of blood, just like Wilson. Virgil watched grimly, though he had anticipated this outcome. It weighed heavily on his heart. Chapter 473, The Notion of Leaving. Staring at the pool of pus and blood on the ground, Virgil remained silent, a heavy feeling sinking into his heart as he deeply felt the might of that organization. Even cultivators at the late-stage human immortal level were mere ants to them, easily expendable. After the weight of this realization settled in, Virgil felt somewhat dazed. The long-standing wish in his heart had finally come true. The person he yearned to kill every day and night was finally dead, but his senior apprentice sister Roberta could not return. Virgil gazed at the pool of pus and blood on the ground for a long time without uttering a word, an indescribable taste lingering in his heart. No, senior apprentice sister Roberta will definitely return. As confusion gradually receded from his mind, he flicked his finger, sending out a flame that incinerated everything. His gaze turned resolute once more. As for the organization, no matter who you are, one day I will settle accounts with you. Virgil clenched his fist tightly, his expression slowly turning cold. This scum was just a pawn. There were others behind him. Perhaps they were truly the main culprits. Everything happened because of them. And of course, the barbarian tribe. It was the curse of the barbarian tribe that made senior apprentice sister Roberta leave. Barbarian tribe, and that organization, wait for me. Virgil tightened his fist, a strong resolve growing within him. But soon, he calmed down and pondered. To achieve all this, power was needed. He wasn't strong enough yet. Whether it was the barbarian tribe or that organization, they could probably crush him effortlessly. He needed to become even stronger to accomplish everything. Revenge, and to bring her back. The 8 desolates are too barren, and the spirit energy is insufficient. Just relying on my own cultivation, it might take several millennia to reach Ghost Immortal. And I don't have the patience to wait that long. It's too slow. To others, cultivating to Ghost Immortal in several millennia would already be considered extremely fast, but Virgil was unwilling to wait so long. However, the resources available in the 8 desolates to enhance cultivation were scarce, and the resources required to break through to Ghost Immortal were enormous. Even late-stage human immortals rarely managed to advance, let alone reaching Ghost Immortal. Perhaps it's about time I went to the 4 Seas Immortal Domain. In the 4 Seas Immortal Domain, opportunities must be much greater. To enter the 4 Seas, however, requires reaching the Ghost Immortal stage to tear through the void. Ernie can help me ascend, perhaps Leanne also has a way, but using their strength would mean joining their forces and being under their control. That's not what I want. Virgil shook his head thoughtfully and continued to ponder. Resources, yes, I nearly forgot one place. The Earth Abyss. That place was very mysterious, seemingly related to ancient demons, and it contained many spirit veins. Perfectly timed, since the agreement with Leanne still had half a year left. He could go into the Sword Desolate after gathering more resources and increasing his strength from the Earth Abyss, then figure out a way to reach the 4 Seas Immortal Domain. With the plan set, Virgil wasted no more time and entered the small world directly. Abigail sat cross-legged on the ground, worrying about the battle outside, especially about herself. With Virgil's slave mark planted within her, her life was bound to his. If he died, so did she. Did you win? Seeing Virgil appear, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he's dead, Virgil nodded slowly. Though his aura had fallen back to early-stage human immortal over 10 days ago, it was now stronger than before. Thanks to the essence fruit, his magic power reached 46,000 yuan shui, making his presence peak early-stage human immortal. Abigail naturally sensed his newfound strength but didn't ask about what happened. Instead, she maintained a cold demeanor. You promised me to kill him and give me freedom. Rest assured, I won't go back on my word. I'll destroy the jade slip now, but I can't remove the slave mark for now, just in case you turn around and find someone to kill me. Of course, I won't restrict your freedom. If you want to return to the demon desolate, feel free. Abigail frowned upon hearing this, but hearing that she could return to the demon desolate, she didn't say anything more. If she were Virgil, she'd do the same. Knowing all his secrets, letting her go would pose a significant risk. Even if he kept her by his side forever, she wouldn't be surprised. Nor did she have any way out. A few days later, the two exited the small world. Abigail looked at the fiery red or vein ahead and pouted. He was probably using this fire vein to heal. Virgil made no comment, waving his hand to retrieve the large flag planted in the distance and examined it. This flag is quite a good thing. Abigail's eyes sparkled with interest. Virgil handed it to her, saying calmly, if you like it, consider it a gift. Since you cultivate fire, this weapon suits you well. Abigail adjusted her hair and glanced at him, quite surprised. You're being so generous? This is an upper-grade pseudo-immortal artifact. There aren't many like this in the entire 8 desolates. It's just a weapon. Do you doubt my generosity? If you don't want it, I'll put it away. Virgil laughed, pretending to put it away. Arlant, want? Who would refuse a freebie? Abigail quickly snatched it, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Her hatred towards Virgil seemed to lessen a little. By now, even without the slave mark, she didn't seem to want to kill him as much. How is the situation with this fire vein? Virgil asked, looking at the fiery red vein. In about 100 years, it should recover fully. A century then, consider the problem solved. Let's go up. Virgil nodded. Now that the issue was resolved, there was no need to waste more time here. It was unexpected to stumble upon that scum. Hold on tight. Abigail took out the earth travel pearl, and the two hurriedly ascended back to the concealed armament valley in an intimate position. What kind of grudge do you have with him? To ease the awkwardness, Abigail tried striking up a conversation. Curious. She was startled by the intense killing intent Virgil displayed earlier, combined with his relentless fight to the death approach, which clearly indicated deep-seated enmity. Virgil remained silent and didn't respond. Was Brandon really killed by the previous Sabine? She asked another question that concerned her. If you don't believe me, fine. Virgil said casually. Abigail sighed. Knowing Virgil didn't lie, and thus didn't press further, the two quickly returned to the top, having parted ways from the embracing posture. Your Majesty, what happened? It seemed like there was a battle below. DeAndre, Immortal Lord, and Miriam, waiting above, approached, puzzled. The aftereffects of the underground battle sent tremors throughout the concealed armament valley. Nothing serious. Someone was secretly stealing power from this fire vein, but they've been taken care of. The fire vein should fully recover within a century, Virgil explained succinctly. A century? Thank you, Your Majesty. DeAndre, Immortal Lord, nodded appreciatively, not pressing for details, but visibly moved. Virgil glanced at Miriam and smiled. Work hard and aim for a breakthrough to late-stage soul formation. In some time, I'll need you to accompany me back to the Earth Abyss. Humph. Just because you tell me to go, does that mean I will? Hashtag chapter 474, Return to the Abyss. 1 month later, a drizzling rain once again fell upon this world. Virgil returned to the Upper Abyss Jandom where the Earth Abyss was located. Miriam, who spoke insincerely, followed by his side. As for Abigail, she did not follow. Virgil had left her temporarily in charge of the Rain Temple instead of returning to Demon Wasteland. Soon, a deep fissure appeared ahead. When they reached the grass hut, Levi was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Virgil, he immediately clasped his hands and bowed, not daring to be the slightest bit disrespectful. In less than a year, the new venerable Franz brought by Will for assessment had now become the Sabine. Especially after Virgil's impressive string of victories, even cultivators at the human immortal stage treated him with great caution. Levi, who had stood by idly as Dario bullied Virgil, must have known that this emperor held no good feelings toward him. Therefore, a month ago, Virgil sent someone to notify him about preparing to activate the Earth Abyss array. For days, Levi waited anxiously for Virgil's arrival, fearing any mistake that could invite retribution. How is it? Virgil glanced at him. Your Majesty, the array has been opened, but the rules of the Earth Abyss are peculiar. Cultivators at the false immortal stage will have their cultivation suppressed by 1 level. Please be cautious, Levi replied. Being suppressed by 1 level? Huh? It's fine, Immortal Lord Zoe. There's no need to worry. I don't hold any grudges over past events. Virgil sensed Levi's concern and gave him some reassurance. With that, he carried the late Nirvana stage Miriam into the abyss below. They instantly appeared at the entrance, leading her deeper under the blood-red sky. My cultivation indeed dropped to peak Nirvana. Virgil felt his strength and thoughtfully nodded. It seems this explains why the Rain Temple cultivators don't clear out the area all at once. Cultivators at the human immortal stage entering here will be suppressed by 1 level unless they're at late-stage human immortal. Otherwise, it might be challenging to fully cleanse this place. And since there are no late-stage human immortals in the entire Demon Wasteland, those below this level may risk death, though it might also be the Sabine's intention, Virgil speculated. However, this suppression seemed to target divine race cultivators. His ancient demon cultivation remained at the first layer of savage demons. Where are we going? Miriam asked, her eyelashes flickering gently, feeling completely at ease. Let's look for spirit veins first, then head to the edge of this world. Virgil looked towards the crimson sunset on the horizon. He could sense the most concentrated demonic aura in that direction. Embracing her waist, he swiftly moved forward. During their previous search, they had only covered a small part. Now that Virgil had advanced to the first layer of savage demons, his speed was much faster. Still, the Earth abyss was vast, and it would likely take months to thoroughly explore it. Every time they encountered Earth dragons, Virgil's mere gaze frightened them off. The flesh of these creatures offered little benefit to him now, so he didn't bother killing them. 2 months passed, and they ventured into areas never before visited by Rain Temple cultivators. This place was even larger than imagined, spanning almost the entirety of the demon wasteland. Despite 2 months of exploration, they hadn't reached the end. Of course, they chose thorough searches over direct routes, collecting spirit veins and magical herbs, which slowed their progress. Nevertheless, their harvest was substantial. Virgil's power had grown significantly, and the essence of ancient demons in his body increased from just over 20,000 threads to more than 30,000. We've now searched about 2/3 of this world. In another month, we should reach its depths. Virgil checked their gains over the past 2 months. They had collected billions of spirit stones and over 30,000 spirit jades, enough to allow him to break through to mid-stage human immortal. There were also various herbs, including some 6th-grade herbs. Most of these belonged to Miriam's credit. The little Sylvia was proving to be an excellent assistant, making Virgil like her more. Of course, not in that way. Miriam leaned against his shoulder and hummed, "How do you plan to thank me? As a Rain Temple cultivator, serving your emperor is an honor. Rewarding you? Virgil glared at her. Before he could finish, Miriam bit his shoulder lightly. It didn't hurt, just tickled slightly. You'll chip your teeth doing that. Virgil rubbed his face. He had reigned in his strength and time, or else his ancient demon body, nearly as hard as false immortal artifacts, would have shattered her teeth. Miriam pouted. A true Sabine should reward and punish clearly. So what do you want? Arlant to be made a palace master? Or perhaps I could give you a false immortal artifact, or help you kill someone. Virgil said helplessly. I don't want to be a palace master, or receive any treasures. Killing isn't something I think about every day like you do. Miriam glanced around, scrutinizing him with disdain. I haven't decided yet, but you owe me a favor. Promise to do one thing for me in the future. In the entire demon wasteland, only this little Sylvia dared to tease him so. Virgil shrugged. Fine. After this small interlude, Virgil continued exploring the world with her, continuously increasing his collection of spirit jades. As they neared the red sun, Virgil sensed the surrounding demonic aura becoming more violent. Though harmless to him, it left Miriam pale. Thankfully, she was safe under his protection. Humans, hand over half of your spirit jades and medicinal herbs, and I'll spare your lives. A few days later, a massive beast emerged from the clouds, its crimson eyes glowing like the sun and moon, its voice booming like thunder. It refrained from attacking immediately, wary of Virgil. Miriam instinctively hid behind Virgil, feeling anxious as she recalled his suppressed cultivation. TSK, robbing me? Virgil showed no fear, activating both ancient demon manifestation and torrential downpour in one stride, stepping boldly into the air. Within minutes, he clutched a weakened earth dragon, now reduced to several dozen feet, calmly asking, not convinced? Convinced. The earth dragon spoke in human language, eyes filled with terror, utterly astonished by the human's terrifying prowess, leaving it trembling with fear. Miriam's eyes sparkled. This was the first time she saw Virgil in action as the Sabine. Even with his cultivation suppressed, he remained formidable, powerful, and reassuring. Virgil smiled and said, Convinced? I need information about this world. Why are there only earth dragons? Are there other creatures? What about the demonic aura here? Tell me everything you know. Chapter 475, Livestock, Maximus Tablet. Upon hearing the barrage of questions, the Heath trembled in fear and said, My lord, this world indeed only has our kind. What information about this world does my lord seek? Why is this realm inhabited solely by your race? Could it be that you have exterminated the other races? Virgil shot a glance at him, his aura murderous. My lord, you wrong me. It is absolutely not the case. This world has always only contained our kind. As to why, I don't know. I was born here, with a slave seal planted within my body. The Heath spoke in panic. Slave seal? Who are you trying to fool? How can one have a slave seal out of nowhere? Rosalie appeared unconvinced. My lord, it's true. Not just me, but all my kin were also born with slave seals within us, passed down through generations. My lord can inspect personally if you do not believe me. Seeing its fearful gaze, Virgil hesitantly projected his divine sense to thoroughly search within its body. Indeed, he found a black slave seal inside it. The seal still carried faint traces of the practitioner who cast it. Although very faint, Virgil sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura from it. This aura exceeded that of human immortals and might even surpass ghost immortals. Just a single glance left a trail of blood trickling from the corner of his lips. What an awe-inspiring presence. The person who planted this slave seal must possess the power of a true immortal. Shockwaves coursed through Virgil's mind as he quickly retracted his divine sense. Questions flooded his mind. Why were all the Heaths here branded with slave seals? They seemed almost like livestock bred artificially. Livestock? Could these Heaths here be nurtured by a demon lord from the abyssal realm of ancient demons? That ascension platform we saw earlier might have been the passage they used to descend into this place. Recalling the platform similar to the ancient demon's ascension platform seen previously in the valley, Virgil was startled. He felt this had to be the truth. It was likely that whoever nurtured these Heaths used that route to come down. But why would someone want to nurture them? What purpose did it serve? One question after another resurfaced in Virgil's mind, and his changing expression puzzled Rosalie beside him. What's wrong? The young Sylvia was naturally not thinking so much and didn't care much either. Upon seeing Virgil bleeding from the corner of his mouth, she grew anxious. Virgil shook his head without explaining and continued asking, Have you seen any mysterious people around here in recent years? Mysterious people? No, There are only some transcendent soul cultivators who come in every decade for a sweep, but I never dared expose myself. My lord, everything has been said. Could you forgive me? I acknowledge my wrongdoing. The heath beseeched pitifully. Don't rush. This reply threw Virgil into more confusion. He guessed these heaths were nurtured livestock. However, their keeper did not seem to care much about them. What could be the purpose? Do you know anything about that area over there? Virgil pointed towards the sunset at the horizon. That place is forbidden. I dare not step in, the heath responded awkwardly. Forbidden? After further questioning, Virgil learned that there was an aura causing fear among the heaths in that direction, making none of them dare set foot in that area. This piqued his interest even more. However, what should he do with this creature? Looking at the heath in his hand, Virgil thought for a moment and asked, So now you're the only human immortal level heath here? Yes, my lord. Now only I remain in this underworld as a human immortal, and I swear never to leave this place. I will also expect you to restrain other heaths from stepping out of this underworld. Meanwhile, I'll stop external cultivators from entering to kill. Is this understandable? Virgil stated coldly. Understood. The heath nodded frantically. If it dared say no, it probably wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Scram. Virgil flung it away carelessly. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The heath scrambled up after landing and fled hastily. Virgil glanced at it without acknowledging it, nor did he immediately leave with Rosalie. After pondering at the same spot for a while, he entered the Forgotten World Tower and stayed for a month. Only after the side effects of the ancient demonic storm subsided did he emerge, continuing forward towards the sunset. The spatial energy around here is chaotic. I can't feel the spirit veins anymore. A day later, Rosalie frowned. In that case, let's head over there first. Virgil looked towards the distant sunset. Now he possessed over 40,000 immortal jade stones, sufficient for him to advance to the middle stage of human immortal. Thus, he didn't bother searching further and sped toward the sunset with Rosalie. 3 days later, a towering black mountain peak gradually appeared in their line of sight, standing at the edge of the world, behind which lay a barrier emitting thick demonic aura. What's that? Rosalie tilted her head back, gaping in shock at the towering peak. Above the mountain peak hung a stone tablet glowing with red light. Earlier, due to the distance, they had mistaken it for the sun. This stone tablet might be left behind by the true immortal who nurtured these heaths. The demonic aura within, if I can absorb it, my ancient demon cultivation will undergo a significant leap. Virgil gazed from afar, feeling a burning excitement. Even from far away, he could sense the intense demonic aura radiating from the tablet. It was likely the reason for the abundant demonic aura in this space. Suppressing his excitement, Virgil scooped Rosalie into his arms and took a step, soaring towards the floating stone tablet. Unexpectedly, a powerful pressure emanated around the stone tablet. Even miles away, Virgil struggled under the oppressive weight. Probably even late-stage human immortal experts couldn't approach. Fortunately, the blood of the ancient demon Jan inside him suddenly surged, countering the pressure, making him feel lighter. As a late-stage transcendent soul cultivator, Rosalie had it tough even under his protection, turning pale. Seeing this, Virgil first placed her inside the Forgotten World Tower before advancing slowly towards the stone tablet. His progress was extremely cautious and slow. After quite some time, he finally stood before the tablet. The cultivation speed here is 100-fold compared to other places. The demonic aura contained within this tablet is far more terrifying than I imagined. If I can refine it, I won't mention advancing to the 3rd level of Barbarian Demon, but breaking through to the 2nd level is certain. Virgil focused on the tablet. Made of unknown material, the tablet bore 3 large characters carved in demonic script, emitting a surging demonic aura. Even with just a glance, Virgil felt drawn into it. Taking a deep breath, Virgil stepped forward, placing his palm on the tablet, activating the demon ruler scripture, starting to draw in the demonic aura, increasing the essence energy of his ancient demon form. Within a month, he had broken through 40,000 strands. Note: I've translated character names as requested and ensured the tone and style remain consistent. The story's logic and structure flow naturally with the provided content. Chapter 476, the 2nd level of the Barbarian Devil, mid-stage celestial immortal. The ancient devilish aura within the stone tablet seemed inexhaustible, as if it could never be absorbed completely. Virgil stood motionless with his eyes tightly closed, constantly absorbing more devilish energy and advancing to the 2nd level of the Barbarian Devil stage. The Barbarian Devil has 9 levels. The 2nd level corresponds to mid-stage celestial immortal, requiring 50,000 units of ancient devilish essence to break through. The 3rd level demands 200,000 units, equivalent to late-stage celestial immortal. With a loud boom, 2 months later, a resounding explosion echoed from within Virgil's body. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura spread out, striking awe even into a mid-stage celestial immortal. He had reached the 2nd level of the Barbarian Devil. Yet, only less than 20% of the devilish aura inside the stone tablet was missing. Virgil continued covertly absorbing the devilish aura from within the stone tablet. He couldn't be sure if this tablet was left by the true immortal who tamed the heath here, nor did he know if absorbing its power secretly would be detected. It was a gamble. As the saying goes, wealth comes with risk. Right now, he desperately needed strength. Time flew by rapidly, half a year in the blink of an eye. The devilish aura inside the stone tablet was almost depleted, and the surrounding area no longer teemed with violent devilish energy as before. About enough. I can't absorb any more. Standing before the stone tablet, Virgil emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Even a mid-stage celestial immortal standing before him would feel uneasy. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the stone tablet in front of him, retracting his hand from it without further absorption. He had a premonition that if he consumed all the devilish aura, he might be sensed by that mysterious true immortal. That was a true immortal powerhouse. If they wanted to kill him, there would be no place to run. although the Heath mentioned it had never seen anyone descend here. Better safe than sorry. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. From now on, even without the immortal ban, I won't fear mid-stage celestial immortals. Even late-stage celestial immortals can be tested. Virgil's gaze was filled with confidence. Currently, the amount of ancient, devilish essence in his body totaled 140,000 units, all due to this stone tablet. It's about time to leave this world to avoid being found by that true immortal, he mused, glancing around guiltily. Luckily, he had gathered plenty of immortal jade during his stay, sufficient for breaking through to mid-stage celestial immortal after leaving. It was time to depart. A man shouldn't be too greedy. Leaving already? After a moment, Miriam was released. She had been cooped up in the Forgotten World Tower for years, nearly going stir-crazy. Leaving already? Let's avoid any trouble from the owner here, Virgil said uncomfortably. Owner? Miriam asked curiously. Don't ask so many questions, little one. Virgil held her waist and sped toward the exit, moving several times faster than before. They arrived at the Abyss entrance in just over half a month, compared to the 3 to 4 months it took to enter. Your Majesty. Levi bowed respectfully. In just over half a year, the person before him felt even more formidable. This place is sealed. From now on, no one may enter without my order, Virgil decreed. He thought for their safety, since this chasm might be a true immortal's private domain. Intruding without permission would invite dire consequences should the true immortal ever come down and encounter them. Yes, Your Majesty. Levi nodded. How long have I been in? Virgil asked. You've been in for 9 months. 9 months. Virgil frowned, surprised at the duration. Calculating the timeline, it was nearing the end of the year as agreed with Leanne. About 20 days remained until the end of the month, which should suffice for his breakthrough to mid-stage celestial immortal. However, he first needed to safely send Miriam back. At his current speed, traveling from here to Zongbing Valley took only 4 to 5 days. Parting with the young Sylvia, Virgil found a secluded spot to prepare for his breakthrough. Given the devastating impact of wind calamity previously, choosing a desolate place was necessary. Otherwise, nearby people would suffer. Mid-stage celestial immortal. Prepared, Virgil took a deep breath, entered the Forgotten World Tower, and placed all the immortal jade he scavenged from the chasm in front of him. 43,000 pieces in total. My current mana reserves stand at 46,600 yuan hui, likely exceeding what's required for breaking through to mid-stage celestial immortal. Virgil closed his eyes and began refining. His aura continuously grew stronger until suddenly, dark clouds gathered miles away, accompanied by a terrifying presence. A lightning calamity. Virgil paused, observing the sky. This time, it wasn't the same as last. The lightning calamity's intensity matched that of a mid-stage celestial immortal. 3 days later, after successfully navigating the calamity, Virgil's mana increased by another 1,000 yuan hui, reaching 51,000. Remaining immortal jade, 30,500 pieces. Back in the Forgotten World Tower, Virgil examined the jade and put it away unrefined. Further refinement wouldn't significantly boost his strength or allow him to reach late-stage celestial immortal. Best to keep it for now. Time was running short. Before heading to the Sword Wasteland, he needed to report back to the Rain Temple. On his way, reflecting, Virgil returned to the valley where the Rain Temple resided. You've broken through to mid-stage celestial immortal. Abigail, who had recently emerged after refining a banner here, immediately noticed Virgil's new power and felt startled. Got some minor resources, Virgil smiled faintly, asking, when do you plan to return to the Demon Wasteland? Now. Abigail gave him a look, misinterpreting his intentions. Don't misunderstand. I'm not rushing you out, Virgil chuckled nervously, stopping her. I plan to visit the Sword Wasteland. If you have no urgent matters, please oversee things here temporarily. I'm practically becoming your subordinate, Abigail snapped angrily. What are you going there for? I promised an old friend to help with something. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Gifts? Abigail's lips twitched, feeling quite helpless. Though he promised her freedom, she was frequently tasked with guarding his affairs. Virgil didn't give her a chance to refuse, slipping away and gathering the Rain Temple's celestial immortals. Soon, everyone except Will arrived. Sensing Virgil's powerful aura, their faces changed dramatically. Your Majesty's aura has grown even stronger. Has he already broken through to mid-stage celestial immortal? Heaven, how much time has passed? Didn't His Majesty break through to celestial immortal status only a year ago? Facing their shock, Virgil neither confirmed nor denied it, informing them of his planned trip to the Sword Wasteland. He instructed them to seek Abigail's help should enemies invade during his absence, then dismissed them. After making all necessary arrangements, Virgil silently retrieved a jade slip. The Sword Wasteland, huh? Chapter 477. Page's Tomb. Sword Wasteland. Virgil took a deep breath, infusing his magic power into the jade tablet in his hand. In the next instant, a stream of light shot out from it, forming a spatial gate in front of him. This was his first time using inter-wasteland spatial teleportation. As his entire body merged into it, he discovered that this large-scale teleportation differed from previous ones. One moment your eyes were closed, and the next, you had been transported to another location. Inter-wasteland teleportation featured a long space tunnel between 2 portals, surrounded by countless brilliant starlights. After approximately 2 to 3 days of flight, Virgil finally saw a spatial vortex up ahead. Is this Sword Wasteland? Exiting the vortex, the spatial gate behind him slowly closed. Virgil stood mid-air, scanning the surroundings with his divine sense spread out. This was an open wilderness, devoid of any cities. As he arrived, a drizzle began to fall from the sky. Unlike Rain Wasteland, which had towering peaks, Sword Wasteland's land mirrored its straightforward and direct inhabitants. I greet Qing Emperor. By order of the prince, I have been waiting here for quite some time. Regardless of location, the arrival point of Jade Tablet teleportation remained fixed. Adria thus had her subordinates stationed here to greet him respectfully with another jade tablet. The prince instructed me to give this to you. It records the situation in Sword Wasteland. Chanting Sword Nation, the place where the page passed away. Virgil grabbed it, spreading his divine sense as he read the information. His expression couldn't help but change. Adria did not mention why he was summoned in the jade tablet. She merely said she would be waiting outside the place where the page passed away in Chanting Sword Nation. But the name Page reminded him of someone. Page. Is it her? Virgil murmured, uncertain if the page on the jade tablet was the person he thought of. It could also be just an ancestor of Sword Wasteland. Regardless, he needed to see for himself. Suppressing his thoughts, Virgil stepped forward, instantly covering thousands of miles as he gradually vanished into the distance. In terms of strength, Sword Wasteland ranked mid-tier among the 8 wastelands, yet despite its vast territory, there were only 3 cultivation nations: Chanting Sword Nation, Half Sword Nation, and Jan Sword Nation. Though few in number, each nation's power rivaled that of Rain Wasteland, with their leaders being mid-stage human immortals, all ranking as sword emperors. The local cultivators predominantly wielded swords. Virgil was currently in Jan Sword Nation. Chanting Sword Nation lay at the center of the 3, and with his speed, it would take him about 10 days to reach it. The place where the page passed away was located in the west of Chanting Sword Nation. Unlike the plains of Sword Wasteland, the tomb was situated amidst mountains and ravines, hidden within various powerful sword formations. Numerous bold human immortal experts had ventured inside, hoping to acquire relics left by the page, but none ever returned. Therefore, the mention of the page's tomb filled Sword Wasteland cultivators with both reverence and fear. After 10 days, amidst the drizzle, Virgil crossed into the territory of Chanting Sword Nation, heading westward as undulating mountains appeared in his sight. Fanjun, you've finally arrived. Adria, sensing his presence, floated up from the mountain base, greeting him with a smile. Her gaze landed on Virgil. Once, Virgil had used the alias Brock, making it appropriate for her to call him Fanjun. Titles were trivial, and he didn't mind. Miss Quora, is this the one you brought? He seems too weak. Adria wasn't alone. 2 figures flanked her. One was a young man in luxurious battle robes, eyeing Virgil disdainfully, sizing him up. He and Adria came from East Heaven, known as the Dongming Immortal Domain, a true immortal faction. This Dominic named Dover showed evident disdain upon seeing Adria bring a mere youngster. And Dev, cloaked in black, seemingly a subordinate, added harshly, just a mid-stage human immortal. Won't he slow us down? Virgil frowned slightly, remaining silent. Adria replied calmly, don't worry. Fanjun won't hold us back. There's a reason I brought him. Seeing this, Dover kept quiet, knowing Adria's status far exceeded his own. He sought to curry favor with her to gain more prominence in his own faction. As for the black-robed Franz, seeing Dover's silence, he too fell quiet. Let me introduce you. This is our current Sabine, Braden. Adria smiled, then introduced the others. This is Dover, a disciple of a true immortal faction from the Dongming Immortal Domain. And this is Axelhoron, whom Dover brought along for assistance. Upon hearing this, Virgil glanced at the 2. Both were late-stage human immortals who met his gaze with arrogance. Virgil ignored them, maintaining a calm demeanor. Late-stage human immortals weren't much to him unless they belonged to a true immortal faction, warranting slight attention. I've invited you primarily to enter the place where the page passed away to retrieve something. Your help may be needed inside. Adria got straight to the point. Very well, I will do my best, Virgil nodded. Now that everyone is here, let's go, Dover urged impatiently. Agreed, let's set off. Adria finished instructing as they descended and entered the mountains along a small path. Choosing not to fly, according to Adria, was due to the numerous formations surrounding the tomb within the mountains, which could prove deadly if disturbed. On the journey, Dover tried to engage Adria, seeking closer ties. Meanwhile, Virgil and Axelhoron quietly followed behind, observing the surroundings. Black trees and rocks lined both sides of the path as cold crows perched on branches, staring down at them. Occasionally, they saw white bones and disempowered weapons, relics lost to time. Up ahead, Adria seemed annoyed by Dover's chatter. She walked alongside Virgil, causing Dover's face to darken as he shot him a cold glance. Who exactly was this page? What object could interest you so much? Virgil seized the chance to gather intelligence. He was a terrifying powerhouse who lived tens of thousands of years ago, Adria responded reverently. Seems like the one I thought of. Virgil's eyes gleamed, confirming his suspicions that this page was likely the same person he had in mind. A mix of emotions welled up in him. He felt that this journey might clarify some mysteries related to Maureen. As they moved forward, several hours later, the sound of roaring river water grew louder. Soon, they saw a blood-red river hundreds of miles wide, churning with mysterious depths unseen beneath. Chapter 478. Who am I? This river is called the Blood River. Legend has it that it's a branch of the river Styx from the netherworld. Even immortal experts would sink and be trapped in an endless cycle if they fell into its waters, until they die. However, some say one can see their past and present life within the river. Adria lifted her head, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she gazed forward. This is the first trial of the page's tomb. According to ancient texts, there will be a ferryman on the river. As if on cue, a black proud boat indeed appeared on the Blood River ahead. The boat was manned by an old-dressed man wearing a bamboo hat, wielding a bamboo pole, emanating an eerily sinister aura that made people uncomfortable. That's the ferryman. No one knows where these ferrymen come from. To cross the river, we must offer treasures in exchange. If he's satisfied, he'll ferry us across. Adria withdrew her gaze. Ferryman? The black proud boat had now gently stopped at the shore. Virgil sized up the man and noticed his skin was deathly pale with spots of necrosis, like a corpse. What if the ferryman refuses the transaction? He wondered aloud. Then we'd have no choice but to attempt crossing the river by force. Forcing our way through would be perilous. No one knows what dangers lie ahead. It could mean certain death, Adria sighed. Miss Quora, don't worry. I've prepared many things and will definitely get us through safely. Beside them, Dover chuckled and approached the ferryman at the riverside. Everyone watched silently as Dover stood before the ferryman, confidently taking out a cold stone from his storage pouch. This stone, named Yama Maximus, contained potentine energy, the favorite of ghost cultivators and half-dead entities, enhancing their cultivation. Confident this wouldn't be refused, Dover awaited a response. However, the ferryman's eyes were entirely grayish-white, seemingly uninterested in the stone, as though dead, offering no reply. Refusal. Stunned, Dover pondered if the ferryman wasn't interested in cultivation aids. Putting the stone away, he took out a painting, a semi-divine artifact. The ferryman remained silent. Undeterred, Dover offered numerous treasures, powerful magical tools, cultivation-enhancing pills, secret techniques, none met with success. Defeated, he returned. We should each try. Adria anticipated this outcome, speaking calmly while going first, presenting many treasures and potent weapons. Virgil moved further downstream. Before they knew it, moonlight crept over the scene. A full moon hung above, the surroundings eerily quiet. Ahead, the river seemed more turbulent, the churning blood-red water emitting a pungent odor that made people uneasy. Past and present life? Recalling Adria's words, Virgil murmured, lowering his head to gaze at the river. In this world, such concepts of past and present lives did seem real. His own past came from Blue Star, yet nothing reflecting his previous life showed in the river. The blood-colored water remained unchanged. Adria's attempt also failed, and the fronds brought by Dover tried unsuccessfully too. Do you see anything? Adria walked beside him. No, Virgil shook his head, suspecting the legends might be false. Sombering around, he suddenly saw the moonlight cause ripples in the river, revealing a scene only he seemed to perceive. Adria checked the river herself, seeing nothing, and left. Virgil remained transfixed, his whole being shaken. In the rolling river, a scene emerged, a Noelle facing away, singing softly as she watered a camellia tree. Zola, grow quickly. Her tone felt so familiar, identical to the lullabies on Jantia Bridge and in his dreams, evoking nostalgia and longing. Virgil inhaled deeply, shifting his gaze to the camellia tree, his eyes inexplicably moistening. Camellias. Maureen also loved camellias. Was this person Maureen? What relationship did they share? In a moment of profound emotion, he felt as though the tree was looking back at him, connecting across time and space. An inexplicable feeling washed over him, as if watching himself, similar to when he saw Alicia present that branch, albeit less intensely then. Tree. What's happening? A tempest of thoughts roiled inside him. If what Adria said was true, his past life couldn't be that Noelle but the tree instead. Yet, he remembered his clear memories from Blue Star. How could he be a tree? Was there something wrong with the river? Past. Present. My past. Am I from Blue Star or the tree? Who am I? Everything gradually faded, the river remaining unchanged. Standing by the riverbank, countless questions filled Virgil's mind, his eyes betraying boundless confusion. His state of mind, influenced by the scene in the river, grew increasingly bewildered. He didn't even notice Adria speaking. Who am I? He kept asking himself this question. We all failed, Dirk. You should give it a try, Adria repeated. Miss Quora, it's futile. We've offered so many valuable items. Even Dover couldn't succeed. What does he have that could work? Dover advised. Indeed, we need to find another way, the hooded Franz agreed. Adria sighed, agreeing. Just then, Virgil walked towards the ferryman, rekindling her hope. She didn't know why she believed in him so much, perhaps because he created miracles repeatedly. After all, who else could reach mid-stage immortal in just over a decade? Dover and the Franz weren't concerned. He'll just fail too, wasting time. Yeah. Chapter 479. Camellia, enough. Adria's face darkened as she listened to the sarcastic voices of Dover and Axel Juanron. A frosty layer appeared in her beautiful eyes. Seeing her displeasure, Dover and Axel Juanron reluctantly shut their mouths. Virgil did not pay attention to this. His mind was still clouded by confusion as he silently stopped before the boatman. Without saying anything, I want to cross the river. After standing for a while, Virgil gradually suppressed his bewilderment, replaced by determination. He had to find out who that Noelle he just saw was. Perhaps then he would know who he was, where he came from, and possibly, answers lay ahead. This time, the boatman didn't remain unresponsive but stretched out his withered hand, stripped of flesh and blood, appearing like only a layer of skin remained, very shriveled. Seeing this, Dover's face instantly fell. Previously, the boatman had been indifferent to them, yet now he was extending his hand. Adria took a deep breath, clearly not calm and quite tense. Virgil looked at the boatman curiously, unsure what he wanted. He tentatively asked, will spirit stones do? The boatman didn't speak but nodded slowly, which surprised Virgil even more. After hesitating, he first handed over 100 high-grade spirit stones, ready to add more if necessary. Unexpectedly, the boatman accepted it directly, then moved aside, his voice raspy and chilling. Please board. 100 spirit stones. This boatman actually only wants 100 spirit stones. Dover and the others felt extremely absurd. The boatman rejecting half immortal artifacts, or items to enhance cultivation, yet accepting a mere 100 spirit stones. What kind of situation was this? Virgil was also surprised. Hearing the boatman invite him on board, he turned around. Amir, you're amazing. Adria already approached smiling. Good dog doesn't block the path. Seeing her beaming smile, jealousy surged within Dover, so right before boarding, he deliberately bumped Virgil's shoulder. His cultivation was at late-stage human immortal. This bump wasn't trivial. If it were an average mid-stage human immortal, they would at least be embarrassed or even fall into the river without injury. But Virgil only swayed slightly, standing firm on the spot, making Dover involuntarily show surprise. Interesting. It seems this mid-stage human immortal isn't ordinary either. Adria, what do you mean? Adria frowned. Virgil also stared coldly at him, sensing his intention, likely annoyed because he'd stolen the spotlight. So what if I accidentally bumped into him? It's nothing serious, isn't it? Dover shrugged innocently upon hearing her question. I'm fine, Virgil blocked Adria, eager to go to the place of the page's demise to seek answers. He shook his head and boarded the boat. Seeing him say nothing, Adria frowned but said nothing more, joining him on the boat, ignoring the two Dominics. Seeing this, Dover's expression grew even darker but didn't say much more, jumping onto the boat with the black-robed Franz. Once everyone was aboard, the boat began its steady journey down the several hundred-mile Blood River, soon arriving at the opposite bank. After disembarking, the boat disappeared back into the river mist. Let's go, Amir. Virgil glanced back until Adria called him, then headed to the next destination. The road ahead was smooth, and gradually, clusters of red appeared on both sides, as if stained with blood. Countless camellias, looking incredibly spectacular. Yet, the bones under the flowers unmistakably showed the danger here. Camellias again. Virgil stopped, gazing at the camellias on either side of the road, taken aback. Maureen liked camellias too. Is it a coincidence? Or is there something more? A breeze blew, causing the surrounding camellia trees to sway, petals dancing, swirling, guiding through the air, one landing on his shoulder. What's wrong? Adria noticed he seemed odd since seeing the Blood River. Nothing, Virgil shook his head. They cautiously traversed the sea of flowers. Several hours later, white mist appeared ahead, and the path split into 4 channels, each disappearing into the fog at the end. The Tomb of the Page has 3 stages. This is the second stage, testing the cultivator's mindset. Inside the mist, various illusions appear. Each path is isolated by arrays, allowing only one person entry, with no mutual perception. If one falls into an illusion, they might never escape until death. But if any of us passes, the mist will dissipate, so our chances are good, Adria explained thoroughly. Don't worry, Miss Cora. Axel Juanron, let's go. I'll pass this test. Dover provocatively glanced at Virgil, stepping forward first. The previous stage was passed thanks to Virgil, so now he had to prove himself in front of Adria, showing he wasn't useless. The two entered 2 separate paths first. Be careful. Adria didn't rush to enter, but turned to warn Virgil. Sure. Virgil nodded and entered one of the paths. The surroundings were enveloped in white mist, seemingly blocking spiritual senses, unable to project senses outward or hear other pathways. Are these tests all set by the page? Virgil thought, feeling no immediate danger but remaining cautious as he walked along the path. This path should only be several hundred steps long. Dozens of steps later, he suddenly saw a familiar figure ahead. It was a Noel, exactly like the silhouette he saw in the Blood River, walking ahead. Wait. Virgil quickly advanced, influenced by the local mist, his heart racing as he rushed forward without considering whether it was an illusion. At this moment, a man with a blank face suddenly appeared ahead, and before he could react, a powerful aura pressed down on him. So strong. Could it be a true immortal? But why is such a powerful being here? Is it from that organization? Or perhaps a powerhouse behind that abyss? Virgil felt as if he carried the entire sky on his shoulders, his bones creaking, eyes nearly tearing. Puppy, hand over the key. The mysterious true immortal waved his hand, and the Noel before him was immobilized midair, facing Virgil. That weak yet breathtakingly beautiful face, identical to the Noel he met on the bridge of severing mortality, gazed at him with complex emotions, relief, contentment, reluctance. Scum, release her, and I'll give you the key. Virgil's eyes turned red with rage, filled with fury from the soul. Prohibiting immortals, ancient demon downpour, soul extraction. All methods employed simultaneously to save the Noel. Too late. This Noel means a lot to you. The mysterious true immortal laughed coldly, barely moving. The immobilized Noel, like a wilting camellia, collapsed into the blood amber. No. Chapter 480, Swordgate Pass. I failed to protect senior apprentice sister Roberta last time, and now I failed to protect this Noel who resembles her. I will kill you, kill you. Virgil felt as if a giant hand had clutched his heart, helplessly watching as the Noel's breath faded away. Despair, powerlessness. His mind was engulfed in deep self-reproach and regret, tears of blood flowing from his eyes, yet his body remained frozen. Not enough. This pain is not enough. The mysterious true immortal laughed maniacally, waving his hand to bring another red-clad Noel before him. Adria? She looked at him with bewilderment on her face, but after recognizing the situation, she gazed at him helplessly and hopelessly. Stop it. I will kill you. That look pierced through him again. Virgil knew what he was about to do and became frantic with despair. Suddenly, the camellia petal that had landed on his shoulder flew up to his brow, emitting a faint light. The next moment, there was an explosion in his mind, and a cool force flooded in, causing the scene before him to gradually fade. Ahead still lay the swirling white mist. There was no mysterious true immortal, no Adria, and no other Noel. He stood near the entrance of the passage, his aura calm and steady. Clearly, everything just now was an illusion. Only the petal at his brow lost its strength and began to fall. Illusion. When did this? Virgil held the petal in his hand, watching it slowly dissipate, feeling deeply frightened. Even soul incantation didn't work. Without that petal, he would have been trapped in the illusion forever. Can this petal resist illusions? Previously, it had coincidentally landed on his shoulder during the wind. Virgil wasn't sure if it was destined or merely by chance, leaving him with mixed feelings. In the illusion, the Noel who appeared on the mortal-slaying bridge and the figure he saw in the Blood River seemed to overlap. Could they be the same person? After some time, Virgil suppressed his confusion and continued forward. Perhaps all answers could be found at the place where the page met his end. He had already guessed the identity of that Noel. Palamaints later, Virgil emerged from the mist, and at the same time, the mist dissipated along the 4 paths behind him. One of the paths revealed Adria, her face bewildered, tears in her eyes, as if she too had experienced something terrifying and hopeless. As the mist vanished, her gaze refocused, surveying her surroundings. Dover and the black-robed Franz appeared similarly bewildered from 2 other paths. Amir, it's you again. Adria wiped her face and walked out of the passage with a charming smile. Soon after, Dover and the black-robed Franz also emerged. Seeing Virgil standing outside, the former's expression turned sour. Damn it, he stole the spotlight once more in the second trial. Dover had expected to pass easily, having brought an artifact immune to illusions. But this illusion was too terrifying. Adria, however, was in high spirits, draping her arm over Virgil's shoulder with a smirk. I like you more and more, Amir. Not like some people who are utterly useless. Dover watched them jealously. In front of her, Adria was always as pure and proper as a virtuous Noel, rarely even smiling. Yet here she was actively flirting with a lowly mortal from the lower realms, stirring his envy. Miss Quora, please be mindful of your actions. Virgil noticed the hostility and glanced at Dover coolly. What do you care when I don't? Despite her words, Adria dropped her playful demeanor. The 4 continued down the narrow path, the camellia trees replaced by 2 rows of woods. The scenery was beautiful, tranquil mountains and clear waters like a painting come to life. Throughout history, few have reached this point. If we can pass Sword Gate Pass, we will reach the place where the page passed on, said Adria, her voice cheerful. Why are you here? Virgil asked casually. It's said that the page left a strand of true affection in his tomb, which blesses women with good fortune and love. That's what I want. True affection strand? Virgil suspected it was half true, half false. He didn't believe her entirely, suspecting ulterior motives, but seeing she wasn't elaborating, he stopped asking. Brennan. Dover and Axel Huanran exchanged glances, watching the 2 flirtatiously bicker ahead, their cold gazes fixed on Virgil. Soon, they reached a canyon flanked by million zhang-high stone cliffs, only a few hundred zhang wide, strewn with rocks, barren and desolate. This place has a no-fly restriction. It must be Sword Gate Pass ahead, Adria said solemnly. No-fly zone, Sword Gate Pass. Virgil looked up, sensing a terrifying force enveloping them since entering the canyon. Walking for dozens of miles, he finally saw the legendary Sword Gate Pass. A towering gate, cast entirely from massive stones, blocked the canyon exit, soaring into the clouds, millions of zhang high. Its grandeur dwarfed everyone, making them feel like ants. After passing Sword Gate Pass, we'll reach the place where the page passed on. Dover excitedly shot forward, stopping before the gate, head tilted back in awe. The only entrance was a pair of enormous stone doors, looking immensely heavy. Dover approached, slapping his palm against the door. Thunder rumbled throughout the canyon, but the stone doors remained unmoved. Sword Gate Pass isn't easy to pass. Legend has it that gravity seals were placed on the doors, making them as heavy as celestial bodies. Even true immortals struggle to open it, especially under the domain restrictions of the lower realms, Adria commented lightly. Miss Quora exaggerates. It's just a door. How exaggerated can it be? Dover, embarrassed by a mere late-stage true man failing to move a door, retorted. Axel Huanran, let's try together. Since we can't push, we'll destroy it. Miss Quora, stand back. They summoned powerful weapons and attacked simultaneously. Boom. The impact echoed, but the gates stood firm. ##### Chapter 481, the page's portrait. Seeing that the 2 wouldn't back down, Adria just crossed her arms, watching indifferently without interfering. Boom. The 2 late-stage immortal humans simultaneously unleashed their power. The roar was deafening, and the entire canyon began to tremble, exploding into a cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, the mighty gateway before them remained unmoved. How can this be? Try the wall. The duo refused to give up and redirected their efforts to the adjacent city walls, bombarding it with all sorts of spells and weapons, attempting to pierce through it. Gravity charm. Virgil took this opportunity to look up and noticed a green talisman affixed atop the stone door. It pulsed with magical energy, confirming what Adria had said about the gravity charm. Dirk, can you suppress that charm using the immortal restriction technique? Adria looked at him hopefully, uncertain. Virgil didn't question how she knew about the immortal restriction and kept his eyes on the charm. Meanwhile, Dover and the black-robed Franz also discovered the charm and tried to tear it off, but it seemed immune to both water and fire and had become one with the stone door, making it impossible to remove. They returned with frustrated expressions. I'll try. Virgil took a deep breath, driven by the desire to find answers within the tomb of the page. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he stepped forward, stopping before the stone door. 6 chains emerged from his body and entered the green charm above the door. He then channeled all his ancient demonic essence and activated the giant magic image, pushing the door with all his might. He wants to open this door alone? Foolish daydreams, overestimating himself, inviting disgrace. Dover and the black-robed Franz sneered coldly upon seeing this. Yet, before long, the immovable stone door began to emit a rumbling sound and slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow slit. How is this possible? Both were utterly stunned. It's working, let's help. A layer of excitement appeared in Adria's eyes as she moved forward, placing her hand on the stone door beside Virgil. Together, they exerted their strength, causing the heavy door to groan open further. Dover and the black-robed Franz followed suit, adding their own force. Rumble! The massive stone door gradually widened until it formed a gap large enough for them to pass through. We did it. Let me go in first. Dover's face lit up with joy as he squeezed through the opening. Virgil and Adria followed closely behind. As they traversed a passage, the scenery ahead opened up, revealing an expansive meadow beyond the canyon, with a tranquil lake not far away. The waters shimmered like a mirror, and a secluded palace stood quietly nearby, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. This is where the page passed away. His voice echoed noticeably in the stillness. Yes, this must be the place, Audrey murmured, her eyes fixed on the distant palace, visibly excited. Only Virgil remained silent, feeling an inexplicable unease upon reaching this place. Let's go inside. Perhaps we'll find the immortal swords. Everyone was too elated to notice his discomfort, all rushing toward the grand hall. Virgil silently followed. Inside the hall, numerous long swords hung on the walls, all immortal artifacts. Some had lost their power over time, evoking sadness, while others still radiated terrifying sword intent, a testament to their owner's might. So many immortal swords, it looks like the page lived here. Dover's eyes blazed with fervor as he and the black-robed Franz rushed toward the swords. Audrey focused on a table in the center, breathing rapidly. On it sat a black wooden box. Indeed, the Tao map of life and death, the page's thread of true emotion, are all here. Opening the box revealed a scroll, and next to it, a bracelet woven from a Noel's hair. Virgil didn't join the frenzy over the swords. Firstly, they were enchanted with prohibitions, unmovable by anyone other than their owner. Secondly, he wanted to find clues about the page. He wandered around the hall, observing the surroundings. Aside from the immortal swords, there were also landscape paintings on the walls, giving the place an almost feminine touch, like a secluded boudoir. Living alone in such an isolated place, wouldn't she feel lonely? As he delved deeper, sensing the traces left by the past occupant, he felt complex emotions stir within him. He soon found a side chamber and hesitantly entered. Smaller than the main hall, it resembled a bedroom, furnished similarly to an ordinary Noel's room. Dressing table, desk, folding screen, simple furniture, all covered with dust from years of neglect. Stopping before the dressing table, Virgil saw several small ornaments like earrings and hairpins, causing him to pause in surprise and amusement. These decorations are even made in the shape of tiny swords. How much did this Noel love swords? Even her accessories resemble miniature swords. Recalling that the page might be connected to his previous lives, he planned to keep these trinkets as mementos. But as soon as he touched one, it crumbled to dust. This surprised him. It seemed these were mere earthly items that retained their form due to the special nature of this place. However, if they came into contact with the present world, they would disintegrate. Realizing this, he abandoned his idea of keeping souvenirs and continued searching. His gaze landed on a painting hanging on the wall. It depicted a Noel silhouette in old-fashioned green robes, her long tresses flowing free. She raised her slender fingers to her temples, revealing a soft profile with an upward curl of her lips, her gaze gentle, looking somewhere beyond. She is the page. In the page's bedroom, this portrait could only belong to her. Virgil followed her gaze, noticing a small mountain tea tree within the painting. Her eyes seemed to be gently smiling at the tree, far removed from the legend of the fearsome warrior who viewed gods and demons as ants. And that mountain tea tree, it struck him with an intuitive recognition. It was the same tree he had seen earlier in the Blood River. Could this be from one of his previous lives? The page really knew my past life. This chapter captures the exploration and discovery within the page's tomb, revealing intimate details of her life and creating a profound connection between the characters and the historical figure they are seeking. The tension builds as the team works together to uncover secrets, leading to deeper insights into Virgil's past and the enigmatic nature of the page. Chapter 482. Returning from endless cycles. Was my past life really that mountain tea tree? I've known Paige for a very long time. Virgil's eyes were clouded with confusion as he stared at the painting before him. Gradually, his mind sank into the world within the painting. It was a valley under blue skies and white clouds. A Noelle in green sat on the grass with her knees hugged to her chest, smiling gently as she looked at the mountain tea tree in front of her. Unlike in the painting, the mountain tea tree before her was half dead, exuding an intense aura of death. What caught his attention more was the Noelle's appearance. It was identical to the one he had seen on Jonfon Bridge. Her voice was light and spiritual, speaking to herself, or perhaps to the little tree in front of her. Zola, the newly ascended Lucian, came to me a few days ago, inviting me to join the Purple Struggle Immortal Domain to oppose the Seizing Spirit's Immortal Domain. I agreed. He said he could give you a new cycle, and promised to protect your path, ensuring you would one day return from endless cycles. Zola. Virgil murmured the name. It was the same voice he had heard on Jonfon Bridge. So, was this all real? His past life was really that tree? But when you return from the cycle, you probably won't remember me, nor will you be able to find me. The green-clad maiden sat hugging her knees, her expression impossibly tender as she caressed the little tree, full of worry and reluctance. But it's fine. I'll leave my mark in this world as much as possible. They will accompany you in life after life. You live in the dream I weave for you. Not knowing those cruel truths, not knowing that I lied to you, living in peace and happiness. Only, I wish we could go back to Zhulan Mountain together, just to watch a moonrise, even if it's only for 10 years. At this moment, everything in the painting stopped abruptly. Virgil watched like a bystander, his mind retreating as a deeper sense of confusion enveloped him. Purple Struggle Immortal Domain, Lucian? From the traces left in the painting, he deduced that his past life, the tree, had died for some reason, and Paige had joined a force called the Purple Struggle Immortal Domain to save him. And his ability to return seemed due to her efforts. But why did he remember nothing except that he came from Blue Star? Could something have happened during, or before these events that caused him to forget everything? Am I from Blue Star or a tree? Which came first? Which came after? Who am I? Boundless confusion lingered in his heart, seeking an answer. Virgil dazedly took down the painting from the wall, intending to put it away. But unexpectedly, he found writing on the back, just 3 short sentences. Yet when his gaze landed on them, a gentle male voice automatically echoed in his consciousness. Life is but a fleeting dream. Finding joy in the present moment, Why seek the truth or falsehood? Upon hearing this, Virgil's eyes wavered again. This voice was almost identical to the one he had heard on Jonfon Bridge. Was that entity still advising him through this means? At ease with the present. When he glanced again, the back of the painting was already blank, devoid of any writing. He could only repeat the words in his mind, struggling with confusion, as Leanne and others entered the side hall and saw Virgil. Following his gaze, they looked at the painting. The painter had extremely high cultivation, possibly a true immortal, or even higher. Leanne's eyes grew serious, sensing the profound Tao essence left by the artist, still profoundly touching after countless eons. Boy, hand over that painting. Dover, who also understood its value, stepped forward, attempting to seize it. He hadn't obtained anything in the Tomb of the Page. The external immortal swords indeed had restrictions, unobtainable unless by a true immortal. This painting, being drawn by a true immortal, was invaluable. Taking it would make his journey worthwhile. Get lost. Disturbed, Virgil's mood darkened, retreating quickly and stowing the painting away. Humph. Just a middle-stage human immortal, it's not up to you. Dover's expression was cold as he prepared to forcibly take it, but a red figure intercepted him. Dover, who sees it first, owns it. Leanne frowned, warning evident in her tone. Seeing her resolve to protect Virgil, Dover's expression soured. But at that moment, a black-robed Franz sneaked close. My lord, this person is Sabine. You can chase the monk away, but not the temple. After this reminder, Dover's expression softened. Casting a faint glance at Virgil, he remained silent. Virgil knew Dover wouldn't let it go so easily but ignored him, reaching the main hall and looking at the immortal swords on the walls. He didn't want to fight here, disturbing the peace. Once outside, he wasn't afraid of those two. Pity, the immortal swords are restricted, unmovable unless by a true immortal. Let's go, there's nothing left here. Leanne shook her head, always staying close to protect Virgil. Virgil glanced but said nothing, following her out of the hall. Suddenly, a loud boom rang out behind them. The grand hall collapsed into ruins, everything returning to dust. Humph, wasted trip for me. Dover sneered, having destroyed the hall himself. Seeing this, infinite rage flared in Virgil's eyes, feeling as though his home had been destroyed. Dover. Leanne was also displeased, about to scold him when beams of light shot from the collapsed hall. Dozens of immortal swords darted chaotically through the air, instantly surrounding the four within 100 miles. They sealed off space, leaving no escape. Thump. The unlucky black-robed Franz was impaled by a sword, unable to flee, bursting into blood mist. Blood seeped into the earth. Damn you, look what you've done. These swords are berserk. Into the lesser thousand worlds to hide. Dover, equally terrified, rushed to retrieve a jade pendant, only to pale in shock. Damn, can't open it here. Leanne similarly found her lesser thousand world inaccessible, narrowly dodging the wild swords while cursing inwardly. At that moment, someone scooped her up, vanishing in a flash of light. Don't leave me. The remaining Dover faced despair, bearing the consequences of his actions, surrounded by berserk immortal swords. In mere moments, he became a pincushion, bursting into blood mist. Dead and erased from existence. Chapter 483, Choice. The frenzied rampage of the immortal swords continued until Virgil brought out a painting. This act finally quelled the disturbance, and all the immortal swords obediently retreated to their positions, once again guarding this sanctuary. Witnessing this, Virgil looked down at the portrait of Page. He hadn't expected that a mere attempt would actually succeed. Perhaps the immortal swords have spirits and can sense the aura of their former master. Shaking his head to clear these thoughts, Virgil carefully stored away the painting before releasing Leanne. Amir, you really do carry a lot of good things on you. Clearly, the space here was sealed off, but it didn't affect that tower at all, Leanne said with interest as she reappeared. Virgil didn't respond. With a wave of his hand, he gathered up the storage bags of Dover and the others. A cursory glance revealed over 100,000 immortal jades and some high-grade 6th-rank pills inside. Truly deserving of being elites from the higher realms. Let's go out. Putting away the storage bags, Virgil led the way out of the page's tomb. Soon they emerged, and Leanne took out a new teleportation scroll, bringing them back to Yuhuang. However, it wasn't to the imperial palace, but to an uninhabited wilderness. Amir, thanks to you, I was able to obtain the Tao map of life and death. Leanne spoke playfully. The Tao map of life and death? Virgil only then realized her true goal was this map. It's a miraculous map that helps one comprehend the Tao of life and death, thus enabling one to break through to Ghost Immortal. Would you like to see it? Leanne asked candidly as she took out the wooden box. No need. Virgil shook his head. His understanding of the Tao of life and death had already forged its own path. Continuing along it and refining it further was more meaningful than relying on this map. Leanne put the map away upon seeing this. If you don't want to look, that's fine. Now that I've obtained the Tao map of life and death, I should return to Donghua. When I gave you the heaven-evading coffin and asked for your help, little did I know you'd not only help me get the Tao map but also save me. Do you need anything from me? I dislike owing favors and prefer to have others owe me. Just say the word, be it immortal artifacts, cultivation techniques, or helping you ascend. Actually, there is something I need help with. Virgil hesitated and took out a disc. Can you help repair this? This is the Starmark disc, which also has a teleportation array. Leanne received it thoughtfully. Repairing this will take time. You'll have to wait a few years. Once I return to the higher realms, I'll have someone repair it and send it to the Rain Pavilion. Thank you. Take care, Emir. When you reach Donghua in the future, come find me at the Divine Void Pavilion. Leanne waved goodbye and left without another word. The Divine Void Pavilion. After she left, Virgil did not return to the Rain Pavilion. Life is like a dream, fleeting and empty. Finding joy in the present moment is what matters. Why seek truth and falsehood? His mind was full of the maiden from the painting, leaving him no mood for cultivation. So, He wandered aimlessly, pulling out a wine flask whenever he felt lost. But drinking only deepened his confusion, leading him unconsciously to Xlingguo. Recalling Will, he decided to visit Lanyinsi Temple en route. Will was indeed still there, sitting under a locust tree in Lanyinsi, a jar of wine before him. Thank you for bringing me here. Though I don't remember this place, it feels familiar and comforting. Will glanced at a small grave nearby. A young locust tree grew from the grave, and his gaze was tender, as if gazing upon a beloved Noel. Virgil remained silent and asked, "Don't you want to know what happened?" "What's done is done. Knowing now wouldn't change anything. All I wish for is to cherish each day here." Will shook his head. Finding peace in the present and cherishing every moment. Virgil pondered, staring at the lone grave in the courtyard. After finishing his jar of wine, he bid farewell and left. This was Will's choice. The tree contained the demon soul of his Tao companion, a reincarnation of sorts. One day perhaps they could meet again. But what about my choice? Leaving Lanyinsi, Virgil felt increasingly lost and conflicted. Finding peace in the present and never seeking answers can lead to eternal happiness. But I don't want to live forever in confusion, never knowing who I am. I must uncover everything and change it all, no matter how difficult. Virgil clenched his fist, determined. Between cherishing the present and uncovering the truth, he made his decision. He needed to discover everything. Before doing so, he had to wait for Lian to repair the Starmark disk. Uncovering the truth required greater power, power found in the Four Seas immortal domain. Now, perhaps, he should say goodbye to some old friends. Kiefer, Benny, Adriana, Belinda, Althea, are they all okay? Robertarnuring to himself, Virgil returned to Uegwa to see Kiefer, Benny, and Bear. Leaving them many cultivation resources, he bade them farewell. Next, he headed to the Boundless Sea, visiting the Six-Winged Clan first. However, he didn't see Belinda but left her many enhancement pills. Then, he went to Drakehuang Island to meet Adriana, who had just emerged from seclusion. Despite changing bodies, her appearance remained mostly unchanged, much to Virgil's surprise. The original body was crafted using secret techniques to resemble her previous appearance, Adriana explained slowly, having broken through to mid-stage human immortal, not far from late-stage human immortal. You didn't come here just to chat, did you? To say goodbye. I plan to go to the Four Seas immortal domain soon. What are your plans? Do you want to join me? I have the Starmark disk, so I can bring you along. Forget it. I don't want to rely on others. Besides, I intend to go to the ancient demon abyss, someday. When I become Demon Lord, would you consider becoming my demon consort? Adriana looked at him mischievously. Demon consort. Virgil paused, taken aback. At Huangma Island, Virgil released his divine sense and quickly found a familiar figure in a secluded courtyard behind the Huangma sect. She wore a black translucent dress, looking even more dignified than before. Virgil watched her silently, knowing she was no longer the sacred maiden, feeling a complex mix of emotions before finally appearing before her. You, how could you be here? Barbara's expression showed surprise and delight upon seeing him. Virgil's confusion faded slightly. Holding her hand, he said calmly, "Come with me to the Rain Pavilion. It's safer there." "No, I won't go." Barbara hesitated, shaking her head. Sensing his impending departure, she softly added, "You're not here, so what's the point for me? I'll wait for you on Huangma Island." Her keen perception caught his intention, a final farewell. Barbara hugged him. "Don't feel indebted to me. You owe me nothing." Feeling her warmth, Virgil stared deeply into her eyes. "Not the Rain Pavilion, then somewhere else?" "Somewhere else?" Barbara looked puzzled. "I'll show you the world." Virgil held her hand, traveling throughout Yuhuang to make up for lost time. 10 years passed in a flash. During this decade, he didn't cultivate, instead spending every moment with Barbara, taking her to various places like Uegwa, Wugwa, Great Jin, Zhongzhou, and even Beiyuan. Accompanying her for 10 years, finally, estimating that Lian's repaired Starmark disk might have arrived, he respected her wishes and sent her back to Huangma Island. Leaving her with many cultivation resources, he turned away firmly despite her reluctance. It was time to leave. "Welcome back." In the Rain Pavilion, Abigail appeared exasperated. Virgil had been gone for over a decade, leaving her to manage everything with no news. "Take care of the Rain Pavilion yourself. I need to return to Yaohuang." Seeing her angry expression, Virgil felt somewhat guilty. But after she left, he was not entirely at ease about Yaohuang. There were still some matters here that concerned him, so he shamelessly stopped her again. No, I still need you to help me watch over Yaohuang for a while." "I won't." Abigail flatly refused. "I won't let you help for nothing. A millennium, just a millennium. After 1,000 years, when I return, I'll ensure you break through to Ghost Immortal." Virgil tried to entice her. Ghost Immortal. Abigail fell silent. Breaking through to Ghost Immortal held an immense allure for her. She knew of Virgil's abilities, advancing from Golden Core to Human Immortal in just over a decade. Perhaps in 1,000 years, he truly could help her achieve this breakthrough. All right, I'll help you for a millennium? This was delivered to you a year ago." She finally relented, handing him an ancient disc. It was the Starmark disc. So, it's settled then. Looking at the now repaired Starmark disc, Virgil was in high spirits. He handed her a storage bag. "This should help you break through to late-stage Human Immortal. Take good care of the Rain Pavilion. There are a few places that require special attention. The Boundless Seas are Linmo Island, and a sect called Qingxianmen in Uegwa." "Why are you being so generous?" The 6 million immortal jades inside the storage bag surprised Abigail greatly. "I'm heading to the Four Seas immortal domain, where there are more opportunities. Immortal jades will be easier to acquire there, and with your stronger power, I'll be more at ease," Virgil explained. Then summoned the human immortals of the Rain Pavilion to announce his departure to the Four Seas immortal domain, and declared that Abigail would act as queen consort and take charge of all affairs in the Rain Pavilion. With his current standing, no one dared oppose this arrangement. After all instructions were given, Virgil dismissed everyone but did not rush to leave. Instead, He refined the remaining immortal jades, waited for Abigail to break through to late-stage human immortal, and helped her fend off the heavenly tribulation, leaving no lingering concerns before taking out the Starmark disc. However, upon preparing to leave, he found Miriam standing outside the Rain Pavilion. The young Sylvia, eyes red from crying, looked at him from afar, clearly there to bid farewell. Goodbye. Virgil took a deep breath, gave her one last long look, infused his magic power into the Starmark disc, which expanded and floated before him. He stepped onto it, sat cross-legged, and waved goodbye to Abigail and the others, then activated the disc to soar towards the starry sky. Living in the present, content with what is, was not his choice. He needed to seek the truth. He was determined to uncover the truth and change it, no matter the cost. Even if the whole world stood against him, he would never regret it. The end.